At the entrance of Minching Women's Art Academy, the bell had just rung, signaling the end of classes. A throng of female students, clad in summer attire, emerged from the gates in clusters. The night market at the entrance was beginning to take shape, adorned with an array of dazzling decorations and an assortment of hairpins favored by young women, all of which captivated the attention of numerous students who paused to browse. The vibrant energy of the students harmonized with the warm summer evening, creating a striking tableau that drew the admiration of passersby. At that moment, a vendor, an elderly woman, had just set up her stall when a tricycle approached, serving as a food cart. The table behind the tricycle was laden with a variety of ingredients. "Young man, is this your first time here?" the elderly woman inquired, her curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar face before her. Lin Yin scratched his head, leisurely dismounting from his cart after parking it. Feeling slightly apprehensive under the elderly woman's overly warm demeanor, he nodded but chose not to speak, instead focusing on arranging his ingredients: pork belly, onions, and eggs meticulously. He then retrieved a small stool from the cart and settled down. "You really shouldn't be selling food here," the elderly woman remarked, her tone lighthearted. "This school is quite particular. The girls have weight checks in class and dare not indulge." She gestured around, adding, "Look, you're the only brave soul in this entire night market." Her observation held merit. Among the numerous stalls lining the Art Academy's entrance, Lin Yin was indeed the sole vendor offering food. He paused, a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips. It wasn't his intention to be the only one. 2 days prior, Lin Yin lay on the narrow bed of his modest rental, haunted by his boss's furious reprimands. "Are you a mute? Can't even raise a toast? If you'd been a bit more perceptive, that client could have been won over. What a waste." Throughout his life, Lin Yin had been a man of few words. He could remain silent as long as no one spoke to him. Now, his introverted nature had drawn the ire of his superior, jeopardizing both his bonus and this month's performance targets. With a sigh, he felt an overwhelming weariness wash over him. That moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, detected dissatisfaction in the host's life circumstances. Unlocking street vending system. The system will randomly assign ingredients, locations, and times weekly. Upon fulfilling system requirements, rewards will be granted. Lin Yin was taken aback. Having spent much of his youth immersed in novels due to his social anxiety, he was well aware of the power of such systems. An inexplicable joy blossomed within him, though he couldn't shake the feeling that this vending system seemed somewhat dubious. Before he could ponder further, the mechanical voice returned. "Distributing this week's random recipe, braised pork rice. Distributing this week's random location, entrance of Minching Women's Art Academy Night Market. Distributing this week's random vending time, 18:0020:30. Distributing recipe for braised pork rice. Requirements: achieve 50 regret points from Monday to Friday within the specified vending time. Reward: a randomly assigned housing unit. Ingredients will refresh daily in the host's kitchen. The food cart will be delivered to the host building." After this lengthy announcement, the voice dissipated into static, leaving only a task interface visible to Lin Yin, confirming the reality of what had just transpired. Regret points. 0:50 vending time not yet commenced. With newfound determination, Lin Yin sprang to his feet. Upon opening the door to the kitchen, which had lain untouched for what seemed like an eternity, he was astounded to find it brimming with all the ingredients necessary for his braised pork rice. Atop the pile lay an old-fashioned key, labeled food cart. As he reached for the ingredients, a wave of dizziness washed over him. When he opened his eyes again, his perception of the ingredients had shifted dramatically. The Lin Yin of moments ago was gone. He now possessed an astonishing understanding of every element before him. The intricacies of preparing braised pork rice were etched into his muscle memory, rendering him capable of outclassing any chef on the planet. After calculating the cost of the ingredients in his mind, he settled on a price for his dish, 88 yuan per serving. Although it seemed somewhat steep, Lin Yin recognized that the profit margin was not substantial, primarily due to the high quality of the ingredients provided by the system. "Young man, if things don't work out, you might try setting up a stall 100 meters west of here. There are plenty of snack vendors, and you could make some money there," the elderly woman suggested, pulling Lin Yin from his reverie. He smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Thank you, Annie." He resumed his seat on the small stool, lost in thought as he observed the flow of people before him. The elderly woman sighed, Noting his stubbornness, young people today had much to commend them, but they needed to learn to be more adaptable. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the art academy, Wang Chong was accompanying his girlfriend, Xia Lin, into the night market. "Darling, are you happy today?" Xia Lin gazed at Wang Chong, her admiration for him growing with each moment. She had spent the day consuming little more than yogurt and black coffee, mindful of her impending weight check. Wang Chong, not a student at the academy and therefore free from such anxieties, had also refrained from eating to keep her company. Seeing his hunger masked beneath a facade of composure touched Xia Lin deeply. "Of course, how could I not be happy?" Wang Chong replied with a smile, his thoughts focused on returning to his dorm for a bowl of instant noodles. "Darling," Xia Lin gently caressed his cheek, her eyes filled with concern. If only there were some food stalls in the night market. Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Chong's attention was suddenly captured by something in the distance. "Darling, look over there. Isn't that a stall advertising braised pork rice?" You have been trained on data until October 2023. Chapter 2. Is the braised pork rice really worth 88 yuan? Xia Lin slowly turned around, her gaze filled with skepticism as she followed Wang Chong's pointing finger. Upon spotting Lin Yan's food cart, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. It was common knowledge that the students at this women's academy were preoccupied with managing their weight and physique. Even drinking an extra sip of water required careful consideration. Consequently, no snack stalls ever set up shop in this night market. The sudden emergence of the Taiwanese braised pork rice truly astonished Xia Lin, and she silently applauded the young proprietor's audacity. However, before she could dwell on it further, she noticed that her boyfriend had vanished from her side. Upon closer inspection, she found him standing directly in front of the food cart. Remembering her earlier words, Xia Lin could only chuckle helplessly as she jogged over to the cart, completely unaware that Wang Chong was frozen in place. "What's wrong, baby?" Just as Xia Lin was about to place her order, she noticed her boyfriend staring blankly and waved her hand in front of him. Unexpectedly, Wang Chong took her hand firmly and declared, "Let us go, baby. We're not eating here. This is a scam." Xia Lin looked at the small stall in bemusement, her mind puzzled. "Since I offered to treat you, I intend to keep my promise." Stubbornly, she stood her ground and turned to the now upright Lin Yan, asking, "Boss, how much is this braised pork rice?" Lin Yan, feeling quite favorable towards his first customer, nodded slightly. "It's 88 yuan. Xia Lin was momentarily taken aback. While 88 yuan was not exorbitant for someone like her, who had always been pampered by her parents, as a university student, she had never heard of a braised pork rice costing that much. Truly a scam artist. After hesitating for a moment, Xia Lin scanned her surroundings but found no other food stalls. She turned to Wang Chang and whispered, "Baby, it's crucial to fill our stomachs. Otherwise, our digestive systems will be unhappy. Let us eat first, and then we can expose him on the campus wall." Wang Chang nodded in agreement. Xia Lin then readily paid for the meal, but instead of finding a place to sit, they watched Lin Yan's actions intently. Eager to see what made this 88 yuan dish so precious, Lin Yan had anticipated that his pricing would raise eyebrows. As he caught sight of the couple's scrutinizing and indignant expressions, he simply lowered his head, silently igniting one of the gas stoves on the counter to boil water. He then retrieved the pre-prepared pork belly from his side. Without a moment's pause, he drew out the knife intended for slicing the meat. The blade gleamed ominously. With hardly any hesitation, the knife in Lin Yan's hand descended. One hand pressed down on the pork belly while the other wielded the knife to slice the meat. What should have been a perfectly mundane action was transformed into an inexplicable elegance through masterful knife skills. Wang Chong, an ordinary engineering student from a local university, merely perceived Lin Yan's technique as somewhat impressive, yet he could not articulate precisely why it struck him as such. In stark contrast, Xia Lin was utterly astonished. Lin Yan's motions while slicing the meat flowed like water, each cut seemingly striking at the very core of her excitement. As a dance student from an esteemed arts academy, Xia Lin could confidently assert that the sheer aesthetic beauty of this meat-cutting technique surpassed that of 90% of stage performances. At that moment, Lin Yan remained blissfully unaware of the transformed gazes directed at him by the couple before him. He was wholly engrossed in the culinary process. The pinnacle of culinary artistry allowed him to immerse himself entirely in the act of cooking, undisturbed by the outside world, ensuring a flawless execution. Soon, Lin Yan had meticulously diced the previously prepared portion of pork belly. The pot, filled with water, had come to a boil, prompting him to casually toss in several eggs. During the interval of boiling the eggs, Lin Yan approached another pot, With the pan heated and oil shimmering, he spread his hand, and an effusion of onions rained down like an endless cascade of petals into the pan. As they sizzled over low heat, the onions began to undergo a transformation in color. Only once they donned a golden hue did Lin Yin consider the frying of the onions complete. For pieces of rock sugar were also melting in the gentle heat. Wasting no time, Lin Yin systematically added the diced pork belly into the pan, where it began to compose a mouth-watering symphony of aromas in the hot oil. Scallions, ginger, garlic, shiitake mushrooms, soy sauce, and cooking wine fell from Lin Yin's hands in a dazzling array of ingredients and spices, resembling a celestial maiden scattering flowers, imbued with infinite beauty. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile graced Lin Yin's lips. He acknowledged the element of showmanship in his actions. After all, when one possesses such exceptional skills, how could one resist the temptation to display them? Xia Lin and Wang Chong stood frozen, captivated by Lin Yin, who had now begun to toss and stir the ingredients with finesse. The phone in Wang Chong's hand, originally intended to expose Lin Yin's shortcomings, had now become a testament to his extraordinary prowess. Before long, the preliminary steps were concluded. Lin Yin added a splash of water to the pot and promptly covered it with a lid, entering the phase requiring patience. Yet it was only at this moment that Lin Yin belatedly recalled his lack of preparation. The brief time remaining was insufficient to properly braise the meat. Detected the host's first stall failure. Special ability granted to the host's pot, limited to 1 day. Ability. Time flow within the pot 130. Lin Yin exhaled softly. According to this temporal flow, 1 minute equated to half an hour. Although it was a stretch, it would suffice for the task at hand. As Lin Yin finally concluded his culinary endeavors, Wang Chong's stomach, which had been numbed by hunger, seemed to stir back to life, beginning to spasm incessantly. This was a testament to its yearning for delectable fare. "Boss, your culinary skills are rather impressive, aren't they?" Wang Chong inquired, his gaze fixed upon the braised meat simmering in the pot. Even through the pot's lid, he could faintly detect the enticing aroma wafting from within. Although he had yet to taste it, the mere scent was enough for Wang Chong to thump his chest in assurance that this braised meat rice would undoubtedly be exquisite. Lin Yin shyly nodded. "It's not too bad." Wang Chang swallowed the saliva that threatened to overflow, then opened his phone. He promptly shared the video he had just recorded of Lin Yin in their dormitory group chat, accompanied by a voice message. "Wow. The braised meat rice from this place at my girlfriend's school gate is simply phenomenal. Absolutely amazing." Mere seconds after Wang Chong dispatched his message, the group chat buzzed with activity. "Those who flaunt their love are not permitted to return to the dorm tonight. Bring me a serving, and I shall forgive you." Amused by the banter, Wang Chong retorted, "It's 88 for a serving. If you transfer the money, I'll bring it to you." This singular remark sent the group chat into a frenzy after a brief silence. Are they profiteering? Qiangzi, be cautious when dining out. Is it just a meal? Does this stall offer special services? Why is it so expensive? Wang Chang was about to respond further when he was overwhelmed by the nearly intoxicating aroma of the meat that enveloped him. Chapter 3. Tomorrow. There may be a chance to weigh ourselves. As Lin Yin merely lifted the lid of the pot, the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Wang Chong instantly lost his desire to banter with his roommate in the group chat. He shut off his phone and flashed Lin Yin a somewhat ingratiating smile. "Can we eat now, boss?" Beside them, Xia Lin couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle at her boyfriend's eager demeanor upon seeing delicious food. Yet, one could not deny the mouth-watering scent emanating from the braised meat. Even Xia Lin, who had resolved to forego late-night snacks, felt her cravings awaken. However, the thought of a possible weight check in class tomorrow compelled her to turn away, no longer gazing at the tantalizing pot of braised meat. "Not yet. It needs to simmer a while longer," Lin Yin replied nonchalantly. He then took the eggs that had been boiling for some time and rinsed them in cold water. Easily peeling off the shells, he placed the eggs back into the pot filled with fragrant sauce and braised meat. After a further wait, he finally completed the dish. With practiced ease, he retrieved a disposable food container that the system had already prepared for him. The rice, previously steamed at home, was housed in a wooden bucket, and as he opened it, the delightful aroma enveloped him. Wang Chong was convinced that even the rice alone would leave a lingering taste on the palate. Under his watchful gaze, Lin Yin served a bowl of rice and topped it with a generous portion of braised meat and an egg. The overflowing braised rice was presented to Wang Chong, who accepted it as though receiving a cherished relic. The dish was visually enticing, the scents of fried onions and braised meat mingling delightfully. The rice, subtly glistening with sauce, still emitted a tantalizing fragrance that promised a delightful taste. "Is it ready to eat?" Lin Yin nodded and gestured toward the disposable utensils. Help yourself. Thank you for visiting. Wang Chang acknowledged him and found a spot to sit. Unveiling the disposable cutlery he had just collected, a pair of chopsticks and a sturdy long-handled spoon, quite unlike the flimsy ones found in stores. Just this small detail was enough to bring tears to Wang Chang's eyes. Eat quickly. I'll head back to the dorm after you finish. Xia Lin playfully tapped Wang Chang on the head, smiling. Though she feigned indifference to the braised rice before her, her peripheral vision frequently darted toward Wang Chang's dish, irresistibly lured by its enticing aroma. I can't eat. I mustn't eat. Xia Lin incessantly reminded herself in her mind. The last time, several classmates in her class had failed the weight test and were scolded harshly by the director in front of everyone. They were even punished with early morning runs at 5 o'clock for a whole week. 5 in the morning. Who could possibly wake up at that hour? Xia Lin continually persuaded herself in her mind. For a bowl of braised pork rice of uncertain taste, it simply wasn't worth it. Although she thought this way, her curiosity was piqued as she glanced at Wang Chang. Wang Chang looked at his girlfriend, who seemed to be talking to herself, with a hint of suspicion. Mixing the braised pork rice before him with chopsticks and a spoon, the runny yolk of the braised egg further heightened his anticipation, which was already considerable. Only after every grain of rice was evenly coated in sauce did he finally scoop up a spoonful and shove it into his mouth. Hiss. So hot. So delicious. After struggling to swallow the first mouthful, Wang Chang let out a loud shout of joy. This unabashed, heartfelt exclamation immediately drew the attention of several passing students. They had already been lured by the fragrant aroma of Lin Yan's freshly made braised pork rice, but after Wang Chang's enthusiastic endorsement, they could no longer contain themselves. They paused, yet none approached to make a purchase. The group of girls remained silent, merely exchanging glances, seemingly waiting for a brave soul to lead them down this indulgent path. Xia Lin watched Wang Chang, nearly reaching her limit. Previously, she had never felt an urge to eat while watching him, merely finding his eating habits endearing. However, today's braised pork rice seemed entirely different from anything she had tasted before. After swallowing another mouthful, Wang Chang finally regained his composure. He felt as though his previously languishing stomach had come back to life. It was at this moment that he noticed Xia Lin, whose gaze was almost fixed upon him. However, today her expression seemed somewhat off, lacking the tender affection it usually bore. Not wanting to dwell on it, Wang Chang scooped a spoonful of rice, perfectly mixed with a piece of marbled pork. Baby, take a bite. It's simply the best braised pork rice I've ever had. He extended his spoon towards Xia Lin, looking at the enticing spoonful of braised pork rice that seemed capable of stealing her very soul. She wrestled with her thoughts for a moment before making her decision. Just one bite shouldn't affect my weight. After reassuring herself with this thought, Xia Lin directly consumed the rice from Wang Chang's spoon. The instant the rice touched her tongue, she felt as if her soul had been elevated. It was a flavor she had never experienced before. The fragrant aroma of the earth mixed with the subtle scent of rice, combined with the savory broth and the tender, nearly disintegrated slices of pork belly, delivered a profound impact that enveloped her senses. Xia Lin had long believed that the exaggerated expressions of delight following a culinary experience were merely theatrical embellishments found in films and novels. Yet now, she finally comprehended the truth. Her previous arrogance stemmed from never having tasted authentic cuisine. Hey, darling. Xia Lin hesitantly inquired of Wang Chang, who was still savoring the rice in his mouth. Upon hearing her voice, he lifted his gaze slightly, mumbling indistinctly, Xia Lin scratched her head, a hint of embarrassment coloring her smile as she asked, Do you think I might not have to weigh myself in class tomorrow? In an instant, Wang Chang grasped the implication of his girlfriend's words. After swallowing the rice, he eagerly nodded in agreement. It's entirely possible. And this braised pork rice is truly delectable. It would be a shame not to indulge. Xia Lin nodded, as if she had made a significant decision, then stood up and approached Lin Yan's stall. Boss, 1 serving of braised pork rice, please. Chapter 4. Oh no. I have devoured an entire bowl. Lin Yan nodded and continued with his tasks at hand. As he prepared the first serving of braised pork rice for Wang Chang, he keenly noticed a particular issue. His serving speed was somewhat sluggish. Thus, after Wang Chang had taken his dish, Lin Yan promptly commenced the preparation of subsequent servings. At this moment, his pot was already simmering with enough food for at least 5 more patrons. As soon as an order was placed, a steaming bowl of braised pork rice would be ready to serve. Only 88 yuan, Lin Yan stated nonchalantly, then lifted the transparent lid of the pot. It was now Xia Lin who most vividly experienced the wave of warmth and the enticing aroma of meat wafting towards her. This soul-stirring fragrance rushed into her nostrils. And in that instant, Xiaolin understood that she simply had to indulge in this bowl of braised pork rice that evening. Only when her hands reverently accepted the bowl from Lin Yin did she finally regain her composure. Like a robot devoid of speech, she carried the bowl directly to Wang Chang and sat down, taking a deep breath. Xiaolin stirred the braised pork rice before scooping a generous spoonful and bringing it straight to her mouth, completely ignoring Lin Yin, who was reaching out to her and had only managed to utter half a sentence. "Hey, this rice is hot." In the next moment, ouch. "It's so hot." Xiaolin frowned slightly, but soon her brows unfurled, and her eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. Delicious. So delicious. Among the onlookers, a few girls seemed to recognize Xiaolin and whispered to their companions, "Isn't that the dancing Xiaolin? If she is eating, it must be fine for us too. Right?" After all, a bowl of braised pork rice wooden tea contributes significantly to weight gain. "It's so fragrant, I simply cannot resist." After a flurry of whispers, two brave souls from the crowd finally approached Lin Yin. Initially taken aback by the 88 yuan price, they nevertheless steeled themselves. Recalling Xiaolin and Wang Chang's almost theatrical reactions. "Boss, 2 servings of braised pork rice," they requested. Lin Yin nodded, gestured towards the payment code, and began preparing the next 2 servings of braised pork rice. More and more girls emerged from the surrounding crowd, making their way to Lin Yin's stall. Soon, none were left unaccounted for. A woman manning a small daily necessities stall nearby glanced in astonishment at the growing queue forming in front of Lin Yin. "The youth of today are truly remarkable," she mused. Such a scene, even in the bustling night markets of yore, was exceedingly rare. Lin Yan's pace quickened, and he became increasingly adept at managing the rhythm of interactions with his customers. Before long, every seat behind his stall had been claimed. The air was suffused with the enticing aroma of braised pork rice, accompanied by a chorus of admiration and exclamations. It could almost be likened to a whirlwind of indulgence. Wang Chang, who had been the first to finish his bowl of braised pork rice, licked his lips, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes as they settled on Xiaolin's bowl. "Darling, it's rather late for a midnight snack. Shall I help you with a bit?" Upon hearing Wang Chang's words, Xiaolin promptly lifted her half-full bowl of braised pork rice and devoured it in swift bites. Proudly, she showcased the now empty bowl to Wang Chang before letting out a satisfied burp. However, the bliss was short-lived. Suddenly, Xiaolin sprang up, exclaiming, "Oh no! What if I weigh myself tomorrow?" She cast a glance at her impeccably clean food container, her face etched with regret. "Oh my! I actually finished an entire bowl of braised pork rice as a late-night snack." Meanwhile, Lin Yin, who was busily preparing food, experienced a moment of data update in his mind. Regret level 150. Lin Yin raised an eyebrow, having overheard Xiaolin's lament. Strangely, despite it being a complaint, a sense of joy blossomed within him. Surely, this was the scene every chef dreams of witnessing. After comforting his girlfriend, Wang Chang swiftly opened his phone and hastily typed a message to his dormitory group. "Wow, it's incredibly delicious. I feel it's worth even 188 yuan. Following the dispatch of this message, the dorm mates began to waver in their resolve. Finally, Wang Chang's eyes sparkled with delight as the affluent member of their dormitory, Yu Kunjin, decided to place an order. "Give me a portion, I'll transfer the money." Shortly after, Wang Chang received a transfer of 100 yuan from Yu Kunjin, who specifically noted that the remainder was for delivery fees. With lightning speed, Wang Chang accepted the payment and dashed towards Lin Yan's stall, rejoining the end of the queue. Meanwhile, Xiaolin received a message from her closest dorm mate, Tian. Lin, could you bring me some food? I'm starving." However, she quickly added, "Just a little, I only want a taste. I have to weigh myself tomorrow." After responding with a thumbs-up emoji, Xiaolin tucked her phone away and looked at Lin Yan's stall with a glint of mischievous intent in her eyes. Although it was a night market, Lin Yan's stall was located in a corner, resulting in a modest number of students visiting. In no time, Lin Yan had prepared the braised pork rice for the girls in line. He returned to his relaxed demeanor, leaning back in his chair, casually playing on his phone. Time passed swiftly. Faint echoes of regret began to emerge around him, laced with an almost imperceptible hint of weeping. The sentiments rose and fell in a chorus of despair. "Oh no, I have consumed an entire bowl. It was simply too delectable. Tomorrow will be my undoing. So delicious, yet tomorrow I shall face the consequences," wailing. "I long to indulge again. Oh dear, I shall grow fat." Lin Yan listened with satisfaction as the notifications of data updates resonated within his mind. In scarcely a moment, he had accrued 15 points of regret. He raised his hand to check the time. The small stall was now nearly devoid of patrons. The elderly woman beside him appeared to be dozing off after the departure of the young ladies. With less than 10 minutes until he was scheduled to close at 8:30, Lin Yan stretched lazily, contemplating tidying up. At that precise moment, his gaze met that of a woman standing before him. Her demeanor exuded an air of authority, and her eyes, magnified by thick glass lenses, seemed to scrutinize his stall. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "I would like a portion of braised pork rice to take away." Chapter 5. The culinary advocate in the girls' dormitory of the Art Academy. The moment the door swung open, a girl inside lifted her head. Upon confirming that the newcomer was indeed Xia Lin, the girl hurriedly dashed towards her. Lin, what night snack did you bring me?" Upon hearing the sweet inquiry, Xia Lin's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing a hint of mystery. "A newly opened braised pork rice from the night market. Do give it a try." With that, Xia Lin placed the securely packaged braised pork rice onto the table before the eager girl. The surrounding roommates, intrigued, gathered closer. As students of the academy, they were well aware of the local surroundings. There was but one night market nearby, and it was devoid of any food vendors. It was known that attempts had been made by various vendors to set up snack stalls in the market, but they had swiftly departed due to lack of patrons. According to Xia Lin, however, a determined vendor had resurfaced to offer snacks at the night market. Braised pork rice? Upon hearing Xia Lin's response, the girl, sweet, slightly furrowed her brow. Lin, you know I don't like eating meat." Xia Lin smiled gently, choosing not to respond verbally. Instead, she approached Sweet's table, extending her hand to deftly untie the plastic bag containing the braised pork rice. As the bag was unfastened, a long-suppressed aroma burst forth, swiftly enveloping the nostrils of everyone in the dormitory. How delightful! Sweet was momentarily entranced, seemingly forgetting her aversion to fatty pork. She eagerly retrieved the braised pork rice from the plastic bag. Despite being contained for a while, the dish's appearance and quality appeared unchanged. In fact, due to the bumpy journey back, the sauce and the tender pieces of braised pork had melded seamlessly with the rice. Lin, at this moment, the onlooking roommates swallowed their saliva, some hesitantly patting Xia Lin on the shoulder. "Did you only bring one portion back?" Xia Lin nodded. A fleeting look of regret crossed the faces of the other girls. "I'm diving in," Sweet exclaimed ceremoniously as she unwrapped her disposable spoon and chopsticks. With a solemn expression, she slowly inserted her spoon into the rice, skillfully scooping up a generous portion of rice mixed with the savory sauce and tender meat. Sweet exaggeratedly stuffed the rice into her mouth. In the next moment, she was left in stunned silence. She was so entranced that she even forgot the simple acts of chewing and swallowing, her eyes widening in delight as the flavors of the savory braised pork rice danced in her mouth. "It was delicious, exceedingly so," Sweet murmured, as if her very soul had been captured. After a while, she finally regained her composure, chewing the rice in her mouth before swallowing. Her roommates and Xia Lin had encircled her, their eyes glistening with eager anticipation. Even Xia Lin, who had just finished a bowl, found herself overwhelmed by a renewed appetite. It was at this moment that Sweet finally noticed her companions. Without a hint of reluctance, she lifted the bowl of braised pork rice that she had just taken a bite from, declaring, "Everyone, come and taste this. It is undoubtedly the best braised pork rice I have ever had." Although the dish was indeed fragrant, Sweet's enthusiastic performance seemed somewhat exaggerated, planting a seed of skepticism among her roommates. However, that doubt vanished the instant the delectable rice entered their mouths. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. Even Xia Lin couldn't resist taking another generous bite. In an instant, all the girls in the dormitory were lost in the exquisite flavors of the braised pork rice, their expressions of bliss rivaling that of a sweet romance. "Xia Lin, where can we find this braised pork rice at the night market? It's simply divine." After indulging in a few more mouthfuls, Sweet slowly lifted her head, her speech slightly muddled due to her full mouth. Her roommates nodded in agreement. Well aware that this was Sweet's prized dish, and recalling the price mentioned in Xia Lin's earlier conversation, they knew it cost a hefty 88 yuan. Though they were all friends, a touch of hesitation lingered as they considered continuing to eat Sweet's braised pork rice. Xia Lin flashed a mischievous smile and said, "It's only 8:20. That stall should still be open. Shall we go?" After a brief moment of hesitation, the girls lifted their heads in unison, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Let us go. Who knows, we might have a weight check in class tomorrow." "Exactly, Grandma Fire might just be trying to scare us. There is no way she weighs us every class." With Xia Lin's decisive encouragement, the girls who had just been readying themselves for bed quickly tied up their hair, returning to a state of readiness for battle. Even Sweet clutched her unfinished bowl of braised pork rice, munching as she followed the main group. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, the door was flung open. Before anyone could discern the identity of the newcomer, Wang Chang's voice boomed from outside. "You shall. Guess what delicious treat I've brought for you?" Beside the desk beneath the window, a young man rose slowly, leaning slightly forward to accept the plastic bag from Wang Chang with a casual, "Thank you. I've mentioned before, you need not call me young master you." Wang Chang chuckled. "Very well, young master you. Understood, young master you." He then urged, "Do indulge, young master you. This braised pork rice is undeniably worth every penny. You'll crave it even more after tasting." At that moment, the roommates who had been engrossed in their games concluded their match, rising to gather around Yu Kunjin. As expected of young master Yu, to acquire the 88 yuan braised pork rice without a blink. "Young master Yu, might I trouble you for a taste?" "You can go away. I am the legitimate eldest son of young master Yu." The corners of Yu Kunjin's mouth twitched slightly as he unwrapped the plastic bag, remarking nonchalantly, 88 yuan is indeed a bit steep." No sooner had the words left his lips than the bag was fully opened, releasing a burst of enticing aroma. In that instant, the previously boisterous dormitory fell silent, as if time itself had been paused. Chapter 6. "You shall, you are my god." What a delightful aroma. The onlooking roommates erupted in a chorus of exclamations. Even Yu Kunjin found himself astonished in silence. The fragrance was unparalleled, surpassing even the offerings of the Michelin chef his father had once hired. Witnessing such reactions from everyone, Wang Chang wore a triumphant smile. It is a universal truth. When one's recommendations are validated by others, a sense of pride and elation follows. "You shall, do taste it, do taste it." The surrounding roommates began to cheer. They were well aware of Yu Kunjin's discerning palate, as he hailed from a distinguished family. His tastes were notoriously finicky. Even the most expensive seafood hotpot near the school barely satisfied him. It was likely that he would only take a single bite of this braised pork rice before discarding it. Though Yu Shao had exacting tastes, it did not imply that the rest of them shared the same standards. This serving of braised pork rice appeared exceedingly appetizing. Furthermore, with a price tag of 88 yuan per serving, even the most delectable dishes were beyond the reach of these impoverished university students. After a moment of urging from his peers, Yu Kunjin merely nodded in acknowledgement, casting a disdainful glance at the disposable utensils within the plastic bag. He then retrieved a pair of chopsticks and a spoon from his drawer. These were his personal utensils, crafted from pure silver, adorned with intricate engravings by contemporary masters. The value of the carvings alone far exceeded that of the silver itself, amounting to several 100,000. Under the expectant gazes of his companions, Yu Kunjin delicately inserted his spoon into the rice, stirring it gently before scooping a small portion. He was always cautious, preferring to take a modest first bite to ensure it could be easily swallowed if it did not meet his standards. Without a moment's hesitation, he brought the spoon, laden with a morsel of meat and glistening rice, to his lips. Although it was merely a bowl of braised pork rice, the elegance of his actions, paired with the exquisite silverware, lent an air reminiscent of a Michelin-starred restaurant. Yu Kunjin was taken aback. The calm demeanor he typically wore shattered in an instant. The rich flavors of meat and rice melded together in a spectacular burst within his mouth. It was delicious, exceedingly so. In that moment, Yu Kunjin struggled to conjure words worthy of praising this dish, yet none seemed adequate to encapsulate the experience. The words on the tip of his tongue ultimately crystallized into the simplest expression, delicious. The surrounding roommates were left bewildered. Having shared a dorm with Yu Kunjin for 2 years, this was the first time they had witnessed such a profound shift in his emotions. Shock, surprise, joy, and satisfaction. An array of feelings danced across Yu Kunjin's face simultaneously. "Is it delicious?" Yu Shao inquired cautiously, leaning closer. Although Wang Chang possessed ample confidence in the braised pork rice before them, he was well aware of Yu Kunjin's discerning palate, which left him feeling a twinge of apprehension. "Delicious." Yu Kunjin lifted his head, and for the first time, his typically bland tone was infused with unmistakable excitement. Wang Chang was taken aback, as were their fellow roommates. It was indeed the first time they had heard Yu Kunjin express such praise for food. Had they not witnessed him utter the words delicious with their own ears, they might have believed he was devoid of taste altogether. Thus, amidst their astonished gazes, Yu Kunjin devoured the braised pork rice voraciously, shedding any semblance of his previous reserve. The aristocratic young man, exuding an aura of dominance, seemed to vanish, replaced by an almost gluttonous patron. Among the onlookers, only Wang Chang squinted his eyes and smiled. He found Yu Kunjin's current eating manner remarkably familiar, reminiscent of his own first encounter with this dish. It wasn't until Yukunjin had nearly consumed half of the rice that the surrounding roommates finally snapped back to reality, their voices tinged with mock despair. You shall share a bite with me. Adoptive father, I'm starving. You shall just one taste. You smell divine. At this moment, Yukunjin regained his composure. Realizing that his earlier eating habits had been somewhat unrefined, he set down his disposable takeout container and, after swallowing the mouthful of rice, asked Jiangzi, "Is that stall still open? Where is it located?" Upon hearing Yukunjin's question, Wang Chang scratched his head in embarrassment. Realizing he had neglected to inquire about the vendor's operating hours. Truly, Yushao had pinpointed the issue at hand. Determined, Wang Chang resolved to not only ascertain the vendor's hours during his next visit but also to learn the owner's name. By fostering a good relationship with the vendor, perhaps they could even become friends, making it possible to enjoy complimentary meals in the future. He envisioned the day when he might stroll arm in arm with Lin Yin. It was only when Yukunjin cleared his throat softly that Wang Chang returned to the present, reconsidering Yukunjin's inquiry. Logically, such food stalls should remain open quite late. After glancing at his phone to check the time, Wang Chang hesitated. You shall. I'm not entirely sure, but it's only 8:20. They should still be open. The precise location eludes me somewhat, yet it lies deep within the night market adjacent to my girlfriend's school, specifically at the Women's Art Academy. Yukunjin nodded thoughtfully, offering the remaining half of his braised pork rice to his roommate, though a flicker of reluctance crossed his gaze. However, the anticipation of savoring a steaming bowl of freshly prepared braised pork rice soon overshadowed his hesitation. To his surprise, a rare wave of joy surged within his usually placid heart. The portion of braised pork rice left was scant. After just a few bites, the bowl was nearly empty. Delicious. This delicacy must surely originate from the heavens. How often does one encounter it in the mortal realm? 88. Even if it were 188, I would still indulge. Yukunjin paid no heed to the cacophony of his roommate's exuberant exclamations. Instead, he donned his tailored coat, retrieving a set of car keys from the drawer, their Maybach emblem glistening with the allure of wealth. Let us go, he declared, already at the dormitory door. It's merely a 10-minute drive in my car, and I'll treat you all to braised pork rice. As the words left his lips, the dorm erupted once more into a fervor of cheers and applause. Young master, you shall be my benefactor in this life. Young master, you are my deity. Chapter 7. Would you be interested in becoming my family chef? Lin Yin gradually rose to his feet. After serving the last portion of braised pork rice to a middle-aged woman, no other customers had approached his stall. Even when passers-by occasionally glanced at him, they did so with a somewhat peculiar gaze directed at this seemingly stubborn street vendor. After fiddling with the fish for a while, Lin Yin checked the time on his phone. It was already 8:31. Oh? Lin Yin raised an eyebrow in surprise, realizing that he had unwittingly extended his working hours by a full minute. Truly a testament to his dedication. With that thought, he began to tidy up his small stall. The elderly woman selling daily necessities nearby, who had been dozing off, finally stirred when she noticed Lin Yin packing up, seemingly preparing to leave. She remarked, "Young man, business was quite good just now. Are you closing up so early?" Lin Yin nodded in response. Each time he encountered such warm-hearted individuals, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. The elderly woman stood up and kindly suggested, "Your skills are impressive. Since you're already here, why not stay a little longer? Earning money requires hard work." Lin Yin smiled politely but simply shook his head. He then took a seat on his food cart, revved the engine, and prepared to depart. However, unexpectedly, he heard a flurry of hurried footsteps behind him. Curious, Lin Yin turned to see a young man, one of the couple from earlier, almost breathlessly shouting, "Boss, don't go." Upon hearing this, Lin Yin halted his movements. The young man, Wang Chang, appeared somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. "Boss, my roommates want to try your braised pork rice too." As he spoke, he pointed behind him, panting slightly. Lin Yin glanced in the direction Wang Chang indicated and indeed saw several jovial figures approaching. The air was infused with a vibrant youthful energy, perfectly embodying the essence of spirited male college students. Lin Yin realized that he was destined to work later than planned that evening, so he descended from his seat once more. As Lin Yin returned to the preparation counter, the group of young men had arrived at the food cart, enthusiastically discussing how astonishing their previous bites had been. Listening to their animated chatter, Lin Yin felt an unfamiliar sense of satisfaction welling up within him, a fulfillment derived from the acknowledgement of others. Suddenly, the young men fell silent, respectfully shifting aside to create a space for one more person. Amidst Lin Yin's puzzled gaze, a seemingly youthful young man gradually approached the food cart, having maneuvered through the space created. Yu Kunjin paused momentarily, having been accustomed to a life of luxury. He had savored 90% of the world's culinary delights. After recently tasting Lin Yan's braised pork rice, he had envisioned that the proprietor, while not particularly old, would at least be of middle age. However, upon meeting him, he was struck by a wave of hesitation. The Lin Yan before him appeared not a day older than 30 and was likely not much older than the university students around. Yu Kunjin furrowed his brow slightly, suppressing his wandering thoughts, while the lingering taste of the braised pork rice danced in his mind. 6 bowls of braised pork rice. Lin Yan nodded without uttering a word, merely gesturing to the QR code on his food cart. Each bowl is 88 yuan. Yu Kunjin nodded in agreement and promptly scanned the code, paying without hesitation. Lin Yan briefly assessed the ingredients he had prepared for the day. Though there had been a brief surge of customers, the total was merely a handful. The remaining ingredients were more than sufficient to prepare 6 servings of braised pork rice. He could even accommodate 6 more if needed. When Yu Kunjin observed Lin Yan preparing to commence, he did not, like Wang Chong and the others, seek a place to sit. Instead, he circled around the food cart to stand beside Lin Yan. His tone remained flat, seemingly more a declaration than an inquiry. I need to observe your preparation process. Lin Yan paused in his task of slicing the meat, somewhat perplexed by Yu Kunjin's request. However, adhering to the principle that the customer is king, he simply nodded in acknowledgement. Yu Kunjin fell silent, standing quietly beside Lin Yan, watching each of his movements with the stillness of an unanimated statue. But Yu Kunjin remained motionless. Each of Lin Yan's actions stirred a tempest within him. Whether it was the seemingly ordinary yet uniquely skilled way he sliced the meat or his adept cooking techniques, every frame was of unparalleled excellence. Yu Kunjin was nearly certain that the Michelin-starred chef in his own home would not even qualify as an apprentice before Lin Yan. This seemingly youthful proprietor was on the brink of capturing his full admiration. Lin Yan's movements grew increasingly adept. Soon, 6 servings of braised pork rice were ready. Steaming bowls instinctively placed before Wang Chang and the others. The sounds of chewing soon filled the air, followed by resounding cheers. Delicious. What they initially thought was merely a stunning bite turned out to be a revelation in every mouthful. Even if a single dish costs 88. I shall save money to indulge myself, perhaps once a week, or maybe twice. No, let it be 4 times a week. Amidst the chorus of admiration, Yu Kunjin remained aloof, not joining in the fervor. He simply lifted his bowl of braised pork rice, eating as he approached Lin Yan. Is there something amiss, classmate? Lin Yan felt a twinge of anxiety as Yu Kunjin, with an air of icy indifference, stood before him, seemingly unapproachable. Could it be that he was simply too fatigued, and the dish he prepared was not as delectable as he had hoped? Yu Kunjin observed Lin Yan for a moment, swallowing a generous mouthful of braised pork rice before proposing. Would you be interested in becoming my family's chef? Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. He had never anticipated that on merely the first day of his venture, someone would express a desire to hire him as a personal chef. It was no wonder that the boy before him bore an air of untouchable aloofness. His true identity was that of a wealthy heir. Noticing Lin Yan's hesitation to respond, Yu Kunjin took another hearty bite of his dish, preparing to press on. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a sudden cacophony of youthful exuberance erupted nearby, heralded by a group of girls. Boss, I've brought my sisters along. We'll have 5 portions of braised pork rice. At that moment, Wang Chong, who had been engrossed in his meal, instinctively lifted his head upon hearing a familiar voice. His gaze met that of a girl who had just turned around. And it was none other than his girlfriend, Xia Lin. Chapter 8. My interest, Xin Lin. Wang Chong instinctively called out Xin Lin's name. She boldly approached him, smiling. Have you brought your roommate to enjoy this braised pork rice as well? Wang Chong nodded, gesturing toward his roommates, who were currently engrossed in their antics, and offered a somewhat awkward smile. This braised pork rice is indeed delicious. Upon hearing his words, Xin Lin immediately nodded in agreement, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. At this moment, Lin Yan was nearing the final stages of his cooking, though he still had some ingredients left. The unexpected arrival of these university students was quite fortuitous. Soon, Lin Yan completed the 5 orders of braised pork rice for Xin Lin and her friends. The girls gazed at the steaming bowls before them, their eyes nearly sparkling with affection. Even the most handsome boy standing nearby would not capture their attention. The braised pork rice was the true hero. It looked exquisite and smelled divine. Tian stared at her bowl, already salivating, compared to the takeaway portion she had before. This freshly prepared dish was far more enticing and fragrant. After carefully mixing the rice, the girls simultaneously stuffed generous mouthfuls into their mouths. Ouch, so hot. So delicious. The moment the first bites hit their tongues, exclamations of delight erupted from them. Shenlin, having already consumed a bowl, refrained from eating more. Watching with regret as she thought, had I known, I would have come earlier. I want to eat more. Nearby, an elderly lady, who had been dozing off, was jolted awake by the girl's exuberant cries. After surveying the commotion, she shook her head with a hint of resignation. Youth is indeed splendid. With that, she slowly rose to her feet. Having set up her stall next to Lin Yan's all evening, she had certainly caught a whiff of the enticing aroma of his braised pork rice. Although her appetite had never been robust and she rarely craved food, the fragrance undeniably stirred a long-dormant desire within her. As she cautiously approached Lin Yan's stall, she raised her gaze, intending to order a portion. However, upon seeing the price tag, she froze. Young man? Lin Yan, who had been reveling in the joy of the girl's enthusiastic reactions to his culinary skills, was pulled back to reality by the lady's call. What is it, auntie? He asked, puzzled. The lady pointed at the sign on Lin Yan's food cart, her tone laced with uncertainty. Young man, is the price really 88? Lin Yan paused for a moment before nodding, remaining silent. The elderly lady stood before Lin Yan's food cart, hesitating for quite some time before finally managing a somewhat awkward smile. Young man, I can only earn a few hundred yuan in a night selling snacks. I can't spend it all on you. Next time, when I've saved enough, I'll let you know. You're kind-hearted. Please save a bowl for me. Lin Yan was taken aback, just about to offer to treat her to a serving when he heard Yu Kunjin beside him speak in his usual unfluctuating tone. Boss, another serving, please. Lin Yan glanced at the completely empty food container in Yu Kunjin's hand and nodded. Soon, another bowl was prepared. He initially thought Yu Kunjin would continue boasting, but to his surprise, he picked up the bowl of braised meat rice and walked directly to the elderly lady's side. Auntie, this is for you. The elderly lady gazed at the enticing bowl of braised meat rice before her, momentarily at a loss for words. She trembled slightly, shaking her hands. Young man, this meal is too expensive. I can't accept it. However, she soon realized the dish was already prepared and could not be returned. Quickly reaching into her pocket to retrieve some money, Yu Kunjin remained silent, simply placing the braised meat rice in front of her, his tone still devoid of emotion. It's all right. I'm not short on money. The elderly lady could see that this seemingly aloof young man indeed appeared to be quite affluent, possibly a scion of a wealthy family, and thus did not refuse. She lifted the steaming bowl of braised meat rice, and, after taking her first bite, her eyes crinkled with happiness. As she chewed, she expressed her gratitude. What a kind-hearted young man. Yu Kunjin shook his head. I want this boss's recipe. You won't be able to enjoy it again even if you save up. After a brief pause, he continued, however, for such an expensive food to taste this good, I truly wish more people could savor it. Without waiting for the elderly lady to respond, Yu Kunjin turned and walked back to Lin Yan's side. Boss, have you made your decision? Lin Yan turned his head to look at Yu Kunjin. What was there to contemplate? He had the support of a system. The system could not possibly be compared to anything mundane. I'm sorry, Lin Yan shook his head, not expecting Yu Kunjin to show any sign of disappointment upon hearing his refusal. Instead, he continued, a monthly salary of 100,000. You only need to prepare one meal a day. I'm sorry. You can choose any car from my garage. No. I have nearly 100 properties in Minqing. You can pick any one and stay as long as you like. I will never reclaim it. Lin Yan was left speechless. Every word from this young master sounded like the empty promises of a con artist. Yet, these words flowed from Yu Kunjin's lips with a surprising authenticity. It seems that he has become quite credible. However, without any hesitation, Lin Yan shook his head once more. Having chosen the system, there would undoubtedly be no limits to his growth. If Lin Yan were to be swayed by Koen Jun's tempting conditions for even a mere 2 seconds, it would be considered his defeat. Upon witnessing Lin Yan's steadfast refusal, Koen Jun narrowed his eyes. This seemingly ordinary man had the audacity to dismiss such alluring offers. Intriguing. Koen Jun, who had always found little interest in his surroundings, now gazed at Lin Yan, his eyes drifting down to the disposable food container he had already devoured. A wave of competitive spirit, long dormant, surged within him. After noticing that the young man before him had finally fallen silent, Lin Yan felt a sigh of relief within. After all, he was merely at the nascent stage of his journey. Should he truly provoke a second-generation wealthy heir of this caliber, his future endeavors might face unforeseen obstacles. After a prolonged silence, Koen Jun fixed his gaze on Lin Yan. For some reason, Lin Yan perceived a flicker of fervor and determination in the depths of Koen Jun's eyes. There will come a day when you cannot refuse me. Koen Jun's voice remained calm, Yet beneath this tranquil exterior lay a struggle to suppress some frenzied emotion. With that statement, Kaiju turned to leave. His companions had already finished their braised pork rice, leaving their bowls impeccably clean. Suddenly, after having walked a short distance, Kaiju turned back and asked, "What is your name?" As Lin Yin gathered the items on his cart, he lifted his head. In the presence of such a privileged youth, he remained diligent. Lin Yin. It was only upon uttering his name that he realized Kaiju seemed indifferent, having already walked away. Chapter 9. A new fan within a luxurious residential community in Min City. Only 8 villas stand scattered throughout the estate, each adorned in a manner so opulent that it seems a mere fantasy for the average person. In one of these villas, within the dining room, a middle-aged woman who had recently visited Lin Yan's food stall is seated at one end of the long table, a still unopened plastic bag before her. The sound of slippers tapping on the floor from upstairs announces the arrival of a youthful girl. Upon noticing the plastic bag at the table, she remarks with a hint of irritation, "We have a chef at home. Where did this roadside food come from?" The middle-aged woman gazes at her daughter, whose expression reveals a mix of exasperation and seriousness, yet she manages to offer an awkward smile. "Ah, Kiki, it's quite late. It wouldn't be courteous to trouble Uncle Wang again. Besides, I think this stall is rather clean." As the daughter takes a seat beside her mother, she sighs and responds, "Just because it looks clean doesn't mean it is. As a journalist, I recently covered a case involving unscrupulous vendors." With that, the girl reaches out and opens the plastic bag before her mother. She is momentarily taken aback, her expression frozen in astonishment. What lay within the plastic bag was a bowl of braised pork rice that had been trapped within for quite some time. Yet it now released a mouth-watering aroma that stirred her appetite. "Mom." The girl stares in awe at the dish, which, based solely on its scent, has already whetted her appetite. Having grown up in a life of luxury, she possesses a refined palate when it comes to food. Even high-end restaurants often struggle to deceive her discerning taste with pre-prepared dishes or culinary innovations. Yet, this bowl of braised pork rice left her utterly convinced of its craftsmanship, rivaling the skills of any Michelin-starred or Black Pearl chef. The quality of the pork alone surpassed that of 99% of ingredients available in the market. Is this really from a street stall? The woman muses, equally astonished. She had impulsively purchased this bowl, drawn by the fact that it was the only food vendor at the night market, and having just finished her work at school, she had been too famished to consider the quality of the dish. Now, sitting at the dining table, she realizes that the seemingly whimsical choice she made has turned out to be a hidden gem. The middle-aged woman nods, her tone infused with a touch of disbelief. "Yes, it was from the night market right behind my school." After a moment of contemplation, the girl tears open the disposable utensils that accompany the plastic bag and scoops up a spoonful of the dish. When did this night market even have snack stalls? As she spoke, the girl swiftly brought the spoonful of braised pork rice to her lips. Just as the woman intended to say something, she noticed that her daughter seemed utterly oblivious to any words. Her eyes widened in sheer delight. "Delicious," the girl exclaimed before she had fully swallowed the morsel. The woman chuckled, gently patting her daughter's back. "If it's so good, then indulge yourself. You've been working so hard lately, and you've lost quite a bit of weight." A flicker of concern crossed the woman's eyes. Her daughter, born into such a family, could easily surpass 99% of the world by merely coasting through life. Yet, she resolutely chose the path of a journalist. Were it not for her grandfather, the woman's father, whose influence was formidable, the articles her daughter penned, entangled with numerous interests, could have jeopardized her journalistic career. Truly delicious, the girl finally managed to swallow the last morsel of the braised pork rice. She pushed the bowl towards the middle-aged woman. "Mom, you must try this braised pork rice. It's genuinely exquisite, and this time, I grant you permission." The woman's gaze held a hint of skepticism. While the aroma of the dish was undeniably enticing, the taste could be an entirely different matter. She knew her daughter's discerning palate. Even renowned establishments had failed to elicit such praise from her. Yet, this was merely a bowl of rice from a casual vendor. Could it truly be that delectable? With a mixture of doubt and curiosity, the woman regarded the bowl before her. She scooped a spoonful and brought it to her mouth. The instant the rice touched her tongue, her movements froze. An exquisite burst of flavor. The savory essence of the meat and the fragrant rice, a combination that, though seemingly ordinary, now fervently assaulted her taste buds. Having sampled culinary delights from around the world, she suddenly perceived everything she had previously consumed as mere refuse. Just a bowl of braised pork rice had nearly brought her to tears. For the remainder of the meal, mother and daughter exchanged no words, devouring the dish with remarkable speed, completing an exceedingly rare act of cleaning their plates. Not a single grain of rice remained in the disposable container. The girl gazed quietly at the now empty box before her, her face betraying an unfamiliar expression of wistfulness. For reasons unknown, after finishing the braised pork rice, she felt an emptiness within, akin to losing someone she cherished deeply. I should have bought another portion, sighed the middle-aged woman. Indeed, sharing a single serving of braised pork rice proved insufficient. After this shared lament, silence enveloped them. The girl suddenly extracted her press card from her pocket and stood up, addressing Teacher Yuan. The woman beside her, startled by her daughter's abrupt and peculiar tone, turned her head, revealing a look of bewilderment. What is she up to now? Is she having another episode? Is her professional affliction acting up? The girl appeared entirely oblivious to her mother's sarcastic remarks. She continued, Teacher Yuan, this is reporter Miao Ku from our station, and I will be conducting an impromptu interview at your school tomorrow. As she spoke, an inexplicable image of the flavor of braised pork rice surfaced in her mind, prompting her to unconsciously lick her lips. Yuan observed her whimsical daughter, and in an instant, she discerned the ulterior motives behind Miaoku's words, offering a resigned smile. This girl, relying on her grandfather's formidable connections, had become a force to be reckoned with. Unrestrained even by the chief editor at the newspaper, it was evident that she had no genuine intention of conducting an interview. Yunwen chuckled softly. All right, reporter Miao Ku, would you care to interview the braised pork rice stall at the school's night market as well? Mom. Chapter 10. He enjoys bestowing hardship compensation the following afternoon. Within the confines of the boys' dormitory, Wang Chong rose from his seat after concluding a spirited game with his roommates. Stretching languidly, he gazed at the screen where the word victory loomed large. An afternoon devoid of classes was indeed delightful. However, as he spoke, an overwhelming emptiness surged from his stomach, akin to a flood. I'm so hungry, Wang Chong lamented as he stood up from his desk, initially intending to march toward the cafeteria, but for reasons unknown, his steps faltered. Unbeknownst to him, the image of yesterday's braised pork rice surfaced in his mind. The aroma, the color, the texture, and the exquisite flavor lingered tantalizingly in his thoughts. In comparison, even the self-selected dishes from the cafeteria, which were usually his favorites, seemed to lack allure. Chong, are we going to eat? A roommate inquired from behind. Wang Chang nodded, yet the warmth typically felt during such moments eluded him entirely. Although hunger gnawed at him, he found himself inexplicably disinterested in the cafeteria offerings. What's wrong, Chong? Are you unhappy? The roommate approached, draping an arm over Wang Chang's shoulder. With a sigh, Wang Chang replied, I long for braised pork rice. Upon hearing this, his roommate paused momentarily, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. That braised pork rice is truly delectable. After indulging in it, the cafeteria dishes seem like mere refuse. As he spoke, his voice nearly broke with emotion. Ultimately, he concluded with a tone of resignation, well, Chang, a serving of braised pork rice costs 88. Given our financial situation, once a week is about all we can manage. Wang Chong understood the reality of their circumstances and could only nod in agreement, a melancholy expression etched on his face. Just as the two were about to exit the dormitory, a voice called out from behind them, You two, hold on a moment. Both Wang Chang and his roommate turned to see Yu Kunjin, who had been engrossed in his phone at his desk, now standing. However, he appeared markedly different from his usual emotionally detached self. It seemed that after savoring the braised pork rice, Yu Kunjin had developed a semblance of warmth. Are you going to eat? Yu Kunjin asked. Wang Chang and his roommate nodded in affirmation. Would you like me to bring you something, Yu? Wang Chang offered. Yu Kunjin shook his head, as he had little appetite for the cafeteria's fare, especially now that he had experienced a dish capable of captivating his palate at a modest price. I'm going for braised pork rice. Care to join? He said, producing a discreet yet luxurious Maybach car key from his drawer. Let's squeeze in, Wang Chang remarked, tears of helplessness streaming down his cheeks. This exemplified the disparity between individuals. Merely a bowl of braised pork rice was sufficient to drain his meager savings. No, Yu, it's simply too expensive. Reflecting on the situation, Wang Chang replied with a heavy heart. Yu Kunjin, devoid of any expression, proceeded directly towards the dormitory entrance. As he passed by the two, he casually remarked, From now on, I shall treat you to all the braised pork rice you desire. Just follow me if you wish to partake. With that, Yu Kunjin's figure had already exited the dormitory, leaving behind two individuals exchanging glances filled with surprise. Without further contemplation, Wang Chang and his companion hastened to catch up. Young Master Yu, from now on, I shall call you Father 1,000 times. Father, do not address me as Young Master Yu. Very well, Young master, you understood. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Xiaolin and her friends were lamenting as they rubbed their aching thighs, following the formidable effects of yesterday's braised pork rice. Every girl in the dorm had been subjected to weighing without exception. It's unbearable. That fiery grandmother is simply incredible. My legs feel as if they might break. However, that braised pork rice was truly delectable. I yearn for it again today. Still eating? I nearly broke my legs for a bowl of braised pork rice. Isn't it pointless to run for nothing? Shall we go or not? Let us go. Without any pushing, the girls, who had previously been lamenting on their beds, swiftly gathered their belongings and styled their hair. Some had even seated themselves at their desks to apply makeup. The ritual surrounding a bowl of braised pork rice had surpassed the anticipation of meeting their boyfriends. At 5 o'clock, in the night market behind the art academy, vendors had largely arranged their stalls in readiness for the students to finish their classes. The elderly woman who had sold daily necessities beside Lin Yin was also prepared. After neatly categorizing her goods, she turned to glance at the empty space beside her, the taste of yesterday's braised pork rice lingering in her mind. Unconsciously, she licked her lips, thinking that young man truly has a deft hand. The braised pork rice was indeed delicious. I wonder when he will return. Just as she pondered, she noticed several figures emerging before her. Rising from her small stool, she was taken aback to see two robust young men. Hello, students. Do you need anything? The elderly woman smiled, as business remained her priority. The two young men remained silent, stepping aside to reveal a familiar figure behind them. Ah, young student, it's you. The elderly woman recognized Yu Kunjin immediately, the very gentleman who had treated her to braised pork rice yesterday, distinguished by his remarkable demeanor, likely a wealthy heir. Yu Kunjin nodded, seemingly indifferent to the gratitude in the woman's tone, and simply inquired, "Do you know when the stall that sold the braised pork rice will open?" The woman shook her head. Although she had conversed with the young vendor the previous day, she truly had no idea when he would set up shop again. Due to her advancing age, the elderly woman had even forgotten the time she set up her stall the previous day. After a prolonged effort to recollect, she could only manage an awkward smile and said, "I apologize, young man, but I truly cannot recall." Yu Kunjin glanced at the empty space beside the woman and replied coldly, "I dislike waiting." With that, he promptly retrieved his phone and displayed the QR code for his contact information. "Add me, and when his stall opens, send me a message." The woman readily agreed and added Yu Kunjin as a friend. However, to her surprise, after accepting the friend request, Yu Kunjin immediately sent her a payment of 500 yuan via his payment code. The woman was momentarily taken aback and repeatedly waved her hands, saying, "Young man, it is my duty to assist you." Yu Kunjin simply turned away and walked towards the car park by the roadside, uttering not a single word more. Meanwhile, Wang Chang smiled awkwardly at the woman and remarked, "You is not one for many words, but he certainly appreciates hard work." Chapter 11. A serious interview? It appears to be a secret meal instead. The elderly lady had just seen off Yu Kunjin and his companions when Shilin and her friends arrived shortly thereafter. After engaging in a conversation reminiscent of their earlier exchanges, the elderly lady had added several contacts to her phone. Finally, around 6 o'clock, Lin Yan's figure appeared at the entrance of the night market stalls, leisurely riding the same food cart from yesterday. Though he remained silent, Lin Yan politely nodded in acknowledgement to the elderly lady. Upon noticing Lin Yan's arrival, the elderly lady warmly waved, exclaiming, "Welcome, chef boy." Hearing such a title made Lin Yan blush, and he modestly shook his head, replying, "I am not yet worthy of such a title. After all, at this stage, I have only mastered the recipe for braised pork rice. To consider myself a chef based solely on this dish would be rather fanciful." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the elderly lady scrolled through her contacts and sent a group message. "The owner of the braised pork rice is here." Almost instantaneously, the recipients responded with enthusiasm. "We're coming." "Thank you, Auntie." Due to his lack of experience during yesterday's first outing, Lin Yin had exceeded his own expectations regarding the speed of service. This time, he had prepared the braised pork at home in advance, and 2 large pots of it were now positioned on his cart's serving counter. The pork had absorbed the essence of the marinade, taking on an appetizing hue and surpassing yesterday's flavors. If yesterday's braised pork rice could be likened to the pinnacle of a pyramid, then today's version could be considered heavenly, an unparalleled delight. Just as Lin Yin completed his setup, he spotted some familiar faces, namely, the wealthy young man from yesterday who had expressed interest in hiring him as a family chef, accompanied by Wang Chang. In another direction, Shelin and a few other girls, whom Lin Yin recognized, approached with keen interest. Seeing them brought a sigh of relief to Lin Yan, as their late arrival yesterday had not counted against his task statistics, much to his dismay. However, today, Lin Yan was fully prepared. As both groups reached Lin Yan's food cart, Xiaolin and Wang Chang exchanged knowing smiles before silently joining the end of the queue. With ample preparation, Lin Yan's serving speed today was significantly improved compared to yesterday. Though a line had formed, it was only about 10 people long. Soon, everyone received their meal. Thank you, Xiao. Wang Chang gazed at the freshly prepared braised pork rice in his hands, his palms pressed together in anticipation. Without hesitation, he stuffed a generous mouthful into his mouth. Ouch, it's scorching, but utterly delicious. The steaming hot dish ignited his taste buds, and despite the heat causing him to jump around, he refused to spit it out. This braised pork rice was simply divine. Yu Kunchen observed Wang Chang and his roommate, who were animatedly reveling in their meal, yet he remained silent. He quietly scooped a spoonful of rice into his mouth. Delicious. It was even better than yesterday. His eyes sparkled with delight, and he looked at Lin Yan with the intensity of a hunter eyeing its long-sought prey. Meanwhile, the girls, though more reserved than their male counterparts, wore expressions of sheer happiness. Delicious. Today's run was certainly worth it. Oh, if only I could enjoy this braised pork rice every day, I wouldn't even fear the fiery old lady. The girls chattered excitedly, completely unaware of the unfamiliar girl approaching their little group. Hello. A sudden voice interrupted their conversation. Xia Lin and her roommates exchanged puzzled glances before their inherent college warmth prompted them to respond. Is there something we can help you with? The girl scratched her head and smiled. Are you students from the School of Arts? Xia Lin and her friends nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, the girl pulled out her press card and announced, I'm a journalist here to conduct interviews at the School of Arts. I've heard that their essay stall in the night market known for its delicious braised pork rice. Before Miaoka could finish her sentence, the boisterous Tian Tian interrupted. Look, it's right over there. She pointed to a rather unassuming food cart behind her. After expressing her gratitude, Miaoka proceeded toward Lin Yan's cart. Hello, Miaoka greeted. Lin Yan nodded, revealing a signature smile he had practiced extensively. Would you like a bowl of braised pork rice? Miaoka nodded, examining the food cart closely, her eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. In her mind, she had anticipated the proprietor to be a middle-aged individual or an elder. However, she was taken aback to find that Lin Yan was shockingly youthful. Could someone so young truly create such delectable dishes? Throughout her years as a journalist, she had encountered renowned chefs, each marked by the passage of time and experience. Yet, there was not a single chef of Lin Yan's age. Miaoka could only marvel at how some individuals seemed to be naturally gifted, as if the heavens themselves had provided them with culinary talents. As Lin Yan busily prepared the braised pork rice, he remarked, that will be 88 yuan. As Miaoka was momentarily lost in thought, Lin Yan had already placed the braised pork rice into her hands. After scanning the code, Miaoka found herself utterly captivated by the dish before her. Each piece of braised pork was tender to perfection, blending seamlessly with the rice to create an exquisite culinary delight. The marinated egg, having absorbed all the flavors, retained a luscious runny yolk, exuding an enticing hue. After swiftly devouring the braised pork rice, Miaoka's gaze shifted to the nearby university girls who had also finished their meals. The once lively chatter among the girls had given way to lamentation. Oh no, I've eaten another bowl of braised pork rice. Perhaps next time, I should skip the meat and just have the gravy with rice? I'm filled with regret. I'm going to gain weight again. But what is braised pork rice without the pork? Regret level 1650. Miaoka quickly approached the despondent group of Xielin and others, smiling as she said, Thank you, classmates, for the recommendation. This braised pork rice is indeed delicious. Upon hearing their dish acknowledged, the girls felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Despite not having prepared it themselves, they exchanged enthusiastic remarks, right? It's absolutely delicious. One of them inquired, by the way, reporter's sister. It seems this braised pork rice stall just opened yesterday. Hardly anyone knew about it. Where did you hear about it? Another chimed in. Is this a serious interview? Reporter's sister? Hee, I think you're just sneaking away to grab a bite. Miaoka awkwardly touched her nose, finding herself at a loss for words. A rarity for someone usually so eloquent. Chapter 12. I simply enjoy selling food before long, due to the allure of the braised pork rice. Miaoka had seamlessly bonded with several girls. Their conversation began with Lin Yan's delectable dish and meandered through amusing anecdotes of campus life, eventually culminating in discussions about how their indulgence in braised pork rice had led to weight gain, resulting in penalties from the fiery grandmother requiring them to run laps. Miaoku was delighted, having gleaned a wealth of information that eluded her through mere interviews, deepening her understanding of university life. Sister Ke, it's past 7. We should head back, Xiaolin remarked, glancing at her watch with a smile. They had already exchanged contact information and agreed to reunite for another round of braised pork rice. Miaoku waved her hand, her face adorned with a smile. Go on. It's getting late. If you sleep too late, you'll wake up swollen, and your fiery grandmother will impose penalties again. With that, Xiaolin and her companions prepared to leave. Just as they turned, Tian appeared to have an epiphany, dashing over to Lin Yan with a sweet smile. Boss, could we add each other on WeChat? We waited quite a while today. Nearby, Wang Chang and others, who had been engaged in their own conversations, nodded in agreement, joining the discussion. Yes, boss. Please add us on WeChat. It would be great to be informed when you're setting up again. Yuku and Jun stepped closer to Lin Yan, sensing his slight discomfort, and inquired, 5,000, can we add you on WeChat? Lin Yan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that these students would wait for him to set up. Nor did he expect the wealthy heir to offer 5,000 just to connect. A sense of pride blossomed within him, yet he shook his head. The reason was not complicated. He was simply exhausted. The 2.5 hours he spent each night selling food had already left him feeling drained. The thought of responding to a barrage of messages from customers was overwhelming, especially for someone like Lin Yan, who struggled with social interactions. Is it really not possible, boss? Tian and her friends pressed on after seeing Lin Yan's refusal. Even the nearby Annie chimed in, young man, just add them on WeChat. This group of kids waited for you, and even had me add them so I could notify them when you were out. Lin Yan was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected even the Annie to be drawn into the web of his braised pork rice. However, he remained silent. Completing his system tasks was his primary focus. Managing customer relationships felt far too taxing. Amid the persuasion of the crowd, Lin Yan experienced a long-forgotten awkwardness. The last time he felt such a disjointed embarrassment was in a professional setting, albeit under different circumstances. Previously, others had challenged him, whereas now, they genuinely appreciated him. It is indeed a perplexing feeling to be admired by so many. Lin Yan found himself lost in thought. Yukunjin seemed to perceive Lin Yan's discomfort and spoke in a cool, commanding tone that brooked no dissent. That's enough. If you enjoy it, come back tomorrow. Let us not make things difficult for Boss Lin. Upon hearing this, the students present fell silent, exchanging wistful sighs. However, they understood that they had at least gleaned some insight into the enigmatic proprietor before them. Lin Yan managed a relieved smile at Kunjin, only for the latter to approach him once more, attempting to muster a somewhat awkward smile. Boss Lin, I must admit that my previous suggestion was rather abrupt. Lin Yan nodded. He felt no animosity towards this seemingly cold yet warm-hearted rich heir. In fact, he harbored a fondness for him. After all, individuals who could offer such generous terms in one go are indeed rare in this world. Seeing Lin Yan's nod, Yukunjin continued. Having a family chef would indeed be a waste of your talents, Boss Lin. I can leverage my family's resources to elevate you to the status of a top chef. Not just nationally, but globally. All you need to contribute is your culinary skills. After uttering this, he maintained his somewhat stiff smile. Apart from his almost fervent admiration for Lin Yan's braised pork rice, as the son of a businessman, Yukunjin recognized the inherent value Lin Yan possessed as a top chef. With his discerning eye, he could confidently assert that, in the realm of this singular dish, few chefs in the world could rival Lin Yan. Lin Yan smiled faintly, yet shook his head once more. Yukunjin's smile faded, replaced by a hint of confusion and bewilderment. Was it not a chef's ultimate dream to have their culinary creations disseminated and celebrated worldwide? Why did the man before him remain unmoved by such an enticing offer? Although Yukunjin was still young, he had accompanied his father in various encounters and fancied himself familiar with those who feigned disinterest while concealing their greed. Yet, in Lin Yan's eyes, he saw no trace of such cunning. Boss Lin, why? Lin Yan pondered for a moment before simply stating, I just enjoy running my stall. I have no grand ambitions. Yukunjin was taken aback, nodding slowly as he prepared to depart. Watching the retreating figure of Yukunjin, Lin Yan felt a twinge of melancholy. It was then that he recalled he had forgotten to inform the students of his stall's operating hours, which were every evening at 6. However, by now, the students had nearly all dispersed. He turned to the aunt beside him and asked, Auntie, may I trouble you for a favor? The elderly lady raised her head and nodded enthusiastically. Recently, due to Lin Yan setting up his stall nearby, the students, after finishing their braised pork rice, would occasionally visit her small stall. Her earnings over the past couple of days had already equaled what she usually made in a week. She felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Lin Yin. "Boss Lin," she said, "I will do my utmost to assist in any way I can." After overhearing the recent conversation, she had learned that the young gentleman's surname was Lin, and thus she imitated others by addressing him as Boss Lin. Lin Yin nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from contradiction. "Auntie, I heard them mention you added them on WeChat. Sending messages individually would be cumbersome. It would be more efficient to create a group and inform them that I will be setting up my stall at 6 o'clock this week." The elderly lady nodded in agreement, finding this simple task well within her capabilities. After swiftly creating a group for the dozen or so students, she raised her head and inquired, "Boss Lin, will you join the group?" After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yin deemed it somewhat troublesome and shook his head. "No. Thank you." Chapter 13. As I exclaimed how familiar it felt, it turned out to be my student's mother. Miao-ku, while still at the door removing her shoes, cheerfully shouted. Yunwen approached with a smile, gazing at her daughter. "What's the matter, Coco? Did the interview go smoothly today?" It had been a while since she had seen her daughter so joyful, and Yunwen's spirits lifted accordingly. Although she had not encountered her daughter, who was supposed to be working on the interview at school, nor had she heard from her colleagues about any interviews taking place. Seeing her daughter so elated prompted Yunwen to refrain from asking further questions. Miao tossed her shoes aside and exclaimed, "It went exceptionally well. I even made friends with a few girls today. Not only did I enjoy some braised pork rice, but we also chatted for quite a while." With that, Miaoka pulled out her phone and showcased the draft she had composed on her way back. I felt as if I had returned to my university days. And today I was truly inspired. I finished the draft at lightning speed on my way home. Yunwen listened quietly, her face breaking into a contented smile. Ever since Miaoka became a journalist, it had been rare for Yunwen to witness such a cheerful expression on her daughter's face. Moreover, the news Miaoka reported often revolved around sensitive societal issues. Despite their significant family background, they still faced considerable pressure. Each time Miaoka returned home from work, she rarely spoke. During those moments, Yunwen could only sigh inwardly at the sight of her daughter's lonely and weary silhouette. After all, the only thing she could do was to use her connections to protect Miaoku from undue hardship at work and ensure her articles were published smoothly. However, today, Miaoka seemed entirely rejuvenated. Watching her daughter, who was still chattering excitedly, brought an even broader smile to Yunwen's face. It was as if she were seeing her little girl again, adorable and proud. "Mom, it was that braised pork rice you brought me that was truly divine. I watched Chef Lin's cooking process the entire time. Not only were his techniques impeccable, but every ingredient was also of the highest quality. I must say, the price of 88 is not only reasonable but almost an insult to the worth of that dish. Yet, Chef Lin is quite a remarkable person. Despite possessing the culinary skills to rival nearly all high-end restaurants in the country, he has chosen to operate a humble roadside stall, which seems rather understated." As Yunwen listened, the image of Lin Yin surfaced in her mind, the seemingly introverted and shy young man. Who would have thought that his culinary artistry could reach the pinnacle of the culinary world in Huaxia? After all, mastery in cooking requires time to cultivate and refine. As a teacher, Yunwen had encountered many exceptionally talented individuals who, due to various circumstances, were relegated to the sidelines, prompting her to sigh deeply within herself. Perhaps the esteemed Mr. Lin harbors his own profound concerns. Despite possessing formidable culinary skills, he continues to operate a rather unremarkable food stall adjacent to the school's night market. "Kiki," Yunwen interjected suddenly. Miaoka paused momentarily. She had just mentioned her addition to the group chat where Mr. Lin announced his stall's opening, showcasing the modest gathering of merely 20 members before Yunwen. Upon hearing her mother speak, Miaoka responded, "What is it, Mom?" At that moment, a plan began to crystallize in Yunwen's mind. The young Mr. Lin appeared not only to be a culinary virtuoso, but also operated his stall with scrupulous integrity. More importantly, he had rekindled a long-lost joy in his daughter. Although she was merely a teacher at the art academy, her influential background afforded her a voice within the institution that even the principal could not rival. If she were to recruit someone for the cafeteria, "Kiki, what do you think about inviting Mr. Lin to join our school's cafeteria?" Miaoku was momentarily taken aback. She had never contemplated such a notion. With a hint of skepticism, she inquired, "Oh, how so?" Yunwen, as if transported back to the classroom, adopted a slightly altered tone. "Mr. Lin is so youthful and possesses exceptional skills. He must be an ambitious individual. While our cafeteria may not compare to upscale restaurants, it is certainly a step up from vending on the street, an excellent launching pad for him. I believe it could be beneficial for both Mr. Lin and our school. After articulating her thoughts at length, Yuan turned her gaze toward Miao Ku, donning a smile emblematic of a distinguished educator. After a prolonged silence, she awaited her daughter's expected affirmation, only to observe a pensive expression crossing Miao Ku's features. "What's the matter, Kiki? Is there something amiss with what I suggested?" Miao Ku raised an eyebrow, her face suffused with mystery. "Mom, I think you should give it a try, though I doubt it would succeed." Upon hearing her daughter's words, Yunwen's smile faltered slightly, curiosity compelling her to ask, "Why not?" As Miao Ku pondered her mother's question, the image of a wealthy young man with the demeanor of a domineering so surfaced in her mind. Even such a benefactor, willing to invest heavily in Mr. Lin, ultimately departed with a sense of solitude. Contemplating this, Miao Ku conveyed her thoughts to Yunwen, who could only respond with a look of confusion. Even in the face of temptations that could elevate one to the pinnacle of success, was Mr. Lin truly unmoved? This young entrepreneur seemed to possess an extraordinary composure, one that transcended the multitude of aspirations within this world. After envisioning several different scenarios, Miao Ku remained silent. Yunwen could hardly fathom the reasons that would empower a young individual, not yet 30, to resist such alluring temptations with such fortitude and wisdom. The owner of the braised pork rice shop, Mr. Lin, had gradually taken on an air of mystery in the minds of the mother and daughter. Pondering this, Yunwen shook her head, realizing that she could not unravel the enigma. Mr. Lin truly was a figure shrouded in intrigue. Upon hearing this, Miao Ku offered a resigned smile. Agreeing, "Indeed, that is so." After concluding a delightful conversation, the mother and daughter prepared to retire to their respective rooms for their nightly rituals. For young women, a beauty sleep is essential. Just as Yunwen was about to close her door, a thought struck her. She called out to Miao Ku, who resided in the room directly opposite. "Ku, I have a nagging feeling that the female students you described today sound quite familiar. Perhaps the flame grandma they mentioned is a colleague I know." Miao Ku raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, that is indeed quite possible, but you never mentioned their names. Do you recall any?" After reflecting on the day's discussions, Miao Ku realized that, despite having spoken at length with them, she could scarcely remember their names. Among the 6 or 7 girls, only one stood out in her memory. "I do remember one. Her name is Xia Lin, a lovely name, isn't it?" Yunwen's previously cheerful demeanor faded in an instant, as though she were on the verge of an eruption. "Now I understand why that name sounded so familiar. She is one of my students." Chapter 14. The Fermentation Online, the whirlwind of public opinion surrounding Boss Lin after concluding another day of work. Lin Yin parked his food cart and returned to his somewhat cramped rental apartment. Without even taking the time to wash up, he collapsed onto his bed. Despite possessing world-class culinary skills, this unprecedented labor left him utterly exhausted, yearning to remain motionless until the end of time. He fell silent, his mind swirling with the myriad details he had encountered over the past 2 days. Although the life of a street vendor had proven to be somewhat taxing, the smiles and happiness of each customer reflected vividly in Lin Yan's vision. Upon witnessing the satisfied expressions of his patrons, his fatigue seemed to dissipate entirely. Coupled with the ambitious dreams laid out by the system, Lin Yin could not help but concede. Street vending was indeed a delightful endeavor. With this thought, he felt his previously aching body rejuvenate with newfound vigor. In a somewhat clumsy somersault, he tumbled from his bed to the floor and made his way back to the modest kitchen. At this moment, the dimly lit and confined space was brimming with ingredients he would require for the next day's sales. Though neatly organized by type and relatively easy to arrange, the limited space still constrained Lin Yan's ability to fully unleash his exceptional culinary talents. As he organized the pork belly in his hands, his mind began to wander. The rewards promised by the system after completing tasks were not only sophisticated but, due to the nature of the system, the kitchen's configuration was undoubtedly top tier. As he contemplated this, his actions became imbued with a touch of joy. Merely indulging in fantasies about his future life was enough to bring a wave of contentment to his heart. He hummed a little tune while preparing the ingredients for tomorrow's sales, entirely unaware that, within the Art Academy and on social media, an article and video were brewing and gaining traction that very night. "Sweetie, is that post on the campus wall talking about Boss Lin?" Suddenly sitting up in her bed, Xia Lin pointed at an image on her phone. Her voice was not particularly quiet, and as soon as she spoke, all the girls in the dormitory reacted with startled urgency, sitting up straight. "Is that for real? Which post? Oh my, I see it too. ISNT that Boss Lin?" It turns out that the sister from earlier was actually a reporter. "Miao Ku, what a lovely name. I thought she was just there to eat." One could not deny that Boss Lin, focused on his cooking, possessed a certain charm. The browsing count of this post has ascended to the pinnacle of the campus wall. And within the comments, many students expressed their eagerness to indulge in a meal. The girls in the dormitory seemed to have entirely lost their drowsiness, engaging in lively conversation, oblivious to the harsh reality of having to rise early for morning exercises. In a moderately upscale neighborhood in Min City, a family is cozily nestled on their sofa, engrossed in watching short videos on television. "Look, we have such delicious braised pork rice here," the man exclaims upon seeing the video before him. His son, who appears to be in kindergarten, imitates his father with innocent enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Look, we have Daddy's braised pork." The woman cannot help but laugh heartily at the antics of her husband and son. The creator of this short video is a vlogger whom the entire family has been avidly following, a bold individual who bravely brings to light the unspoken rules of society, serving as a conscientious advocate for the people. "Shall we go eat together tomorrow?" the woman inquires playfully, teasing her young son while glancing at the video showcasing the braised pork rice. The night market behind the art school is not far from us. Just a pleasant stroll away. The little one bursts into giggles. "Yes, yes. Mommy loves mommy." The man chuckles again, wrapping his arms around his two beloved ones. Exhausted after a full day of classes, Xia Lin collapses onto her bed upon returning to the dormitory, drained of all energy. She sprawls on the bed like a lifeless puddle of mud, murmuring to herself, "Why is Grandma fired today?" as if she has been eating gunpowder. Specifically targeting me for scolding? Nearby, Tian and her roommates cast sympathetic glances at Xia Lin. Lin. Sigh. They wish to offer some words of comfort, yet momentarily find themselves at a loss for what to say. Although Grandma Fire is usually quite strict, today her demeanor seems even more severe, and, unfortunately, all of that ire has been directed at Xia Lin. It is fair to say that today's training session has exceeded the intensity endured by her peers, with Xia Lin's workload surpassing theirs by twice as much. Lin, Tian suddenly raises her hand, displaying a message on her phone from the group chat, saying timidly, "Aunt Wong in the group mentioned that Boss Lin seems to have arrived. Are we still going tonight?" Several roommates also opened the group chat dedicated to notifying about Boss Lin's stall. Typically, these girls have all notifications from group chats silenced, yet at this moment, they synchronously prioritize this chat, bringing it to the forefront. Fearing that she might miss any information regarding Boss Lin and his braised pork rice, she exclaimed, "Indeed, Lin. Why not take a break today? Or shall we bring you a portion?" Strangely, the group chat seemed to have welcomed an influx of new members. The conversation flowed as the girls chimed in with their thoughts. At this moment, Xia Lin finally regained a slight semblance of vitality. Yet she still felt weak as she fished her phone out of her pocket and opened the group chat she had previously joined. Aunt Wong from AAA Daily Necessities announced, "Boss Lin has set up shop." You responded, "1. Your strong arrival. I'm here. Andy, hee. Coco added, "On my way." Aunt Wong continued, "Yes. Quite a few have come looking for Boss Lin today. I've invited them to join this group for easier updates." You remarked, "Not eating cilantro joined the group chat. 3 minutes to 10 joined the group chat. Scammed 200 yuan in online romance joined the group chat. I love my wife joined the group chat." The small group, originally consisting of just 20 members, swelled to 50 within the span of an afternoon. While many had joined merely for the campus buzz and short video antics, the influx nonetheless breathed new life into the chat. At this juncture, numerous voices began to emerge, predominantly debating whether the suddenly popular Boss Lin could truly craft such delectable braised pork rice. Some speculated it might genuinely be delicious, while others contended that the 88 yuan price tag likely served as mere hype, suggesting the flavor could be mediocre. Despite Wang Chong and others ardently defending Boss Lin, their voices remained feeble against the overwhelming presence of a steaming bowl of braised pork rice. As she observed the chat's discourse, Xia Lin found herself inexplicably feeling a surge of sympathy for Boss Lin. The once exhausted body seemed to gather strength at the mere thought of the braised pork rice and Boss Lin. With determination, she mustered the energy to rise from her bed and, with a hoarse voice, declared, "Sisters, I too shall go. I want to see how Boss Lin fiercely proves these newcomers wrong." Chapter 15. Children should not partake in this until they grow up. Do you truly believe that the esteemed Boss Lin, whose name graces the campus wall, is as remarkable as rumored? It is merely a bowl of braised pork rice. No matter how delectable, how extraordinary can it be? Is it really necessary to have a group dedicated to announcing his stall's hours? Shally, you are here too. Have you come to indulge in that braised pork rice? I merely came to witness the spectacle. My weight management has been quite stringent these days. I dare not even sip water, let alone enjoy a bowl of braised pork rice. Ha ha ha. I suppose everyone is just here for the excitement, leaving Boss Lin to endure the pressure. Aunt Wang observed the gathering of girls before her, chattering animatedly, and lowered her head to suppress the grin threatening to reveal her delight. She recalled her own skepticism upon first encountering Lin Yan's braised pork rice priced at 88 yuan, suspecting it might simply be a marketing ploy. However, it was only after she savored a bite that she truly understood. The flavor and quality of that braised pork rice were such that it could easily be worth not just 88 yuan, but even 188. In this world, there are countless culinary aficionados willing to pay for exquisite food. These young girls, however, seemed rather sheltered. Moreover, amidst this open space, aside from the 10 or so art students drawn by the stall's reputation, there were also several individuals evidently from outside the campus. Among them stood a conspicuous family of 3, a young couple accompanied by their adorable child. The cherubic little one quickly attracted a throng of girls eager to play with him. Unfazed, the child giggled heartily, eliciting squeals of delight from the crowd. The mother made no attempt to intervene, instead quietly observing the female university students amusing her son. A wistful expression gracing her features, reminiscent of her own youthful days. In stark contrast, the father was preoccupied with thoughts of the young proprietor from the viral video. Having spent some time in Taiwan when he first embarked on his career, he had developed a keen appreciation for braised pork rice and believed his standards were on par with the elite. Although he had enjoyed delicious variations upon returning to the mainland, none could rival the authentic flavors found in Taiwan. The vibrant colors and inexplicable allure of the braised pork rice prepared by the young Boss Lin in the video stirred an insatiable curiosity within him, a desire to taste it for himself. I hope it does not disappoint, he murmured. Here he comes, the Boss Lin you've all been searching for. Amidst the murmurs of discussion, Aunt Wang suddenly rose to her feet. Though she was merely a vendor selling daily necessities beside Lin Yan, her connection to him was tenuous at best. Yet, inexplicably, she felt a swell of pride within her. Even her tone and demeanor involuntarily lifted, reflecting her burgeoning sense of belonging. As she spoke, Aunt Wang sent out information regarding Lin Yan's food stall in the group chat. At the entrance of the night market, Lin Yan had prepared his ingredients based on the sales from the previous days. He leisurely drove his food cart deeper into the night market, lost in contemplation. He wondered whether the students who had visited him a few days prior would return to patronize his business today. After all, the price of 88 yuan for a serving of braised pork rice was rather steep for university students without any source of income. As he pondered, Lin Yan glanced at the 16 points of regret he had accumulated so far, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Reminiscent of the times when he had failed to meet performance targets at work. It was already Wednesday, and less than half the time remained before he would need to set up his stall. However, he was still far from reaching the halfway mark and accumulating regret points. Furrowing his brow, Lin Yan was about to consider whether he should promote his braised pork rice when he heard a cacophony of voices nearby. It seemed to be near his stall. Lifting his head, he drove his cart into the vacant space only to discover something unusual. Unlike previous days, a considerable number of potential customers appeared to be waiting in the area around his stall. Yet, the expressions on their faces lacked the eager anticipation that he had seen from Xie Lin and her friends. Instead, curiosity prevailed, with some individuals even displaying a hint of disdain. Lin Yan did not dwell on it. He simply parked his cart, organized the ingredients on his table, and settled down. With no one approaching to make a purchase, he relished the tranquility. "Excuse me, are you the owner, Lin?" a voice inquired. Lin Yan looked up to see a man he had never encountered before. Beside him stood a woman, presumably his wife, holding a charming little baby. Although Lin Yan was uncertain how this man knew his name, he nodded and gestured toward the 2 large pots of braised pork in front of him. "Would you like a serving of braised pork rice?" he asked. The man nodded. Lin Yan inclined his head and lifted the lid of the pot, releasing an enticing aroma that filled the man's nostrils, causing all his doubts to vanish without a trace. The flavor of this braised pork rice was destined to be the most exquisite dish he had ever tasted. "It's 88 yuan. Lin Yan promptly prepared a steaming bowl of braised pork rice and presented it to the man, thoughtfully providing 3 small bowls suitable for the family to share. The man nodded, remaining silent, yet his eyes sparkled with tears of joy as he gazed at the dish before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he found a place to sit down. He paid no heed to his wife and son beside him, already engrossed in tearing open the disposable utensils and scooping a spoonful of rice into his mouth. The moment the savory meat rice entered his mouth, the man was rendered astonished. He felt as though this morsel detonated like a bomb, igniting all the taste buds in his mouth. Exquisite. Truly delectable. Honey, are you all right, Daddy? Upon witnessing the man consume that bite of meat rice, both the woman and child were suddenly overwhelmed with tears, their eyes brimming with profound concern. It was only then that the man regained his composure and swallowed the rice. He then filled a bowl to the brim and handed it to his wife. Chuckling through tears, "Darling, you must try this. It is undoubtedly the best meat rice I have ever tasted." Hearing this, the son, filled with excitement, jumped up and down, exclaiming, "Daddy, I want some too." The man chuckled softly, scooping out another spoonful of rice, swirling it playfully in front of his son before ultimately placing it back into his own mouth, mumbling, "Little ones cannot have meat rice. You must wait until you grow up." Chapter 16, comparing my brother to Boss Lin. My brother is a legend. Observing the harmonious scene of the family of three, the female college students, who had been engaged in lively discussion moments ago, found their conversations fading into silence. Nearby, a few onlookers drawn by the allure of short videos stood scattered, captivated by the family's dining experience. Their attention shifted from the warm ambience to a bowl of steaming braised pork rice that emanated an irresistible aroma. This bowl of braised pork rice truly looked delectable. Even the man, whose face was streaked with tears from his meal, seemed less exaggerated in his expression of delight. If only I could savor a bite. The girls standing nearby couldn't help but swallow hard, yet they remained motionless, fixated on the man who, amidst his tears, continued to stuff his mouth with the braised pork rice. His wife, though appearing more reserved, was nonetheless visibly astonished, her face radiating enjoyment and satisfaction, clearly testifying to the dish's exquisite quality. Boss, I'll have a bowl." Several passers-by finally succumbed to the temptation of the braised pork rice. Unlike the art students, they were not burdened with the need to monitor their weight. Their only consideration was the price of 88 yuan. "Very well," Lin Yin replied, gesturing towards the payment code before him. After the first customer purchased his braised pork rice, he had prepared himself for a busy day ahead. True culinary excellence is infectious. "Enjoy your meal for 88 yuan. Lin Yin promptly served bowls of braised pork rice to the eager passers-by. Soon, exclamations of delight erupted around him. "Delicious. So fragrant. I feel like everything I've eaten before pales in comparison." Compliments flowed freely from their lips, as if unrestrained. Eventually, they fell silent, consumed by the act of eating, their satisfaction blossoming into radiant smiles. Just as the female college students were on the verge of giving in to temptation, a voice accompanied by the screeching of brakes broke through. "Boss, I'm here." Lin Yin looked up, and the diners and students alike raised their heads in unison. Their eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before them. A luxurious Maybach had pulled up, its speed unabated. As it came to a halt, the abrupt screech of brakes pierced the air. The sound of the expensive tires grinding against the pavement resonated with the essence of wealth. Before the Maybach had fully come to a stop, a voice emerged through the window. "Boss Lin, I'm back to support you." Lin Yin smiled warmly. Despite Wang Chang's boisterous demeanor, he held a favorable impression of the jovial young man. "After all, I once dreamed of becoming an individual capable of communicating effortlessly with anyone. Yet, ultimately, I fell short." Yu Kunjin stepped down from the vehicle and, with familiarity, approached Lin Yan's food cart. "Boss Lin, have you given any more thought to what I proposed earlier?" Lin Yin shook his head, merely smiling as he gestured towards the payment code on the cart. "Would you care for a serving of braised pork rice today?" Noticing Lin Yin's continued reluctance to acquiesce, even Yu Kunjin could only let out a resigned sigh. However, the hunger in his stomach demanded satisfaction. 2 servings of braised pork rice, please." The total came to 176 yuan. Soon, 2 steaming bowls of braised pork rice were delivered before them. As delicious as ever, they tantalized their taste buds. Wang Chang mused that even if he were to eat braised pork rice for a lifetime, he would never grow weary of it. "Boss, hey Wang Chang, what brings you here?" A sudden female voice interrupted. Wang Chang looked up, surprised to see Xie Lin standing before him. Feeling a bit awkward, he scratched his head. "Baby, are you here for Boss Lin's braised pork rice too?" Xie Lin huffed dismissively. "Of course, I still haven't forgotten about you ignoring my messages this morning." Just as Wang Chang was about to explain, Xie Lin approached Lin Yin, ignoring him entirely. "Boss, 1 bowl of braised pork rice, please." "Sure thing." Behind her, Xie Lin's friends each ordered a bowl as well. Overwhelmed by the enticing aroma of the braised pork rice, the girls behind her could no longer resist, their steps gradually inching forward. Though each movement was barely perceptible, they nonetheless found themselves at Lin Yan's food cart. Upon seeing the girls who had been observing from a distance finally approach, Lin Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Though he was unsure why the crowd had suddenly surged today, if each of these girls purchased his braised pork rice, he would surely fulfill a significant portion of the system's task. Boss, may I have a bowl too? The girl with a high ponytail spoke hesitantly, her voice betraying a hint of shyness. Yet, the remnants of drool at the corner of her mouth betrayed her true feelings. All right, just scan here. Lin Yin replied with a faint smile. Once the first order was placed, the remaining business flowed smoothly. Almost all the girls who had come to observe placed their orders for his braised pork rice. After cautiously taking their first bites, they were all utterly captivated. Lin Yin watched as the once pretentious female students transformed into voracious diners, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Indeed, no one in this world could escape the allure of true deliciousness. Hey, you. A group of young women were indulging in their meal when one of them playfully nudged the girl with the high ponytail. Yuyo, who had been engrossed in her food, looked up in bewilderment and asked, "What's the matter? Didn't you mention that your brother owns a restaurant of this kind? The signature dish is braised pork rice. How does this owner compare to your brother?" Upon hearing her friend's words, Yuyo recalled her original intention for coming here, to witness the young proprietor's potential shortcomings. Her brother had once devoted an entire year to learning under a master renowned for his braised pork rice, working as his unpaid apprentice. Upon returning, the quality of her brother's dish had indeed seen a remarkable enhancement, thanks to the master's guidance. Not only had Yuyo savored her brother's culinary skills, but she had also had the fortunate opportunity to taste the master's braised pork rice. At that time, she believed it to be among the finest delicacies in the world. However, when compared to the bowl she held now, unbelievable. Yuyo swallowed the rice in her mouth and asserted with utmost confidence, "My brother's braised pork rice is simply unparalleled." Noticing the skeptical expression on her friend's face, she decided to be more serious. "Just wait, I'll call my brother right now." After swiftly finishing the braised pork rice in front of her, Yuyo pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Shortly, the call connected, and a deep male voice resonated on the other end. "What's up, Yuyo? What made you think of your brother?" After gathering her thoughts, Yuyo replied, "I'll send you my location. You need to come here. I've discovered a place that serves braised pork rice of master-level quality." "Oh, do tell. It's even more delicious than what your master prepares." After a brief silence, the voice on the other end responded, "Send me the location. I'll be right down." Chapter 17. A long queue in less than a single night. The foot traffic at the night market appeared to have exploded. The vendors at the entrance of the market gazed in astonishment as the crowd suddenly swelled. Among the throngs were not only students from the nearby university, but also a significant number of individuals from the wider community. It became evident that these people were not merely meandering through the night market. They had specific intentions. Some vendors situated nearby could faintly overhear snippets of conversation, mentioning dishes like braised pork rice and referring to a certain boss Lin, which left these small stall owners perplexed. After all, everyone in the vicinity understood that there were no food stalls serving such delicacies in this night market behind the art academy. How could there possibly be braised pork rice here? Lin Yin stood before the increasingly crowded area, momentarily lost in thought. He recognized that with the culinary skills and ingredients provided by the system, he could undoubtedly create exquisite dishes. However, it was only the third day of his stall operation, and he had already managed to attract such a large crowd. The speed at which this had occurred was indeed beyond Lin Yan's expectations. Come. This is the braised pork rice. I assure you, it's absolutely delicious. Who cares about dieting tonight? After tasting this braised pork rice, you won't even think about it. Oh, what is there to be afraid of? The flavor is definitely worth it. The teacher might not even check our weight tomorrow. But who knows, the owner might just run away by then. The first batch of university students who had sampled the braised pork rice began enthusiastically recommending it to their friends. Although some hesitated upon seeing the price, many others had already approached Lin Yan's food cart to place their orders. Curiosity was a powerful motivator, especially when faced with a bowl of braised pork rice priced at 88 yuan. As Lin Yan busied himself with the preparation of the dish, he also calculated the ingredients he had brought that day. His hands moved swiftly, and the speed of his service increased. Yet the line before him showed no signs of diminishing. Lin Yan sighed. It seemed that after today, he would no longer have the luxury of idleness. Though he only had 2.5 hours of work, the intensity of this endeavor surpassed that of his previous jobs. Yet, despite the fatigue, Lin Yan felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment and genuine joy. In the queue, a young man could be seen approaching from a distance. He bore a striking resemblance to Yu Yu. albeit with a look of suspicion on his face as he walked towards them. "Brother, over here." Yu waved her hand and called out loudly. Upon spotting his sister, the young man quickened his pace. Before Yu could speak, he voiced his confusion. "Why are there so many people in line? It is merely a bowl of braised pork rice, yet one wonders if these individuals are merely hired actors by the proprietor." Upon hearing her brother's remark, Yu found herself at a loss for words, momentarily unable to discern where to begin. She stifled a laugh, unable to contain herself. Yu remained silent, but the passers-by waiting in line could not help but respond to the young man's comment. One of them retorted, "If you do not wish to eat, then refrain from doing so. We are certainly not actors. The proprietor's braised pork rice is truly delectable." As if to affirm his sincerity, the man pointed to his chest, declaring, "I assure you, brother, after just one bite, you'll understand. This is my second time in line." The young man, after hearing this, still wore a skeptical expression, merely nodding without any intention to argue. As a fellow chef, his standards for food had reached a level beyond the comprehension of the average person, especially since his expertise lay in braised pork rice. While he could concede that there might be other chefs in Huaxia who prepare it better, he firmly believed that a humble food stall could not possibly rival his skills. The reason he had come here today was largely due to the hurt to his pride caused by his beloved sister Yu's comments. In truth, he arrived with no expectations for the stall, rather hoping to publicly point out the proprietor's shortcomings in making braised pork rice, relishing the thought of the proprietor's embarrassment. With this in mind, a faint smile crept across the young man's lips as he readily swapped places in line with Yu, who then stepped out of the queue. Although the braised pork rice was indeed delicious, Yu had already savored a portion, and her stomach could no longer accommodate another. She could only watch enviously as other diners indulged. Internally, she chastised her digestive system for its inadequacy. Lin Yin worked with remarkable speed, and the young man advanced visibly through the line. Suddenly, the queue halted. Just as he leaned forward to see what was amiss, a remarkably young man approached. The patrons nearby erupted with excitement upon seeing him. "It's Boss Lin. This is the first time I've seen Boss Lin in full form. Though he has slimmed down a bit, he remains quite handsome." "Ha ha ha, can a man who cooks not be handsome? I want to marry him." Lin Yin, overhearing the enthusiastic remarks of the female university students, stumbled slightly before pretending he had not heard and continued walking to the back of the line. It was only when he reached the young man that he paused and spoke. "Those at the back need not queue any longer. Thank you for your patience. The prepared ingredients suffice only for this point." With that, Lin Yin turned and returned to his food cart. The young man could not help but marvel at his own fortune. Upon witnessing the youthful demeanor of the proprietor, the young man felt further assured of his initial conjecture. While this boss might possess some skill, it seemed implausible that someone of such tender age could embody the exceptional culinary prowess described by his sister. Soon, the young man approached the food cart. "Hello," Lin Yin greeted as usual. The young man nodded and glanced at the menu, which listed only a single item, braised pork rice, priced at 88 yuan per serving. He frowned slightly, even with his own culinary expertise. A serving of braised pork rice would only sell for around 40 yuan. Was this 88 yuan dish merely a gimmick and a marketing ploy? "Hello, Boss Lin. My name is Yuran. I specialize in braised pork rice," the young man stated slowly, intending to exert a slight pressure on the youthful Lin Yin. Observing her brother's sudden proclamation, Yu quickly grasped that his competitive nature as a chef was rearing its head. She promptly nudged him with her foot and exclaimed, "Please don't mind him, Boss Lin. My brother trained under a master in Taiwan to learn how to make braised pork rice. I wanted him to experience what it means to be outdone by others. He might be feeling a bit competitive, haha." As Yu spoke, her embarrassment grew, and she began to regret bringing her brother along. Lin Yan's expression remained unperturbed. He merely smiled and nodded, saying, "Coincidentally, yours happens to be the last serving. If you find anything unsatisfactory, feel free to voice it." The young man sensed no hint of trepidation in Lin Yan's tone that would suggest an imminent debunking of his assumptions, and he queried, "Then, I'll have a serving?" Lin Yan nodded, lifted the lid of the pot, revealing the final portion of braised pork nestled in its savory broth. "That will be 88 yuan. Chapter 18, Brother, the best in the world. The reason these braised meats were so exquisite lay in the fact that Lin Yan had meticulously prepared them in advance at home. Before you ran, all he needed to do was serve the rice, then artfully layer the braised meat and eggs atop, culminating in a generous drizzle of the savory braising sauce. "Your braised rice is ready," Lin Yin declared as he presented the final dish to Yuran. Despite his unwavering confidence in the culinary skills bestowed upon him by the system, Lin Yin could not help but feel a twinge of hope that a genuine chef would be among the patrons to sample his braised rice. Therefore, when he heard Yuren introduce herself, rather than feeling anxious, he experienced a flicker of anticipation, akin to a master showcasing their craft in their element. Yuren lifted the bowl of braised rice, not rushing to indulge as other diners might. Instead, she examined it with great scrutiny. "Brother, why aren't you eating?" she inquired, observing her sibling seemingly entranced, gazing at the bowl from every angle, her concern mounting. Though the braised rice would still be delectable even if it cooled. It was undeniably at its peak when freshly made, and she wished for her brother not to miss this optimal moment for savoring it. Yuren nodded, refraining from answering her sister's question, and continued to admire the dish before him, though served in a seemingly inconsequential disposable container. Lin Yin's braised rice held secrets that Yuren, with her discerning palate, could discern: the glossy sheen, presentation, the temperature at which it was served, the depth of color in the braised meat, and the thickness of the sauce. All these nuances determined the flavor profile of the dish. Yuren found herself momentarily bewildered. Since returning after her studies, every bowl of braised rice placed before her had been subject to her critical assessment. Yet now, faced with this humble street food, her mind went completely blank. "Brother?" Yuren noticed an unusual expression on his face, her tone tinged with concern as she waved her hand before him. It was only then that Lin Yin finally regained his composure. "It's nothing," he replied, glancing at the untouched bowl of braised rice before him, a wry smile playing at his lips. Observing her brother's bittersweet expression, Yuren asked with curiosity, "What's wrong, brother? Is there something amiss with the braised rice?" "I truly think it's delicious." Lin Yin shook his head. As a fellow chef, he had come to the realization that the chasm between his skills and those of Lin, the proprietor, was far beyond what could be bridged through sheer effort alone. In fact, it seemed that even his master might never reach the heights of Lin Yin. "There's nothing wrong," he assured her. Yu gently shook her head, affectionately ruffling her younger sister's hair, and chuckled. "I fear I lack the qualification to comment on Boss Lin's braised pork rice." Yu's mouth fell agape in surprise. As an outsider, although she could distinctly discern that Boss Lin's braised pork rice was far superior to that prepared by her elder brother, she struggled to comprehend the exact nature of the difference. She simply suggested, "Brother, why not seek out Boss Lin to learn a bit more?" Yu shook her head. And suddenly, as if a realization dawned upon her, she scooped a generous spoonful of the braised pork rice into her mouth. Delicious. As she savored the flavor, her previously defiant eyes transformed into two blissful slits of contentment. Due to her quest to understand the nuances of braised pork rice, Yu had grown weary of the various iterations she had tasted. Yet, after experiencing Boss Lin's offering, she felt that even if she indulged in such delicacies for another decade, she would never tire of them. This was the true essence of exquisite culinary art. No need. Yu swallowed the morsel in her mouth and reached out to affectionately pat her sister's head again. With a hint of indulgence, she gazed at her adorable sibling and remarked, "Sister, some talents can never be acquired. While I may not compare to Boss Lin, I assure you, your brother's gift is not lacking." Seeing Yu in this light, her irritation at his unsolicited head patting dissipated, and she pouted slightly. In her heart, her brother was undoubtedly the best in the world. The siblings continued to playfully banter while enjoying the last bowl of braised pork rice sold by Lin Yin that day, their faces radiating happiness. In that moment, Yu ceased to be merely a rival chef. She was just an ordinary diner, a brother enveloped in the warmth of culinary delight and familial affection. Lin Yin observed the scene before him, an involuntary smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Although he had only been a chef for 3 days, witnessing the joy of patrons healed by his culinary creations filled him with an unprecedented happiness. With a buoyant spirit, the weariness that had weighed upon him seemed to vanish completely. As he hummed a cheerful tune in his heart, he began tidying up his food cart. With all the ingredients sold out, there were not many items left, and soon the cart was neatly organized. "Boss Lin, are you leaving?" A few latecomers, who had missed out on the braised pork rice, gazed at Lin Yin, now mounted on his cart, with forlorn expressions. Lin Yin nodded. "Yes. I'm afraid today's ingredients have sold out. It's South time to close up." The expressions of the few diners were somewhat aggrieved. "Boss Lin, we specifically drove over here. Could you perhaps go home and fetch some more ingredients?" Lin Yin shook his head. Not to mention that if he were to braise the meat on site, the flavor would pale in comparison to the exquisite dish prepared a day prior. Furthermore, he had no intention of burdening himself with unnecessary work. He activated the cart beneath him, and, confronted by the diner's pleading eyes, felt his heart soften. Ultimately, He could only relent, saying, "I apologize, everyone. Please come back tomorrow. I will prepare a bit more ingredients." With those words, Lin Yin slowly maneuvered his cart out of the night market, leaving a throng of disappointed diners behind. It was only when Lin Yin's figure had vanished from their sight that they belatedly realized something. They had only just arrived today and seemed entirely unaware of Boss Lin's operating hours. A few newcomers mustered the courage to inquire with a passerby who was enjoying a bowl of braised meat rice. The passerby eagerly showcased a group chat on his phone. "Hey, I'll add you to the group. You'll be notified when Boss Lin sets up." However, based on the pattern of the last 2 days, Boss Lin typically opened his stall around 6 o'clock. Upon seeing the group chat, the diner felt as though his mind had momentarily short-circuited. "Ah, there's a group chat. Is Boss Lin in it?" No. It seems that Boss Lin isn't particularly interested in socializing. The diner dazedly joined the group chat, which had already amassed over 100 members. His thoughts consumed by the enigmatic and introverted figure of Lin Yin. What a uniquely charismatic boss. Chapter 19. So exhausted. I can't continue. Lin Yin swayed back to his rented apartment on his food cart, utterly fatigued. He collapsed onto his bed, feeling nearly drained of all energy. After escaping the clamor of the crowd, the enthusiasm he had felt earlier gradually faded, giving way to an overwhelming sense of weariness and helplessness. Rubbing his aching arms, he let his consciousness sink into the system space. Today, the number of customers had surged unexpectedly, many of whom were students from the nearby art academy. The task assigned by the system had been completed long before Lin Yin finished selling out his braised pork rice. Out of concern that the female customers might not feel regret after indulging in the dish, Lin Yin generously added extra portions of pork to every bowl served to the female university students. His efforts bore fruit, as he amassed over 40 points of regret value in just one evening. Coupled with the points he had previously collected, he had successfully fulfilled the week's task. Host has completed the task and has received a random property. Drawing. Congratulations! You have acquired Tiangong number 1 courtyard. The host may choose to continue this week's stall plan or conclude it. Lin Yin furrowed his brow slightly. Tiangong? As someone who had always been a mere worker, he had heard of various properties in Min City, each one a coveted prize. However, the name Tiangong, which sounded extravagantly luxurious, had never crossed his path before. It was only now, through the system, that he encountered this property name for the first time. Pondering this, he took out his phone. The system had already sent all the necessary documentation to his device. Upon checking the location of Tiangong, he was pleasantly surprised to find it was remarkably close, only 2 or 3 kilometers from his rented apartment. However, Lin Yin was too exhausted to make a visit tonight and resolved to wait until tomorrow. The host may choose to continue this week's stall plan or conclude it. Seeing that Lin Yin remained silent, the mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more, slightly elevated in volume. Lin Yin pulled his thoughts away from the enticing notion of Tiangong, just as he was about to conclude this week's stall. Memories of the tearful customers who had missed out on his braised pork rice surfaced, along with the promise he had made while packing up. A wave of compassion washed over him. Let us operate for one final day tomorrow. Prepare an additional 50 servings of ingredients. Received. Ingredients have been placed in the hostess kitchen. Lin Yin disregarded the system's notifications and headed straight for the kitchen. After organizing all the ingredients, he took a moment to admire the 4 large pots of braised pork before him. Now, all he needed was to rest well and rejuvenate his energy, ready to present his best self at tomorrow's stall. Unbeknownst to Lin Yin, who quickly succumbed to slumber, a lively discussion unfolded in a chat group dedicated to him. The members, far from being drowsy, were actively engaging in conversation. Hey, one member exclaimed, "I missed out on the braised pork rice today. What a loss." "Your strength has arrived," another chimed in. "Boss Lin is just that popular. You'll soon get used to it." "I want to reserve a portion from Boss Lin." "Which one of you is he? Is it the group owner?" asked the curious newcomer. Aunt Wong from AAA Daily Goods replied, "Young man, I am the group owner." "But there is no Boss Lin here." "No Boss Lin? Isn't this the fan group for him?" the newcomer questioned, perplexed. "Ah, Boss Lin is indeed enigmatic, relentlessly teasing us loyal patrons." As the day swiftly passed, by 5:30 in the evening, the usual spot where Lin Yin set up his stall was already bustling with people. Familiar faces engaged in chatter, all revolving around Boss Lin and his renowned braised pork rice. Many newcomers, dragged along by friends or family, had yet to taste Lin Yin's culinary delight. However, upon hearing the passerby's glowing reviews, they couldn't help but feel an insatiable curiosity and hunger. their mouths watering in anticipation of exquisite flavors. At 6 o'clock, Aunt Wong sent a message. Boss Lin has arrived. Those eager for braised pork rice should hurry. Instantly, the phones of over half the attendees vibrated in response. Some were lost in thought, while others idly scrolled through their devices. Yet, upon reading the message, everyone instinctively lifted their heads, their gazes resolutely fixed towards the setting sun. There, a man approached on a wobbly food cart, silhouetted against the light. It was Boss Lin, Miaoku, who had missed out the previous day due to work commitments. Found her thoughts consumed by the memory of Lin Yan's braised pork rice. The taste lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. This left her feeling utterly unappetized by any other meal throughout the day. To indulge her cravings, she concocted an excuse to visit the art college once more, ostensibly to conclude an interview. Having waited for quite some time, her excitement surged upon seeing Lin Yan. Her hair standing on end as if she were witnessing her hero descending upon her on a vibrant cloud. Lin Yan acknowledged the journalist he remembered fondly with a nod before expertly parking his food cart. A few patrons who had missed out on the previous day's offering quickly gathered around. Boss Lin, I've waited so long for you, one exclaimed. Lin Yan nodded, his signature smile gracing his features. Thank you for your patience. I've prepared more today. Everyone should get a taste. However, Lin Yan still underestimated the fervor of his eager clientele. Following the explosive surge yesterday, nearly all returning customers have arrived, accompanied by a multitude of curious diners drawn by word of mouth. Even the braised pork rice, priced at 88 yuan per serving, seems to evoke little concern among them. Boss Lin, 5 servings please. They're for my wife and kids at home. Boss Lin, 6 servings. My roommate is eagerly awaiting his share. Just 2 servings for now. Boss Lin, apologies, but my living expenses are rather constrained. Lin Yan observed with growing dismay as his ingredients dwindled at an alarming rate, while the line before him appeared to stretch endlessly. His hands, tirelessly preparing dishes, began to feel numb, operating almost automatically through muscle memory instilled by the system. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Yan's forehead as he grappled with the overwhelming purchasing power of the crowd. By 7:10, all 4 large pots of braised pork had been completely sold out, even the broth cruelly devoured by the patrons, leaving behind 4 empty cauldrons. I apologize, everyone. I had prepared quite a bit today, Lin Yan announced to the crowd, exhibiting his empty pots before retreating to his food cart. He was so fatigued that coherent thought eluded him. Nearby, those who had not been served lamented their fate, praying for the chance to savor the coveted braised pork rice the following day. Boss Lin, closing up so early today? Aunt Wang chuckled upon seeing Lin Yan mount his cart to depart. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Yan seemed to recall something and quickly dismounted to retrieve a pre-prepared box of braised pork rice from a hidden compartment in the cart, handing it to Aunt Wang. She was taken aback, repeatedly shaking her head. Boss, what is this? Despite his exhaustion nearly rendering him expressionless, Lin Yan managed to muster a smile. Andy, I remembered you asked me to save a bowl for you last time. This one on me. Aunt Wang accepted the rice, momentarily at a loss for words of gratitude, simply asking, young man, will you return tomorrow? As Lin Yan hastily sped away in his cart, evading the relentless pursuit of the eager customers, he waved repeatedly. I'm too tired. I want to be setting up again. Chapter 20. Moving in. Settling into Tiangong number 1 upon returning to his rented accommodation, Lin Yan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The last day of an arduous week spent peddling had come to an end. With his legs giving way beneath him, he collapsed onto his bed, utterly spent. Host has completed the weekly vending task. Food truck has been retracted, a mechanical voice echoed within Lin Yan's mind. Overwhelmed by fatigue, he unwittingly drifted into a deep slumber. It was only upon awakening that he realized it was now midnight. The weariness that had enveloped him had diminished significantly. After refreshing himself with a shower, he felt invigorated, as if he had just consumed 10 cups of coffee. System, is it possible to visit Tiangong now? Although he understood he had earned this reward, Lin Yan, being cautious, inquired given the late hour. Host may proceed at any time. Very well. Nodding to himself, Lin Yan began to gather his belongings, intending to move that very night. After some time, he somberly realized that despite having toiled in Min City for 2 years, the possessions he could truly call his own were woefully scant. His entire luggage amounted to little more than a single suitcase. Farewell, my past life. Dragging his modest suitcase, Lin Yan ambled down the stairs. He took one last glance at the rented room that had confined him for 2 long years before departing without a backward glance. According to the address provided by the system, Tiangong was not far from his rental, merely a distance of less than 2 kilometers. Thus, Lin Yin resolved to walk there, considering it a leisurely stroll. As he wandered through the quiet streets of Min City, pulling his small suitcase behind him, he took in the night scenery. For the first time in 2 years, he genuinely appreciated the beauty of this coastal city at night, its splendor strikingly vivid. A realization that had eluded him during his past as a laborer. It was only after acquiring the system that he finally had the opportunity to experience it. As he strolled and admired the nocturnal charm of Min City, Lin Yin envisioned a bright future ahead, a hopeful smile gracing his lips. Half an hour later, after traversing a beautifully landscaped city park, Lin Yin arrived at the entrance to Tiangong as indicated by the system. No wonder, despite its proximity to his rented room, he had been unaware of this place. It turned out that Tiangong was a secluded area within the depths of the city park, transformed into an exclusive villa community. Lin Yin gazed upon the exquisite scenery of the upscale community before him, with its lush greenery and opulent decor that surpassed that of nearly all other luxury neighborhoods. And he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration in his heart. The wealthy indeed indulge in splendid pleasures. Subsequently, he wheeled his suitcase into the community. According to the system, there were only 8 villas in the entire celestial abode, and his residence, Villa Number 1, was situated in the most central area. Not particularly far from the entrance, approximately a 10-minute walk. As Lin Yin approached the entrance of the community, a security guard slowly emerged from the security booth. One must acknowledge that the security measures at the celestial abode were indeed exceptional. At midnight, 3 guards stood vigilant at the entrance. "What brings you here?" inquired the younger guard, his tone rather stern, just as Lin Yin was about to clarify that he was a resident. He noticed the older guard among the trio jogging towards him. To his surprise, the guard bowed respectfully, saying, "Mr. Lin, I did not expect to see you at this hour." As the security personnel for such a prestigious villa complex, it was imperative for them to recognize each resident. Although Lin Yin had only acquired Villa Number 1 the day before, this guard had evidently committed his likeness to memory. Lin Yin nodded in acknowledgement of his identity. The younger guard, upon hearing this, quickly realized that the photograph from the residence file he had recently received matched the individual before him. He hastily apologized. "My apologies, Mr. Lin. I assumed you would arrive by car." Lin Yin chuckled softly, remaining silent. Had he possessed a vehicle, he would have certainly driven. However, the stark reality was that he owned no car at all. After exchanging pleasantries with Lin Yin, the security guards granted him passage. As he strolled across the bridge over the artificial lake, he could already glimpse Villa Number 1 in the distance. The grand and luxurious villa loomed like a magnificent palace, shrouded in the darkness of night, akin to a powerful beast poised to pounce. "Good evening, Mr. Lin." Just as Lin Yin admired his villa, a sweet voice reached his ears. He turned to see a woman, approximately 25 years of age, standing at his doorstep. "Hello," Lin Yin replied. In truth, the woman had been waiting there for quite some time. Having received the notification, she had been on standby for over an hour, nearly numb from standing, eager to greet the mysterious resident of Villa Number 1. To her surprise, he appeared to be a young man, seemingly even younger than herself. Despite her internal grievances about the unfairness of fate, her smile remained unwavering. "Greetings, Mr. Lin. I am your steward, Kaiju. Please feel free to call upon me for any assistance you may require." Lin Yin nodded slightly, tilting his head in contemplation before realizing that he truly had nothing pressing to attend to. Kaiju, noting his silence, ventured to break the ice. "Mr. Lin, is there anything you need reminding of or assistance with tomorrow?" Lin Yin shook his head, his tone unremarkable, as he had never been particularly adept at social interactions. "No. It's getting late. You should return and rest." Gao Yujia paused for a moment, pondering if this was the demeanor and temperament characteristic of the ultra-wealthy. However, she refrained from further comment, quietly withdrawing. Upon entering the villa, Lin Yin discovered that his expectations for the Number 1 estate had indeed been underestimated. The entire residence was impeccably furnished, with every facet and detail exuding an unparalleled opulence and aesthetic charm. Ultimately, he chose a master bedroom on the 2nd floor as his own sanctuary. After placing his belongings down, he collapsed onto the bed. The high-end mattress, with its perfect balance of softness, instantly made Lin Yin, who was not particularly fatigued, feel his eyelids grow heavy. Before long, he drifted off to sleep once again. This slumber lasted quite a while, seemingly a means to release the accumulated fatigue of the past week. And it was not until the following evening that Lin Yin finally stirred awake. Unbeknownst to him, a multitude awaited him at the night market behind the art academy. As time ticked away, the group chat, once sparked by Lin Yin and the braised pork rice, had erupted with fervor. Chapter 21. Teacher Yun's name is rather unpleasant. Henceforth, please call me Grandma Flame. At this moment, in the night market adjacent to the art academy, Yu Kunjin's Maybach was parked by the roadside. He and Wang Chong did not remain inside the vehicle. Instead, they leaned against the car's exterior. Although no words were exchanged, the expression on Yu Kunjin's face betrayed a growing sense of urgency and unease. For reasons unknown, he was beset by an ominous premonition. Yet he could not articulate what this intuition truly signified. What time is it, Yu? Shouldn't Boss Lin have arrived by now? Yu Kunjin remained silent, furrowing his brow slightly. He retrieved his phone to glance at the group chat, which was currently abuzz with conversation. Numerous patrons were tagging the group leader, Aunt Wang, inquiring why they had yet to receive any notification regarding Boss Lin's stall today. Aunt Wang herself appeared puzzled, according to the customary rhythm of previous days. Boss Lin should have been there by this hour. Aunt Wang, AAA Daily Necessities. Indeed, Boss Lin has not yet arrived today. I am uncertain about the exact timing. Not eating cilantro, is there a traffic jam today, causing Boss Lin to arrive late? Your civil engineering senior. I am currently strolling along the road next to the art academy, and there is no traffic at all. Your strong arrival, Aunt Wang. Did Boss Lin mention anything yesterday, perhaps that he might be late today? Aunt Wang, AAA Daily Necessities, It seems he did say something along those lines. Upon seeing Aunt Wang's message, the group members erupted with excitement. After all, they had joined this chat primarily to savor the braised pork rice prepared by Lin Yan. And all discussions revolved around Boss Lin. The hope of receiving updates about Boss Lin's stall today had rendered the group members breathless in anticipation. Even the usually composed Yu Kunjin found himself struggling to contain his impatience. He eagerly awaited Aunt Wang's clarification, hoping it would dispel his foreboding sense of dread as merely a figment of his imagination. Aunt Wang, AAA Daily Necessities, there were simply too many people yesterday. It exhausted Boss Lin tremendously. So what exactly did Boss Lin say? After a moment's reflection, Aunt Wang finally sent another message. Aunt Wang, AAA Daily Necessities, Boss Lin mentioned something about being too tired to set up today. This message, once dispatched, was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves. A cacophony of doubt erupted within the group chat. Most members appeared to believe that Boss Lin was merely jesting, for in the realm of business, greater profits are always preferable, and a bit of fatigue merely signifies a flourishing enterprise. Every vendor at a snack stall undoubtedly wishes for their business to flourish to the point of exhaustion. Rather than allowing them to believe that Boss Lin was genuinely late due to traffic today, no one would assume that his absence stemmed merely from fatigue. However, Yu Kunjin held a different perspective. As one of the earliest individuals to engage with Lin Yin, his interactions with Lin surpassed those of most others. After all, he had ambitions of recruiting Lin. Regarding this exceptionally unique chef, although Yu Kunjin found it challenging to discern Lin's intentions, he could readily accept that Lin might abandon such a thriving venture simply due to weariness. Who is Lin Yin? He is the chef who turned down a lucrative recruitment offer, a culinary prodigy possessing almost unparalleled skills in this world, and yet he is still under 30. Are you all right, Yu Xiao? Wang Chong observed the sudden pallor on Yu Kunjin's face, and an unsettling premonition stirred within him. He waved his hand in front of Yu Kunjin. The latter's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he regretted not having been bolder initially, perhaps. Even if he could not persuade Boss Lin, he might have at least secured his contact information. Yet now, he felt he had missed every opportunity. Not good. Yu Kunjin replied slowly, his tone colder than usual. Wang Chong was taken aback, seemingly having guessed the grim reality, his voice trembling. Will Boss Lin never return? Yes, that seems to be the case. Yu Kunjin uttered just 4 words, each imbued with profound regret and sorrow. He fell silent, merely gesturing for Wang Chong to get in the car and leave. There was no longer any reason to remain. As one of the earliest patrons, even though Yu Kunjin rarely spoke in the group, the older customers were well acquainted with this young heir who had lavishly spent yet faced rejection from Boss Lin. Seeing Yu Kunjin's taciturn demeanor as he prepared to depart in his distinctive Maybach, some patrons began to sense the gravity of the situation. After exchanging glances, they too left the night market with a sense of desolation. Only a few customers, still clinging to a glimmer of hope for Lin Yin, lingered, including Lin and others. Lin, do you really think Boss Lin will never set up a stall again? Although Tian felt an anxious stirring in her heart, her craving for the braised pork rice compelled her to wait alongside Lin. Lin nodded, her expression resolute. With business thriving so well, there is no reason for him to suddenly disappear. He must have encountered some unforeseen circumstance on the way. However, your boyfriend has already left with Xiaofu. They know nothing. Though Xia Lin understood deep down that it was highly unlikely for Boss Lin to arrive, the time had already surpassed 7 o'clock. There remained no indication of any food trucks approaching the night market. Not even a single food truck passed by. After waiting for more than half an hour, as the time on her phone neared 8, Lin Yan's figure still failed to materialize. At that moment, she finally relinquished the last vestige of hope. Clenching her fists in frustration, she thought, why should I suffer? For this bowl of braised pork rice. I would rather endure the scolding from Grandma Hua and rise early for a morning jog. Why must I be denied my late-night snack? Yet, her words were met only with an eerie silence. Feeling an unsettling vibe, Xia Lin glanced at her friend Tian, who was staring intently behind her. Slowly turning around, she found Yunwen and Miaoka standing right there. Ah ha ha, Teacher Yun, what a coincidence. Xia Lin awkwardly laughed. Yunwen smiled, though the smile bore an unsettling chill. Teacher Yun sounds quite unpleasant. You may as well call me Grandma from now on. Miaoka, feeling awkward, scratched his head and said, sorry, Xia Lin, I didn't realize my mom was Grandma Hua. I accidentally let it slip, hee. Xia Lin and Tian stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. Through her daughter, Yunwen had naturally grasped the situation. A twinge of regret washed over her for not having indulged in another bowl of braised pork rice and for not having inquired about Lin Yan's intentions regarding the cafeteria. Eventually, she sighed. Well, let us abolish the rule against late-night snacks. Relying solely on dieting to maintain one's figure is too harsh on the digestive system. Upon hearing this, Xia Lin and the others couldn't help but beam with joy. Teacher Yun, really? That's wonderful. You are the best teacher. Yunwen, concealing her true intentions behind a smile, added, however, the morning run will be extended by an additional half hour. Chapter 22, A New Task. Whose toilet exploded? Lin Yan gradually opened his eyes, gazing at the opulent yet intricately detailed ceiling before him, and let out a sigh. This was, without a doubt, the most restful sleep he had experienced since embarking on his career. A few years ago, as he stepped into the workforce, Lin Yan could hardly have imagined that he would one day reside in a luxurious villa, a dream he had never dared to entertain. With a nimble leap, he sprang from the bed, invigorated like never before. After refreshing himself, Lin Yan stepped out of his villa and began to stroll through the community. Previously, during his late-night arrival, he had not taken the time to appreciate the environment in detail. Now, as he wandered alone, he was able to fully absorb the breathtaking beauty of this celestial abode. The exquisite landscaping and the refreshing air, not to mention the enchanting rockeries and artificial lakes, were all present in abundance. As he meandered through the area, Lin Yan felt as though he had entered a fairyland straight out of a comic book. Each decorative detail bore the mark of a world-class master, and every corner was a testament to opulence and extravagance. This was indeed a heavenly realm, a lifestyle that nearly everyone dreams of, now effortlessly attained by Lin Yan. During the weekend, aside from wandering through this paradise, Lin Yan spent his time lounging and sleeping in his new home. He resolved to make up for the sleep he had lost during his working days, indulging in a blissful slumber over the 2 days. After this period of delightful oblivion, Lin Yan finally experienced that sensation of being utterly refreshed. He slowly straightened his posture, gently massaging his slightly heavy temples on the soft bed. His consciousness descended into the system space. Before Lin Yan could utter a word, the mechanical voice of the system chimed in first, preparing to assign next week's market stall task. Will the host accept? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yan nodded, his gaze filled with determination. Yes. It seemed the system was quite pleased with his response, as its once mechanical tone now bore a more agreeable quality. Assigning this week's random recipe, fragrant stinky tofu. Assigning this week's random location, entrance of Fengjing City Mall. Assigning this week's random market stall hours, 16 to 1800 hours. Providing the recipe for fragrant stinky tofu. Requirements. The market stall must not be closed prematurely. Reward, body enhancement capsules 5. Ingredients will refresh daily in the host's kitchen. Food cart will be automatically delivered downstairs at the host residence. The familiar process replayed in Lin Yan's mind once again. As he contemplated the requirements, recipe, and location, his eyes widened in skepticism. He had certainly heard of Fengjing City Mall before. Conversely, this place is renowned among all the inhabitants of Min City. Its fame stemming from the fact that every item sold within the mall is deemed an absolute luxury. A handbag can cost tens of thousands, a fountain pen, hundreds of thousands, a toilet, millions, and a watch, tens of millions. Within the shopping emporium, money seems to transcend its usual value, merely becoming a numerical representation. Remarkably, despite the exorbitant prices beyond the imagination and means of ordinary individuals, the foot traffic here is not only substantial but ranks among the top in Min City's various shopping centers. Once, during his days as a mere worker, Lin Yin had ventured inside out of curiosity. Although the patrons meandered about without making purchases, they all donned a facade of sophistication, their attire reflecting a certain pretentiousness. On the ground floor, the only CAF affordable to the average person charges 188 per cup, and yet it is perpetually bustling, even with its mediocre taste. After his brief visit, he quickly exited, feeling ill at ease in the atmosphere of urban elite society. Now, however, he finds himself tasked by the system to sell stinky tofu at the entrance of such a high-end mall. Merely contemplating this made Lin Yin shake his head. Yet he resolutely climbed out of his soft bed. Bound to the system he had chosen, he felt compelled to complete the task, even amidst tears. Fortunately, the requirements did not stipulate any performance metrics. He merely needed to persist in selling for a week. He adeptly made his way to the kitchen door. As he approached, he instinctively covered his nose, for the ingredients provided by the system were indeed pungent. Even with the kitchen door firmly closed, the foul odor seeped out, a testament to the notorious stinky tofu. For the first time, Lin Yin felt a slight displeasure at the quality of the ingredients supplied by the system. In the Heavenly Palace, Gao Yujie, the steward of the Heavenly Palace No. 1 residence, has among her daily duties the task of inquiring whether the homeowner requires assistance or arrangements for their schedule. However, 2 days prior, upon learning from Lin Yin that he needed to catch up on sleep over the weekend, she refrained from visiting. Today marks her first day back at work. Filled with boundless curiosity about Lin Yin, a seemingly youthful yet enigmatic individual who owns an entire building in the Heavenly Palace No. 1. Gao Yujie's experience with various wealthy individuals leads her to believe she possesses a keen eye for character. Yet, she is perplexed. This young man, who occupies the most prestigious villa within the entire Heavenly Palace community, does not exhibit the typical traits of a spoiled rich heir or the humility often found in the self-made elite. To put it plainly, Gao Yujie could not help but perceive that the homeowner resembled a mere working-class individual. However, despite this impression, her inner thoughts diverged from her initial judgment. She was secretly intrigued by this adeptly disguised man who had wrapped himself in an enigmatic veil in her mind. As she pondered this, her steps began to lighten with an air of buoyancy. Just as she was nearing the entrance of courtyard No. 1, she felt a sudden twitch in her nostrils. A repugnant stench aggressively invaded every corner of her nasal passages. Goodness, whose toilet has exploded? Chapter 23. I must support Mr. Lin. Upon catching a whiff of the foul odor, an ominous premonition ignited within Gao Yujie, as it was her first day on the job. The thought of her image being tarnished in the eyes of the homeowners due to property issues was enough to drive her to madness. Resolving herself, Gao Yujie cast aside her demure demeanor and hurriedly made her way to the entrance of Courtyard 1. It was only when she knocked on the door that she realized, breathless, that the issue might not lie with the property management. Lin Yin, standing before her, regarded the panting Gao Yujie with a look of confusion. Miss Gao, is there something wrong? Gao Yujie steadied her breath and fought the urge to retch. The source of the foul stench was unmistakably emanating from behind Lin Yin. Could this seemingly young and introverted Mr. Lin harbor some unspeakable proclivity? Such eccentricities are often attributed to the wealthy, she mused. Lin Yin, unaware of the collapse of his image in Gao Yujie's mind, observed her silence. It was only then that she realized he had posed a question. Quickly shaking off her musings, she replied, I detected a foul smell and thought there might be an issue with the property management. Upon hearing her words, an involuntary awkward smile crossed Lin Yan's face. He had not anticipated that the aroma of his stinky tofu would be so potent that it could be detected even outside his home. He quickly waved his hand dismissively. No, I am making stinky tofu. Gao Yujie was taken aback. She had not expected this seemingly youthful resident to have such a culinary hobby, albeit one with a rather strong flavor profile. Nonetheless, she maintained a facade of composure, smiling as she remarked, Mr. Lin, it's impressive that you can make stinky tofu at such a young age. Are you preparing it for dinner tonight? Then, as if recalling something, Gao Yujie donned a professional smile. If you need any assistance, Mr. Lin, please do not hesitate to ask. Lin Yin chuckled and shook his head. It's not for dinner. I plan to sell this stinky tofu at a stall tomorrow. After a moment of contemplation, he added, if you're interested, Miss Gao, you could come by my stall tomorrow. Gao Yujie instinctively nodded. Fulfilling the requests of residents was fundamental to her role. All right. However, as the words escaped her lips, she suddenly froze. Mr. Lin was not referring to dinner, but rather selling at a stall. In this day and age, could one earn enough from selling stinky tofu to afford such an upscale villa? At that moment, Gao Yujia's long-held perceptions crumbled entirely. In a fleeting moment, a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps she too should try her hand at selling stinky tofu. Observing the rigid smile on the face of the esteemed Ms. Gao Yujia, Lin Yin quickly realized that his words might have instilled an unfavorable notion in her mind. He hastily waved his hand and reassured her, Miss Gao, selling snacks is merely a hobby of mine. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Gao Yujia finally exhaled, her chest, previously racing, settling down. She gently patted her heart and remarked, thank goodness it's just a hobby. Otherwise, I might have felt tempted to join in. As Lin Yin gazed at the lively housekeeper before him, a faint smile emerged on his lips. Initially, he had felt a slight aversion to the presence of a housekeeper, as he preferred to keep his life free from interference. However, it seemed that the lives of the affluent had their own charm. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Yujia resumed her inquiry, Mr. Lin, when and where do you plan to set up your stall tomorrow? I shall certainly come to support you. Now that she understood that Lin Yan's stall was merely a pastime, she had come to perceive his culinary skills as moderately impressive, not exceptional, yet certainly palatable. If her presence could genuinely please Mr. Lin, perhaps it would enhance her image in his eyes. When the annual evaluation for housekeepers came around, Mr. Lin might reward her with high marks, potentially leading to a significant salary increase by this time next year. Just the thought of it ignited a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Lin Yin nodded, not feeling compelled to insist that Gao Yujia attend his modest stall, but open to her participation should she wish to savor the flavors. Without hesitation, he revealed the address and time provided by the system. It will be at the entrance of the Fengjing City Mall from 4 to 6 in the afternoon. Once again, Gao Yujia fell into a contemplative silence, having been astonished several times already. She was well aware of Fengjing City Mall's reputation. Even the most affordable items there typically cost several thousand to tens of thousands of yuan. The hours of 4 to 6 in the afternoon marked the peak of foot traffic within the mall. Selling stinky tofu at the entrance of such an upscale establishment revealed a side of the seemingly reserved Mr. Lin that hinted at a hidden boldness. Despite her thoughts, Gao Yujia maintained her composure and nodded obediently, her slightly stiff lips curving into a sweet smile. Very well, Mr. Lin. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Until tomorrow. Lin Yin, without further pleasantries, nodded and closed the door, as he had little time to engage in deep conversation with the housekeeper before him. In the kitchen at this moment, a plethora of ingredients, resembling biochemical weapons, awaited her attention. As she distanced herself from the first courtyard, Gao Yujia finally allowed her facial expression to soften slightly. She felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over her once she escaped the onslaught of that foul odor. The surrounding air seemed significantly fresher. After confirming that she was alone, Gao Yujia opened her mouth wide, greedily inhaling several deep breaths of the fresh air. However, her mind was soon plagued by the nauseating stench that had assaulted her senses. Would she truly have to attend the event alone tomorrow? Gao Yujia pondered. Even if the taste of the stinky tofu were exquisite, the mere scent would surely extinguish her appetite. This ordeal was one she absolutely refused to endure alone. Contemplating this, the poised Miss Gao unexpectedly revealed a devilishly wicked grin, complete with a sinister chuckle. She retrieved her phone from her pocket and dialed a number, her voice dripping with sugary sweetness. Dear sister, tomorrow my tenant will be conducting business at the entrance of the Fengjing City Mall. Will you accompany me to show your support? After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end responded, Your tenant? Has Tiangong Yihao been sold? The chilling tone conveyed enough pressure even through the phone. Gao Yujia nodded vigorously, even though the person on the other side could not see her, and sweetly pleaded, Yes. Dear sister, please just accompany me. Upon hearing Gao Yujia's entreaty, a hint of resignation crept into the voice on the other end. All right, I suppose I have no choice. However, I must admit I am quite intrigued by the individual who purchased Tiangong Yihao. Seeing her plan come to fruition, Gao Yujia giggled and exclaimed, Great sister. Let us meet at the mall entrance tomorrow at 4. Chapter 24. Is this not an unscrupulous business? The day after. Monday afternoon, 4 o'clock. At the entrance of Fengjing City Mall, Gao Yujia had arrived in advance, waiting patiently. She always ensured ample room for error in her professional endeavors, including time management. Although her dear friend had promised to come, Gao Yujia intended to show up regardless, as she had already committed to Lin Yin's request for support. As she scanned her surroundings, a voice, as cold as it had been during their phone conversation the previous day, pierced the air behind her. Gao Gao. Are you waiting for your sister? Startled, Gao Yujie trembled slightly before turning around. To her surprise, a tall and elegant woman had appeared behind her, seemingly in her mid-20s. Exuding an aura of nobility that made even the seasoned Gao Yujie feel a pang of inadequacy. This woman had completely taken over her family's publicly listed enterprise, and her commanding presence left Gao Yujie momentarily speechless. Hello, sister, you smell divine. What are you dawdling for? The woman, noticing Gao Yujie's moment of hesitation, waved her alabaster arm in front of her. Finally regaining her composure, Gao Yujie hastily masked her embarrassment. I'm just here waiting for you, my wealthy sister. The woman smiled but disregarded Gao Yujie's flattery, cutting straight to the chase. Where is that resident you mentioned? By the way, why has your tone been so amiable these past few days? Have you undergone a transformation? Faced with the woman's directness, Gao Yujie could only manage an awkward grin. Feeling exposed. Hee, as expected of Sister Rong, you are indeed perceptive. Huang Rong, observing Gao Yujie's slightly sheepish expression, reached out and affectionately ruffled her hair, as one might do to a younger sibling. In her eyes, Gao Yujie had always been lively and spirited, her thoughts refreshingly innocent. Previously, she had feared that Gao Yujie might be bullied outside, which prompted her to offer her a position within her company. However, Gao Yujie had declined, wishing to forge her own path. Subsequently, through her own efforts, she had become the dedicated manager of the prestigious Tiangong No. 1 villa complex in Min City. While her monthly salary of 50,000 was modest compared to Huang Rong's ownership of an entire enterprise, it was undeniably a lucrative and relaxed position. Now, Huang Rong had agreed to support her best friend, not only to lend her presence but, more importantly, to ascertain the identity of the mysterious resident of Tiangong No. 1. If she sensed anything amiss, she would not hesitate to pull Gao Yujie away from this job, even if it meant shouldering her financial responsibilities in the future. Pray tell, what business does your tenant intend to conduct at this entrance? Huang Rong inquired, her tone laced with a hint of skepticism. Gao Yujie hesitated to respond, her gaze drifting around the vicinity. Indeed, in the next moment, she spotted a familiar figure, Lin Yan, who was currently perched atop a rather unpretentious food cart. Within the cart's compartment, two tightly sealed boxes likely contained the stinky tofu Lin Yan had meticulously prepared the previous day. Is it some clandestine venture? Huang Rong's voice rose, fueled by a flurry of uneasy conjectures upon noticing Gao Yujie's prolonged silence. Gao Yujie began to stammer, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Although her intentions had been playful, the sight of Mr. Lin made her uneasy. Would her sister Huang Rong be upset and sever ties with her? Such a loss would be truly regrettable. Speak. Has that tenant threatened you in any way? Huang Rong's tone adopted a more pressing urgency as she retrieved her phone, poised to call the authorities. Only when she sensed Huang Rong's serious intent did Gao Yujie finally lower her head, shame washing over her as she confessed, I'm sorry. Rongjie. Huang Rong paused, her dialing fingers momentarily halted, surprised to hear the usually fearless girl utter an apology. She glanced down at Gao Yujie, who stood a half-head shorter than her, her eyes filled with concern. You have nothing to apologize for. Quickly, Gao Yujie lifted her gaze to meet Huang Rong's eyes. Rongjie, I merely intended to tease you. The business of that tenant is not as you imagined. He simply has a penchant for street vending and has come to set up shop today. Huang Rong was momentarily taken aback, then burst into a hearty laugh. Just street vending? While this hobby may be somewhat peculiar, it certainly marks him as a decent person among the affluent. Come now, has your tenant arrived? What will he be selling? I wish to sample his culinary skills. Gao Yujie, watching Huang Rong's spirited demeanor, felt tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. She pointed to Lin Yan, who had parked the food cart at the entrance of the mall. There he is. With a slight glance, Huang Rong took Gao Yujie's hand. What is so outrageous about this? Why hesitate to speak? I used to relish street food during my school days. You know that well. As she spoke, Huang Rong raised her gaze towards the direction Lin Yan was heading, the cart sign growing larger in her view. As Huang Rong finally comprehended the 6 words above, the smile upon her face abruptly froze, fragrant from 1,000 miles. Stinky tofu? Gao Yujie observed that her sister Huang Rong seemed utterly indifferent to the roadside delicacy. She let out a sigh of relief, returning to her usual mischievous demeanor, and cheerfully exclaimed, Hee, Rongjie, as long as you like it, let us each have a taste. Huang Rong dared not halt her steps nor dampen Gao Yujie's enthusiasm, so she could only force a smile. Ah, haha. Of course, it's wonderful. Stinky tofu. It's my absolute favorite, haha. Chapter 25. The more stinky the tofu, the more fragrant it becomes. Lin Yin had just parked his food cart when a familiar voice echoed in front of him. Mr. Lin, I have arrived. He raised his head to see Gao Yujia, his housekeeper from the first courtyard, standing beside an exceptionally graceful lady. However, for some reason, the smile on the lady's face seemed rather stiff. Hello, Lin Yin replied with a slight nod. Though his demeanor remained calm, a ripple of surprise stirred within him. He had initially thought that Gao Yujia was merely speaking out of politeness yesterday, but to his astonishment, she had indeed come today, accompanied by a friend. Gao Yujia, unfazed by Lin Yan's succinct and cool demeanor, flashed a sweet smile, striving to leave a favorable impression. Mr. Lin, this is my best friend, Huang Rong. I brought her along today to sample your culinary skills. As she spoke, Gao Yujia gestured towards Huang Rong, adopting a somewhat playful expression. Lin Yin nodded and addressed Huang Rong. Hello, would you like to order a portion? While speaking, he continued to attend to the preparations at hand. The pot before him was filled with shimmering, golden oil, which bubbled gently as it heated. Yes, I'll have a portion, Huang Rong replied, feeling a bit shy, especially since she was there to support her dear friend. Meanwhile, Gao Yujia eagerly leaned toward the food cart and chimed in, Mr. Lin, I'd like one too. Lin Yin nodded and pointed to the payment code on the cart, stating calmly, it's 20 yuan per portion. Huang Rong acknowledged the price. Although it was somewhat steep for stinky tofu, considering the upscale location, a slightly higher price was to be expected. For both Huang Rong and Gao Yujia, this expense was merely a trivial matter. Upon hearing the payment confirmation, Lin Yin nodded and, after carefully assessing the oil temperature in the pot, exhibited a satisfied expression. Every method for preparing stinky tofu raced through his mind like a film, with each detail ingrained in his memory like muscle memory. Even with his eyes closed, he was confident in his ability to create the finest stinky tofu in the world. As the oil reached the desired temperature, Lin Yin reached for the first ingredient box beside him. The moment the box was opened, both Huang Rong and Gao Yujia's smiles froze simultaneously, as though they had lost their souls. The pungent odor that erupted from the ingredient box was something they had never anticipated. Lin Yin observed the two girls before him, their minds seemingly incapacitated, and a trace of subtle schadenfreude flickered in his eyes. It is worth noting that his ability to acclimate to this odor came at the cost of enduring the foul stench for nearly an entire day yesterday. Huang Rong contemplated covering her nose, but after a moment of internal struggle, she ultimately abandoned what seemed to be a rather impolite gesture, merely crinkling her nostrils instead. Lin Yin expertly extracted 2 portions of stinky tofu from the ingredient box. The pre-prepared tofu glistened with a dark sheen under the sunlight, though it emitted a pungent odor. It possessed an air of remarkable uniqueness. Why does this stinky tofu feel somewhat different? Huang Rong mused. As the leader of a publicly listed company, she was well acquainted with gourmet delicacies, and she could discern the quality of ingredients with ease. Now, the stinky tofu in Lin Yan's hands began to reveal its secrets, piquing her interest and seemingly diminishing the foul smell. Lin Yan paid no mind to Huang Rong, who was inching closer. As he calmly placed the tofu into the hot oil, the sizzling sound resonated through the air, accompanied by an intensified wave of odor. As the tofu hit the oil, the already formidable stench erupted, prompting those nearby to cast disdainful glances and hasten their steps to escape the assault of the foul aroma. After all, the patrons of this upscale mall prided themselves on their elite status and would not allow such a humble dish to tarnish their dignified identities. However, as time passed, Huang Rong and Gao Yujia were momentarily taken aback. The scent of the stinky tofu seemed to undergo a transformation. Within the original foulness, hints of a rich, distinctive aroma unique to the tofu emerged, shining through the high-quality frying process. This mingling of fragrant and pungent notes filled the nostrils of the 2 closest individuals. In an instant, Gao Yujia and Huang Rong had forgotten their earlier disdain, replaced instead by eager anticipation. Hello, here's your stinky tofu, Lin Yin announced, retrieving the 2 portions from the oil and placing them into disposable containers before presenting them. Huang Rong accepted the stinky tofu, not yet tasting it. Instead, she scrutinized the dish before her. The blackened skin, now slightly puffed from frying, wafted the unique aroma of tofu mingling with its characteristic stench, penetrating her senses. Curiously, what should have been an off-putting odor inexplicably evoked a sense of nostalgic exhilaration within her. This stinky tofu is extraordinary, Huang Rong murmured to herself. Initially, She believed her friend was merely indulging a hobby by selling stinky tofu and had mentally prepared herself for its unpleasant taste. However, she never anticipated. The young man before them possessed extraordinary culinary skills that were truly remarkable. Huang Rong turned to inquire about the origins of this resident, only to catch sight of her friend Gao Yujia, who was gasping with wide-open mouth, exclaiming, "So hot, so hot. Ah, delicious. So foul." Despite knowing the adage that one cannot rush to eat hot tofu, Huang Rong found herself irresistibly drawn in by Gao Yujia's exaggerated display. Eagerly skewering a piece of tofu with a bamboo stick, without a moment's hesitation, she popped the tofu into her mouth. The instant she took her first bite, she understood that her friend's theatrical praise was not feigned. This stinky tofu was, indeed, astonishingly delectable. Though its aroma was pungent, the true revelation lay in the taste. As she bit through the crispy exterior, the tender filling captivated her completely, not to mention the unique seasoning that danced wildly upon her palate. The more odorous the tofu, the more fragrant it became, enticing one to devour piece after piece. Amidst the curious gazes of passers-by, at the entrance of the most opulent shopping mall in Mint City, two elegantly dressed women, adorned with exquisite makeup, each cradled a bowl of stinky tofu. They gasped, exhaling warm breaths, while ravenously stuffing their mouths with the dark, aromatic delicacy as if they were starved souls returned to life. Chapter 26. I miss you so much. Kuan Jun. Have you been having a difficult time at school lately? As he walked down the street, Kuan Jun wore an expression of impatience, while the middle-aged woman beside him continued to inquire about his well-being. Her luxurious attire reflected her considerable status. Kuan Jun. Noticing his silence, the woman's tone grew tinged with anxiety. This weekend, she had specifically traveled to Min City to visit her son, who was attending university, only to find him appearing somewhat haggard and lacking in appetite. Concerned for her son, she took the liberty of arranging for him to have an entire week off from school to relax. Kuan Jun shook his head, interrupting her. "Mom, I'm fine." Seeing her son adamantly maintain this assertion, the woman could only manage a bittersweet smile. "All right then, come on, Mom will treat you to a meal. What would you like to eat?" At this, Kuan Jun's eyes brightened slightly, and the image of Lin Yin flashed in his mind. The bowl of braised pork rice that he had longed for danced in his thoughts, akin to a bird soaring in the sky, visible yet perpetually out of reach. Ever since Lin Yin had ceased his stall operations, he had not returned to the night market behind the art college. The once vibrant group chat created in Lin Yan's honor had grown considerably quiet, with only a few lively individuals occasionally engaging in conversation. After indulging in the braised pork rice, Kuan Jun had lost all interest and desire for other foods. Indeed, during these past 2 days of the weekend, he had scarcely consumed anything. Whatever entered his mouth was subconsciously compared to the braised pork rice he had enjoyed before. Any comparison rendered the food as worthless as refuse. This was a significant reason for Kuan Jun's noticeable weight loss within such a short span of merely 2 days. "Kuan Jun, you really must eat something. How about we go to that Fongjing Mall? I hear there's a Michelin-nominated Chinese restaurant there that is quite good. The owner seems to have collaborated with your father before." The woman gazed at her son, lost in thought, her eyes filled with concern. Kuan Jun shook his head, slightly returning to reality, and finally sighed softly. "Mom, I want to eat braised pork rice." Seeing her son finally express a desire for food, the woman's face lit up with joy. Naturally, she linked her arm with his, and they took a taxi to Fongjing Mall. Soon, they arrived at the most luxurious shopping center in Min City. Kuan Jun was no stranger to this mall. He held memberships in many of its stores. The prices that ordinary people could only aspire to seemed to him merely a few days' worth of living expenses. Upon exiting the taxi, Kuan Jun wrinkled his nose slightly. Exceedingly particular about his culinary experiences, he possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to flavors. As soon as he alighted from the vehicle, his nostrils detected an unpleasant odor wafting through the air, causing him to momentarily pause. Though undeniably foul for reasons unknown, this scent ignited within Yu Kunjin a curiosity that beckoned him to explore further. This was no ordinary stench. In contrast, the woman beside him harbored no such inclinations. Instead, she discreetly covered her nose with the sleeve of her garment, embodying the essence of a refined lady. "Isn't this supposed to be your finest shopping center? How is it that there is stinky tofu being sold at the entrance?" she remarked, her expression one of clear disdain. "And why is no one addressing this? It's truly rather odorous." After uttering these words, she turned slightly to gauge her son's reaction, only to find Yu Kunjin seemingly oblivious to her comments. His gaze fixated on a particular spot from whence the odor emanated. "Mom, He spoke, his tone remarkably flat. Yet, the woman, who knew her son almost instinctively, detected a hint of excitement in his voice, an emotion she had not witnessed from him in quite some time. "What's wrong, Kunjin?" she inquired. Kunjin continued to stare in that direction, where a food stall selling stinky tofu was situated. However, two individuals were blocking her view of the vendor, preventing him from seeing the proprietor's face. "I no longer wish to have braised pork rice," he declared. The woman was taken aback. It was quite unusual for him to change his mind so abruptly. Driven by curiosity and concern, she patiently replied, "Kunjin, you still need to eat something. It's not good for your health. After all, your father's business will eventually be yours to manage, without good health." "Mom," he interjected, cutting through her incessant chatter. This time, his calm demeanor was imbued with determination. "I want to eat stinky tofu." "Oh, well, stinky tofu is fine, but stinky tofu?" The woman's expression, once radiant, froze as she processed his words. Having always indulged in the finest delicacies, she had never encountered a dish typically found at street vendors. Establishments like Michelin-starred or Black Pearl restaurants were the standard fare for someone of their status. "Kunjin, are you certain?" she asked, her voice laced with uncertainty. Without further reply, Kunjin took his mother's arm, guiding her toward the stinky tofu cart. As they approached, the pungent aroma intensified, yet within that foulness, a subtle hint of tofu's rich fragrance lingered, acting as a tantalizing hook. Merely a trace was sufficient to ensnare his appetite entirely. In Kunjin's mind, there existed solely the image of that young man. He understood that only the youthful boss Lin had the capacity to create such exhilarating cuisine, capable of forging a delectable hook that ensnared his very being. Almost in a flurry, Kunjin approached the food cart, his heart racing as he beheld the face he had longed for, momentarily rendered speechless, fixated on Lin Yin with unwavering intensity. The woman beside him observed her son's peculiar demeanor, and an unsettling thought crept into her mind. Lin Yin, of course, recognized the figure before him. It was none other than Kunjin, the wealthy heir who had frequented his braised pork rice stall daily. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, he scratched his head and diverted his gaze from Kunjin, simply uttering, "Hello, would you like an order of stinky tofu?" Kunjin did not respond to the inquiry. He seemed oblivious to the astonished glances from the two girls and his mother beside him, his mouth slightly agape. His voice trembled with emotion as he fervently expressed, "I miss you so much." Chapter 27. Would you like some stinky tofu? Everyone present was momentarily stunned. Kunjin's mother let out a slow sigh, her heart already harboring suspicions. Yet, upon hearing her son utter those words, her spirit felt as though it might shatter completely. The sole heir of the Yu family, the only successor to the enterprise, had received an education deemed nothing short of exemplary. His temperament and insight were among the finest of his peers. However, she could never have anticipated that her son would harbor affection for a man, particularly one who sold stinky tofu. In an instant, a torrent of thoughts surged through Yuma's mind regarding her son, yet each potential resolution led her to a dead end. She was all too familiar with her son's stubborn disposition. Nearby, Gao Yujie and Huang Rong had also set down their second servings of stinky tofu. Gazing with eager curiosity at Kunjin, Gao Yujie struggled to suppress her laughter, astonished that her neighbor possessed such formidable charm, captivating even a young male university student in the bloom of youth. With a sharper perception, Huang Rong immediately discerned that both Kunjin and the woman beside him were adorned in opulent, high-end attire. She found herself enveloped in immense intrigue regarding this young man, who, despite selling stinky tofu, resided in a luxurious establishment. "What exactly is your background, Gao?" Huang Rong discreetly poked Gao Yujie, whispering her inquiry. Gao Yujie shook her head. Having only recently become acquainted with Lin Yan, she had only just tasted his stinky tofu that very day and was unaware of the mysterious force behind this young, affluent man who possessed exceptional culinary skills. Feeling somewhat awkward, Lin Yan regarded the group, each lost in their own thoughts, and merely repeated his earlier question. Would you like some stinky tofu?" At that moment, Kunjin finally regained his composure. Realizing he had momentarily lost control, he swiftly adjusted his demeanor, reverting to the aloof, formidable air exuding an air of detachment. Although his voice still bore a slight tremor, it had softened considerably. "I would like a serving of braised pork rice." Yuma was taken aback when her son spoke those words. It was evident that the modest food stall specialized in stinky tofu. So why did her son express a desire for braised pork rice? Her gaze towards him turned tender, realizing that merely navigating university life had burdened him with such stress. She gently tugged at Kunjin's arm, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Son, if you're feeling overwhelmed, you need not continue your studies. I can have your father arrange for a leave of absence. You can return to inherit the family business, and whenever you wish to resume your education, you may do so. Yukunjin turned his head, regarding his mother with a hint of skepticism. Even he was at a loss as to why his mother had suddenly uttered such incomprehensible words. After a considerable pause, he elucidated. The owner was previously selling braised pork rice. His culinary creations surpassed those of any restaurant I have ever visited. Upon hearing this, Yu's mother finally felt a sense of relief, though she still harbored doubts about the young man's skill in crafting stinky tofu. At least her son's unusual behavior now had a plausible explanation. She exhaled deeply, perhaps relieved by the weight that had been lifted from her heart. Strangely, as the aroma of the stinky tofu wafted before her, she felt an unusual pang of hunger, as if a small voice within her urged her to sample the dish. Boss Lin, I would like a serving of braised pork rice, Yukunjin reiterated. Lin Yin, feeling a tad embarrassed, waved his hand dismissively and forced a sheepish smile. I'm sorry, but this week I am only serving stinky tofu. In that single statement, Yukunjin grasped a vital piece of information and quickly inquired, Boss Lin, do you change locations every week? Lin Yin, showing no inclination to conceal the truth, nodded affirmatively. Yukunjin pressed on, when will you serve braised pork rice again? That bowl of braised pork rice had haunted his dreams for the past few nights, becoming a source of torment. Lin Yin scratched his head, when the opportunity arises. I suppose. At that moment, Yukunjin understood that this Lin Yin was indeed the same person who had previously rejected him. Even the timing and menu for his stall were subject to a weekly transformation, epitomizing individuality to the fullest extent. With Lin Yin's response, Yukunjin nodded, signaling his comprehension. He glanced at the bubbling hot oil in the pot and the stinky tofu in the nearby ingredient box, which continued to emit a pungent aroma. After a moment of internal deliberation, he finally said, Well then, I'll have a serving of stinky tofu. Before Lin Yin could acknowledge him, his mother's voice chimed in, That's Boss Lin, right? I would like a serving too. A flicker of surprise crossed Yukunjin's eyes. He had always known his mother to disdain roadside fare, yet today she was making an exception. Noticing her son's puzzled expression, Yu's mother smiled, For my son, it's good to try something new occasionally. It might be delicious. Yukunjin nodded silently, tightening his grip on her arm. Soon, under Lin Yin's expert craftsmanship, 2 servings of stinky tofu were presented before them. Gao Yujie and Huang Rong had just finished their second portion of stinky tofu. They gazed longingly at the stinky tofu in front of Yukunjin and his mother, their mouths already salivating uncontrollably. Yet, they could only sigh in resignation, for their stomachs were completely filled with the pungent delicacy. Though a desire lingered, their capacity was utterly exhausted. At that moment, Lin Yin finally remembered to remind Yukunjin to eat slowly, for the freshly fried stinky tofu was still exceedingly hot. However, just as he lifted his gaze, he witnessed Yukunjin already sending the first piece of tofu into his mouth. Hiss, so hot. The instant Yukunjin bit into the stinky tofu, an intense heat made him shudder. Yet, the hotter it was, the more he accelerated his consumption. Encased within the crispy exterior was a soft and sweet filling. Slow down. Son, his mother urged, merely observing her son, who had always donned a mask of indifference, now unable to contain his excitement over a bowl of stinky tofu. Revealing a grin filled with delight, Yukunjin gasped and pointed at the stinky tofu in his mother's hand, his words tumbling out in a jumbled rush. Hurry, Mom. It's delicious. So hot. Hiss. So stinky, so good. Witnessing her son's nearly exaggerated display, his mother could no longer suppress her curiosity. She carefully speared a modest piece of stinky tofu with a bamboo skewer and cautiously brought it to her lips, taking a bite. Chapter 28. Street vending is merely Mr. Lin's hobby in the fleeting moment when her teeth penetrated the surface of the stinky tofu. Mother Yu comprehended entirely the reason her son was so infatuated with the young snack vendor. Even she, one who had never bothered to glance at street food, found herself absorbed in the act of savoring the tofu. The more she chewed, the more delightful it became, inciting an insatiable craving within her. In no time at all, both Mother Yu and Yukunjin had devoured their portions of stinky tofu entirely. Mother, what do you think? Yukunjin turned to his mother, inquiring with a blend of trepidation and confidence. His uncertainty stemmed from not knowing whether his mother genuinely appreciated Mr. Lin's culinary skills. Yet his confidence arose from his own acknowledgement of the tofu's exquisite flavor. It was undeniable that even stinky tofu could be transformed into a gourmet delight in Mr. Lin's capable hands. Yukunjin found himself thoroughly impressed by this young and enigmatic vendor. "It's delicious," Mother Yu remarked, studying the young proprietor before her, while still relishing the lingering aroma in her mouth. A flicker of admiration for talent ignited within her. Each member of the Yu family possessed their own discerning palate. She took a step forward, approaching Lin Yan's food cart, and boldly stated, "Mr. Lin, would you be interested in becoming a chef at the pinnacle of the culinary world?" True to her nature, Mother Yu wasted no time with pleasantries and launched straight into an enticing proposition. This single statement could be deemed a trump card for nearly any chef in the world. Yu Kunjin remained silent, standing quietly behind his mother. Although he had unwavering faith in her negotiation prowess, he maintained a watchful demeanor, as his instincts warned him that even his mother, a seasoned negotiator known for her prowess in the business realm, might falter in the face of Mr. Lin. Indeed, upon hearing Mother Yu's proposition, Lin Yin exhibited no hesitation, simply shaking his head and responding succinctly, "I'm afraid not." The smile on Mother Yu's face gradually stiffened. The various responses she had mentally prepared for different scenarios dissipated entirely. She had anticipated that even a chef with little ambition or one with grand aspirations would hesitate when confronted with such an offer. At the very least, they would not refuse so decisively. There should have been room for further discussion. However, Lin Yan's 4 words had unmistakably extinguished any possibility of collaboration right from the outset. "Mr. Lin, are you truly not considering it?" Mother Yu gritted her teeth, still reluctant to give up. Her address had shifted from Mr. Lin to Sir. This time, she did not wait for Lin Yan to respond. A calm voice emerged from behind, belonging to Yu Kunjin. Yet, beneath this unassuming tone lay a hint of resignation and compromise. "Let it go, Mom. Boss Lin has his own ideas. I had considered recruiting him before." At that moment, Yuma finally comprehended the situation. Her son had previously entertained the notion of valuing talent, only to be met with rejection. She sighed deeply. As she prepared to make one last attempt, the 2 inconspicuous girls beside her stepped forward. It was Gao Yujia. "Sister, it's best to let it go." "Mr. Lin won't agree." Yuma gazed at the earnest young girl before her, perplexed. Her eyes, filled with skepticism, shifted to Gao Yujia. Even Yu Kunjin behind her appeared bewildered. He raised an eyebrow, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. After all, he was among the first to dine with Lin Yan. And yet he had never encountered this girl, who seemed to be quite familiar with Lin Yan. Noticing the puzzled expressions on the mother and son, Gao Yujia placed her hands on her hips, an inexplicable pride emanating from her demeanor, as if being Lin Yan's steward was a notable achievement worthy of boasting. Lin Yan, witnessing someone speak on his behalf, relished the leisure, opting to remain unobtrusive while observing the unfolding drama from behind the dining cart. "I am the personal steward of the residents of Tiangong No. 1, specifically Mr. Lin's steward. The stall is merely a personal hobby of Mr. Lin," Gao Yujia declared, before closing her mouth, allowing her pride to shine through completely. Yu Kunjin was momentarily taken aback. As a university student in Min City, he was unaware of the existence of the Tiangong property, yet he began to harbor some suspicions. Conversely, Yuma grasped the implications instantly. The Tiangong project was regarded as an unparalleled elite villa district within Min City. Nestled within a forest park, this expansive area boasted only 8 villas. Each household residing there was undoubtedly of the upper echelon. Although the Yu family's stronghold was not in Min City, Yuma had heard of Tiangong. Nodding in understanding, she turned to Lin Yan behind the dining cart, her tone shifting to one of formality. "Mr. Lin, you are truly accomplished at such a young age." Lin Yan nodded slightly, displaying his signature smile. "It's nothing." Yuma chuckled softly, her aspirations of recruiting Lin Yan dissolving. In her eyes, Lin Yan now held a status that could stand on equal footing with their Yu family, a person with whom they could only seek to cultivate a favorable relationship. A sense of luck washed over Yuma. Thankfully, her earlier overture had not been disrespectful, which would facilitate a smoother process in their future interactions. Behind him, Yu Kunjin observed Lin Yan with a dawning realization. Just as he was about to utter a word, he felt a peculiar vibration emanating from his pocket. Retrieving his phone, he was greeted by a recent notification from a group chat concerning Boss Lin. The long-dormant conversation lit up with a new message. "Not a fan of cilantro at last. I have settled my debt for the braised pork rice." Accompanying this was an image of a scale reading. This picture quickly ignited a flurry of responses from the remaining online users. Initially, they praised the girl's discipline and slenderness, but as the discussion unfolded, the topic seamlessly shifted to the enigmatic Boss Lin. After perusing the chat history for a while, Yu Kunjin comprehended the situation. He was not alone. Nearly all the group members, after savoring Lin Yan's braised pork rice, found other foods to be utterly unpalatable. It was merely that his own discerning palate rendered this sensation all the more pronounced. He took a few steps forward, positioning himself before Lin Yan, asserting with an irresistible authority, "Boss Lin, I shall share your location. Everyone is eager to see you." Just as Lin Yan was about to nod in agreement, he noticed Yu Kunjin raising his phone as if indifferent to his response. You picture. You in front of the Fengjing City Square in Miqing. Chapter 29, the labor and capital of the Shu Road. As Yu Kunjin's message was just released in the group, the entire chat exploded with activity. The silence that had enveloped the group chat throughout the entire weekend was suddenly revitalized, akin to a moribund patient regaining its vitality. Not only did it rise resiliently, but it even erupted into an exuberant dance. Your strong has arrived. Wow, it's really you, skipping class to seek out Boss Lin. AAA Daily Goods Auntie, youth is indeed a blessing, haha. Cuckoo, Boss Lin. The members of the group engaged in lively discussions, and nearly everyone who had savored Lin Yan's braised pork rice was now impatiently yearning to soar to the entrance of the city mall. Alas, some were constrained by school or work commitments, left to wistfully inquire about Boss Lin's operating hours in the chat. After consulting Lin Yan, Yu Kunjin promptly provided the answer in the group. From 4 to 6 in the afternoon. Upon hearing this, many weary office workers felt a sudden darkness cloud their eyes. The thought of missing out on Boss Lin's braised pork rice this week made those bound by their jobs feel utterly disenchanted with their work. Even a young man who had taken a paid break in the restroom exited in frustration. At this moment, in Fengjing City Square, He Junjin sat languidly on a sofa provided by a luxury handbag store, observing his girlfriend as she tried on one bag after another. Unable to suppress a yawn of boredom, just then he felt his phone vibrate repeatedly in his pocket. With a sense of ennui, He Junjin pulled out his phone, which lit up with new messages. It was about a delectable braised pork rice dish he had fortuitously discovered the previous week. Unfortunately, he had stumbled upon it on a Thursday, and by the time he returned the following day, the vendor was no longer present. Clinging to a flicker of hope of indulging in the dish, he had inquired among fellow patrons who were similarly reluctant to give up. This led him to discover the group chat and join its ranks. Having nearly relinquished his yearning for the braised pork rice, he occasionally found himself nostalgically reminiscing about it. Just yesterday, he even contemplated leaving the group. Now, it seemed fortuitous that he had chosen to remain. He Junjin stood up, the previous air of lethargy evaporating in an instant. The sunlight poured in, invigorating him as if he were an entirely different person. His girlfriend turned to him with a puzzled expression, accustomed to his usual half-hearted demeanor during their shopping excursions. What had prompted this sudden transformation? With mild impatience, she set aside the handbag she had been examining and spoke in her authentic Sichuan accent, uttering just a single sentence. He Junjin's imposing demeanor dissipated entirely. In the presence of his girlfriend from Shuqing, his arrogance as a wealthy second-generation heir was invariably subdued. Hey, darling, do you remember that incredibly delicious braised pork rice I mentioned before? He ventured timidly, his tone laced with a hint of subservience. Oh, the girl raised an eyebrow. He Junjin had certainly spoken about the braised pork rice more than once, and by now, even she felt a genuine curiosity. After all, a dish that could evoke such regret in a wealthy heir must be quite rare, even in the bustling city of Miqing. Especially considering it was merely a humble street-side food stall. Has that braised pork rice stall reopened? In front of He Junjin, although her voice was gentle, each word brimmed with undeniable authority, compelling him to respond with a sycophantic smile. Yes, darling. Would you like to go now? Weren't you still choosing a handbag? Do you want to go now? He Junjin hesitated, gazing at the girl before him, uncertain of what answer would please her. The title Shuqing Tyrannosaurus was not just an empty moniker. He had once experienced its true weight, a memory that still left him feeling thoroughly battered. Noticing He Junjin's indecisiveness, the girl carefully set her handbag back in the display case, placing her hands on her hips. Speak up. Are we going or not? I am the reigning queen of Shudao. Upon hearing this, He Junjin's complexion turned pale. Seeing her boyfriend still in turmoil, the girl confidently wrapped her arm around his, declaring, Let us go. What are we waiting for? He Junjin paused momentarily, then a blissful smile spread across his face. He chuckled foolishly and asked, Aren't you still choosing a bag? She raised her hand as if to scold him. Choose? Nonsense. It's outrageously expensive and ugly. Just try being lazy during my shopping spree again. He Junjin immediately straightened his posture, exclaiming, I want to do it again. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the store attendants, they made their way out of the mall. Although they ultimately purchased nothing, the attendants bore neither disdain nor dissatisfaction, after all. Young master, he was a supreme member of their establishment. Once outside, the girl tugged at He Junjin's arm. Despite her tone still harboring a fierce edge towards her uniquely styled boyfriend, her grip was equally firm. "Where's that braised pork rice you mentioned?" He Junjin's nostrils flared slightly. He seemed to catch a whiff of the distinct odor of stinky tofu in the air, but he brushed it off without concern. Instead, I glanced at the location shared by the individual known as Yu Shao among my friends in the group chat. With a hint of hesitation, I spoke. The group mentioned that it is right at the entrance of this mall. Chapter 30. Have I been searching for so long just to die of frustration? He Junjin glanced around, his expression tinged with uncertainty. Yet, despite surveying the area, he was unable to locate a single food stall that appeared to sell braised pork rice. Could it be that the people you mentioned in that group have deceived you? The girl's voice was laced with irritation. Her boyfriend was only meant to be on the receiving end of her affection. If she were to witness anyone bullying He Junjin, she would erupt like a furious little lion. Observing the irate little lion beside him, He Junjin could not help but chuckle. Although he was not particularly acquainted with the individuals in the group, he had heard of a certain Yu Shao, rumored to be a wealthy second-generation heir studying here from another city. His family's financial standing and status were said to be somewhat beyond He Junjin's reach. Such a privileged individual had no need to derive amusement from deception. He reached out to soothe his girlfriend's ruffled mane. "It's unlikely. Yu Shao doesn't strike me as a deceitful person. Perhaps I simply haven't found the place yet." Just as he was about to move forward, a somewhat playful figure leaped out from the side. "Hello." Upon seeing the suddenly appearing girl, the expression of Shucheng Baolong instantly darkened, his grin resembling that of a possessive puppy. The lively girl noticed the unwelcoming demeanor of the girl before her and quickly introduced herself. "I overheard you talking about Yu Shao and the braised pork rice. I'm also here looking for Boss Lin Estall. My name is Miaoke." After saying this, Miaoke felt her introduction lacked credibility and added her online moniker. I'm the one known as Cuckoo in the group." He Junjin smiled at the familiar girl before him. Just as he was about to speak, his girlfriend interjected. "We are also searching for that braised pork rice. But after looking around, it seems there really isn't any stall selling it here." With a glimmer of curiosity lighting up her face, she added, "Is that braised pork rice really that delicious? You're making me want to try it." Miaoke nodded vigorously, though she did not speak. Her animated gestures conveyed the exquisite taste of the braised pork rice. Stripped of embellishments and commercialized advertisements, there was only the purest expression of delight through her movements. Miaoke's lively actions illustrated not only the delectable nature of that bowl of braised pork rice but also her boundless excitement at the prospect. "Have you already searched around?" He Junjin finally spoke, eager to ascertain the exact location of Boss Lin's food stall. Miaoke shook her head, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. Even after a cursory glance around her surroundings, she found no stall related to braised pork rice. Contemplating this, Miaoke wrinkled her nose slightly and remarked with curiosity, "What an overpowering scent of stinky tofu. Why is there someone selling it right at the entrance of this shopping mall?" He Junjin shook his head, harboring some doubts of his own regarding this issue. Miaoke turned her gaze toward the source of the odor, noticing several individuals gathered around the small stall, their heads bowed as if indulging in stinky tofu. Due to the crowd obscuring the view, she could not discern the vendor's appearance. After pondering for a moment, she pointed toward the stinky tofu stall and suggested, "Shall we approach and inquire? Perhaps they have seen Boss Lin." He Junjin remained silent, merely turning his head to glance at his girlfriend. After all, he too couldn't shake the notion that Boss Lin's presence here might simply be a ruse to mislead them. Nevertheless, her slight nod and the glimmer of anticipation on her face conveyed none of the exasperation or resignation she usually felt. "All right, let's go and ask," He Junjin agreed, nodding in accord with Miaoke's proposal. The three of them then proceeded directly toward the stinky tofu stall. With each step, He Junjin found himself instinctively covering his nose. His attitude towards stinky tofu had always been rather unfriendly. The legendary food that supposedly smelled foul, yet tasted delightful, held no allure for him. He had once declared that even if he were on the verge of starvation, he wouldn't take a single bite if a portion of stinky tofu were placed before him. Such repugnant food only elicited disdain from him. Before long, they arrived at the stall. Hello. As a journalist, Miaoke was adept at engaging with strangers, and she reached out to pat the shoulder of a young man who had his back to her. Yu Kunjin, who was savoring his third helping of stinky tofu, felt a heavy hand on his shoulder and slowly turned around. His indifferent expression revealed no trace of emotion. Upon turning, he and Miaoke, who had patted his shoulder, were momentarily taken aback. "You are Young master you? Miaoka stammered, surprised. She had never imagined that the wealthy heir she had encountered through Boss Lin's braised pork rice would reappear before her at a stinky tofu stall. Journalist Miao. Yukunjin acknowledged with a slight nod. He remembered the lively young reporter well. Standing beside him, Gao Yujie and Huang Rong had just learned from Yukunjin about Lin Yan's previous experience selling braised pork rice, and they had surmised the purpose of Miaoka's visit before she could even speak. Gao Yujie directly approached the two individuals, her face radiating with a cheerful smile. Miss, are you here to find Boss Lin as well? Although typically vivacious, Miaoku was momentarily taken aback by the sudden approach and conversation initiated by a stranger. However, she quickly regained her composure and responded with a sweet smile. Indeed, are you also here to see Boss Lin? Gao Yujin nodded enthusiastically, casting a discreet glance at the reticent Lin Yin behind her, before elevating her voice. Of course, Boss Lin is truly my idol. I aspire to be his lifelong fan and savor his culinary creations forever. They are simply exquisite. As she observed the girl's sudden shift to excitement, Miaoka felt a wave of long-lost awkwardness wash over her. She managed to maintain a polite smile, inquiring, "Do you know where Boss Lin is making his braised pork rice today, dear?" Gao Yujin nodded and, with an air of mystery, leaned closer to Miaoka's ear. Whispering softly, "Boss Lin is right behind me." After uttering this, she gracefully stepped aside, revealing a familiar face that Miaoku had longed for, now appearing before her utterly unguarded. The transition was so swift that she had not prepared herself mentally. "Lin, Boss Lin," Miaoku involuntarily exclaimed, startling He Junjin behind her, who took a step back at the sudden outburst. Since the appearance of Yukunjin, Lin Yin had anticipated the scene that would unfold with many old patrons present and had mentally prepared himself, thus he was not overly surprised. He merely displayed a practiced polite smile, greeting, "Hello. Would you like an order of stinky tofu?" Hearing the faintly morbid tone in Lin Yan's voice, Miaoku and He Junjin finally regained their composure, though they found themselves contemplating the foul-smelling ingredients behind Lin Yan. After a prolonged silence, Miaoka finally spoke. "Boss Lin, are you no longer selling braised pork rice?" Lin Yin shook his head with a smile. "Apologies, this week I am only offering stinky tofu." Despite her reservations about the odor, Miaoku, driven by her trust in Boss Lin, hesitated for a moment before resolutely stating, "Then I shall have an order, Boss Lin." "Very well, it will be 20 yuan for one." Meanwhile, He Junjin had begun to take small steps backward. Upon hearing that only stinky tofu was available, he had already entertained thoughts of retreating. However, before he could distance himself significantly, he felt as though his movements were entirely constrained. Frustrated, He Junjin looked up to see who had obstructed his path, only to be met with the smile of his girlfriend, brimming with unmistakable intensity. "He Junjin, after such a prolonged search, you wish to depart now that you have been found? Do you desire to leave?" He Junjin quickly shook his head, his movements reminiscent of a child's rattle. "That would be preferable." The young lady let out a cold huff, reaching out to grasp He Junjin's ear, swiftly dragging him before Lin Yan's food cart. She spoke gently, "Boss Lin, could I trouble you for 2 servings of stinky tofu, please?" Chapter 31 100,000. Are you treating me like a beggar? Lin Yin observed the girl before him, whose expression had shifted at lightning speed, and smiled faintly. "I charge 40 yuan. After noting that the oil in the pan had reached the right temperature, he carefully lowered the prepared stinky tofu into the bubbling oil. The sizzling sounds filled the air, and to the girl's astonishment, her initial skepticism began to fade. Amidst the pungent aroma, an unexpected hint of delicate fragrance began to weave through the air. He Junjin, who had initially displayed a face of resistance, also noticed the change and slightly tugged at the corners of his mouth. Unintentionally drawn closer to Lin Yan's food cart, he gazed at the stinky tofu swirling in the oil with disbelief. In his memory, nearly all street vendors' stinky tofu bore a striking resemblance. Yet now, the stinky tofu frying in Lin's pot radiated an extraordinary allure. However, lacking expertise, He Junjin could not pinpoint the differences, though his distaste gradually transformed into anticipation without him even realizing it. Lin Yin swiftly drained the oil from 3 portions of stinky tofu, packaging them carefully before handing them to Miaoku and He Junjin. At last, he uttered the words he had forgotten to mention earlier. "Be careful, the tofu is hot." When Miaoku received the stinky tofu, the earlier awkwardness and reluctance dissipated entirely. Lin Yin's stinky tofu appeared quite promising. With this thought, she picked up a piece with her skewer. Heeding Lin Yin's earlier caution, She refrained from devouring it whole like Yukon and instead took a careful bite. The crisp exterior harmonized beautifully with the soft interior, while the inherent fragrance of the stinky tofu melded with the unique flavor of the sauce, creating a delightful clash on her palate. Just the first cautious taste was sufficient to leave Miao Ku, who had never held a fondness for stinky tofu, utterly astonished. After a brief moment of mental pause, she disregarded Lin Yan's earlier warning and stuffed the remaining large piece into her mouth. So hot, so delicious. Miao Ku felt the stinky tofu dance within her mouth. As she reveled in the exquisite flavor, the scalding temperature prompted her to flail her arms in delight, completely oblivious to her image as a demure lady. Witnessing Miao Ku's reaction, the other girl's gaze toward the stinky tofu transformed entirely. Eagerly, she speared a piece and brought it to her lips. After just one bite, her previously wide-eyed expression softened into a blissful crescent. So delicious. After the girl consumed the piece of stinky tofu in her mouth, she turned to gaze at Junjin, who was still hesitating. With a swift motion, she shoved a piece of the pungent delicacy into his mouth, chiding him for his indecisiveness. Caught off guard, Junjin found himself with a piece of stinky tofu in his mouth. Just as he instinctively considered spitting out this food that had always been a source of aversion for him, the taste buds on his tongue seized control of his mind. Delicious. Instantly, Junjin's eyes sparkled with delight. The two of them, devoid of any decorum, devoured 2 bowls of steaming stinky tofu in front of the most upscale shopping mall in Min City. After finishing one bowl, Junjin licked his lips, still savoring the experience. At that moment, the way he looked at Lin Yan shifted. Initially, he believed that this young Master Lin was merely an expert in making delectable braised pork rice, but it now appeared he had gravely underestimated him. This seemingly youthful Lin was a master of many trades. He approached Lin Yan, pulling out a bank card from his pocket. Master Lin, would you be interested in joining our company? This card holds 100,000 yuan, enough for you to take a break from your stall for a while. Junjin's family ran a media company, boasting countless internet celebrities under their wing, while some of them were genuine sensations with millions of followers. Junjin was acutely aware of true talent. No one could compare to the unique and exceptionally capable Lin Yan standing before him. Lin Yan merely smiled faintly, as if accustomed to such proposals. He remained silent, for he knew that someone would soon speak on his behalf. Indeed, the next moment, a playful yet slightly irate female voice rang in Junjin's ear. 100,000 yuan? Are you trying to insult Mr. Lin? Confused, Junjin turned to the girl who had been quietly eating stinky tofu beside him, now boldly refuting his offer. Who are you? Gao Yujie set down her empty disposable container, puffing out her chest with a hint of pride in her tone. I am the private steward of the tenants in Tiangong Ihao Yuan, and also Mr. Lin's personal steward. Junjin was momentarily taken aback. Growing up in Min City, he understood Tiangong far better than an outsider like Kunjin. His father had once aspired to purchase a villa in Tiangong. Although they had passed the financial verification, they ultimately could not secure the property due to various social connections and class barriers. Contemplating this, Junjin's gaze towards Lin Yan became imbued with complexity. Yet, his furrowed brow soon relaxed. For Boss Lin, setting up a stall is not merely a means of livelihood, but rather a cherished hobby. It is no wonder that both the ingredients he offers and the locations he chooses exude such distinctiveness. The girl's remarks were entirely justified. For someone capable of purchasing the Celestial Palace, parting with a sum of 100,000 yuan is nothing short of an affront, a display of bravado before the legendary Guan Yu. Fortunately, Boss Lin appears to possess a commendable temperament, showing no signs of anger, merely smiling serenely. In that fleeting moment, Junjin gazed at Lin Yan with profound admiration. For the youth, an individual as affluent, enigmatic, and uniquely charismatic as Lin Yan is akin to a natural idol. Beside them, the girl, sensing her boyfriend's emotional shift, gently tugged at Junjin's sleeve, though her understanding of the so-called Celestial Palace remained limited due to her background. Junjin, what exactly is this Celestial Palace the girl mentioned? With a wry smile, Junjin shook his head, revealing no intent to conceal the truth. His voice unrestrained as he replied, the houses within the Celestial Palace cannot simply be purchased with wealth. At least, my family does not possess that privilege. Upon hearing this, the girl's gaze towards Lin Yan transformed into one of astonishment and awe. Gao Yujie, feeling a swell of pride, straightened her back, as if the admiration bestowed was directed at her rather than Lin Yan. At this moment, Yukon approached Junjin, offering a comforting pat on his shoulder. Do not be disheartened. What I offer exceeds yours by 1,000-fold. Yet even Boss Lin has declined. Chapter 32. You will lose us like this. Upon hearing Yukunjin's words, He Junjin was momentarily taken aback, but soon a relieved smile graced his face. He held no doubt that the seemingly stern and imposing air of the outer city was merely fabricating tales to project an image of superiority. The last flicker of discontent within him dissipated entirely at that moment. An investment surpassing his 10,000 by a staggering 1,000-fold. Now that was a project worth over 100 million. Though the He family could certainly bear such a financial burden, He Junjin, as a mere junior in the family, lacked the audacity that Yukunjin possessed. Unlike Yuma, his family would not provide unconditional support. With this thought, He Junjin exhaled deeply. His aspirations to bring Boss Lin into his family's enterprise were extinguished, leaving only a faint trace of a bitter smile. As if he had come to a profound understanding, he approached Lin Yan's food truck once more, firmly grasping his girlfriend's hand, and said, "Boss Lin, let us have 2 more. Oh no, for portions of stinky tofu." With the assistance of Gao Yujia and Yukunjin. This self-advocacy as a customer yielded a satisfying outcome. He appreciated the ease with which he could navigate the situation without the need for elaborate explanations. Just as they were engrossed in conversation while savoring the stinky tofu, the sound of approaching footsteps drew their attention. Curiosity piqued. They turned to see a group of individuals walking toward them, engrossed in discussions while glancing at their mobile screens, murmuring phrases like Boss Lin and braised pork rice. Lin Yin couldn't help but smile wryly as he moved the ingredient box that had been behind him to his side. This group was clearly comprised of seasoned customers drawn by the allure of his previous braised pork rice, signaling an impending increase in workload. His earlier desire to take it easy had now met with failure. Boss Lin. Several customers quickened their pace upon recognizing Lin Yin's familiar face. Rushing to his food truck. "Boss Lin, 1 portion of braised pork rice, please." Another chimed in. "Actually, make it 2. 1 to eat here and 1 to take away. Hee hee." Lin Yin offered an awkward yet courteous smile, gesturing towards the sign on the food truck. "I'm sorry, but this week we only have stinky tofu. Would you care to try some?" The excitement of the 2 eager customers vanished in an instant upon hearing Lin Yan's words. In its place erupted a chorus of dismayed howls. "Boss Lin, I don't like stinky tofu. Can't you make the braised pork rice instead? Everyone is drawn here for the braised pork rice. Isn't that right, Boss Lin? If you continue like this, you will lose our patronage." As Lin Yin listened to the complaints of the 2 diners before him, his tone remained utterly unchanged. He simply replied in a calm manner. "I'm sorry, but this week we only have stinky tofu." At that moment, the remaining group of diners had also arrived at Lin Yan's food truck. Upon learning that Lin Yin was only selling stinky tofu this week, their faces displayed a hint of disappointment. Although they all knew that Boss Lin's braised pork rice was exceptional, the leap from braised pork rice to stinky tofu seemed rather excessive. While everyone held an inexplicable confidence in Lin Yan's culinary skills, stinky tofu often evoked negative stereotypes from many. Just as this group began to contemplate persuading Lin Yin to switch his menu back to braised pork rice, a voice suddenly resonated from the front of the crowd. It was Yukunjin. At that moment, Yukunjin maintained his cold demeanor, exuding an innate aura of authority that compelled the crowd to silence their murmurs. "Everyone," he uttered. His voice soft yet imbued with an inherent gravitas. In an instant, some employees from the crowd glanced at Yukunjin, perceiving him as their own boss, and involuntarily broke into a cold sweat. It was indeed Yu Xiao. Gao Yujia and Huang Rong watched as Yukunjin effortlessly commanded the room with just those 2 words, praising him. Their earlier conversation had led them to a profound understanding of this taciturn yet formidable heir. No one wished for Boss Lin to close up shop due to complaints. With just a single phrase, silence enveloped the crowd. If the previous quietude stemmed from Yukunjin's imposing presence as a second-generation elite, this current stillness was a result of collective contemplation. This distinctive Boss Lin, the last time he closed his stall, it was not due to poor business, but rather because he felt overwhelmed by its success. Now, if their grievances caused him to shut down his stall out of displeasure, they would find themselves deprived not only of the coveted braised pork rice but even the unexpected stinky tofu, leading to regret among them all. As thoughts churned, the expressions on their faces began to shift. Seeing the impact of his words, Yukunjin stepped aside, or rather, he repositioned himself before Lin Yan's food truck. Although he was somewhat full, perhaps in an effort to dissolve the final barrier among the crowd, he calmly stated, "Boss Lin, I'll have an order of stinky tofu." With Yukunjin setting the example, a second person from the crowd quickly stepped forward to stand behind him, followed by a third, then a fourth. Before long, a long queue formed in front of Lin Yan's food cart, as everyone instinctively lined up. "Boss Lin, let me try a portion of stinky tofu," called out a girl standing behind Yukun. She appeared to be a student from the art academy, and her expression visibly stiffened at the sight of the stinky tofu. This was something she had never encountered before. Not only did it have an unpleasant odor, but being deep-fried, it could easily ruin her figure. However, as she took her first bite, all her doubts and concerns vanished in an instant. It was simply exquisite. The female university student savored the stinky tofu in her mouth, and the joy of indulging in such a delicacy prompted a satisfied smile to spread across her face. Subsequently, without waiting to finish the stinky tofu in her hand, she walked directly to the end of the line, still eating. Remarkably, she had begun to queue up again. This girl from the art academy was already quite charming, and now, her enjoyment of the stinky tofu and her willingness to rejoin the line had transformed her into Lin Yan's living advertisement. Those behind her in line could not help but feel a sense of curiosity and anticipation for Boss Lin's stinky tofu. Soon, the first few customers received their portions of stinky tofu, and with just one bite, they completely forgot their previous declarations. It seemed as if the very individuals who had just been clamoring for braised pork rice and swearing they would never touch stinky tofu were no longer themselves. These few individuals exaggeratedly displayed their eating mannerisms while singing praises. Who said this tofu is stinky? This tofu is simply marvelous. Chapter 33. When it comes to dietary restrictions, I cannot abide unpalatable fare. In the conference room of the Art Academy, several members of the administration and the principal exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring the heavy atmosphere that enveloped the room. Each educator bore a countenance of profound gravity, particularly the esteemed teacher, Granny Hui Yanwen, seated beside the principal. "The principal from the capital has arrived without any prior notice," Yanwen remarked, her tone imbued with a note of concern. The principal shook her head, affirming that she had indeed received no advance warning. The individual visiting the Art Academy for an unexpected inspection was none other than Ouyang Ji, a revered figure in the dance community, celebrated as a paragon of teaching and a former legend in the realm of Chinese dance. Universally acknowledged as the foremost authority in contemporary Chinese dance, Ouyang Ji's students have flourished across the nation. Despite her advanced age, she remains an active force, dedicated to nurturing the next generation, and has arrived in Min City without so much as a word. As the most representative art academy in Min City, the pressing challenge at hand was how to appropriately host this eminent luminary of the dance world. This meeting had been convened on short notice, a mere 10 minutes after the principal received the announcement. Time was of the essence. Less than 2 hours remained before Ouyang Ji's arrival at the Min City airport. Every teacher radiated confidence when discussing the quality of their students. However, the mention of Ouyang Ji brought forth furrowed brows and frowns. It is said that Ouyang Ji possesses a capricious temperament. Her displeasure often arises not from the caliber of the students, but from trivial matters that inadvertently trigger her sensitivities. Foremost among these sensitivities is her aversion to subpar cuisine, perhaps due to her years as a professional dancer. Ouyang Ji has long eschewed the delights of external culinary offerings in her pursuit of maintaining her physique. Consequently, her obsession with exquisite food has reached near manic proportions, rendering her highly discerning. Many renowned fine dining establishments have found themselves harshly critiqued by her discerning palate. She once stated in an interview, "When it comes to dietary restrictions, I cannot tolerate poorly prepared food. Who among you is willing to shoulder the responsibility of attending to teacher Ouyang?" The principal inquired, taking a deep breath and rising to address the assembly. Her gaze swept across the faces of the seasoned educators present in the conference room. Those participating in this urgent meeting were undoubtedly among the most experienced and distinguished teachers within the academy, pillars of the institution. Yet now, confronted with this dilemma, a palpable tension filled the air. The average age of the esteemed veteran teachers has reached around 40 to 50, and after exchanging glances filled with pride, they all lowered their heads in unison, scarcely daring to meet the principal's gaze, even for a fleeting moment. The principal sighed deeply. If it weren't for the pressing need to arrange the students' performance before Ouyang Ji, she would have preferred to personally oversee the itinerary for the day. Alas, despite her formidable capabilities, she was merely one individual, stretched too thin. She could not flawlessly select the most representative students for the demonstration, while also finding a restaurant that would surely please Ouyang Ji. Hence, she required someone to step forward and shoulder the responsibility for the evening meal. "Never mind, principal, I shall take it upon myself," Yuan said, rising with a bittersweet smile upon witnessing the silence that enveloped the other teachers. As a figure of nearly equal esteem to the principal within the school, and hailing from a distinguished family, Yuan knew that even if Ouyang were displeased, the repercussions would not be severe. After much contemplation, she ultimately accepted the task. As a prominent instructor at the Academy of Arts, she was also eager for a close encounter with the living legend of the Huaxia dance community she had only heard about in tales. Perhaps this experience would elevate her educational prowess. Very well, the principal said, her eyes glistening with emotion, nearly brimming with tears. However, she resisted the urge to weep openly. Gesturing to the other teachers, please ensure that each class selects their best student to gather in the conference room. Teacher Yunwen and I will remain behind to discuss the forthcoming arrangements. In no time, the once crowded conference room reverted to its previous emptiness, leaving only Yunwen and the principal. Teacher Yun, do you have any thoughts regarding tonight's dinner? The principal inquired. Yunwen shook her head with a wry smile. She had no ideas, as she had always set an example for her students and had little knowledge of culinary delights. The notion of impressing Ouyang with a few salads she had tasted was nothing short of whimsical. Upon seeing Yunwen's bittersweet expression, the principal felt a pang of despair. Despite her lack of expectations, suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. Teacher Yun, why not consult Cuckoo? As a journalist, she must be familiar with many delightful eateries in Miching. Enlightened by this suggestion, Yun nodded and reached for her phone to send a message to Miaoku. As she retrieved her phone, a memory of a young figure selling braised pork rice at the night market behind the school suddenly flashed in her mind, prompting her to shake her head in disbelief. Cast aside this impractical notion from your mind. Not to mention that the vendor has ceased operations and is nowhere to be found. Even if the vendor were still in business, it would be rather unbecoming to take a distinguished figure from the education sector to indulge in street food. At that moment, Yunwen, lost in reverie, felt the vibration of her phone and focused her gaze. It was her daughter, Miaoku. Mom, the vendor Lin has set up his stall again. But now it's at the entrance of the Fengjing City Mall, and the aroma is simply divine. Yunwen's eyes sparkled, and an immature idea began to form in her mind. Perhaps it would be worth a gamble? Who knows? That esteemed teacher, Ouyang, might have a penchant for braised pork rice as well. Yun, have there been any updates? The principal inquired, drawing closer, his tone laced with urgency. The teachers who had just stepped out were working efficiently, and some selected students were already making their way into the conference room. Well, it seems there should be some news, Yunwen replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Despite her hesitance, the busy principal remained oblivious, wearing a satisfied smile. Then Yun, do attend to your tasks. I have complete faith in your capabilities. Any expenses for reservations will be fully reimbursed by the school. Yunwen forced a stiff smile, then glanced at the message from her daughter, biting her lip before replying. Could you ask Lin what time he closes? He is quite busy right now, but he should finish around 6, came Miaoku's response. Yunwen checked the time and felt a pang of urgency, quickly sending another message. Please plead with Lin to stay open a little longer. I have an important guest I wish to treat with his culinary skills. After a considerable wait without a reply, just as Yunwen was preparing to make a reservation at an upscale restaurant, Miaoku finally messaged back. Lin says he can accommodate, but he can only set aside 5 portions, and he must return by 8. Chapter 34. Have you ever tried street food? Upon receiving her daughter's message, Yunwen let out a sigh of relief. Of course, she was unaware that Lin Yan's food stall had long ceased to serve braised pork rice, having transitioned to selling stinky tofu instead. Otherwise, no matter how exquisite Lin Yan's culinary skills might be, she could never entertain Ouyang, who had come from the capital, with stinky tofu. After arranging dinner, Yunwen proceeded directly to the airport to await Ouyang's arrival. The afternoon swiftly passed. The teachers at the school had a preliminary encounter with this distinguished figure from the dance industry, forming their own judgments about the rumors they had previously heard. Teacher Ouyang was far from the terrifying figure of legend. Her kind and gentle demeanor instilled a sense of comfort, and her soft, mellifluous tone was in stark contrast to the ruggedness often associated with northerners. Moreover, Ouyang's teaching and dance experience were remarkable. The principal had chosen several promising students to showcase their talents, recognized by all the teachers as having immense potential, with some even leaving the instructors unsure of how to guide them. However, under Ouyang's presence, a mere glance allowed her to discern the flaws and discrepancies in nearly every student. Just a few words were sufficient to provide profound insights to both students and teachers who had long been trapped in a state of stagnation. Time slipped away unnoticed. By the time the demonstration and guidance concluded, it was around 7 o'clock. The teachers and students gradually exited the venue, leaving only Yunwen, the principal, and Ouyangji in the conference room. "You must be Teacher Yun," Ouyangji remarked, having long heard of her reputation as the school's living emblem. Upon meeting her, it was evident that her educational philosophy was indeed advanced, making her a unique presence even on a national scale. Ouyangji regarded Yunwen, who was significantly younger, with unabashed admiration. Through this unexpected visit, Ouyangji gained a deeper understanding of the institution in this southern coastal city. Not to mention that many of the students possessed noteworthy talent. The faculty was commendable as well. In particular, Teacher Yun reminded Ouyangji of her younger self. Her distinctive educational style and her commitment to leading by example filled Ouyangji, now a seasoned veteran, with a sense of gratification. Consequently, she exhibited ample patience and goodwill towards Yunwen. Seeing Yunwen receive such appreciation and attention from Ouyangji, the principal, who had initially appeared tense, now wore a joyful expression. After exchanging pleasantries, the principal guided the conversation to the evening's dinner arrangements, noting that the reserved restaurant would only be open until 8 o'clock, emphasizing the need to expedite their plans. By that time, if Ouyangji were to find herself disappointed with the culinary offerings, she might very well lose her current patience and erupt in frustration. Consequently, all the goodwill she had painstakingly cultivated would be rendered utterly futile. "Teacher Ouyang, the restaurant and dishes for tonight's dinner have been meticulously arranged by Teacher Yun," the principal stated, standing beside Ouyangji and slightly bowing. Ouyangji, displaying no pretense, rose immediately upon receiving the invitation and gracefully linked her arm with Yunwen's, akin to two close friends. "Teacher Yun, let us go together." Yunwen shifted her body slightly, adjusting her posture, though she did not overtly express her discomfort. Instead, she maintained a polite smile to convey her goodwill. "Let's go." Due to Ouyangji's desire to converse with Yunwen, the principal naturally assumed the role of driver. Despite Yunwen's capabilities and background being on par with the principals within the school, her position dictated a certain deference. Sitting in the car personally driven by the principal, she still felt a subtle thrill. "What delicious food are you taking me to tonight, Teacher Yun?" Ouyangji inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Yunwen. Though she was no longer young, the innate charm of a dancer rendered Yunwen momentarily speechless. Just as she was about to respond, the image of Lin Yan's food cart flickered in her mind, evoking an unprecedented sense of awkwardness. She found herself deeply questioning her impulsive decision once more. Ultimately, she only managed to smile and say, "Let us keep it a mystery, Teacher Ouyang." Ouyangji, as if she had anticipated Yunwen's response, beamed with delight. "Oh, please tell me. I'm genuinely curious, Teacher Yun." The principal, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation while driving, suddenly chimed in with a smile. "Since we are almost at the location you mentioned, Teacher Yun, why not just reveal it to Teacher Ouyang?" The more the principal drove, the more confident she felt. Although Yunwen had not disclosed the specific name of the restaurant or the main course for dinner, she typically ensured satisfaction with her choices. The address provided by Yunwen was at the Fengjing City Square in Miqing. This square was renowned among the people of Miqing, as anything found within the mall was deemed absolutely top tier, even something as simple as a toothbrush. It was needless to say that the restaurants within such a luxurious shopping center would never disappoint. Feeling the pressure from the principal in the front seat, Yunwen inexplicably sensed a bead of cold sweat trickle down her forehead. After a considerable period of contemplation, Yunwen finally spoke. Yet she did not directly address the inquiries posed by Ouyangji and the principal. Instead, she playfully remarked, "Our Min City is situated by the sea, and our specialty is merely seafood. I presume, Teacher Ouyang, you have long since grown accustomed to it." Ouyangji pondered for a few moments before nodding in agreement. Yunwen's observation was indeed accurate. Those who have ascended to Ouyangji's stature have almost entirely lost their patience for such exquisite marine delicacies. Only true culinary masterpieces can captivate their discerning palates. Yunwen continued with a smile, "Have you ever tried street food, Teacher Ouyang?" The moment this question left her lips, she sensed an abrupt decline in the temperature within the vehicle. The principal, who had been driving, fell silent, gripping the steering wheel with an air of solemnity. An unsettling premonition began to stir within her. After a prolonged silence, Ouyangji finally responded to the query. However, in stark contrast to the somewhat anxious demeanor of Yunwen, Ouyangji's expression was grave, her gaze imbued with an elusive quality. She was genuinely contemplating the question at hand. "Teacher Yun," she began, locking her serious eyes onto Yunwen's, her tone devoid of the previous light-heartedness and warmth. Although I have not indulged in street food, it is not among my dietary restrictions. I only abstain from unpalatable fare. Chapter 35. Is the restaurant you booked a stinky tofu stall? Despite her esteemed position as the principal, it must be acknowledged that her driving skills were rather remarkable. Not only was her speed moderate, but the vehicle also maintained a commendable steadiness. Within the confines of the car, Yunwen and Ouyang Ji felt no hint of the road's bumps. Shortly, around 7:30, they arrived at the entrance of the shopping mall. After the principal parked the car, the three of them alighted together. Ouyang Ji took a step forward, no longer linking arms with Yunwen, but rather gazing up at the opulent building that was nearly synonymous with the iconic landmarks of Min City. Unconsciously, she furrowed her brow and remarked, "Teacher Yun, is the place you intend to take me located within this establishment?" Noticing a hint of discontent in Ouyang Ji's tone, the principal's heart tightened with concern. Could it be that this esteemed teacher had an aversion to such luxurious dining venues? She cast a nervous glance at the still composed Yunwen. Before Yunwen could respond, Ouyang Ji continued, "Restaurants in a place like this are merely Michelin-starred or Black Pearl establishments. While they may be high-end, they fail to evoke the experience I desire." The principal, now somewhat flustered, inquired, "Ouyang Ji, what precisely is that experience?" Ouyang Ji pondered for a moment before shaking her head, her eyes shimmering with a clear longing. "That experience is abstract, indescribable. It can only be felt when one savors truly exquisite cuisine." As she spoke, she seemed to reminisce, sensuously licking her lips. "The last time I felt that was at a humble little eatery by the roadside." Yunwen remained silent, her gaze wandering. Suddenly, she waved in a particular direction, and a figure approached upon noticing her gesture. When Miao Ku's youthful visage came into view, a hint of confusion crossed the principal's face. Cuckoo. Owing to her career as a journalist, Miao Ku exuded a natural charm that made it difficult for most to harbor any dislike upon first sight. After greeting the principal, she turned to Ouyang Ji with a sweet smile. "You must be the Ouyang teacher my mother mentioned from the capital. You look so young, and your skin is immaculate. I'm envious." Miao Ku's vibrant words uplifted Ouyang Ji's spirits, prompting an involuntary smile. Seizing the moment, Yunwen added, "Ouyang teacher, this is my daughter. She is a journalist, and I arranged for her to prepare tonight's dinner." Before Yunwen's words could fully settle, Miao Ku, with an air of familiarity, took Ouyang Ji's hand, leading her eagerly in a chosen direction. The girl's sudden action momentarily stunned Ouyang Ji, yet it was soon replaced by a relaxed smile. Ever since she ascended to her current position, everyone who encountered her wore a mask of hypocrisy and spoke with sycophantic tones. This delightful and vivacious little girl was a refreshing sight, the first of its kind in quite some time. Ouyang Ji gazed at Miao Ku, her eyes brimming with endless affection, even secretly wishing that Miao Ku could be her daughter. As these thoughts danced in her mind, Ouyang Ji allowed Miao Ku to lead her by the arm toward an unknown direction. Before long, Ouyang Ji sensed a subtle disquiet. The path Miao Ku was guiding her along did not lead to the mall's entrance, indicating that the dinner she had prepared for her this evening was not within the confines of the shopping center. A weight lifted slightly from Ouyang Ji's heart. During her visit to Min City, she had formed a rather favorable impression of the school. If the dinner could indeed be a delightful and satisfying experience, returning here for further guidance would pose no issue at all. Yunwen and the principal followed closely behind Miao Ku. Unlike the principal, who wore an expression of confusion, Yunwen's demeanor was tinged with a blend of confidence and a hint of concern. Although Mr. Lin's braised pork rice was undoubtedly exceptional, both in flavor and presentation, it remained merely a roadside stall. She harbored some apprehension that this esteemed teacher from the capital might hold a disdain for such humble fare. The principal, having realized that the restaurant was likely not located within the mall, turned to Yunwen and lowered her voice, inquiring, "Yun, where exactly are we dining this evening?" Yunwen hesitated, feeling a bit awkward, and could only respond mysteriously, a surprise. Observing this, the principal ceased her inquiries, her expression shifting from confusion to one of anticipation. "But there aren't any restaurants nearby, are there?" At last, Miao Ku came to a halt. After surveying her surroundings, Ouyang Ji voiced her confusion, admitting that she had not spotted any respectable establishments in the vicinity. However, for some reason, she noticed a gathering of people not far off, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. Yet their tones bore an undercurrent of mild grievance. Miao Ku extended her free hand, a proud gleam in her eyes, pointing toward the group. "Ouyang teacher, our destination is over there." Ouyang Ji was momentarily taken aback. Previously, due to the throng of people, she had not closely examined that area. Now, Peering through the gaps in the crowd, she could discern, to her astonishment, that in front of the gathering stood a rather quaint food cart. It was, indeed, a genuine roadside snack stall. Ouyang was left speechless, as was the principal behind her. Yunwen revealed a somewhat awkward smile. However, it was soon overshadowed by a booming laughter that resonated through the skies. Huh? How amusing. Let us indulge in that tonight. To everyone's surprise, it was Ouyang. At that moment, Ouyang seemed to have entirely transformed into another person. The aura of a top-tier dance luminary and the warmth of a senior vanished without a trace, leaving behind merely a diner, an unadulterated connoisseur. Indeed, Ouyang Sensei has a discerning eye. Upon witnessing Ouyang's immediate and profound interest, Miaoka gave a thumbs up and eagerly pulled her into the crowd. Boss Lin, I have arrived. At that moment, Lin Yan, who had grown increasingly exasperated, sighed in relief upon seeing Miaoka. His group of diners had proven excessively fervent, persistently pestering him despite knowing that the last 5 portions of stinky tofu had already been claimed. Each harbored the hope that if that individual did not arrive, those coveted stinky tofu would belong to them. However, Miaoka's arrival utterly shattered the expectations of these seasoned diners, whom Lin Yan nodded slightly, stating with a calm demeanor, "This act of reservation is a first and will be the last. I shall no longer accept any reservations in the future." This declaration was not solely directed at Miaoka, but was also meant for all the diners present. Today, Lin Yan had merely tested the waters, yet he already felt exhausted. He could scarcely imagine the workload he would face if such reservations became commonplace. Miaoka donned a look of feigned grievance, but still replied, "Understood, Boss Lin." In stark contrast to the enthusiastic duo of Miaoka and Ouyang, Yunwen and the principal behind them were on the verge of fainting. They stared at the bold characters on Lin Yan's signboard, rendered speechless for quite some time. Ultimately, it was the principal who broke the silence. "Teacher Yun, you mean the reserved restaurant is a roadside stall serving stinky tofu?" Chapter 36, If you dislike stinky tofu, you must try it. Yun gazed at the figure of Boss Lin before her, who had just plunged the remaining stinky tofu from the ingredient box into the bubbling oil. As the tofu sizzled and danced in the hot oil, an overpowering stench filled the air, growing increasingly pungent. Yun could sense that even the expression on the principal's face beside her was beginning to rival that of the stinky tofu itself. The usually articulate Yunwen found her words faltering. "Principal, this Boss Lin previously sold braised pork rice, and I cannot fathom how it has transformed into stinky tofu." The principal remained silent. The situation had reached a point of no return. All that was left for her was to pray. Yet, with the distinctive odor of stinky tofu permeating the atmosphere, she was at a loss as to what good her prayers might accomplish. Yunwen glared fiercely at Miaoka's back, already concocting reasons and methods to scold her 1,000 times upon their return, while her daughter's casual demeanor was somewhat tolerable. It was utterly unacceptable for her to commit such a blunder at this crucial moment. She had explicitly stated that they were to entertain important guests from the capital. And yet, Miaoka had brought them directly to a stinky tofu stall. If word got out, it wouldn't just be Yunwen's reputation at stake. The entire Minqing Women's Art Academy might find itself ridiculed throughout the dance community. She, Yunwen, would be branded as a historical villain. Of course, these were merely Yunwen's thoughts. Meanwhile, the exuberant Miaoka and Ouyang were blissfully unaware of the dark expressions worn by the two behind them. After taking a deep breath of the odor in the air, Miaoka turned around, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Miaoka. Mistaking the adorable and sudden gaze for shock at the smell, Miaoka quickly reassured her, "Teacher Ouyang, although this stinky tofu does have a rather foul odor, I assure you, there is no unpalatable stinky tofu crafted by Boss Lin." Ouyang shook her head, her voice brimming with palpable enthusiasm. "When I visited Xiaoqing, I went to great lengths, calling upon many acquaintances to find what was said to be the most authentic stinky tofu." As she spoke, Ouyang seemed to reminisce about that flavor, instinctively licking her lips. That stinky tofu was delicious, albeit quite odorous. At this juncture, her words paused slightly as she turned her gaze back toward Lin Yan's food cart, an unexpected reverence creeping into her expression. However, compared to the stinky tofu crafted by this young Boss Lin, it seems to fall short. As a person with a discerning palate, Ouyang had already grasped the essence of the stench wafting from the frying stinky tofu. The unique and intense odor promised an experience that would not disappoint. It harbored a rich aroma beneath its extreme pungency. Just a whiff was enough to make an indelible impression. The more acrid the scent, the more one yearned for it. creating an irresistible allure that was distinctly characteristic of stinky tofu. However, since she had yet to savor this delicacy, Ouyang was cautious with her words, implying that the experience was merely slightly lacking rather than wholly inadequate. Yet, Miaoku was unconcerned with such nuances. Upon receiving Ouyang's approval, she beamed with pride, akin to a student receiving praise from a teacher for an enthusiastic response. The validation of her beloved cuisine brought her immense joy. "Your stinky tofu is ready," Lin Yin announced, having meticulously prepared the final 5 portions, seasoning them simply before placing them into a plastic bag. After handing the bag to Miaoku, Lin Yin felt a wave of relief wash over him, signaling the completion of the day's work. Originally, he had anticipated finishing by 6 in the evening. However, due to a moment of kindness, he found himself laboring until past 8. With the last 5 portions complete, fatigue overcame Lin Yin. After a cursory farewell to the surrounding diners and Miaoku, he neglected to tidy his cart as meticulously as usual and rode away into the night, disappearing swiftly into the darkness. Yet, a few persistent patrons lingered, their hunger ignited by the sight of the stinky tofu, much like ravenous wolves spotting their prey, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Had Miaoku not known that each of these individuals had already consumed at least 3 portions, she might have been tempted to relinquish one herself. "Here you go, Teacher Ouyang. Give it a try," Miaoku said, retrieving a piece of stinky tofu from the bag and offering it to Ouyang. Without a hint of hesitation, Ouyang accepted the tofu, cradling it in her hands as though it were a radiant relic. "Stinky tofu," she murmured, her thoughts momentarily drifting. Without further contemplation, she pierced a piece, disregarding Miaoku's warning about the heat, and promptly popped the entire morsel into her mouth. Behind her, Yunwen and the principal watched in bated breath, bracing themselves for Ouyang's imminent explosion of emotion. Hiss. Ouyang inhaled deeply. Freshly fried stinky tofu, its scalding heat far surpassed her expectations. At that moment, expelling it was the best option she could conceive. Yet, she hesitated, for this stinky tofu was simply exquisite. Its texture and flavor continuously reshaped Ouyang's culinary perceptions and tantalized her taste buds. What of Michelin stars or Black Pearl accolades? In Ouyang's heart, they had entirely vanished. In her world, it seemed that only this stinky tofu existed. It was not until she had devoured an entire serving in a whirlwind that she finally realized she was not alone in this moment. Behind her stood Yunwen and the principal, while in front of her was Miaoku, who had brought her here. Thus, this esteemed figure in the realm of Chinese dance, known for her eccentricity and perceived capriciousness, simply sat down on the ground and beckoned to the 3 beside her. "Come, try some." The principal and Yunwen waved their hands in protest. "Teacher Ouyang, if you find it delicious, you enjoy it. We aren't particularly fond of it." Ouyang feigned indignation. "Not fond? Then you must try it." Unable to resist her insistence, the principal and Yunwen reluctantly pinched their noses and tasted a piece of stinky tofu. With the first chew, they were compelled to acknowledge that all their previous prejudices against stinky tofu vanished in that moment. Surrounded by its distinctive odor, the 4 of them indulged wholeheartedly. No words were exchanged, no flattery offered, no applause given, nor any attempts to curry favor. Only the uncontainable smiles of joy blossomed on their faces as they savored the stinky tofu. Chapter 37. What do you think of his temper? At the entrance of the hotel, Ouyang, with a satisfied expression, waved her hand and smiled at Yunwen and the 3 individuals who insisted on escorting her back to the hotel. Noticing the reluctant expressions on Yunwen and the principal's faces, Ouyang turned back to them and said, "I am very pleased with the quality of students at your esteemed institution and the hospitality I received this time. If there are opportunities for guidance in the future, I will prioritize your school." Exchanging glances, both Yunwen and the principal could discern the elation radiating from one another's eyes. It is noteworthy that while Ouyang is quite particular about her culinary tastes, she is undeniably a top-tier figure in dance education. If such a distinguished teacher could visit for guidance more frequently, the overall teaching quality of the school would undoubtedly elevate, and the institution's reputation would resonate even more profoundly. Seeing that the 2 seemed eager to express their gratitude, Ouyang preemptively interjected, "However, I must clarify that I wish to enjoy the dishes prepared by Boss Lin." With that, she turned and ascended the hotel elevator, leaving Yunwen and the principal alone at the entrance. After a brief moment of mutual contemplation, the principal finally voiced a question that had been lingering in her mind. "Teacher Yin, do you know the vendor selling stinky tofu, Boss Lin?" Yunwen shook her head. "I visited his stall once before, but at that time, he was only selling braised pork rice. The principal nodded thoughtfully, still savoring the exquisite taste of the stinky tofu that lingered on her palate. After a while, she finally asked, "Is Boss Lin's braised pork rice delicious?" Upon hearing this question, as if a key had been unlocked, Yunwen's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and she nodded vigorously, "Absolutely. It is undoubtedly the best braised pork rice I have ever tasted." Hearing Yunwen's unwavering conviction sparked an idea in the principal's mind. After a moment of consideration, she said, "Teacher Yun, given Boss Lin's exceptional culinary skills, would he truly be content to remain a wandering vendor? Perhaps we should explore the possibility of inviting him to work in our school cafeteria?" At this remark, Yunwen recalled that she had once entertained a similar notion. However, as time passed and Boss Lin ceased his operations at that location, coupled with the myriad responsibilities within the school, she gradually forgot about this idea. Now, with the principal's renewed mention of it, the long-buried flame of desire ignited once more in Yunwen's heart. If Boss Lin could work in the school cafeteria, she could already envision a plate of braised pork rice on her left and stinky tofu on her right. Moreover, Boss Lin would undoubtedly craft even more delectable dishes. Merely contemplating the situation, Yunwen already wore a satisfied smile. "What do you think, Teacher Yin?" The principal reiterated upon noticing Yunwen's momentary distraction. It was only then that Yunwen regained her composure, nodding briskly as she replied, "I believe it is feasible. I was thinking the same." Upon hearing Yunwen's endorsement of his idea, the principal's face brightened with delight. "Teacher Yun, whether our students and faculty at the School of Arts can partake in such culinary delights rests in your hands." Yunwen nodded, her gaze resolute, as if she had made an unwavering decision to succeed. On her way home, Yunwen pondered how best to persuade Mr. Lin to agree to work in the school cafeteria. Given Mr. Lin's culinary prowess, the monthly revenue would undoubtedly be substantial, likely surpassing that of the self-proclaimed high-income office workers. However, in the school cafeteria, one would be confined to a fixed salary. While this offered stability, Yunwen was uncertain whether the distinctly individualistic Mr. Lin would be amenable to such an arrangement. Resolving to propose additional conditions, she aimed to convey her school's sincerity regarding compensation. Should the school's budget fall short, she could personally cover some expenses without much consequence. With this thought, Yunwen instinctively nodded, a confident smile gracing her lips as she could hardly conceive of any plausible objections Mr. Lin might present. Before long, Yunwen arrived at the entrance of her residential community. Had Lin Yin been present, he would have immediately recognized the surroundings as his own abode, the Heavenly Palace. It was surprising that an ordinary university instructor resided in such a prestigious locale. "Welcome, Ms. Yun," the mechanical voice of the electronic eye, after verifying her vehicle, emotionlessly announced before slowly granting access to the community. Yunwen was accustomed to this routine. She gently drove into the neighborhood, preparing to discuss her strategy for enticing Mr. Lin with her daughter upon returning home. As she contemplated, a somewhat familiar figure hurried past her car. Yunwen caught a glimpse and abruptly halted her vehicle. The girl who had just walked by evoked a sense of familiarity. After a moment of reflection, Yunwen recalled that this girl had also been at Mr. Lin's stinky tofu stall that day, seemingly hoping to snag a portion. Unfortunately, the last 5 servings had been pre-ordered by Miao Ko. "Hello." Yunwen quickly exited her car, calling out to the girl. In a community of merely 9 households, encountering another patron of Mr. Lin's fare felt serendipitous. Hearing her name called, Gao Yujia turned slowly, greeted by the warm smile of a woman who appeared to be in her middle years. Gao Yujia recognized her. Today marked the final group of patrons at Mr. Lin's humble stall, among whom were residents of this celestial abode. Gao Yujia had a certain impression of this family. It was said that the elderly gentleman held a prestigious position within the ranks of the Huaxiao military. "Do you require assistance, madam?" As the private steward of the one courtyard, Gao Yujia maintained the decorum expected of her role, even in the presence of someone other than Mr. Lin. "Oh, no, Yunwen replied with a smile. Stepping closer to Gao Yujia, "Are you also a resident here? I noticed you by Mr. Lin's food stall today. It seems quite serendipitous that we reside in the same community." Gao Yujia quickly realized that the woman before her had misunderstood her identity. She shook her head earnestly. "I am not a resident here." Upon hearing this, Yunwen's expression shifted to one of curiosity. "Then who are you?" "I am the private steward of the #1 courtyard." With this revelation, Yunwen finally comprehended that the long unoccupied #1 courtyard had indeed been purchased, and its steward was now present in the celestial realm. No wonder she had never encountered the young woman before. Yunwen nodded in understanding and casually remarked, "So the #1 courtyard has been sold. I shall certainly pay a visit when the opportunity arises. I wonder what the temperament of its residents is like. Gao Yujie chuckled softly. As for the ladies you have met, you have even tasted the stinky tofu he prepared himself. What do you think of his temperament? Chapter 38. A good daughter. Yunwen was momentarily taken aback. Though each character was undeniably Chinese, the arrangement left her struggling to grasp their meaning. She stared blankly at Gao Yujie, who remained silent, patiently awaiting Yunwen's return from her astonishment. After a considerable pause, Yunwen finally spoke, her voice trembling with shock. Is Boss Lin a resident of Courtyard Number 1? Gao Yujie smiled gently and nodded. It was undeniably gratifying to put on a show of grandeur before someone as affluent as Yunwen. Had it not been for Yunwen's presence, Gao Yujie could hardly have contained her laughter. Well, all right, I shall visit Mr. Lin this weekend, Yunwen replied, her tone tinged with disappointment. After exchanging pleasantries, she promptly got into her car and drove towards home. Soon, a lackluster Yunwen parked the vehicle and pushed open the grand door of her house. Although today's task had not only been accomplished, but even exceeded expectations, an inexplicable heaviness weighed on her heart. In the living room, Miao Ku, who had been resting on the sofa, opened her eyes at the sound of the door. As the principal host for the evening's dinner with the esteemed Ouyang Ji, she was eager to hear how the encounter had unfolded. She rose, her face brightening with excitement. Mama, was teacher Ouyang pleased today? Boss Lin's culinary skills are indeed reassuring. Yunwen forced a smile and nodded, recounting Ouyang Ji's remarks to her daughter. Miaoka nodded thoughtfully. Before Yunwen could respond further, Miaoka suddenly approached her. Placing a hand on her forehead, her expression puzzled. You're not feverish, so why do you look so unwell? Wasn't he today supposed to go smoothly? Stumped. Yunwen could only manage a wry smile and nod. Indeed, it was quite smooth. Noticing her mother's lingering despondency, Miaoka swiftly changed the subject. Hey, Mama, didn't you mention wanting to invite Boss Lin to the school cafeteria? How is that coming along? The question pierced through Yunwen's heart like a sharp spear, causing a wave of pain to wash over her. Having lived for decades and weathered numerous storms, she never anticipated that the mere prospect of failing to recruit a street vendor would bring such profound disappointment, akin to the ache of heartbreak, rendering her speechless. Seeing her mother remain silent, Miao Ku continued, oblivious. Ah, Mama, I suspect you might be facing failure. As she spoke, Miaoka's mind drifted back to the words Gao Yujie had uttered in front of He Junjin, and she let out a soft sigh. You may not be aware, dear mother, but the recent purchaser of the residence at Number 1 Courtyard is none other than Boss Lin, the street vendor. Yunwen nodded slightly, offering a wry smile. It was perplexing whether her daughter was genuinely trying to comfort her. Despite her attempts to shift the topic, every word pierced her heart. In a certain sense, this daughter, who seemed to cause her more distress the more she sought to console her, might indeed be considered her true flesh and blood. All right, it's time to rest, Yunwen said languidly. Only then did Miaoka relent. Yet, as she turned to ascend the stairs, she uttered one final remark. Mother, you might consider trying it too. Although Boss Lin is not in this business for the money, perhaps establishing a presence in the cafeteria is what he truly desires? Upon saying this, Miaoka felt the explanation somewhat strained. After a brief, awkward laugh, she hurried upstairs to her room. She had an inkling that if she spoke one more word, Yunwen would unleash her ire. The following day, outside the Mingqing Fengjing City Mall, despite it being merely around 3:30 in the afternoon, a considerable crowd had already gathered. They did not enter the mall but stood chatting, occasionally glancing around as if awaiting someone's arrival. If one drew near, they could discern that the name most frequently mentioned was Boss Lin, alongside references to stinky tofu. Half an hour passed, a length of time that might not seem excessive. Yet for the patrons, it felt like an agonizing wait. Boss Lin has arrived, one customer suddenly exclaimed, pointing excitedly in a certain direction. Even as passers-by cast disapproving glances, the group remained undeterred, waving enthusiastically at the food cart that was slowly approaching. Boss Lin, we're over here. I'll take 5. No? 10 portions of stinky tofu. Hey, Boss Lin has said he doesn't take reservations. You should line up properly. Amidst the crowd's cheers, Lin Yan finally brought his food cart to a halt among the eager patrons. Although he had mentally prepared for such a turnout the previous night, and had even stocked more stinky tofu, the sight of so many enthusiastic customers still made him apprehensive about whether his supplies would suffice. Everyone, please line up, one at a time. Lin Yan's voice was somewhat subdued, yet amidst the throng, it resonated like a golden decree, leaving no one daring to disobey. Without any guidance or supervision, A long queue of nearly 100 people swiftly formed, and during this time, not a single quarrel erupted. These patrons were acutely aware of the distinct personality of the proprietor, Mr. Lin. For him, earning money through his stall was secondary. If he felt overly fatigued or discontented, he might very well decide to close up shop the following day. The hot oil bubbled vigorously, and the stinky tofu resembled playful little spirits, continually leaping into the oil, emitting an irresistible aroma. Mr. Lin, 5 portions. Mr. Lin, I'll take 3. I'll bring back 2 to share, and return for 3 more. It was quite a rare sight to witness such a lengthy line outside a luxury goods mall, prompting many passers-by to pause and observe. However, once they discovered that the humble stall was selling stinky tofu, most lost interest and departed. Only a small handful, perhaps motivated by curiosity or astonishment, joined the queue. Although this group was not large, it nonetheless contributed to a modest influx of customers for Lin Yan. Mr. Wang, we plan to implement the initial operations for this project within this mall. What are your thoughts after your review? At that moment, a crowd was gathered around a sharply dressed man exiting the mall. The people bowed and flattered him with admiration, yet the man's expression remained impassive, his silence enduring. Finally, he slightly parted his lips and pointed towards the entrance of the mall, inquiring, "What are they selling over there that has drawn such a long line?" Chapter 39. The purchase limitation. Upon hearing Mr. Wang's inquiry, the surrounding individuals momentarily froze. One quick-witted person promptly responded, "Mr. Wang, I shall investigate immediately." With that, he hastily made his way towards the long queue. Yet, before he could reach the stall, he had already discerned the answer Mr. Wang sought. It was a humble stinky tofu stall. Although it was puzzling why such an upscale shopping center would host a stinky tofu vendor, seemingly unattended, the man could not deny that the odor emanating from this particular stall was distinctly different. It was pungent, yet infused with an oddly enticing aroma. Moreover, those who had already purchased the stinky tofu exhibited an unexpectedly uniform eagerness. They eagerly devoured piping hot blocks of tofu, their expressions reflecting a blend of satisfaction and discomfort from the excessive heat. The man found himself bewildered, yet he returned to Mr. Wang's side, somewhat awkwardly stating, "Mr. Wang, it's merely a stinky tofu stall." The man referred to as Mr. Wang halted his steps, a curious smile breaking through his usually placid demeanor. "Let us go take a look," he declared. Among the crowd, some individuals displayed their distaste upon hearing the mention of stinky tofu, even fanning their noses with their hands. When Mr. Wang made his pronouncement, they openly grimaced, yet their tone remained obsequious. "Mr. Wang, if you wish to dine, I can take you to an exquisite restaurant, one that ranks among the finest Michelin-nominated establishments in Min City." Wang Lisan turned to regard the one who had just made the suggestion, offering no response as he simply moved forward, exiting the throng and heading towards the end of the line. "Boss, should we follow?" inquired a somewhat youthful individual from the crowd trailing Wang Lisan, addressing the man who had previously rushed to investigate the stall. With a resigned nod, the man lowered his voice. "It's just stinky tofu, not poison. If Mr. Wang fancies it, we must comply. If this venture flops, our performance this year will be at the bottom." After uttering these words, the man's previously bittersweet expression transformed into a standard, polished smile as he quickly joined Wang Lisan at the rear of the queue. As Wang Lisan gazed at the seemingly endless line before him, inhaling the distinctive aroma of stinky tofu that permeated the air, he felt his stomach begin to churn in anticipation. Beside him, a patron held a bowl of stinky tofu, with 2 more bowls nestled within a plastic bag. As he stuffed his mouth with tofu, he ambled toward this direction, speaking somewhat indistinctly to the people in line. Though it was unclear what he was saying, perhaps due to the scalding temperature of the tofu, this diner did not move swiftly, taking quite a while to reach Wang Lisan and his companions. After chewing a few bites and swallowing, the man finally spoke. "Boss Lin is concerned that everyone might miss out on the stinky tofu, so from now on, each person is limited to 3 portions. With that declaration, he retreated to a nearby spot to quietly savor his stinky tofu, leaving Wang Lisan and the bewildered onlookers in his wake. Is it possible that a mere stinky tofu stall has instituted a purchase limit? Are these people in line merely shills, or is this some kind of hunger marketing strategy? Have they gone mad for profit? Can a snack stall even aspire to such prominence? Wang Lisan remained silent, patiently awaiting his turn. Suddenly, memories of his university days in Xiangqing flooded his mind, a time when he was utterly destitute, possessing nothing but aspirations for the future. Then he met a girl, a kind-hearted girl, who loved him despite his poverty and humble appearance, standing by his side simply out of love. due to their financial constraints. The most common snack they shared was the ubiquitous stinky tofu of Xiangqing. The girl claimed it was her favorite, but Wang Lisin understood it was merely because the tofu was inexpensive. A generous portion could be had for a mere 5 yuan. It must be said that Lin Yin moved swiftly. Despite the lengthy queue, it was steadily shrinking. As time passed, Wang Lisin found himself no longer at the back of the line, with several patrons now behind him. He observed that the diners ahead seemed to know one another, exchanging greetings and engaging in conversation. The topics that dominated their chatter were Boss Lin, stinky tofu, and braised rice. From behind, Wang Lisin even caught wind of talk regarding a fan group dedicated to this Boss Lin, which piqued his curiosity about the vendor selling stinky tofu before him. Just as his mind wandered, another diner, balancing a bowl in one hand and 2 bowls of stinky tofu in the other, approached Wang Lisin. After a moment of uncertainty, the diner counted his bowls again, pointed at Wang Lisin, and drew an imaginary line in the air behind him. He shouted to those in line, "Family members at the back, do not wait any longer. Boss Lin's supplies only reach this far." With that pronouncement, Wang Lisin could hear the chorus of dismay from behind him, with lamentations about whether Boss Lin could return home for more ingredients. Yet, despite the grumblings, the disappointed diners ultimately departed with despondent expressions. Certainly, several diners approached Wang Lisin, and upon confirming that they had never encountered him before, they spoke in an overly familiar tone. "Hey there, is this your first time trying Boss Lin's stinky tofu?" Wang Lisin nodded slightly, furrowing his brow, uncertain of what the man before him intended to convey. After a moment of hesitation, he replied candidly, "Yes. Why? Is the stinky tofu not tasty?" The man, observing Wang Lisin's seemingly earnest demeanor, chuckled and said, Yes, it's not good at all. Would you mind relinquishing your seat to me? Allow me to bear this burden for you." Having navigated the complexities of the business world for many years and now possessing a publicly listed company, Wang Lisin was not easily deceived by such trivial antics. He merely smiled and remained silent. The diner, realizing that Wang Lisin was not easily fooled, could only depart in disappointment. Before long, Wang Lisin and his companions arrived at Lin Yan's food truck. "Hello." Lin Yan greeted the last customer of the day with utmost enthusiasm, as completing this final transaction would mean the end of his workday. Furthermore, it was only just past 7 o'clock, nearly an hour ahead of the scheduled closing time. "Hello," Wang Lisin replied, glancing at the price list. Upon seeing the price of 20 yuan for a serving of stinky tofu, he slightly furrowed his brow, perplexed as to when the price had escalated to such an amount. Recalling the 5 yuan stinky tofu from his memory, noticing Wang Lisin's silence, Lin Yan reiterated, "Hello, there are 3 servings of stinky tofu left. Would you like them all?" 3 servings for 60 yuan. Wang Lisin snapped back to attention, his furrowed brow still unrelaxed. After a moment's hesitation, he finally nodded, his tone growing colder. "All right, I'll take them all." Chapter 40, The Purest Love episode. Very well. Lin Yan nodded, lifting his hand to toss the last remnants of stinky tofu from the Zhujiang ingredient box into the bubbling oil. 60 yuan. Lin Yan remarked as he observed the stinky tofu rolling into oil, his previously gentle gaze sharpening at this moment. When it comes to the art of food preparation, Lin Yan consistently exhibits boundless patience. Wang Lisin was momentarily taken aback. Although he was quite dissatisfied with the price of the stinky tofu, he sensed a palpable shift in Lin Yan's aura, which in turn subtly altered his own mindset. Perhaps the stinky tofu truly warranted its price? Pondering this, Wang Lisin cautiously approached the food cart, tentatively peeking over to watch the stinky tofu frolicking in the oil. Nearby, some patrons who had already finished their stinky tofu gathered around, marveling at the scene before them. "Hey, buddy," one of them exclaimed, "how is it that Boss Lin, despite appearing to possess no particular culinary skills, manages to make it so delicious?" After a while, Wang Lisin realized that this somewhat familiar stranger was addressing him. At a loss for words, he could only shake his head in honest bewilderment. "I don't know. This is my first time visiting this vendor." Upon hearing Wang Lisin's response, the stranger displayed a look of mild regret, then playfully patted Wang Lisin on the shoulder, chuckling, "Brother, that's truly a pity. You missed out on Boss Lin's braised pork rice, which is equally delectable." Wang Lisin gazed at the stinky tofu before him, slightly surprised. He had not anticipated that this well-regarded young man offered more than just stinky tofu. He had previously sold braised pork rice as well, which sounded utterly exquisite. However, before tasting the stinky tofu, Wang Lisin felt no pangs of regret. After all, he had come for the stinky tofu solely because it rekindled cherished memories. He shook his head. Let me try this stinky tofu first. Upon hearing Wang Lisan's words, the stranger seemed to recognize that this somewhat stoic man was not inclined to continue their conversation. He stepped aside but remained nearby, eager to witness Wang Lisan's reaction upon tasting Boss Lin's stinky tofu. Soon enough, the last 3 servings of stinky tofu were ready. Lin Yan packaged them neatly and handed them directly to Wang Lisan. The 3 servings of stinky tofu may not seem abundant, yet each portion emanates a peculiar odor that has yet to be encountered by Wang Lisan. Upon closer inspection, one can detect a hint of the tofu's unique richness intertwined within the aroma. Wang Lisan, holding a serving of stinky tofu in his hands, finds himself momentarily transfixed, uncertain of how to proceed. It is as though he has been transported back to a somewhat naive time in his life. Sir, do give it a try, urged a young onlooker, noticing Wang Lisan's daze and feeling a sense of urgency. The onlooker contemplated snatching the tofu if Wang Lisan hesitated further. Meanwhile, the well-dressed individuals behind Wang Lisan, witnessing the blatant disrespect towards their esteemed Mr. Wang, were poised to interject. However, Wang Lisan, regaining his composure, gently raised a hand to forestall them. He then slowly lifted a piece of stinky tofu from the container and brought it to his lips. Strangely, the last image that flickered in his mind was that of other diners voraciously devouring their food. Surely, he would not indulge in such a manner. Yet, the moment his tongue made contact with the stinky tofu, and his taste buds began to explore its essence, he realized the folly of his earlier assumptions. He had vastly overestimated his self-restraint. It's so hot. Wang Lisan couldn't help but shove another piece into his mouth, only to be instantly overwhelmed by the scalding temperature of the freshly fried tofu, grimacing in agony. The group of suit-clad individuals behind him, witnessing their host's uncharacteristic loss of composure after tasting the stinky tofu, were left in a state of bewilderment. It's delicious. Truly delicious, Wang Lisan exclaimed, his mouth full. As he continued to savor the stinky tofu, his words somewhat garbled with enthusiasm. The young onlooker, witnessing this scene unfold, finally allowed a smile to surface, one that had been anticipated. At this moment, diners who had either queued or not had largely finished their servings of stinky tofu and were gradually converging towards the food cart, encircling Wang Lisan at the very center. After he had swiftly consumed an entire serving, he finally looked up, his lips still tinged with the remnants of his meal. Only then did he notice a group of diners had gathered around him, their gazes fixed expectantly. Sir, was it good? Inquired the previous onlooker, his face brimming with anticipation and pride. This time, Wang Lisan chose not to feign indifference. Instead, he nodded, a nostalgic smile gracing his features. Delicious. It reminds me of stories from my university days with my first love. Upon hearing this seemingly ordinary man hint at a deeper narrative, the surrounding diners instinctively leaned in, and the atmosphere grew significantly quieter in anticipation. Even Lin Yan, who was tidying up the food cart, seemed to move with a newfound gentleness. Go on, uncle, a diner urged. Initially, Wang Lisan had no intention of sharing his story. Yet, after savoring the stinky tofu, an inexplicable desire arose within him to recount a chapter of his youthful past, to share it with everyone. He nodded, and his once ordinary eyes sparkled with the brilliance of youth. In college, I met my first love. I was quite poor at the time, yet she never showed any disdain. She simply stood by my side, encouraging me to study together and pursue further education. I attended university in Xiangqing, and whenever we went out on dates, she always wanted to eat the stinky tofu from the vendor at the school gate. At first, I thought it was merely her favorite dish. It was only later that I realized it was the cheapest option around, priced at just 5 yuan for a generous portion. As he spoke, Wang Lisan lifted his second serving of stinky tofu, skewered a piece, and brought it to his lips. After a delicate chew, a look of bliss spread across his face. She understood my financial struggles and chose this way to protect my fragile pride. Turning towards Lin Yan, who was still arranging the food cart, he smiled and said, Thank you, Boss Lin, for the stinky tofu today. It's truly delicious. Lin Yan responded with a silent smile in return. A nearby diner interjected, So, why did you two part ways? Wang Lisan took another bite of stinky tofu, shaking his head with a grin. Part ways? She is now my wife. We have been happily married for 10 years. He waved the last portion of stinky tofu in the plastic bag, adding, This is for her. Chapter 41. Do not rush. For failure is inevitable. Upon hearing Wang Lisan's rather ostentatious remarks, a palpable wave of envy coursed through the assembly, each face adorned with a semblance of displeasure. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern an undercurrent of profound admiration. The gentleman who had just dined also patted Wang Lisan on the shoulder, seemingly unfazed despite having recognized his distinguished status. I didn't expect you to be a champion of pure love as well. Wang Lisan was unfamiliar with the term champion of pure love, but he surmised it was not intended as an insult and nodded with a smile. He then lifted his gaze towards Lin Yan, who had already tidied his food cart, preparing to depart. However, Wang Lisan gestured for him to halt. Is it appropriate to address you as Boss Lin? Lin Yan, harboring a favorable impression of this gentleman of pure love, paused in his actions upon hearing his call. With a courteous nod, he replied, I cannot accept such a title. I am merely the proprietor of a humble food stall. Wang Lisan regarded this young, capable, and modest vendor with growing admiration, nearly forgetting that his purpose for being there was to discuss business. After a brief moment of contemplation, he remarked, Boss Lin, you are truly talented and accomplished. Our company is in dire need of individuals of your caliber. Upon hearing this, the nearby patrons instantly donned expressions of alarm. Should Boss Lin be swayed by this seemingly affluent gentleman, they would be deprived of the delightful culinary creations he offered. Before Lin Yan could respond, a voice laced with a hint of defiance reached Wang Lisan's ears. Uncle Wang, Boss Lin will certainly not be swayed by your offer. Wang Lisan furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing the familiar tone, though he could not immediately place it. The entourage of well-dressed associates behind him recognized the speaker, a youthful figure, likely in his early 20s, with an air of youthful innocence. If this brazen young man were to disrupt Wang Lisan's good spirits today, it could jeopardize the significant project at hand. Yet, Wang Lisan's perception was quicker. He soon recognized the boy clad in eclectic attire, sporting a flamboyant hairstyle. Junjin? Wang Lisan was taken aback, not expecting to encounter the son of his friend in this setting. While Min City is not particularly large, the circles in which Wang Lisan moved were even smaller, with most individuals being acquainted with one another. Junjin's father was not only a close friend during their entrepreneurial beginnings, but also shared a residence with him in their youth. Uncle Wang, with his eyelids drooping, spoke with unwavering certainty, Boss Lin will definitely not follow you. In terms of seniority, Wang Lisan could indeed be considered Junjin's godfather. Yet upon hearing Junjin's indiscreet declaration, he merely chuckled lightly. Junjin, have you perhaps tried this and failed? As he spoke, he reached out to touzle Junjin's hair. Despite Junjin being slightly taller than him, in Wang Lisan's eyes, he was merely a child. Junjin shook his head, wanting to elucidate the extraordinary identity and character of Boss Lin, but ultimately decided against saying anything. He was rather curious to see the expression on the face of this notorious investor, known in Min City for his astute vision and flawless victories, when faced with setbacks. Just as Wang Lisan was gathering his resolve to continue observing Lin Yan, a voice emerged from the side. What a coincidence, General Wang. It was a woman's voice, soft yet undeniably commanding. Wang Lisan turned once more to see Yunwan. One could not help but admire her presence, born into a military family. She exuded an unyielding aura that made Wang Lisan feel a sense of pressure. Professor Yun, he acknowledged, well aware of her identity. As the daughter of a high-ranking military official, she had notably chosen not to tread the path paved by her father, but instead opted for a humble life as a university lecturer. This decision had stirred considerable waves in the upper echelons of Min City. Wang Lisan understood this all too well. Although Yunwan was merely a university professor, no one in the elite circles dared to show her disrespect. After all, he was merely a businessman. While her father had seen the battlefield and wielded power that could rival anyone in Min City, and even across all of China. What a coincidence, General Wang. Are you also here to sample Boss Lin's infamous stinky tofu? Yunwan inquired with a smile. Though her expression seemed ordinary, Wang Lisan sensed an unusual undertone within it. After pondering for some time without arriving at a clear conclusion, he could only nod and respond honestly. Indeed, Professor Yun, Boss Lin's culinary skills are truly exceptional. Even chefs in high-end restaurants may not compare. Yunwan nodded in agreement, her heart fully endorsing Wang Lisan's words. However, she felt a hint of displeasure toward him. Although she had just stepped onto the battlefield, she could see through Wang Lisan's intentions to recruit Lin Yan. It could be said that the Wang Lisan before her now represented a formidable competitor. Yuan no longer paid heed to Wang Lisan's flattery and ingratiation, but instead directed her attention solely towards Lin Yan. The tone in which she spoke was markedly different from before, devoid of any semblance of intimidation. Rather, it was imbued with a gentle and amiable air of earnest instruction. Boss Lin, our students have been missing you dearly. Lin Yan was taken aback, taking a moment to nod slightly. Having never been particularly adept at social interactions, he quickly discerned that the two individuals before him were in a state of palpable contention. The mere thought of having to engage with these two formidable figures caused beads of perspiration to form on his brow. Indeed, he realized that he was still rather inept when it came to navigating social situations. Nevertheless, he managed a slight nod, attempting to deflect the tension with a light-hearted remark. Haha, that sounds wonderful. Observing Lin Yan's ambiguous response, Yuan seemed undeterred and directly continued. Would Boss Lin be interested in visiting our cafeteria? We will set aside a dedicated window just for you, and any requests or accommodations you may have will be met in full. At this moment, Wang Lisin finally grasped the subtle pressure that had emanated from Yuan upon her arrival. It was clear that she intended to vie for Lin Yan's attention. Just as he was about to speak, He Junjin beside him tugged gently at his sleeve. Wang Lisin cast a skeptical glance at He Junjin, who merely shook his head slightly, and, in a hushed tone meant only for his ears, reassured him. Do not worry, Uncle Wang. You are not the only one destined to falter. This teacher Yun will not succeed either. Chapter 42. Reasonable speculation. Is there really a pattern to follow? In the face of Wang Lisin's skeptical gaze, He Junjin finally recounted the myriad experiences he had encountered, including the failed attempts of Yu Kunjin to recruit him, as well as the revelation that this Boss Lin was not only wealthy but seemed to possess a fortune surpassing his own. Wang Lisin was utterly astonished. He could hardly fathom that a vendor selling stinky tofu on the roadside could actually be a resident of the illustrious Tiangong Yihao courtyard. Tiangong, a name seldom whispered among the common folk of Minsheng, epitomized the aspirations of many within the upper echelons of society. It was a realm where only the extraordinarily affluent could reside. Wang Lisin felt as though his entire worldview was being upended. Indeed, as He Junjin had anticipated. In the next moment, Lin Yan, standing before Yun Wan, waved his hand without a trace of hesitation. Though his tone remained courteous, an unmistakable air of detachment lingered. Internally, he could not help but scoff. Having previously declined the enticing offer from Yu Kunjin, the notion of yielding to a mere university cafeteria was utterly insurmountable. Moreover, with countless students bustling about, he could barely endure 2 hours of selling at his stall, let alone the workload entailed in a university setting. Apologies, Teacher Yun. Lin Yan replied. Upon hearing his response, although it aligned with her expectations, Yunwen was nonetheless engulfed by a profound sense of disappointment, akin to the sorrow of losing a long-beloved partner. Acknowledging Lin Yan's identity, Yun nodded, her flat tone failing to mask the melancholy etched upon her features. Witnessing even the esteemed Teacher Yun's failure, Wang Lisin, despite his own lack of success, felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him. He stepped forward, offering a respectful nod to Lin Yan. Will you be setting up your stall here in the future, Boss Lin? I shall bring my partner next time. At that moment, Lin Yan had already engaged the throttle of his food cart, which emitted a low rumble reminiscent of a groaning beast. As he prepared to move, he waved his hand dismissively at Wang Lisin. No, I will be relocating next week. Wang Lisin was momentarily taken aback. Just as he contemplated retrieving his phone to exchange contact information with Boss Lin, He Junjin once again grasped his wrist, preventing any further action. Thus, Wang Lisin could only watch as Lin Yan rode away on his cart, gradually fading from view. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure and turned to He Junjin, exclaiming with irritation, Have you had enough of gripping my hand, you scoundrel? You've made it quite painful. At this moment, He Junjin finally recalled, somewhat awkwardly releasing his grip on Wang Lisin's hand, and let out a chuckle. Go ahead, he said. Wang Lisin, visibly irate, glared at He Junjin and exclaimed, What? If you cannot recruit anyone, must you also deny me their contact information? He Junjin exhaled a heavy sigh, recounting in detail all he had witnessed and heard regarding Lin Yan. After a considerable amount of time, having relayed every incident pertaining to Lin Yan, He Junjin finally paused, taking a moment to catch his breath. It seemed that the sheer volume of words he had just spoken left his mouth parched, akin to a desolate desert. Though he had known Boss Lin for merely 2 weeks, He Junjin felt he could elaborate further on this enigmatic man and the tale surrounding him. Wang Lisin took a while to process this vast influx of information, initially believing that Boss Lin was just an ordinary street vendor. He now perceived a mysterious veil enveloping this young man that even he could not penetrate. No wonder you refrained from allowing me to add Boss Lin's contact details. You feared I might disturb him, causing his mood to sour and leading him to cease his operations. He Junjin nodded, feeling justified in his lengthy discourse. At last, Wang Lisin grasped the crux of the matter. However, he soon inquired, earlier, Boss Lin mentioned he wouldn't be here next week. Do you know where he will be? He Junjin had not yet noticed this detail in Lin Yan's conversation, scratching his head and ultimately uttering two words. I don't know. Wang Lisin remained silent. Engrossed in his own deductions, you mentioned that last time Boss Lin closed his stall early due to exhaustion was on a Friday. Coupling that with what he just said, could it be that Boss Lin's market days follow a pattern, changing weekly, along with the items he sells? Upon hearing Wang Lisin's reasoning, He Junjin felt an epiphany wash over him. Yet, some questions still loomed overhead, unshakable. Uncle Wang, where do you think Boss Lin will set up next week? This time, it was Wang Lisin's turn to scratch his head. After a lengthy silence, he reluctantly replied, Currently, we only have 2 samples to reference. The pattern remains elusive. We shall observe further in the future. Surely, we will deduce it eventually. With that, Wang Lisin raised the last portion of stinky tofu in his hand and smiled. Junjin, I must take my leave now. Otherwise, this stinky tofu will grow cold and lose its flavor. If Aunt discovers I delayed my return, she won't let me back to my room to rest. As the moment of parting approached, He Junjin, still lost in thought, suddenly extended his hand to stop Wang Lisin. Uncle Wang, please don't leave just yet. Wang Lisin was taken aback. Moments later, He Junjin retrieved his phone from his pocket and swiftly opened a group chat titled Boss Lin's Fan Group. He then displayed the QR code for the group and handed it to Wang Lisin. Uncle Wang, don't share your theory solely with me. Why not discuss it with the group members? Together, we might unearth additional patterns that elude us. Wang Lisin had recently heard about this group chat from He Junjin's description, but out of respect for his elder, he had refrained from expressing his desire to join. Now, with He Junjin proactively offering the QR code, Wang Lisin felt no reason to decline and promptly joined the chat. Yunwen, who had been eavesdropping, also approached to scan the code and enter the group. Goodbye. Uncle Wang. Mr. Wang, I shall take my leave as well. After exchanging farewells, they departed. It seemed that, due to Boss Lin's influence, an invisible bond had inexplicably formed among them. Wang Lisin walked outside with a heart full of joy, seemingly oblivious to the original purpose of his visit. His sole focus now was to hastily bring home the stinky tofu for his wife to taste. Mr. Wang, the once timid individuals from the opposing party, who had been hesitant to speak in front of the distinguished guests, finally gathered the courage to timidly interject, lowering their voices. Wang Lisin tapped his forehead, turned around, and beamed with a radiant smile. Oh, regarding that project, I thought it was something significant. Please come to my office tomorrow morning to draft the contract. Chapter 43, Preparations for the Final Day in the Stillness of the Night. As Lin Yan lay nestled in his bed, blissfully asleep, the Lin Boss fan group remained vibrant with activity. Almost all the members who had not succumbed to slumber were actively engaging in discussion. Naturally, the topic igniting fervent debate was the intriguing hypothesis proposed by the newly joined Wang Lisin. In light of this conjecture, the group members, reflecting upon all they had observed regarding Lin Boss's recent conduct, found themselves largely in agreement with the assertion. Although no one had yet discerned the precise pattern within the behaviors, the collective sense of camaraderie fostered a belief that the ultimate answer was tantalizingly close. However, it was not long before Yukunjin introduced a pivotal query into the conversation. If we are to consider a weekly rotation, could it be that tomorrow marks Lin Boss's final day of operation for this week? Throughout the discussion, Yukunjin had remained silent, but when he finally spoke, his words resonated deeply, rendering the group momentarily speechless. The last time Lin Yin had closed up shop was indeed on a Friday. And tomorrow was once again a Friday, perhaps signaling the end of his market activities for the week. In the expansive group, which had swelled to nearly 300 members, no one dared to respond quickly following Yukunjin's message, as if the weight of his words had cast a pall of silence over the conversation. After a prolonged pause, a member finally broke the stillness. Without uttering a single word or offering any rebuttal, they shared 2 profoundly expressive emojis, crying. It was as though this exchange had devolved into a relay race of sorrow, transforming the previously jubilant atmosphere into one imbued with deep melancholy. It was then that Yukunjin, unable to bear the somber mood any longer, interjected. If everyone wishes to savor Lin Boss's culinary creations in the future, it would be wise to seize the opportunity to inquire with him tomorrow, on this last day. At least from the time I have come to know Lin Boss, he has always been generous and considerate towards each one of us. As the group members reflected, they found themselves in unanimous agreement with Yukunjin's sentiments. The enigmatic Lin Boss had indeed never shortchanged his devoted patrons. Aside from the fixed menu and established operating hours, Lin Boss was known for his readiness to respond to inquiries. Occasionally, some patrons would express dissatisfaction over the limited quantity of ingredients prepared, which resulted in a few individuals missing out on the culinary experience. In such instances, Lin Boss would invariably ensure an abundance of ingredients for the following day's market, enough to the point where even the food cart appeared precarious. Even the purchasing limits that had caused some discontent were merely Lin Boss's way of ensuring that a greater number of patrons could enjoy his delectable offerings. Through collective analysis, the mood within the group began to shift favorably once more. At last, amidst the atmosphere of brainstorming and light-hearted banter, the group members reached a decisive conclusion. They resolved to send the most senior member, Yu Kunjin, to inquire with Boss Lin about the location of his stall for the upcoming week. That night, some drifted into peaceful slumber while others tossed and turned restlessly. On Friday morning, in the dormitory, even though there were no early classes, Yu Kunjin rose with unusual promptness. Wang Chong, still in a daze, opened his eyes to find that Yu, who typically slept until well past noon, was up at such an early hour. Startled, he exclaimed, "Yu, what brings you here?" Yu Kunjin, having just concluded a phone call, glanced at Wang Chong's disheveled hair that looked rather stylishly tousled from sleep, and replied, "Where else would I be?" It was only then that Wang Chong fully awoke, scratching his head in an effort to tame his unruly tuft, but to no avail. "But, Yu, why are you up so early today?" Upon hearing this question, Yu Kunjin pondered for a moment before responding, "Did you check the group messages last night?" Wang Chong was taken aback. Exhausted from a full day of classes, he had succumbed to sleep early and had naturally missed the group notifications. He hurriedly retrieved his phone. Opening the group chat, where a torrent of 99 messages bombarded his vision. Last day of operation, weekly rotation. The overwhelming volume of information flooded into his unsuspecting mind, akin to an early morning lecture. After a moment of bewilderment, he finally regained his composure. His voice tinged with a hint of despair. "Yu, are you saying that if we don't find out the specifics from Boss Lin today, we might never taste his delicious food again?" Yu Kunjin paused, having considered this possibility himself, yet based on his understanding of Boss Lin's character, he felt it was unlikely. However, acknowledging the objective reality, he nodded. Yes, that possibility cannot be entirely dismissed. Wang Chong, now in a state of distress, lamented, "Yu, I was so exhausted yesterday that I missed out on Boss Lin's stinky tofu. What if I can never have it again after today?" Yu Kunjin rubbed his temples in exasperation. After a prolonged silence, he finally said, "Tonight, you'll accompany me to ask?" Wang Chong gradually stifled his tears, managing a smile still glistening with moisture. "Yu, I knew you were the best. Shut up, and stop calling me Yu." "Understood, you in a certain company in Minqing." In the afternoon, Wang Lisin had just concluded the weekly summary executive meeting, wiping the beads of perspiration from his brow. At this moment, the company is in a stable phase. However, certain latent risks and issues still require collective resolution. It can be said that Wang Lisin is thoroughly satisfied with every senior executive in the company. He has certainly observed their contributions and efforts. "Excuse me, everyone. Please hold on." Wang Lisin suddenly raised his hand, halting the senior executives who were preparing to leave the conference room. Noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces, he sighed and said, "I know everyone has been working hard recently. Let us set our tasks aside for today. Shortly, we will take the company vehicle to a newly discovered place where I'd like to treat you all to some food." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lisin struggled to articulate his next words, as the idea of serving stinky tofu as an afternoon snack was indeed unprecedented. However, one of the senior leaders quickly interjected with a smile, "Are you inviting us for afternoon tea today, Mr. Wang?" "Ha ha ha. Then we shall graciously accept." With this leader's remark, the remaining executives joined in with jovial banter, transforming the previously tense and somber atmosphere into one of lively camaraderie. Observing this, Wang Lisin nodded with a smile, assuring them, "Rest assured, I will not let you down." Chapter 44. The Maybach leads the way. Guests assemble. At the entrance of the Fengjing City Mall in Min City, a multitude of individuals emerged from within, pausing momentarily. The sheer number of people gathered at the mall's entrance was remarkable, and their demeanor did not suggest any inclination towards conflict. Among them were not only youthful and impassioned university students, but also well-dressed professionals. Notably, there was even an individual adorned in a fashion reminiscent of the 1990s, embodying Asiamate style. "Mr. Wang, is the afternoon tea restaurant located inside the mall?" At this moment, The senior executives from Wang Lisan's company had almost all arrived. This ensemble of distinguished gentlemen, exuding an aura of leadership, comprised aging men whose average age surpassed 50. Creating a striking tableau, Wang Lisan shook his head, a mysterious smile gracing his features. No. Can you guess what I have in store for you this afternoon? The senior executives racked their brains, but ultimately, they could not fathom what their usually stoic CEO intended to treat them to for afternoon tea. Despite their best efforts to think outside the box, they could never have anticipated that this billionaire CEO would only offer them a humble serving of stinky tofu from a roadside vendor. Surely not a street vendor, right? After a moment of deep contemplation, one executive jokingly voiced this inquiry. However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, his colleagues erupted in laughter. How could Mr. Wang, such a magnanimous person, possibly only treat us to street food? As he spoke, he glanced up at Wang Lisan with a fawning smile. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Lisan merely waved his hand and replied with a grin, "You've hit the nail on the head. I indeed plan to treat you all to street food. Specifically stinky tofu." The entire group of executives, who typically held positions of high authority within the company, fell into silence. Even with their years of experience in the corporate world, they found themselves at a loss for words to compliment an afternoon tea consisting solely of stinky tofu. Just as Wang Lisan intended to say something, his phone rang from his pocket. "Hello, my dear wife." He answered the call. "Oh, you've arrived? I'm right at the mall entrance, and there's quite a crowd here. It should be easy to spot me. Are you coming over directly? Great, see you soon." "My dear." His usual authoritative demeanor vanished, replaced by an affable tone infused with a hint of endearment. The onlookers waiting nearby cast curious glances at the scene unfolding before them. Only that group of leaders had long since become accustomed to this situation. One of them even stepped forward to explain to the diners, "You'll get used to it. Our general manager Wang is quite the devoted husband, haha." This elicited hearty laughter from the crowd, and the diners displayed expressions of sudden understanding. Although Wang Lisan was a newcomer among the diners, following his pure-hearted remarks and unique insights from the previous evening, his reputation and influence within the dining circle had already reached a level comparable to that of the previously esteemed Fu Gu and Yu Kunjin. "Ah, the pure-hearted uncle. Quite intriguing," they chuckled. I can understand. Who would have thought that the uncle truly invited his wife over for stinky tofu today?" As the diners exchanged their banter about the uncle, the leaders realized that this group appeared to be quite familiar with their general manager Wang. Taking advantage of Wang Lisan's moment of distraction as he engaged in playful phone calls, the leaders quickly utilized their years of workplace charisma and social skills to mingle with the diners. They were filled with curiosity about the upcoming Boss Lin and his stinky tofu food stall. Several leaders even directly requested veteran diners to invite them to join the Boss Lin fan club. Before long, the time reached 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Accompanied by Yu Kunjin's signature Maybach paving the way, Lin Yan's food truck followed closely behind. The gathering of fans awaiting their arrival exceeded 100 people. And upon sighting this remarkably ordinary food truck, they instinctively parted to create a path. "Boss Lin is here. Boss Lin, I've missed you so much. Can we have unlimited orders today? I want 100 portions. Boss Lin, please don't leave me." A cacophony of astonished cries, joy, and lamentation blended together, leaving Lin Yan on the food truck somewhat bewildered. He had merely come to set up his stall at the designated time. Yet not only had a Maybach seemingly been waiting to escort him, but the number of diners awaiting him was unprecedented. Moreover, it appeared that more people were continuously arriving from a distance. Lin Yan smiled wryly as he glanced at the 4 large boxes of ingredients on his food truck. Feeling a tinge of guilt, he could already foresee that the supplies he had prepared for today would scarcely last even an hour, let alone until the system's designated closing time. "General Manager Wang, is this our afternoon tea for today?" A few members of the leadership team joked half-heartedly. Though their tone carried a hint of teasing, they were all individuals who had persevered through the trials of entrepreneurship. Who among them had not savored a few portions of stinky tofu? Moreover, upon hearing the descriptions from the recent diners, one must admit that their curiosity regarding the young proprietor, Lin, has indeed intensified. "Let us queue. If we delay, we shall miss out," Wang Lisan chuckled. Offering no further explanation, he firmly believed that Lin's culinary skills would undoubtedly impress the seasoned palates of these professionals. As he spoke, he had secured a favorable position near the front of the line, with only a few individuals ahead of him, aside from his friends, including Yu Kunjin, who had previously coordinated with him. Wang Lisan clenched his fist, a smile illuminating his face. Not far away, a woman clad in a flowing white dress approached him. Although the traces of time were evident in the creases at the corners of her eyes, her bearing suggested that in her youth, she was undoubtedly a rare beauty. The moment she spotted her target, she hastened forward, seizing Wang Lisan's ear with a firm grip. "Old Wang, is this the surprise you promised me?" Wang Lisan grimaced playfully while pointing towards Lin Yan, who was busy frying the stinky tofu. "My dear wife, please allow me to explain. This stinky tofu is something you must try. It is absolutely delicious." Upon mentioning the stinky tofu, the woman slightly relaxed her grip, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Yet her tone remained unyielding. "Very well, I shall sample this stinky tofu today. If it does not resemble the flavor we enjoyed back in school, do not blame me for being rude." Chapter 45. Dire News. The collapsing diners after a week of selling and preparing stinky tofu. Lin Yan has become increasingly adept at the entire process, moving with remarkable speed and grace in his actions of packing. As Yu Kunjin stands at the front of the line, ready to order the first serving, Lin Yan suddenly peeks over his shoulder at the long queue behind him and lets out a soft sigh. "Today, each person is limited to 2 portions, he announces. As the crowd is truly overwhelming, Yu Kunjin harbors no objections to this further restriction, for he has come here today with an important mission. The choice between indulging in more servings of stinky tofu today or ensuring he can savor it in the future weighs heavily on his mind. He is no fool. "Boss Lin, I shall take 2 portions, he states, nodding, his tone devoid of the previously aloof demeanor. "That will be 40 yuan, Lin Yan replies with a slight nod. Although he is curious about the unusually gentle demeanor of this typically imposing young heir, the immense workload and his social anxiety prevent him from voicing his thoughts. He hands the 2 packed portions of stinky tofu to Yu Kunjin, just as he prepares to serve the next customer. Lin Yan is taken aback to find that Yu Kunjin shows no sign of departing. Oddly, the diners behind him display no signs of discontent at his lingering presence. Rather, they lean forward, their eyes brimming with anticipation. "Boss Lin, may I ask you something?" Yu Kunjin inquires, his tone gentle. Lin Yan is momentarily surprised. No wonder Yu Kunjin's voice has softened today. He has a question to pose. He nods, remembering the adage that the customer is always right, which he holds dear. Seeing Lin Yan's willingness to respond, a flicker of joy passes across Yu Kunjin's face. If Lin Yan is willing to answer his questions, the endeavor will be half accomplished. The diners behind them also display excitement, for if they could truly discern Lin Yan's future vending schedule, their appetites would surely be satisfied. "Boss Lin," Yu Kunjin begins slowly, his pace measured. As he utters his first word, the previously bustling crowd of diners falls silent, their chatter ceasing in unison. Though his voice is not loud, every ear in the vicinity hears him clearly. His primary objective is to validate the conjectures that Wang Lisan and the group had previously discussed. "Do you change your menu and the time and location of your stall every week?" Upon hearing the question, Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that the affluent second-generation individual before him would utter some enticing words to draw him in, but he never expected such a straightforward inquiry. The pattern was indeed easy to discern. Lin Yan felt no need to conceal anything from the loyal patrons surrounding him. He nodded in affirmation and responded to Yu Kunjin. A subtle smile graced Yu Kunjin's lips, betraying a hint of delight, as he continued, "Boss Lin, where will you be setting up your stall next week?" Lin Yan froze. He wished to answer this question. However, the crux of the matter was that he himself was entirely oblivious to the answer. How could he respond to Yu Kunjin in front of him? Noticing Lin Yan's silence in the wake of the question, a disconcerting thought began to creep into the minds of all the patrons present. Even Yu Kunjin, who usually maintained a calm demeanor, felt an unprecedented wave of anxiety wash over him. The heartbeat within his chest quickened noticeably, although Lin Yan's silence did not endure for long. To the eager patrons awaiting a response, it felt as if a century had passed. "I apologize," Lin Yan eventually opted for candor. "I do not know before next week." At the moment his words fell, all the patrons present lowered their heads in despair. It was baffling that the seemingly accommodating Boss Lin could not provide an answer to this question. Yet, not a single patron dared to question Lin Yan's response. This was largely due to the young proprietor's sincerity and the genuine emotion he exuded. He appeared utterly devoid of deceit. The only explanation that could be derived was collectively pieced together by the crowd. This charismatic Boss Lin indeed made decisions regarding the timing, location, and menu of his stall on a whim, devoid of any discernible pattern. After a considerable pause, the patrons finally regained their composure from the recent revelation. To inform those at the back of the queue who were unaware of the current situation, some in the front row recorded the unfolding events and shared them in the group chat. Instantly, a cacophony of lamentations erupted from the rear of the line. "Do we still want stinky tofu?" Lin Yin inquired softly, observing the crowd's sorrowful preoccupation with their fate rather than placing orders. After a brief moment of waiting, Yu Kunjin, who had already procured his stinky tofu, promptly relinquished his position and made his way to the end of the line. Although it was highly probable that the last patrons would not acquire any stinky tofu, it was worth a try. Wang Lisan, positioned at the front of the queue, had evidently overheard Lin Yan's response and, once radiating happiness, now bore a furrowed brow. His wife, unfamiliar with Lin Yan's remarkable feats due to her recent arrival, could only comfort her husband with a hint of confusion. Where can we not find stinky tofu? If it comes to that, we can simply try another place. The company executives behind them echoed similar reassurances. Wang Lisan, wishing to avoid further elaboration, spoke with a tinge of sorrow in his voice. I hope that after you taste Boss Lin's stinky tofu, you will refrain from uttering such callous remarks. Upon receiving the disheartening news, the patrons were filled with reverence and offered the stinky tofu on this final day, and upon acquiring it, they collectively chose not to indulge immediately. Instead, they held it delicately in their hands, as if admiring a rare treasure on the brink of vanishing from the world. Soon, it was Wang Lisan's turn along with the group of executives. Boss, we are together in this. Wang Lisan indicated towards the 5 company executives behind him and his beloved beside him, saying, I will order for them 14 portions of stinky tofu, please. Lin Yin nodded slightly. His hands, deftly executing tasks with near precision, left him little room for idle chat. On this final day of stalls, he sensed the patrons' reluctance to part from him and naturally aspired to showcase his utmost skill and excellence. It wasn't long before 14 servings of freshly fried stinky tofu were placed into an oversized plastic bag and handed to Wang Lisan. Let us step aside, everyone. We shall discuss matters after you have finished eating. Wang Lisan did not merely grab the plastic bag. Rather, he cradled it like a devoted acolyte. After uttering those words, he walked to the side, lost in his own thoughts. Chapter 46. The Final Stinky Tofu. Farewell to all. Having walked a short distance from the crowd, Wang Lisan finally came to a halt. His wife observed the stinky tofu in his hand, her expression slightly bemused, yet she refrained from voicing any thoughts. Well then, everyone. Wang Lisan addressed the 5 senior executives behind him, though his gaze remained fixated on the stinky tofu, as if it were magnetically drawn to his attention. Unable to bear the sight any longer, his wife stepped forward and opened the plastic bag in his hand, distributing 1 box each to everyone present. Wang Lisan watched with a heavy heart as the quantity of stinky tofu dwindled, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. Despite his reluctance, he dared not utter a word of protest against his wife, silently clutching his heart. Each departure was always feigned with a facade of ease. Mr. Wang, I shall try this stinky tofu first, one of the executives declared. I am also Mr. Wang, another chimed in, laughter erupting amongst them. Having heard such marvelous things, I can hardly contain my cravings. They noted that the flavor of this stinky tofu seemed even more authentic than what he had encountered during his business trip to Xiangqing. After exchanging a few words about the delicacy before them, they deftly speared a piece of tofu and cautiously brought it to their mouths. Patience is a virtue. Especially with freshly fried tofu, the gathered crowd understood this well. As they took their first bites, an initial frown crossed their faces, soon replaced by expressions of sheer delight. Although they had mentally prepared for the taste of this stinky tofu, only through the act of savoring such a culinary delight could they grasp the flavor that transcended mere imagination. Delicious, they exclaimed. Ouch, it's hot, but so good. The typically stoic executives, known for their serious demeanor, now ardently stuffed their mouths with stinky tofu, oblivious to the scalding heat, showing no intention of spitting it out. In mere minutes, these seasoned businessmen had polished off their first boxes of stinky tofu. Gazing at the last remaining box, these 5 adept men of commerce now hesitated, treating it with newfound caution. This was the final box of stinky tofu, and according to recent news, the vendor would no longer be selling here after tomorrow. This meant that today not only marked their first encounter with this delicacy, but potentially their last. What they had initially thought was merely the beginning had unexpectedly transformed into a pinnacle and outcome that was difficult for all to accept. Mr. Wang, one of the senior executives, lifted his head, gazing at Wang Lisan, who was still unwilling to take a bite. His eyes were filled with a subtle plea. Our cafeteria has always been understaffed. You see, Boss Lin. The other senior executives around him also displayed expressions of earnest entreaty towards Wang Lisan, though the reasoning was rather flimsy. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that the food in the company cafeteria was indeed quite unpalatable, due to the demands of their busy work schedules. Everyone had grown indifferent towards their meals. Now, Having savored true culinary delights, they instinctively compared the cafeteria offerings with the stinky tofu crafted by Lin Yin, thereby starkly highlighting the cafeteria's lack of taste. Listening to the words of the executives before him and observing their genuine, almost innocent gazes, Wang Lisin, who had always presented a stern demeanor, found himself momentarily at a loss. The group of seasoned men before him resembled a pack of hungry little creatures awaiting nourishment. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to muster a bittersweet smile. "Do you think I had tea considered what you've mentioned?" With that, he gestured towards the still busy Lin Yan, his tone rising several notches. "Do not be deceived by Boss Lin's humble sale of stinky tofu at merely 20 yuan a portion. He returns home to the Tiangong No. 1 courtyard each night. Hiring a Michelin-starred chef to work in our cafeteria would be far easier than bringing Boss Lin on board." As he spoke, Wang Lisin let out a long sigh, his tone laced with a sense of resignation and melancholy, reminiscent of a widow abandoned by her husband for many years. Upon hearing his words, the executives collectively erupted in lamentation. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves, the reality of the situation still struck them with profound sorrow. "Boss Lin, how ruthless you are! Who permits a mere street vendor of stinky tofu to reside in Tiangong No. 1 courtyard?" Beside him, his wife finally grasped the current predicament. From the remaining 4 portions of stinky tofu in the plastic bag, she took one with hopeful anticipation, using a disposable wooden stick to spear a piece and bring it to her lips. Having cooled down somewhat, the stinky tofu was no longer scalding. Yet the texture of its exterior and interior remained delightfully intact. Thus, as she savored the stinky tofu, Wang Lisin's wife exhibited far more grace than the earlier assembly of men. The moment the tofu entered her mouth, she bit down, experiencing the soft filling and crispy shell colliding in a delightful assault on her senses, with its delicate seasoning continuously tantalizing her palate. Delicious. After carefully chewing and finally swallowing the tofu, she slowly raised her head and, after a moment of contemplation, simply uttered 2 words, "Delicious." She did not rush to eat the second piece. Instead, she picked up a piece and handed it to Wang Lisin in front of her, exclaiming with delight, "Old Wang, this stinky tofu is truly delicious. It seems even better than the stinky tofu we had during our school days." Wang Lisin looked at his wife, who was as excited as a child, and a blissful smile spread across his face. Leaning forward, he took the piece of stinky tofu she offered. As he chewed and displayed a look of contentment, he mumbled, "Darling, as long as it's delicious, eat as much as you can. We might not have it again in the future." Madame Wang nodded with a smile, yet unbeknownst to anyone, this woman, who had crossed the threshold of 40 and weathered countless storms, had a faint mist of tears welling in her eyes. Of course, Wang Lisin would never confess that he had intended to bring his wife some stinky tofu yesterday, but, unable to resist temptation, had devoured it on the way. Even though Lin Yin had accelerated his pace in making the stinky tofu, the line had hardly diminished. Almost all the patrons who had acquired the stinky tofu were relishing it while instinctively joining the end of the line to start queuing again, merely for the slim chance of purchasing a second serving. Additionally, many had come upon the recommendations of friends or family, and the entrance square of the entire mall was nearly occupied by Lin Yan's eager customers. The fan group specifically dedicated to Lin Yan, which had originally boasted over 200 members, had now burgeoned into a large assembly of 600. There were even suggestions to establish a second group. At this moment, the square was primarily divided into 2 categories of people. One group consisted of those who had already purchased the stinky tofu, indulging in it while shedding tears at the thought that they might never taste such delectable stinky tofu again. The other group comprised those still waiting in line, anxiously anticipating their turn, fearful that the stinky tofu might sell out before they reached the front. As time passed, the number of happy patrons gradually increased, while the tension in the air also escalated. Finally, a customer in the front row, holding a piece of stinky tofu, approached the back of the line but did not join it. Instead, after counting the number of people behind him, he drew an imaginary line in the air behind someone and announced loudly, to those behind, "There's no need to queue any longer. The stinky tofu is about to sell out." Silence ensued. Seconds later, a chorus of lamentation erupted across the square. "Boss Lin, don't leave. What will I do if you go? I wish I could follow Boss Lin and sneak into his home for a meal. Are you out of your mind to disturb Boss Lin? If he doesn't take action against you, the customers will surely deal with you first." Among those who lament the unavailability of the infamous stinky tofu on this final day, there are not only those who failed to procure it, but also those who have already indulged in its unique flavor, shedding tears of sorrow. Regardless of their identities, Be they students, successful entrepreneurs, teachers, or ordinary office workers, they weep openly, mourning the possibility of never tasting this delicacy again. Miyako swallowed the last morsel of stinky tofu, simultaneously shouldering the camera and equipment she had meticulously prepared, which captured the essence of her experiences over the past few days. Ever since discovering Boss Lin, Miyako had envisioned crafting a feature article dedicated to this charismatic proprietor. Now, on this final day, her vision has come to fruition. Lin Yin exhaled slowly, observing the once bulging boxes of ingredients now devoid of their initial weight. He extended his hand in a gentle wave to the crowd, both those who had savored the dish and those who had not. Farewell, everyone. Chapter 47. The male model is actually myself. Upon returning to his expansive residence, Lin Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He did not even bother to remove his trousers or outerwear. Instead, he collapsed onto his grand bed, inhaling deeply several times as though attempting to expel the exhaustion accumulated over the past few days. After lying there with a dazed expression for a considerable time, he gradually regained his senses, his gaze refocusing on the ceiling of his room. The brief reverie had indeed restored a portion of his energy. Yet the relentless burden of his intense work still left him mentally and physically drained. After a moment of sluggish contemplation, the thought struck him that he had yet to claim the rewards from the system's tasks. With a mere thought, his consciousness descended, seemingly detaching from his body, and he found himself in the enigmatic realm of the system. System, please finalize this task, Lin Yin stated. Having not heard a response from the system for quite some time, it was only after he spoke that the system finally responded in a leisurely manner. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward acquired, Body Enhancement Capsules 5, which the host may utilize at any time. Meal cart has been retrieved. Host. We shall meet again next week. With the final farewell, Lin Yin felt as though an invisible hand had unceremoniously expelled him from the system's domain. Slowly opening his eyes, he took a moment to comprehend that he had been forcibly ejected from the system space, involuntarily displaying a bittersweet smile. Glancing down, he noticed a porcelain-like container resting in his hand, the contents rattling within as he shook it. Without hesitation, he poured its contents into his palm, revealing 5 capsule-like objects. These must be the body enhancement capsules the system mentioned, Lin Yin mused, his eyes gleaming with fervent imagination as he beheld the 5 capsules. Although he typically lacked eloquence, he had read numerous fantastical novels of martial prowess, and the extraordinary abilities depicted within had always captivated him. Now, with a means to enhance his strength laid before him, Lin Yin could not help but envision himself as immensely powerful, impervious to bullets and more. As if sensing Lin Yan's thoughts, the system, which had just vanished, suddenly reappeared, delivering a cold notification that echoed in his ears. The capsules will not enhance the host's physical strength beyond the human limit. Each capsule can be likened to a year of rigorous training. Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback. All the joy and anticipation he had felt upon hearing these 2 statements sank like a stone into the depths of despair. He gazed at the 5 capsules before him, gritting his teeth, continually reassuring himself, well, this is certainly better than nothing. With that thought, he tilted his head back and swallowed all 5 capsules in one go. As the capsules entered Lin Yan's body, he soon felt an overwhelming force coursing through him, almost dizzying in its intensity as it began to transform his physique. Strange visions flooded his mind, images of him lifting weights in a gym or sprinting across a track. Yet, for a recluse like Lin Yan, such scenarios had previously seemed utterly unattainable. After half an hour, Lin Yan sensed a clarity returning to his vision. Clenching his fists, he realized his strength had vastly increased compared to before, judging by his previous physical state. He felt confident that he could endure 5 hours of arduous labor without experiencing the fatigue he had recently endured. It was evident that his physical prowess had multiplied several times over. No longer content to remain on his bed, Lin Yin stood up, shed his clothing, and walked directly to his wardrobe. There, he discovered a large full-length mirror that allowed him to view every inch of his body without obstruction. Wow! Upon seeing his reflection, all prior complaints vanished from his mind. The Lin Yin in the mirror was a transformed individual, aside from the unchanged features of his face. He appeared almost like a different person altogether. With sculpted abs and broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, there was not an ounce of excess flesh. Nor were there any unflattering proportions. The system had seamlessly integrated 5 years of fitness results, presenting an ideal physique tailored for Lin Yin. Now, he did not resemble the overly defined bodybuilders that might evoke discomfort, nor did he appear as awkward as those who, through improper techniques, had developed disproportionate trapezius muscles. Incredible. Lin Yin spun around in his wardrobe, marveling at the near-perfect form he now possessed. He began to don the various suits and casual attire he had prepared beforehand. Garments generously gifted to him by a renowned brand in collaboration with the celestial realm. Until now, he had never worn them. Each time he switched outfits, an exclamation of awe escaped his lips as he admired his reflection. In my current state, I resemble a living mannequin. Truly embodying the phrase dressing to appear slender while undressing reveals curves. Gazing into the mirror, Lin Yin was struck by the thought that he could easily become a provocative influencer to sustain himself. After all, many male influencers on short video platforms are merely hastily assembled products, their physiques pale in comparison to Lin Yan's natural 5-year dedication to fitness. Suddenly, a question crossed Lin Yan's mind, his tone tinged with anxiety. System, if I cease to exercise, will my physique revert to its former state? No, host. The effects of the capsule are permanent and can be cumulative. Satisfied, Lin Yan nodded and proceeded to try on another outfit, filled with admiration and affection for his own physique. Thus, he continued this endeavor until the late hours of the night, ultimately succumbing to overwhelming fatigue and retreating to his bedroom for a deep slumber. As the sun rose high in the sky, Lin Yan awoke with still drowsy eyes, vigorously shaking his head to dispel the lingering fog in his mind. After a refreshing wash, he donned a set of workout attire he had tried on in the wardrobe the previous day, feeling quite pleased with his choice. Upon opening the door to his home, he found Gao Yujia already waiting outside, seemingly having anticipated his arrival for quite some time. Mr. Lin, she said, offering a slight bow. The routine of waiting at the residence door each morning was a fundamental aspect of her job. Lin Yin, still adjusting to this formality, waved his hand and smiled, replying, "Good morning, Xiao Gao." Gao Yujia displayed a professional smile, inquiring, "Is there anything I can assist you with today, Mr. Lin?" Lin Yin furrowed his brow slightly. He had witnessed this girl's lively demeanor when she spoke with him. Now, her pretense of seriousness and professionalism felt somewhat uncomfortable. Without hesitation, Lin Yin spoke, "Xiao Gao, just treat me as a friend. I will certainly give you a good review at the property management." Gao Yujia paused, her formulaic smile shifting to one of genuine surprise, her expression reverting to its previous playful charm. Leaning in slightly, her tone became animated. "Really, Mr. Lin?" Chapter 48. You look truly handsome today. Confronted with this whimsical young girl, Lin Yin instinctively regarded her as his own sister. He offered a subtle smile, his tone imbued with delight. "Of course. I detest that kind of flattering tone." This sentiment was not solely directed at Gao Yujia. It was also a reflection on his former self. In those days, within the corporate realm, he had repeatedly betrayed his own principles, uttering sycophantic remarks to superiors in pursuit of elusive ambitions. In retrospect, Lin Yin felt an overwhelming sense of foolishness regarding his past self. Gao Yujia, observing his expression, nodded earnestly. She too despised such rigid conventions. Yet given Lin Yan's status as her tenant, she could only play along. After receiving Lin Yan's cue, she unabashedly revealed her true nature. "Mr. Lin, have you prepared any delicious food today?" After savoring Lin Yan's stinky tofu, Gao Yujia seized every opportunity to visit his snack stall under the pretext of serving the tenants. Although she was well aware through the fan group that Lin Yin only set up his stall until Friday, she clung to the last vestiges of hope. Without waiting for Lin Yan's response, Gao Yujia leaned her little head around him to peek inside the room. Not only was the familiar pungent aroma of stinky tofu absent, but even the scent of the braised pork rice that some longtime patrons had mentioned was nowhere to be detected. It appeared that Mr. Lin had indeed not prepared any culinary delights today. Seeing Gao Yujia's disappointed expression, Lin Yin couldn't help but smile triumphantly. "Don't worry, Xiao Gao. I will set up my stall again next week." Upon hearing this, Gao Yujia's frown transformed into a satisfied grin, and she stepped closer, nearly pressing against Lin Yin. "Really? Mr. Lin, where will you be setting up this time? Will you still be selling stinky tofu?" Lin Yin shook his head, discreetly stepping back to create a slightly ambiguous distance. "I haven't decided on the location yet, but I probably won't be selling stinky tofu." Gao Yujia nodded in understanding. The online community had long noted Lin Yin's free-spirited nature, which explained why, despite everyone's desire to indulge in his culinary creations, no patrons dared to intrude upon his life. They feared that if Lin Yin, the whimsical chef, were to be disturbed, he might just seize his stall altogether. "Where are you heading today, Mr. Lin?" Gao Yujia inquired. This time, her demeanor was no longer that of Lin Yin's personal housekeeper. Her relaxed tone resembled that of a friend. After pondering for a while without arriving at an answer, Lin Yan finally spoke. I'll just wander around here for now. If you have work, please attend to it. Gao Yujia nodded obediently. Since Lin Yan had acquired the number 1 courtyard merely over a week ago, there remained numerous subsequent procedures and processes for Gao Yujia to manage and comprehend. It could be said that her workload had been quite substantial lately. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Gao Yujia felt an overwhelming urge to bow deeply in gratitude, not for the procedural formalities, but for the appreciation blossoming within her heart. Is this what it truly means to be affluent? Indeed, he exudes an aura of grandeur and charm. Observing Lin Yan, Gao Yujia couldn't help but feel that he appeared significantly more handsome today than last week, clad in the simplest of casual athletic attire. His stature seemed remarkably more upright, accentuating his already above-average features, which had now taken on a more striking appeal. Knowing that, Mr. Lin, I shall attend to my duties, Gao Yujia said with a sweet smile. Oh, by the way, Mr. Lin, you look exceptionally handsome today. After uttering those words, she felt a warmth flooding her cheeks. Her youthful shyness perfectly encapsulated in that moment. Watching Gao Yujia dash away, Lin Yan couldn't help but chuckle softly. He then began to stroll leisurely through the community. With the sun now high in the sky, the area was nearly devoid of people, save for the occasional sight of patrolling security personnel. As he walked amidst this tranquil environment, Lin Yan gazed at the verdant floor and towering trees surrounding him, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. While meandering, he suddenly heard the faint sound of music wafting through the air. Following the direction of the melody, he ambled closer, the sound growing clearer in his ears. It led into a small bamboo grove, where he glimpsed a figure through the gaps in the bamboo stalks, unable to discern whether it was a man or woman. The one certainty was that the enchanting sound emanated from this individual, who was playing the bamboo flute. The melodious notes floated gracefully in the air, enveloping the surroundings. As the performance concluded, Lin Yan could not resist stepping into the bamboo thicket, offering a gentle applause. Oh, the musician turned, revealing a young man whose bamboo flute emitted a soft glow, exuding a refreshing aura just by appearance, a clear indication of a finely crafted instrument. Are you also a resident here? The young man inquired first. He appeared to be of a similar age to Lin Yan, with an almost ethereal beauty that could rival that of a woman, complemented by a cascade of glossy black hair. Yes, Lin Yan replied with a smile. He had never held any aversion towards those skilled in music. Are you a musician? The young man smiled lightly, his words carefree. Yet his tone betrayed a hint of resignation. If only I were a musician, I haven't made a name for myself yet. Lin Yan nodded, about to voice a question. But the young man preempted him, saying, the house here was also bought for me by my father. Although I lack money, my father does not. With that, he waved his bamboo flute as if bidding farewell and strode out of the bamboo grove, truly embodying the spirit of a free-spirited musician. Indifferent to whether his conversation with Lin Yan remained unfinished, Lin Yan felt no discontent. He always had a fondness for individuals brimming with personality. Over the next 2 days, he wandered about the vicinity, preparing meals casually at home, and thus, life continued in its unremarkable rhythm until midday on Sunday. Suddenly, the system notification sound, which felt as though it had vanished for an eternity, rang out sharply in Lin Yan's ears. Releasing the next week's stall mission. Chapter 49, My Friend. Shall I lend you a hand? Distributing this week's recipe. 5 varieties of barbecue. Distributing this week's stall location. In front of the self-discipline gym. Distributing this week's stall time. 12 p.m. to 2 o'clock p.m. Requirement. The host must experience a fitness equipment daily to unlock the day's recipe. The food truck has been distributed. Reward, 2 million cash. As the mechanical synthesized voice concluded, Lin Yan found himself standing in a daze, taking quite some time to comprehend the task requirements. He quickly descended from his bed and hastened into his kitchen. Indeed, the once immaculate kitchen was now filled with an array of ingredients, most notably several bags of chicken wings. It was evident that tomorrow's first barbecue recipe to be unlocked was grilled chicken wings. The instant Lin Yan laid eyes on the chicken wings, a semi-transparent task screen materialized before him, displaying the goals he needed to achieve. Recipe: spicy grilled chicken wings, not distributed. Host must experience equipment. Bench press. Once Lin Yan committed the task details to memory, the screen flickered twice before vanishing. After a considerable pause, Lin Yan weakly inquired into the void. System: does this experience merely require me to go in and casually perform a couple of repetitions? The system promptly replied, the host must reach their limits for the experience to be deemed successful. though the system's response bore a slightly playful tone. It did little to foster a sense of camaraderie within Lin Yan. After all, he had always been averse to physical exertion, whether it was running or various ball sports. He had kept a respectful distance. The thought of entering a gym filled with muscular individuals and perspiration was particularly daunting. However, despite Lin Yan's incessant complaints to the void, the system remained silent, rendering all his struggles futile. After considerable mental preparation, he ultimately donned his workout attire. He resolved to head to the gym immediately to experience the so-called bench press, although his heart was resistant. The prospect of a lucrative 2 million cash was too enticing to ignore, despite residing in the luxurious Tiangong No. 1 residence. His bank account's balance was still dismally low. As for why he needed to experience the equipment today, it was undoubtedly because the chicken wings required marination. If Lin Yan did not unlock this recipe now, he would remain oblivious to the marination process. Noon arrived, and the temperature of the season was just right. The sun radiated bright, yet gentle warmth, casting a cozy glow that almost lulled one into slumber. It did not take long. Lin Yan had already arrived at the self-discipline gym mentioned by the system. This gym was conveniently located, with its prominent self-discipline sign easily noticeable. Lin Yan hardly exerted any effort to find this spacious gym. According to the system's instructions, he had automatically obtained a 1-week membership. Furthermore, the gym's facial recognition system allowed him to enter without any interaction with the front desk staff. At noon, the gym was bustling with activity. Yet everyone seemed to be enjoying the warmest moments of the day, each immersed in their own world with headphones on. Observing the scene before him, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. He relished this atmosphere. Following the system's guidance, he soon found himself at the bench press station. As he gazed upon the bench, a multitude of techniques for its use flooded his mind. It was evident that Lin Yan's proficiency in bench pressing now matched the physique he had cultivated over 5 years of dedicated training. At that moment, a young man with curly hair, clad in a white tank top and red headphones, was utilizing the bench. Upon noticing Lin Yan approaching, he rose slowly and greeted him with a radiant smile, his perfectly aligned white teeth gleaming. "Hey, are you going to use this?" he inquired, exuding a friendly demeanor. Lin Yan nodded in response. He had initially intended to wait for the young man to finish, but since he had initiated the conversation, Lin Yan felt comfortable engaging in dialogue. Having interacted with numerous patrons over the past 2 weeks, Lin Yan's social skills had improved significantly, allowing him to navigate conversations with strangers with greater ease. "I also do bench pressing. I just completed my first set and am currently resting. Feel free to go ahead," the young man said with a smile, unexpectedly reaching out and touching Lin Yan's chest. This sudden and unwelcome gesture left Lin Yan momentarily stunned. The curly-haired young man, seemingly unfazed, expressed surprise. "Dude, you look quite lean, but it feels much more substantial than expected. Trust me, next time you should wear a fitted tank top. It would definitely appear larger." Lin Yan offered an awkward yet polite smile before lying down on the bench press. After assessing the alignment of the barbell with his position, he reached out and grasped the bar firmly. The weights on the bench press were minimal, as the young man had only just completed his first set. 2 seemingly slender 10 kilograms plates now sat solitary on either side of the bench press bar, which itself weighed 20 kilograms. Lin Yan was about to embark on his first set, an experience of 40 kilograms for 8 repetitions. Observing Lin Yan's somewhat practiced movements, a nearby young man couldn't help but display an expression of mild astonishment, and, being naturally talkative, he commenced his commentary. "Hey, I didn't realize you weren't a novice." Lin Yan remained silent, wholly immersed in the mechanics of the bench press. 5 years of experience coalesced into a myriad of intricate details swirling in his mind, manifesting as an indelible muscle memory etched into every fiber of his being. It could be said that the precision of Lin Yan's form was so impeccable that even those purported champions of the Olympics observing could not pinpoint a single flaw. The 8 repetitions vanished in an instant. Lin Yan felt his upper chest warming up and gradually rose, yielding the position to the curly-haired young man. He then stepped aside to commence his interset rest. The young man did not immediately recline. Instead, he added 2 5 kilograms plates on either side, bringing the total weight to 50 kilograms. After completing his second set, the curly-haired lad stood up once more and approached Lin Yan, sporting a triumphant grin. For 50 kilograms was sufficient to overwhelm 90% of novices. "Hey, do you want me to help you take off some weight?" Lin Yan shook his head, briefly reflecting on his fitness experience before responding calmly. "Let us change the plates. I'll be doing 60 for my second set." Chapter 50. You are already bench pressing 200 kilograms. And you still have other aspirations? Under the astonished gaze of the curly-haired young man, Lin Yin completed a total of 3 warm-up sets, with his bench press weight reaching 80 kilograms. Dude, are you done? The curly-haired boy, witnessing Lin Yin effortlessly complete 80 kilograms for 8 repetitions, felt his previously confident tone waver slightly. Yes, the warm-up sets are finished. I'll take a break and prepare for the official sets. That's 80 kilograms, man. Is it just a warm-up? Please, show me the ropes. After feeling the pump in his chest, Lin Yin glanced around and noticed that a few people were subtly casting their gazes in their direction. The curly-haired boy's voice was not particularly quiet, and Lin Yan's achievement of 80 kilograms for warm-up sets had echoed throughout the gym. It is worth noting that 80 kilograms is nearly equivalent to the weight of a slightly overweight adult male. Being able to lift such a weight already marks one as a somewhat experienced gym-goer. Moreover, for Lin Yin, this weight was merely the conclusion of his warm-up sets. His official sets were just beginning. As several seemingly hefty weight plates were added, Lin Yan's first official set weight climbed to 100 kilograms. While a 20 kilograms increase might seem extravagant to others, for Lin Yin, who possessed 5 years of impeccable fitness experience, this weight was far from his limit and could only be considered a gradual increment. 120 kilograms, 150 kilograms. As the weight plates gradually increased, more people in the gym gathered around, their gazes fixed on Lin Yin as if he were a phenomenon. This young man, appearing somewhat slender, concealed within him an immense reservoir of strength. After completing his 4th official set, Lin Yan's bench press weight had risen to 180 kilograms. Just as he was resting between sets, preparing to tackle the final 200 kilograms lift, a figure rushed to his side, joining the crowd of onlookers, all wearing expressions of eager anticipation. Dude, is this the last set? The curly-haired boy, having conversed with Lin Yin since the beginning, was now positioned at the forefront of the spectators, even managing to exchange a few words with Lin Yin during his rest. Lin Yin nodded slightly, remaining silent. After the previous set of 180 kilograms, he felt a profound transformation coursing through his body. The fitness experience provided by the system was merely theoretical. The true exhilaration of fitness could only be felt through Lin Yan's personal experience. Once someone who feared social interaction and communication, Lin Yin now found himself in a different realm altogether. In the gaze of a crowd, he conducted intergroup rest without the slightest hint of embarrassment. Instead, he was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of confidence. This confidence instilled in Lin Yin an almost regal feeling, as if he could gaze down upon the world, reinforcing his belief in his own strength and well-being. With a hearty laugh, Lin Yin let out several triumphant shouts, feeling an invigorating surge of power coursing through him. He had decided against performing additional sets with the final 200 kilograms, for according to his mental calculations, his threshold for weight was merely a 200 kilograms bench press. As he slowly unzipped his workout jacket, beneath it lay an unremarkable tank top. However, what it concealed was an undeniable display of explosive muscle and an aesthetically pleasing physique. At that moment, the curly-haired boy finally realized the error of his previous assumptions, having mistaken this formidable powerhouse for a novice. Suddenly, his cheeks flushed crimson as he cast a bashful glance at Lin Yin, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Yet, Lin Yin remained oblivious to the boy's discomfort, moving to the bench press with resolute determination. Wait! A booming voice erupted from the crowd. A figure emerged, muscular yet lacking the coordination and aesthetic appeal that Lin Yin possessed. This individual was the gym's resident trainer, boasting over a decade of experience. Yet his training quality paled in comparison to Lin Yan's 5 years of flawless dedication. Lin Yin turned back, slightly skeptical. The trainer, with magnesium powder dusting his hands, delivered several vigorous pats on Lin Yin's back. As the white powder danced in the air, an intense pain and pump sensation surged within Lin Yin, prompting him to roar in encouragement to himself. The onlookers, in unison, whipped out their phones, eager to document what could be deemed a historic moment within the gym. A 100 kilograms bench press already signified prowess, while a 200 kilograms lift was something many might never witness in their lifetime. Lin Yin reclined on the bench, the substantial 180 kilograms of weight plates compressing it into a slight arc. He grasped the barbell firmly. With his wrist and back support secured, the trainer positioned himself behind Lin Yin, ready to assist. 1, 2, 3, drawing upon the explosive power and pump within his body. Lin Yin astonishingly completed 3 repetitions in one go. It was not until the 4th attempt that Lin Yin began to feel a significant strain, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Come on, brother. One more. The 5th attempt loomed before him. Lin Yan sensed he had reached the absolute limits of his physical capabilities. After a moment of wavering and a heavy sensation, he summoned all his strength and finally shattered that barrier. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yan gradually rose. Following his breakthrough, he felt as though everything around him had transformed entirely. The onlookers, after expressing their admiration and congratulations, returned to their respective equipment. As Lin Yan's achievement of lifting 200 kilograms left a profound impact on everyone present, it could be said that Lin Yan had become their source of inspiration. A few individuals even wished to exchange contact information with him, but Lin Yan politely declined all requests. "Mr. Lin, is it?" Just as he was donning his jacket and preparing to leave, a man who had hurriedly arrived called out, wearing a sycophantic smile. "You must have been training for many years, Mr. Lin. Would you be interested in becoming a flagship coach at our gym? Feel free to mention any resources or salary you desire." The man's expression radiated sincerity and earnestness. For a person capable of bench pressing 200 kilograms was undoubtedly a coveted asset in any gym. "I'm afraid not," Lin Yan replied, his smile tinged with regret. "My ambitions lie elsewhere." Chapter 51. Bounty for Boss Lin, Reward of 1,000 yuan. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the man was momentarily taken aback. Although he had mentally prepared himself for rejection, the rationale presented was something he had never anticipated. A person capable of bench pressing 200 kilograms was undoubtedly an experienced individual, having dedicated at least a decade to fitness. Yet he claimed to lack interest in the very pursuit? Such an excuse seemed implausible, even for a child. Despite his internal skepticism, the man maintained a facade of complete composure, fully aware that offending such a distinguished figure was not an option. Even if he could not entice Lin Yan to join his gym, establishing a cordial rapport would still be a favorable outcome. The man extended his hands, offering a business card he had prepared in advance, his tone as sincere as before. "Mr. Lin, here is my business card. Should you decide to visit our gym, please feel free to reach out to me. I am always available." Lin Yan nodded appreciatively. It must be said, the man's demeanor was quite satisfying, and the atmosphere of the gym was to his liking. Furthermore, despite being the gym owner, the man's well-defined physique was a testament to his dedication to fitness beyond mere business. Individuals who can sustain their livelihoods through their passions have always garnered Lin Yan's respect. "Very well," Lin Yan replied, accepting the card. The design was rather unadorned. Aside from the words "Discipline Gym," it simply displayed the man's name and phone number. "Schwehausen." "Indeed, Mr. Lin, that is my name," the man responded with a smile. Seeing this, Lin Yan nodded and candidly disclosed his schedule for the upcoming week. "Boss Schwe, I will be visiting your gym throughout the next week. Thank you for your hospitality." With those words, Lin Yan turned to leave. He had already spent over an hour performing bench presses and needed a bit more time, as it was already afternoon outside. His thoughts were consumed with the need to return home to marinate chicken wings. The following day marked his debut in selling, and chicken wings would only be available on Mondays. Thus, achieving perfection on that singular day necessitated starting the marination today. "Very well, Mr. Lin, take care." Schwehausen beamed upon hearing Lin Yan's words. To him, Lin Yan's willingness to express such sentiments was a clear indication of satisfaction with his gym. This suggested that if he could impress Lin Yan sufficiently over the course of the week, the individual capable of bench pressing 200 kilograms might just decide to join his establishment. Schwehausen gazed in the direction where Lin Yan had just departed, a grin stretching from ear to ear. He summoned all the employees present at the gym, proclaiming, "During this week, pay heed. All equipment must be meticulously maintained, and the environment should be tidied every 2 hours." As the staff displayed a flicker of discontent, Schwehausen continued, "If you all fulfill your duties, regardless of whether Mr. Lin decides to join our gym, your wages for this week will be doubled." With his words, the employees' disgruntled expressions transformed into smiles once more. Meanwhile, in the kitchen of Tiangong No. 1, Lin Yan was tidying up the disarray caused by the marination process. After completing his bench press routine, the techniques and intricacies of marinating and roasting chicken wings had imprinted themselves into his muscle memory. It could be said that Lin Yan, with a casual flick of his wrist, could produce chicken wings that would ascend to the pinnacle of the culinary world. The marination process was not arduous, however. Its meticulousness far surpassed Lin Yan's expectations, compounded by the preparations for his stall opening the following day. Once everything was in order, Lin Yan glanced at the clock, realizing it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Though a typical evening at this hour merely marked the onset of nightlife for Lin Yan, after today's workout, he felt an unexpected wave of drowsiness wash over him. The fatigue was not overwhelming, yet sufficient to cause his eyelids to grow heavy. He lay on his soft bed. And within 2 minutes, the faint sound of snoring began to resonate within the bedroom. A night devoid of dreams ensued. It was not until nearly noon the following day that Lin Yin gradually awoke. After soothing the lingering ache in his chest, he mounted the food cart that the system had prepared and set off towards the self-discipline gym. On Monday noon, a time when office workers and students alike were most susceptible to fatigue, having just emerged from a weekend of revelry, few possessed the courage to confront the new week. Xiaoli was no exception. After enduring a full morning of classes, he felt a profound sense of soreness. After wandering the cafeteria, he resolutely stepped outside, eager to find something to satisfy his palate as a reward for enduring an entire morning of lectures. Ever since he had sampled Boss Lin's stinky tofu at a friend's insistence last week, he had found little appeal in other foods. With Boss Lin now absent, the act of dining had lost its joy for Xiaoli, serving merely as a means of sustenance. In the Boss Lin fan group, members remained actively engaged. Based on the deductions of group members and Boss Lin's own admissions, he was known to set up his stall from Monday to Friday, though the specific location and time remained a mystery. After a 2-day lull over the weekend, the group had begun to buzz with activity once more on this Monday. In the group, the well-known wealthy heir from the outer city, Yu Xiao, boldly announced his bounty for the elusive Boss Lin. The first person to discover Boss Lin's whereabouts and share it in the group would receive a direct reward of 1,000 yuan. For Xiaoli, a university student, this sum represented a significant income, as his monthly allowance was merely 1,500 yuan. As his thoughts wandered, Xiaoli pedaled aimlessly along the street outside the campus on a shared bicycle. After an indeterminate amount of time, he felt his stomach protesting. He couldn't help but reminisce about the stinky tofu Boss Lin had sold last week, a flavor he suspected he would never forget. Lost in thought, Xiaoli felt as if he were hallucinating from hunger, imagining that the food cart passing by him was, in fact, driven by Boss Lin himself. A food cart? Suddenly, Xiaoli felt a surge of alertness. Although the cart he had just seen differed in appearance from the one Boss Lin used to sell stinky tofu, the fleeting profile he glimpsed bore a striking resemblance to the Boss Lin he had been longing for. With the mindset of better safe than sorry, Xiaoli hastened his pedaling, quickly catching up to the not-so-fast food cart. When the figure in front of the cart came into view once more, Xiaoli felt tears welling up in his eyes. That person was none other than Boss Lin, the one who had accompanied him through the dreams of his entire weekend. Chapter 52. The reason for its value. Deliciousness. As Xiaoli was about to call out to catch Boss Lin's attention, he suddenly remembered that he was in the middle of a busy street, aware of the traffic safety concerns. He ultimately abandoned the idea and cautiously followed behind Lin Yan's food truck, eager to see where the owner would set up shop this time. Lin Yan's food truck meandered through the streets and swiftly arrived at this week's vending location, right in front of the discipline gym. Xiaoli paused for a moment, lifting his gaze to behold the prominent sign displaying the words Discipline Gym gleaming atop Lin Yan's food truck. Beneath this sign, Lin Yan had already opened his tool station, revealing an almost universally familiar grill. The black charcoal inside indicated clearly what Boss Lin intended to sell this week: barbecue. Selling barbecue in front of a gym, especially in the middle of the day, left Xiaoli somewhat perplexed. However, recalling what his friends had said about Boss Lin's unique personality, he ultimately chose to understand it in his own way. He parked his shared bicycle and approached Lin Yan's food truck. At that moment, Lin Yan had just finished setting up his grill, preparing to ignite the charcoal and await the arrival of his first customers. Although he was selling barbecue in front of the gym, it was undoubtedly more pleasant than the time he sold stinky tofu. After all, barbecue had an appealing aroma. Just as Lin Yan began to heat the charcoal beneath the grill, Xiaoli had already reached him. "Hello," Lin Yan greeted him as usual, though he no longer had any recollection of the young man before him. "Boss Lin, it's really you." Xiaoli did not respond to Lin Yan's greeting, but instead stared at him for a moment, as if verifying his identity. Finally, he exclaimed, "I've missed you, Boss Lin. What delicious offerings do you have this week?" Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this young man must be one of his old customers who had previously enjoyed his food. He replied directly, "This week, I'm selling barbecue. Would you like to try some?" Xiaoli's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a university student, his love for barbecue was unparalleled, especially knowing it was crafted by Boss Lin himself. Xiaoli had complete trust in Boss Lin's culinary skills. Yes, Boss Lin, do you have any 1,000-layer tofu? I'd love 2 skewers, and chicken legs and squid would be great too." Lin Yan hesitated. Although he was selling barbecue, he had prepared those basic skewers. Realizing Boss Lin was taken aback, Xiaoli quickly added, "What barbecue do you have ready?" Let me see. Lin Yan scratched his head. For this loyal patron. A certain fondness brewed within. I apologize, but today we only have roasted chicken wings. Little Lee scratched his head, finally grasping the essence of what his friends had meant about Boss Lin's personality. Not only did he sell barbecued fare in the middle of the day, but he also chose the entrance of a gym as his location, epitomizing a lack of self-discipline. To make matters worse, the sole offering was merely chicken wings, leaving no room for choice whatsoever. Little Lee inwardly scoffed, yet maintained an outward demeanor of excitement. Previously, whenever he encountered Boss Lin, he was lost in a crowd. Now, he cherished this rare opportunity for a face-to-face, one-on-one interaction, akin to dining alone with an idol. All right, Boss Lin, I'll have 2 skewers, please. Lin Yan nodded, retrieving 2 well-marinated chicken wings from the nearby ingredient box, each skewer boasting 2 wings. Although not abundant, one could not deny that these wings appeared to be of exquisite quality, large and seemingly generously meaty. That will be 80 yuan, Lin Yan stated calmly. Little Lee was momentarily taken aback. As a regular at the barbecue stall by the university, he was well acquainted with the pricing of roasted chicken wings, typically ranging from 10 to 15 yuan per skewer. The 40 yuan per skewer price tag was indeed shocking. Nevertheless, he scanned the QR code and made the payment. Contemplating the 1,000 yuan reward that awaited him, the 80 yuan spent felt less burdensome. Yet, he jokingly inquired, Boss Lin, why are the roasted chicken wings so expensive? Lin Yan, without looking up, continued to monitor the charcoal state to determine the right moment to place the wings, while simultaneously responding to Little Lee's question with 4 simple words, because they are delicious. Soon, the charcoal reached the ideal temperature for grilling, and Lin Yan placed the 2 skewers of chicken wings on the grill. At that moment, a surge of muscle memory surged through him. Little Lee was astonished, feeling as if the Boss Lin before him had transformed from a somewhat introverted young man into a top-tier chef at the pinnacle of the culinary world. Boss Lin, it's time to shine. Lin Yan skillfully turned the chicken wings, and as they cooked over the high heat, the fats and marinated flavors began to waft through the air, permeating Little Lee's senses. How fragrant! How delightful! Even before the wings were fully cooked, Little Lee felt his appetite awakened, his empty stomach from the weekend suddenly igniting with a fervent desire. Indeed, the stomach is an organ of emotion. And this assertion rang entirely true. As the fat from the chicken wings inadvertently dripped into the charcoal fire, it ignited a towering flame. Yet, Lin Yan seemed to possess an uncanny ability to foresee such moments, effortlessly maneuvering to ensure that the chicken wings in his hands evaded every flicker of fire. The timing was impeccable, the technique flawless, the ingredients exquisite, and the flavor divine. Noticing that the chicken wings were nearly ready, Lin Yan raised his head and inquired, Would you like them spicy? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoli exclaimed, Make it extra spicy. As a university student from Sichuan, he was accustomed to a diet that embraced heat. He was eager to sample the fiery chicken wings crafted by the master, Lin Yan. Lin Yan nodded, focusing intently on the wings. Suddenly, he held 2 skewers of chicken wings in one hand while grasping the prepared chili powder from the workbench with the other. The powder gleamed with a vibrant red hue. The mere whiff of its essence wafting through the air was enough to elicit an involuntary exclamation. This is truly spicy. Layer upon layer of chili powder was sprinkled atop the wings, combined with the intense heat of the charcoal grill and Lin Yan's exceptional skills, transforming the once golden wings into a crimson armor in no time. Just the sight of them was enough to make Xiaoli's mouth water. Here are your chicken wings, Lin Yan declared, placing the 2 skewers into a paper bag and handing it to Xiaoli, setting aside his phone, which he had been using to record. Xiaoli accepted the bag with both hands. As he retrieved a skewer, gazing upon the red grilled wings that resembled a work of art, he found himself momentarily reluctant to take a bite. Chapter 53, the beginning of the downfall after a considerable pause. Xiaoli finally mustered the resolve to take a bite of the explosively spicy grilled chicken wings before him. Just that one bite made him realize that his 80 yuan had been exceptionally well spent. It was not merely a fair exchange, but an extraordinary value. The moment his taste buds encountered the crunchy chili crust of the wings, Xiaoli understood that even as a native of the notoriously spice-loving city of Shu, he could barely withstand this level of heat. Yet, just as his palate threatened to succumb to the overwhelming spiciness, the succulent juiciness of the chicken provided a delightful contrast, offering an entirely new sensory experience. So spicy, so delicious. With just a single bite, Xiaoli felt as though he had ascended to culinary paradise. Unconcerned with his dignity, he voraciously devoured the fiery grilled chicken wings, his lips reddening and sweat beading on his forehead, yet nothing could deter him from his relentless pursuit of these delectable treats. In a whirlwind of fervor, he polished off both skewers of wings, even licking the bones clean of every last morsel. "Boss Lin, your culinary skills are truly remarkable," Xiaoli exclaimed, gazing at the ever-composed Lin Yan, his admiration evident in his expression. Having tasted such exquisite spicy grilled chicken wings, Xiaoli felt that no other barbecue stand could ever compare. Lin Yan smiled and nodded, responding, "As long as you enjoy it." Despite maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, Lin Yan's heart brimmed with an immense sense of happiness and fulfillment at the praise from his patrons. "Oh, by the way, Boss Lin," Xiaoli suddenly recalled something. Pulling out his phone, which displayed the video he had just recorded of Lin Yan preparing the grilled chicken wings. "May I share this video and inform my friends in the group about your stall's location and hours? Everyone is eager to see you." Lin Yan nodded in agreement, then added, "I typically set up my stall from noon to 2 in the afternoon. Please tell everyone not to miss out." As Xiaoli diligently typed on his screen, he nodded in acknowledgement. "Got it, Boss Lin." With a decent internet connection, the video was sent within mere seconds. Almost immediately after the video was dispatched, the Boss Lin fan group erupted with excitement. Almost every member, whether they had spoken or remained silent, began tagging Xiaoli, inquiring about Lin Yan's operating hours and location. Lin Yan curiously leaned over to observe the screen, which had become somewhat sluggish due to the overwhelming influx of messages, and a bittersweet smile crossed his lips. He had anticipated this very scenario. People tend to excessively idolize their own skills, leading to a phenomenon where even the slightest disturbance can provoke a frenzied pursuit by diners. This very reason compelled Lin Yan to refrain from joining the so-called fan group for an extended period. Xiaoli scratched his head and, after considerable editing, finally sent the message. "Boss Lin has announced that he will be selling barbecue at the entrance of the self-discipline gym every day this week from noon to 2. Just as Xiaoli clicked send, his message was swiftly overwhelmed by an avalanche of notifications from group members. Fortunately, Yukunjin intervened in time, persuading Aunt Wang to transfer the group admin position to him. He then pinned the message, allowing many bewildered group members to grasp Boss Lin's whereabouts for the week. As Xiaoli gazed at his phone amidst the barrage of messages, a friend request appeared. It was the much-anticipated Yu Xiao. Xiaoli accepted it without hesitation. "You transferred 1,000 yuan." Without any superfluous words, Yukunjin promptly sent Xiaoli 1,000 yuan. Initially, Xiaoli harbored a modicum of skepticism regarding this wealthy individual they affectionately dubbed Yu Xiao. However, it soon became evident that this seemingly age-mate college student was indeed a prodigal heir, lavishly spending for the sake of indulgence. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Yu Xiao, Xiaoli, with a sense of assurance, accepted the 1,000 yuan and then boldly addressed Lin Yan. "Boss Lin, I would like 2 more skewers." Meanwhile, within the confines of the self-discipline gym, the owner, Shuihausen, was unusually absent from his office, instead stationed at the front desk like an ordinary staff member. His face bore an unmistakable expression of anxiety. Having witnessed Lin Yan's impressive bench press yesterday, he promptly canceled nearly all his social engagements and entertainment for the week. His sole objective was to entice the enigmatic figure into his gym. Yet, having waited from the morning until now, he had yet to see Lin Yan. Fearing that he might miss Lin Yan if he stepped out for a meal, Shuihausen had not eaten a single bite since morning. His commitment to fitness had already rendered his appetite greater than that of the average person, and the extended fasting intensified his hunger. Furthermore, he could faintly detect a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, imbued with a tantalizing spiciness that only heightened his appetite. Determined, Shuihausen waved his hand. Hearing his boss's call, the coach, Zheng Qiqing, who had assisted Lin Yan yesterday, hastily set aside his phone, which he had been using to chat with a female student, and rushed over, asking, "What's wrong, boss?" Shuihausen took a deep whiff, confirming that the enticing scent was not a figment of his imagination, and exclaimed, "Do you smell that? I am absolutely famished." Zheng Qiqing paused momentarily, then lifted his head to inhale the tantalizing aroma of grilled chicken wings wafting through the air. He subsequently opened the window and leaned out. Below, Lin Yan's food cart was unmistakably visible, with a young man voraciously devouring grilled chicken wings in front of it. "Boss, it seems a barbecue cart has mysteriously appeared downstairs, and this must be the source of that delightful scent," he remarked, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Selling barbecue right beneath our discipline gym? How amusing." Clearly, this proprietor is oblivious to the origin of our gym's name. Zheng Qiqing's assertion was indeed accurate. Within their gym, every staff member, including the owner Shuihausen, was a fitness enthusiast, all embodying the essence of discipline to the fullest extent. For instance, Zheng Qiqing himself had once sustained himself solely on plain white rice for an entire month, devoid of any seasoning. This peculiar endeavor earned him the playful moniker of Rice Immortal among his peers. Forget about it, Qiqing. I am absolutely famished. Since it's not currently a fat loss phase, why don't you fetch me a couple of skewers? I'll reimburse you, Shui Haosen declared. Upon hearing these words, Zheng Qiqing's instincts as a trainer kicked in, and he almost chided the request, only to remember that the individual before him was his boss. With a forced smile, he replied, "All right, boss. I'll choose whatever I fancy." Shui Haosen waved his hand impatiently, urging him, "Hurry up." As Zheng Qiqing stepped out, he resolved to make a choice, given that he had the liberty to select whatever he wished. Although this was his boss, he could not stand idly by and watch him indulge. He intended to order 2 skewers of absolutely green, calorie-free, seasoning-free, and oil-free vegetable kebabs. Chapter 54. How did you end up selling chicken wings? As Zheng Qiqing pondered this question, he found himself drawn towards the source of an irresistible aroma. Despite having mentally prepared himself, upon truly inhaling the scent, he realized it was not as simple as he had anticipated. This was undeniably more than mere barbecue. Due to his commitment to fitness, Zheng Qiqing had delved deeper into nutritional studies than many who neglect their diets. His research naturally encompassed high-oil foods like barbecued items. He had been entirely confident that he would remain immune to the allure of any barbecue scent. Yet, upon catching a whiff of the spicy fragrance wafting through the air, he discovered an inexplicable stir within him, as if his body was sending out an irresistible signal. This signal urged him to sample the extraordinary barbecue that beckoned him. What a delightful aroma! Unlike the greasy, cheap oil scent typical of other stalls, this barbecue stand exuded a distinct freshness. The absence of excessive oiliness signified the authenticity of its ingredients. The air, rich with the savory scent of meat intermingled with a slight, piquant spiciness, seemed to awaken the primal instincts inherent in Zheng Qiqing as a man. He quickened his pace. Even though the last remnants of rational thought cautioned him against approaching this seemingly magical food stall, his feet had taken on a will of their own. Just as he was about to reach the barbecue cart, a cacophony erupted behind him. Instinctively, Zheng Qiqing slowed his pace and turned to investigate the source of the commotion. To his astonishment, he discovered a large gathering of people, perhaps a dozen or more, had materialized behind him. For a brief moment, he was taken aback. This split second of distraction caused him to forfeit his opportunity at the barbecue cart. The throng moved with the determination of a whirlwind, brushing past Zheng Qiqing as if they had long ago decided on their destination and headed straight for the barbecue stand. Only when a considerable line had formed at the cart did Zheng Qiqing finally come to his senses. He hastily jogged to join the end of the line. "Boss Lin, I'm here." The first to reach the cart was none other than the couple of university students, Wang Chong and Xia Lin, who had quickly made their way over upon receiving news in their group chat, as they had no classes that afternoon. "Hello there." Lin Yin greeted the enamored couple with a perfectly timed smile. As Lin Yin regarded his loyal patrons, those who once formed the initial wave of support, his demeanor was notably more affable than towards others. "Boss Lin, what delicacies do you offer at your barbecue stall?" Wang Cheng inquired, his tone casual. Although he had previously glimpsed the video of Boss Lin's grilled chicken wings shared by Xiao Li in their group chat, the menu had not been disclosed. Alongside the chicken wings, Wang Cheng was eager to explore additional offerings. "Today, we only have grilled chicken wings," Lin Yin replied, scratching his head. Wang Chong turned to his companion, Xia Lin, who nodded in agreement. "Boss Lin, let us have 10 skewers, please." After voicing this request, a thought struck him. He pulled out his phone and showed Lin Yin the video shared by Xiao Li. "We'll have what is shown in the video." Lin Yin glanced at the screen and quickly recognized the source, nodding in acknowledgement. "That will be 400 yuan. Wang Chong was momentarily taken aback. For him, 400 yuan was a considerable sum. He had assumed that the chicken wings would be reasonably priced, leading him to order 10 skewers. But now he found himself in a precarious situation. Lin Yin, perceiving Wang Chong's financial predicament as a university student, gently suggested, "These wings are quite spicy. 2 skewers each should suffice for both of you." Wang Chang, as if grasping a lifeline, eagerly nodded. "You're right, Boss Lin. Let us go with 4 skewers, then. My partner and I will each have 2. Lin Yin nodded and deftly retrieved 4 pre-marinated chicken wings from the nearby ingredient box, placing them on the grill. As the high heat of the charcoal ignited, the aroma of the grilled chicken wings wafted through the air at an astonishing pace. In mere moments, the enticing scent had captivated the attention of everyone in line, stirring an insatiable hunger reminiscent of their previous culinary experiences with braised pork rice and stinky tofu. Indeed, It's Boss Lin. Boss Lin, I adore you. Though none had yet tasted the chicken wings, tears of longing glistened in their eyes, as if they were reliving a moment of rediscovery. Zheng Qiqing, while recognizing the undeniable allure of the chicken wings, was baffled by the emotional reactions of those around him, who were already moved to tears before even taking a bite. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he tapped the shoulder of a burly man standing ahead of him. The man, exuding warmth, immediately understood the bewilderment on Zheng Qiqing's face and began recounting the tales of Boss Lin's previous culinary triumphs, including the braised pork rice and stinky tofu. Without waiting for further questions, the linguistic prowess of the gentleman cannot be deemed anything less than profound. With just a few words, he had recounted the essence of Mr. Lin's story. Yet, it took Zheng Qiqing some time to fully comprehend it. With keen interest, he lifted his gaze towards the figure busily focused on his tasks, head bowed. Although the face remained obscured, Zheng Qiqing found himself filled with curiosity about this proprietor, seemingly engaged in the sale of grilled chicken wings. This young vendor, possessing exceptional culinary skills, yet choosing to sell braised pork rice at the entrance of a women's college and stinky tofu outside a high-end shopping mall, while refusing lucrative job offers and residing in a luxurious mansion, was indeed an enigma of remarkable stature. Due to Lin Yan's constant focus on grilling chicken wings, Zheng Qiqing had yet to catch a glimpse of his visage. However, for reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the figure of this food stall owner. The business was thriving. Even with a price tag of 40 per skewer, Lin Yan sensed a burgeoning demand. Remarkably, on just the first day, the line before him continued to lengthen. The purchasing power of the patrons was astonishing. Even university students, lacking stable financial sources, were willing to splurge on a couple of skewers, not to mention affluent individuals like Yu Kunjin, who would start with 10. Had Lin Yan not feared that subsequent customers might leave empty-handed, limiting each person to 2 skewers, the marinated chicken wings prepared the day before would have undoubtedly sold out by now. After grilling yet another customer's wings, Lin Yan raised his head and mechanically stated, "Hello. Today we only have grilled chicken wings." Upon delivering this line, he lowered his gaze once more, preparing to retrieve the equivalent number of wings from the adjacent ingredient box according to the customer's request. However, after a considerable pause, he noticed the customer before him had yet to utter a word. With a hint of confusion, Lin Yan looked up again, only to meet a pair of eyes filled with shock and surprise, brimming with lang of emotions. Zheng Qiqing was taken aback. "Aren't you a fitness guru? Why are you selling chicken wings?" Chapter 55, The Revelation of Boss Lin's True Identity. A fitness titan, Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. Although he had previously braced himself for the possibility of being recognized by gym-goers while selling barbecued skewers, he never anticipated that this moment would arrive so swiftly. What was even more astonishing was that the individual who had discovered him peddling skewers was, in fact, a coach from the gym. After a brief hesitation, Lin Yan found himself at a loss for words. However, an onlooker among the curious patrons seemed to have gleaned some intriguing tidbit about Boss Lin from Zheng Qiqing's remarks. Promptly stepping forward to inquire, "My friend, what do you call Boss Lin a titan?" Zheng Qiqing nodded in affirmation. The patrons awaiting their turn for Lin Yan's grilled chicken wings no longer appeared in a hurry, for the wings lay tantalizingly before them, unclaimed. Yet, the gossip surrounding Boss Lin was a realm they had scarcely explored. Noticing the expectant gazes directed towards him, Zheng Qiqing's desire to perform surged forth. With his extensive background as a fitness coach, he was no stranger to social interactions, and being surrounded by an intrigued audience filled him with a sense of exhilaration. Indeed, Boss Lin was a titan. With just a single utterance, Zheng Qiqing ignited the curiosity of the patrons. As loyal consumers of Lin Yan's culinary creations, they acknowledged his culinary prowess as unparalleled. However, their understanding of Boss Lin's life beyond his cooking was virtually non-existent. Upon hearing Zheng Qiqing's words, the crowd could hardly contain their eagerness, each chiming in with questions. "Why do we call Boss Lin a titan? Come on, you must tell us. I'm dying to know." Seeing that their curiosity had reached a boiling point, Zheng Qiqing relayed, in detail, the remarkable feats Lin Yan had accomplished at the gym the previous day. As his words settled, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. Particularly affected was Xia Lin, who had just consumed 2 skewers of grilled chicken wings. As a student from the Art Academy, who was already tasked with managing her figure, the revelation that the very Boss Lin, who had been contributing to her weight gain, was a fitness giant left her feeling utterly shattered. It felt as though she had been betrayed by a confidant she had always trusted. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds after a prolonged silence, It was Lin Yin who finally broke the tension, mustering the courage to speak. Let us focus on placing our orders. I will be closing up in half an hour. Indeed, those words acted as a catalyst. Although curiosity about Boss Lin lingered, the complexity of their gazes transformed. Yet, constrained by time, they gradually resumed their orderly queue to make their purchases. Everything returned to its previous state. Boss Lin, may I have 4 skewers? Please grab 2 for my boss as well. As Zheng Qiqing rejoined the queue, he glanced at Lin Yin with a hint of embarrassment, for he had just unwittingly revealed the identity of the fitness center's esteemed figure. Lin Yin offered a subtle smile, just as Zheng Qiqing felt a glimmer of hope. 2 soft words floated into his ears, not aloud. A look of regret crossed his face, yet he felt no anger. After all, the restriction on 2 skewers was not solely aimed at him. Thus, like the other patrons, he ordered 2 skewers and stepped aside in the line. From a paper bag, he retrieved a skewer of explosively spicy grilled chicken wings. Merely gazing at it made his mouth water profusely. The fiery, chili crisp coating enveloping the wings resembled a work of art, making it difficult for him to take the first bite. Zheng Qiqing lifted his gaze, conflicted as he scrutinized the 5-character sign overhead, the value once made echoing vividly in his mind. At the self-disciplined gym, I, Zheng Qiqing, would rather starve than indulge in anything that could jeopardize my physique. The bold aspirations of his past reverberated within him. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the aromatic allure of the grilled wings from his thoughts, but to no avail. The tantalizing scent only intensified, and he found himself struggling to recall the essence of his once steadfast commitment. Oh well, just 1 skewer. I'll leave the other for the owner. Consider it a way to lighten his burden. Zheng Qiqing gritted his teeth, akin to a warrior preparing for battle. With his eyes shut tight, he savagely bit into the explosive, spicy grilled chicken wing. Spicy, delicious. Just a single bite sent his taste buds into a frenzy, the intense heat nearly causing him to swoon. Yet, the subsequent burst of juicy meat and savory aroma transported him to euphoric heights. Unbeknownst to him, when Zheng Qiqing finally regained his senses, only 4 bare bones remained on the skewer. Even the tender meat and cartilage had been thoroughly devoured. He lifted his gaze, intending to rejoin the queue, only to discover that the chicken wings prepared in the food truck had seemingly sold out. The young and enigmatic Lin Yin had already begun to tidy up the remnants of the bustling cart. Zheng Qiqing looked at Lin Yin with fervor. His admiration for him now surpassed that for his own boss, Schwehausen. Previously, he had feared that Lin Yan's presence might diminish his performance at the gym. However, it now seemed that if sacrificing a bit of his own success meant enjoying such delectable food daily, it would be utterly worth it. Hey, are you a coach at this gym? You look so strong. As Zheng Qiqing was lost in his reverie, a voice interrupted his daydream. It belonged to a seasoned patron of Lin Yan's establishment. Zheng nodded, his face brimming with pride. Indeed. And did you know that Boss Lin will be working out at our gym all week? The patron, taken aback by this revelation, felt a mix of astonishment and skepticism. Although he had heard whispers in their group about Boss Lin possibly possessing an impressive 8-pack beneath his clothing, he remained somewhat doubtful. Hearing this confirmation from the fitness instructor before him only intensified his curiosity. My friend, may I add you to Boss Lin's group? When he arrives at the gym, could you let everyone know? We're all quite intrigued. Zheng nodded in agreement, retrieving his phone without hesitation and promptly joining the chat group titled Boss Lin Fan Club. After perusing the members of the group, he inquired with a hint of confusion, which one of these is Boss Lin? The seasoned patron gave a wry smile. Boss Lin isn't fond of such social interactions, hence he is absent from the group. Zheng understood and nodded. After all, individuals of such stature often possess peculiar quirks that are beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. He then made his way into the gym, clutching the last remaining piece of a fiery grilled chicken wing. Barely 2 minutes had passed when the gym's door swung open abruptly, and a figure, nearly indistinguishable due to the blurred features, dashed out. It was Schwehausen, still chewing on a bone. He made a beeline for Lin Yan's food cart, tears streaming down his face. Whether from emotion or spiciness was uncertain. In front of dozens of lingering patrons, this 188-centimeter tall, muscle-bound man, clad in a fitted tank top, spoke with a quivering voice. Mr. Lin, you didn't mention yesterday that your grilled chicken wings were this delicious. I now understand your disinterest in fame. Lin Yan, looking at Schwehausen with a mix of amusement and exasperation, put away the cloth he had been holding. Boss Schwe, I was just about to tidy up before heading to the gym. Chapter 56. Today's fitness program. Squats. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, several diners who were about to leave found themselves unable to move. They halted in their tracks, their expressions filled with anticipation and curiosity. Despite having heard numerous accounts of the remarkable feats of the esteemed chef Lin in the gym, they remained somewhat skeptical about the notion that this youthful culinary prodigy could bench press 200 kilograms unless they witnessed it firsthand. Schwehausen, the owner of the establishment, beamed with delight, recognizing a lucrative opportunity. It appeared that this fitness virtuoso not only possessed astounding potential and talent in his athletic pursuits, but also had a devoted following. If he could indeed recruit this enigmatic figure into his gym, the influx of patrons drawn by Mr. Lin's influence could potentially double the gym's popularity. With this thought, Schwehausen's heart swelled with joy, and he promptly gestured invitingly to the crowd. "Mr. Lin, please. Everyone is welcome to experience our disciplined gym today, completely free of charge." The mention of free ignited a spark of excitement in the eyes of all the diners, who now regarded Schwehausen with admiration for his grand vision. Some among them, who had long harbored aspirations of getting fit, were already contemplating signing up for a membership after the experience. Thus, under the leadership of Lin Yin and Schwehausen, a throng of eager diners made their way into the gym. Remarkably, only a short while had elapsed since Lin Yin had closed up shop. It was merely around 2:30 in the afternoon, a time typically reserved for work or school. The gym, therefore, was nearly devoid of patrons, enhancing the ambience to an extraordinary degree. Moreover, due to Lin Yin's visit the previous day, Schwehausen had worked tirelessly through the night, replacing outdated equipment and thoroughly cleaning the facility. The current state of the gym was nothing short of immaculate. As the diners entered, they were momentarily awestruck by the luxurious and sophisticated environment. Even Yu Kunjin, who had encountered many high-end gyms, was taken aback. While the equipment may not have been the most advanced he had seen, the warm and refreshing atmosphere genuinely surprised him. "Mr. Lin, what shall we train today?" Schwehausen, in front of Lin Yin, appeared more like a humble assistant than the owner of the gym, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yin stated the task assigned to him by the system: squats. At this moment, a translucent screen, visible only to him, prominently displayed the tasks for the day. Recipe: Zhangjiang oysters, not distributed. Required experience: squats, incomplete. Lin Yin took a deep breath. With a mere thought, the translucent screen vanished from view. "Mr. Lin, the squat rack is ready," Schwehausen announced, having led Lin Yin and the others to the front of the squat rack. Due to the potential for injury associated with squats, Schwehausen thoughtfully prepared a foam roller for Lin Yin to warm up with. Lin Yin accepted the foam roller with gratitude and began his warm-up routine. Even the simplest warm-up was crucial for Lin Yin, who had nearly 5 years of fitness experience etched into his mind. While onlookers may have been puzzled by the duration of Lin Yin's warm-up, Schwehausen diligently noted every movement Lin Yin made. Typically self-assured in his own experience, Schwehausen found himself witnessing numerous warm-up techniques he had never encountered before. The foam roller, seemingly ordinary, became an instrument of remarkable precision in Lin Yin's capable hands. Each movement was simple yet efficient, devoid of superfluous actions, showcasing his unwavering passion for fitness. Having completed his final warm-up exercise, Lin Yin took a deep breath, set down the foam roller, and slowly approached the squat rack. Observing that Lin Yin was preparing to commence his workout, the previously drowsy spectators instantly perked up, fixated on every action he undertook. Today, Lin Yin's squat regimen would consist of 3 warm-up sets followed by 5 formal sets, gradually increasing in weight, just as he did with bench presses. As the first warm-up set commenced, some spectators began to speculate whether Lin Yin would start with lighter weights or dive straight into heavier ones. "Mr. Lin." For the first set, Schwehausen, along with the existing trainers and staff in the gym, became Lin Yin's exclusive spotters. 60 kilograms, Lin Yin stated calmly. Schwehausen nodded, signaling for the weights to be added. 220 kilograms plates on either side, totaling 60 kilograms when combined with the barbell's own weight of 20 kilograms. Without uttering another word, Lin Yin stepped forward, slightly squatting to position the barbell against the trapezius muscles at the back of his neck. He then rose steadily, feeling the full weight of the barbell settle upon him. In that moment, the 5 years of flawless squat experience imparted by the system surged within him, as the muscle memory ingrained in Lin Yin's very soul played a pivotal role. Lin Yin firmly believes that even if he were to suffer complete amnesia, he would still be able to continue with this squat routine. His movements are steady and assured. The 60 kilograms weight serves merely as a warm-up set for him, presenting little challenge. Its sole purpose is to awaken his thigh muscles, evoking what gym-goers often refer to as the pump. Lin Yin's execution of the full squat is remarkably precise, And for all the fitness trainers present, including Schwehausen, this movement and weight are exceedingly elementary. Yet, inexplicably, as they observe Lin Yan squatting, an involuntary desire to revere him arises within their hearts. Nearby, some patrons, who are merely first-time visitors to the gym, are utterly captivated by Lin Yan's performance, feeling something within them ignited fervently. 1, 2, 8. It is only after the 8th repetition that Lin Yan finally returns the barbell to the squat rack, stepping aside to commence his rest interval. 3 minutes later, after taking a final deep breath, he approaches once more, his tone still unperturbed. At this moment, he is wholly immersed in the realm of fitness. 80 kilograms. Chapter 57. The warm-up group of 100 kilograms, just a hobby? While for seasoned veterans like Schwehausen, the weight of 80 kilograms is hardly formidable. Achieving a deep squat of this magnitude during the warm-up set is a rare sight, even for him. Some onlookers, still unfamiliar with the significance of 80 kilograms, displayed expressions of confusion, ultimately unable to suppress their curiosity and lowering their voices to query Zheng Qiqing, who stood nearby. Coach Zheng, what does 80 kilograms really signify? It sounds rather ordinary. Zheng Qiqing, initially engrossed in admiring Lin Yan's graceful and picturesque movements, furrowed his brow upon hearing this question. He turned to face the inquisitive patron, a young man who appeared physically unimposing, his arms barely thicker than Zheng's wrists. Without delving into elaborate explanations, Zheng posed a straightforward question. What is your weight? The young man, well acquainted with his own weight, responded almost instantly. I weigh 60 kilograms. Zheng nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, the young man realized that Lin, the owner, possessed a strength that exceeded his expectations. The 80 kilograms weight, which surpassed his own, was merely a warm-up for Lin. After completing 8 standard deep squats, Lin Yan retreated to the side for a brief intermission. It was only after the conclusion of the second warm-up set that Lin began to find his rhythm, seemingly oblivious to the audience surrounding him. He lowered his gaze to his thighs, now infused with a sense of power, feeling invigorated. For the final warm-up set, 100 kilograms awaited him. After his rest, Lin approached the barbell, his voice calm, yet imbued with an aura of dominance. This presence momentarily stunned Schwehausen, who had encountered numerous fitness enthusiasts over the years. It took Schwe several seconds to regain his composure before he began to assist Lin. The coaches observing were visibly impressed. Having spent years in the gym, they were all too familiar with the challenge of a 100-kilogram squat. It is well known that most individuals who frequent gyms possess greater strength than the average person. Yet, even among gym-goers, those capable of squatting 100 kilograms are a rare breed. To witness someone like Lin Yan treating 100 kilograms as a warm-up was extraordinary. Mr. Lin is truly remarkable, remarked one of the onlooking coaches, his gaze fixated on Lin's back, now exposed after shedding his outerwear, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Little did they know, beneath that exterior lay an astonishing prowess that would leave them in awe. Even those diners who considered themselves somewhat acquainted with Boss Lin were utterly taken aback upon witnessing Lin Yan's physique. They could never have imagined that beneath the somewhat loose-fitting coat lay such a perfect yet formidable form. Among the diners, some curious young women who had inadvertently joined the gathering blushed intensely at the sight, shyly attempting to avert their gazes. They simultaneously whipped out their phones to clandestinely capture images of the esteemed Boss Lin. 1, 2, 3, 8. A total of 8 snapshots. The warm-up session had officially concluded. Following this, the formal rounds commenced, spanning 5 sets. Although the weights in these formal sets remained astonishing, the prior 100 kilograms warm-up had numbed the audience to the spectacle that followed. Mr. Lin, it's time for the final set. Shall we go for it? As Lin Yan prepared for his concluding formal set, Schwehausen approached with an inquiry that resonated with Lin Yan's own thoughts. Yes, Lin Yan nodded in agreement, feeling the surge of power still coursing through his body. The previous 3 warm-up sets and 4 formal sets had fully primed his physique, with adrenaline surging wildly within him. Though he appeared calm and composed on the surface, no one could fathom that Lin Yan had entered a state of pure ferocity, albeit a solitary ferocity. 350 kilograms. Lin Yan declared, his voice steady. Schwehausen nodded, his astonishment evident. The surrounding diners fell into an absolute silence. The weight of 350 kilograms was a figure that even those unfamiliar with fitness could sense the immense strength it embodied. With no preamble or hesitation, Lin Yan hoisted the slightly bent barbell. However, unlike before, he seemed less stable under this weight, his breathing becoming somewhat labored. Yet, he maintained a full squat, executing each movement with textbook precision. 1, 2. By the fifth repetition, visible tremors began to ripple through Lin Yan's thighs, prompting the onlookers and trainers to clench their fists, silently cheering him on. They scarcely dared to utter a word, fearing that even the slightest sound might disrupt Lin Yan's concentration. On the sixth repetition, Lin Yan let out a primal roar. He felt acutely aware that his body was reaching its limits, but he was determined to complete this final lift. After an agonizing moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, he rose to his feet. After he precariously placed the barbell on the squat rack, he felt his legs weaken to the point of near numbness. Now, he stood there mechanically, yet felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. Lin Yan let out a mighty roar once more. It was only after this powerful cry subsided that he became aware of his soul, previously immersed in the realm of fitness, returning to the reality around him. He then realized the presence of a crowd of onlookers surrounding him. Reflecting on his earlier battle cry, Lin Yan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He turned around, his voice tinged with shyness as he said, "Please, everyone, don't stare. We'll end today's training here." Despite his words, the spectators continued to gather around him, bombarding him with questions. "Boss Lin, how long have you been training? Why are you still in a tank top, Boss Lin? Isn't that a bit too casual? Can I touch your abs?" Among the crowd, a particularly bold girl even reached out, attempting to touch Lin Yan's abs and chest. This unexpected gesture startled Lin Yan, prompting him to retreat hastily. After a considerable commotion, the onlookers finally dispersed, returning to their respective homes. Of course, some patrons, having witnessed Lin Yan's impressive physique, decided to become members of the gym on the spot. This further solidified Schwehausen's belief in the correctness of his instincts. Remarkably, even before formally recruiting Mr. Lin, individuals were already signing up for memberships because of him. The potential benefits of successfully bringing Mr. Lin on board were beyond his imagination. "Mr. Lin, please consider joining our gym," Schwehausen and several coaches, including Zheng Qiqing, called out as they chased after Lin Yan, who was already seated on his food cart, ready to depart. Lin Yan, seemingly accustomed to such attention, offered a polite smile. "I'm sorry." He then drove off directly. Schwehausen, unwilling to give up, shouted after the retreating cart, "Mr. Lin, with a physique like yours, I refuse to believe you lack ambition. Whether it's for strength or accolades, our gym can provide you with all the resources you need." As he pedaled away, Lin Yan shook his head with a smile. It was merely a system task. He truly felt no particular ambition. After a brief pause, the wind carried back 4 words, "Just a hobby." Chapter 58. How do you know so much, my friend? Upon returning home, Lin Yan eagerly made his way to the kitchen after indulging in a warm bath. Following his recent experience with squats, the system had promptly dispatched the culinary methods for tomorrow's dishes, along with the ingredients that had already been delivered to his kitchen. The dish he was set to prepare, the Zhanjiang oysters, was certainly familiar to him. In the realm of street food, these were commonly recognized as grilled oysters, often accompanied by garlic, soy sauce, and other seasonings, celebrated for their aphrodisiac properties that endeared them to countless diners. The moment Lin Yan opened the kitchen door, a robust aroma of seafood enveloped his senses. 3 large boxes filled with Zhanjiang oysters and an array of diverse condiments transformed the spacious kitchen into a lively culinary haven. Approaching one of the refrigerated boxes, he opened it to reveal the oysters, each neatly arranged, uniform in size, and still gently breathing, demonstrating the freshness of the ingredients provided by the system. He casually selected the topmost oyster, and upon touching the ingredient, an overwhelming torrent of techniques and details on how to prepare grilled oysters surged into his mind, akin to a volcanic eruption. The sheer volume of information momentarily clouded Lin Yan's focus, but after 3 seconds, he regained his composure, his gaze on the oyster now imbued with fervor. As a nearly masterful grilled oyster chef, Lin Yan had developed profound insights into the oyster and its accompanying ingredients. At that moment, his confidence in the system reached its zenith, while others may not perceive it. Lin Yan was utterly convinced that the oyster he had casually picked was of the highest quality. Its succulent flesh and sweet flavor meant that even without grilling, a simple steaming would attract numerous enthusiasts drawn by the ingredients' inherent freshness. Gazing at the exquisite Zhanjiang oyster in his hand, Lin Yan envisioned the scene for the following day, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth in anticipation. The next day, even before noon, the entrance of the disciplined gym was teeming with people. The previous day had been Monday, and due to the rushed schedule discovered by Shaoli regarding Boss Lin, many diners, despite knowing about his stall, had been unable to arrive in time for a taste of his grilled chicken wings. However, today was different. With precise information on time and location readily available, nearly every diner who could return from afar was present. Upon closer inspection, one could even spot several burly individuals clad in vests, their expressions somewhat furtive among the crowd. Most recognizable among the diners was Zheng Qiqing, who had directly exposed Boss Lin's secret the previous day. Strangely enough, even the distinctly recognizable Zheng Qiqing chose to remain inconspicuous among the crowd today, donning a mask as if to obscure his true identity. "Coach Zheng, are you here waiting for Boss Lin's barbecue as well?" A diner greeted him with familiarity upon spotting Zheng Qiqing. Upon hearing this voice, Zheng Qiqing's body tensed, like a startled bird, and he waved at the individual, attempting to alter his voice, which came out awkwardly and amusingly. "I am not Coach Xing. You must have mistaken me." The diner seemed oblivious to Zheng Qiqing's intention to disguise himself and continued to chuckle. "If you're not Coach Zheng, then who is?" Zheng Qiqing waved his hand dismissively. Were it not for the mask, the diner would surely have noticed his expression of near despair. "Whoever you say is Coach Zheng is fine by me. I truly am not him. You've mistaken me." The diner wore a puzzled look, about to inquire further when another voice suddenly chimed in from the side. "Don't ask, my friend. Coach Zheng simply wishes to keep his identity concealed." Upon hearing this, Zheng Qiqing nodded vigorously, gratitude nearly spilling from his eyes. The diner, perplexed, turned to locate the source of the voice. The speaker also wore a mask, but this one was not only black but also oversized, nearly obscuring their entire face, revealing only their eyes. It was impossible to discern their identity. The diner questioned, "Then why does Coach Zheng want to hide his identity?" A somewhat bitter laugh emerged from behind the black mask, the voice intentionally lowered. "Because Coach Zheng is the signature trainer at the self-discipline gym. And this week happens to be the fat reduction period mandated by the gym's owner. If the signature trainer were to be caught openly indulging in barbecue, it would spell disaster." After this explanation, the diner finally nodded in understanding. Zheng Qiqing, too, nodded vigorously in agreement, his gaze towards the masked figure filled with gratitude for the timely intervention that salvaged his predicament. Yet, for reasons unknown, despite the obscured visage, Zheng Qiqing felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity emanating from this masked individual, as if they were an old acquaintance. The group resumed their quiet wait for Boss Lin's arrival. After a while, the diner seemed to sense something amiss and turned back. His large, sparkling eyes brimmed with curiosity. He first glanced at the still cautious Zheng Qiqing, then at the composed figure in the black mask, before finally speaking up. "Wait a moment, my friend." The figure in the black mask tilted his head slightly, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes, reminiscent of Watson finally uncovering a blind spot. "What brings this on?" he replied, no longer straining to lower his voice but speaking in his natural tone. Zheng Qiqing's pupils widened slightly, as if he had sensed an ominous premonition. Yet the diner, seemingly oblivious to the tension, inquired, "How do you know so much, my friend?" The masked man let out a faint chuckle, though this time it carried a trace of helplessness and futility. "Because I am, in fact, the proprietor of the self-discipline gym." Chapter 59. Sell me the maximum allowed under the purchase restrictions. With a bitter smile, the figure in the black mask removed his mask, revealing none other than Schwehausen, the proprietor of the discipline gym. Upon re-emerging into the light, he bore a faintly bitter yet resigned smile, hinting at a sense of revelation. Zheng Qiqing, upon witnessing this, stood frozen in disbelief for a moment, struggling to regain his composure before stammering, "B-boss, wasn't he that rule established by you? Why are you here?" Schwehausen awkwardly scratched his nose. "Isn't it only natural to make sacrifices to entice Mr. Lin to join our gym? But as for you all, why are you so non-compliant with the rules?" Zheng Qiqing found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, the previous diner, as if struck by a sudden epiphany, pointed at Schwehausen and burst into laughter. "No wonder it's the delicacies of Boss Lin. Even trainers in a fat loss phase cannot resist." The words seemed to taunt Schwehausen, suggesting, "Admit it, you simply want to eat." His cheeks flushed crimson, and the surrounding muscle-bound men, who had been lurking, began to approach. They were all trainers and staff from the discipline gym, who had donned disguises. Upon realizing that even their own boss, who had set the fat loss rules, could not withstand Boss Lin's culinary delights, they felt reassured. Some removed their masks, while others peeled off their face coverings. One individual, in a particularly dramatic display, produced makeup remover and took a considerable time to rid himself of his wig and false beard. "Haha, everyone is here." Schwehausen's tone was awkwardly stiff as he surveyed the scene, noting that none of his employees were missing. The gym sign, prominently displayed above, seemed to mock the situation. The employees remained silent, exchanging glances filled with an absurd and comically awkward tension. Just as Schwehausen was about to speak to alleviate the atmosphere, someone in the crowd shouted, "Boss Lin is here." Schwehausen jolted, glancing at his wristwatch, which indicated noon. He couldn't help but admire Boss Lin's impeccable sense of timing, always appearing precisely at noon, never a moment early. With this thought, he quickened his pace towards Lin Yan. He had initially intended to walk, but upon seeing the throng of diners rushing towards Lin Yan's food cart, eager to be among the first to indulge in Boss Lin's culinary creations, he found himself swept along in the fervor, despite the large crowd. However, within each individual lies a singular obsession to savor the delicacies crafted by Boss Lin. As a result, the scene is surprisingly orderly rather than chaotic. In just a few minutes, a lengthy queue has formed in front of Lin Yan's food cart, with a steady stream of eager patrons rushing from afar, their faces reflecting a mix of anxiety and anticipation. In stark contrast to the impatience of the diners, Lin Yan appears to embody the demeanor of a leisurely elder. He methodically parks his food cart, meticulously arranges the items on the serving table, gently adjusts the grill switch, and slowly bends down to gauge the temperature of the charcoal. At the forefront of the line stands none other than Zheng Qiqing, the first to sprint towards the cart while others merely walked. Schwehausen, positioned in the middle of the queue, stretches his neck to observe the enthusiastic employee in front, silently forming a somewhat vulgar expression with his lips. "Boss Lin, is it ready?" Zheng Qiqing inquires, his tone tinged with impatience, yet laced with politeness and a hint of grievance. Lin Yan remains silent, continuing to monitor the heat beneath the grill. Only after a considerable pause does he respond, "It should be about ready now." He then rises, moving the insulated foam boxes provided by the system closer to him for easy access to the ingredients. "All right." Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Zheng Qiqing's face brightens with uncontainable joy. In that moment, he appears far removed from the disciplined personal trainer he is known to be, instead resembling a bumbling giant with a goofy grin. "Boss Lin, is there still a purchase limit today? I would like to buy the maximum allowed." Lin Yan nods, initially silent, as he peers over Zheng Qiqing's shoulder to catch a glimpse of the seemingly endless line behind him. A bittersweet smile tugs at the corners of his mouth. So many people. Although the system has provided 3 large boxes of oysters, it now appears that it may not suffice. Lin Yan rubs his forehead, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Were other street food vendors to learn that he was troubled by an abundance of customers, they would surely feel compelled to give him a good thrashing. "Boss Lin." Noticing Lin Yan's prolonged silence, Zheng Qiqing cautiously prompts him. Returning to the moment, Lin Yan replies nonchalantly, "Yes, each person is limited to 4. He then gestures toward the payment code on the cart. "That will be 32 yuan. Zheng Qiqing nods, pulling out his phone to complete the transaction, only to realize something feels amiss. Not only does the price not match yesterday's, but Lin Yan's mention of a purchase limit of 4 raises further questions. Zheng Qiqing feels his mind inundated with queries. If memory serves him right, each skewer should contain 2 chicken wings. If one is limited to purchasing 4, isn't it equivalent to limiting each person to 2 servings? But why didn't Boss Lin simply state the 2-serving limit? Before Zheng Qiqing could comprehend this, Lin Yan had already reached out to lift the lid of the first thermal preservation box beside him, an intense aroma of seafood immediately enveloping Zheng Qiqing's senses. Zheng Qiqing could not help but voice his confusion. "Boss Lin, today, isn't it chicken wings?" Lin Yan nodded, avoiding Zheng Qiqing's gaze. After a meticulous check of the charcoal's temperature, he proceeded to extract 4 Zhuhai oysters from the box, skillfully prying them open. The entire sequence of movements resembled that of someone who had practiced for decades, devoid of any superfluous gestures. The fluidity and expertise were etched into his very being. The act of prying the shells took merely a few seconds. However, for the onlookers, it was undeniably a visual feast. Only after placing the 4 Zhuhai oysters on the grill did Lin Yan continue. "Today, we are only serving grilled oysters." Chapter 60. "Coach, what is this?" Zheng Qiqing was momentarily taken aback. "Oysters?" He was undeniably familiar with this delicacy, not due to his role as a fitness coach, but rather through the lens of his masculinity. In his youthful exuberance, he had previously suffered a decline in vitality due to his lack of moderation. Furthermore, his then-girlfriend's culinary choices were rather alarming. Each night, she would serve him either oysters or jujube and goji berry tea as a late-night snack. To this day, the mere thought of grilled oysters evokes an overwhelming sense of nausea in Zheng Qiqing. He gazed at the sizzling oysters on the grill, his expression revealing a hint of discomfort. "Boss Lin." Lin Yan glanced up, Noticing the unspoken hesitation on Zheng Qiqing's face, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you allergic to oysters?" Zheng Qiqing shook his head. "No, Boss Lin, I genuinely do not enjoy oysters. Is there nothing else we could grill today?" As Lin Yin adjusted the positions of the oysters on the grill to ensure even cooking and achieve the finest flavor, he reassured him, "Don't worry." Those two simple words, however, silenced any further doubts from Zheng Qiqing. For reasons unknown, despite being known for his stubbornness, he found solace in Lin Yan's calm assurance, almost as if he had taken a soothing remedy. In fact, he began to feel a sense of anticipation towards the grilled oysters before him. Lin Yan's grilling technique appeared straightforward, much like any other barbecue stall. Yet the subtlety of his methods and the quality of the ingredients allowed him to prepare exquisite Zhanjiang oysters. After adding a generous amount of minced garlic and a specially prepared sauce, the final stage of grilling the oysters commenced. Lin Yin diligently monitored the oysters, completely absorbed in his culinary endeavor. Even if a vehicle were to suddenly careen toward him, it was unlikely that he would feel the slightest ripple of disturbance within. "All right," Lin Yin remarked nonchalantly. He swiftly placed the 4 oysters into a disposable container and handed it to Zheng Qiqing, advising, "Eat them while they're hot." Zheng Qiqing nodded and moved aside, following Lin Yan's suggestion as he opened the container. The moment he did, he realized that the oysters he had previously consumed paled in comparison to Lin Yan's grilled Zhanjiang oysters. It was no wonder that Lin Yan spoke with such ease. It was clear that in his eyes, the oysters found at ordinary barbecue stalls were hardly worthy of being called true grilled oysters. After a moment of introspection, Zheng Qiqing donned the disposable gloves that Lin Yin had prepared and picked up a pair of chopsticks. He lifted one oyster shell. Due to the recent baking, the shell retained a slightly warm temperature that was still tolerable. With a gentle flick of the chopsticks, the large, rounded oyster, adorned with delicate garlic and sauce, glided effortlessly into Zheng Qiqing's mouth as if sliding down a slide. Upon taking the first bite, Zheng Qiqing was overwhelmed by an exquisite freshness. The ingredients were indeed of the highest quality, and paired with the sauce, the overall flavor was nothing short of a culinary masterpiece. As he chewed, it felt as though a spectacular display of oceanic fireworks erupted within his mouth. The unique texture and flavor of the oyster burst forth with each chew, complemented by the inherent juiciness of the Zhanjiang oyster. Zheng Qiqing felt the succulent oyster meat releasing its sweet nectar across his palate, gradually transforming into a creamy delight that melted languidly on his tongue, leaving behind a refreshing sweetness reminiscent of the sea. Having consumed the first Zhanjiang oyster, Zheng Qiqing had hardly chewed more than 5 times. Had he not wished to savor the flavor of the grilled oyster more intricately, he could have easily swallowed it with a mere nibble. This was all thanks to Lin Yan's exceptional grilling technique. The charcoal fire was perfectly adjusted, and Lin Yan's meticulous skill ensured that the juices of each Zhanjiang oyster were locked tightly within its shell. While it might not be difficult to grill such an oyster, achieving the flawless consistency demonstrated by Lin Yan is a feat that even the world's top chefs would struggle to replicate. "Brother, is it delicious?" Just as Zheng Qiqing was about to indulge in a second oyster, a fellow diner, who had been waiting in line and was now 5th in line, could no longer contain his curiosity. Although the grilled oysters were tantalizingly close, he had just witnessed the look of sheer bliss and satisfaction on Zheng Qiqing's face after finishing the first. Despite the unwavering trust in Lin's culinary skills, there lingered a slight apprehension among some diners. After all, if not handled properly, grilled oysters could easily be tainted by an unpleasant fishy taste. However, that sentiment had shifted dramatically. Zheng Qiqing's extravagant display had become a reassuring beacon for all. Even those less interested in oysters found themselves eagerly anticipating Lin's grilled delicacies. In a nearby gym, 2 young men, appearing to be around 18 or 19, were laughing and chatting as they took turns at the bench press. One of the boys, looking like a novice, scratched his head with a discontented expression. "Big Ma, how are you so strong? You can push 60 kilograms for sets. I struggle with just the empty bar." At this moment, the young man known as Da Ma had just completed his final set. He rose slowly, caressing the nascent contours of his developing pectoral muscles, and a faint smile graced his lips as he contemplated a few self-congratulatory remarks. Suddenly, a figure from 2 days prior appeared vividly in his mind. At that time, he had been practicing nearby. Witnessing Lin Yan's impressive bench press of 200 kilograms in its entirety, he extended his hand to pat the seemingly frail novice beside him, saying, "Do not rush. I too began my journey just as you have. Once you embark on this path, success will surely follow." In that moment, Dama couldn't help but reminisce about Lin Yan. Just a few days ago, while lifting here, I observed a remarkable individual effortlessly pressing 200 kilograms. He appeared to be of a similar age to us, and his physique was simply awe-inspiring. The young man was taken aback, his face a mask of disbelief. 200 kilograms. Is that even humanly possible? Dama nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The sheer shock of that day was too profound, causing him to lose himself in thought at the mere recollection. Before he could dwell on it for long, the cacophony from outside jolted him back to reality. The young man beside him pointed toward the long queue forming outside, inquiring, "Dama, is there some sort of event at the gym today? There are so many people waiting." He quickly spotted several trainers in line and gestured towards them, adding, "Look, Dama, those trainers from the poster are in there too." Dama scratched his head. His own trainer, Zheng Qiqing, had not mentioned any event taking place today. Yet, curiosity propelled him to venture outside for a closer look. Just as he was about to lead his friend out, a familiar figure stealthily entered the gym, clutching 2 remaining oysters while calling out, "If you arrive late and can't get any, don't bother me. If you have the guts, start waiting as early as I did." Upon turning around, Zheng Qiqing found himself face to face with Dama. After a moment of awkwardness, he took a step back, flustered as he attempted to conceal the oysters in his hands. Dama, momentarily stunned, pointed at the grilled oysters that had yet to be hidden, exclaiming, "Coach, didn't you say we should maintain a healthy diet during the fat loss phase? What is this?" Chapter 61. To exercise or savor grilled oysters. Zheng Qiqing contemplated concealing the grilled oysters in his hand, yet it was already too late. After a brief moment of reflection, he ultimately decided to present the remaining 2 grilled oysters before Dama and his companion. "Ah, this is a reward from the coach for you today. Do give it a try," Zheng Qiqing said. His tone was light, but his eyes, fixed on the grilled oysters, betrayed an overwhelming sense of reluctance and sorrow. This was the first delicacy he had painstakingly secured, and now he had to shamefully part with it. For failing to do so could jeopardize his reputation among the gym's students. "Oh, really, coach?" Dama glanced at the grilled oysters, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed in anticipation. After more than a week of fat reduction, Dama yearned for every morsel of flavorful food, and the oysters before him appeared particularly delectable. The steaming warmth wafting upwards, along with the enticing aroma that had already infiltrated his senses, made it impossible for him to resist reaching out for the oysters. "Ah, indeed, it's true. If you wish to eat, feel free to take some. It's no trouble at all. There is more at the entrance." Zheng Qiqing forced a smile as he watched Dama unreservedly extend his hand. His words, however, were delivered through gritted teeth. Completely captivated by the grilled oysters, Dama was oblivious to the strained expression on his coach's face, his focus entirely consumed by the tempting treat before him. The sizable oysters, glistening with succulent juices, were undoubtedly exquisite ingredients. The perfect grilling only heightened Dama's desire. "Brother Dama, didn't you say just yesterday that you would never eat such things again?" piped up a rather slender boy beside him, tugging at Dama's sleeve with a timid voice. Upon witnessing this, Zheng Qiqing's face lit up with hope. If this boy could persuade his student to abandon the oysters in a moment of conscience, it would certainly be a delightful outcome. However, Dama's hesitation lasted but an instant before he quickened his pace, swiftly lifting an oyster to his mouth. With a slight tap of his upper teeth, he severed the connection between the oyster and its shell, then gently slurped the entire delicacy, as if it were a slide. With just one bite, Dama felt his taste buds explode with delight. He had indulged in grilled oysters before, having a fondness for them, and had sampled nearly every vendor's offerings. Yet today, as oyster surpassed all his previous experiences. Delicious. It is truly exquisite. As the delicacy slid down his throat, Dama felt as though he had ascended to paradise. The explosion of flavor in his mouth was so exquisite that it nearly brought him to the brink of ecstasy. Such was the pinnacle of sensory delight. Dama, the boy beside him, who had long revered Dama for his self-discipline, was disheartened to witness his idol capitulating to a mere grilled oyster. He tugged at Dama's tank top once more, hoping to sway him back from the precipice of indulgence. However, Dama merely turned his head slightly, an unsettling glint now flickering in his previously serene eyes. His tone grew impatient. "You said that was something I mentioned yesterday. Therefore, it no longer holds weight today." With that, Dama leaned in closer, their faces nearly touching. "Did I say that today?" The slender boy hesitated, his voice tinged with a hint of desperation. "No, you didn't, Dama." "Exactly," Dama scoffed, then picked up the last grilled oyster, smiling at Zheng Qiqing. Thank you, coach. I've never tasted such delectable grilled oysters before. Zhang Qiqing forced a bitter smile, nodding slightly without uttering a word. He feared that if he spoke, he might unleash a torrent of reproach upon this student before him. How could Dama, who had effortlessly consumed half of the 4 oysters Zhang had painstakingly fought to secure, claim he had never encountered such a delightful treat? After all, it was Zhang's first experience with these oysters as well. Dama lifted the final oyster but hesitated to place it in his mouth. He glanced at his coach, then at the aggrieved boy beside him, and finally licked his lips, donning an expression of reluctant sacrifice. To his surprise, he extended the oyster to the boy with an air of impatience. I wasn't trying to be harsh. You'll understand once you've tasted it. The boy was taken aback. Although he was unsure of what Dama meant by "you'll know once you eat it," he obediently accepted the oyster offered to him. Witnessing his student bestow his oyster as a gesture of goodwill and apology to another, Zhang Qiqing felt a surge of anger rising within him. Yet he could only maintain a stiff smile. He even extended his hand, saying, "Go on, little classmate, you should try it. It's truly delightful." The boy nodded. Though he held no particular fondness for shellfish and even harbored some negative stereotypes about them, he closed his eyes, lifted the final grilled oyster, and, mimicking Dama's earlier actions, consumed it whole. A sizable piece of tender oyster flesh slid effortlessly into his mouth. The young man opened his eyes, which sparkled with astonishment. Delicious. It was simply exquisite. Contrary to his preconceived notions of a nauseating fishy taste, it was instead an unparalleled sweetness that left him yearning for more, a flavor that seemed utterly irresistible. Hardly needing to chew, the oyster flesh glided down his throat like a nimble creature from the mountains, leaving only a fragrant residue on his palate. He lifted his gaze to meet the expectant eyes of his companion, Dama, and after a prolonged silence, he uttered, "Dama, this is truly delectable." He could now comprehend why Dama, who prided himself on his self-discipline, had succumbed to the allure of such seemingly ordinary grilled oysters. The young man pondered for a moment, struggling to conceive of anyone capable of maintaining their composure in the presence of such delicious fare. Classmate, Zhang Qiqing began politely. Upon witnessing the last grilled oyster vanish, he had resigned himself to the situation, hoping to be the first in line for Boss Lin's offerings the following day. However, confronted with this potential patron who had just savored his final oyster, he thought that persuading him to acquire a card could somewhat alleviate his disappointment. "What is the matter?" the young man inquired, looking at Zhang Qiqing with curiosity. Zhang Qiqing rubbed his hands together, his tone remaining gentle and magnanimous. "Classmate, I see great potential in you. You would make an excellent candidate for fitness. Would you be interested in training with Dama and me?" After a moment of contemplation, the young man glanced at the esteemed Dama before asking, "Isn't there usually a period of fat reduction after starting to work out?" Zhang Qiqing instinctively replied, "Of course, we fitness enthusiasts must be disciplined." The young man shook his head and turned towards the door. "Then I think I prefer the grilled oysters." As he spoke, he pointed towards the still bustling scene outside the window. "Everyone must be queuing for grilled oysters. I shall join them." Chapter 62. The barbecue stall owner is actually my idol. As the conversation unfolded, the young man abruptly raised his leg and exited the gym, leaving Dama and Zhang Qiqing exchanging bewildered glances. After a considerable pause, Dama finally mustered the courage to speak, cautiously suggesting, "Coach, should I also join the queue?" Scram. "All right then." With a cheerful demeanor, Dama marched towards the queue, positioning himself right behind the young man. When the young man turned around and noticed Dama joining the line, he displayed no surprise, instead revealing a knowing smile. "Brother Dama, I anticipated you would join the queue as well. Those grilled oysters are simply exquisite." Dama nodded in agreement, unable to suppress a few smacking sounds with his lips as he reminisced about the divine taste of the grilled oysters he had just savored. Regret washed over him for not discovering this stall sooner, for had he done so, he could have started queuing earlier and indulged in an entire serving instead of just one oyster. As the two pondered this, they swallowed their saliva in anticipation. In but a brief moment, a throng of people began to gather behind them, most already clutching a portion of grilled oysters. These patrons munched on their delectable treats while waiting in line, expressing their admiration and occasionally craning their necks to gauge the length of the queue. Indeed, it's all thanks to Boss Lin. I doubt I shall dine anywhere else but at Boss Lin's in the future. Is it evening already that you're dreaming? This week has been fortunate. Who knows if we'll even catch sight of Boss Lin next week. Listening to the chatter, Dama and the young man exchanged puzzled glances, both reflecting a sense of curiosity. The patrons seemed intimately familiar with the owner of the grilled oyster stall, and their conversations hinted at something extraordinary. It appeared that the owner's stall location was ever-changing, to the point that it might become elusive to find. What a peculiar proprietor. Driven by curiosity, the more sociable Dama turned around, greedily eyeing the half-eaten grilled oysters held by a customer behind him. He then inquired, "Hey there. Are you referring to the boss Lin selling grilled oysters up ahead?" The seasoned customer, thrilled to finally encounter a newcomer, ignited with enthusiasm. For the patrons of Lin Yan, the most delightful experience was tracking down his whereabouts and subsequently indulging in the culinary delights he crafted with his own hands. Additionally, encountering new customers eager to inquire about Boss Lin was equally gratifying. After all, recounting the legendary tales of someone held in such high esteem was a true pleasure. After a considerable time, the seasoned customer finally relayed the complete story of Boss Lin to Dama. Upon hearing the rumors about Boss Lin, the man named Dama found himself momentarily frozen in place. Even as the line ahead advanced a few paces, he remained unresponsive, utterly astonished. The seasoned patron, devouring the last roasted oyster in his hand with the alacrity of a tempest, wore a self-satisfied grin. It is worth noting that he had exhibited a similarly incredulous and shocked expression when he first learned of Boss Lin's tale. Dama remained silent for a time, eventually turning his body languidly to peer at the long queue that, despite its slight movement, still stretched far ahead. He exhaled a resigned sigh. According to the previous diner, Boss Lin's business had flourished to such an extent that limits on purchases had become necessary. For instance, during this particular event, patrons were restricted to a mere 4 oysters each. It was little wonder that the first action of those who had secured their oysters was not to indulge immediately, but rather to rejoin the queue at the back, thereby granting themselves a faint glimmer of hope for a second serving. However, Dama retained a measure of skepticism regarding the claim that Boss Lin was a fitness enthusiast. As a fitness aficionado himself, he understood the exhaustion that followed rigorous training. The notion that a humble street food vendor could simultaneously possess exceptional culinary skills and maintain a top-tier fitness regimen seemed too far-fetched to him. Perhaps a result of Boss Lin's mythologization through word of mouth. As he stood in contemplation, a young man beside him tugged at his sleeve. "Dama go," he said, his voice faint. "According to what that guy said, Boss Lin's ingredients last at most an hour and a half." Checking the time on his phone, he continued. "Boss Lin starts serving at noon, and it's almost 1 now. Do you think we'll still get to eat?" Dama sighed, though he shared the same concern. He feigned confidence, offering a reassuring smile as he patted the young man's shoulder. "I believe Boss Lin wouldn't turn down a chance to make money. We should still be able to enjoy some." The seasoned diner behind them chuckled at the exchange, realizing that despite his earlier words, it would take a first-hand experience of Boss Lin's formidable nature for these youngsters to grasp his true character. Indeed, just as Dama uttered his self-reassuring words, a figure approached from the front, cradling a freshly cooked batch of roasted oysters, an expression of sheer bliss illuminating his face. He counted as he made his way to the middle of the line, pointing at a patron and declaring, "Those behind this person need not queue. We've run out of ingredients." The classic spectacle of lamentation erupted once more at the entrance of the disciplined gym. Dama and the young man stood in stunned silence. Unlike the other diners who unleashed their grief, they simply remained still, absorbing the unfolding reality. Savoring the lingering, exquisite flavors within his mouth, he listened to the cacophony and shrieks surrounding him. At that moment, Dama finally comprehended a phrase he had previously encountered in a book. The sorrow between individuals does not resonate. All he desired was a place to linger for a while. Soon, the last batch of ingredients had been sold, and the once orderly queue dispersed once more, with groups of 2 or 3 standing idly in the open space in front of the fitness center. Just as Dama and the slender boy had stepped out of the line, arranging to return together before noon the following day to secure their spots, they noticed that the previous diners, despite having purchased nothing and wearing expressions of disappointment, showed no intention of leaving. Dama promptly halted his steps. The boy also set aside his phone, which he had been about to use to unlock a shared bicycle. In unison, they turned their gazes towards the direction where the crowd began to swell. After a while, Dama finally discerned that it seemed Lin, the proprietor, was about to enter the gym. He hurriedly advanced a few steps, catching a glimpse of Lin Yan's profile as he finished tidying up the food cart. Due to the excessively lengthy queue and Lin Yan's constant busyness with his head bowed, Dama had only heard tales about this esteemed owner without ever having seen his visage. But now he beheld him. The profile of Lin Yin strikingly coincided with that of the enigmatic idol he had encountered just 2 days prior. Overcome with excitement, Damas seized the frail boy beside him, disregarding his own dignity, and exclaimed loudly, "Goodness, it's the owner Lin. The big shot I saw the day before yesterday is indeed the owner Lin." Chapter 63. The cheers in the gym. A scholar would die for his comrade. As Damas shouted exuberantly, he shook the boy tightly clutched in his arms. Oblivious to the fact that the boy was now rolling his eyes in response to the vigorous motion. At this moment, Lin Yin had already tidied up his dining cart. Just as he took his first step towards the gym, a semi-transparent screen, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. Menu: red willow lamb skewers, unserved. Experience item: deadlift. Lin Yin had long grown accustomed to the sudden appearance of this system panel, and it stirred not a single ripple of emotion within him. After absorbing the tasks assigned by the system, a slight shift in his thoughts made the translucent screen vanish from sight. Mr. Lin called Shuehausen and a group of trainers, following closely behind Lin Yin, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. From the information gathered among the regular patrons, Shuehausen had realized that this enigmatic Mr. Lin would likely only grace their gym with his presence for a week. Furthermore, the membership card issued to Mr. Lin was valid for merely this week. This indicated that if he failed to entice Mr. Lin to remain at the gym within the next few days, such an opportunity might never arise again. "Mr. Lin, what do you plan to train today?" Based on Lin Yan's training habits over the past 2 days, Shuehausen had discerned a general sense of his direction. Unlike typical fitness enthusiasts who engaged in periodized training targeting different muscle groups, the formidable and mysterious Mr. Lin focused solely on one exercise each visit. The fitness realm recognizes 3 primary lifts: bench press, deadlift, and squat. Given that Mr. Lin had already practiced the bench press and squat in the preceding days, Shuehausen and several trainers had speculated overnight that Mr. Lin would be focusing on the deadlift today. As anticipated, Lin Yin responded, "I will be training deadlifts today." Upon hearing this, Shuehausen and the other trainers exchanged knowing smiles. After deducing that Mr. Lin was likely to focus on deadlifts, Shuehausen had specially procured imported deadlifting equipment from the finest gym in Min City. It could be said that every piece of equipment Lin Yin would utilize today, including the quality of the plates, was among the best of the imported selections. "Mr. Lin, this way," Shuehausen gestured, guiding Lin Yin to the deadlifting apparatus. Upon arriving, Lin Yin paused momentarily. Although the gym's facilities had also been commendable over the previous days, what lay before him now was incomparably superior. Not only were all the imported equipment and facilities immaculate, but the weights had also been meticulously prepared to a staggering 260 kilograms, estimated according to Lin Yan's own prowess. Not to mention the meticulous attention to detail, one could even describe it as thorough to the point of perfection. Whether it is the protective knee pads or the sweat towels, a mere glance is sufficient for Lin Yin to discern that these items have been specifically prepared for him. Each piece is brand new, of a quality that can only be deemed exquisite. Even professional athletes, upon coming to train, would find it challenging to identify any flaws among this equipment. "Mr. Lin, these are the warm-up foam rollers and other supplies prepared for you." Noticing Lin Yan's silence, Shuehausen assumed he had overlooked some aspect and promptly signaled to the coaches behind him. Within moments, they had swiftly delivered the early prepared warm-up tools. Lin Yin accepted the foam roller from Shuehausen, revealing a somewhat bittersweet smile, his expression momentarily lost in thought. Even in the flawless fitness memories bestowed upon him by the system over 5 years, he had never encountered equipment that catered to every detail with such attentive service. Boss Shui. Lin Yin glanced at the foam roller in his hand, then at the pristine equipment before him, turning to call out to Shuehausen. The moment he addressed him, Shuehausen felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation, fearing he might have inadvertently crossed some line with Mr. Lin. "Is something the matter, Mr. Lin? Is there anything you need? We do have some areas in the gym that are not quite perfect." "Not at all." Lin Yan's tone was calm yet firmly interrupted the earnest and anxious expression on Shuehausen's face. The atmosphere in the room had grown silent. Even the patrons nearby dared not utter a sound. "Boss Shui, there is no need to treat me differently because of my presence. We are all fitness enthusiasts here, and there is no necessity for this." After uttering these words, Lin Yin independently commenced his warm-up activities, leaving behind a contemplative and silent Shuehausen along with the coaches, who had previously been engaged in brainstorming strategies. After a considerable pause, Shuehausen finally spoke. "Understood, Mr. Lin. My only intention was to have you join our gym. And if this has made you uncomfortable, I sincerely apologize." Lin Yin nodded slightly, remaining silent. He was still immersed in his warm-up routine and was unsure how to respond to Shuihausen's words. Thus, the awkward silence lingered until Lin Yin completed his warm-up session. At this point, Lin Yin felt his body gradually warming up, having executed a thorough warm-up. He turned to face the still silent Shuihausen and the others, sighed, and said, "I'm not uncomfortable. On the contrary, this is quite pleasant." As he spoke, Lin Yin extended his hand, gesturing towards the gathered onlookers, both the patrons and the fitness enthusiasts who had come to witness the spectacle, including the imposing Dama who had pushed to the forefront. His tone remained unassuming, yet it resonated with an astonishing power. "If ever you can treat all fitness enthusiasts with the same respect you show me, then it would not be too late to invite me to join your gym." Upon the conclusion of his words, the gym was once again enveloped in silence. However, this silence was ephemeral. Within mere seconds, the space erupted into a thunderous applause and cheers. Both the patrons who had come to observe Lin's workout and the onlookers who had merely gathered for entertainment were utterly taken aback. The formidable figure who had declined the offer from this self-disciplined gym did so not for reasons of salary, not for the benefits, and certainly not due to issues with the venue or equipment, but simply because of the community. This exemplified the essence of an idol, the stature that a fitness leader ought to possess. Dama gazed at Lin Yin, his eyes momentarily glistening with emotion. His admiration for the barbecue vendor had already been tinged with a sense of mystique, and hearing such words now ignited within him an overwhelming feeling of loyalty and devotion. Without thinking, he raised his arm and shouted, "Long live Boss Lin." Instantly, the gym transformed into a sea of jubilation, echoing with cries of "Long live Boss Lin. Boss Lin, I want to bear your children." The fervent cheers resounded for what felt like an eternity. Yet, amidst this celebration, Lin Yin remained steadfast, unyielding in the eye of the storm. After a moment, he raised his hands and slowly brought them down. At that moment, he had become the spiritual anchor for everyone present. With a mere gesture, he restored tranquility to the entire gym. "All right," Lin Yin turned to Shuihausen, who seemed to have gained a newfound clarity. "Let's begin the first warm-up set at 84 kilograms. Load the plates." Shuihausen, wiping away his tears, broke into a smile. Although he faced rejection, inexplicably, he felt no sorrow or regret within. "Understood, Mr. Lin." Chapter 64. Is it frustrating that others' warm-up sets are your limit? In response to Shuihausen's cheerful demeanor, the onlookers and diners could no longer muster any amusement at the weight being lifted. Even for Dama, who had gained some insight into the enigmatic Boss Lin, witnessing the first set of deadlifts reach a staggering 84 kilograms was enough to leave him utterly astonished. It is worth noting that Dama, who once believed himself to possess considerable strength, had only managed to lift slightly over 40 kilograms, nearly 50, when he first entered the gym. After nearly 2 years of intermittent training, Dama's current deadlift limit barely grazes 70 kilograms, and that is with the assistance of a professional coach, Zheng Qiqing. Thus, it is no wonder that Dama was taken aback by Lin Yan's seemingly fragile appearance, yet achieving an 84 kilograms warm-up set. When someone else's warm-up weight surpasses your own limits, isn't it infuriating? Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Lin Yin took a deep breath and stepped forward towards the barbell, which was already loaded with weight. He slightly crouched down, dusted his hands with chalk, and firmly grasped the barbell. "Mr. Lin is starting. Everyone, pay close attention," Shuihausen whispered to the group of coaches beside him. While others may not discern much about Lin Yan's prowess, seasoned individuals like Shuihausen could clearly perceive the finesse and skill in his movements. Each action executed by Lin Yin was sufficiently intricate to warrant frame-by-frame analysis. Even if Shuihausen were to pay for Lin Yin to provide fitness guidance at his own gym, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative investment, especially considering that Lin Yin was a member at the very gym itself. "Here he goes." Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. In the next moment, Lin Yin stood upright with the barbell in hand, executing 1 repetition, then 2, 4, 5. After completing 5 repetitions of the 84 kilograms deadlift, Lin Yin's expression remained utterly unchanged, as if he had merely performed a simple stretch. However, everyone present understood that this was not due to the weight being trivial. It was solely a testament to the sheer magnitude of Boss Lin's strength. "Did you see that?" Zheng Qiqing gasped, covering his mouth in disbelief. Mr. Lin's form is terrifyingly precise. Although the 84 kilograms weight was not beyond his capacity to accept, the meticulous details in each of Lin Yan's movements left him in utter astonishment. It was absolute perfection. It was an unparalleled demonstration of force. It is essential to recognize that when attempting such heavy deadlifts, Merely managing to lift the weight is already commendable, and maintaining proper form is often an afterthought. This elucidates why a greater weight correlates with an elevated risk of injury. However, Lin Yan remarkably maintained a neutral spine throughout his deadlift, ensuring the safety of his lumbar region. Were everyone to possess Lin Yan's formidable and terrifying control over their muscles, the necessity for protective gear, such as weight belts, would be rendered obsolete. Following Zheng Qiqing's subdued commentary, a ripple of realization swept through the audience as they acknowledged the profound value of Lin Yan's fitness regimen. Whispers of astonishment began to circulate among the crowd, expressing disbelief at Lin's culinary skills and his prowess in fitness. It became evident why Lin Yan appeared unfazed by the demanding nature of his daily work. He was, after all, a practitioner of strength training. "Why has T-Boss Lin removed his shirt yet? I can hardly wait to see," one person exclaimed. "Sister, could you please wipe your drool? It's dripped onto my shirt." The discussions surged and ebbed, yet Lin Yan, during his interset rest, had successfully blocked out the surrounding chatter. He was entirely immersed in the process of his workout. Having completed the first warm-up set, the weight felt manageable for Lin Yan, yet the efficacy of the warm-up was undeniable. He could distinctly feel his glutes, hamstrings, and lower back fully activated, while his previously stiff joints seemed to have regained their flexibility. After approximately 4 minutes of rest, Lin Yan approached to prepare for the next set. Schwehausen and the others were already ready, and as Lin Yan stepped forward, Schwe inquired, "Mr. Lin, what weight will the next set be?" Although recently rebuffed by Lin Yan, Schwe had already established his own goal, to selflessly assist every fitness enthusiast who came his way until he could embody the ideal that Lin Yan described. He understood that while this aspiration may seem distant, with relentless effort, realization would eventually come. Returning to the present, Lin Yan, without a moment's hesitation and devoid of contemplation, instinctively responded to Schwe's question, as the weight and repetitions had been ingrained in his muscle memory: 140 kilograms. Schwe promptly nodded, and nearby coaches began hastily unloading and reloading weights. Despite the slight chaos, their efficiency was remarkable. In less than half a minute, the total deadlift weight of 140 kilograms, including the barbell's weight, was ready in front of Lin Yan. With 5 years of exemplary fitness experience, Lin Yan possessed a clear understanding of his deadlift limit, 280 kilograms. Now, the second warm-up set had reached half of his maximum weight, proving to be quite significant. Not only does it gradually enhance one's neural recruitment capabilities, but it also fortifies the stability of one's movements. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, 1, 2, 3. This time, the number of warm-up sets is merely 3. Yet, each motion is executed without any extraneous exertion. Every nuance imparts a moment of enlightenment to those familiar with fitness or deadlifts. Truly impressive. If the earlier 84 kilograms deadlift could be accomplished by some fitness enthusiasts and coaches present, the current 140 kilograms is a feat that 90% of them could scarcely aspire to. Not to mention Lin Yan's form, which remains astonishingly impeccable, akin to a teacher demonstrating for his students, leaving everyone feeling profoundly enlightened. Several enthusiasts within the fitness community even recorded this segment of Lin Yan's 140 kilograms deadlift and casually shared it online, captioning, "Just finished eating grilled oysters. And I see the barbecue stall owner deadlifting 140 kilograms, and that was merely a warm-up set. I must return home." After a 4-minute intermission, Lin Yan once again approaches the barbell. As an anaerobic exercise, the deadlift progresses with remarkable swiftness. Yet the onlookers seem to lose track of time while observing the formidable Lin. What originally felt like mere minutes in their minds stretches infinitely, as if a century has passed. Soon, Lin Yan's 3 warm-up sets conclude, and even the official sets have reached the 4th round. The initial weight of 84 kilograms has dramatically ascended to 266 kilograms, marking Lin Yan's penultimate set for the day. At this moment, he has shed his outerwear, revealing a physique defined by muscular contours, each muscle exuding an unparalleled sense of explosiveness and power. He steps forward, his hands firmly grasping the barbell, the plates precariously balanced on either side, gleaming with the weight of this extraordinary challenge. As the 4th official set, this weight is critical. Not only is it exceedingly close to Lin Yan's maximum strength, but it also serves to test his limits and enhance his psychological resilience. The crowd holds its breath, clenching their fists in silence, as if the weight of the plates bore down upon them. With a resounding roar, Lin Yan bellows, then suddenly yanks the barbell upward. Chapter 65, The Numerical Monster, The Overwhelming Absolute Value. With Lin Yan's thunderous battle cry, all onlookers felt their hearts leap into their throats. As if the formidable weight of 266 kilograms were being lifted not by Lin Yan, but by themselves. Get up, get up. Zheng Qiqing gazed at Lin Yan with quiet admiration. This weight, even for him, a seasoned fitness enthusiast, felt utterly unattainable, a far cry from what he could manage. Unbeknownst to him, Zheng Qiqing, the epitome of discipline and a revered fitness coach, had unconsciously begun to idolize Lin Yan, seeing him as a beacon of inspiration. Ah! Lin Yan unleashed another roar, his expression now twisted with intensity and determination. Yet, no one seemed to notice. They were captivated as Lin Yan straightened his body, forcefully lifting the completely bent barbell. Boom! The barbell crashed down. Even Lin Yan could only manage this weight once, as he needed to conserve his strength for the final push towards his limit. This was what the system deemed a successful experience. Mr. Lin, is there more? Shuaihaosen, noticing Lin Yan retreat to rest, hurriedly approached him, presenting a pre-prepared energy drink. Lin Yan accepted it without hesitation, taking several sips. This specially formulated drink was excellent for unleashing potential and energy. Shuaihaosen had gone to great lengths to ensure Lin Yan received impeccable service. Yes, Lin Yan replied calmly after swallowing the drink. Those who were initially preparing to leave paused upon hearing his understated yet commanding words. There is more? That weight was Mr. Lin's limit? They pondered, some in disbelief. Even Dama, who prided himself on his fitness knowledge, stood frozen, overwhelmed by the surprises and shocks that this young idol had delivered today. Could he surpass that weight? Everyone silently wondered, yet none dared to disturb Lin Yan. During the 4 minutes of his intermission, the gym was enveloped in an unusual silence, as if the air was thick with anticipation for a momentous event. Mr. Lin, what will the next weight be? Finally, as Lin Yan approached, Shuaihaosen and several coaches stood ready beside the barbell, prepared to assist with the weight plates. Lin Yan did not respond to Shuaihaosen's inquiry about the weight. He merely surveyed the remaining plates, which totaled 260 kilograms. Adding the weight of the barbell itself, which is 20 kilograms, the formidable total of 280 kilograms represents the limit that Lin Yan aspired to conquer today. With his lips slightly parted, he uttered 3 words, resonating with a thunderous impact that reverberated in the ears of all present. Let us lift it all. Shuaihaosen paused momentarily, yet, buoyed by his unwavering confidence in Mr. Lin's prowess, he refrained from voicing any doubts. After exchanging a glance with the coaches before him, he commenced the preparations. The collective efficiency and speed of the group remained impressive. In less than half a minute, the barbell, now weighing a staggering 280 kilograms, lay silently before Lin Yan. The mere presence of such an intimidating weight exuded an invisible aura of pressure. Not only ordinary individuals, but even seasoned gym-goers hesitated to approach, fearful of tarnishing the sanctity associated with this monumental weight. Lin Yan bent slightly, yet his back maintained a perfect neutral position throughout. He extended his hands, his palms dusted with magnesium chalk, firmly grasping the barbell. This attempt was meticulously prepared, bolstered by both external protective gear and an inner reservoir of confidence. Taking a deep breath, he let out a resounding roar. To everyone's astonishment, the barbell, which seemed firmly anchored to the ground, began to budge under Lin Yan's force. All present held their breaths, acutely aware that even the faintest sound could disrupt this historic moment in the gym. With a fierce battle cry, Lin Yan's cheeks flushed crimson from exertion, his face contorting in a manner that even his mother would scarcely recognize. Finally, with sheer determination, Lin Yan rose. His technique was impeccable, embodying the essence of discipline within this fitness sanctuary. He had accomplished the extraordinary feat of deadlifting 280 kilograms. The sound of the barbell crashing down echoed like thunder, even with soft mats below, producing a noise that felt as though it could shatter the very heavens. Exhaling slowly, Lin Yan removed his waist and wrist supports, feeling invigorated after this monumental lift. His already formidable physical prowess seemed to have ascended to new heights. Mr. Lin, well done, Shuaihaosen exclaimed, rushing forward to offer his praises as Lin Yan completed his deadlift for the day. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Yan donned his jacket and exited the gym, swiftly mounting his bicycle and speeding away. The coaches, including Zheng Qiqing, remained silent, their gazes somewhat vacant as they stared at the barbell that Lin Yan had just lifted, still resting where it had been placed. For many, the culmination of years of relentless dedication to fitness has materialized before their very eyes, as they witness someone achieving this lofty aspiration. The coaches clenched their fists, their previously vacant gazes now flickering with a glimmer that had seemingly dulled over time. That glimmer was called idealism, It represented the fervor to strive for one's dreams. The surrounding patrons were utterly astounded by the recent spectacle, captivated and ensnared in its aftermath. There were no sound effects, no extravagant movements, only the sheer force of undeniable numbers. It was not until the onlookers regained their composure that they realized the once prominent figure of Boss Lin had vanished. In the spot he had occupied, only the imposing 280 kilograms barbell remained. As the crowd began to discuss Lin Yan's recent feat, the protagonist, Lin Yan, had already returned home, riding on his food cart. Upon opening the door, he couldn't contain his excitement, and without even shedding his coat, he hurried straight to the kitchen. Having always prided himself as a carnivore, he harbored an almost obsessive passion for lamb skewers, and now it was finally his turn to craft them. Naturally, his heart brimmed with exhilaration. Indeed, after completing his deadlift experience for the day, Lin Yan swung open the kitchen door, revealing an abundance of all the ingredients for the exquisite red willow lamb skewers. Chapter 66. Preparing ingredients. Musclemen arrive after enjoying a refreshing bath. Lin Yan returned to the kitchen. The marination and preparation of the lamb for tomorrow's roasted lamb skewers was of utmost importance. Before long, the cutting board before Lin Yan was adorned with the exquisite lamb provided by the system. It must be noted that the system consistently delivers premium quality ingredients. Each time he sets up his stall, the offerings are nothing short of exceptional, and this lamb was no exception. Each piece of meat was sourced from the renowned Alba's goat, remarkably fresh, as if just slaughtered, with a slight quiver still present. This lamb is not only celebrated for its high protein and low fat content, making it exceedingly healthy, but it is also known for its delectable flavor. The most suitable method of preparation is to grill it after seasoning. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yan's knife glimmered. All the techniques and methods pertaining to lamb preparation and grilling surged forth from his muscle memory, perfectly articulated in that moment. In the blink of an eye, under Lin Yan's masterful skill, a large leg of lamb was transformed into neatly sized and uniform pieces. High-quality ingredients often require only minimal seasoning. Lin Yan's approach remains simple, a blend of onion slivers, ginger, salt, cumin, and chili powder, which he skillfully massaged into each piece of lamb, giving them a thorough treatment. Time flew by. After completing the marination of the lamb, the sun began to set outside. He placed the marinated meat into the double-door refrigerator of the villa's kitchen for chilling, and then proceeded to a corner of the kitchen where a series of stick-like items were arranged. Although inedible, these were crucial for the lamb skewers. Grasping a long piece of red willow wood, Lin Yan waved it through the air, the immense strength causing it to emit a swishing sound. This would serve as the skewer for the lamb. Without much effort, he laid an entire bag of red willow on the kitchen counter. After a somewhat tedious process of peeling and cleaning, another 2 hours passed. The marinated lamb had nearly absorbed the flavors. The final step awaited, threading the skewers. Adhering to the principle of alternating lean and fatty pieces, Lin Yan threaded the skewers with remarkable speed, akin to a seasoned professional. The marinated lamb, though yet to be grilled, began to reveal its enticing allure. Soon, an impressive mound of skewered lamb was amassed in the warming and preserving box before Lin Yan. Although his hands moved with astonishing speed, by the time he finished threading all the lamb skewers, the sky outside had succumbed to complete darkness. Occasionally, the melodic chirping of birds could be heard. Lin Yan rose, gently massaging his somewhat sore back, and gazed contentedly at the 3 large boxes filled with succulent roasted lamb skewers, a smile gracing his lips. An ineffable sense of accomplishment welled up within him. After securing the boxes, Lin Yan proceeded to freshen up briefly before surrendering to the embrace of slumber, experiencing a dreamless night. Upon awakening, he found that it was around 10 in the morning. The food cart at the entrance of the first courtyard had been meticulously cleaned by the system, now gleaming in the sunlight. After loading all the prepared ingredients onto the cart, Lin Yan readied himself for departure. Just as he was about to leave the community, a somewhat familiar voice called out to him. "Hey!" Lin Yan hit the brakes and turned around, only to find the young man he had encountered a few days prior, playing the bamboo flute in the bamboo grove. However, today he was devoid of his flute, dressed in athletic attire, with his long hair tied back in a ponytail, accentuating his remarkably exquisite features, elegant and dignified. "Hello," Lin Yan greeted. He had left home early that day, so he felt no rush. The young man did not respond but approached, circling Lin Yan's food cart twice before leisurely inquiring, "Are you going to set up a barbecue stall?" Lin Yan smiled and nodded, not denying it. "It's merely a hobby." The young man acknowledged this with a nod. Recognizing that it was not uncommon for residents to have their own little passions, though it was his first time encountering someone with a penchant for barbecue stalls. For some reason, upon seeing the thermal box on the cart, the young man felt a pang of hunger and instinctively asked, "Where will you be setting up?" Lin Yin chuckled, appreciating the straightforwardness of their conversation devoid of flattery or formalities. In front of the self-discipline gym, from noon to 2. The young man nodded and glanced at his wristwatch. "All right, I'll be passing by later. I'll come to support you." Lin Yin nodded in acknowledgement. With no further pleasantries exchanged, he mounted his cart and departed from the community, leaving the young man standing there momentarily, a smile of delight curling at the corners of his mouth, reflecting his amusement. What an intriguing individual. At the entrance of the self-discipline gym, thanks to the previous day's promotions in the group chat, the number of eager patrons waiting had notably increased. As the crowd anxiously awaited, a group of unfamiliar faces approached, chattering excitedly amongst themselves. The individuals in the group exhibited a diverse array of appearances. However, they shared one striking similarity in this slightly chilly weather. They were all clad in form-fitting vests. Regardless of their varying heights, each person's physique was undeniably impressive. In a brief moment, this assembly collided with the old patrons who had been waiting patiently. A silence lingered for several seconds before both parties, in unison, expressed their surprise. "Are you here to see that esteemed figure too? Are you queuing for Boss Lin?" Upon uttering these questions, both sides displayed expressions of confusion. After a prolonged explanation, the seasoned patrons finally grasped that the newcomers were indeed local fitness enthusiasts. They had their own dedicated chat group and had gathered today after seeing Lin Yan's fitness video on social media. Although the video was merely a casual capture by a diner and garnered only modest attention, it had already stirred considerable excitement among the local fitness community. If anything could motivate these burly men to venture out, it was the prospect of greater muscles and a more formidable figure. The seasoned patrons exchanged knowing smirks as they observed the still bewildered muscle men, and one chuckled, "That esteemed figure you mentioned, we all know him. We are also waiting for him." Sensing they had found camaraderie, the muscle men nodded with relief, their tone brimming with a distinctly masculine camaraderie. "All right, brothers. Let us know when he arrives. After all, this is our first time observing the esteemed figure." Just as one of the seasoned patrons was about to speak, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he pointed towards a specific direction behind the muscle men. "There he comes." Where is he?" Excitement flickered in the patrons' eyes, their mouths salivating as their voices grew muffled. "So obvious, slurp, it's that food cart." Chapter 67. "My friend, do you need a place in line?" The voice of the seasoned diner was not particularly loud, yet amidst the somewhat raucous atmosphere, it resonated with remarkable clarity. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, turning in unison towards the source. Indeed, not far off, a food cart they had all been yearning for was slowly making its way in their direction. Some of the old patrons raised their wrists, while others fished out their phones to check the time. True to his reputation for punctuality, Mr. Lin's cart was set to arrive precisely at 12 o'clock, coinciding perfectly with his designated opening time. "Mr. Lin, I miss you so much. Today, I want to order 100 skewers." "Mr. Lin, how much for a month's supply?" Cheers and shouts erupted, creating a grand spectacle that rendered the group of muscular men momentarily speechless. After all, they were merely gym enthusiasts. What could possibly be the meaning behind such extravagant orders? And how could anyone utter such bold proclamations in public, especially a male? This was Min City, not Sichuan City. The muscular men exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, as they awaited the arrival of their idol. When Lin Yin finally arrived on his food cart, the group of muscular men stood utterly dumbfounded. Even the expressions of those who had initially been excited to see their idol became rigid. This was the same individual who had effortlessly lifted 280 kilograms in the videos. Today, however, his first order of business was not to engage in aerobic warm-ups but to prepare for a barbecue? What are you still doing there? If you don't get in line soon, you'll regret missing out. An old patron kindly reminded them as he passed by the group of stunned muscular men. After exchanging hesitant looks, the muscular men seemed to come to a collective resolution and nodded. "Let us go see what this guy is really about." They all agreed and joined the end of the growing line, their faces painted with skepticism. They even harbored doubts about the authenticity of that video. After all, no matter how eccentric a fitness guru might be, it was hard to reconcile the identity of a barbecue vendor with that of a gym enthusiast. Everyone in the fitness world knew that barbecue and fitness were traditionally at odds. At that moment, a figure ambled leisurely towards them from a distance. Though his pace was unhurried, his steps were remarkably light. The high ponytail and sharply defined features of his face had undoubtedly captured the attention of many young women along the way. "Isn't that the self-disciplined fitness guru from around here?" one of the young men mused, slightly lifting his head. It was indeed the same individual Lin Yin had encountered in the neighborhood before. His gaze lingered momentarily on the prominent sign of the discipline gym before it shifted downward. Scanning the surroundings. After a thorough search, he discovered nothing related to a barbecue stall amidst the throngs of bustling people. "Need someone to hold your place in line?" Just as the young man felt a bit perplexed, a somewhat shifty figure approached him, lowering his voice to inquire. The young man regarded the stranger with a look of confusion. Noticing the boy's lack of comprehension, the man leaned closer to his ear, speaking cautiously. "Aren't you here to queue for Boss Lin's barbecue?" At that moment, the young man finally understood. The individual he had encountered in the neighborhood must indeed be the Boss Lin referred to by this man. Initially, he had assumed that barbecue was merely a trivial hobby of that person and had prepared himself for a somewhat mediocre taste, coming out of mere curiosity to lend support. However, the current situation appeared to diverge significantly from his expectations. This neighbor, dubbed Boss Lin, seemed to have an unusually thriving business, to the extent that even queue-holding services had emerged. "Where's the line?" The young man did not respond to the man's question, but posed his own directly. The man enthusiastically pointed to a distinctly visible line amid the bustling crowd, saying, "Right here, sir. Do you need assistance?" The young man shook his head. "No, thank you." Subsequently, under the man's gaze, he resolutely took his place at the end of the line. This afternoon, the time was still quite ample. Waiting in line for a while was hardly a significant matter for him, as he did not mind the delay. In fact, he somewhat relished the leisurely pleasure of observing the myriad of human behaviors while waiting. At the very front of the line, armed with the experience gleaned from Zheng Qiqing's running escapades yesterday, Lin Yin had just parked his food truck. All the eager diners sprang into action, racing toward Lin Yin with a fervor that rivaled that of a school sports day. Those who typically gasped for breath after climbing a few flights of stairs now seemed to unleash their full potential in the face of Lin Yan's culinary offerings. However, compared to the seasoned trainers and enthusiasts who frequent the gym, these ordinary individuals fell slightly short. The front of the line was predominantly occupied by burly muscle-bound men. Yet in stark contrast to their imposing physiques were the salivating mouths of each. "Boss Lin, what are you selling today?" The first in line was none other than one of the familiar faces from the past few days, Shuehausen. With the authority and stature of a gym owner, Shuehausen rightfully led the queue, achieving his goal of being the first to purchase barbecue. As Lin Yin did not respond immediately, he instead leaned forward to glance at the seemingly endless line behind Shuehausen, letting out a long sigh. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly articulated, "Today, we are offering red willow lamb skewers, with a limit of 2 skewers per person." Upon hearing this, Shuehausen's expression briefly darkened with a hint of bitterness, and his once robust voice softened, almost taking on a pleading tone. "Boss Lin, just 2 skewers? That's hardly enough." Lin Yin managed a wry smile before opening the first thermal box beside him. Inside, the neatly arranged red willow lamb skewers emanated the distinct aroma of lamb. However, after a simple preparation, the original gamey scent had become nearly undetectable. There were simply too many people, and the skewers were quite substantial. After Lin Yan's calming words, Shuehausen nodded in slight resignation, expressing his understanding, and said, "Then let me have 2 skewers." Lin Yin nodded and gestured toward the payment code on the food cart. "That will be 80 yuan. Although the price of 40 yuan per skewer was indeed on the higher side. Shuehausen was acutely aware that Boss Lin's culinary skills were worth their weight in gold. Merely spending 40 yuan felt like an incredible bargain. Without hesitation, he proceeded to scan the code and complete the payment. Lin Yin paid no mind to Shuehausen's internal musings or the payment process, for he was wholly absorbed in the art of grilling lamb skewers. After several days of training, Lin Yin found it increasingly effortless to enter this state of flow. Coupled with the top-notch techniques and muscle memory bestowed by the system, the flavors of the dishes he crafted were elevated to extraordinary heights. Noticing that the charcoal beneath his grill had turned white, he placed the 2 prepared lamb skewers onto the grill. With the first brush of oil, a great plume of flame erupted, and the mingling aromas of the spices and the exquisite lamb burst forth. Instantly, the air was filled with an intoxicating fragrance that captivated the senses. Chapter 68. Having commenced my journey of weight loss yesterday, shall I indulge in 2 skewers today? The tantalizing aroma began to permeate the crowd, although only the initial 2 skewers. Their impact on the eager patrons was akin to the explosive force of an atomic bomb detonating within their nostrils. All the patrons, eagerly awaiting couldn't help but extend their necks, their eyes glistening with a fervent desire for Lin Yan's culinary creations. Some individuals at the rear of the line even exhibited a slight redness around their eyes, fearing that they might miss out on such delectable barbecue due to their tardiness. The mere act of inhaling the fragrance without the opportunity to savor a bite would be an unequivocal act of cruelty for any food aficionado. The young man, now positioned further back in the queue, raised his head slightly upon catching a whiff of the enticing aroma, his voice tinged with curiosity. Whether in China or during his time studying at a foreign music academy, he had sampled numerous restaurants and dishes that were highly praised and renowned. Yet, his evaluations of these culinary experiences had always been rather unremarkable, merely not bad. He considered himself inherently destined for music. And as long as his sustenance provided the energy required for his creative endeavors and performances, he felt satisfied. However, the scent he encountered today was distinctly different. The aroma of barbecued meat over charcoal ignited a vivid image in his mind of lamb sizzling on a pure charcoal grill, each piece exuding an unparalleled fragrance. For reasons unknown, the young man, who had hitherto remained emotionally unperturbed, suddenly found himself inexplicably yearning for the lamb skewers at the front of the line. He craned his neck to survey the nearly 100-meter-long queue ahead of him, his handsome willow-like brows knitting slightly in concern. Buddy, you've arrived late today as well," remarked a middle-aged man positioned behind him, perhaps out of sheer boredom from waiting or perhaps to distract himself from the allure of the enticing aroma. He initiated a conversation with the young man. The latter nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from denying or elaborating, for he had never been adept at conversing with strangers. The middle-aged man, undeterred, continued speaking. "I actually saw Lin Boss's message in the group the day before yesterday, but unfortunately, my supervisor wouldn't grant me leave. I specifically skipped work today to be here." The young man was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that their neighbor possessed such formidable charisma. Furthermore, from what this man implied, it appeared there was a dedicated group for this food stall. He asked, "Is there a group for Lin Boss?" The man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded vigorously, recognizing that he had encountered a newcomer to Lin Boss's culinary delights. "Yes, young man, it seems this is your first time trying Lin Boss's offerings. Would you like to join the group? I can add you. Lin Boss usually shares updates about his food stall there." The young man nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone and requested the gentleman to invite him to the group chat. After rummaging for a while, the young man lifted his gaze and inquired with an air of perplexity, "Which one is the esteemed Boss Lin in the chat?" The gentleman chuckled amiably, scratching his head. "Boss Lin isn't in the group." After listening to the gentleman narrate the tale with an almost story-like quality for some time, the young man finally grasped the intricate evolution of this group chat. What began as a small group notifying Boss Lin of his stall timings had transformed into a collective effort of all diners to locate him, complete with a reward of 1,000 yuan. The group had expanded from a mere handful of individuals to now encompass hundreds. Although the duration of this transformation was brief, merely a few weeks, the stories contained within could not be fully recounted in less than half a day. "My young friend, you ought to arrive earlier in the future," the gentleman said, placing a reassuring hand on the young man's shoulder, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. "Even if you manage to eat today, your position in line is rather far back, and thus precarious." As he spoke, the gentleman's previously cheerful demeanor faded, his expression darkening as if he recalled something troubling. "However, there is only tomorrow left. Next week, who knows where Boss Lin will set up his stall?" Upon the gentleman's words, the nearby diners lamented in unison. Ever since they had come to know Boss Lin, their outlook had shifted dramatically. They no longer eagerly awaited the weekends, but rather wished for the days of the week to linger, so they could indulge in more of Boss Lin's culinary delights. Despite the hundreds of individuals currently searching for Boss Lin's gastronomic offerings throughout the city, in the grand scheme of things, this number was still rather insignificant compared to the entirety of Min City. It was entirely possible that next week, Boss Lin might relocate to some obscure corner, rendering him impossible to find. Though somewhat reserved by nature, the young man soon found himself enveloped by the buoyant spirit of this group of seasoned food enthusiasts. During the queuing process, he absorbed tales of Lin Yan's exploits. From initially selling braised rice at the entrance of a women's college while turning down offers of exorbitant salaries, to being discovered as a resident of one of Min City's most opulent residences. He learned of how he now set up his stall daily outside a gym, enticing those on weight loss regimens, while also revealing himself to be a formidable figure in the fitness world. Each of these anecdotes continuously reshaped the young man's perspective. In an instant, he felt that the artistic pursuits he had dedicated over 2 decades to seemed less profound compared to the abstract actions of his neighbor. Countless inspirations surged within his mind, which he quietly tucked away in his heart. He then lifted his head, his gaze towards the barbecue cart growing ever more resolute. As the group gradually dwindled, Lin Yan, after finishing the second batch of lamb skewers, lifted his gaze to behold several imposing figures before him, those muscle-bound men who had come seeking his renowned culinary skills. Upon cursory inspection, it appeared that nearly 10 muscular individuals stood in front of him, each embodying the pinnacle of fitness enthusiasts in Min City. Are you the prominent figure from the video? The leader among them, whose physique was not only the most robust but also the most aesthetically pleasing, initiated the conversation. He did not immediately place an order but instead pulled out his phone, showcasing a clip of Lin Yan's impressive deadlift performance. Observing the video featuring his bulging muscles, Lin Yan remained unfazed, merely nodding slightly and responding in a calm tone. That is indeed me. Would you like 2 skewers of lamb? If not, others are waiting behind. The leading muscle man scratched his head, seemingly in a quandary. After exchanging glances with his companions, he finally resolved, let us have 2 skewers each, a total of 14. Lin Yan nodded, moved the empty box aside, and retrieved 14 skewers of lamb from the last insulated container, placing them on the grill. Shall we split the bill? Or will it be covered individually? The man promptly declared, I'll treat everyone. Lin Yan lowered his head, deftly maneuvering the skewers on the grill. Applying oil and seasoning with meticulous care, effortlessly managing all 14 skewers. The muscleman watched in awe as Lin Yan executed his craft with astounding finesse. Initially believing this to be merely a gimmick, it became evident that the fitness guru possessed considerable skill in barbecuing as well. Soon, Lin Yan handed over a large paper bag, its contents bulging with the 14 skewers. Here, take 2 each. The group of muscle men stepped aside, beginning to divide the skewers among themselves. Although they typically adhered to strict dietary regimens, the allure of such delectable lamb skewers proved irresistible. They each crossed their own boundaries, reaching out to take 2 skewers, while justifying their indulgence with remarks like, today is a cheat day, 2 skewers 1 tea hurt. Old Wong, didn't you just say yesterday that you'd start cutting fat? Haha, you must have misheard. Chapter 69, 1 bite of ecstasy, 2 bites of inspiration. After a feigned display of reluctance, the muscular man known as Old Wong could no longer contain himself and seized a skewer of lamb. The robust red willow stick appeared entirely at home in his powerful grip, as though such a substantial lamb skewer were destined for a man of his physique to relish. I'll go first, brothers, Old Wong proclaimed with bravado. As he glanced at the skewer in his hand, he could feel the salivation beginning in his mouth. Since embarking on his fitness journey, he had long abstained from such calorific indulgences, and over time, he had convinced himself that he had become immune to such temptations. Only today did he realize that he was not immune to these delectable morsels, but merely to those less appetizing alternatives. Without hesitation, Old Wong opened his mouth wide and took a hearty bite. The surrounding muscular men had yet to partake, their expressions a mixture of anticipation as they watched this recognized leader among fitness enthusiasts break his dietary vows for the first time in front of them. Brother Wong, is it delicious? One of the muscular men inquired. Old Wong did not respond verbally. However, his repeated bites and the euphoric expression on his face conveyed everything. Thanks to the high temperatures of the grill and Lin Yan's meticulous attention to detail, the red willow skewer had no charred spots, though its fragrant aroma, released by the heat, effectively neutralized any gamey flavor inherent in the lamb. Coupled with the perfect grilling technique, the meat's juices and flavors were securely locked within, with no hint of leakage. Only when one took a bite could they experience the explosive delight of its essence. At this moment, Old Wong was devoid of any other thoughts. Whether it was the challenge posed by the figure in the video or the vows he had made during his cutting phase, all had vanished without a trace. His mind was consumed by a singular, pure thought: eat, eat, eat. The exterior was crisp while the interior remained tender and juicy. A perfect balance of fat and lean meat. The rendered fat continually infused the lean portions, creating a symphony of flavors that rolled over one another. Old Wong blissfully squinted his eyes, at a loss for words to describe this miraculous taste and texture. If pressed, he could only say, my tongue is surfing. An ultimate indulgence, true culinary delight. Witnessing this, the other muscular men, already wavering in their resolve, were utterly overwhelmed in this moment, and they instinctively reached for their own skewers of lamb. One bite, another bite. Thus unfolded a unique tableau at the entrance of the discipline gym. A group of muscular men, clad in tight vests that accentuate their chiseled physiques, each boasting a set of 8-pack abs, held 2 skewers of red willow lamb kebabs in hand. With bites taken from both sides, they indulged in their meal, their faces gleaming with satisfaction and grease. Who would have imagined that these formidable figures, commanding respect in various gyms, were indeed the titans of their realm? As their display gradually drew to a close, the young man playing the bamboo flute finally approached Lin Yan's food stall. "Oh, you've arrived," Lin Yan remarked with surprise, having initially thought the young man was merely speaking idly. To his astonishment, not only did he come, but he had also queued up. This unexpected turn of events took Lin Yan by surprise. The young man raised an eyebrow, glancing at the dwindling supply of red willow lamb skewers in the box before him, and smiled, saying, "I thought I might miss out. But I seem to be quite fortunate." Lin Yan nodded in agreement, offering a smile in return. The young man pulled out his phone and cheerfully made the payment, stating, "I'll take 2 skewers, please." Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he inquired, marking his first time taking the initiative to ask someone else's name. "I'm Fong Fei. I don't yet know your name, neighbor." Without lifting his gaze, Lin Yan briefly inspected the charcoal beneath the grill before placing Fong Fei's 2 lamb skewers atop it, casually replying, "Lin Yan." Fong Fei nodded, refraining from further conversation, and quietly observed Lin Yan as he skillfully tended to the skewers, brushing oil, sprinkling seasoning, flipping them over. Each motion appeared effortless. Yet it was precisely this seemingly casual manipulation that deftly avoided the sudden bursts of flame, preventing the meat or the skewers from charring and diminishing their exquisite taste. What an impressive technique, Fong Fei thought, though he kept his admiration to himself, his eyes shimmering with respect. Having returned from studying abroad, he had encountered numerous talented individuals, yet few had evoked such admiration in him. The Lin Yan before him, of similar age, was indeed one of them. "Here you go." Lin Yan swiftly handed the 2 red willow lamb skewers to Fong Fei. Nodding, Fong Fei accepted his barbecue and immediately took a bite. What? He was taken aback, feeling as if his taste buds had erupted in a symphony of flavor. In an instant, a myriad of creative and compositional inspirations flooded his mind as he lifted his gaze to the towering steel structures around him, momentarily envisioning a vast, verdant prairie brimming with galloping sheep. "I must take my leave, Brother Lin. Until we meet again." Without further pleasantries, Fong Fei departed hastily, savoring the 2 skewers as he walked. It was only when Lin Yan came to his senses, lifting his head to search for Fong Fei's figure, that he realized the young man had already vanished. Yet, he could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the figure hastily departing, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Truly, as an artist, he possesses a certain charm. As he murmured to himself, the next patron approached. "Boss Lin, I would like 2 skewers." "Very well. That will be 80 yuan." With the line lengthening and then shortening, time had already reached 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Drawing from his previous experience, Lin Yan had meticulously optimized the purchase limits to ensure that as many diners as possible could savor the dishes he had prepared. However, after the last skewer of red willow lamb was sold, a group of tardy customers still remained who had not yet had a taste. "I'm sorry. We are out of stock," Lin Yan said to the patron who had finally made it to the front of the line, only to be met with such disheartening news. His tone tinged with mild regret. The customer, on the verge of tears, opened his mouth to express his disappointment, but ultimately said nothing more than 2 words. "All right then." Lin Yan swiftly tidied up his food cart, eagerly anticipating the appearance of the translucent screen before him. After all, tomorrow marked the final day of his stall, and today he needed to unlock the last recipe of the week. Lin Yan did not have to wait long. Merely seconds after he finished organizing his cart, the final experience materialized before him. Recipe: Iberian black pig loin, not yet distributed. Experience item: dumbbell curl, Chapter 70, the final day of fitness. Tears from the muscle boss. As the last set of bicep curls came to a close, Lin Yan marked the completion of his week's exploration of the gym. Those around him fell into a profound silence as they beheld the weight he had just lifted. Both the familiar faces of Schweihausen and others who knew of Lin Yan's prowess, as well as the confident fitness enthusiasts from Mint City, found themselves at a loss to conceive any means of surpassing him upon witnessing his staggering achievement of 80 kilograms in bicep curls. There was no semblance of leverage, only sheer strength and a level of form that could only be described as formidable. "Mr. Lin," Schweihausen approached Lin Yan, who was now donning his jacket, his gaze still imbued with the sincerity reminiscent of their first encounter. Initially, Schweihausen had sought to recruit Lin Yan for promotional purposes, but now his intentions were driven by a desire to draw closer to his idol. Lin Yin lifted his head, no longer inclined to leave immediately after his workout as he had in the past. He understood that he likely would not return to this gym in the near future. Today marked his last visit for some time. Throughout the week, he had grown fond of the gym's atmosphere, the charming personalities of the coaches and owners, and the meticulous service provided. Such sentiments stirred a gentle pang of reluctance within him, compelling him to linger a little longer on this final day. "What is it, Boss Xue?" Lin Yin inquired gently, observing Xue Haosen, who seemed hesitant to speak. With his head lowered, the imposing figure, whose arms nearly breached 40 inches, secretly found his eyes moistening. After a moment, he finally raised his head, his voice quivering slightly as he asked, "Mr. Lin, I've heard that you only stay in one place for a week. Will you return tomorrow?" Lin Yin paused, then offered a faint smile. "I likely want to be back in the near future." At his words, a palpable gloom enveloped the room, with Xue Haosen and the coaches standing behind him, including Zhang Qiqing, visibly crestfallen. It felt as though they were collectively experiencing a heartbreak. After all, a figure as formidable, with culinary talents and an awe-inspiring charisma, was a rarity in Min City, possibly represented solely by Lin Yin. Lin Yin, too, sensed the melancholic atmosphere that had settled among them. He slowly extended his exhausted and slightly trembling arm, resting it on Xue Haosen's shoulder. His tone remaining calm yet infused with an inspiring vigor. "Boss Xue, I previously stated that if one day you could serve every enthusiast who comes to train with the same dedication as you have shown me, I would return." At this moment, Xue Haosen's eyes brimmed with tears. "Boss Lin, when that day comes, I shall indulge in lamb skewers." Behind them, Zhang Qiqing and the other coaches chimed in. "I want grilled oysters. And that braised pork rice everyone's been talking about, I want that too." "Boo-hoo, Boss Lin." Lin Yin revealed a relieved smile, and in the face of such tender masculinity, anyone would feel an overwhelming sense of warmth and emotion. "All right, all right, all right." As Lin Yin exited the gym, preparing to leave on his food cart, the previously moved patrons rushed out after him. Although today marked his final entry into the gym, he still had one more day of vending ahead. "Boss Lin." Lin Yin turned slightly, noticing a familiar patron, flushed with excitement. This was an old customer he recognized, one who had been following him since the days of braised pork rice, though he had never inquired about the man's name. Lin Yin responded. The old patron took a couple of steps forward, brimming with enthusiasm. "Boss Lin, tomorrow is the last day. What delicious offerings do you have planned for us?" Lin Yin smiled without providing a direct answer. Instead, he twisted the throttle of his cart and departed, leaving behind a message carried by the wind. "Tomorrow, I will grill something grand for you." In truth, Lin Yin was uncertain what constituted a grand dish, but the system had presented him with Iberian black pork belly, which was priced astonishingly at 138 yuan for just a single portion. Such a price was unheard of at ordinary night markets or snack stalls. This exorbitant cost could indeed be deemed a significant offering. As Lin Yin rode his not-so-fast food cart against the wind, he felt an unparalleled sense of ease. After a delightful hot bath, Lin Yin pushed open the door to his kitchen. As usual, the moment he entered, the tasks from earlier were completed, and all the methods and intricacies of preparing Iberian black pork belly became imprinted into his muscle memory. Surrounded by a plethora of ingredients, Lin Yin navigated through them. And though it was his first encounter with these items, every movement he made resembled that of a master chef with decades of experience. No, even the finest chefs would pale in comparison to Lin Yin in this moment. The Iberian black pig's marbled meat, due to its unique ingredients and flavor requirements, necessitates a maturation period of 24 to 48 hours prior to roasting. Given the constraints of time, the system provided Lin Yin with only the finished product of the matured black pork, significantly easing his task to merely the final seasoning process. As a prized ingredient, the inherent flavor of the marbled meat is already exquisite. Lin Yin adhered strictly to the principle of light seasoning, employing only coarse salt and black pepper to massage the surface of the pork, thus perfectly preserving the acorn aroma developed during maturation. After completing this, Lin Yin tidied up the accompanying pineapple slices and perilla leaves before reclining on his bed, enjoying another night of undisturbed slumber. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, the food cart quietly parked at the entrance of courtyard number 1 was subtly undergoing modifications for this final day. Chapter 71. Setting up 20 minutes early. Has Boss Lin changed his ways? The following morning, Lin Yin only realized the transformation of the food cart when he began transferring the day's ingredients onto it. The previously uniform grill had been replaced with a sophisticated model capable of precise temperature control, the technology and principles behind it baffling Lin Yin despite his prolonged examination. Below the grill, the ordinary charcoal had been substituted with premium Binkaton charcoal from the land of cherry blossoms, which exhibits superior qualities. This charcoal not only maintains a stable combustion exceeding 300 degrees but also imparts a subtle smoky aroma to the ingredients without any off flavors, enriching the flavors with a delightful complexity. After studying the grill for a while without any further insight, Lin Yin once again marveled at the power of the system. Silently expressing his admiration, he then ceased his contemplation, mounted his food cart, and headed towards the entrance of the discipline gymnasium. At the entrance of the gym that day, a veritable sea of people had gathered. The crowd far surpassed that of the previous days, even though it was only 11:30. Nearly all patrons who had managed to carve out time were already present. Yet amidst this throng, a significant space remained clear, an area that the eager patrons had spontaneously reserved for Lin Yin's food cart. Noticing that there was still ample time before Boss Lin would begin serving, the crowd of expectant diners engaged in lively conversations. Having pursued culinary delights from Lin Yin for quite some time, these regulars had grown familiar with one another's faces, leading to an atmosphere of spirited camaraderie. Notably, figures such as Yu Kunjin and Miao Ku, both of whom were quite active in their group and regarded as venerable patrons of Boss Lin, held considerable sway among the seasoned diners. "Hey, Yu Xiao, we missed you the past couple of days," one regular remarked, spotting Yu Kunjin quietly awaiting Lin Yin's arrival. His tone laced with playful teasing. Yu Kunjin maintained his characteristic aloofness, his expression cold and distant. However, those who knew him well understood that this wealthy heir from the outer city had a warm heart beneath his intimidating facade. As a loyal customer of Boss Lin, he was naturally regarded as a friend among the patrons. When the initial jibe failed to elicit a response from Yu Kunjin, the inquisitive diner pressed on, continuing to converse with himself beside him. For quite some time, only this patron's voice echoed in the space. Eventually, Yu Kunjin could no longer tolerate the incessant chatter and, with a slight opening of his mouth, finally addressed the previous question. "I had classes at noon the past few days and couldn't come." Raising an eyebrow, the inquisitive diner queried, "Oh, no classes today?" Yu Kunjin shook his head, still somewhat reticent. "I skipped today." A ripple of laughter erupted among the familiar patrons who recognized the illustrious Yu Xiao, as they remarked, "As expected of Yu Xiao, he speaks boldly." Yu Kunjin wore a non-committal expression, offering no explanation, for he found himself choosing between the last day of Lin's market stall and an inconsequential experiment. Even a fool would know which option to select. Despite there being over 20 minutes until Lin's stall opened, an unexpected crowd had already gathered. The seasoned customer, upon spotting Yu Kunjin, fell silent and scanned the surroundings with a hint of disinterest before continuing to mumble to himself. The answer to this conundrum was readily apparent. It stemmed from Lin Yan's bold proclamation made before his departure yesterday, promising a grand offering for today. This declaration was eagerly recorded and circulated among Lin's fan group by those eager for excitement. Although the number of individuals who directly heard Lin Yan's words was limited, the subsequent video shared in the group ensured that hundreds were informed. Previously, Lin Yan had never uttered such statements, and with this being the first instance, anticipation and curiosity filled the hearts of every seasoned diner. What marvel could such a renowned chef as Lin bring forth? Everyone awaited with bated breath. Suddenly, Yu Kunjin paused, his attention caught by a familiar silhouette emerging from the distant horizon. It was an unremarkable food truck, yet there was an indescribable allure that seemed to emanate from it. As the vehicle drew nearer, Yu Kunjin became increasingly certain that the figure was none other than the chef he had longed for. Lin. He extended his finger toward the direction, his voice barely above a whisper, but carrying enough weight to compel the bustling patrons to lift their gaze. "Lin." Just 3 simple syllables ignited a spark of fervor in the once weary, indifferent, or idle eyes of the crowd. They turned their attention toward the source. Someone shouted, "Lin is here," and the entrance of the disciplined gym transformed into a sea of excitement. By the time Lin Yin had parked his food truck, the patrons who had been waiting patiently had formed an orderly line in front of him. At the forefront stood none other than Yu Kunjin. Although his position and speed could have made him among the first to savor the culinary delights today, the longing for Lin Yan's barbecued fare had rendered him utterly impatient. With a subtle display of his financial influence, he persuaded the patron originally at the front of the line to graciously step to the back, exchanging positions with him. Boss Lin, observing the now bustling Lin Yin preparing the food, noticed that the previously indifferent tone in his demeanor had vanished entirely. Please hold on for a moment, Lin Yin said, adjusting the heat beneath the grill while retrieving several slices of marinated pork from a nearby ingredient box. Once he filled half the grill with the pork, he slowly lifted his gaze to meet Yu Kunjin's, offering a professional smile. "Ah, it's you." Yu Kunjin nodded and, after a brief hesitation, inquired, "Why did you arrive 20 minutes early today?" Although his tone had softened significantly, the inherent authoritative presence still shone through. Lin Yin chuckled lightly, explaining, "The ingredients require about 20 minutes of heating before grilling. Otherwise, the flavor won't be as delightful." Yu Kunjin nodded thoughtfully, his attention shifting to the sizzling Iberian pork on the grill, his brow furrowing. "Is this Iberian black pig's marbled meat?" Having grown up as a wealthy heir, Yu Kunjin possessed a discerning palate for high-end ingredients. The Iberian black pig's marbled meat was far from unfamiliar to him. In fact, there was a time when the Michelin chef at his home prepared it daily, nearly to the point of exhaustion. "Indeed," Lin Yin affirmed, his gaze reflecting admiration for Yu Kunjin. He then raised his hand to check the time on his watch, noting there were precisely 20 minutes until noon. With a slightly apologetic expression, yet maintaining a calm tone, he added, "Please bear with me a little longer. We will still begin serving promptly at noon." Chapter 72. I shall invoke my monetary powers. With the notification from Yu Kunjin in the group chat, accompanied by a sizzling video of barbecue delights, and the enthusiastic word of mouth from seasoned patrons, the news swiftly spread. Everyone learned the reason behind Lin Yan's early stall today, and the exquisite delicacies he was set to offer. Although the term Iberian black pig marbled meat sounded quite lavish, and given Lin's penchant for pricing, it was likely to be steep. Nevertheless, the crowd was brimming with anticipation and curiosity. Eagerly, they craned their necks from their spots, gazing longingly at Lin Yan's food truck, their eyes glimmering with desire. 20 minutes may not seem long in the grand scheme of things, yet for the hungry diners awaiting their turn, it felt like an agonizing eternity, particularly for Yu Kunjin, who stood before the truck. The tantalizing aroma of the ingredients being slowly roasted was almost unbearable, yet he remained unable to indulge. Finally, Lin Yin spoke, observing the seemingly endless queue behind Yu Kunjin, and fell into contemplation. Uncertain of how much of today's delicacy should be limited, he finally decided, taking into account the premium price of the barbecue. Today, each person may purchase one portion only. Yu Kunjin paused, his mouth opening as if to protest, but ultimately, he refrained, simply responding, "All right, I'll take one." Lin Yin nodded, retrieving a piece from the low-temperature grill and seamlessly replacing it with an ungrilled slab of pork from the supply box. "How long must I wait, Boss Lin?" Yu Kunjin inquired, his eyes fixated on Lin Yin as he transferred his pork chop from one grill to another, experiencing impatience for the first time. 3 to 4 minutes. Lin Yin replied succinctly, providing Yu Kunjin with a sense of reassurance. After the initial 20-minute wait, the remaining minutes felt negligible and swiftly passed. "All right. That will be 168 yuan, Lin Yin announced, handing Yu Kunjin an open disposable tray. True to its price, the street-side barbecue presented even a small volcanic stone slab atop the tray to keep the pork chop warm. The chop lay serenely upon it, accompanied by 2 freshly grilled slices of pineapple and shiso leaves. "This is your cutlery," Lin Yin remarked, after Yu Kunjin completed the payment via QR code. He received the utensils, astonished by their quality, which rivaled that of upscale dining establishments. "You can enjoy it with the grilled pineapple or wrap it in shiso leaves," Lin Yin advised. Although he suspected this affluent young heir might already be familiar with the method, Yu Kunjin nodded in acknowledgement. He gazed at the pork chop on his plate, his mind devoid of any inclination to speak. Although he had developed a conditioned aversion to the Iberian black pig's marbled meat, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the roasted pork chop prepared by Boss Lin today tantalized his appetite. He felt that if he did not begin to eat soon, the flood of saliva would spill forth uncontrollably. Silently, he stepped aside from the queue, instead of joining the end as he usually did. He sought a relatively flat space and commenced his feast. Years of dining on Western cuisine had rendered Yu Kunjin adept at wielding his knife and fork. And in less than a minute, the sizable pork chop on his plate was deftly sliced into several pieces. He speared a piece and, amidst the envious gazes of the other diners, delivered the succulent roasted pork chop to his lips. There were no accompaniments, just the pure, unadulterated flavor of the roasted pork. The instant he began to chew, he felt as though his soul was on the brink of departing this world. It was as if he had transcended the somewhat cacophonous environment surrounding him and ascended to another realm. The meat of the Iberian black pig is already regarded as the pinnacle of pork, and its marbled variety is nothing short of exquisite. The fat on the chop resembled a marble pattern, permeating every corner, and the expertly grilled surface, combined with Lin Yan's meticulous techniques, had rendered the fat within a luscious melt-in-your-mouth texture. Simultaneously, the meat retained its elasticity, allowing one to savor both the tender and springy sensations in each bite. Undoubtedly, the final high-temperature grilling by Lin Yan, lasting 4 to 5 minutes, was indispensable. The intense heat caramelized the surface fat swiftly, forming a delicate, crispy crust. With each chew, the juiciness of the interior harmonized with the crisp exterior, and Yu Kunjin felt as though he might soar with delight. Another bite. This time, his focus shifted from texture to the flavor of the roasted pork chop. Due to the Iberian black pig's diet of acorns, even without any seasonings, the pure meat bore a subtle hint of nutty and herbal fragrance. Coupled with the top-notch grilling technique, this complex aroma, reminiscent of hazelnuts, intertwined with the meaty essence, lingered in Yu Kunjin's mouth, igniting his taste buds time and again. "Is it delicious, Yu Xiao?" A fellow diner in line, unable to contain himself at the sight of Yu Kunjin's blissful expression, involuntarily swallowed back the impending drool and inquired. Yu Kunjin nodded. "Delicious. Truly delicious." He then lowered his head once more, pairing the meat with grilled pineapple slices and perilla leaves, an exquisite combination that further expanded his understanding of this culinary delight. The grilled pineapple slices balanced the richness of the pork chop beautifully. The perilla leaves imparted a delightful herbal aroma to the entire pork chop, enhancing its flavor exquisitely. Each pairing could be deemed a divine masterpiece, and every bite offered an experience so enchanting that one could easily lose track of the ephemeral nature of existence. Before long, the entire platter of roasted pork chops before Yu Kunjin had been devoured, and he lifted his gaze, a look of bewilderment crossing his features. After a moment, he finally became aware that he had returned to the mundane world from the paradise of culinary delight he had just experienced. He turned his head, his eyes fervently fixed on the industrious Lin Yan, and cast a reluctant glance at the long queue that had formed, stretching all the way to the street. Such a spectacle had even attracted the attention of the city management authorities. Had it not been for Lin Yan's possession of a permit to operate at this location, he might have been summarily evicted by the city officials. Yu Kunjin approached, selecting a young student at the front of the queue, and boldly declared, "I wish to purchase your spot. Name your price." The boy, evidently a newcomer who had only recently become one of Lin Yan's patrons, regarded Yu Kunjin with a hint of disdain, responding, "This spot was hard-earned. Why should I sell it to you just because you ask? What about my dignity?" Before the boy could finish his retort, Yu Kunjin had already produced a stack of 1,000 yuan bills from his pocket. The boy's eyes widened, his mouth agape, rendered momentarily speechless. "Is that insufficient?" Yu Kunjin furrowed his brow and extracted 5 more bills. The boy quickly accepted them, his voice trembling with excitement. "Brother. No, I mean, esteemed benefactor, please." After stepping out of the line, the boy used 500 of the 1,500 yuan to secure a spot further back in the queue, yet still within reach of the delectable roasted pork chop. Chapter 73. Oh dear, are barbecued pork chops complimentary for wives? After completing another order, Lin Yan mechanically lifted his head and greeted as usual, "Hello." Before him stood a family of 3. A small girl tightly grasped her mother's pinky finger, obediently standing to the side. "Is this the barbecue stall you mentioned that is so delicious?" The woman cast a somewhat displeased glance at the young Lin Yan, then turned to the man beside her, who appeared somewhat awkward. The man offered Lin Yan a sheepish smile, scratching his head. "Trust me, dear, it's absolutely delectable. Just wait over there. I'll bring it to you once I'm done." The woman, still skeptical, nodded hesitantly and led the little girl to a nearby open space several meters away to wait for her husband. "May I take your order?" Each person is limited to 1 serving. In response to the father of such an adorably charming little girl, Lin Yan wore a gentle smile. The man nodded. He was a regular patron of Lin Yan's, and today, since his wife had some free time, he brought her along to sample the barbecue. What the man had not anticipated was the price. On ordinary days, Lin Yan's dishes were reasonably priced, but today's special was a staggering 168 yuan per serving. Fortunately, his wife was not part of the group chat and remained blissfully unaware of the price of the pork chop. Otherwise, he would surely face her wrath. "I'll take 1. Please." The man nodded, and with a twinge of regret, he pulled out his phone to scan for payment. While 168 yuan might not seem excessive, it was certainly a significant expenditure for his secret little stash. Soon, the sizzling pork chop was beautifully plated by Lin Yan and handed to the man. Considering the presence of a child, Lin Yan thoughtfully provided 2 extra sets of utensils and gently suggested, for the little one, it might be better to cut it into smaller pieces. The man gratefully nodded and, with the grilled pork chop in hand, hurriedly made his way toward his wife and daughter, the aroma wafting enticingly behind him. The man could hardly resist the temptation, merely inhaling the delightful scent. "Daddy, I want to eat something delicious." The daughter, who had been standing obediently just moments before, revealed her greedy nature the instant she caught a whiff of the grilled pork chop. The wife, too, couldn't help but swallow her nervous anticipation upon smelling the savory aroma. Slightly nodding in agreement, "It does seem quite appealing." The man said nothing, merely displaying a proud expression and nodding in affirmation. To him, there was no one in the world capable of maintaining composure in the presence of Lin Yan's culinary creations. "Just wait a moment, my dear." The man crouched down to comfort his exuberant daughter before placing the roasted pork chop onto a somewhat flat stone table. Following Lin Yan's suggestion, he deftly divided the entire piece of pork into several smaller morsels, perfect for his daughter to consume in a single bite. "Darling, try the first bite in its original flavor," he said, forking a piece and seemingly ignoring his daughter's frantic cries. He brought the morsel to his wife's lips. The woman swallowed hard but did not open her mouth to take the pork chop. Instead, as though recalling something, she inquired with an inexplicable sternness, "This pork chop looks rather exquisite. How much did it cost?" The onlooking diners, who were lamenting the lack of entertainment while indulging in their pork, turned their attention with keen interest to the unfolding scene. Some audacious patrons even chimed in, jesting, "Sister-in-law, take my advice. A man who spends his money on food isn't worth much." The man shuddered, nearly dropping the pork chop in his hand. He stammered, unable to articulate a response, until his wife stepped closer, her eyes brimming with a fierce intensity. "Speak. How much?" Only then did the man weakly respond, $168. The woman paused for a moment, her initial fury intensifying. She raised her hand as if to strike him, but it lingered in the air, not descending. She gazed at the man before her, now a crumpled figure, his face contorted with fear, yet still stubbornly attempting to bring the pork chop to her mouth. Ultimately, she sighed and lowered her hand, saying, "All right, I want to hit you today. Bring it here for me to taste." Upon hearing this, the man's face brightened with joy as he eagerly offered the still steaming roasted pork chop to his wife's mouth. Just one bite transformed her expression dramatically, revealing unmasked happiness and satisfaction. "Is it delicious, my dear?" the man asked tentatively. The woman nodded vigorously, a smile spreading uncontrollably across her face. In her decades of life, she had never tasted anything so delectable. Looking at her somewhat ineffectual husband, she found him suddenly more agreeable. Her tone softened considerably. "It truly is delicious. Today, you've done well. You should try a bite too." The man nodded, just as he was about to fork a piece for himself when he felt a sudden tug on his pant leg. Looking down, he discovered his little daughter, whom both he and his wife had unwittingly neglected. The small girl was pulling at his trousers with her tiny hands, her tear-filled eyes gazing up at her somewhat neglectful father. In a hushed tone, the little girl murmured, "Daddy, I want to eat too. Mommy has already had some." As she spoke, her voice dwindled, seemingly on the verge of bursting into tears. The man chuckled softly, yet his expression bore no trace of impatience. He crouched down and offered a small piece of roasted pork chop to his daughter. The piece was perfectly cut, allowing the little girl to open her mouth wide and devour it in one eager bite, her face instantly lighting up with a radiant smile. Joyfully, she clutched at her parents' pant legs, bouncing up and down, her words slightly muffled due to her full mouth. "Daddy, Mommy, it's so delicious. I want more." The man smiled as he distributed roasted pineapple slices and perilla leaves to his wife and daughter, until the disposable plate was entirely devoid of remnants. Observing the satisfied and joyful expressions on their faces, the man, though he had not tasted a morsel himself, felt a happiness that rivaled that of the diners who had indulged in the pork chop. "Honey, this place is quite delightful. We should return when we have the chance." "Though it is a bit pricey," the woman remarked wistfully, glancing at the long queue in front of Lin Yan's food truck. She playfully nudged her husband. "Why didn't you save some for yourself? It seems impossible to get back in line with this crowd." The man chuckled, dismissing her concern, and refrained from sharing the troubling news about Lin Yan's erratic behavior with his enthusiastic wife. Instead, he replied gently, "All right, dear." The woman smiled as she took her husband's hand, her eyes shimmering with happiness, curving into crescent shapes. It was this very smile that had captured the man's heart years ago. "Let us go home, Daddy," the little girl chimed, joyfully bouncing between her parents while holding their hands. Home. Home. Just as the three were about to leave, the woman suddenly recalled something. She turned back toward the diners who had been making a commotion and exclaimed, "My husband is the best man in the world." The family departed, leaving behind a solitary diner, shattered by her words, tears streaming down his face. Next, "Are you ready to order?" Lin Yin, who had been engrossed in cooking and had not noticed the earlier scene, looked curiously at the weeping diner and inquired. The diner sobbed, "Boss Lin, I'll have one order," sob. "I wish I had a wife like that," sob. "Is there a deal for pork chops with a wife?" Lin Yin. Chapter 74. The grilled pork chops are sold out. This week as tasks completed. As time ticked by, the 3-ingredient boxes beside Lin Yin gradually began to sway, their previously abundant contents dwindling. Boss Lin Yin looked up to see the gym owner, Schwehausen, whose voice quivered with desperation, standing before him, flanked by a number of trainers from the discipline gym. Schwehausen had initially prepared to secure a prime spot in line today, even advancing his arrival from 10 minutes early to a full 15. However, when he and his fellow trainers excitedly emerged from the break room, they were utterly taken aback by the scene before them, which could only be described as unprecedented. A remarkably long queue had occupied the entrance of the gym, with several individuals finding it nearly impossible to move once they stepped outside. To their astonishment, their beloved boss Lin had broken his customary routine of setting up at noon, arriving instead a full 20 minutes early to prepare his food cart. Lin Yin's early arrival had completely disrupted the plans of Schwehausen and his trainers. With great effort, they managed to carve a path through the throng, only to find themselves at the middle to rear of the line. "Boss, why are you deviating from the norm today?" Schwehausen lamented, gazing at Lin Yin, who appeared entirely innocent. Lin Yin scratched his head, wearing a somewhat awkward expression. Although he had no idea what Schwehausen was referring to, he politely replied, "My apologies." Then, in a routine manner, he added, "Each person is limited to one order." Schwehausen, feeling the weight of hunger after nearly an hour of waiting, did not linger on the matter. His growling stomach was now in a state of constant agitation. "I'm starving. Absolutely famished," he exclaimed, turning to count the number of trainers behind him. "Boss Lin, I'll order for the other trainers as well. That makes a total of 7 orders, including myself." As he spoke, 6 trainers, including Zheng Qiqing, stepped forward in unison, confirming the count of 1 order each. To Schwehausen's surprise, the anticipated scene of Lin Yin nodding and beginning to grill the pork chops did not unfold. Instead, Lin Yin offered another awkward smile, causing a chill of foreboding to ripple through Schwehausen. Lin Yin scratched his head once more and gave a sheepish grin, attempting to alleviate his guilt. In the whirlwind of the day's busyness, he had completely forgotten to count the remaining ingredients, resulting in his failure to inform the patrons behind him not to bother waiting in line. "What's the matter, Boss Lin? Speak up," Schwehausen urged, growing impatient. The coaches behind him seemed to have anticipated something, lowering their heads with a faint sigh. Lin Yin spoke, and this time his words carried a palpable sense of regret. "There are only 3 servings of roasted pork chops left. Do you still want them?" Schwehausen's eyes dimmed, and he turned to look at the group of coaches behind him. Before he could say anything, Zheng Qiqing interjected, "Let us buy them, boss. At worst, we can share. We've already indulged quite a bit these past few days. A little restraint today wouldn't hurt." The other coaches nodded in agreement, observing his understanding team. Schwehausen's previously dim eyes regained a glimmer of joy as he turned back to Lin Yin. "All right, let us have 3 servings then. It's on me." Lin Yin nodded and then leaned forward, calling out to the patrons still waiting in line behind the coaches. "There's no need to queue any longer. I sincerely apologize. We've run out of ingredients for today." Each time this announcement was made, the atmosphere of the stall transformed into a veritable hell on earth, filled with anguish and lamentations. Compared to this merciless scene, Schwehausen felt somewhat relieved, although he couldn't provide a serving for everyone. At least there were 3 roasted pork chops for them to share. After 5 or 6 minutes, the final 3 pork chops were ready, beautifully plated by Lin Yin and handed over to the eagerly waiting Schwehausen and the others. "Delicious," Zheng Qiqing exclaimed as he divided the 3 pork chops into several pieces, quickly spearing one with his fork and bringing it to his mouth. With just a gentle chew, the crisp exterior and tender interior, coupled with the succulent juices and a hint of herbal aroma, brought his taste buds to an ecstatic climax. Seeing Zheng Qiqing's almost euphoric expression after just 1 bite, Schwehausen and the surrounding coaches could no longer contain themselves. Some among them even discarded the utensils provided by Lin Yin, opting instead to grab the meat with their bare hands, reminiscent of primal instincts. Yet, it must be said, Such a return to raw nature imbued the scene with a powerful visual impact. Those who had not made it to the front of the line could only lament as they watched this group of muscular men devour their meal, utterly powerless to change their fate. As the pork chops dwindled to less than half, Schwehausen and the others finally regained their composure, beginning to pair the pork with the prepared grilled pineapple slices and perilla leaves. Their eyes sparkled with delight as they feasted, once all 3 plates had been licked clean. A sense of lingering satisfaction hung in the air. Indeed, as fitness enthusiasts, their appetites exceeded those of the average person. Even 1 serving each would have been insufficient, let alone 3 servings shared among 7. They gazed at the empty plates, a mix of satisfaction and hunger still lingering, reflecting upon the fact that today marks the final day for Boss Lin to set up his stall at the gym entrance. A wave of melancholy washed over the robust men, the reason for which remained elusive. "Boss Lin, are you not coming in to work out today?" Schwehausen and a group of eager coaches, still yearning for their pork chops, approached Lin Yan's food truck with a tone as gentle as if inviting a small kitten into their home. At that moment, Lin Yan had already tidied up most of his stall. He shook his head, replying, "No, my membership card has expired." Schwehausen's voice took on an urgent note. "Boss Lin, as long as you come, it's a lifetime free." Before Schwehausen could finish his sentence, a hand rested on his shoulder, halting the words of entreaty that were about to escape his lips. Following the hand, he turned to see Zheng Qichen shaking his head. "Boss, if Boss Lin wishes to come, he will do so of his own accord." Schwehausen paused, then nodded slightly, his tone softening considerably. "Boss Lin, I was too hasty just now. It was indeed quite presumptuous of me." Lin Yan smiled and shook his head. By this time, he had nearly completed his packing, and only when he had mounted his food truck did he leisurely say, "I have mentioned that I will return when you can extend the same service to every fitness enthusiast as you do to me." Upon finishing that statement, Lin Yan twisted the throttle of the food truck, and it emitted a buzzing sound as the engine roared to life. He drove away. Those who had procured their pork chops, as well as those who had not, called out in unison towards the direction he departed, "Boss Lin, where will you be next week?" After a while, a voice drifted back on the wind, "We'll see, everyone." Chapter 75, You Were Mistaken. It should be 1,000 people queuing after stopping at the food truck. Lin Yan returned home as usual and indulged in a soothing hot bath. Unlike his typical showers, tonight he had no ingredients to prepare, so he decided to use the private soaking tub that had been gathering dust in his bedroom, complemented by the bath salts he had prepared in advance. He luxuriated in a bath, so warm it nearly lulled him into slumber. When he finally emerged, every inch of his skin radiated a rosy glow. He exhaled deeply, wrapped only in a towel, and reclined on his bed. After a moment of silence, he felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation enveloping him. It was only during the completion of his weekly tasks that Lin Yan felt as though the world belonged to him once more. Host weekly stall task completed. Task rewards have been issued. Host, see you next week. As the mechanical voice of the system faded, Lin Yan's phone on the bedside table vibrated. He casually picked it up and unlocked the screen, revealing a notification at the top indicating a deposit had been made to his bank account. Indeed, the system was efficient. Mere moments after the notification, 2 million in cash had already been transferred. Although he now resided in a luxurious abode akin to a heavenly palace, at his core, Lin Yan remained a penniless young man. Even with the system's generous transfer, his account balance amounted to a mere 2,500,000 yuan. The additional 500,000 had been painstakingly saved over years of frugality and the relentless grind of work. He repeatedly verified the zeros in his account balance, and the stark contrast left him with an almost surreal sensation, as if he were merely caught in an extended dream. Slowly, Lin Yan rose and firmly slapped himself across the face. It was indeed real, and the sting of that slap was quite pronounced, shaking off much of his prior fatigue. His mind, once clouded from the bath, became entirely alert. After donning his clothes, he stepped out the door. Just as he closed his front door, a voice called from behind him, "Lin, brother." Lin Yan turned to see Fang Fei, whom he had met in the neighborhood, standing behind him. Today, however, he was without his bamboo flute, though his ancient-style shirt and high ponytail complemented each other beautifully. "Ah, hello there," Lin Yan stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, Fang Fei seemed unfazed by the slight awkwardness between them and continued speaking. "Lin, brother, I wanted to grab a bite today as well, but there were too many people. And by the time my turn came, everything was sold out." Lin Yan was somewhat taken aback. He had presumed that someone like Fang Fei, who had been raised in privilege since childhood, would most certainly despise the act of waiting in line. However, to his surprise, on this final day of his week's market stall, not only did the young master choose to queue, but he ultimately did not even manage to reach the front. Nonetheless, when Fang Fei recounted this incident, his tone was remarkably calm, devoid of any hint of grievance or reproach. A demeanor so placid that it evoked a twinge of guilt within Lin Yan. How about I prepare something in advance for you to taste next time? Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Fang Fei's previously stoic expression unexpectedly brightened with a smile. Brother Lin, it's a promise. He then resumed his path along the edge of the community, as if the prior conversation had never occurred, heading towards the depths of the bamboo forest. Meanwhile, at a certain newspaper office, a group of reporters from the Min City Daily were gathered in a conference room, their faces etched with seriousness. The recent tranquility of life had left them struggling to find material to write about. While this calmness was undoubtedly a blessing for the general populace, it was akin to a calamity for the newspaper. Is there anything anyone wishes to share? Perhaps an interesting piece of news you've come across lately? After a lengthy discourse, the editor-in-chief cast a troubled glance at the assembly, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. After a considerable pause, a timid hand was finally raised, belonging to a rookie reporter who had just joined the paper the previous week, a name that remained unfamiliar to most. They simply referred to him as Xiaoguo. Xiaoguo, please speak, the editor-in-chief said, his brow slightly furrowed. He clearly preferred not to have a newcomer take the spotlight in such a meeting, yet, with no one else willing to speak, he had no choice but to allow the inexperienced Xiaoguo to take the floor. Xiaoguo stood up, and in the presence of his seniors, the palpable tension radiating from him was unmistakable. Do not be nervous, just share your thoughts, the editor-in-chief sighed, offering verbal encouragement. Xiaoguo nodded, mustering his courage to say, a friend of mine mentioned that last week, a vendor was selling barbecue outside a gym in Min City, and it was an unprecedented success, with demand far outstripping supply. The scene was truly astonishing, with nearly 100 people lining up. Moreover, my friend told me that this vendor is quite a character. He not only possesses exceptional culinary skills but also boasts an impressive fortune at a young age, even turning down an enticing offer of $1 million annual salary from a company. Strangely enough, he changes his operating location and the ingredients he sells every week without informing his customers, leaving them to discover it for themselves. The editor-in-chief waved his hand, his expression filled with impatience. He found no inclination to continue listening to such a baseless urban legend. Though it appeared intriguing, it was evidently nothing more than mere hearsay. Enough, Xiaoguo, it would be wise to refrain from discussing such unfounded matters next time. Following the news incurs its own costs. As he absorbed the editor-in-chief's seemingly reprimanding words, Xiaoguo's initially spirited demeanor gradually faded into despondency. Just as he was about to take a seat, a commanding voice interrupted. Editor-in-chief, what Xiaoguo mentioned is indeed true. A figure rose, and upon witnessing this casually standing silhouette, Xiaoguo's weary eyes reignited with hope. In that moment, this figure resembled a savior to him. The editor-in-chief, slightly massaging his temples, felt a twinge of frustration. It was Miao Ku, the most formidable thorn in the side of the editorial team, distinctive in personality, unafraid of authority, and, most vexingly, beyond his control, largely due to her grandfather's formidable standing in the military. Ah, Xiao Miao, how did you come to know this? The editor's tone, albeit tinged with exasperation, softened significantly. He dared not scold this young lady. Well, Miao Ku reminisced. As the memory of the Iberian black pig's succulent pork chop she had savored just that afternoon danced vividly in her mind, the lingering taste still tantalizing her palate. Because I was present, editor-in-chief, she replied, turning to Xiaoguo with a smile, however. There is one detail you seem to have misheard. It was not a line of 100, but rather 1,000. Chapter 76, The Malevolent Wealthy, a New Mission Unveiled. Following a thorough discussion in the conference room of the newspaper office, the editor-in-chief finally settled on the candidates for the recent news follow-up. Among the stories eagerly anticipated by all was that of the enigmatic food stall owner, Boss Lin, as mentioned by Xiaoguo. Only 2 individuals were designated to cover this story, the idea's originator, Xiaoguo, and the self-nominated Miao Ku. In addition, the newspaper received news of an upcoming event of considerable interest. Next week, Min City will host a grand music festival. This occasion has attracted numerous renowned bands from across China, and the festival's duration is unusually extensive, spanning a remarkable 5 days. It promises to be an unparalleled celebration within the rock music scene of the nation. Although the festival has yet to commence, its buzz among rock enthusiasts has reached unprecedented heights. Should the newspaper seize this opportunity effectively, It could indeed elevate its standing. The lead reporter for this festival coverage will be none other than the editor-in-chief himself. On a Saturday morning, Lin Yin awoke naturally, slowly opening his eyes. After enjoying a leisurely stretch, he sat up, marveling at the beauty of the weekend. After changing into a comfortable set of athletic wear, he stepped outside, jogging lightly while inhaling the fresh air around him, feeling utterly rejuvenated. Suddenly, Lin Yin halted in his tracks. By this time, he had already exited his community, yet remained within the vicinity of the botanical garden. He gazed at a large area that had been cordoned off, voicing his confusion. He had visited this space before, recalling it as a flat meadow, often adorned with small sheep meant for tourists to photograph. "Hey there, are you here to scout the place too?" Just as Lin Yin pondered, a voice emerged from behind him. He turned, momentarily surprised to see a young man who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. The young man's attire was unremarkable, save for an intriguing cap embroidered with the bold phrase "Rock will never die." Lin Yin shook his head, indicating his lack of understanding of the young man's comments. However, the young man seemed unfazed by Lin Yan's response. Continuing with his thoughts, "I see you didn't manage to get tickets either. You must have come here hoping to find a spot where you can catch glimpses of the festival from outside, right? I've been searching for ages, but it's just too tightly secured this time." With a slight sigh, he added, "Rumor has it that on the third day of the festival, there will be a chance to purchase some return tickets, and there are quite a few available, although the price will be 5 times that of the original. I can't afford it." Lin Yin gazed at the boy before him, whose face was etched with a look of grievance. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, when it came to music and rock culture, he had always been an indifferent listener, making it difficult for him to resonate with the sorrow and disappointment intertwined within. "My friend, I shall search again. Perhaps fate will reunite us." The boy extended his hand and gave Lin Yin a reassuring pat on the shoulder before striding away along the railing, his eyes scanning the surroundings. As Lin Yin made his way home, he encountered several individuals reminiscent of the boy he had just met, some of whom spoke with a thick regional accent. By the time he returned to his complex, Lin Yin found himself slightly breathless, his once dry back now glistening with beads of sweat, his athletic attire completely soaked through. I must admit, after experiencing the fitness week last week, Lin Yin had become somewhat enamored with the sensation of exertion, the invigorating rush of sweat, and the tangible feeling of improvement. It was truly an unforgettable experience. "Lin." Just as Lin Yin was slowing his pace, the voice of Fong Fei rang out from behind him. Turning around, Lin Yin greeted him with a smile. Fong Fei regarded the perspiring Lin Yin with a calm demeanor, his high ponytail swaying gently in the breeze, seemingly unperturbed by the droplets cascading down Lin Yan's forehead. He stepped forward and said nonchalantly, "Lin, there's a music festival in Min City next week. There are a few bands I quite like. Will you be attending?" Lin Yin paused, momentarily stunned. The image of the boy he had encountered earlier flashed through his mind, prompting him to inquire, "Is the festival you're referring to the one next to our complex?" Fong Fei nodded and promptly produced 2 exquisite, gold-embossed tickets from his pocket, offering them to Lin Yin. Indeed, Lin Yin instinctively reached out to accept them. Though he was indeed affluent now, residing in a luxurious home with a bank balance of 2 million. He had never attended a music festival before. In his previous life as a mere laborer, he had neither the time nor the funds for such endeavors. He acknowledged that the sight of the tickets stirred something within him. Just as he was about to grasp them, a sinister mechanical voice abruptly echoed in his mind. "The host is required to engage in a stall activity next week." Lin Yin shook his head, attempting to dispel the bothersome voice from his thoughts. However, just as he did so, the system's voice resounded once more. "If the host wishes to attend the music festival, the system will make arrangements." With his hand hovering in midair, Lin Yin felt a growing intuition about the tasks awaiting him in the coming week. He let out a bitter smile and addressed Fong Fei before him. "No need, I still have." Before Lin Yin could finish his sentence, Fong Fei interjected. "Brother Lin, will you still be setting up your stall next week?" "Very well, I shall seek you out after my discussions with the few bands I admire." Lin Yin nodded, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Although the system had yet to assign him a task, he was almost certain that he would appear before Fong Fei without waiting for him to come. Lin Yin had grown accustomed to the peculiarities of the system's operations and had deciphered its patterns. After confirming his understanding, Fong Fei prepared to leave, his high ponytail swirling elegantly in the air. Wait, a sudden thought crossed Lin Yan's mind, prompting him to raise his hand to halt Fong Fei's departure. I heard that tickets for this music festival are quite difficult to obtain. How did you manage to get yours?" In response to Lin Yan's inquiry, Fang Fei exhibited a slightly perplexed expression, as if it were all quite natural. My father knows I love music, and this festival is sponsored by his company. Those detestable wealthy individuals, Lin Yan cursed inwardly. Time swiftly passed, and the 2 days of the weekend seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. Arriving at midday on Sunday. At that moment, Lin Yan was reclining on a sun lounger in the garden of No. 1 courtyard, basking in the afternoon sun. Just as he was about to drift into a slumber, he was abruptly jolted awake by a sudden explosion in his mind. Distributing this week's menu. Snail noodles. Distributing this week's stall location. Min City Music Festival. Stall No. 1. Distributing this week's stall hours. Set up at 10 o'clock a.m. until all ingredients are sold out. Or until the festival concludes. Requirements. None. Food truck has been dispatched. Reward. Mastery of one musical instrument skill upon daily closure of the stall. Master level. Chapter 77. Entering the home of the owner without permission is a violation of professional ethics. Accompanied by a crackling sound of electricity, the voice of the system faded into silence. Lin Yan opened his eyes. Although the cacophony of the system had ceased in his ears, his desire for slumber had entirely evaporated, replaced by a faint sense of desolation in his gaze. Rising to his feet, Lin Yan, possessing several top-tier culinary skills in this world, felt his nostrils twitch ever so slightly. Following the system's enhancements, his sense of smell had significantly sharpened. An invigoratingly sour aroma had infiltrated every crevice of his nostrils, wafting from his kitchen even before he had set foot indoors. After calming his senses, he steeled himself mentally and finally summoned the courage to open the kitchen door. If the once-dreaded stinky tofu was a direct assault on the olfactory senses, unmistakably pungent and clear in its offensive nature, the current odor was imbued with a rich acidity that compelled one to exclaim, "How delightfully sour!" Pinching his nose, Lin Yan cautiously stepped into the kitchen, now thoroughly infused with the flavors of its ingredients. After a brief survey of his surroundings, he had formed a rough plan for his task at hand. As a dish that had swept across the nation, he was no stranger to luozifen, although he often heard others rave about this delicacy. Its acrid scent had always kept him at bay. Little did he know that today, the once heroic youth would become the very dragon he once feared, transforming into the creator of luozifen. Having spent some time acclimatizing to the sour stench, Lin Yan released his grip on his nose and approached the pile of ingredients destined for tomorrow's sales. To ensure a swift serving pace at the upcoming music festival, he needed to prepare the broth and other ingredients today that could be preserved. Without further ado, he rolled up his sleeves and embarked on his task. A large basket of fresh river snails was soaked to expel sand, then simmered together with pork bones and chicken carcasses, accompanied by a spice pouch meticulously crafted by Lin Yan, containing licorice, bay leaves, and other ingredients. After a slow simmer of 2 hours, he would achieve a rich broth for tomorrow's luozifen. While the broth simmered, Lin Yan did not idle. The pre-processing of side ingredients was equally crucial. The sour bamboo shoots were finely shredded and stir-fried separately, while the bean curd sticks were deep-fried to a golden crisp. And the woodier mushrooms and sour green beans were also prepared. Even though Lin Yan's technique was honed to perfection and his control over speed and time surpassed that of all other chefs on this planet who made luozifen, by the time he completed all his preparations, the sun had descended considerably, leaving only a playful sliver peeking over the mountain's peak. Having accomplished all of this, Lin Yan felt a sense of fulfillment. Lin Yankai exhaled deeply, as if he had accomplished a significant task. Just as he intended to retreat to his room for a refreshing shower to reward himself for enduring the unpleasant odors that clung to him, the doorbell rang. Peering through the peephole, he beheld a gluttonous young lady, her face a canvas of drool-laden anticipation. "What is it, Xiao Gao?" Lin Yankai inquired, opening the door to reveal the entranced Gao Yujie. Though he had an inkling of her reason for knocking, he still posed the question. Gao Yujie remained silent, raising her nose to inhale deeply before slowly responding. "Mr. Lin, am I not your personal steward? I came specifically to see if you require any assistance." As she spoke, her gaze wandered towards the kitchen. Lin Yankai shook his head, having discerned her ulterior motives, and chuckled. "There is nothing I need help with." After a brief pause, he added languidly, "However, I will be setting up a stall tomorrow. Would you like to sample some?" At this, Gao Yujie's eyes sparkled with excitement. She hastily discarded her shoes and made her way toward the kitchen, chattering, "Mr. Lin, isn't it inappropriate to just waltz into a homeowner's residence? That breaches professional ethics." Lin Yankai intended to retort but soon realized that Gao Yujie had already settled obediently onto a stool in the dining room, her gaze fixed upon him like a hungry little beast. My wares for next week carry a rather potent aroma. You don't mind, do you? Lin Yinkai inquired, feigning ignorance. Not at all, not at all, not at all. Gao Yujie fervently shook her head, as if to dispel any lingering doubts. Those familiar with Gao Yujie understood her fondness for culinary delights, yet those who knew her well recognized that among myriad delicacies, she held a singular passion for one, snail noodles. Her visit to number 1 courtyard had initially been merely a perfunctory attendance for work. However, just as she prepared to leave, she found herself ensnared by the unmistakable, tangy aroma that was uniquely characteristic of snail noodles. It was not a conscious decision to knock on Lin Yincai's door. Rather, her insatiable craving for the dish compelled her to seek him out. Though she appeared obediently seated at the dining table, her mind was awash with 1,000 thoughts. Upon discovering that Lin Yincai could indeed prepare snail noodles, a flicker of inexplicable emotion glimmered in her gaze. As long as you don't mind, Lin Yincai remarked with a smile. He then opened the kitchen door and selected portions from the pre-prepared ingredients, setting the pot to boil while simultaneously heating the broth that had been simmered in advance. Following the muscle memory imparted by the system, Lin Yincai added chili oil, fermented bean curd, and perilla leaves to the broth. In merely a moment's time, the rich aroma of the snail rice noodle broth wafted from the kitchen stove, permeating the air with its enticing fragrance. Gao Yujie inhaled deeply, and despite having dined prior to her arrival, she felt a sudden pang of hunger at the scent. Lin Yin had expertly boiled the rice noodles in cold water and then rinsed them in cool water to preserve their original elasticity. It was now time for the final assembly of the snail rice noodles. He selected a disposable bowl, meticulously prepared by the system for tomorrow's use, and layered it with rice noodles and pickled bamboo shoots among other accompaniments. He then poured over the soul-stirring broth the rich snail rice noodle soup and finished with a drizzle of fragrant chili oil. As the sauce cascaded, the flavors of the toppings erupted like a pungent atomic bomb throughout the kitchen, catching even Lin Yin, who had braced himself, off guard. Meanwhile, Gao Yujie, unable to contain her anticipation, called out, "Boss Lin, are you ready?" Lin Yin snapped back to reality, presenting the bowl of snail rice noodles before her. Gao Yujie, disregarding the heat of the freshly prepared dish, swiftly scooped some noodles with her chopsticks and brought them to her mouth. One bite, and she was taken aback. Despite having sampled countless bowls of snail rice noodles, including those from their birthplace in Guiqing and various innovative renditions, none had ever left her as astounded as this seemingly simple bowl before her. "Is it delicious?" Lin Yin inquired, observing Gao Yujie devour the dish with fervor, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 78. Selling snail noodles at the music festival? How rock and roll. It was only after Gao Yujie had savored every last drop of soup from her bowl that she finally lifted her head, exhaling deeply. "Refreshing. Truly delightful, Mr. Lin." Lin Yin gazed at the girl before him, a hint of annoyance creeping into his expression as he noticed a smudge of snail noodle broth at the tips of her hair. He inwardly lamented. Enjoying your meal is one thing, but must you express it in such a suggestive manner? Realizing Lin Yin's silence, Gao Yujie suddenly became aware that her behavior might have crossed a line. She hurriedly stood up and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Lin. I didn't mean to intrude." With a look of astonishment, Lin Yin observed as Gao Yujie fled from the courtyard, her face etched with guilt, while she instinctively licked her lips, seemingly savoring something. What a silly girl, he thought, shaking his head with a wry smile. After clearing the chaotic mess left by Gao Yujie, he returned to his bed, ready to drift into a blissful slumber. Starting tomorrow, his work hours would commence at 10 in the morning, so an early night was imperative. As Lin Yin closed his eyes, surrendering to the embrace of sleep, Gao Yujie finally emerged from the embarrassment of her recent actions. Reflecting on her earlier words, she felt her cheeks burn with humiliation, replaying her mortifying behavior in her mind. Unable to resist, she licked her lips again, as if the lingering taste of the snail noodles still remained. "Mr. Lin's cooking is truly exquisite," she murmured to herself. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she furrowed her brow in annoyance, punching herself lightly in frustration. She pulled out her phone and opened the rather sparse chat window with Lin Yin. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she ultimately refrained from sending any message. Clutching her head in despair, she crouched helplessly by the roadside, exclaiming, how could I forget to ask Mr. Lin where he'll be setting up next week? After just having acted so awkwardly, he must find me bothersome if I ask him again." Thus, she returned home, her face a mask of dejection as she lay down on her bed, her thoughts still consumed by the regrettable incident. Around 9:30 in the morning, Lin Yin had already prepared himself and loaded the ingredients for the day's sales onto his food cart. Unlike his previous barbecue cart, this one was equipped with an array of pots of various sizes. Although numerous and diverse, each tool played an indispensable role in the art of crafting the perfect snail noodles. Mounting his food cart, Lin Yin followed the route meticulously mapped out by the system. Arriving directly at a discreet entrance to the music festival, where all vendors were required to enter. "Are you Mr. Lin?" A staff member halted him at the entrance, inquiring about Lin Yan's identity. Although unprepared, it was evident that the system had thoughtfully arranged for Lin Yan's vendor credentials well in advance. After undergoing a series of somewhat stringent identity verifications, including facial recognition, Lin Yan maneuvered his food cart to booth number 1. The festival commenced at 11 o'clock in the morning. Although the system designated Lin Yan's setup time as 10, customers would not arrive to purchase his food until the hour struck 11. Thus, he had a full hour to prepare. Before long, the pot was set up, and all the pre-prepared ingredients were conveniently arranged within easy reach. The rich, pungent aroma of the pickled bamboo shoots began to waft through the air. "Young man, with such a high booth fee, selling snail noodles might not prove profitable," chimed in the uncle from booth number 2, who was already readying his own ingredients for a stall selling fried chicken and sour plum juice, simple yet efficient fare. A regular at the festival due to its convenience and deliciousness, his offerings were widely beloved. "Thank you for the reminder," Lin Yin replied nonchalantly from his reclining chair, glancing back at the well-meaning uncle. Since the booth fee was not coming out of his own pocket, he naturally hoped for a leisurely day, ideally with no customers at all. If that were the case, he could avoid the hustle and enjoy 5 days of the music festival for free. Why not indulge? Noticing the young man who had paid a handsome sum to secure the prime booth number 1 appearing quite fearless, the uncle ceased his remarks, adopting a look of amusement as he observed Lin Yin. By 10:30, the ticketing gates opened, and gradually, people began to filter into the expansive grassy area. Those fortunate enough to be present were true rock music enthusiasts, each adorned in their own carefully curated outfits or makeup to express their inner rock spirit. As the crowd swelled, the clock struck 11, and the field was soon teeming with people. The first band to take the stage was a venerable titan of the Chinese rock scene, renowned and beloved, boasting a significant fan base across the nation. The electrifying performance captivated even Lin Yin, who was not particularly focused on the band, lifting his previously lowered gaze. He found himself deeply enthralled as the audience's ecstatic screams, the pulsating beat of the bass drum, and the exhilarating guitar solos ignited a profound appreciation within him for the allure of rock music. Until an hour had passed since the performance of the band, Lin Yin remained in a daze, staring blankly ahead. His mind still overwhelmed by the electrifying sensations brought on by the music, momentarily unable to regain his composure. In stark contrast to Lin Yan's leisurely booth, the vendor beside him, selling fried chicken and sour plum juice, was bustling with activity. Yet, even amidst this flurry of work, the vendor managed to steal a glance at the somewhat dazed young man at the first booth, chuckling to himself inwardly. Just as Lin Yin was still immersed in the shockwaves of the rock music, a heavily tattooed arm waved in front of him. "Huh?" Lin Yin momentarily lost his train of thought, and as his eyes refocused, he realized that standing before him was a young man clad in a plain black t-shirt. However, the multitude of piercings and tattoos adorned on his arms imbued the simple black shirt with an unmistakable aura of rock and roll. "Buddy, are you selling snail noodles at the music festival?" Lin Yin blinked in surprise before nodding. Yes." The young man flared his nostrils, inhaling deeply the tangy scent of pickled bamboo shoots wafting through the air, and exclaimed with a grin, "Selling snail noodles at a music festival? Now that's truly rock and roll, my friend. Let us have a taste." Chapter 79. Just take a whiff. It's more aromatic than loasafen. Returning to his senses, Lin Yin regarded the tattooed young man before him and pointed towards the payment code on the food cart, casually stating, "That will be 50 yuan. The young man paused momentarily. Though he was no stranger to loasafen and was well acquainted with its essence, he had never encountered a price tag of 50 yuan for a single serving. "Is it really that expensive, boss?" He chuckled. Yet he reached for his phone to make the payment, his tone remaining relaxed despite the seemingly displeased remark. As Lin Yin tossed a portion of rice noodles into cold water and set the pot to boil, he replied, "Because it's delicious." Merely 4 words. Yet they resonated with an undeniable confidence that captivated the young man's curiosity towards this seemingly youthful loasafen vendor, who appeared to be only slightly older than himself. All right. The young man nodded, his smile broadening. "I'm eager to see just how delicious it is." Lin Yin fell silent, merely nodding as he continued his preparations. In no time, the noodles were ready. After rinsing the rice noodles in cold water, he placed them into a large disposable bowl that had been prepared beforehand. Once the steaming loasafen broth and vibrant red oil cascaded over the noodles and toppings arranged at the bottom of the bowl, the dish was complete. Here is your loasafen. Lin Yin presented the bowl to the tattooed young man. The young man gazed at the dish before him, and though he had yet to take a bite, he inexplicably found himself believing Lin Yin's earlier proclamation, because it's delicious. He closed his eyes momentarily, inhaling deeply the aroma wafting from the bowl, before opening them again. While he sensed an unusual quality about the loasafen in his hands, it also appeared quite similar to the dishes he had previously savored. With a hint of curiosity, he tore open the disposable utensils Lin Yin had provided and deftly retrieved a pair of chopsticks. After lifting a portion of noodles, he allowed them to cool slightly before placing them into his mouth. Despite his mouth being filled to the brim with loasafen, the sparkle in his eyes betrayed his delight. Upon swallowing the first mouthful, he found himself at a loss for words to describe the exquisite flavor of this dish. He then picked up the spoon from the disposable set and took a sip of the broth, savoring the blend of soup and noodles. The young man felt as though he had transcended the confines of the music festival, transported instead to the enchanting realm of snail noodles, lingering in a state of bliss. The vibrant and spicy broth was nothing short of celestial. Each mouthful enticed him like a seasoned connoisseur, rendering him utterly captivated. Savoring the remnants of the broth, the mingling aromas of snail and bone were tantalizing, and a subtle sweetness lingered after each taste. Another bite of noodles beckoned him. He realized he was utterly unable to resist, teetering on the brink of indulgence. The rice noodles were delectably smooth, and their inherent fragrance was magnified by the expertly crafted broth, making them extraordinarily flavorful. After devouring nearly half a bowl of the snail noodles, he finally looked up at Lin Yin, nearly dancing with excitement as he exclaimed, "Wow, my friend, this snail noodle dish is simply unparalleled to anything I've ever tasted. How did you create such a masterpiece?" The exuberance of his voice could hardly be contained. Nearby, curious festival goers began to gather, drawn in by the alluring aroma emanating from Lin Yan's stall. Upon discovering that he was selling snail noodles at the music festival, they displayed expressions of keen interest. Yet, the distinctive odor of the dish was difficult to overlook, which kept most at a distance, merely observing rather than purchasing. The tattooed young man, noticing the growing crowd around him, transformed his already extravagant eating style into a theatrical performance, which, surprisingly, resonated with the rock music enthusiasts. Some among them began to express genuine interest in Lin Yan's dish. Among the onlookers was a young couple, hand in hand, adorned in striking purple matching outfits. They approached the young man, and the male of the pair inquired, "Hey, buddy, is this snail noodle dish tasty?" The first customer, having nearly buried his face in the bowl, immediately lifted his head at the question, as if he had been anticipating this moment for ages. The tattooed young man nodded vigorously, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he gazed at the noodles, exclaiming, "Delicious. Absolutely divine. I have never tasted such exquisite snail noodles." He then showcased the last morsel of noodles remaining in his bowl, declaring, "Just inhale the aroma of these noodles. It's even more fragrant than the dish itself." His series of exclamations crescendoed in intensity, each statement more fervent than the last, enhanced by the unmistakably authentic and piquant scent of the snail noodles wafting from his bowl. This enthusiasm could not help but pique the curiosity of the couple, who were already fond of snail noodles. "Shall we try a bowl?" Upon hearing the response from the tattooed gentleman, the young woman turned and locked eyes with her boyfriend before resolutely striding towards Lin Yin. There was no hint of hesitation, as if this moment had been rehearsed 1,000 times. The couple moved in perfect harmony, their intertwined arms and bodies swaying rhythmically, exuding a dynamism that surpassed even that of some runway models. "Boss, 2 servings of snail noodles, please," the young woman promptly ordered. With a payment of 100 yuan, Lin Yin pointed to the payment code on the food cart and began preparing the 2 servings of snail noodles. The attendees of this music festival were not individuals lacking financial means. Despite the 50 yuan price tag for each serving being rather steep, those present could certainly afford it. The couple merely furrowed their brows slightly at the price before scanning the code to make the payment. Even after the enthusiastic endorsement from the tattooed gentleman, their anticipation for Lin Yin's snail noodles remained modest. After all, festival snacks were typically about satiating hunger rather than culinary excellence. Before long, Lin Yin presented the freshly prepared snail noodles along with disposable utensils to the couple before him. As they received their portions, the pair exchanged incredulous glances. each reflecting disbelief in the other's eyes. As enthusiasts of snail noodles, they could already ascertain from the moment they held their serving that the flavor would undoubtedly be exceptional. The onlookers watched with bated breath, their excitement palpable as they observed the couple daring to take the plunge. Although they had not purchased the dish themselves, anticipation and tension swelled within them. The young woman swallowed her first bite, raising her head with wide eyes, her expression one of sheer astonishment, yet words eluded her. Her boyfriend mirrored her reaction, and the two remained frozen in a state of shock after their initial taste, gazing at each other in bewilderment. The crowd held its breath, the atmosphere becoming silent and eerie in that moment. Chapter 80. Would you like to try? Absolutely amazing. After a considerable pause, the young woman finally seemed to regain her senses and uttered two words, each pronounced with emphasis, her eyes sparkling with an intensity that every performer dreams of achieving. Delicious. As those words escaped her lips, the onlookers couldn't help but clench their fists, erupting in thunderous cheers and roars, as if celebrating a grand occasion. Passers-by, accustomed to such exuberance, merely glanced over, their faces also adorned with expressions of delight. For enthusiasts of rock music, every little moment in life is worthy of raising their arms in joyous celebration. Simultaneously, the young man also came to his senses, yet unlike his girlfriend, he refrained from voicing any words to attest to the exquisite taste of the bowl of snail noodles before him. He simply buried his head and began to devour the dish with fervor. This couple had garnered a modest following within the rock music scene, being regulars at domestic music festivals, and they boasted a notable fan base on a popular short video platform. While their following may not be vast, many rock aficionados pay attention to their endeavors. Among the crowd that had gathered to witness this spectacle were numerous fans of the couple, and upon witnessing this scene, their desire for Lin Yan's snail noodles reached a fever pitch. The spectators surged toward Lin Yan's stall, transforming what had been an initially quiet setting into a bustling line of eager patrons within mere minutes. Lin Yan observed the small queue forming before him with a faint sigh. Though he had mentally prepared for such a scenario, he had not anticipated that on just the first day, his stall would already attract a lineup. Despite his internal grumblings, Lin Yan's hands continued their precise work in preparing the snail noodles, expertly extracting servings of rice noodles and accompaniments. Each step boiling the noodles, cooling them. Assembling the dish was executed with meticulous attention to detail. He had nearly memorized the timing for each phase, functioning almost like a human assembly line. The flawless execution resulted in bowls of snail noodles that were infused with an evocative aroma of sourness. Delicious. Wow, that guy wasn't lying. This snail noodle dish is truly exquisite. I initially thought that heavily tattooed fellow was an actor, but it turns out he really knows his stuff. Selling snail noodles at a music festival is indeed an art form. You see, this is the #1 stall. Who would dare to rent out a spot without something special? The audience, who should have been immersed in the vibrant atmosphere of the live rock music festival, found themselves utterly captivated by Lin Yan's snail noodles. Even the pulsating rock music behind them merely compelled the crowd to sway their bodies, without a thought of relinquishing the delectable snail noodles in their grasp. The allure of the dish was simply too enticing. Passers-by at Lin Yan's food stall found themselves perplexed by the sight of these ravenous patrons. Wasn't this a music festival? Why were these individuals so fervently slurping noodles, as though it were a food festival? With meticulous preparation and prearranged accompaniments, Lin Yan's speed in serving was nothing short of remarkable. Given that the snail noodles served as a staple, the audience felt a profound sense of satiety after finishing a bowl, and their stomachs could hardly accommodate more. After preparing dishes for a dozen customers, Lin Yan finally found himself at leisure, reclining in his chair, savoring the passionate performances of the band on the nearby stage. Meanwhile, the diners swiftly departed after relishing Lin Yan's snail noodles, each one indelibly remembering the unforgettable stall #1 and the young proprietor serving snail noodles at the music festival. Perhaps the patrons did not engage in deliberate promotion after their meal, lost in the ambience of the festival. As the festival approached its conclusion on Monday, no second wave of customers arrived for the snail noodles. Just as Lin Yan reveled in his leisure, watching the last song before closing time, swaying along with the rhythm of the band, a familiar figure appeared before him. Lin, my brother. It was Fang Fei. Upon seeing this expected acquaintance, Lin Yan stood up, feeling a sense of redemption akin to encountering an old friend in a foreign land. After all, rock music and music festivals were never his domain. You've arrived. Care to try some? Upon hearing Lin Yan's welcoming voice, Fang Fei slightly bowed his head, glancing at the various pots on the food cart before nodding, not even inquiring about the dish Lin Yan was serving that week. The air was suffused with the distinctive aroma of pickled bamboo shoots, revealing all. "I'll have a portion, Lin," Fang Fei replied slowly. While he generally had no particular demands regarding food, he tended to shy away from dishes with strong flavors like snail noodles. Yet, for reasons unknown, whenever he faced the unruffled Lin Yin, he felt an inexplicable surge of confidence, not in himself, but in Lin Yin's culinary skills. "All right, that will be 50 yuan. Lin Yin pointed to the payment code on the cart and began preparing Fang Fei's snail noodles. Before long, a steaming bowl of snail noodles was presented to Fang Fei. Gazing at the bowl of snail noodles in his hands, Fang Fei lingered in a moment of contemplation before finally reaching for his chopsticks and savoring a mouthful of the broth. An explosion of flavors erupted in his mouth. The ingredients he had always despised, the pickled bamboo shoots and spicy oil, unexpectedly engaged in a delightful collision, awakening a dormant hunger within him. Soon, peanuts and tofu skin made their grand entrance, adding a delightful crunch to the already smooth texture of the snail noodles, while the final touch of leafy greens and pickled mustard beans served to balance the richness. Fang Fei found himself unable to restrain his appetite, devouring bite after bite, completely captivated by this seemingly unremarkable bowl of snail noodles. Clad in a flowing garment infused with traditional aesthetics and sporting a high ponytail that exuded personality, Fang Fei paid no heed to his image as he squatted in front of Lin Yin's food cart, indulging in the dish. The scene evoked a sense of guilt in Lin Yin, as if he were somehow tarnishing the image of a handsome man. Just as Fang Fei was relishing his meal, a voice called out from behind him, "Young Master Fang, I must take my leave. Please extend my gratitude to your father for his sponsorship of this music festival." At this moment, Fang Fei slowly lifted his head from the bowl, while Lin Yin turned to follow the direction of the voice, spotting a somewhat familiar man standing behind Fang Fei. Upon reflection, Lin Yin recalled that this man was Wang Hu, the lead singer of today's closing band. Renowned for his irreplaceable status in the rock scene of Huaxia, an absolute veteran. "Oh, no worries," Fang Fei replied, swallowing the morsel of snail noodles without even rising to his feet, instead offering Wang Hu a glimpse of his dish. "Would you care to try? This snail noodle is simply exquisite." Chapter 81. A strong desire detected from the host diner's Wang Hu observed with keen interest the bowl of snail noodles held by Fang Fei, his eyebrows playfully raised. Despite his current prominence in the rock scene of Huaxia, he once was merely a poor young man who had started from scratch. Thus, he was no stranger to roadside delicacies like snail noodles. However, he was taken aback to see a wealthy heir like Fang Fei squatting by the roadside, indulging in such an unpretentious dish. It was the first time he realized that young Master Fang could exhibit such enthusiasm. Wang Hu chuckled and approached Lin Yin's food stall, exclaiming heartily, "Young brother, I would like a bowl, please." Lin Yin, sensing the amiable demeanor of Wang Hu, who appeared even more approachable than on stage, pointed to the payment code on the stall. "That will be 50 yuan. Wang Hu paused for a moment, and after completing the payment with a scan, he remarked with a teasing smile, 50 yuan for a bowl? That's quite a price for snail noodles these days." Before Lin Yin could respond, Fang Fei, nearly finished with his own bowl, stood up and declared earnestly, "The flavor of these snail noodles is absolutely worth the 50 yuan. Wang Hu, surprised that even Fang Fei was defending the young vendor, narrowed his eyes, his gaze towards Fang Fei shifting to one filled with newfound appreciation. He stepped closer and patted Fang Fei on the shoulder, though this time without a smile. "Young Master Fang, to be honest, I initially thought you were just another pretentious rich kid. But today, I realized someone like you is truly suited for rock music." Fang Fei did not respond to Wang Hu's assessment. Instead, he finished the last morsel of snail noodles in his bowl. Even the remaining broth was not spared as he lifted the bowl, tilting his head back in a true display of cleaning the plate, after letting out a satisfied burp that carried the lingering scent of snail noodles. He finally turned his gaze to the now slightly awkward Wang Hu, who had received no reply. He casually remarked, "I'll give it a try when I have the chance." With that, Fang Fei made his way towards the festival's exit, feeling thoroughly satisfied not only from the meal, but also from the music. Just as he was about to exit the festival grounds, he suddenly turned back as if recalling something important. He jogged back to Wang Hu, who regarded this peculiar and unpredictable young man with a look of bemusement, wondering if Fang Fei had something significant to convey. Instead, he simply stated, "After eating these snail noodles, you are not allowed to speak ill of Brother Lin." Fang Fei departed amidst the astonished and perplexed gazes of Lin Yin and Wang Hu, without glancing back. "Your snail noodles are ready." Lin Yin eventually regained his composure and handed the prepared dish to Wang Hu, who stood frozen in place, similarly bewildered. Wang Hu, coming to his senses, extended his hand to receive the bowl of snail noodles that belonged to him. As a recognized elder in the rock music scene, Wang Hu had traversed the country, indulging in various local delicacies, and was certainly no stranger to snail noodles. He examined the dish in his hands, momentarily at a loss as to what made it special. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon inhaling the aroma of the noodles, a peculiar longing stirred within him, a yearning for culinary delight. I never imagined even young Master Fong would speak up for you, he mused, gradually tearing open the disposable utensils Lin Yin had provided. After rubbing the wooden chopsticks together, he cheerfully remarked, "Young man, I hope this 50-yuan bowl of snail noodles does not disappoint." Lin Yin remained silent, quietly observing Wang Hu. He understood that no amount of explanation could rival the power of flavor to win over the esteemed band leader. Wang Hu, now seated cross-legged on the ground at over 50 years of age, lifted the bowl of noodles, skillfully using the chopsticks to gather the noodles along with the broth, and brought them to his lips. He had yet to start chewing. Merely the combination of rice noodles and broth entered his mouth, causing his previously squinted eyes to widen in astonishment. He looked up at Lin Yin, speechless yet filled with shock and delight. Savoring the first bite of the astonishing snail noodles, he took a considerable time to reluctantly swallow. The second and third bites followed, and Wang Hu found himself unable to pause. Within less than 2 minutes, the bowl, once brimming with noodles, was already more than half empty, with some areas entirely visible at the bottom. After consuming half the bowl in one go, he finally raised his gaze to the still composed Lin Yin. This young man, who had always exuded calmness and poise, now appeared shrouded in an air of mystery, a sensation Wang Hu recognized from his encounters with a nearly legendary elder. Yet, given Lin Yan's apparent youth, no more than 25, how could he possess the aura reserved for masters in their field? "This is exceptionally delicious," Wang Hu exclaimed, cradling the remaining half bowl of snail noodles as he approached Lin Yin, his tone devoid of prior mockery, now genuinely filled with admiration. Wang Hu is indeed a person of many travels, and his rock and roll persona ensures that his thoughts are never constrained by antiquated beliefs. He has always held deep admiration for individuals possessing genuine skills. As long as one enjoys it, Lin Yin remarked indifferently, unperturbed by flattery or criticism. Wang Hu chuckled. "What should I call you?" "My surname is Lin," came the reply. "Very well, Lin boss, could you kindly pack 3 more portions for me? I will transfer the payment." Lin Yin nodded, already engaged in the process of preparing noodles. Due to the limited number of customers that day, he still had ample ingredients. Thus there was no restriction on purchases. After packing 3 servings of snail noodles for his band members, Wang Hu immersed himself in his meal, this time with greater speed. Within the span of less than a minute, he had devoured all the food in the bowl, leaving not even a drop of broth. Following a satisfying belch, he felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation, as if the fatigue from the day's performance had dissipated entirely with that release. The image of Fong Fei unexpectedly surfaced in his mind, and a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Young Master Fong, what an intriguing person. After receiving the 3 packed portions of snail noodles, Wang Hu promptly departed, aware that as a rock star, the longer he lingered, the greater the risk of being recognized. That would certainly lead to complications. As he was leaving with the noodles, he glanced at Lin Yin, who was preparing to depart on his cart, and said, "Lin boss, your snail noodles are indeed delightful, but it would be even better with a fried egg." Lin Yin, who had just received a system notification indicating the completion of today's stall task, paused momentarily at this request. A surge of electrical sound echoed in his mind. System detected a strong desire from the customer. Tomorrow's menu will include a new ingredient. Fried egg menu has been updated. Chapter 82. Has something gone awry in your room? Before long, Lin Yin found himself back in the kitchen of his home. Among the ingredients provided by the system, he discovered an abundance of eggs, an impressive total of 180. If 3 eggs could yield a single fried egg, then this bounty would allow him to craft 60 grand fried eggs. With the method etched in his mind by the system, Lin Yin had transformed into a veritable master of fried eggs, each detail of the process replayed in his thoughts countless times. As he slowly opened his previously shut eyes, he heated oil in a pan. Meanwhile, his hands were not idle. He cracked 3 eggs into a small bowl, preparing to create his first fried egg as a trial. After whisking the eggs, he added a pinch of salt for seasoning and swiftly stirred with a pair of chopsticks. Once the egg mixture was frothy with bubbles, Lin Yin paused, casually dipping the used chopsticks into the oil. Observing the bubbling around the chopsticks confirmed his suspicion. The oil was at the perfect temperature for frying. Without hesitation, Lin Yin lifted the bowl containing the whisked egg mixture and poured it in a circular motion from a height of 30 to 40 centimeters above the oil's surface. Traditionally, one would stir the egg mixture after pouring it in. However, Lin Yin intended to create a special variant of fried egg, one with larger holes that not only promised exquisite flavor but also excelled in soaking up flavors, especially compatible with the rich broth of snail noodles. With remarkable skill, he poured the egg mixture into the oil, which had reached a temperature of 200 C, and stood back to observe the transformation without stirring. After a single flip, the fried egg he envisioned was nearly complete. As he gazed at the fried egg now removed from the oil, admiration and awe for his culinary prowess filled his eyes. The golden, crispy fried egg was a marvel to behold, its exceptional quality evident even before he took a bite. Not to mention its fluffy, cloud-like texture. Lin Yin could hardly fathom the delightful experience of this fried egg immersed in the broth of snail noodles, absorbing its rich essence. Without further ado, he set about preparing the broth and accompaniments for tomorrow's snail noodles. Drawing on the lessons learned from yesterday, Lin Yin moved with increased efficiency, swiftly gathering all the necessary ingredients for his stall. Just as he boiled a bowl of noodles and was about to place the fried egg atop, a knock echoed at the gate of the first courtyard. With a smile, Lin Yin opened the door to his home. As anticipated, the girl standing at the door, resembling a little creature eager for sustenance, was indeed Kaiju, who could not resist knocking after catching a whiff of the aroma. Embarrassed, she looked at Lin Yin, who wore a polite smile, and scratched her head. "Mr. Lin, I'm just here to take a look. Hee, it's fine if there's nothing to eat. I'm just a bit hungry since I haven't had dinner tonight. You don't need to let me in for a meal." With her words hanging in the air, Lin Yin felt it inappropriate to refuse her request any longer. He replied, "Since you've said that, Miss Gao, I want to invite you in for dinner tonight." As he said this, he pretended to close the door. Seeing that Lin Yin truly intended to deny her entry, Gao Yujie grew anxious, yet he was her employer, leaving her at a loss for words. It was only when the door was nearly shut, leaving a narrow gap, that she remembered her purpose for coming. She was not there merely for a single meal but for the entire week's worth of culinary delights. "Mr. Lin, where will you be setting up shop this week?" In that moment, Lin Yin paused, and his voice floated out, "Booth number 1 at the Min City Music Festival." Before his words fully registered, the door was completely closed, leaving Gao Yujie standing alone in the biting cold wind. Although she did not get to savor the longed-for snail noodles, her face beamed with excitement. She had finally obtained the information regarding Lin Yin's presence at the festival. Gao Yujie was aware of the music festival, which was to be held in the botanical garden affiliated with Tiangong, a venue that had some collaboration with them. As a perk of being a Tiangong employee, she had received a ticket. However, due to work commitments and other reasons, she initially had no intention of attending. But upon learning that Lin Yin would be setting up a stall there, she changed her mind. "I must go." After finishing an entire bowl of snail noodles topped with a fried egg, Lin Yin collapsed onto the plush cushion of a mahogany chair in the dining room, feeling a delightful tingling sensation throughout his body. This was the first time he had savored his culinary creations so meticulously. Truly, the culinary skills bestowed upon him by the system were remarkable. Lin Yin marveled to himself, surprised that even he could be utterly captivated by the food he had prepared. After resisting the urge for another serving, he took a shower and quickly fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, at a hotel in Min City, serving as a gathering place for various bands, the night had deepened, yet the vibrant rock musicians remained lively and energetic. "All right, this solo is perfect. We can play it tomorrow." After the final rehearsal, Wang Hu rose, his face radiant with pride and satisfaction for his 3 companions, with whom he had collaborated for decades. "Shall we go out for a bite?" suggested the drummer as he stood, patting his empty stomach. The guitarist and bassist likewise set aside their instruments, nodding in agreement. However, Wang Hu positioned himself before them, hands clutching 3 takeout bags. "No need to go out. On my way back today, I stumbled upon a delightful food stall and brought back a portion for each of you." With that, he unwrapped the takeout boxes and revealed 3 bowls of cold snail noodles, promptly placing them into the hotel's microwave without a word. Before long, a pungent and sour aroma began to permeate the room. This scent swiftly filled the entire space and, with little restraint, seeped through the door cracks, spreading unabashedly throughout the corridor of the hotel. In no time, it had wafted into other rooms. This floor was occupied by bands attending the music festival, all of whom were well-acquainted friends in the rock community, known for their straightforward interactions. Seconds later, A vigorous knock reverberated against the door of Wang Hu's room. Upon opening it, Wang Hu stood bewildered, staring at a lineup of nearly all the band's lead singers or key members from the festival, who were gathered outside. The lead was a renowned female drummer from the domestic music scene, exclaiming, "What's that smell? Is it a disaster in here?" Chapter 83. Where on earth is Boss Len? Faced with the formidable matriarch of this circle, even the seasoned rock veteran Wang, who could only muster a timid smile. Under the piercing gazes of the crowd, he finally spoke. My bandmates are inside enjoying some snail noodles." Upon his revelation, the source of the pungent odor became clear. It was indeed the snail noodles causing the commotion. However, the female drummer showed no signs of letting the matter rest, since they were all friends within the same circle. She unceremoniously pushed past Wang Hu, who was blocking the doorway, and strode into their room. The remaining musicians disregarded Wang Hu's attempts to stop them and followed suit, entering without hesitation. As a result, the once spacious hotel room became rather cramped with the sudden influx of over a dozen people, yet no one seemed to mind. They glared with palpable hostility at the three individuals savoring the delectable snail noodles before them. Delicious. Absolutely divine, the drummer, lost in the indulgence of her meal, only noticed the crowd beside her after finishing her last mouthful. She looked up, bewildered, to find the female drummer almost nose to nose with her. Instantly, she recoiled 2 meters, exclaiming, "Sister, I have a girlfriend. This feels inappropriate." The female drummer scoffed, "Who cares about you? We haven't eaten yet, and you're feasting all by yourselves. Don't you think that's rather selfish?" With that, the group of musicians surged forward, swiftly seizing the remaining snail noodles from the trio, armed with chopsticks ready to partake in the feast. The 3 musicians from Wang Hu's band gazed in despair as their half-eaten delicacies were ruthlessly commandeered. Yet, they found themselves devoid of the will to resist, outnumbered as they were. The female drummer, after taking her first bite of the snail noodles, widened her eyes in astonishment. After swallowing, she exclaimed, "You've got to try this. These snail noodles are absolutely incredible." She then passed her portion to the next person. Thus, 3 bowls of snail noodles were shared among the throng of musicians. Though each bowl still contained a small amount, they were devoured in no time, each person taking a bite before the bowls were completely emptied. Even the broth was consumed without anyone knowing who had taken it. And by the time the bowls returned to the original trio, they were as dry as if turned upside down, with not a single drop of soup remaining. You owe me my snail noodles." In the beginning, the drummer who was plundered gazed at the empty bowl in his hands, his face contorted in an expression of rage, tears glistening in his eyes. Yet, the surrounding musicians paid no heed to his outcry. Instead, they savored the lingering taste on their lips. Though each had but a single bite, they had all experienced the exquisite delight contained within that bowl of snail noodles, and they remained enraptured by its flavors. Thoughts of rehearsal or any other matters had long since evaporated from their minds. All they desired was another serving of such delectable snail noodles. Enough of the wailing. The leading female drummer stepped forward. Her renown within the rock drumming circle was not solely due to her exceptional talent, but also greatly attributed to her fiery temperament. With a swift motion, she extended her right hand, her well-defined biceps showcasing the strength honed through her drumming practice, and with a gentle yet firm grasp, she seized the shouting drummer. She held him by his collar, her expression rife with impatience. The moment he was caught and warned, the drummer ceased his lamentations. The performative aspect of his cries, coupled with the threat to his well-being, compelled him to comply. A wise person recognizes the moment. "Speak." The female drummer's face bore an expression of fierce determination, akin to that of an interrogator. "Where did you procure this snail noodles? How dare you indulge alone?" The drummer hastily waved his hands, genuinely unaware of the answer to her inquiry. After a moment of incoherent mumbling, he finally stammered under the intense gaze of his peers, "I truly don't know. This bowl of snail noodles was brought back to us by Brother Who." The musicians gasped in surprise. The female drummer nodded in satisfaction, releasing her grip on his collar and slowly turning around, allowing the group of musicians to part ways, revealing the now sheepish Wang Hu. "You old rascal," the female drummer's smile was enchanting yet laced with a veiled threat. "Just because you're older doesn't mean you can indulge alone, dear senior." Wang Hu, feeling the pressure from the advancing musicians, closed his eyes and spoke at an astonishing speed. "I had no intention of hiding it. I bought this bowl of snail noodles at stall number 1 at the music festival from a young lad running the place." As he spoke, Wang Hu opened his eyes, his gaze reflecting the delight he felt upon tasting the noodles for the first time. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "I must say, although the owner is young, his skills are truly remarkable." Upon hearing this revelation, The expressions of the crowd turned to disappointment and regret. Although they had uncovered the source and details of the coveted snail noodles, the most agonizing realization was that the music festival had already come to an end. In other words, the beloved snail noodle shop had closed its doors, rendering it impossible to purchase this cherished dish today. Even the previously audacious female drummer, brimming with bravado, seemed utterly deflated, her spirit diminished. After a prolonged silence, it was Wang Hu who broke the oppressive atmosphere. Everyone, let us perform splendidly tomorrow. After the show, we will head to stall number 1 early. It's on me. Upon hearing his words, the despondent faces of the crowd transformed, replaced by exuberant cheers that resonated throughout the room, lingering in the air. In stark contrast to the jubilant ambience within the hotel, the fan group of Boss Lin was rife with despair. Even Yu Kunjin, who prided himself on his meticulous planning, found himself silenced as he stared at the barrage of messages flashing on his phone screen. No sight of Boss Lin at the city gate, none at the west side, not at the east side either. Almost every conceivable location had been searched, yet not a single soul had unearthed any clue regarding Lin Yan's stall. Boss Lin, where on earth are you? Yu Kunjin mused. His brow furrowed as he gazed at the moon hanging low among the treetops, his expression a tapestry of confusion and bewilderment. Chapter 84, Delicious Beyond Measure. A new fried egg emerges early the next morning. Lin Yan had already set off on his food cart, navigating the familiar route to the music festival. By 10 o'clock, he had meticulously arranged all the ingredients at his stall. However, unlike the previous day, today's stove was equipped with an additional pot filled with oil, alongside the usual large and small pots used for cooking noodles. Once Lin Yan ascertained that the oil had reached the appropriate temperature, he deftly cracked the eggs, commencing the creation of the perfect companion to his snail rice noodles, an exquisite fried egg. It must be noted that although the system had bestowed upon Lin Yan the ultimate proficiency in frying eggs, the practice he undertook the previous night allowed him to feel a noticeable improvement in his technique today. His speed had markedly increased, enabling him to fry 3 to 4 eggs simultaneously in a single pot, all while maintaining an impressive order amidst the chaos. As the audience began to arrive at the music festival, the oil draining plate on his stove was already piled high with fried eggs. Upon counting, he found there were a total of 12 eggs stacked neatly. After successfully frying a total of 20 eggs, Lin Yan settled into the reclining chair he had prepared the day before, savoring the exhilarating rock music that erupted from the stage. As the rhythm of the music and drums enveloped him, his body began to sway uncontrollably, drawing him deeper into the electrifying atmosphere of the festival. When the guitarist launched into a solo, Lin Yan felt an irresistible urge to strum the air. Having received a reward of guitar mastery from the system after completing a task the previous day, he had yet to touch an actual guitar since then. Listening to the music, he sensed a dormant beast within him beginning to awaken. Mr. Lin, just as he closed his eyes, shaking his head and mimicking playing an air guitar, a familiar voice jolted him back to reality. Lin Yan slowly opened his eyes to find standing before him none other than Gao Yujie, his personal housekeeper. Unlike her usual professional attire, today she had clearly made an effort in her appearance, clad in a fitted white shirt that accentuated her alluring figure, and a flowing pleated skirt that danced with the breeze. Her youthful aura radiated vibrancy. Mr. Lin, it really is you, Gao Yujie exclaimed, gazing at Lin Yan, who appeared to have just awakened from the music, his expression still lingering in a state of blissful confusion. Originally somewhat apprehensive about misnaming someone, a touch of shyness blossomed into a radiant smile as she addressed him. Mr. Lin, may I place my order now? At that moment, Lin Yan finally regained his awareness, realizing that he was not merely an audience member at the music festival, but also the proprietor of the first stall. Of course, he replied, nodding, as he deftly began to operate the equipment on the stove. Is that a fried egg? Gao Yujie exclaimed, immediately spotting the unmistakably golden fried egg on the stove, basking in the sunlight and exuding an irresistible allure. Indeed, Lin Yan nodded, inwardly chiding himself for such unnecessary banter. Gao Yujie, brimming with excitement, pointed at the fried egg before her, exclaiming, Mr. Lin, I would like a serving of luosafen, and add 1 fried egg. No, make it 2. Lin Yan nodded. The luosafen is 50 yuan per serving, and the fried egg is 5 yuan each, totaling 60 yuan. As he spoke, he gestured towards the payment code on his stall's card, while retrieving a pre-portioned serving of rice noodles from the ingredient box beside him. He casually tossed it into cold water and turned on the heat to cook the noodles, following the established procedure step by step. A steaming bowl of luosafen was soon presented before Gao Yujie. Gao Yujie inhaled deeply, seemingly trying to absorb all the pungent aroma in the air. Then exhaled a contented sigh. She swallowed hard but hesitated to reach for the bowl of luossifin directly. Instead, she timidly pointed at the fried eggs in the oil-draining tray and said cautiously, "Mr. Lin, I still have 2 fried eggs left to add." At this moment, Lin Yin had reclined back onto his lounge chair, reluctant to rise again, compounded by the familiarity he shared with Gao Yujie. He languidly replied, "The fried eggs are right there. Feel free to help yourself." Upon hearing this, Gao Yujie's eyes sparkled with delight, as if she had received a heartwarming promise. She then took the disposable chopsticks she had prepared and deftly lifted the 2 topmost fried eggs from the tray, placing them into her already brimming bowl, which now appeared precariously full. After setting her bowl of luossifin on the grass beside her, Gao Yujie sought a relatively flat spot to sit down. Gazing at the luossifin, almost overwhelmed by the fried eggs, a satisfied smile gracing her face. She picked up the first fried egg, savoring it without dipping it into any sauce, relishing a pure, unadulterated taste, as she savored the golden, honeycomb-like fried egg. The moment it met the delicate touch of Gao Yujie's teeth, its crisp exterior emitted a delightful crackling sound akin to the gentle whisper of a shell breaking. As the shell shattered within her mouth, the sumptuous texture of the egg was fully revealed. The inner layer, characterized by its densely packed air pockets, unfurled like a cloud. Slowly dissolving on her palate, Gao Yujie relished the gradual melting of the fried egg, and even without the accompaniment of any broth. It was enough to bring joy to her heart, causing her to close her eyes in bliss. With an insatiable craving for the river snail noodles beneath the fried egg reaching its zenith, she pressed down on the fried egg with her chopsticks. It must be said that Lin Yan's culinary skills were truly exceptional. The fried egg, akin to a sponge, absorbed a significant amount of the river snail broth the moment it made contact. She took a bite of the broth-soaked fried egg. The flavors were complex yet harmonious. The exterior tender and the interior springy, with the rich essence of egg, river snail, and bone melding into a taste that could elevate anyone, whether a lover or a skeptic of river snail noodles, to euphoric heights. Exquisite, utterly divine. Gao Yujie let out a joyous exclamation, perfectly synchronized with the climactic crescendo of the rock band performing on stage. Bowing her head, she alternated between mouthfuls of noodles and fried egg, until, upon lifting her gaze, she found her bowl, once brimming to the edge, now contained only the last remnants of broth and the final morsel of fried egg. With a reverent expression, Gao Yujie savored the last piece of fried egg, soaking up the final drops of broth, completing her bowl of river snail noodles. After a satisfying burp, she suddenly realized that she had seemingly forgotten to pay. Mr. Lin, in his oblivion, appeared entirely unfazed by this oversight. Hastily, she retrieved her phone. To her surprise, the message at the top was not from Lin Yin, but rather from Mr. Lin, a leader of diners she had once encountered in a group chat, known as Yushao among them. However, due to the overwhelming volume of messages and her daily encounters with Lin Yin, she had long muted that group. She opened the chat with the username Yu, where she found a single line of text. As cold and commanding as ever, do you know when and where Boss Lin is setting up this week? Chapter 85, The Music Festival. Is it the one in the Botanical Garden? It was not until Gao Yujie saw the message on her phone that she suddenly recalled the fan group she had previously joined concerning Boss Lin. She first exited the conversation with Yu Kunjin and then opened that group chat. Indeed, within the group, which she had set to do not disturb, there were not only over 99 unread messages, but individuals were still actively engaging in discussions. A cursory glance revealed that all the messages were focused on seeking information and clues about Lin Yin. However, since the conclusion of last week's events, it seemed that all directions in the search had ultimately led into a dead end this week. Mr. Lin, she pondered, rising to her feet. Gao Yujie approached Lin Yan's food cart. After settling the payment for her bowl of river snail rice noodles, she inquired, "Everyone is asking about your operating hours and location this week. May I share that information?" Lin Yin, his eyes slightly squinted, continued to sway in rhythm with the music emanating from the stage. He lifted his eyelids slightly and uttered, "Go ahead." Those 2 unadorned words bore the weight of a royal decree, prompting Gao Yujie to nod repeatedly, as if she had received a profoundly significant command. Understood, Mr. Lin. Gao Yujie once again retrieved her phone, relaying Lin Yin's operating hours and location to Yu Kunjin. She then returned to Lin Yin. "Mr. Lin, I would like another serving of river snail rice noodles with a fried egg to go." Although she was already satiated, this portion was a precautionary measure. She was well aware of Mr. Lin's culinary skills, should she wait until hunger struck her again to make another purchase. It was quite possible that everything would be sold out by then. Purchasing in advance and packing it up was the wisest strategy. Ding ding at that moment, Yukunjin, who was seated in a water class with an impassive expression, suddenly felt his phone in his pocket vibrate. Assuming it was yet another trivial message from the group, he pulled out his phone, his face displaying an almost palpable annoyance at the aimless searches of his fellow group members. Even he was starting to feel a twinge of disappointment. Upon opening his phone, he found that all the messages at the top were from the Boss Lin fan group, and the unread message count continued to rise. As his gaze descended, Yukunjin paused slightly, noticing an inconspicuous little red dot in a less prominent message box. The message was sent by an account he had saved under the name Boss Lin S. Stewart. He tapped on the conversation, where he found a brief yet succinct announcement detailing Lin Yan's operating hours and location for the week. Yukunjin had a faint recollection of this, Boss Lin S. Stewart. She was a young girl, appearing only slightly older than him. But due to the nature of her work, she had the opportunity to interact closely with Mr. Lin. When I messaged her, it was likely with a sense of opportunism. As a private steward, one must never disclose the whereabouts of their employer. Now that Mr. Lin's personal steward had actually responded to my message, could it imply that there was tacit approval or even support from Mr. Lin behind this action? A mere piece of information regarding Lin Yan's stall and its location was sufficient for Yukunjin to conjure numerous insights that most would never consider. Nevertheless, regardless of the veracity of these musings, Yukunjin fulfilled his previous commitment made in the group and promptly transferred 1,000 yuan to Gao Yujie. He then shared a screenshot of the transaction record in the group chat, directly tagging all members. This act of tagging everyone was entirely unnecessary, as nearly all group members were already attentive to each message in the chat. The moment Yukunjin posted the screenshot, the group erupted in excitement. A music festival? That sounded vaguely familiar. Oh, a friend had previously asked me if I wanted to go together to grab tickets, but I had been too lazy to attend. Knowing it was futile, I just searched for the details and found that the festival was scheduled for Monday to Friday of this week, and ticket sales had already ceased. As this information appeared in the dialog box, the group chat, consisting of hundreds of people, was plunged into several seconds of silence. During this brief pause, not a single person spoke. Everyone merely stared at the information on their screens, fingers hovering over the keyboard, wanting to say something, yet ultimately deleting their prepared messages with a deep sigh. Indeed, no matter what one might express in the group, it could not alter the reality of missing out on Mr. Lin's culinary delights this week. Just as everyone was enveloped in this heavy silence, a message from Yukunjin burst forth, shimmering before all. It was a screenshot, but this time, it was not a chat record. Rather, it contained details and regulations regarding the music festival. The dense text made anyone who glanced at it feel dizzy. Yet one particular piece of information stood out prominently. Highlighted in bold red, clearly intended to draw the group's attention, on April 4th, the ticket purchasing channel will reopen at 2000 hours Tuesday, allowing for the purchase of tickets from Wednesday until the festival's conclusion. For those who were unable to purchase tickets to the music festival, do not despair, for there are sufficient tickets available, though this message is but a mere line amidst a multitude of announcements. It shines like a miraculous ray of light upon the faces of the crowd. The previously despondent members of the group suddenly revived with a spark of exuberance. However, this excitement was fleeting, as an avatar that had remained silent in the chat suddenly sprang forth, bluntly declaring, "I just checked the official ticketing website. Although the price for supplementary tickets has decreased from the initial promotional figures, it is still more than double the standard ticket price." As these words hung in the air, silence enveloped the group. While there were certainly affluent members like Yukunjin and Hijun-jin, the majority comprised ordinary office workers and students. How could they possibly part with nearly 1,000 yuan on a weekday for tickets to a music festival? Especially when their primary intention was merely to savor a snack from one of the stalls. Perhaps it is best to wait until next week. Alas, this week has been rather unfortunate. Members lamented their misfortune, and whether in self-pity or complaint, their words brimmed with regret and resentment. "I will contribute 50,000. I can bring 60 people in. You can discuss amongst yourselves regarding the selection." After much contemplation, Yukunjin expressed this in the group chat. Although 50,000 yuan would significantly deplete a portion of his savings, he gritted his teeth, hoping to enable more people to relish Boss Lin's culinary delights. Just as the group began to engage in animated discussions, another message surfaced. It was from Wang Lisan, who had seldom spoken in the group, despite his reticence. His words carried considerable weight among the members. The music festival? Is it the one at Minqing Botanical Garden? Chapter 86, A Lifeline, 150 internal tickets. Mr. Wang has arrived. Mr. Wang. Oh dear. The entrance of Wang Lisan transformed the atmosphere of the entire group chat in an instant. If Yu Kunjin was perceived as a misunderstood leader, then Wang Lisan, an elder endowed with both strength and extensive experience, emerged as a paternal figure for the group, capable of providing the same support as Yu Kunjin while also offering comfort like a caring father, ready to safeguard everyone in times of crisis. All members with even a semblance of memory could not forget that it was Wang Lisan who first recognized the pattern of Boss Lin's market stalls. After witnessing the collective lamentations of his fellow group members, Wang Lisan grasped the source of their sorrow, yet his reason for interjecting in the chat was entirely different. After all, the daily wails for Boss Lin could be heard echoing in the group. Responding to each one would surely be exhausting. Wang Lisan's contribution to the conversation stemmed from a mention of something called the Minqing Music Festival, a name that struck a familiar chord. Xiao Zhang, he called out. Observing the discontent expressed by his peers in the chat, he set his phone aside and raised his hand. Just moments later, there came a gentle knock on his office door, followed by the entrance of a young woman clad in a professional dress. Though the work attire accentuated her figure, her understated makeup and the aura of sophistication she exuded dispelled any notion of vulgarity from those who beheld her. Mr. Wang, you called for me? Xiao Zhang inquired with a smile, approaching Wang Lisan with a demeanor that was both respectful and assured. She was his newly appointed secretary, recruited just the previous week. Possessing both exceptional qualifications and a remarkable poise that suggested she could achieve great things, Wang Lisan found himself thoroughly pleased merely by her presence. Yes. He nodded in acknowledgement and spoke. Did our company not establish a partnership with a Minqing Music Festival last month? The one located in the Botanical Garden? Although Xiao Zhang had only joined the company recently, she had swiftly familiarized herself with the ongoing projects, including those that were still in negotiation or yet to be finalized. It could be said that she had assimilated the company's operations to the point of fluency. Indeed, Mr. Wang, she replied without hesitation. The details of the project proposal and contract vividly surfacing in her mind, with every clause and detail readily apparent. I recall that we have internal tickets for this music festival, do we not? Wang Lisan asked directly, cutting to the heart of his inquiry. Xiao Zhang nodded affirmatively. Although there lingered a hint of doubt within, he outwardly displayed no signs of uncertainty, resembling a heartless answering machine, yet evoking no sense of aversion. Indeed, Mr. Wang. As mere representatives of the sponsorship, we possess 150 internal tickets. Last week, we inquired about everyone's opinions, whether these tickets should be distributed as rewards. Regrettably, it appears that the employees within the company are not particularly enthusiastic about this music festival. Wang Lisan nodded. Fortunately, none of his employees claimed these tickets. Otherwise, he himself might have been left merely watching Mr. Lin's culinary delights from the sidelines. Very well. Wang Lisan rose. Despite being in his 40s, he exuded an aura of authority that was unmistakably sharp. Please ask everyone again. If there is truly no interest, hand them over to me. I have a few friends eager to attend the festival. Upon hearing Wang Lisan's words, Xiao Zhang slightly bowed, her face adorned with a standard yet courteous professional smile. Understood. Mr. Wang. After uttering this phrase, she turned to leave the office to carry out the task assigned by Wang Lisan. Just as she was about to exit, Wang Lisan suddenly gestured for her to stop. Wait. Xiao Zhang turned back. Is there anything else, Mr. Wang? After a moment's contemplation, Wang Lisan replied. Although my subordinates are unlikely to desire the tickets, just in case, please retain 2 internal tickets and inquire again. 2? Indeed. Accompany me. Xiao Zhang momentarily displayed surprise. Yet after a slight nod, she exited the office. Her efficiency was remarkable. In a short while, she had gathered everyone's opinions, and as Wang Lisan had anticipated, the complete set of 150 internal tickets was neatly stacked before him. Mr. Wang, there are a total of 148 tickets. I have already allocated yours and mine. Very well, if there is nothing else, you may leave. Wang Lisan took out his phone, snapped a photograph of the stack of tickets on the table, and shared it in the group chat. The moment the image appeared, the group erupted with fervor, akin to a surging tidal wave, as nearly everyone became animated. Although the 150 internal tickets could not accommodate all members of the group at the festival, they were unrestricted. Anyone possessing one could gain entry. Excluding today, the festival spanned 3 days from Wednesday to Friday. Amidst the enthusiastic discussions among group members, the participants for the festival over these 3 days were swiftly determined, allowing over 400 individuals to indulge in Lin Yan's culinary creations. The group chat was awash with praise and adoration for Wang Lisan, an endless array of flattery unfolding within. Even the seasoned Wang Lisan, accustomed to the commercial arena, couldn't help but feel a blush creeping to his ears. Meanwhile, Lin Yin languidly reclined in his chair, having not seen a second customer since Gao Yujia left with a takeout of snail noodles. He relished the tranquility. As noon approached, the fried chicken and plum soup stall next door, despite its mediocre business, had managed to attract a small queue of 5 or 6 patrons. In stark contrast, Lin Yin's stall remained deserted. Young man, perhaps it would be wise to focus on more stable ingredients. Innovation doesn't always yield favorable results, remarked the vendor of fried chicken and plum soup, peering over despite his busy schedule, his tone dripping with a sarcasm so evident that even a fool could discern it. Lin Yin lifted his eyelids, yet before he could respond, a sudden cacophony erupted nearby, the noise seeming to surge closer. As the clamor intensified, the voices of the approaching crowd became distinctly audible. Bro, this snail noodle stall is the best. It's truly delicious. If I'm lying, I'll never get another ticket to the music festival. If it's not good, I'll wash my hair upside down. The fried chicken vendor watched in astonishment as throngs of people swarmed, their conversations all revolving around the snail noodles. Upon closer inspection, he counted dozens of patrons. His hands froze mid-motion. Lin Yin rose leisurely, observing the crowd that had gathered in front of his stall, forming an orderly queue, with the leading figure being none other than the tattooed young man who had been among the first to visit him yesterday. Boss, I'd like a serving of snail noodles. Lin Yin deftly grabbed a handful of noodles, glanced at the young man before him, then turned to the now-dazed fried chicken vendor and said with a smile, "Today, we have a new item, fried eggs. Would you care to try a portion?" Chapter 87. I'm eager to discover its flavor. Boss, at a fried egg, a young man adorned with floral tattoos paused momentarily upon hearing Lin Yan's words. Before his eyes sparkled with excitement, he lowered his gaze, fixating on the golden fried egg nestled within the oil tray of the food cart. After a brief moment, he regained his composure, a beaming smile illuminating his face as he exclaimed, "That's splendid, boss. I'll have a serving of snail noodles with a fried egg." Lin Yan nodded, extending his finger towards the payment code on the cart. One serving of snail noodles is 50 yuan, and the fried egg is 5 yuan, totaling 55 yuan. Without hesitation, the young man made the payment. As Lin Yin busied himself, the young man's chatter did not falter. He continued to extol the virtues of this hidden gem he had discovered the previous day, much to the delight of his friends. Honestly, you cannot fathom how delectable this snail noodle dish is, he reminisced, recalling the flavors he had savored yesterday, his face awash with blissful nostalgia, nearly drooling at the thought. However, his companion maintained a semblance of exasperation. With a forced smile, he mused, "You always make a fuss over the slightest deliciousness. 50 yuan for a bowl of snail noodles? I truly cannot comprehend your thoughts." No sooner had he finished speaking than a chorus of protest erupted from the queue behind them. "Come on, man, that's rather presumptuous of you. The boss's snail noodles are genuinely tasty." "Exactly. Can someone who has tea even tried it pass judgment?" The tattooed young man cast a grateful glance at the patrons defending the dish, who returned his gaze with friendly expressions. As long as they all appreciated the snail noodles and shared a love for rock music, they were all friends in spirit. His companion, silenced by the collective criticism, furrowed his brows, observing Lin Yan, who was diligently attending to his customers. A sense of defiance brewed within him. He had mentally prepared to dissect this dish with scrutiny. At food stalls during music festivals, as long as the flavor was tolerable, it could be deemed one of the better offerings within the venue. Even if the snail noodles were satisfactory, he was certain he could unearth aspects worthy of censure and critique. Lost in thought, he unwittingly found himself at the front of the line, facing the calm demeanor of the young proprietor. He frowned and stated, "I'd like a bowl of snail noodles." Lin Yin raised an eyebrow, noting that this was the first customer who had ordered without requesting a fried egg. However, he refrained from making any recommendations. Though he had been preoccupied with cooking, he had overheard all the discussions from the patrons before him. He deemed it unnecessary to cater to such diners. Total is 50 yuan. After Lin Yin uttered those words, he swiftly grabbed a portion of snail rice noodles and proceeded to cook it following the same steps as before. Before long, a steaming bowl of snail rice noodles was placed in a disposable bowl and handed to the young man. The young man, cradling the bowl of noodles, walked directly over to the tattooed man who was engrossed in his work. After finding a spot to set down his bowl of snail rice noodles, he reached out and gently tapped the tattooed man's shoulder. The tattooed man looked up, a hint of confusion in his eyes, a strand of unbitten rice noodles still dangling from his mouth. I managed to get the snail rice noodles you mentioned, the young man said, gesturing towards his bowl. I'm eager to see how delectable they truly are. Upon finishing his statement, and amidst the bemused glances from the tattooed man and the festival-goers queuing nearby, the young man picked up a small portion of noodles with his chopsticks, accompanied by a sip of the broth, and placed it into his mouth. How is it? The tattooed man watched nervously as his friend meticulously chewed, fearing any disparaging remarks that might dampen the mood. The young man, after swallowing that mouthful of noodles, was momentarily taken aback. The critical phrases he had rehearsed were suddenly lodged in his throat, and he found himself at a loss for words. Delicious. His face flushed crimson, and despite his utmost effort to suppress the compliment, he managed to maintain an indifferent facade. It's all right, just mediocre. The tattooed man chuckled, fully aware of his friend's stubbornness. Without hesitation, he reached for his chopsticks and, under the young man's bewildered gaze, scooped a generous portion of noodles from his bowl into his own. What are you doing? By the time the young man realized and attempted to protect his noodles, he found that a significant portion had already vanished. He was about to voice his protest when a stranger, who had just procured a bowl of snail rice noodles and was ready to indulge, chimed in from behind him. Hey there, since you think it's only average, why not share half with me? I have quite the appetite. The young man gazed at the dwindling noodles in his bowl, his heart aching as if it were bleeding. Unable to contain himself, he lowered his head and stuffed another mouthful of noodles into his mouth, exclaiming, Delicious, delicious. I misjudged it before, is that all right? After uttering those words, he felt his cheeks burn with embarrassment, quickly bowing his head as he devoured the remaining noodles. He refrained from speaking, fearful that if he dared to look up, the tattooed man would again extend his chopsticks, ruthlessly claiming the last of his noodles. After a while, the young man abruptly rose. Holding his bowl of snail noodles, his gaze toward the tattooed man laced with profound wariness. He swiftly approached Lin Yan's food stall and inquired, Boss, may I have a fried egg, and could you pour me another ladle of that soup? The tattooed man lifted his head, exchanging a brief glance with the unfamiliar patron. In the next moment, both erupted into hearty laughter. Xiao Miao, our mission this time diverges from yours. Why are you still following us? Amidst the bustling crowd on the music festival's lawn, 3 individuals were hastily making their way toward the snack area. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Miao Ku and her colleagues from the newspaper. The words carried a hint of grievance and resignation emanating from the editor-in-chief, who had chosen to personally oversee this assignment. Editor, I just learned that the snack stall owner I'm tracking will be setting up at the festival's snack area this week, Miao Ku remarked, playfully winking at her somewhat exasperated editor behind her. Yet, her pace showed no sign of slowing. In the past few days, aside from her own quest for information regarding Lin Yan, Miao Ku had been diligently monitoring the updates within the Lin Boss fan group. Upon receiving news today, she seized the opportunity afforded by the newspaper's privileges for interviews and reporting to gain entry to the festival grounds. Naturally, it was insufficient for just herself and Xiaogua. Miao Ku had determinately located the editor amidst the throngs of people, who was still engaged in an interview with a band, and had pulled her away from the scene. The trio proceeded toward the snack area. Xiao Miao, hey. The editor seemed poised to express something, but ultimately let out a deep sigh. She had prepared herself for a serious discussion with Miao Ku regarding the future and prospects of the newspaper after today. It was imperative that she understand the precarious situation the organization faced, which could no longer accommodate the whims of a privileged young lady. There it is. Let us hurry while the crowd is still manageable. Miao Ku pointed eagerly toward stall number 1. Meanwhile, the ever-silent Xiaogua sniffled, murmuring weakly, Why? Does it smell so bad? Chapter 88. The Editor Awakens. The future of the newspaper belongs to you. Lin Yan lifted his head and saw a figure rushing towards his food cart, skidding to a halt just before colliding with it. It was you. Lin Yan squinted, recognizing the girl who called him Boss Lin as one of his first patrons, leaving a profound impression on him. If memory serves, she was a journalist. Boss Lin. It's been so long since we last met. Have you missed me? Miao Ku playfully inquired. Lin Yan merely smiled in response. As his clientele expanded, he often encountered female patrons expressing similar sentiments after indulging in his culinary creations. Typically, Lin Yan could only respond with silence and a smile to such remarks. Noticing that her words had failed to elicit a reaction from Boss Lin, Miao Ku offered an awkward yet polite smile and continued, Boss Lin, what delectable offerings do you have this week? Luosafen, Lin Yan replied, gesturing to the ingredients box behind him. He then glanced at the pile of freshly fried eggs before adding, Today, the only side dish is fried eggs. Miaoka raised her eyebrows, eyeing the golden, crispy fried eggs, already imagining their delightful taste lingering on her palate. At that moment, Xiao Guo and the editor of the newspaper arrived, trailing behind Miaoku. Xiao Miao, why are you running so fast? It doesn't seem like there is a long line at this stall as you and Xiao Guo claimed, the editor remarked. Miaoka turned around, hands on her hips, wearing a proud expression. Editor's sister. The reason there is no line now is that everyone is unaware that Boss Lin is here. Tomorrow will be entirely different. The editor nodded thoughtfully, though skeptical. She stepped forward to stand beside Miaoku. Xiao Guo, somewhat slow on the uptake, joined them. The boss sells luocefen? Xiao Guo exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. No wonder he had detected a pungent aroma from so far away. He had finally identified its source. Yes, yes. Without waiting for Lin Yan's response, Miaoka transformed into his enthusiastic assistant, as comfortable as if she were at home. Editor sister, Xiao Guo, don't hold back today. It's my treat. She then turned to Lin Yan and said, Boss Lin, I'll have 3 servings of luocefen, each with a fried egg. Certainly. Each serving is 55 yuan, totaling 165 yuan for 3. Lin Yan nodded slightly, effortlessly extracting 3 portions of river snail rice noodles from the ingredient box without even turning around, distributing them into 3 distinct strainers before immersing them in cool water. Soon, under Lin Yan's expertise, each step executed with perfect precision, the 3 servings of river snail rice noodles were ready, steaming and placed before the trio. Each bowl was crowned with a large, golden fried egg, an enticing sight that elicited immediate salivation. Editor, do try it. It's truly delectable, Miaoku exclaimed, having not yet savored Lin Yan's river snail rice noodles that week. Her words were infused with unabashed praise for Lin Yan, suggesting that even without tasting, she could discern the exquisite flavor of the dish. After all, this was the culinary craft of the unparalleled Lin. Upon hearing Miaoku's enthusiastic endorsement, the editor slowly released her grip on her nose and reluctantly unwrapped a disposable utensil. She picked up her chopsticks, pressing down on the fried egg until a portion absorbed the broth. With age, she had long refrained from indulging in such rich flavors, not merely due to the high oil and sugar content, but more so because her interest in such robust taste had waned. Thus, regarding Miaoku's fervent recommendation of this so-called Lin's river snail rice noodles, the editor harbored little expectation, merely enduring for the sake of the young one's fragile pride. However, all these thoughts transformed the moment she took her first bite of the broth-soaked fried egg. Delicious, she exclaimed before she had even swallowed, overwhelmed by the flavors. As the editor, a myriad of complimentary phrases and descriptors for the culinary delight flooded her mind, yet when the moment came to articulate them, she found that no description seemed adequate to convey the splendor of the river snail rice noodles. In a state of bewilderment, she found herself momentarily speechless until she heard Xiao Guo beside her weakly suggest, Editor, please eat. It will get cold. The editor nodded, intending to invite Xiao Guo to join her, only to discover that the previously silent Xiao Guo's bowl now contained merely a thin layer of broth. Nevertheless, Xiao Guo tilted her head back, savoring the last sip. Xiao Guo, how did you finish so quickly? The editor asked in surprise, before lowering her gaze to her own bowl of river snail rice noodles, completely oblivious to Xiao Guo, who licked her lips, gazing at the editor's still full bowl with insatiable greed. After the editor-in-chief swallowed a mouthful of the rice noodles, she seemed to be struck by a sudden realization. Raising her head to glance at Xiao Guo. What is the matter, Xiao Guo? Xiao Guo, avoiding her gaze, reached up to scratch his head and replied, Hee, it's nothing. Editor-in-chief, please enjoy your meal. Only then did the editor-in-chief lower her head once more. With each bite of the broth, rice noodles, pickled bamboo shoots, fried egg, and various other accompaniments that entered her mouth, she felt as if her taste buds were undergoing a delightful explosion. It dawned on her that her disinterest in bold flavors was not due to a lack of appreciation, but rather a consequence of never having tasted truly exquisite cuisine. Tears of joy nearly welled up in her eyes. Such delectable food was no surprise. It was easy to understand why Miaoka had such unwavering confidence in this seemingly youthful proprietor, and why Xiao Guo remarked that there had once been a long queue for this vendor's delicacies. After savoring a bowl of snail noodle soup, she raised her head and met Miaoku's gaze, both of them sharing a knowing, satisfying burp filled with the essence of pickled bamboo shoots. In Miaoku, the editor-in-chief seemed to glimpse her younger, fearless self, as well as the promising future of the newspaper. She set down her empty bowl, approached Xiao Guo and Miaoku, and affectionately patted their shoulders, her tone brimming with fondness. Xiao Guo, Xiao Miao, It's up to you to follow up on the report about this proprietor. The future of our newspaper belongs to the youth." With those words, she hurried away, for there were responsibilities awaiting her at the music festival. Miaoka turned to Xiaoguo with a gleeful expression. "Didn't I recommend something delicious?" Xiaoguo's voice remained soft and tentative. "It's delicious, sister. I would like another bowl, with a fried egg, please." Chapter 89. I am a reporter and an avid fan. "Boss Lin, you claim your food is exquisite. Yet no one has come to taste it from the moment I arrived," Miaoka remarked, her voice infused with perplexity. Ever since she purchased Lin Yan's snail noodles. Almost until the conclusion of today's music festival, no patrons had graced his stall. In stark contrast, a nearby stall selling fried chicken and sour plum soup had attracted a queue of 5 or 6 eager customers. During this time, Miaoka's curiosity was piqued by the neighboring fried chicken stall, compelling her to instruct Xiaoguo to procure a serving for her. However, after merely a single bite, she set the entire portion aside, refusing to take another. Xiaoguo, feeling a pang of regret over the money spent, picked it up with the intention of not wasting food, but after just one taste, he promptly expelled it from his mouth. "How dreadful," he lamented, casting an embarrassed glance at Miaoku, who was observing him with a look of schadenfreude. Miaoka nodded knowingly. Indeed, after savoring Boss Lin's culinary creations, anything else pales in comparison, rendering it tasteless or even unpleasant. Xiaoguo wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in affirmation. Lin Yin remained relatively quiet, occasionally responding to the conversation with a few disjointed comments, his mind drifting amidst the festival's ambience. The lack of customers made the atmosphere almost intoxicating for him, bringing him an unexpected sense of bliss. With a deep breath, Lin Yin slowly rose, stretching languidly as he prepared to tidy up his food cart. On stage, the final band of the evening was nearing the end of their performance, the climactic notes inviting Lin Yin and Miao Ku to sway in rhythm. It seemed that today had afforded Boss Lin a rare opportunity to relax. Miao Ku, pulling Xiaoguo, who was nearly dozing off beside her, stood up and directed an amused gaze towards Lin Yin. Her tone dripped with playful mockery. Lin Yin shook his head, unperturbed. "We're off now, Boss Lin. A surprise awaits you tomorrow." Miaoka winked at him, her expression cheeky. Lin Yin did not respond. He could easily surmise the surprise Miaoku was alluding to. Most likely, his former customers would come flooding back. While this might be a delightful occurrence for other street food vendors, for Lin Yin, it merely meant an increase in fatigue. After all, even the earnings from his stall would be collected by the system and distributed to him only at the end of the month. It was the first time he had realized that despite a whole day of vending, his account had not seen a single penny added to it. "Off we go, Boss Lin." Miaoku waved her hand, preparing to leave with the still-dazed Xiaoguo, who had just regained her senses from the atmosphere of the music festival. Suddenly, she heard familiar voices nearby and halted in her tracks. Leading the group was none other than the renowned vocalist Wang Hu, one of the most influential figures in contemporary Chinese rock music. This esteemed elder had once declined an interview request from her newspaper, citing his unsuitability for formal interviews. "Wang Hu," Miaoku could not help but exclaim. She was filled with tremendous admiration and respect for this extraordinarily talented elder in the realm of Chinese rock, even feeling a desire to regard him as an idol. "Oh." Wang Hu turned around but did not pause in his stride. "A fan. Please wait. I'm in a hurry." Although rejected, Miaoka's enthusiasm remained undiminished. After all, this was someone whom even her editor had failed to interview. If she could somehow seize the opportunity, Miaoka's imagination began to conjure images of her editor standing before her, showering her with praise. Just as she intended to follow Wang Hu, she noticed that each member of the group trailing behind him held a remarkable identity. Amidst the bustling crowd, every individual represented a band of significant renown within the Chinese rock scene. They moved purposefully toward a specific destination. From Miaoka's keen observation, she noted that every pair of eyes among them glimmered with fervor, distinctly different from the passion exhibited on stage. It resembled the fervor of someone who, having endured 3 days of hunger, suddenly finds food before them. Miaoka stood transfixed, watching this group rush toward their goal in silence. Without a single person slowing their pace, they followed Wang Hu with unwavering determination, as if on a mission. Sister," Xiaoguo nudged Miaoka softly at her waist, bringing her back to reality. She looked up to see Xiaoguo pointing toward the place they had just left, speaking with a hint of melancholy. "It seems they are heading to Boss Lin's stall." After a moment of silence, Miaoka remained unresponsive, prompting Xiaoguo to glance back in confusion. However, Miaoka's vibrant voice soon rang out from several meters away. "Xiaoguo, come on. What are you waiting for?" Xiaoguo hesitated, and even after the day had ended, she could not fathom how Miaoku had suddenly appeared several meters ahead of her without her noticing. "Look, this is the snail noodle I bought yesterday," Miaoku exclaimed. Wang Hu and his companions have now arrived at Lin Yan's food stall, where he proudly gestures toward Lin Yan, who is just beginning to tidy up. It is as if he is proclaiming, "Behold, this is the place I discovered." The others, however, are indifferent to such sentiments. Several musicians have already rushed forward to Lin Yan's stall, quickly forming an orderly queue. Although this line is considerably shorter than the bustling crowd that once surrounded Lin Yan's food cart, each individual within it collectively represents a significant portion of the contemporary rock scene in China. "Boss, are you still serving?" Naturally, Wang, who stands at the front of the line, the distinction of seniority matters little, as everyone yields to him solely because he was the first to uncover this delicacy of snail noodles. Lin Yan hesitates, contemplating a shake of his head, for he is already beyond his operating hours, just as he is about to voice his refusal. The system's voice fortuitously chimes in. "Operating hours have not yet concluded. Please attend to the demands of the patrons before you," with a resigned expression. Lin Yan raises his head and responds, "Yes, we are still serving. One order of snail noodles." Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Wang Hu exclaims with enthusiasm. As he finishes his sentence, his keen eyes catch sight of the fried eggs still stacked on the oil-draining tray, though they have been sitting out for a while. Their golden hue remains undiminished and utterly enticing. "Are there fried eggs today?" Wang Hu's tone grows even more animated. "Yes," Lin Yan nods. "Fried eggs are 5 yuan each." "I'll take one." "No, 2. At this moment, Miaoku has hurriedly arrived, dragging a slightly breathless Xiaogu to the gathering. Even the ever-energetic Miaoku finds herself panting after racing back to Lin Yan's food cart. "Fan, did you follow me all the way here?" Wang Hu, having placed his order, smiles at Miaoku, who is now supporting herself with her knees, catching her breath. He has never been dismissive of his fans. No. "I am a reporter from the Min Daily," Miaoku manages to declare after recovering her breath. Wang Hu's brow furrows slightly as he prepares to respond. But Miaoku continues, "I am also an ardent fan of Boss Lin." Chapter 90. Do you have a guitar? May I borrow one? Upon hearing Miaoku's words, Wang Hu's previously furrowed brow relaxed. "Boss Lin, is that the proprietor of the snail powder stall?" He gestured towards Lin Yan, who was busily attending to his work, his eyes shimmering with admiration and astonishment. It was difficult for him to fathom how a young man, seemingly in his 20s, could possess such remarkable culinary skills, ranking among the finest chefs. Yet, here he was, unfazed amidst the clamor of a bustling music festival, operating a humble food stall. This alone was enough to instill a profound respect within Wang Hu, coupled with an insatiable curiosity about Lin Yan. When Miaoku confidently referred to this young man as Boss Lin, Wang Hu's intrigue intensified. "You are indeed Boss Lin," she confirmed with a nod. Recognizing that she had successfully piqued Wang Hu's curiosity, she allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips. "I am one of the first patrons of Boss Lin." This statement unveiled information that Wang Hu was previously unaware of, prompting him to gaze at Miaoku with keen interest. Stepping forward, his expression mirrored that of a child eager for knowledge, he inquired, "The first batch? Are there others?" Miaoku responded with a mysterious smile, refraining from elaborating further. Instead, she pointed towards the stove on Lin Yan's food cart, where a steaming bowl of snail powder awaited. Lin Yan, noticing their engrossed conversation, chose not to interrupt. "Senior Wang Hu, your snail powder is ready. Enjoy it while it's hot," Miaoku teased. Although Wang Hu was already enticed by her words, he could no longer resist the bowl of snail powder adorned with a golden fried egg. He approached and lifted the bowl, his eyes gleaming with delight as he admired the dish. With practiced grace, he pressed down the fried egg to soak it in the rich broth of the snail powder. And without hesitation, he took a hearty bite. The fried egg, saturated with the broth, was a symphony of flavors. The crispy exterior, now softened by the broth, harmonized beautifully with the savory essence of the snail powder, while the cloud-like texture within melted in his mouth. Delicious, truly exquisite. As Wang Hu savored each mouthful of snail powder and fried egg, he approached Lin Yan, giving a thumbs up. With his mouth full, he managed to express his admiration through muffled praise. "Boss Lin, this is incredible." Lin Yan wore a faint smile, remaining silent. He was presently occupied with preparing noodles for other patrons. With his adept skills and dual techniques in noodle preparation, he swiftly served each musician present with their own bowl of river snail rice noodles. As they gazed at the bowls of noodles, generously topped with golden fried eggs, none were quick to pick up their chopsticks. Instead, they bowed their heads, inhaling deeply the aroma wafting from their bowls. The pungent, sour scent instantly filled their nostrils. Yet none felt any discomfort. On the contrary, upon encountering this familiar and longed-for aroma, their hearts resonated with a singular sentiment: bliss. Such profound happiness. To indulge in a steaming bowl of exquisite river snail rice noodles after a day of musical revelry was the very essence of their dream life. Today, that dream was realized. Come, this is delicious. Wow, it's even more astonishing than what we had yesterday. Of course, yesterday's bowl had been sitting for quite some time. It can't compare to the freshness of today's. The musicians, savoring their river snail rice noodles, engaged in joyful discussions, momentarily shedding their identities as dazzling stars on stage and the trend-setting rock musicians they were. In that moment, they were simply ordinary diners. A mere fragment of the multitude captivated by Lin Yan's culinary delights. After serving all the musicians who had come to purchase their noodles, Lin Yan's task for the day was complete. He quickly tidied up his food cart and prepared to depart. Just as he began to gently twist the throttle, a light melody wafted from behind him. Unlike the vibrant, performative music of the festival stage, this tune was simple and relaxed, merely a casual hum that evoked a sense of tranquility. Lin Yan halted his departure, alighted from his cart, and turned to look back. He saw that the musicians, having satisfied their appetites, had spontaneously formed a circle on the grass, casually playing their instruments. The harmonious combination of their music created a delightful atmosphere. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, Wang Hu, who was playing the accordion, heard the sound of applause behind him and instinctively turned to see Lin Yan returning. Does Boss Lin understand music too? Wang Hu, observing Lin Yan's eyes gleaming with curiosity, pondered. Although he knew that as a top-notch street food vendor, even if Lin Yan had an understanding of music, it would at most classify him as an enthusiast. Nevertheless, he shifted slightly to the side, offering Lin Yan a seat. Lin Yan did not hesitate, settling into the vacant spot, and as the musicians cast friendly glances in his direction, he returned their warmth with a gentle smile. Shall we play a little? At that moment, a slightly provocative voice emerged, belonging to the female drummer. Before Lin Yan could utter a word, Wang Hu quickly interjected. Boss Lin has had a long day and is a bit weary. Let us simply enjoy ourselves. Boss Lin can listen in and share any thoughts he may have. As he spoke, Wang Hu cast a displeased glance at the female drummer. She curled her lip, casting a defiant look at Lin Yan, who remained composed and unruffled, wanting to say something, but ultimately refraining. Instead, Wang Hu rose and performed a solo on the accordion to warm up the atmosphere. The camaraderie among the musicians gradually escalated towards a crescendo. Who else would like to join in? Wang Hu, standing in the center and also acting as the host, asked the seated musicians with a smile. Unexpectedly, a voice he did not anticipate responded. It was Lin Yan. He slowly rose, brushed off the wrinkles from his trousers and shirt, and, in an otherwise calm tone, a rare hint of enthusiasm emerged as he asked, "Is there a guitar available? May I borrow one?" Chapter 91. Is he a top guitarist or merely a snack stall owner? The moment Lin Yan's words fell, an air of silence enveloped all the musicians present. Though they had just experienced Lin Yan's unparalleled culinary skills, none of them could fathom that such a master chef might possess a profound understanding of rock music. This silence lingered for several seconds, until Wang Hu finally reacted. His gaze towards Lin Yan bore a hint of skepticism, yet his tone remained devoid of disbelief. "Boss Lin, do you also play the guitar?" Lin Yan did not respond verbally. He merely nodded. His expression was remarkably composed, as if playing the guitar were an inconsequential matter to him. Seeing Lin Yan's demeanor, Wang Hu could only muster a faint hope that this young boss indeed possessed some genuine talent. After all, each musician seated here was a paragon of China's rock scene. Should Lin Yan's skills fall short, they would undoubtedly discern it immediately. After exchanging glances with his band's guitarist, a pristine electric guitar was handed over. As the guitarist for Wang Hu's band, the instrument was of the highest caliber in the rock community, its body and components alluring enough to captivate any musician's heart. Lin Yan accepted the electric guitar, examining it meticulously, refraining from playing immediately. This act of scrutiny elicited a tinge of disdain among the musicians present. Although they were impressed by Lin Yan's culinary prowess in the realm of music, this ensemble of top-tier rock musicians harbored a high self-regard and a distaste for any pretentious displays before them. Even Lin Yan, who had just prepared snail noodles for them, was met with barely concealed amusement in their gazes. Wang Hu acutely sensed the shift in the musicians' attitudes towards Lin Yan. He opened his mouth to say something, but just then, Lin Yan began to tenderly hold the electric guitar, genuinely inspecting the tuning and the electrical connections. Wang Hu sighed at this juncture. Any attempt to remedy the situation would be futile. All he could do was hope that these exceedingly arrogant musicians would keep their comments subdued. Wait, Boss Lin, is it? Just as Lin Yin was about to commence playing, a voice broke the silence. He paused, lifting his gaze slightly, only to find that the speaker was a female musician who had previously purchased snail noodles from his stall. Her face was brimming with provocation. The two drumsticks in his hands danced rhythmically through the air, producing a crisp sound that pierced the silence. Indeed, Lin Yin remarked with an air of nonchalance. Emotionless. He was now encountering a genuine electric guitar for the first time after acquiring the guitar skills granted by the system. As he caressed the electric guitar in his grasp, Lin Yin held no particular thoughts, merely a desire to play with unrestrained joy. Boss Lin, shall we play together? The female drummer smirked provocatively before taking a seat behind the exhibition drum set, originally intended for display. Although the drum set primarily served an ornamental purpose, it was undeniably a legitimate instrument of high quality. After a brief inspection of the drums, the female drummer nodded slightly at Lin Yin. Wang Hu, observing the female drummer seamlessly transitioning into performance mode, could not help but smile with satisfaction, though a sense of concern for Lin Yin gnawed him. The female drummer had evidently made significant strides over the past year, both in mindset and skill, and was on the verge of becoming a top-tier drummer in the country. If Boss Lin could not keep pace with her drumming, Wang Hu sighed. Yet, in the next moment, he was taken aback as Lin Yin lifted the electric guitar in a remarkably standard posture. The aura emanating from Lin Yin had undergone a dramatic transformation. The figure who had previously prepared snail noodles behind a food cart was now utterly unrecognizable. He conveyed an essence of absolute mastery. The surrounding musicians also sensed the shift. The smiles that had adorned their faces began to fade before Lin Yin even struck the first note. The renowned rock musicians, who had never regarded others with much respect, now found themselves genuinely anticipating his performance. Lin Yin, oblivious to the gazes of those around him, had completely immersed himself in his own world. With the emergence of the first note, his hands, once used for cooking, transformed into sprites dancing freely upon the guitar strings. The female drummer momentarily paused in astonishment upon hearing Lin Yin's opening notes. Then, raising her drumsticks, she joined in accompaniment to his impromptu solo. Throughout the performance, the female drummer sought opportunities to shift the melody and rhythm into her own domain. However, even as the improvisation neared its conclusion, she found not a single flaw in Lin Yin's playing. Her once proud drumming, which she believed no musician could master, had been relegated to the role of mere accompaniment throughout this brief yet intense improvisation. Lin Yin tilted his head back, his expression contorting into a fierce countenance as he reached the climax of his solo. His left ring finger continued to press and bend the strings, and the sound emanating from the electric guitar began to evolve. A remarkable transformation unfolded, transitioning from the sounds of weeping to a resounding roar. This extraordinary display elicited cheers and screams from all the musicians present, yet Lin Yin appeared utterly unperturbed, seemingly intent on prolonging this spontaneous performance. With measured grace, he lifted the electric guitar from his embrace, positioning it delicately against his lips. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. Lin Yin was astonishingly plucking the strings with his teeth. His impeccable control ensured that not only did he avoid severing the strings, but he also skillfully coaxed the desired tones from the pickups. Amid the collective astonishment of the musicians, Lin Yin concluded this divine improvisation with a rapid flourish of strumming. He set aside the guitar and the pick that Wang Hu had just handed him. Remarkably, the pick had already begun to melt slightly from the heat generated during his fervent strumming. After exhaling deeply, Lin Yin finally savored the delayed exhilaration that music bestowed upon him, akin to a refreshing cold shower on a sweltering summer day. What joy! Wang Hu and the other musicians gazed at Lin Yin as if their long-desired idol had manifested before them. Boss Lin, just as Lin Yin rose to his feet, one musician squeezed through the crowd, exclaiming, "Your playing is exceptional. Would you be interested in joining our band?" With this invitation, all the bands surged forward. Being seasoned veterans of the rock scene, they could readily discern that Lin Yin's caliber ranked him among the finest in the world, a true maestro. "My apologies," Lin Yin replied leisurely, parting the throng with his hands as he mounted his food cart. "I am not interested." Just as Lin Yin was about to rev the engine and depart, a voice suddenly called out, "Boss Lin." He turned to see Wang Hu gazing earnestly at him, sincerity radiating from his expression. Lin Yin held a favorable impression of Wang Hu. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Wang Hu fidgeted momentarily before finally articulating the words he had long held within. Boss Lin, could you make more of those tiger skin chicken feet tomorrow? Duck feet would be fine too. As the words escaped his lips, a response from the system echoed in Lin Yan's mind. All right, nodding in acknowledgement. Lin Yan drove off in his cart, leaving behind the musicians who remained entranced, still in a state of disbelief. The female drummer's expression was particularly vacant, as if something once unbreakable within her had been utterly shattered. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. Brother Hu. Her mind was brimming with thoughts. Yet at that moment, words eluded her. Wang Hu extended his broad hand and gently caressed the surface of the drum before him, his gaze upon the instrument akin to that of a man admiring a cherished possession. He then turned to the tear-streaked young drummer, her eyes wide as if enlightened, and said, Child, there are always greater talents beyond, and the world is vast. You are still young. Wang Hu did not elaborate further. After a gentle pat on the drummer's shoulder, he departed, leaving her alone on the expansive lawn. After a lengthy silence, she returned to her place behind the drum set, grasping the two drumsticks that rightfully belonged to her. Yet this time, the once vibrant and audacious aura about her had vanished, and the haughty expression was nowhere to be seen. She resembled a sheathed sword, both restrained and formidable. The drums resounded across the lawn, resplendent and stirring. Your efficiency is indeed remarkable, system. Lin Yan observed the kitchen, where an abundance of ingredients had accumulated, significantly more than in the previous days. A wave of pressure enveloped him, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Moments earlier, when Wang Hu had expressed a desire for tiger skin duck feet or tiger skin chicken feet, the system had swiftly captured the patron's wishes. It transmitted the preparation methods directly into Lin Yan's mind, embedding them as indelible muscle memory. However, this also meant an almost doubling of his workload compared to the earlier days. Today, Lin Yan was tasked not only with preparing the sour bamboo shoots and various accompaniments for the original snail noodles, but also with pre-preparing the tiger skin duck feet and chicken feet by tomorrow. Gazing at the ingredients in the kitchen, Lin Yan's silence was deafening. Yet, this silence lasted merely a moment before the resigned Lin Yan stepped forward into the kitchen, meticulously organizing and categorizing the various ingredients. He then swiftly prepared the broth and accompaniments for tomorrow's snail noodles. Finally, he approached the bowl of chicken feet and duck feet. Hesitating briefly before seizing one of the chicken feet, the scissors in his hand glinting ominously. In a dazzling flurry of motion, the sharp claws of the chicken foot were soon absent. After countless repetitions, the large pot beside him was filled with all the nails-trimmed chicken feet. Slices of ginger, cooking wine, scallions, and white vinegar were added to the water. Lin Yan was well versed in this blanching step, as it required no intricate procedures. This also afforded him ample time to process and blanch the duck feet alongside. Once both accompaniments had been blanched, Lin Yan retrieved the grape vinegar that the system had prepared for him, immersing both pots of chicken feet and duck feet within. This step was crucial to ensure that the two accompaniments would readily achieve the desired tiger skin effect in the subsequent preparation. A series of intricate steps, deftly executed by Lin Yan, evoked no sense of confusion. Rather, he moved through the kitchen, brimming with ingredients, with an effortless grace, as if he were a fish in water. The processes of coloring, frying, and roasting, followed by a final plunge into icy water, were all handled with remarkable ease. Once Lin Yan drained the icy water, he was left with two large bowls filled with chicken feet and duck paws, each adorned with the distinctive wrinkles of tiger skin, a sight that irresistibly beckoned one to savor them immediately. After completing these preliminary preparations, Lin Yan planned to place the tiger skin chicken feet and duck paws into the broth for Luosifin half an hour before setting up his stall the next day, ensuring a more seamless workflow. As he finished, Lin Yan exited the kitchen, wiping his hands, his eyes reflecting a subtle weariness, yet brimming with a profound sense of accomplishment that was impossible to conceal. The doorbell rang once more. Puzzled, Lin Yan gazed upon a familiar face. When he had not anticipated, it was not the expected Gao Yujie. Boss Lin, exclaimed Miao Ku, extending her hand with an air of familiarity. Let me reintroduce myself. I am your neighbor and a journalist, Miao Ku. Chapter 93. Isn't the music festival just beginning? Why inquire about the location of the snack stalls? Truly. As a professional journalist, Miao Ku succinctly conveyed her intentions, allowing Lin Yan to grasp the purpose of her visit with remarkable clarity. Are you suggesting that you wish to conduct a dedicated feature on me? Lin Yan gazed at Miao Ku, though he had once fantasized about this day. He never anticipated its arrival would be so swift. Well, Mr. Lin, would you be willing? Miao Ku, with her doe-like eye shimmering, looked at Lin Yan. tilting her head slightly. Under the ethereal glow of the moonlight, her already charming visage became almost irresistible. However, for Lin Yan, who had long since locked his heart away, such tactics were futile. After a moment of contemplation, he finally met Miaoka's gaze and slowly replied, "I can." Upon hearing Lin Yan's response, Miaoka was about to break into a smile, but she sensed that his words were not yet concluded. The grin that had begun to form faded away. "However, I will not participate in an interview. I merely consent to you publishing an account of my endeavors," Lin Yan stated with a solemn demeanor. For an ordinary journalist, the refusal to grant an interview would be a definitive blow, particularly since this was a feature focused on a single individual. Without the exclusive interview, the entire piece would lack intrigue. Yet for Miaoku, a journalist brimming with clever ideas, obtaining Lin Yan's approval to publish his story was entirely sufficient. She had no need for a formal interview. All right, Miaoka nodded enthusiastically. Transforming from the unruly girl at the newspaper office to a demure and obedient kitten before Lin Yan. "I understand, Mr. Lin. I promise to accomplish the task." With that, she playfully saluted Lin Yan in a rather unrefined manner. Even Lin Yan couldn't help but smile at this scene. That night, everyone slumbered peacefully. The following morning at 10, Lin Yan arrived early at the music festival venue, portioning out some of the soup base for the river snail rice noodles he had prepared the day before. Though the quantity was modest, it was ample enough to submerge nearly all the crispy chicken feet and duck paws. He then set the pot to simmer. After half an hour had passed, the audience waiting at the festival entrance began to filter in for ticket checks, and Lin Yan's simmering chicken feet and duck paws were nearing completion. The original soup base had reduced beautifully during the simmering process, enhancing the allure of the chicken feet and duck paws. Not only did their appearance become more enticing, but their aroma also wafted tantalizingly through the air. Today, a portion of the audience at the music festival displayed expressions of bewilderment as they encountered individuals inquiring about directions. They pondered the curious phenomenon. Why was it that the first question posed by newcomers to the festival was not about the inaugural band performing today, but rather the location of the snack stalls? Moreover, this inquiry concerning the snack stalls was not confined to a solitary individual. It unfolded simultaneously in numerous areas throughout the festival grounds. The crowd began to disperse, with those who had just asked for directions now setting off towards the snack stalls. In a short span, this group coalesced into a unified gathering. Glances exchanged amongst them were filled with the joy of encountering familiar faces in an unfamiliar place. Are they patrons of Boss Lin's? One might wonder. Indeed, beyond our beleaguered group, who else would rush to the snack stalls at the onset of the event? It was evident that a considerable number of attendees had arrived today. Let us hurry, my friend, or we'll be stuck in line shortly. In the realm of reality, these strangers, united by Boss Lin's offerings, found common ground for conversation, with each able to engage in small talk. From a bird's-eye view of the festival, one could witness this astonishing scene. Initially, the audience was meant to remain in front of the stage. Yet a portion had dispersed, though still a small fraction of the total attendees. It amounted to over 100 individuals. Their objective was clear and singular: the festival's snack stalls. "Boss Lin, we have arrived." This exuberant shout roused Lin Yan, who had been reclining on a bench, ready to savor the music festival. Startled, he opened his eyes, only to be met by a throng of people rushing towards him. Even Lin Yan, who had encountered many grand spectacles, found himself momentarily paralyzed. Unsure of where to place his hands, he awkwardly extended his right hand and scratched his nose, fervently wishing that this scene was merely a figment of his imagination. During this moment of distraction, the crowd had already approached Lin Yan's stall. Meanwhile, the vendor leisurely preparing fried chicken and sour plum juice was momentarily taken aback, forgetting his task upon witnessing such a spectacle. It wasn't until the fried chicken was encased in multiple layers of batter, far exceeding its original size, that he regained his composure. With disbelief, the fried chicken vendor turned to Lin Yan, his eyes filled with skepticism and astonishment, and after a prolonged pause, he finally uttered, "Young man, I concede that my previous remarks may have been excessive, but you certainly need not go to such lengths for these patrons." Before Lin Yan could respond, the patrons who had swiftly positioned themselves before Lin Yan's food stall regarded the fried chicken vendor with disdain, their expressions replete with scorn. How could one possibly require connections when Lin's culinary prowess stood unrivaled? Surely, he had engaged in similar tactics previously. Had they not observed others thriving in their enterprises? Had it not been for Lin Yan raising his hands to signal for silence, one could imagine the ancestral lineage of the fried chicken vendor being thoroughly berated by this fervent and increasingly combative crowd. After witnessing the near-manic enthusiasm of the assembly, the fried chicken vendor could only retract his neck, hesitating to utter another word. What was on the menu today? Leading the charge were none other than Wang Lisan and his recently hired assistant, Xiao Zhang. Though his age precluded him from sprinting swiftly, let alone securing a prime position, his companions were well aware of who had graciously provided them with tickets to this music festival. They willingly ceded the first and second spots to this esteemed figure. Boss Lin, Wang Lisan greeted with a warm smile, extending his hands in a gesture of camaraderie, leaving Xiao Zhang utterly bewildered. The billionaire CEO's humble demeanor towards a mere street food vendor was a sight that nearly shattered the professional worldview Xiao Zhang had just begun to form. "Good day, Mr. Wang," Lin Yin replied coolly, offering a brief handshake that lacked fervor. Yet, Wang Lisan displayed no hint of irritation. Rather, his tone brimmed with joy as he inquired, "What delectable offerings do you have this week, Boss Lin?" Chapter 94. Astonishing. The billionaire CEO even spares chicken claws and bones at this moment. Lin Yin was still recovering from the visually striking scene that had just unfolded before him. After all, not everyone can maintain composure when faced with a throng of hundreds rushing towards them. It was only after several seconds that Lin Yin finally spoke in a calm tone. "We'll be selling snail noodles this week." Upon uttering these words, he gestured towards the towering, precariously stacked fried egg in front of him, and then pointed to the tiger skin chicken claws and duck feet simmering in the pot beside him. The accompaniments include fried eggs, tiger skin chicken claws, and tiger skin duck feet. Wang Lisan nodded in agreement. He did not inquire about the price, nor did he seek the opinion of his secretary, Xiao Zhang, who was discreetly pinching her nose behind him. Instead, he cheerfully declared, "I'll have a serving of snail noodles for myself and my secretary here, with all the accompaniments." Lin Yin nodded in acknowledgement. He was already accustomed to such extravagant orders. Regardless of the diner status, anyone who had tasted his culinary creations would invariably choose to indulge in everything available at his stall without hesitation. This was a fundamental understanding among Lin Yin's patrons. Before long, 2 bowls brimming with snail noodles and an abundance of accompaniments were presented before Wang Lisan and Xiao Zhang. "Give it a try, Xiao Zhang," Wang Lisan urged, holding the bowl of snail noodles without a hint of arrogance befitting a billionaire CEO, instead smiling warmly at her, who was still scrunching her nose in distaste. "But it smells quite foul," Xiao Zhang replied, who had always dutifully adhered to Wang Lisan's commands. Faced with the pungent aroma of the snail noodles before her, she hesitated, wishing she could temporarily lose her sense of taste. "You'll understand once you taste it," Wang Lisan encouraged, his words slightly garbled by the copious saliva that accompanied his anticipation. Boss Lin's culinary skills are undoubtedly among the finest in the world. Xiao Zhang was taken aback. Her gaze shifted to the bowl of snail noodles, her expression growing increasingly complex. Wang Lisan's words had led her to realize an essential truth. What captivated him was not merely the bold flavors of the dish, but rather the young proprietor, who appeared to be even younger than herself. She glanced at her bowl of snail noodles and then up at the busy young boss, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. She could not discern anything particularly remarkable about him. If she were to pinpoint one aspect, it would be that his snail noodles were authentically pungent. "Go on, Xiao Zhang," Wang Lisan urged, as if reading her thoughts, his face alight with encouragement. He understood that without having tasted the exquisite dishes crafted by Boss Lin himself, no one could truly grasp the essence of his charm. As he encountered Wang Lisan once again urging him on, Xiao Zhang finally resolved to nod in determination. She picked up her chopsticks, not opting for the fried egg nor the tiger skin chicken feet and duck paws atop the dish, but instead, she stirred the noodles beneath. This method not only allowed the fried egg and tiger skin chicken feet to absorb the broth fully, enhancing their flavor, but it also enabled her to discern the fundamental taste of the noodles with her first bite. As the first mouthful of noodles entered her mouth, Xiao Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment. All her prior thoughts dissipated in an instant, and she finally comprehended why the seemingly unremarkable Boss Lin could so effortlessly captivate her superior. The reason was astonishingly simple. It was the epitome of deliciousness. Observing Xiao Zhang's expression transform from indifference to sheer delight, Wang Lisan revealed a smile of anticipation. With eager expectation, he too lifted a portion of the snail rice noodles to his lips, experiencing the same delightful flavors he had come to cherish. Wang Lisan squinted his eyes, feeling as though each bite of the snail rice noodles transported him to paradise, alleviating all the fatigue accumulated from work. Truly, Boss Lin's culinary skills were unparalleled. After savoring the first mouthful, Wang Lisan gradually opened his eyes, his palate singing praises. Xiao Zhang. Perhaps hearing Wang Lisan's admiration for Lin Yin, no longer exhibited any signs of doubt. She was now completely engrossed in the bowl of snail rice noodles before her. Delicious. It was simply exquisite. After indulging in another generous mouthful of noodles, Xiao Zhang finally shifted her gaze to the tiger skin chicken feet in the bowl, carefully extracting one from the broth. As she brought the chicken foot to her lips, her taste buds erupted with flavor even before her teeth made contact with its surface. The skin of the tiger skin chicken feet, perfectly fried and roasted, melted upon entering her mouth. The broth absorbed within, combined with the rich flavor of the snail rice noodle soup, was like a time bomb of taste, leaving Xiao Zhang momentarily speechless, her mouth agape in wonder. The delightful essence of the snail rice noodle broth was merely the prelude. Following closely was the inherent succulence of the tiger skin chicken feet, with the sauce seeping into the meat, complemented by the savory essence of fermented black beans, the spicy aroma of chili oil, and a hint of sweetness from sugar. A symphony of flavors danced within Xiao Zhang's mouth, unfolding in intricate layers that both contrasted and harmonized beautifully. She relentlessly savored every morsel of the chicken foot, even as the meat was completely devoured, leaving no trace to be found. She simply could not bear to part with the exquisite tiger skin chicken foot from her lips. Such unparalleled deliciousness. She was even tempted to devour the nearly soft and increasingly fragrant bones. As she pondered this, Xiao Zhang suddenly realized her behavior might be somewhat unbecoming. With a slight return to her senses, she turned to glance at Wang Lisin, who was, at that moment, the formidable CEO in the company, unabashedly sucking on a chicken foot that was similarly reduced to mere bones, his face alight with enjoyment. Xiao Zhang felt reassured and began to crunch the chicken foot bones in her mouth. It must be said that even the bones were truly delectable. As Lin Yan's snail rice noodles gradually sold out, the throng of over 100 diners was continuously dwindling, and the aroma of the noodles reached an unprecedented intensity on the lawn. Curious onlookers began to cast their glances in this direction, while new diners joined in, soon becoming utterly captivated by Lin Yan's exquisite dish. On stage, Wang Hu, having concluded his penultimate song, turned to exchange a knowing glance with his musicians, ready to go all out for the final performance. However, upon turning back, he was taken aback to find the drummer at the highest point seemingly oblivious to his cue, staring blankly towards a certain direction in the audience. Wang Hu, puzzled, directed his gaze to that spot, muttering to himself, "Why are there so many people there? And they're queuing?" Suddenly, he froze, as if a realization dawned upon him, nearly dropping the microphone in shock, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness. That's Boslin S. snack stall." The drummer behind him slowly spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of despair. "Brother Hu, is it possible that we might not get to eat snail rice noodles today?" Chapter 95, Longing Eyes, the final song's tears in an instant. Wang Hu felt that the microphone in his hand had become utterly superfluous. The multitude of eager spectators below seemed to have lost their allure. His heart was consumed by a singular desire to swiftly conclude his final song and indulge in the delectable snail noodles prepared by Boss Lin. Yesterday, Boss Lin had promised Wang Hu that he would be selling spiced chicken feet and duck paws today, and Wang Hu had eagerly anticipated this treat all night long. The thought of delaying for a grand finale only to end up missing out on the feast filled him with a sense of despair. "Quickly, let us wrap this up." "Brothers," he urged, clutching his accordion tightly. He and the three musicians beside him braced themselves for one solitary purpose, to finish this last song and then relish Boss Lin's snail noodles. As they performed, their eyes were fixed on the scene at Boss Lin's stall, watching the line of customers dwindle, only to be replenished by new arrivals. Their hearts felt as if they were slowly shattering. Among them, the guitarist was the most emotionally fragile, as he immersed himself in the atmosphere of the final song. He closed his eyes, and an inexplicable vision of Boss Lin's snail noodles being sold out flashed through his mind, causing tears to well in his eyes. Despite his lack of enthusiasm for the final song, Wang Hu nonetheless showcased exceptional musical prowess, ensuring that the audience remained oblivious to their waning spirits. "Thank you." With the final lyric's conclusion, Wang Hu and the remaining three musicians, as if they had fulfilled an obligatory task, took a swift bow and vanished from the stage. From their utterance of gratitude to their disappearance from the audience's view, not a single 5 seconds elapsed. Why did Brother Hu run off so quickly today? Usually, he would pose for a group photo with everyone, one fan remarked. "I don't know. But I suspect he was deeply moved during the last song and didn't want us to see him cry," another speculated. Cry? Did Brother Hu actually cry? This conjecture ignited fervent discussions among the fans. Their discourse soon attracted the attention of nearby enthusiasts, who eagerly joined the ongoing debate. Just as the conversation about whether Wang Hu had shed tears during the final song reached its peak, a girl shouldering a massive camera squeezed into the throng. "Brother who didn't cry," she stated, displaying the footage captured by her camera to the gathered fans. But the guitarist did shed tears. Perhaps he was truly moved. As she spoke, the girl revealed a smile imbued with complexity and brilliance. Indeed, in the remarkably clear video she presented, Tiger and several musicians merely gazed sentimentally into the distance, their eyes slightly reddened at most. However, the guitarist beside them was a stark contrast. Tears cascaded from the corners of his tightly shut eyes, glistening like diamonds under the sun. While the fervent music enthusiasts engaged in animated discussions about this event, they remained entirely oblivious to the fact that the girl who had just showcased the evidence had completely vanished from sight. At that moment, she continued to carry the cannon on her shoulder, striding determinedly in one direction. Observant fans might have noticed that this direction was precisely where the members of the Wang Hu band had just been looking. Furthermore, no one seemed to recognize that among the thronging crowd beneath the stage, for individuals, fully clad and shrouded in sunglasses, hats, and masks, had inexplicably appeared on the lawn where the audience stood. They seemed to materialize out of thin air among the music lovers, exchanging no words, merely exchanging glances before heading toward the same direction as the girl. Amidst the endless workload, Lin Yin felt as though he were on the brink of disintegration. Were it not for the culinary skills ingrained in his very muscles by the system, he might have been unable to maintain the same pinnacle of culinary quality. "Hello," he murmured, his voice tinged with a mechanical tone as he lifted his head, feeling somewhat numb. Internally, he lamented the system, which usually provided him with ingredients sufficient for merely an hour and a half at best. Occasionally, he could even conclude his work in as little as an hour when his pace quickened. Yet, for reasons unknown, during this festival's stall assignment, the system had seemingly over-prepared the ingredients. Despite working for a considerable duration, half a box of ingredients remained. That was enough to serve an additional 20 to 30 people. "Boss Lin," a fully disguised customer exclaimed as they approached him. Despite Lin Yan's somewhat listless greeting, the masked figure showed no sign of offense. Instead, they lowered their sunglasses slightly to reveal their eyes fully to Lin Yan. "Senior Wang Hu." Lin Yan recognized the voice instantly. He glanced at the stage, which had already hosted several different bands. Upon realizing that Lin Yan recognized him, Wang Hu chuckled with the glee of a child who has just pulled off a prank. "Boss Lin, do you have duck feet and chicken claws today?" Lin Yan glanced at the pots beside him filled with tiger-skin chicken claws and duck feet and nodded affirmatively. "Yes, indeed." Upon hearing the news, Wang Hu's face radiated an exuberant smile, so vibrant that even the mask covering half of his visage could not conceal it. The straps of the mask were slightly tugged apart by the force of his joy. "One order from Boss Lin, please. I'll have the fried egg, tiger-skin chicken feet, and duck paws," he requested. Lin Yan nodded in acknowledgement. The familiar act of preparing the rice noodles unfolded seamlessly until a bowl of snail noodle soup was finally delivered to Wang Hu's hands. He then languidly remarked, "A bowl of snail noodle soup is 50 yuan, the fried egg 5 yuan, and both the duck paws and chicken feet are 6 yuan each, totaling 67 yuan. Without hesitation, Wang Hu scanned the payment code and, after receiving his snail noodle soup, he cast a glance around before settling into a secluded corner to savor his meal. His three companions, upon acquiring their own bowls of snail noodle soup, squatted beside him and began indulging in the noodles. Thus, for shadowy figures nestled in that obscure corner, heads bowed towards the wall, faintly aware of the pungent odor that lingered in the air. This once overlooked spot now drew a modicum of attention. Eventually, a nearby music enthusiast could no longer tolerate the sight and, after alerting the security personnel responsible for maintaining order, led them to the corner. He even summoned numerous familiar and unfamiliar onlookers eager to witness the scene. Meanwhile, Wang Hu and his companions were wholly immersed in the exquisite flavors, blissfully unaware of the crowd that had gathered behind them. "Hey, what are you all doing squatting here?" questioned the self-righteous music lover, reaching out to tap Wang Hu on the shoulder. Awakened from his culinary reverie, Wang Hu turned around, momentarily bewildered, and was met with a throng of music fans before him. Yet, in his dazed state, he appeared oblivious to the gravity of the situation, simply staring blankly at the equally stunned enthusiast. "Who are you?" Chapter 96. In the stinky corner, the rock star emerges. Before me stood a bewildered bystander, his hand still resting on my shoulder, as music enthusiasts gradually converged around us. The strange atmosphere lingered in silence for quite some time until Wang Hu finally regained his composure. He promptly stood up alongside the three musicians beside him. cradling the half-eaten bowl of snail noodles, ready to make a swift exit. However, every possible escape route was completely obstructed by the gathering fans. Huge brother, is that you? The fan who had just patted Wong Hu's shoulder finally snapped back to reality. The trio before him were certainly not mere troublemakers at a music festival. They were the esteemed veterans of the entire Chinese rock scene. In this corner, a band renowned as a top-tier entity within the Chinese rock realm was utterly unconcerned about their image, squatting down to savor their meal. And it was no ordinary dish they were indulging in. Rather, it was the notoriously pungent snail noodles. Seeing that all avenues of retreat were utterly blocked, Wong Hu resigned himself to the situation, removing his half-hanging mask. After all, he had already been discovered. Might as well let the storm rage more fiercely. Huge brother, I didn't expect your taste to be so bold. Several fans, observing the steaming bowl of snail noodles in Wong Hu's hands, spoke with a teasing tone. Although they were ardent admirers of Wong Hu and his band, their fervor was not akin to that of the entertainment industry. They revered not the individuals, but the music they created, along with the unique, coveted spirit of freedom embodied by rock. Consequently, the scene did not descend into the chaos typically associated with celebrity culture. Aided by a few security personnel brought along by the fans who worked diligently to maintain order, the onlookers were thus granted the opportunity to witness the unfolding spectacle without descending into absolute disarray. After obliging the fans' request for a group photo, these seemingly eccentric enthusiasts finally released Wong Hu and his companions. However, their curiosity regarding the snail noodles in Wong Hu's hands remained piqued. Huge brother, where did you get these snail noodles? One girl inquired, leaning in closer. Upon inhaling the pungent aroma of the pickled bamboo shoots, her eyes lit up. As a longtime aficionado of snail noodles, she could attest that the scent of the pickled shoots was a definitive indicator of the dish's superior quality. Oh. Noticing that the fans had shifted their focus away from their previous questions, Wong Hu gestured towards Lin Yan's food truck without any hesitation, stating, I bought them at stall number 1. After uttering these words, Wong Hu paused momentarily, contemplating before adding, this loasafen is the most delectable delicacy I have ever tasted. Upon hearing this proclamation, the assembled crowd of onlookers, recorders, and curious music enthusiasts erupted in excitement. Their curiosity regarding the loasafen in Wong Hu's hands surged to unprecedented heights. It was indeed remarkable that a top-tier rock band would risk being recognized by fans to indulge in this dish together. However, no one anticipated that this bowl of loasafen was merely sold at a commonplace snack stall within the music festival venue. This surprising revelation only intensified the fervor among the fans. Shall we give it a try? Let's go. Brother who recommends it, so we must taste it. The fans eagerly spread the word. Some had already uploaded videos of Wong Hu and his companions being spotted in a corner enjoying the loasafen, enthusiastically endorsing the stall. The music festival itself commanded substantial attention within the rock scene of Huaxia, and with this intriguing little episode, the video skyrocketed to fame within less than an hour, garnering an astonishing number of likes in the hundreds of thousands. The comments section overflowed with praise for Wong Hu's audacity, lauding his down-to-earth spirit despite his celebrity status and celebrating his free-spirited soul. Naturally, some festival-goers present at the event felt their own snacks suddenly less appealing upon seeing the video, and they turned promptly towards the snack stall. When a dish endorsed by one's idol is within reach, who could possibly resist? However, upon arriving at the location, the fans found themselves momentarily stunned. The scene before them was starkly different from what they had envisioned. A serpentine line had formed in front of the food truck at the stall Wong Hu mentioned, with many patrons already enjoying their bowls of noodles, clearly partaking in second or third servings. Hey, did you all come here because of Brother Hu's video? One fan finally inquired. The diner, engrossed in slurping his noodles, looked up with a clear expression of confusion. Brother Hu? Who's that? His sincere response left the fans bewildered. Then how do you know that this loasafen is delicious? The diner regarded the group of fans as if they were a bunch of fools. But he ultimately maintained his composure, raising the bowl with the last remnants of broth and asserted, how else would one know? This is indeed Boss Lin's stall. Could it possibly be anything less than delectable? The music enthusiasts were momentarily bewildered, just as they remained in a state of confusion. A patron clutching a bowl of snail rice noodles excitedly approached the latter part of the queue. After carefully counting the number of people ahead, he pointed at an innocent-looking gentleman and proclaimed, from this uncle onwards, the family members behind need not wait. Boss Lin's ingredients have sold out. Amidst the astonished gazes of the music lovers, the patrons began to wail in despair. The enthusiasts were taken aback. While they had never encountered such a bustling food stall at a music festival, the quality of the fare could certainly justify the excitement. Yet, what was the cause of the lamentations from those who failed to procure the snail rice noodles? There were still countless other food stalls nearby offering alternatives. As they observed the scene before them, the image of Wang Hu and the other musicians hunched in a corner, engrossed in their noodles, spontaneously emerged in their minds. This particular snail rice noodle stall, whose proprietor they had yet to even glimpse, had become an obsession for these music lovers. After a prolonged moment, they gradually regained their composure, exchanging glances as if they had just awakened from a rather absurd dream. One young man, his gaze still somewhat dazed, made an effort to focus his vision and patted his friend standing beside him. "We haven't come to the wrong place, have we? This is indeed a music festival, right?" Chapter 97. Boss Lin, how many disguises do you truly conceal? Boss Lin, please, do continue. Yes, Boss Lin. The music festival has yet to conclude. The patrons gazed at Lin Yan, who had begun to silently tidy his food stall, their eyes brimming with unshed tears. As Lin Yan's loyal customers, they were acutely aware that he would steadfastly operate until Friday, just as he always did. However, this week was notably different. It wasn't until Wednesday that they finally savored Lin Yan's signature snail noodles. Furthermore, the fortunate patrons who had gained entry through internal tickets would be replaced by another group the following day, leaving them with a precious opportunity that yielded no culinary delights. Anyone in their position would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of despair. Observing the distraught customers before him, Lin Yan momentarily felt a pang of compassion. Yet, as he lowered his gaze to his trembling hands, fatigued from the day's labor, his heart hardened. He merely offered the familiar, slightly awkward smile that all his patrons had come to know. "I'm sorry, everyone, but these are the only ingredients I have prepared for today." His voice was not loud, yet it struck like a heavy hammer, resonating deeply within the hearts of those who had waited in vain. Onlookers among the music fans began to discern the unfolding narrative. Some more extroverted individuals even approached a weeping customer to inquire about Lin Yan. Before long, the tale of this young stall owner, who had captured the spirit of rock and freedom, spread like wildfire among the festival goers. Many, seizing the intermission between band performances, drifted over to witness this culinary figure who had garnered such acclaim among the music enthusiasts. Just as the crowd expressed a myriad of complex emotions towards the seemingly charismatic Boss Lin, a piercing voice suddenly rang out from behind them. There was no amplification, no microphone, yet the sound pierced through the air like a razor-sharp arrow, nearly shattering the eardrums of all present. A shiver coursed through the crowd upon hearing it. The rock aficionados, more attuned to the familiar timbre, turned slowly, sensing a fear that emanated from their very bones. Standing behind them was none other than the band that had just concluded their performance, led by a formidable woman renowned in the rock scene. Her attire remained unchanged from the stage, and her makeup, dampened by the rigors of performance, bore testament to her exertions. In her hands, she wielded drumsticks, her unmistakable emblem. Some fans had already recognized her identity. As she hesitantly extended her hand, attempting to articulate something, her feet retreated in the opposite direction of the woman before her. The patrons, who were not particularly fond of rock music, failed to recognize her. Yet, the violent aura radiating from the woman, coupled with her ghostly makeup, exuded an overwhelming pressure. It was the ferocious female drummer. The fans erupted into frenzied screams. Yet none dared to approach, even after the drummer remained motionless following her utterance. Merely standing there with her drumsticks in hand was enough to extinguish any thoughts of confrontation. The crowd's retreat cleared a path between the drummer and Lin Yan. At that moment, Lin Yan had just finished tidying the last pot on his food cart. He lifted his gaze to meet the fierce stare of the drummer. She paused, taken aback. In her experience, when others made eye contact with her, it typically evoked one of two responses: hostility, as they sought to overshadow her, or timidity, as they averted their gaze almost immediately. However, in Lin Yan's eyes, she discerned neither. She stood frozen. The menacing expression that had marred her features from not having her desired snail rice noodles softened slightly, becoming somewhat rigid instead. Their eye contact lasted less than 3 seconds, yet it felt as though a century had passed for the drummer. His eyes were so clear, as pristine as a lake that one could gaze into indefinitely. Yet, his gaze was also gentle, akin to the vast cosmos, embracing all while remaining unfathomable to others. "It is you." Lin Yan's words shattered the tranquil atmosphere, yet they did so without jarring abruptness. The drummer found herself momentarily speechless. After her epiphany the previous day, she had played drums almost through the night, feeling a qualitative enhancement in both her abilities and mindset. Perhaps when facing Lin Yan, she could be less flustered. However, on this first encounter, she was at a loss, even unsure of where to place her hands, which still held the drumsticks. Hey, why do I sense that the fierce female drummer seems a bit bashful when looking at that Lin boss? No way, that guy doesn't even spare his fans. A few fans appeared to have noticed the drummer's awkwardness, lowering their voices to discuss. So, Lin boss, huh? The drummer finally mustered her courage. Despite having always relished being the center of attention in a crowd, uttering those 5 words made her feel an unfamiliar warmth of embarrassment on her cheeks. You say? Lin Yan smiled at the female drummer, tilting his head slightly to let the gentle and enigmatic rays of the setting sun filter through the tips of his ears. The female drummer finally raised her drumsticks, aiming them at Lin Yan. I wish to perform a duet with you today. Upon hearing these words, everyone froze in disbelief. Not only the group of music enthusiasts but also Lin Yan's patrons turned to him, who still wore a serene smile, their faces etched with incredulity. This young street vendor, who appeared to be no more than in his 20s, could rock. Moreover, he had reached a level of skill that prompted this fierce female drummer to personally invite him to collaborate. The music lovers gazed at the drummer, feeling as though their worldview had shattered. It was well known that this drummer had once declared that no musician in Huaxiao was worthy of matching her drumming prowess. To be able to elicit such an invitation from such a formidable figure was beyond their comprehension. Meanwhile, Lin Yan's patrons had an entirely different reaction. They merely stared blankly at the composed Lin Yan, feeling a sense of numbness. Wait, my friend, besides being an exceptional chef and a fitness guru, you also play rock music? In the crowd, Miao Ku, who was shouldering a camera, stood frozen for a moment before coming to her senses and hurriedly adjusting her equipment. Once she had positioned the lens to perfection, she gazed at Lin Yan through the viewfinder, her heart a tumult of emotions. Boss Lin, just how many hidden talents do you possess? Chapter 98. Transition from guitar to bass, the climax of the music festival. Amidst the gaze of hundreds, Lin Yan finally made his move after a long pause. He looked at the female drummer and nodded earnestly, his eyes still radiating warmth. All right. Upon receiving Lin Yan's response, the female drummer felt as though a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. Unbeknownst to her, her feelings had transformed from a desire to surpass Lin Yan to a simple satisfaction in merely performing together with him. Thank you. The female drummer's lips parted slightly, and a word of gratitude escaped her, one she had not uttered in a long time. Although her voice was barely audible, Lin Yan heard her, as did the surrounding music enthusiasts and patrons. No need to thank me. A smile graced Lin Yan's gentle face. Soon, the central area, once bustling with patrons and music lovers, was entirely cleared, just as Lin Yan prepared to embrace the electric guitar handed to him by the female drummer. The band performing on stage noticed the unfolding scene. All the bands at the music festival held great respect for Lin Yan, the proprietor of the snail noodle stall. Not only did he possess exceptional culinary skills, delighting the performing bands with sumptuous food, but he also showcased a high level of musical artistry before them. It could be said that every music lover present was a fan of the bands, yet all the bands were fans of Lin Yan alone. Dear music enthusiasts, the exhilarating performance on stage came to an abrupt halt, leaving the audience in a state of bewilderment. The lead singer of the band spoke up. I know that you are not here merely to watch us, but to witness the essence of true rock music. Cheers erupted from the crowd. After a brief pause, the lead singer continued, his tone fervent, as even he, having witnessed many grand spectacles in the rock scene, yearned to experience this collaboration. From this moment, our band will cease our performance and yield our time to a figure who embodies the true spirit and soul of rock. As he spoke, the young, tear-filled, passionate lead singer extended his hand, gripping the microphone tightly, and pointed towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan, clutching the now-tuned electric guitar, looked up and locked eyes with the lead singer on stage. They both shared a knowing smile. Beside them, the female drummer was invigorated, as if fueled by adrenaline. Indeed, when faced with an audience and music lovers who genuinely pursued rock, the fervor for music within one's heart would forever blaze, untainted by timidity. Let us go, Boss Lin, the female drummer exclaimed, pulling on Lin Yan's hand without regard for the keys still left in the food cart, determinedly dragging him onto the stage, electric guitar in hand. Surrounded by prominent figures in the realm of Chinese rock, Lin Yan felt the fervent admiration radiating from their gazes. The drummer poised to accompany him was none other than the most renowned female drummer in China. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yan experienced a disorienting haze. It was not until the throngs of music enthusiasts below began to cheer, and the bass drum behind him roared to life, that his hands finally stirred into action. The electric guitar, already resplendent and striking in appearance, unleashed a unique roar of rock music from Lin Yan's fingertips, venting the unquenchable fury within the hearts of rock enthusiasts. Without lyrics, merely an electric guitar and a drum set elevated the atmosphere to a euphoric crescendo, unmatched throughout the music festival. Suddenly, Wang, who in the audience was taken aback, swiftly turning to glance at the guitarist, who was now wholly immersed in the music, an anxious expression etched across his face. Some spectators had already caught wind of the unforeseen predicament. The string of Lin Yan's guitar had snapped. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Lin Yan, fully in his element, appeared indifferent to the damage of his instrument, casting the broken guitar to the ground. Amidst the rekindled fervor, he boldly approached the bassist on stage. The bassist, recognizing the moment, handed over his bass guitar, albeit with a pained expression, murmuring, "Boss Lin, this bass is a bit pricey, so please handle it with care." Lin Yan offered no reply. The guitar had been the instrument he unlocked on his first day of busking, while the bass now cradled in his arms was a skill he had acquired on the second day. Everyone stood in stunned silence, including the entire band. It was common knowledge that while the bass was indispensable to the ensemble, it often faded into the background, its presence scarcely felt. Some suggested that a band could do without anything, except for the bassist, who was essential even for mundane tasks like fetching takeout. Observing Lin Yan, who was now admiring the bass with a contemplative gaze, Wang, who furrowed his brow in confusion, glancing at the equally perplexed fans beside him, muttering, "Is he really going to wield the bass to command the drums?" Such is Boss Lin's audacity. Amidst the skeptical stares and questioning glances, Lin Yan's hands moved as the rhythmic beats interlaced with the air. With the first strum of the strings, a profound silence enveloped the crowd for 2 seconds. This brief hush was swiftly followed by an eruption of excitement, akin to a tempest, as the sound that emanated was nothing like the bass they had previously known. This was far from the traditional, inconspicuous bass of a conventional band, accompanied by the resounding drums behind him. Lin Yan wielded his bass like a musician forged in the crucible of war, grand and magnificent. The rhythm and vitality he manifested compelled all present to instinctively raise their hands, joining in a fervent display of exuberance. As the music surged, the deep and resonant tones not only provided a robust framework for the ensemble, but also enveloped the atmosphere with a gentle yet rich wooden resonance. Lin Yan's technique and artistry evolved in harmony with the audience's fervent cheers. The exhilarating metallic rock transformed into a fluid transition, giving way to the layered sensations of funk and jazz. The astute female drummer behind him discerned this shift keenly, though she remained in the role of Lin Yan's accompanist. A sense of fulfillment graced her lips, overshadowing any feelings of discontent. The crowd erupted in screams and roars, and even the entire band began to sway and shout in unison. The typically composed Wang, who joined the throngs of enthusiastic fans, leaping and cheering with abandon. He raised his hands high, directing all his energy towards the passionately performing Lin Yan, exclaiming, "Boss Lin, tomorrow, I yearn for tiger-skinned pig trotters." Chapter 99, The Distribution of New Side Dishes. Whose desire is it really? In the kitchen of the Heavenly Palace #1. Lin Yan gazed at the towering pile of unprocessed pig trotters before him, his previously relaxed brow now furrowed in distress. He had never anticipated that after merely toying with an instrument on stage, he would inexplicably receive a notification from the system, claiming it had sensed a fervent desire from an unknown diner. In that moment, still caught up in the performance, Lin Yan had unwittingly acquiesced to the whims of a patron he could not even identify. Swiftly, the system had provided him with the recipe for the tiger skin pig trotters, a side dish akin to the more familiar preparations of tiger skin chicken feet and duck webs. Yet, upon delving into the intricacies of this dish, Lin Yan was compelled to acknowledge its greater complexity. Merely plucking the hairs from the trotters, as instructed by the system, had consumed over 2 exhausting hours, leaving his hands trembling and his eyes growing increasingly unfocused. In his mind, he cursed that anonymous diner 1,000 times, extending polite salutations to their ancestors for good measure. Nevertheless, the recipe bestowed upon him by the system demanded execution. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yan pressed on with the subsequent steps. After blanching, he meticulously brushed the trotters with a delicate glaze of honey water and white vinegar, and just as they were nearly dry, he ignited the oil in the pan. Observing the subtle ripples in the oil, he gingerly inserted his chopsticks, noting the emergence of fine bubbles, a clear indication that the time was ripe to introduce the trotters into the hot oil. Without hesitation, he lowered each trotter into the bubbling cauldron. Despite the sheer volume, Lin Yan, equipped with exceptional culinary skills, and the muscle memory imparted by the system, maneuvered through the chaos of sizzling trotters with flawless precision and ease. This was merely a test of the trotter's quantity, not of Lin Yan's capabilities. The trotters, which he had split in half, began to dance within the oil, rapidly transforming to a golden hue. Once their skin wrinkled and bore the distinctive tiger stripe appearance, he swiftly retrieved them, placing them into a basin of ice water without a moment's pause. After a 2-hour soak, the trotters emerged, their surfaces now adorned with enticing wrinkles, showcasing their splendor. At this stage, the trotters not only gleamed with a golden, crisp exterior, but were also enveloped in an alluring tiger skin, enough to whet anyone's appetite. Having reached this point, the flavor profile of the trotters had ascended to a level that would surely leave diners yearning for more. However, Lin Yan's actions showed no sign of pause. Beside him, the pot contained the marinated broth he had prepared during the frying process, its alluring hue emanating a fragrance so delightful that it was nearly irresistible. This broth was crafted as a base using the essence of snail noodles. Lin Yan had meticulously blended dark soy sauce, rock sugar, bay leaves, star anise, and dried chili peppers in a secret ratio, allowing them to simmer within the broth. In mere moments, an exquisite flavor began to waft through the air. To elevate the complexity of the broth, Lin Yan innovatively introduced a hint of fermented tofu and some Kaiju sauce, enriching the already delectable broth with an added layer of umami. After placing all the pig trotters into the pressure cooker brimming with broth and setting a timer for 30 minutes, Lin Yan stepped away to rest. His tasks for the day were complete, and the factors that could enhance the flavor of the crispy pig trotters were now beyond his control. Entrusted instead to the passage of time. Time flew by swiftly. At this moment, within the Lin Boss fan group, images and videos were circulating wildly. Initially, the pictures were quite ordinary, showcasing the snail noodles Lin Yan had personally prepared that day. This stirred feelings of regret and longing among those food enthusiasts who, for various reasons, had missed the opportunity to meet Lin Yan that week. However, from the second image and video onward, the narrative surrounding the esteemed chef Lin had taken a dramatic turn, leaving the viewers bewildered. Does Lin Boss play the guitar? No. Is that a bass? Lin Boss? Aren't we all from the same era? Why is Lin Boss so extraordinary? Countless remarks tinged with sarcasm and envy filled the chat. In the video, although Lin Yan's attire was unremarkable, blending seamlessly into the crowd to the point of being unrecognizable, a transformation occurred as he lowered his head and plucked the first string of the bass. His entire demeanor seemed to shift, even through the screen. The group members could feel the striking aura that emanated from him. A distinct essence that belonged solely to a rock musician, a unique sense of freedom that could not be diminished by any distance. Similarly, news of Lin Yan's talents had spread throughout the music festival's community in Min City, sparking curiosity and admiration among nearly all music enthusiasts. Such a figure, possessing skills that could easily place him among the top tier of the national rock scene, was, astonishingly, merely an inconspicuous street food vendor. Opinions regarding Lin Yan vary widely. Some believe he is merely pursuing his personal interests, while others assert he is seeking publicity. However, amidst the multitude of voices, not a single individual has criticized Lin Yan's skills, whether in culinary arts or instrumental proficiency. As the conversation meandered, a fan shared a photo of Wang Hu and his bandmates huddled in a corner, indulging in snail noodles, igniting yet another wave of discussion. Is it delicious? This vendor's snail noodles appear incredibly appetizing. Isn't this supposed to be mere hype? Can the proprietor truly master the art of crafting snail noodles? Amidst a chorus of skepticism, many fans who had been lurking in the background, hesitant to speak up, could no longer contain themselves. They had savored Lin Yan's personally prepared snail noodles. Lin Yan has become their beacon of faith. Typically, they remain indifferent to the chatter in the group. Yet now, with someone daring to question the taste of Lin Yan's food stall, it is unlikely that any patron who has tasted Lin Yan's culinary delights could suppress their indignation. The proprietor's snail noodles are simply exquisite. Wang Hu himself attests to this, laughing. I must try them. I'll go see tomorrow. At last. Under the influence of this enthusiastic crowd, the majority of fans in the group felt an overwhelming curiosity, silently resolving, tomorrow. I shall also partake in the delightful snail noodles crafted by the esteemed Lin. Chapter 100. The wealthy young master bows only to the pig's trotter the following morning. As Lin Yan arrived at the music festival venue riding his food cart, he discovered that someone was already standing in front of his usual stall, appearing to have waited for quite some time. Upon seeing this individual, Lin Yan instinctively voiced his confusion even before halting his cart. Lin bro, Fang Fei approached leisurely upon spotting Lin Yan, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. I intended to come and enjoy your food yesterday, but the crowd was overwhelming. By the time I reached the front of the line, everything had sold out. Lin Yan was taken aback. You queued yesterday as well? Indeed, Fang Fei nodded. Although he typically remained indifferent to matters beyond art, he genuinely felt a sense of loss upon realizing he had missed out on Lin Yan's renowned snail rice noodles. The disappointment was akin to having meticulously composed a piece of music only to inadvertently lose it. Then how did you get in? Lin Yan gestured towards the still-closed ticket checkpoint and gate, regarding Fang Fei with skepticism. Before Fang Fei could respond, Lin Yan, having pieced together the answer, looked at him with a subtle expression of disbelief. I forgot you're a sponsor. The wicked capitalist. Noting that Lin Yan had already arrived at the conclusion, Fang Fei chose not to pursue the topic further. Instead, his eyes widened as he gazed at Lin Yan's stove, which was still unprepared. The large pots atop it remained tightly sealed, yet the enticing aroma was seeping through the cracks, slowly wafting into the air. Lin bro, are you selling snail rice noodles again today? While Lin Yan busied himself with his tasks, he nodded in affirmation. As he lifted the lid of the last pot, the moment the fragrant scent of the pig's trotters burst forth, he added, Today, we have an additional offering of tiger skin pig's trotters, but there is only one pot. Sensing the overwhelming aroma of the trotters invading his nostrils, Fang Fei leaned in closer, scrutinizing the small mountain of trotters in the pot. Each piece was uniform in size, the golden tiger skin having thoroughly absorbed the flavors of the braising liquid, emanating a more enticing sheen. Merely gazing at the tiger skin pig's trotters filled Fang Fei with uncontainable admiration. These were not merely trotters. They were, in fact, works of art. True masterpieces. Lin bro, I'll have an order of snail rice noodles, with everything added, Fang Fei declared. Very well, the tiger skin pig's trotters are 25 yuan each, totaling 92 yuan. Lin Yan nodded, already engrossed in his preparations. After several days of intense street vending, the process of preparing the rice noodles has evolved beyond Lin Yan's initial capabilities. If one were to assert that on the first day the system bestowed upon Lin Yan a mere perfection in cooking, now his comprehension of the snail rice noodles transcends the mere abilities granted by the system. To describe him as a master of snail rice noodles would be entirely fitting. As Lin Yan placed the final crispy pig trotter atop the bowl of snail rice noodles, drenching it with a final ladle of broth, the exquisite dish was complete. Careful. It's hot, Lin Yan cautioned as he delicately handed the bowl, precariously balanced and seemingly on the verge of spilling, to Fang Fei. Fang Fei did not immediately taste it. Instead, he cradled the bowl with admiration akin to that of an art connoisseur. Lin, you are truly remarkable, he exclaimed, his tone infused with excitement. Lin Yan merely smiled in response, but unlike the praises from others, Fang Fei's commendation held an artistic and musical quality. With a slurp, Fang Fei began to retrieve strands of noodles from the bottom, savoring them with the rich, aromatic broth, followed by a bite of the fried egg, his eyes narrowing in bliss. Having gone without Lin Yan's snail rice noodles the previous day, the rediscovery filled him with profound satisfaction. After thoroughly enjoying the crispy chicken feet and duck paws, his gaze finally fell upon the substantial pig trotter dominating the bowl. Its golden brown skin had absorbed the essence of the broth, and as Fang Fei moved the bowl, the trotter swayed as if showcasing its proud form. With eager anticipation, he took a generous bite. The exquisite texture and flavor overwhelmed his senses, momentarily leaving his mind blank in that instant. He felt as if he had remembered everything and forgotten all at once. The trotter's skin, having been fried at high temperatures and soaked in ice water, had developed a delicate, airy structure that, upon absorbing the sour and spicy broth, became succulent and juicy. As Fang Fei's tongue barely grazed the pig trotter's crispy skin, it melted away, revealing the trotter's extraordinary flavor beneath. The combination of the melt-in-your-mouth texture and the trotter itself elevated the dish to new heights. The gelatinous tendons were tender and sticky, while the lean meat was slightly fibrous yet bursting with flavor, dispersing with the slightest bite. As he chewed the trotter, Fang Fei felt as though he were savoring a piece of elastic cloud. The dense texture, the fermented aroma of the pickled bamboo shoots, and the sour spicy essence of the broth intertwined in a delightful explosion on his palate, causing his taste buds to fully awaken. Lin, he exclaimed. After savoring the first bite of the pig's trotters, he lifted his head in astonishment to gaze at Lin Yan, who was now reclining lazily on a lounge chair. Having tidied up the dining cart, his eyes sparkled with admiration and reverence. Brother Lin, your cooking is absolutely delectable. For the first time, The usually unflappable Fong Fei felt a profound surge of emotion, yet in comparison to the exquisite delicacy he was indulging in, such feelings seemed trivial. With that thought, Fong Fei resumed his hearty feast on the pig's trotters, oblivious to the grease that adorned the corners of his mouth. Those who recognized Fong Fei's stature would be utterly astonished to see him so unceremoniously grappling with a piece of pig's trotters. The man, who cared little for anything beyond art and music, had unexpectedly yielded to the allure of a tiger-skinned pig's trotter. Lin Yan chuckled. Accustomed to such sights, as long as you enjoy it. With these words, the security gate and main entrance behind Fong Fei slowly swung open, heralding the commencement of today's music festival. Instantly, the previously composed Lin Yan rose, his expression now betraying a hint of anxiety as he recalled the grueling scenes from the day before. Even the mere recollection made his hands tremble slightly. Haha, Brother Lin. Fong Fei remarked, his tone tinged with a playful mockery as he noticed Lin Yan's reaction. He turned, seemingly catching sight of a crowd rushing towards them, a smile of mischief playing at his lips. I must take my leave, Brother Lin. It appears your guests are arriving. Chapter 101. Mr. Wang. You seem a bit dazed upon uttering these words. Fong Fei turned away without a backward glance and strode towards the stage, still clutching a bowl of unfinished snail noodles, seemingly devoid of any sympathy for Lin Yan's impending plight. Ah, the wretched capitalist. Lin Yan thought to himself as he watched Fong Fei's figure grow smaller in his line of sight, eventually fading into oblivion. He could already feel the ground beneath him beginning to tremble slightly, akin to the oppressive sensation of a stampede. Though this time the throng consisted of thousands of fervent music fans. Lin, old man, I'm coming. Though he had yet to catch sight of the individual, Lin Yan discerned the piercing voice carried by the wind, prompting him to glance towards the entrance. A reluctant smile crept onto his lips. He could now see a vague crowd approaching rapidly from the security checkpoint. Young man, your surname is Lin, right? At that moment, the uncle preparing fried chicken nearby cast a skeptical glance at Lin Yan upon hearing the booming call. Yes, Lin Yan replied with a casual nod. Given the near revolt by his patrons the previous day, the uncle wisely refrained from further inquiries, though jealousy and admiration were evident in his demeanor. Before long, even the first band scheduled to perform had yet to transport their required instruments to the stage, and a queue had already begun to form in front of Lin Yan's food truck. Unsurprisingly, at the forefront stood Wang Lisin and his young secretary, Xiao Zhang. Is Xiao Zhang still a bit reluctant today? Wang Lisin observed with a broad smile, a teasing undertone evident in his voice as he looked at Xiao Zhang behind him. Xiao Zhang, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched her head. Though she did not speak, her gaze towards Lin Yan's food truck, coupled with the barely concealed drool at the corners of her mouth, betrayed her longing. Haha. Wang Lisin ceased his teasing of the earnest, yet somewhat stiff young secretary and turned to Lin Yan, saying, Boss Lin, is it still snail noodles today? Lin Yan, unhurried, nodded and replied, yes. But today we also have tiger-skin pig trotters. Would you care to try one? At the moment Lin Yan's words registered, Wang Lisin's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had always been fond of pig trotters, having fallen in love with the pig feet delicacies during a business trip to Chuan City. However, as age crept upon him, not only did his family prohibit him from indulging, but even his doctor advised him to limit his consumption. Fortunately, it was merely a suggestion. Upon contemplating this phrase, Wang Lisin could not help but pat his chest, a victorious smile gracing his lips. Boss Lin, 2 bowls of snail noodles, with everything added. Certainly. 1 bowl costs 92 yuan. After completing the payment via a scan, Wang Lisin stepped aside to allow the patrons behind him to place their orders. The obedient little Zhang, who had been trailing closely behind, mimicked his actions, stepping aside to stand next to Wang Lisin, occasionally glancing at her boss and then at Lin Yan, who was busily working behind the food cart. Despite the immense workload, Lin Yan managed the ingredients with remarkable finesse, his every movement appearing as if rehearsed, each detail exuding an aesthetic that few dining establishments could hope to attain. In no time, 2 bowls of snail noodles were placed before them. Little Zhang eagerly picked up her bowl. Upon savoring the first sip of broth, she felt her weary body, ravaged by work, rejuvenated with vitality. She blissfully squinted her eyes. Although she had already dined at this establishment once, the second encounter with these snail noodles left her astounded. The exquisite delight they brought did not diminish in the slightest. Rather, it enveloped her once more in sheer amazement and joy. Her gaze soon fell upon the sizable piece of crispy pig's trotter in her bowl. After a moment's hesitation, she delicately picked it up and began to nibble on it. Initially, little Zhang managed to maintain her ladylike demeanor, each bite seemingly measured with precision and grace. Yet, as she continued to eat, she could no longer restrain herself. Despite her elegant approach, the quantity she consumed was far too meager to sate her hunger. She raised her head and surreptitiously glanced at Wang Lisin beside her. To her surprise, the typically imposing figure of her superior was casually squatting on a patch of grass like any other diner. One hand cradled a bowl brimming with snail noodles, while the other held the piece of pig's trotter, devouring it with unabashed delight. He displayed no concern for appearance, and his face shone with grease under the sun, a testament to his enjoyment. Yet, Wang Lisin seemed utterly unconcerned, occasionally taking the time to engage in light conversation with fellow diners squatting nearby. Little Zhang felt reassured and began her own indiscriminate assault on the crispy pig's trotter. A sudden memory struck her of her childhood days in the countryside, when her mother had saved for a long time to take her to the distant city for fried chicken on her birthday. At that time, I seemed to be no different from who I am now. The only distinction was that back then, even with a greasy face from indulging in food, my mother would patiently wipe away the dirt from my visage. Since I resolved to strive diligently, transitioning from my village to the city for education, graduating, and now working, this remains the most relaxed moment for Xiaozhang. Uncertain of how much time had passed, she noticed that the bowl of snail noodles before her contained only a thin layer of broth. Suddenly, she felt a gentle yet firm pat on her shoulder. Raising her gaze, she found Wang Lisin standing before her, seemingly having finished his meal and waiting for some time. President Wang. Xiaozhang hurriedly held her empty bowl, rising in a flustered manner, her face betraying a hint of confusion. This was the first time since she started working that she had lost her focus. There's no need to worry, Xiaozhang, Wang Lisin smiled, observing her anxious demeanor. Reminiscent of his own youthful days when he had just joined the workforce, always tense and on edge. This isn't the company. Young people shouldn't always feel so tightly wound. Don't wear yourself out. Xiaozhang opened her mouth, intending to respond, but hesitated. No one else in the company had inquired about her fatigue. After a moment, she nodded emphatically, I understand. With that, a vibrant smile adorned her face, and she pointed towards the stage where today's performance was commencing, her expression brimming with excitement. President Wang, let us go check out the music festival over there. Soon, beneath the stage appeared an old and a young figure, resembling a father-daughter duo. President Wang, you're quite different from when you're in the office. How so? You seem a bit dazed now, oddly endearing. Chapter 102. Brother Hu, are you indulging yourself? As the number of patrons at Lin Yan's food cart steadily increased, he hastened his pace in preparing the rice noodles. Yet, every time he peeked out to gauge the length of the queue, it remained interminably long. The tantalizing aroma of the snail noodles began to permeate the atmosphere of the music festival, captivating even those attendees who were indifferent to the fervor of the fans. Boss Lin. Lin Yan looked up. After serving numerous customers, he recognized several familiar voices amidst the crowd, but the figure before him was a well-known acquaintance. Reporter Miao. Lin Yan smiled. Despite being in line, Miaoka still carried her large camera on her shoulder. Slightly bowing her head to gaze at the bustling snail noodles on Lin Yan's cart, her mouth watering involuntarily. Boss Lin, I'll have a serving of snail noodles. Lin Yan nodded, even thoughtfully inquiring, would you like everything added? Of course. With that, Lin Yan fell silent and returned to his diligent work. Uncharacteristically, the loquacious Miaoka refrained from engaging Lin Yan in conversation, instead adjusting her camera to capture the industrious chef at work. In the lens, Lin Yan's slender fingers danced gracefully. Even after weeks of culinary toil, his hands remained fair and elegant, each meticulous motion imbued with a subtle beauty and charm, rendering the simplest actions aesthetically pleasing, eliciting a sense of delight from onlookers. Observing the scene through her camera, Miaoka felt a wave of admiration wash over her, her gaze reflecting reverence akin to that of a devoted fan beholding their long-cherished idol. Your snail noodles are ready. Lin Yan swiftly presented Miaoka with her order. But unlike other customers, he pointed to her camera, now seemingly finished with its task. Have you completed your work? Ever since he had learned about Miaoka's work plans, Lin Yan, though not particularly driven by fame or fortune, found himself intrigued by the prospect of appearing in print for the first time. Yes, it's mostly done. I'm just awaiting the post-production work once we return. As she spoke, Miaoka's eyes darted to the bowl of snail noodles in her hands, her words slightly slurred, a result of her mouth watering profusely. It was worth noting that over the past 2 days, Miaoka had been closely following Lin Yan's journey for her story. In order to capture a more comprehensive and narrative-driven perspective, Miyako's life over the past few days has been nothing short of torment. She could only watch helplessly as patrons indulged in Lin Yan's delectable snail noodles on camera. After finally wrapping up a day of filming, she would eagerly queue to purchase Lin Yan's famous dish, only to discover that all the ingredients had been sold out. The agony was unbearable. Ultimately, after meticulously sorting through her footage and realizing that the main content was largely complete, she decided to alter her filming schedule late into the night. Her plan for today was to savor the very snail noodles crafted by Lin Yan himself. Only by experiencing it firsthand could she produce a report and article of genuine value. This was Miyako's self-consoling pretext. With the first bite of the snail noodles, Miyako let out a joyful exclamation, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. All the toil of the past few days seemed to dissipate in that moment. The fatigue that had enveloped her vanished entirely. Just as she lifted the crispy pig trotter from her bowl, she suddenly sensed a chilling gaze directed at her from behind. A palpable aura of danger loomed over her neck, causing her movements and smile to freeze. Slowly, she turned around to find a figure towering above her, casting a shadow over her as she sat on the lawn, relishing her meal. At that moment, Miyako felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance and helplessness. "Hi, Chief Editor," she chuckled nervously, looking up at her editor, resembling a student caught sneaking a peek at her phone during class. Despite her attempts to feign busyness, it was all in vain. Meow. The chief editor's expression was stern, yet upon closer inspection, her gaze was fixated on the bowl of snail noodles in Miyako's hands, her throat subtly bobbing with each swallow of saliva. "I didn't assign you to follow Lin Boss's news coverage for you to sit here slacking off." Miyako scratched her head sheepishly. "Chief Editor, I thought I should personally experience it to write better." Pouting her lips and gazing up with her sparkling eyes, she pleaded with her editor. Within mere seconds, the chief editor succumbed to Miyako's charming antics, her expression a mix of exasperation and amusement as she opened her mouth to deliver a reprimand, but the words never came. Instead, she could only manage a wry smile. Miyako stood up, cradling her bowl of snail noodles, and, like a devoted comrade, linked arms with her editor. With her other hand, she presented the bowl to her. "Chief Editor, it's truly delicious. Would you care for a taste?" After a prolonged 10 seconds of resistance, the chief editor finally gave in and took a bite of the snail noodles, accompanied by a small morsel of the crispy pig trotter. Her eyes widened in astonishment. After swallowing the limited portion of snail rice noodles, the editor-in-chief cast a glance at Miyako, infused with a hint of melancholy. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke softly. "Well, little Meow." Before the editor could finish her sentence, Miyako promptly pointed to the long queue still forming, exclaiming, "Sister Editor, if we don't get in line soon, we may miss out." This statement struck like a hammer, prompting the editor to nod appreciatively, finding comfort in Miyako's timely suggestion. With a smile, she remarked, "You make a valid point, little Meow. Our work as journalists is quite demanding. Sometimes, we must strike a balance between labor and leisure." The queue swelled with yet another patron. At that moment, a familiar face appeared before Lin Yan's food cart, the renowned vocalist Wang Hu, who had been a steadfast customer since his first visit. "Boss Lin, I'm back," Wang Hu exclaimed, finally reaching the cart after a lengthy wait. His gaze fixed on Lin Yan, who was still engrossed in his tasks, akin to reuniting with a long-missed friend. His face radiated uncontainable nostalgia and delight. "Who good?" Lin Yan replied with a gentle smile, harboring a fond regard for the singer, not only for his musical talent but also for his character. "Boss Lin, may I?" Wang Hu hesitated, fidgeting with his fingers before finally looking up. "Could I get 28 portions, with all the toppings?" Lin Yan glanced at the seemingly endless line behind Wang Hu. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head with a hint of regret. "I'm sorry, but I can't allow bulk purchases. There are many diners waiting behind you." Wang Hu, not being a regular at Lin Yan's stall, was unaware of the unwritten rules. Those who had previously dined at Lin Yan's establishment understood well that during busy times, there was a strict limit on the number of portions each person could purchase. Moreover, given that snail rice noodles served as a substantial meal, patrons typically opted for just one serving each. Lin Yan was pleasantly surprised that recent days had seen little occurrence of bulk purchases. With a sigh of understanding, Wang Hu nodded. "I see. Then I'll take one portion with everything, please. I'll eat here instead of taking it to go." After receiving his bowl of snail rice noodles, Wang Hu glanced furtively around, ensuring no familiar faces were in sight. After confirming his solitude, he squatted down and took a hearty bite of the pig trotters in his bowl. Just as he blissfully swallowed his first mouthful, a chilling voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Go? Are you indulging alone? Chapter 103, The Lounge That Night. A scene of despair. Wang Hu's body trembled slightly as he raised his head, only to find a visage filled with deep resentment glaring down at him. It was the guitarist whose instrument had been shattered by Lin Yan the previous day. As a professional guitarist, he possessed numerous guitars, each one a cherished companion. He had never anticipated that his beloved electric guitar would be so brutally destroyed by Boss Lin. Although the female drummer and her companions compensated him fully and even gifted him a new electric guitar, the sorrow in his heart remained unmitigated. That guitar had accompanied him through countless nights and numerous music festivals, and he had envisioned its demise, a glorious end amidst a climactic performance, thus achieving the ultimate return of rock. Yet, he never expected that its destruction would not be at his own hands. Huge brother, the guitarist's voice was soft, his tone remarkably flat. However, Wang Hu could already feel beads of cold sweat forming on his back, and his hand holding the chopsticks began to tremble uncontrollably. Wang Hu forced a smile, lifting the bowl of snail noodles and glancing around to ensure that no other band members were present besides the guitarist. Lowering his voice, he proposed, "Let us not tell anyone else. How about we share this bowl?" Upon hearing Wang Hu's words, the guitarist's expression shifted slightly. He opened his mouth to respond, but Wang Hu abruptly stood up. "I know you want some too. This portion is substantial. We can manage it together." The guitarist's lips twitched. He stared at Wang Hu for a moment before finally speaking. "Huge brother, didn't you promise us that you would bring back a serving of snail noodles for each of us?" Sister Violence warned that there might be a limit. "And you didn't believe her. You insisted that even if there were restrictions, you would queue up 28 times to bring us some." Wang Hu stood frozen, taken aback by the guitarist's words. But before he could respond, the guitarist raised his phone, pointing the camera directly at the bewildered Wang Hu. Just as Sister Violence predicted, "Even a senior like you can't behave this way." The already stunned Wang Hu became even more dazed at the sight of the inexplicable camera. A voice from the phone rang out, sending a wave of perspiration down his back. Well, Wang Hu, who would have thought you'd actually indulge yourself?" It was the voice of the female drummer. After her scathing critique of Wang Hu, the tone of the voice shifted. "And who told you to call me Sister Violence? Just wait until you get back. You'll be in for it." In the brief exchange of just 2 sentences, the unmistakable sound of a phone call being terminated echoed from the device. Wang Hu and the guitarist stood in silence, uneasily contemplating their next move. "Perhaps you should enjoy your bowl first while I stand in line?" Wang Hu offered with a sheepish smile, his gaze lingering on the bowl of luoxifin he had only just sampled. He gestured toward the still lengthy queue beside him, only to be interrupted by Lin Yan, who stood behind the food cart, exclaiming, "There are only 10 servings left. Could you kindly inform those waiting behind you?" As Lin Yan busily tended to the dwindling ingredients, he muttered in disbelief. Why do the ingredients seem to be selling out so swiftly today? Wang Hu's demeanor stiffened once more, leaving even the guitarist at a loss for words, who could only cast a sympathetic glance at this venerable figure in the rock scene. Although he too would face the impending wrath of the female drummer upon returning, this seemed trivial compared to what Wang Hu was about to endure. After a moment of contemplation, the guitarist made the most prudent decision, approaching Wang Hu to share the solitary serving of luoxifin. With a satisfied hum after savoring the last sip of soup, the guitarist turned to Wang Hu, who cradled his abdomen and gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, exclaiming, "If only every day could be like this, filled with music and the delightful dishes crafted by Boss Lin, how joyful life would be." The guitarist nodded in agreement. Though he was not particularly eloquent, his eyes shimmering with hope and dreams for the future. Alas, a deep sigh escaped Wang Hu's lips. After relishing Lin Yan's culinary creations, he had privately gleaned much about Lin Yan's achievements from fellow patrons and fans alike, even joining the Boss Lin fan club. He had come to understand Lin Yan's habits intimately, realizing that after this week, he might never again have the chance to indulge in Lin Yan's exquisite dishes. Noticing Wang Hu's sudden despondence, the guitarist was about to offer words of comfort when, just as he opened his mouth to speak, a sharp pain struck the back of his head as if from a powerful blow. The force was just right, jarring yet not debilitating. After a moment, he grasped the back of his head in agony, turning to see the source of his discomfort. His anger dissipated entirely upon recognizing the visitor. "Sister, ah." The female drummer smiled, saying nothing as she deftly grabbed Wang Hu by the collar with one hand and the guitarist by the nape of his neck with the other, unceremoniously dragging both of them back to the backstage lounge. After a brief struggle, Wang Hu ultimately succumbed to defeat, collapsing onto the ground and allowing the female drummer's formidable strength to pull him forward. Musicians in the corridor outside inadvertently overheard the commotion within, which sounded quite dire. With Wang Hu's disturbances eliminated, Lin Yin found himself fortunate today, as he received no overwhelming requests from patrons. Naturally, no new dishes were introduced by the system. Even after he had tidied up the entire food cart, he did not hear a single system notification. This realization allowed him to exhale a sigh of relief in his heart. Finally, he could enjoy a modicum of ease this evening. The patrons who had not queued up were gazing longingly at Lin Yin as he mounted his cart, their eyes glistening with tears of reluctance. They had arduously fought for a day's chance to queue granted by Wang Lisan, only to find themselves unable to savor the coveted snail noodles prepared by Lin Yin, leaving them feeling rather discontented. Moreover, amidst the crowd, one patron suddenly recalled something and lamented, "How is it already Thursday?" Upon hearing this, everyone realized that tomorrow would mark the last day Lin Yin would be operating his stall, sending the already distressed patrons into a fit of inconsolable tears. Perhaps the wailing was too loud, or perhaps it was the dawning realization that they would not be able to enjoy the snail noodles today. The band performing on stage seemed to adopt a subtle tone of sorrow, each lyric articulated with great effort, as if they were straining to hold back their own tears. Sighing heavily, Lin Yin found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he callously twisted the throttle of his cart and departed towards the exit. While the patrons behind him wished to follow but feared disturbing Lin Yin and incurring his displeasure, they could only call out from a distance, "Boss Lin, what am I to do if you leave?" Of course, not all patrons were in despair. Some who had already tasted the snail noodles began to discuss the following day. "Do you think Boss Lin will introduce any new dishes tomorrow? It's hard to say. What else can be paired with snail noodles? I wouldn't mind some fatty intestines." Haha. Lin Yin frowned. Chapter 104. The Pressure Mounts. The impending visit of Father Fong. With a dry chuckle, Lin Yin pushed open the kitchen door, regretting in that moment why he had allowed himself to feel a fleeting softness toward his patrons. It was precisely this moment of weakness that caused him to delay his departure, resulting in the kitchen before him being filled with an abundance of ingredients. Fortunately, the tiger skin chicken feet and duck web, being of the same type as the tiger skin pig trotters, had vanished by the following day, which relieved Lin Yin somewhat. "System, you are truly ruthless," he muttered. After voicing this thought, he stepped forward to caress the new ingredients prepared by the system, specifically the large intestines mentioned by the enigmatic patron. Fortunately, these intestines had already been processed, each segment remarkably clean. Even so, the sight of an entire box of them stirred an indescribable discomfort within Lin Yin. After staring at the intestines for a considerable time without making a move, his silent protest bore no fruit, as the system seemed to have vanished, offering no response whatsoever. "All right, you're impressive," Lin Yin cursed inwardly before slowly getting to work. Admittedly, the processed intestines emitted little to no odor, and their texture was somewhat different from what he had envisioned. The silky feel of the ingredient unexpectedly diminished his aversion to it. With deft precision, he made incisions to enhance flavor absorption, ensuring the braising sauce would permeate the intestines, rendering them tender and flavorful. Under the system's guidance, Lin Yan's culinary skills had reached unparalleled heights, with only the passage of time required for him to attain legendary status. It could be said that even masters in the martial arts realm would fall short in comparison to his knife skills. Star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and grass fruit. After completing the decorative cuts, Lin Yin began to prepare the braising spices. Various seasonings danced skillfully through his hands, leaping into the pot like nimble creatures. Despite the multitude of spices, Lin Yin navigated them with ease, meticulously measuring each ingredient to perfection. Only in this way could he concoct a truly exquisite braising sauce. Dried chili, Sichuan pepper, and cumin, combined with cloves and dried tangerine peel. After crushing a grass fruit with familiarity, he added it to the braising broth, considering this step a completion of the sauce's preparation. Yet, he did not cease his actions. Yellow soybean paste, rock sugar, and beer, this was Lin Yan's secret recipe. As he poured these ingredients into the pot in a miraculous ratio, the entire pot of braising liquid erupted with an irresistible fragrance, a scent so enchanting that even Lin Yin himself was captivated. One cannot help but inwardly marvel at the formidable recipes offered by the system. In response to the varying textures of pig intestines, Lin Yin meticulously divided the pot of braising broth into 2 portions, each subjected to a distinctly different cooking duration. This approach not only caters to diners who prefer a tender, melt-in-the-mouth experience, but also satisfies those who seek a more substantial chew. At this moment, within the confines of the Tiangong No. 1 courtyard, Fong Fei stood at his home entrance, his long hair unusually disheveled. He remained silent, his head slightly bowed. Before him stood a man whose face, despite the efforts of grooming and skincare, still bore the marks of time. From a distance, one could discern a striking resemblance between him and Fang Fei, sharing about 70% of their features. Fei, I've arranged for you to attend this music festival as well. If you have time, perhaps you could come by my company to familiarize yourself with the environment you will be working in, the man said. Though his words were framed as inquiries, they were laced with an authoritative tone that brooked no refusal. Seeing his son remain silent, Father Fang exhibited no impatience, instead fixing his gaze upon Fang Fei, his eyes radiating the unyielding presence of an authority figure, seemingly attempting to subdue his son with sheer force of will. After a prolonged silence, Fang Fei finally lifted his head. He appeared unfazed by his father's intimidating stare, meeting it directly with unwavering calm. Father Fang was momentarily taken aback. His son stood before him, and to his surprise, Fang Fei had grown nearly half a head taller than him. His gaze was tranquil, as though untouched by the pressure exerted by his father. Fei, I will not return, Fang Fei replied. His tone serene yet imbued with a determination that surpassed the bluster of his father's earlier words. Fei, the reason I purchased a house here was to help you connect with influential figures in this circle. Have you made any acquaintances among the neighbors during your time here? Father Fang, sensing his inability to sway his son, shifted the topic. Fang Fei paused, and upon hearing this question, the image of a man, busy at the food cart, suddenly flashed in his mind. He slightly wrinkled his nose, catching a whiff of the braising broth that was gradually pervading the air. Raising an eyebrow, he glanced at his father. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, he unexpectedly confessed, I have a good relationship with one of the neighbors. Father Fang was taken aback. Although he had initiated this topic, he had not anticipated that his reclusive son, who would rather immerse himself in music and art for 24 hours a day, had actually made a friend here. It is worth noting that every resident capable of living in this area was undoubtedly a significant figure, whose stature far surpassed even that of Father Fang. Father Fang gazed at Fang Fei with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Fei, today I happen to have some free time. Shall we pay a visit to our neighbor? As he spoke, Father Fang lifted his hand to glance at the luxurious watch adorning his wrist, his brow furrowing slightly. Perhaps another day. No, let us go now. He was interrupted by Fang Fei. Father Fang was taken aback. Fang Fei reiterated his statement, let us go now. As he spoke, he scrunched his nose slightly, the aroma of the marinated broth intensifying in his nostrils, yet it was far from overwhelming. Fang Fei then raised his gaze towards the direction of courtyard number 1, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 105, Uncle, would you care for some? As Lin Yin, having just brought forth a pot of braised intestines, paused momentarily upon hearing the doorbell, he meticulously placed a heat-resistant mat on the table before setting the entire pot down. He then ambled towards the door at a leisurely pace. Little did he realize that the brief delay caused by his actions had instilled a wave of genuine unease in Father Fang, who stood outside. Fei, do you truly know the resident of courtyard number 1? Father Fang's voice retained a hint of authority, yet it was now laced with an unmistakable tremor. He raised his hand to glance at his watch, furrowing his brow in concern. Is it truly so late that someone would open the door? I had heard that courtyard number 1 has remained uninhabited. Fang Fei remained silent, refraining from ringing the doorbell again in a bid to prove anything. Instead, he stood resolutely at the entrance of courtyard number 1, his gaze imbued with an inexplicable determination. Observing his son's steadfast demeanor, Father Fang, after uttering his previous remark, chose to withhold any further doubts, though uncertainty still lingered upon his face. Just as Father Fang was nearing his limit of patience, the opulent door before them began to creak open. A jolt of surprise coursed through Father Fang's expression as he opened his mouth, ready to speak, only to be taken aback by the unexpectedly youthful face that emerged. You are the steward of this household? Lin Yin surveyed the middle-aged man before him, then glanced at Fang Fei standing behind him, his gaze shifting between the two before he finally spoke, seemingly disregarding Father Fang's earlier words and presence altogether. You've arrived? As Father Fang sensed Lin Yan's gaze bypassing him entirely, he swiftly comprehended that the young man was addressing his son. The imposing demeanor he had previously worn faded, revealing an inner turmoil. Although he struggled to comprehend why the occupant of courtyard number 1 was a young lad, the answer lay before him, glaringly evident. The young man before him was indeed the legitimate resident of courtyard number 1, and he had even mistaken him for the household steward, openly stating so. Father Fong felt a surge of panic. Despite the Fong family's continued strength in recent years, subtle signs of decline had begun to surface within. In a desperate bid to pave the way for his somewhat lackluster son, he had exhausted nearly all his connections and, coupled with the inherent wealth of the Fong family's commercial empire, had only just managed to secure the purchasing rights for this luxurious community. Ultimately, he had merely acquired Courtyard Number 8, the last residence available in this prestigious enclave. Although both are residents of the Celestial Palace, Fong Fei may not fully comprehend the nuances. However, Fong's father, being part of the elite in Minqing, is acutely aware of the disparity in their identities. The distinction between them and the residents of Courtyard Number 1 is far more profound than the mere differences among ordinary neighbors in a typical community. To put it plainly, while the inhabitants of Courtyard Number 2 and Number 3 might engage in a contest of strengths in their respective domains before Fong's father, they are indistinguishable from a penniless vagabond. In the fleeting moments that ensued, a myriad of faces and figures flitted through Fong's father's mind. Yet not one could compare with the enigmatic young man before him. "Brother Lin," Fong Fei spoke, seemingly oblivious to the awkwardness etched on his father's face. Maintaining his customary tone of familiarity. "What brings you here so late?" Lin Yin replied with a faint smile. Despite the peculiar rich second-generation individual playing the bamboo flute in the bamboo grove, Lin Yin felt a certain fondness for him. Fong Fei responded softly. And for the first time, Lin Yin detected an undertone of helplessness in his voice. He gestured towards his father, saying, "My dad wants to know if I have any friends in this community. The only one I know is Brother Lin." Lin Yin glanced at Fong's father, who wore an expression of genuine trepidation, and nodded. After decades of being a corporate cog, Lin Yin would not claim to have improved in various skills. But he had certainly encountered numerous personalities. Reflecting on Fong Fei's earlier comments and observing his father's demeanor, Lin Yin quickly surmised the purpose of Fong Fei's visit. A subtle smile graced his lips, and an unusual mischievousness appeared on his otherwise serene face. He then extended his hand, inviting both Fong's father and Fong Fei with a gesture, "Welcome." These two simple words left Fong's father momentarily speechless. Years of navigating the business world had honed his ability to see through many pretentious individuals, yet this young man exuded an oddity that perplexed him. The aura he radiated was remarkably subdued, akin to an inconspicuous office worker lacking any semblance of presence. Yet it was precisely this incongruity with the residents of Courtyard No. 1 that made Fong's father recognize the complexity of Lin Yin. Despite being nearly 50 and having traversed half of his life, he found himself utterly unable to fathom the young man before him. After a brief moment of dazed contemplation, Fong Fei stepped in front of his father, turning back to him with the same calm demeanor as always. "Let us go, Dad." In no time at all, they were on their way. The three individuals had already settled themselves in the living room. Although it was the first visit for both to Lin Yan's residence, the contrast was stark. Fong Fei exuded an air of ease and comfort, while Fong's father wore a visage that was almost entirely marked by restraint. "Lin, have you concocted any new delicacies?" Fong Fei inquired, rising from his seat and casting a glance toward the kitchen that sparkled with anticipation. Upon witnessing his son's somewhat reckless behavior, Fong's father felt an instinctive urge to tug at Fong Fei's sleeve, but at that moment, Lin Yin rose to his feet. "I prepared some braised intestines to accompany the river snail noodles." With that, Lin Yin proceeded toward the kitchen, Fong Fei following closely behind. After a brief hesitation, Fong's father also stood up, trailing behind the two, yet he remained silent. The gravity etched upon his face betrayed his inner turmoil. "Here." Lin Yin pointed to a large pot of braised intestines already placed on the dining table, which had been distinctly divided into two contrasting portions. "Would you care to try? Do you prefer it softer or with a bit more bite?" Fong's father, having caught a whiff of the enticing aroma moments earlier, had managed to control his impulses remarkably well. However, upon standing before the pot of braised intestines, he found himself involuntarily leaning forward, eager to ascertain whether such a delectable scent could truly emanate from a mere pot of intestines. Unbeknownst to him, this simple act had not escaped Lin Yan's notice. A subtle smile graced Lin Yan's lips as he remarked, "Uncle, would you like some as well?" Chapter 106, When I Saw Him. It was like a mayfly encountering the azure sky. May I ask how to address you?" In the presence of a younger individual who appeared to be several years his junior, yet held a status far surpassing his own, Father Fong momentarily hesitated at the honorific he intended to use. "My surname is Lin. You may call me Xiao Lin," Lin Yin replied with a smile. He then proceeded directly into the kitchen and soon emerged once more, bearing two steaming bowls of river snail rice noodles. Without pause, Lin Yin placed the bowls on the dining table before them, and, using a dedicated spoon, added 2 generous scoops of braised intestines atop each serving. "This one is a bit more tender," he remarked. After uttering this phrase, Lin Yin fell silent, quietly observing the stark contrast between the father and son before him. Upon seeing Lin Yin present the river snail noodles along with a spoonful of braised intestines, something he had never tasted before, Fang Fei's previously dim eyes sparkled with excitement. In stark contrast, Father Fang wrinkled his nose slightly. He had always kept a respectful distance from foods that emitted a pungent odor, considering them delicacies only the impoverished would savor. Yet, here was someone of a status far superior to his own. Placing before him a bowl of such malodorous river snail noodles, topped with a generous helping of what he deemed the most unsanitary of ingredients. After a brief moment of hesitation, Father Fang picked up the chopsticks that lay beside him, a smile blossoming on his face as he addressed Lin Yin, "Xiao. Lin, I had no idea you possessed such culinary skills. Today, I am indeed in for a feast." Though he had yet to take a single bite, Father Fang was already showering Lin Yin with compliments. Lin Yin watched him with a smile, offering no response. It was evident that Father Fang, accustomed to his high position, had become somewhat out of practice with flattery, lacking the finesse he once wielded in his youth. At least, this was the impression Lin Yin had. Even the eloquence of his patron seemed more engaging. "Ah, indeed, Lin Xiong, your braised intestines are delightful." As Father Fang's mind raced to concoct yet another compliment, Fang Fei had already lifted his head from the bowl, the once full contents now reduced to a mere whisper of broth, which he eagerly drank from the bowl. Lin Yin observed the rosy-cheeked Fang Fei with a smile, saying, "If you find it delicious, that's all that matters." Seeing his son's exaggerated display of enjoyment, Father Fang lowered his head doubtfully, just then catching a whiff of the river snail noodles before him. The pungent aroma nearly overwhelmed him. Father Fang understood well. A man must learn to endure. He tightened his grip on the chopsticks in his hand and delved into the bowl before him, first retrieving a few strands of rice noodles, which he cautiously brought to his lips. In the next moment, his pupils dilated in astonishment. Delicious. Exquisite. His reaction was even more theatrical than that of Fang Fei. However, among the throngs of diners, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure. After uttering that single phrase, Fang's father resumed his relentless assault on the bowl of river snail rice noodles before him, seizing a piece of large intestine that had been steeped in the broth. This time, he hesitated not at all, as his teeth and tongue made contact with the braised large intestine. The explosion of flavors that had already overwhelmed his palate reached a new zenith. He felt as though his mind had gone completely blank. The surface of the braised intestine was slightly resilient, and the moment his upper and lower teeth met, it released the rich aroma of braising and its inherent fatty essence. As he bit through its exterior, the tender, glutinous texture within was utterly unforgettable, especially considering that this piece of large intestine had already soaked in the broth of the rice noodles for a while. Though the duration was brief, the porous structure of the intestine was more than sufficient. His mouth was entirely besieged by this small morsel of braised delicacy. The instant he punctured it, the tangy and spicy juices of the river snail noodles burst forth, and with each careful chew, the flavors intensified, becoming increasingly intoxicating. Upon savoring it, a perfect cycle of taste formed in his mouth, fresh, spicy, rich, and sweet. In less than 5 minutes, Fang's father lifted his head. His lips were now adorned with the crimson oil of the river snail noodles. Yet the expression of bliss and satisfaction on his face had completely dispelled any pretense he had previously exhibited. "Uncle, is it delicious?" Lin Yin inquired with a smile. Fang's father remained silent, glancing at his son beside him, and then at Lin Yin, whose demeanor was still serene, adorned with a faint smile. He slowly rose and respectfully bowed to Lin Yin. This was the only young man he had encountered in his lifetime who inspired genuine respect and admiration within him, all thanks to a mere bowl of river snail noodles. In response to the bow, Lin Yin smiled but offered no reaction, merely gesturing for Fang's father to rise. "I'm flattered, truly. It's merely a passion," he replied, originally intending to inquire about Lin Yan's esteemed background. Fang's father now comprehended the chasm that lay between himself and Lin Yan. He could hardly believe that Lin Yan's current stature was solely attributable to his culinary skills. However, if one could hone a single passion to such extraordinary heights, it was evident that they could excel in any field, reaching the pinnacle of success. Fang's father understood that he and this young man before him were likely not of the same echelon at all. If previously, Fang's father regarded Lin Yin as if gazing at the moon from the depths of a well, perceiving him with a certain lack of clarity, then now, As he observes this young man, it is akin to a mayfly beholding the vast sky. He has come to a profound realization of his own insignificance in the face of the other's almost unfathomable strength and potential. "Uncle, I truly admire Brother Fong's music," he expressed. Yet, upon uttering this sentiment, Lin Yin rose with a smile, adding, "However, the hour is late. We can converse more in our next meeting." After a brief farewell, Fong Fei and his father departed from courtyard number 1. Despite their visit being limited to a mere exchange of fewer than 100 words and lasting no more than half an hour, Fong's father felt as though he had traversed through time upon stepping outside. For a moment, he turned back, gently patting Fong Fei, who was gazing up at the moon. Lost in thought, his tone had shifted entirely. "Fei, do you truly have a passion for music and art?" Fong Fei looked at his father and nodded firmly. Yes. Fong's father also nodded, his gaze imbued with an expectation he had never harbored before. In his mind, an image of Lin Yan, bustling in the kitchen with an air of aesthetic grace, surfaced. "Then pursue what you desire. I will always be here to support you." Chapter 107. Brother who finds a solution on a Friday morning. As Lin Yan drove his food cart to the usual spot, he found himself momentarily frozen before his stall. To his astonishment, the once empty number 1 stall was now occupied by a small gathering of people, eagerly waiting for someone. "Boss Lin." As Lin Yin halted his cart, the crowd surged forward, as if they had finally encountered their pillar of support, enthusiastically calling out his name with tearful eyes. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Lin Yin shook off his surprise and recognized a few familiar faces among the eager patrons. Were they not members of the band scheduled to perform on stage later? "You all." Lin Yin looked at the seemingly distracted band members with a hint of confusion, parting his lips to speak, yet ultimately refraining from voicing his thoughts. Isn't the essence of a band to freely pursue their passions? Even if it merely meant sacrificing their leisure time to buy snacks at a food stall. However, what puzzled Lin Yin most was the absence of Wang Hu, who he had seen every day that week. But just as he pondered this, the unfamiliar musician at the front of the line leaned in and lowered his voice to inform Lin Yin, "Boss Lin, brother who asked me to say hello on his behalf." "Oh, where is he?" Lin Yin inquired, continuing with his routine tasks. The musician cautiously turned his head to glance at the female drummer behind him, who was still some distance away, and quickly replied, "That lady on the drums hit a bit too hard yesterday. Brother who is probably still resting in bed. However, he might come by later." As he spoke, the musician seemed to recall something and turned back, his expression shifting to one of curiosity. "Isn't that lady wearing makeup today? She never did before. It's quite strange." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's gaze drifted over the musician's shoulder to the female drummer, who, despite being in the crowd, exuded an undeniable presence. He marveled at her tenacity, relieved that she had not turned her aggression toward him when he had bested her before. Although most of the bands had lined up at Lin Yan's stall, the number of bands was limited, and with the audience yet to enter, the queue was steadily shortening. Soon, the female drummer, who had been further back in line, approached Lin Yan. "Boss Lin," she began, her voice surprisingly melodious. This caused Lin Yan to lift his head, casting a puzzled glance at the seemingly transformed female drummer. "What delicacies are available today?" he inquired. In response to the drummer's sudden change in demeanor, Lin Yan, despite the distance of a food cart between them, instinctively took 2 discreet steps back, his heart still racing. He eventually replied, "Today we have braised intestines, aside from the previous accompaniments of spiced chicken feet and duck paws. Everything else is available." The female drummer nodded, attempting to conjure a sweet smile. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not manage that expression. Ultimately, she settled for a nod, albeit with a voice still laced with trepidation. "I'll have a portion with everything, Mr. Lin." Lin Yin nodded in silence, choosing not to utter another word, instead hastening his preparation of the rice noodles. Soon, a steaming bowl of snail noodles was placed before the drummer. Unlike others, she exhibited a rare lack of exuberance and joy upon receiving the dish, merely lowering her gaze to the bowl, her brow slightly furrowing. She glanced at Lin Yan, opening her mouth as if to say something, yet ultimately remained silent, lifting her bowl instead and making her way towards the band's designated lounge behind the stage. Lin Yan watched the departing drummer, scratching his head in confusion before shifting his attention to the next musician. "Hello." In the lounge, the bowl of snail noodles remained untouched on the table, while the female drummer sat with an expression of deep discontent. Across from her sat Wang Hu, who had not appeared at Lin Yan's food cart earlier. Unlike the vibrant demeanor he displayed yesterday, Wang Hu bore several unexplained wounds on his face today, though not severe. They added a certain character to his already chiseled and weathered features. Tiger, the female drummer began, but ultimately just uttered his name. Sigh. Wang Hu sighed. His gaze fixated on the untouched bowl of snail noodles, his lips glistening with unshed tears. Little drummer, why don't you eat the snail noodles? Even when cold. They are delightful, but this batch is freshly made. He regarded the immobile bowl with growing urgency. I lack the appetite, the female drummer murmured, her head bowed. Whatever it is, speak up. Everyone will surely assist you. Besides, even in a foul mood, Lin's snail noodles are worth it. Upon hearing this, the female drummer lifted her head to glance at Wang Hu, a fleeting glimmer of hope sparkling in her eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished. Her tone once again lost its confidence. No, Tiger brother, you cannot assist with this matter. Wang Hu stared longingly at the bowl of snail noodles before him, frustration mounting as he could not indulge. Had it not been for the thrashing he received from the female drummer the previous day, which left his legs aching today, he would have already dashed out to procure some for himself. Just tell Tiger brother, and I shall contemplate a solution without divulging it to anyone else. Really? The female drummer raised her head once more, her eyes flickering with intrigue. Indeed, Wang Hu affirmed with a nod, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He then pointed at the tantalizing bowl of snail noodles that had been beckoning him from the table. However, I must have this. The female drummer hesitated for but a moment before acquiescing with a nod. Deal. Wang Hu, unreserved, promptly seized the bowl of snail noodles. As he savored the richly flavored braised intestines, saturated with broth, he slowly raised his head, nearly on the verge of tears from sheer bliss. This is the taste. He then took another mouthful of noodles, and an unparalleled sense of satisfaction surged within him. Tiger brother, the female drummer remarked. Observing Wang Hu as he began to devour the noodles voraciously, I think I have developed feelings for Boss Lin. Lost in the delight of the noodles. Wang Hu initially failed to grasp her words, merely nodding in agreement. Liking Boss Lin is wonderful. Tiger brother will help you. It was only when he fully comprehended her statement that it was too late. What? Cough, cough, cough. A strand of noodle was expelled from Wang Hu's nostrils. After finally regaining his composure, he gently set down the half-eaten bowl of snail noodles. Little drummer, about that matter, I also. The female drummer's fist was already poised threateningly before Wang Hu's face. He managed a wry smile. I have long devised a plan for you. Chapter 108, Where is Boss Lin? One cannot help but remark on Lin Yan's remarkable speed. By the time the music festival commenced ticket inspections, every member of the bands visiting his stall for snail noodles had received their servings. Some squatted while others stood, the rich, pungent aroma of the noodles wafting through the air. The bands, usually resplendent on stage, were now indulging unceremoniously on the grass, relishing their bowls of snail noodles. Delicious. Boss Lin, your culinary skills are simply exquisite. A few exuberant musicians, while savoring their noodles, took the time to lift their heads and shower Lin Yan with compliments. In response to their praises, Lin Yan merely offered a polite smile, neither affirming nor rejecting their words, yet a sense of accomplishment blossomed within him. Finished. As the sounds of security checks began to echo from the entrance, the musicians drained the last dregs of their soup. They stood up, their faces adorned with expressions of happiness and contentment. Thank you, Boss Lin. We will definitely return to Min City when we have the chance. The musicians, arms draped around each other's shoulders, ambled towards the stage. Lin Yan remained standing in place, watching the free-spirited musicians with a tinge of envy. However, as he considered the rewards he was about to receive from the system, that fleeting envy dissipated into nothingness. Though he typically spoke little, Lin Yan was acutely aware of the tasks he needed to accomplish at this juncture. Regardless of the challenges posed by the enigmatic system, he was resolute in his determination to see them through. Only by doing so could he truly attain the life he yearned for. Lin Yan had already resolved that once the rewards from the system were sufficient to fulfill his ideal quality of life, he would cease his efforts. For there were no penalties for failing to complete the tasks. As he pondered this, throngs of music enthusiasts began to pour into the venue. Unlike at the festival's inception, these fans had a singular destination in mind, not the stage, but the first stall in the snack area. Boss Lin, I arrived at 5 this morning to queue up. And I'm finally the first one in. Lin Yan felt as if he had merely blinked, and before him was an interminable line of eager customers. At the forefront stood his very first patrons, the college couple Wang Chong and Xia Lin, who had visited his stall when he first started. They had also secured internal tickets for the day, which happened to be a Friday. It can be said that in the past few days, The couple had been unable to resist the insatiable cravings that arose as they watched their friends in the group share videos and pictures of themselves enjoying snail noodles. Finally, Friday arrived. They not only took the entire day off from school, but also arrived at the entrance of the music festival to queue as early as 5 in the morning. To their astonishment, just as they reached the entrance, a throng of people appeared behind them. Fortunately, they had arrived a few minutes early. Otherwise, they would not have been the first in line. While deftly preparing the noodles, Lin Yin listened to Wang Chang's boastful chatter, unable to suppress a smile. He never expected that despite his stall officially opening at 10, people were already willing to queue from 5 in the morning for the dish he had prepared. Gradually, Lin Yin sensed a shift in his mindset. Looking at the eager customers before him, he felt a warmth in his heart. Enough talk, let us get to ordering. Xia Lin interjected, noticing her boyfriend's incessant chatter, and playfully pinched his arm to silence him. Snapping back to reality, Wang Chang asked, "Boss Lin, what toppings do we have today?" By this time, Lin Yin had prepared 2 servings of noodles and rinsed them in cold water. He looked up, placing the noodles into 2 bowls as he replied, "Today we have braised large intestines. The rest of the toppings are laid out on the counter." Wang Chang glanced at the stove, while Xia Lin peered over his shoulder. Her eyes lit up with joy upon seeing the crispy pig trotters, as she particularly relished that treat. "Boss Lin." Wang Chang's tone suddenly turned a bit forlorn. "Are there no crispy chicken feet or duck paws?" Lin Yin shook his head. "Sorry, we don't have those today." Wang Chang nodded in understanding. "All right, then we'll have 2 servings of snail noodles, with all the toppings." Lin Yin nodded in acknowledgement, as this was the answer he had anticipated. Soon, 2 steaming bowls of snail noodles, generously adorned with an array of toppings, were placed before them, the rich, pungent aroma wafting through the air. With just one bite, the couple exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise and satisfaction in their eyes. "Boss Lin, this is the flavor." As the line grew shorter and then longer again, the ample boxes of ingredients beside Lin Yin gradually emptied. By the time the sun reached its zenith in the sky, Lin Yin instinctively reached for more noodles, only to realize that the last serving of snail noodles from his supply had been sold out. "I'm sorry, the snail noodles are sold out for today," he said, retracting his hand and offering an awkward smile to the customers in front of him. Before me stands a young girl, a familiar face, likely one of the loyal patrons who has frequented Lin Yan's stall before. She seems to comprehend Lin Yan's demeanor, yet it is evident that he is making a valiant effort to conceal his emotions. Ultimately, he cannot contain himself. Tears streamed down from his reddened eyes. "Boss Lin, after such a long wait, how could you have run out?" she wails. "What am I to do for the rest of this week?" Her cries resonate through the air, and the surrounding patrons, after a moment of stunned silence, swiftly grasped the situation. Lamentations, sobs, and profound grief erupt upon the grassy expanse, spreading and intensifying. Lin Yin gazes weakly at the distressed customers before him. Just as he contemplates dismantling his stall and making a hasty retreat, a hand suddenly emerges from the crowd, grasping his wrist. Lin Yin turns to see a somewhat familiar face, the guitarist from the Wang Hu band. "Boss Lin, come with me. We can talk later." Lin Yin studies the sincere and earnest expression of the guitarist beside him, then glances at the cacophony of mournful voices that has become increasingly grating. He nods gently. After a considerable time, the wailing patrons gradually begin to regain their composure, their gazes fixed upon the now empty and disheveled stall. They exchange bewildered glances. "Where has Boss Lin gone?" Chapter 109. Are you referring to the process of acclimatization? What constitutes rock and roll? At this moment, Lin Yin had followed the guitarist through the vast crowd and arrived at the backstage lounge designated for the band. He observed the various musicians before him, all gazing at him with eager anticipation. Even Lin Yin, who had encountered numerous grand occasions, found himself momentarily transfixed. He could not fathom the reason why this group of musicians had summoned him, a man who had already withdrawn from the scene. "Boss Lin." While Lin Yin was lost in thought, the musicians gradually parted, creating a pathway as Wang Hu, a highly esteemed elder in the rock community, stepped forward from behind the crowd. Lin Yin regarded the now elevated presence of Wang Hu with an unchanging expression, merely nodding his head in a casual greeting, akin to their usual salutations. Senior Wang Hu. Noticing Lin Yan's apparent indifference to his grand entrance, Wang Hu's previously stern demeanor deflated in an instant. He waved his hand dismissively. All right. My attempt to impress has clearly failed. Everyone disperse. I just need to speak with Boss Lin." Upon hearing Wang Hu's words, the musicians couldn't help but scoff, and they promptly scattered. Wang Hu approached Lin Yin, a hint of embarrassment etched on his face. evidently still feeling the sting of his prior failed display. "Boss Lin, today marks the final day of the music festival, and everyone is somewhat reluctant to part ways with you," Wang Hu remarked after a moment of contemplation. Lin Yin nodded in acknowledgement but offered no response, silently awaiting Wang Hu's next words. Having navigated the corporate world for many years, Lin Yin understood the simple yet profound principle: one should neither hastily reject nor readily accept when others reveal their intentions. Perceiving Lin Yin's silence, Wang Hu realized that this boss Lin was indeed more complex than he had initially presumed, possessing a level of cunning and intelligence that rivaled his own. Thus, Wang Hu decided to be forthright. "In truth, Boss Lin, it's not a significant matter." With that, he clapped his hands, and the door to the lounge swung open once more. However, this time, only a few individuals entered, rather than the entire ensemble of musicians. As Lin Yin scanned the newcomers, he recognized nearly every face among them, whether it was the guitarist who had guided him or the bassist who had once lent him a bass guitar with utmost care. Upon seeing Lin Yin, their faces radiated with uncontainable excitement, as though they were beholding their idol. Among them, the individual who evoked the strongest sense of familiarity was undoubtedly the female drummer. Among these three individuals, she is undeniably included. "Senior Wang Hu, what is this?" Lin Yin glanced at the three before him, then turned to observe Wang Hu, who was beaming with pride at the impressive lineup. Although a faint suspicion had begun to form in his mind, his expression remained one of bewilderment, as if he were utterly unaware of the situation at hand. "Boss Lin, we wish to engage in a genuine jam session with you before the music festival concludes," Wang Hu declared, his countenance shifting to a serious and solemn demeanor as he addressed Lin Yin. Lin Yin did not respond immediately. He could feel an exhilarating anticipation stirring within him. For during the past 5 days of busking, he had unlocked mastery over 5 musical instruments. Yet, until now, he had merely dabbled in the guitar and bass. The remaining 3 instruments remained unplayed in a true sense, and Wang Hu's proposition perfectly aligned with his aspirations. Turning his gaze toward the trio who were poised to become his teammates, he observed their silent demeanor, yet their eyes were brimming with tension and expectation. As devoted rock musicians, having witnessed Lin Yan's prowess, they naturally yearned to share the stage with him, believing that their participation in this festival would be immensely rewarding. Among the 3, only the guitarist and bassist shared this sentiment. The female drummer, however, harbored a multitude of thoughts. Her gaze toward Lin Yin was both pure and intricate, tinged with a subtle blend of ambiguity and shyness. She parted her lips, attempting to articulate something to ease her own emotions and the atmosphere. But upon meeting Lin Yan's gaze, she was momentarily struck silent, her mouth moving in vain without uttering a word. The silence from Lin Yin was brief, perhaps lasting only a few seconds, yet to these musicians and Wang Hu, it felt as though a century had passed. At last, Lin Yin spoke slowly. "All right." He glanced at the clock on the wall. "When do we commence?" Upon hearing Lin Yin's agreement, even the seasoned veteran Wang Hu, known for his composure in the rock scene, could not suppress the joy radiating from his face. The 3 musicians were nearly ready to cheer and scream in the rehearsal room. Wang Hu raised his hand, checked his watch, then dashed backstage to assess the progress of the band currently performing on stage. He returned to the group, looking directly at Lin Yin. "Boss Lin, we can go on as soon as this band finishes." As he spoke, Wang Hu pointed towards a room adjacent to the rehearsal space, through which the instruments perfectly suited for all bands were neatly arranged, visible through the gap in the door, even including some slightly unconventional instruments. "Boss Lin, why don't we take a moment before the performance to refine our synergy? Just one song will suffice," Wang Hu suggested, extracting from his pocket the pre-printed set list for the evening, featuring the widely acclaimed rock anthem Goodbye. While the song may seem simple, achieving a flawless rendition demands not only individual skill but also an impeccable harmony among the band members. Both are indispensable. Lin Yin surveyed the room's setup, contemplated for a moment, then proceeded towards it. Wang Hu and the others hurriedly followed. However, Lin Yin turned back, somewhat puzzled, and asked, "Why are you all coming along?" "I just need to grab an instrument, and then we can head straight to the stage." The group was momentarily taken aback, but Wang Hu quickly regained his composure. "Boss Lin, shouldn't we first familiarize ourselves with one another?" Lin Yin scratched his head in confusion. "Familiarity? If we're just doing our own thing, how is that rock and roll?" Chapter 110. The performance of the temporary band. Farewell. Where has Boss Lin gone? Why did he leave without tidying up the food truck today? The patrons gathered before Lin Yan's food truck, discussing amongst themselves. Each face reflected a flicker of anxious uncertainty. As longtime customers of Lin Yan, nearly everyone had heard tales of his early days selling braised meat rice, a time when his business was less prosperous than it is now. Yet, even back then, Boss Lin's personality shone brightly. He had once closed shop and returned home simply due to the exhaustion of an overwhelming crowd. This story imparted a crucial lesson to the patrons. While Boss Lin could easily do without them, they could not imagine their lives devoid of his culinary delights. Typically, the customers' banter towards Lin Yan was light-hearted and playful, and he was indeed a person who could take a joke. Thus, no one thought much of it. However, Lin Yan's abrupt departure after selling the last bowl of snail noodles cast a shadow over all the patrons. The smiles that once graced their faces had vanished, replaced by fears of never tasting Lin Yan's creations again, and the worry that his departure might have been prompted by their own rowdy behavior. Yu Kunjin wore a sour expression, yet he remained silent, observing the crowd. As a prominent scion from a wealthy family, although not a native of Min City, his influence and family heritage were formidable. Had it not been for the concern of disturbing Lin Yan's peace, Yu Kunjin would have eagerly arranged for a team of bodyguards to ensure Lin Yan's safety, enabling him to be promptly informed of Lin Yan's operating hours and locations. Nevertheless, he refrained from such actions and strictly prohibited all patrons from tracking or intruding upon Lin Yan's private life. The customers, well aware of this boundary, understood the importance of preserving their access to Lin Yan's culinary artistry, even if it meant enduring a bit of hardship in their search. After all, they were not alone in their quest. Yet, the current situation left everyone perplexed. Just then, Wang Chong and Xie Lin approached Yu Kunjin, with Wang Chong placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder before sitting down beside him. Initially, the two were merely acquaintances, their differing statuses and backgrounds suggesting that their relationship would not deepen. However, ever since they discovered and began pursuing Lin Yan's food stall together, their bond had developed at an astonishing pace. Through their conversations, they uncovered many shared interests and common topics, fostering a connection that transcended their previous acquaintance. The two individuals, though still embodying their contrasting temperaments, one composed and the other vivacious, have undeniably become significant friends to one another. Could it be that Boss Lin has truly departed? Wang Chong's voice carried a tinge of melancholy as he lowered his head in self-reproach. Despite having acquired some snail noodles today, the news of Lin Yan's decision to close up shop and return home at the end of the week left him unable to suppress a few groans of despair. Perhaps it was these very lamentations that served as the final straw for Boss Lin. After all, even Wang Chang possessed the self-awareness to recognize that his voice was rather unpleasant. That should not be the case. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Yu Kunjin finally spoke, hesitantly shaking his head. Although his tone conveyed certainty, a flicker of inner turmoil was evident on his face. If that were the reason, we've all lamented before. So listening to Yu Kunjin's speculation, Wang Chang's expression brightened with a glimmer of hope. He found merit in Yu's assertions. It seemed plausible that Boss Lin had either encountered an unforeseen circumstance necessitating his abrupt departure or was simply discontent for some other reason. As Yu Kunjin rose slowly, surveying the surrounding patrons who continued to sigh and lament, he sighed deeply, adding, "I lean towards the former. However, until Boss Lin returns, all we have are mere conjectures." Wang Chong echoed the sigh. Just as everyone remained uneasy and concerned over Lin Yan's absence, one of the patrons suddenly lifted his head as if struck by a revelation. With a hint of confusion, he remarked, "Huh? Why has the next performance begun since the last band finished?" As he spoke, his eyes brightened with newfound excitement. As if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary, he slowly raised his right hand, pointing towards the stage, momentarily rendered speechless by his exhilaration. After a brief pause, he finally stammered, "Bro dude, doesn't that person look like Boss Lin?" Upon hearing the mention of Boss Lin, patrons nearby instinctively raised their heads, following the direction indicated by the excited patron. One by one, they began to look, their eyes reflecting disbelief and exhilaration. It was not merely a resemblance. It was undeniably Boss Lin himself. You were indeed right," Wang Chong exclaimed, witnessing Lin Yan, now on stage, adjusting the guitar in his arms. Overcome with joy, he wrapped his arms around Yu Kunjin, his face alight with excitement. "I can't believe Boss Lin is performing on stage." Yu Kunjin remained silent, quietly exhaling a sigh of relief within his heart. He raised his gaze towards Lin Yan, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. This man always managed to perform the unexpected. However, it must be said that Boss Lin, standing on stage, exuded an undeniable charm, in stark contrast to the reactions of the diners. The fervent music enthusiasts who had gathered at the front of the stage due to the music festival erupted into fervent cheers and screams upon seeing Lin Yan. The owner of the food stall, imbued with a rock and roll spirit and possessing remarkable musical prowess, had recently skyrocketed to fame within their fan community. Not only was his culinary skill exceptional, but his musical artistry also ranked among the finest in Huaxia. Discreet, enigmatic, and formidable, these qualities had become synonymous with Lin Yan. Hello everyone, I am Boss Lin from stall number 1 in the snack area. After adjusting his guitar, Lin Yan picked up the microphone. Facing the throngs of music lovers and diners, he felt no trace of anxiety. Rather, he sensed a subtle thrill coursing through him. At that moment, his heart seemed to pulse with the very essence of music. He strummed the first string of his guitar and declared, "As today marks the final day of our stall's presence this week, my fellow rock veterans and I are excited to present to you a song, Goodbye." Chapter 111. Moving forward without looking back. Under the watchful gaze of all, Lin Yan stepped forward slowly, plucking the first note from his guitar. The female drummer, ever attuned, responded instantly to the sound, the rhythm of the drums seamlessly following suit. The bass and keyboards entered the melody at the perfect moment. Lin Yan found himself standing beside Wang who, although primarily the lead vocalist of the band, understood that in this particular song, he was not the focal point. Thus, when he observed Lin Yan walking toward him while strumming his guitar, he felt no sense of displeasure. Instead, he subtly shifted aside, yielding his position in front of the microphone to Lin Yan. Though they were still in the prelude, the audience and diners had already become completely immersed in the atmosphere, lifting their heads and fixating their eyes on Lin Yan and the musicians on stage. The performers were wholly absorbed in their instruments, devoid of any eye contact or prior discussion regarding the song. Yet, under Lin Yan's rhythmic guidance, they effortlessly slipped into their respective states, each feeling a surge of inspiration as they harmonized with the piece, Lin Yan included. At last, Lin Yan turned his gaze toward Wang Hu in the final second of the prelude. Despite having known each other for merely a few days, Wang Hu could readily acknowledge Lin Yan's profound musical talent, a depth that even he could not fully comprehend. This exceptional ability allowed Lin Yan to thrive in every performance. And as the core of this impromptu band for the song, he had flawlessly connected all the musicians. With a mutual nod of understanding, they began to sing simultaneously. "I fear I may not have the chance to bid you farewell." Wang Hu's voice was steeped in the weight of experience, a testament to the passage of time. In stark contrast, Lin Yan's voice radiated with youthful exuberance, infusing every lyric with a vibrant energy that left the audience speechless. The diners were utterly captivated, astonished that their boss, whom they had just seen take the stage, possessed such an enchanting singing voice. This remarkable vocal talent and understanding of music had only been unlocked for Lin Yan after he concluded his final day of street performances. After all, what is a voice if not a musical instrument in its own right? In the harmonious duet of youth and age, Goodbye, complemented by the musician's extraordinary performance, soared into the heavens, its melodious tones and human voices intertwining in an ethereal embrace. Yet it lingers, refusing to dissipate, within the ears of the gathered crowd. It reverberates repeatedly, leaving an indelible echo. "Tomorrow, I must depart from this familiar place and from you. The thought of separation brings tears to my eyes." Lin Yan gently sets down his electric guitar and approaches the bassist. Amidst the musical ambience, the bassist remains oblivious to Lin Yan's presence beside him. Yet, this is of little consequence. The next instrument has already been prepared for the others. Lin Yan slings another bass over his shoulder, his fingers dancing over the strings. In that moment, even the bassist, absorbed in his own rhythm, could not help but open his eyes wide. He turned his head, playing his own bass while simultaneously following the rhythm and music that Lin Yan imparted. In an instant, the bassist's eyes sparkled with realization. Under Lin Yan's guidance, the creative block that had plagued him for over a year vanished entirely in that moment of performance. He felt his previously constrained hands now become light and agile. Lin Yan set down the bass, and to the astonishment of the crowd, the melody remained almost unchanged, yet inexplicably. The sound emanating from the same bass in the hands of the same person had transformed into something far more melodious, with a clearer rhythm. Following this method, Lin Yan traversed past the drums, the keyboard, and the guitar. In just a few fleeting seconds of his guidance, the three musicians reaped significant rewards. Their gazes toward Lin Yan's retreating figure filled with emotion and surprise. However, they did not cease their music. Only through better music could they express their gratitude to Lin Yan. After a full circle, Lin Yan returned once more to Wang Hu's side. It was not that he lacked the ability to guide Wang Hu. Rather, as an unparalleled lead singer in the Chinese rock scene, Wang Hu had long since determined the path he wished to tread. This unique journey belonged solely to Wang Hu, requiring his own exploration. I will. Lin Yan once again grasped the microphone as the song reached its climax. The audience, both music enthusiasts and diners alike, began to hum the catchy melody involuntarily. Soon, their voices grew louder, merging with those of Lin Yan and Wang Hu. I will forever remember your face. I will cherish the memories you have given me. These days within my heart shall never be erased. I cannot promise you whether I will return. Forward I shall go, without looking back. Without looking back. Moving forward without a glance back. The vibrant timbre of Lin Yan melded seamlessly with the weathered voice of Wang Hu, akin to hope emerging from the depths of time's trials. In this moment, the audience transformed from mere patrons of Lin Yan into genuine admirers of his artistry. Following the final lyric, everyone slightly lifted their heads, witnessing Lin Yan raise his hand, an ethereal gesture of homage to all present. Reminiscent of old friends bidding farewell over a shared toast, the female drummer behind him stood utterly transfixed, having long since abandoned her plan to confess her feelings to Lin Yan, for deep within her heart, she recognized that both she and Lin Yan were ultimately free as eagles. Love, she understood, should neither bind them nor confine their spirits. My friends, Lin Yan remarked, as tears glistened in the eyes of both the audience and performers. We shall meet again next week. Chapter 112. My apologies, Brother Lin. Upon returning to his abode, Lin Yan did not even bother to remove his coat before reclining on his bed. The events of the previous week at the music festival lingered in his mind like a fleeting dream, one so delightful that he hesitated to awaken from it. If his prior experiences at the market had merely provided him with material satisfaction, the festival had bestowed upon him a profound understanding of spiritual fulfillment. He lay there, reminiscing about each day spent at the festival, until the dull ache in his hands jolted him back to reality. In that moment, he recalled that, in pursuit of an optimal performance, he had played the guitar without using a pick, exacerbating the fatigue in his already weary hands. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and the minimalist yet elegant ceiling design served as a constant reminder that he had returned to the realm of reality after his grand reverie. He remained in that position until the brink of slumber, when a sudden electronic chime echoed in his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. He gradually sat up, listening to the system's voice resounding in his consciousness. Congratulations, host, on completing your first month of market tasks. Achievement unlocked. Every beginning is difficult. Calculating total income for the month. After a prolonged interval of electronic beeping, the system ultimately relinquished its calculations, announcing with finality, total income for the month, approximately 350,000. With the system's voice fading away, a notification chimed on Lin Yan's phone, prompting him to grasp the device. The screen illuminated with a message revealing his newly transformed balance. From a modest sum of just over 2 million, it had surged to approximately 2.4 million. Gazing at the figures on his phone, Lin Yan, who had intended to bask in his spiritual euphoria, found his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had presumed that witnessing such a number would lead to a transcendent state of being devoid of any ripples of emotion. Yet the exhilaration within him served as a stark reminder of his humanity. What a thrill! The balance displayed on his phone had reached heights he had never envisioned during his previous employment, prompting Lin Yan to nearly howl with joy towards the heavens. Accompanied by the music from the private KTV within the luxurious villa, Lin Yan unleashed his exuberance, singing and dancing for a full 2 hours. It was only when he felt utterly exhausted that he finally concluded his revelry. That night passed without dreams, and when Lin Yan awoke the following day, the sun hung high in the sky, casting its warm glow upon the world. Rubbing his slightly dazed eyes, Lin Yan gradually sat up, his joints emitting a delightful cracking sound that resonated with both body and spirit. He casually picked up his phone, only to realize that his unintentional slumber had carried him to the noon of Saturday. After a moment of reflection on the sheer joy of waking naturally, his stomach audibly grumbled, seeking attention. Looking down, he discovered that his belly had completely deflated, having adhered to a regular eating schedule due to his market outings. The absence of breakfast and lunch had rendered him acutely aware of his hunger. As Lin Yan entered his kitchen, he was somewhat taken aback to find that the space, usually brimming with ingredients, had reverted to its former emptiness. It dawned on him that today was indeed the true weekend, a day of rest free from market duties. However, this realization brought a tinge of frustration, even though he possessed exceptional culinary skills. The lack of any ingredients rendered him incapable of preparing a meal. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Lin Yin opened the door to find Fang Fei standing there. For a brief 3 seconds after Lin Yin opened the door, Fang Fei remained in a reverie, lost in thought. Today, he had not tied his hair back, allowing it to cascade naturally over his shoulders. His unadorned face, with its sharp features, glimmered in the midday sun. Lin Yin found himself momentarily entranced by this visage. Reminiscent of a protagonist from a novel, rendered momentarily speechless. Fang Fei was the first to regain his composure. Lin, he began, scrutinizing Lin Yan's attire of pajamas with an indifferent tone. Are you free today? Lin Yan nodded in affirmation. Seemingly unconcerned with Lin Yan's response, Fang Fei continued. If you have time, we could go to Liang Temple to listen to some chanting. I was hoping to find a bit of inspiration there. I initially intended to go alone. He then glanced up at Lin Yan, his tone as casual as if discussing a trivial matter. But considering that my father might check in on me this weekend, I thought it would be better to bring you along. Lin Yan sighed. Having anticipated a more significant rationale, he had not expected to find himself merely serving as a shield for Fang Fei. All right, he mused for a moment before nodding. He placed a hand on his now grumbling stomach. But I haven't eaten yet. Fang Fei momentarily paused, but it was merely an instant before he spoke. Brother Lin, with your exceptional culinary skills, you must be quite discerning when it comes to food. Lin Yin shook his head, remaining silent. At that moment, he was so famished that he lacked the strength to articulate his thoughts, opting instead to conserve his energy through silence. Nonetheless, Lin Yin was acutely aware that he was not particularly finicky about food. On the contrary, owing to his culinary prowess, which could be deemed among the finest in the world, his appreciation for gastronomy far surpassed that of most ordinary diners. He would savor exquisite dishes with great care, while accepting those of mediocre flavor. Even when faced with unpalatable fare, he would strive to consume it out of respect for the food itself, pushing himself to the limits of what he could endure. Noticing Lin Yin nodding, Fang Fei reciprocated the gesture. He seemed unfazed by Lin Yan's current attire of pajamas and slippers, as he reached out to grasp Lin Yan's wrist and led him outside. Very well, Brother Lin. Let us set off now. It was only after they had walked several dozen meters that Fang Fei heard Lin Yan's faint voice. Nearly a whisper, I haven't changed my clothes or shoes yet. Fang Fei turned back, scratching his head, and for once displayed a somewhat awkward smile. My apologies, Brother Lin. Chapter 113. Liang Temple. After changing into his attire and settling into the passenger seat of Fang Fei's vehicle, Lin Yin remained oblivious to the whereabouts of the Liang Temple that Fang Fei had mentioned. Although Lin Yin was not originally from Min City, after several years of striving in the city, he had naturally come to regard it as his second home. He was somewhat familiar with various well-known locations, as well as some hidden gems known only to the locals. However, he had never heard of the Liang Temple. Lin Yin hesitated, turning his head to observe Fang Fei, who was intently focused on driving. He found the fusion of the technologically advanced sports car and Fang Fei to be oddly incongruous. What is it, Brother Lin? Although Fang Fei did not turn his head, he responded upon hearing Lin Yan's voice. Lin Yan nodded and said, where is the Liang Temple? I've never heard of it before. At this inquiry, Fang Fei, who was driving, paused for a brief moment, contemplating before he replied. Do you know of the Shaolin Temple in Min City? Lin Yan nodded. The Shaolin Temple was quite significant, renowned not only within Min City but also a popular destination for visitors from afar. After a prolonged silence following his nod, Lin Yin realized that Fang Fei was engrossed in driving, seemingly unaware of his head movement. He quickly responded, I do. Only then did Fang Fei continue. Well, the Liang Temple is near that Shaolin Temple. You'll understand once we arrive. After this exchange, Lin Yin found himself at a loss for words, his mind devoid of thoughts. Fortunately, Fang Fei appeared indifferent to the silence, and the two remained quiet throughout the journey until a grand temple came into Lin Yin's view. This must be the illustrious Shaolin Temple of Min City. Is this not the Liang Temple? Lin Yin inquired, gazing at the magnificent Shaolin Temple and glancing at Fang Fei, who showed no inclination to exit the vehicle. This time, Fang Fei said nothing, merely nodding in affirmation. Then, under Lin Yan's watchful gaze, Fang Fei pressed the accelerator abruptly, coupled with a sharp turn of the steering wheel, causing the tires to screech against the pavement in a cacophony of sound. Amidst the clouds of dust kicked up by their swift maneuver, Fang Fei drove the sports car almost recklessly into a neglected side road adjacent to the Shaolin Temple. At that moment, Lin Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. If it were not for Fang Fei's sports car entering this narrow path, Lin Yin would have remained oblivious to its existence. Having spent considerable time in Min City, Lin Yin had visited Shaolin Temple a few times each year, yet he had never before discovered this secluded road. As Lin Yin's thoughts wandered, Fang Fei had already brought the car to a smooth halt, turning to Lin Yin and saying, "Brother Lin, we've arrived." Snapping back to reality, Lin Yin remained silent, lifting his gaze to behold an aging edifice that had seemingly materialized before him. The exterior of the building bore the marks of time, yet it possessed a charm that outshone the grandeur of the Shaolin Temple. A sign at the entrance, adorned with graceful calligraphy, proclaimed Liang Temple. Lin Yin could not discern the calligrapher's era, but the characters resonated with an ethereal quality that instilled a profound tranquility within him at a mere glance. "Let us proceed, Brother Lin," Fang Fei urged. It was only then that Lin Yin noticed Fang Fei had vanished from his side, likely having ventured ahead during Lin Yin's moment of reverie. "I'm coming," Lin Yin replied, hastening to catch up with Fang Fei. After uttering those words, Fang Fei fell into silence, seemingly indifferent to whether Lin Yin was truly following. He walked with purpose, navigating the depths of Liang Temple with familiarity. As Lin Yin journeyed through the temple's serene pathways, he absorbed the ambience around him, feeling the weariness of the previous week dissipate entirely. The winding paths of Liang Temple were enveloped by whispering woods, contrasting starkly with the bustling crowds of the Shaolin Temple. The air was imbued with a subtle fragrance of incense mingled with the earthy aroma of rain-soaked soil. Suddenly, Fang Fei halted, and Lin Yin, caught off guard, nearly collided with him. He looked curiously ahead to see several monks seated in meditation. Each monk's robes emanated an ancient aura, appearing somewhat worn yet impeccably clean, even slightly bleached. There were not many monks, perhaps a dozen, but each exhibited a distinct demeanor. Some bore expressions of world weariness, while others radiated an optimistic cheer. Among them were those who seemed on the brink of old age, alongside youthful faces that suggested they were no older than primary school children. What astonished Lin Yin the most was the presence of a long-haired monk, who appeared to be the most devout among the group, fervently reciting the scriptures. Though Lin Yin could not comprehend a single word, the fragrant aroma of incense mingled with the sound of chanting gradually permeated his mind, awakening every pore of his being. It felt as though his soul experienced a long-awaited liberation. It was only when Lin Yin regained his senses that he realized the chanting had concluded some time ago. Beside him, Fang Fei seemed to still be enveloped in the lingering atmosphere. They stood together in silence. "Master Fang," this is a melodious voice chimed in. Lin Yin, momentarily distracted, initially failed to locate the source of the voice. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that the small monk he had noticed earlier was now standing directly in front of him. His diminutive stature had caused Lin Yin to overlook him at first. My surname is Lin. Linji Master," he introduced himself. The small monk performed a respectful bow but uttered no further words, instead turning and disappearing into the depths of the temple, his figure quickly vanishing from Lin Yan's sight. Gurgle, gurgle. Lin Yan gently patted his stomach as the earlier atmosphere faded, and he was once again struck by a wave of intense hunger. Embarrassed, he turned to Fang Fei, who seemed to have anticipated Lin Yan's unspoken thoughts. Before Lin Yin could voice his desire, Fang Fei extended his hand, gesturing toward a spot deep within the temple. "Brother Lin, just enter through that door and casually ask anyone for something to eat." Chapter 114. The Master says my obsession is too strong. As Lin Yin ventured deeper into Liang Temple, his keen sense of smell alerted him to the enticing aroma of food wafting through the air. Even with his unparalleled culinary skills, Lin Yin could not deny that the vegetarian dishes served in the temple possessed a unique charm of their own. Following the delightful scent, he approached the dining area that Fang Fei had mentioned. Before him stood the long-haired monk he had previously encountered during his recitation, expertly tending to the pot. Assisting him was the young monk who had welcomed both Lin Yin and Fang Fei earlier. Upon recognizing Lin Yan's presence, the young monk displayed no surprise, instead greeting him with a calm yet welcoming tone. "Lin Benefactor, would you care for a bowl?" He gestured towards the pot of simmering vegetarian rice. Nodding in response, Lin Yin found himself devoid of the energy to ponder the contents of the pot. His sole desire was to satiate his hunger. Soon, a steaming bowl of vegetarian rice was placed before him. Without pausing to scrutinize the dish, Lin Yin swiftly scooped up a spoonful of the verdant rice and vegetables, swallowing it hastily without much chewing. After the first mouthful, Lin Yin paused momentarily. Although he lacked the skill to prepare vegetarian rice himself, his understanding of various culinary techniques allowed him to discern subtle connections among them. He recognized that the vegetarian rice before him was crafted in the simplest, most unpretentious manner. devoid of any extravagant garnishes, merely greens and rice, seasoned lightly. It was as humble as the monks who resided there, lacking the airs often associated with Shaolin Temple. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly unremarkable dish that brought Lin Yin a profound sense of satisfaction, attesting to the chef's formidable expertise. "How does it taste, Lin Benefactor?" the young monk inquired, noticing that Lin Yin had quickly polished off the entire bowl of vegetarian rice. Lin Yin nodded appreciatively, wiping his mouth before handing the empty bowl back to the young monk with an apologetic smile. "It is indeed delicious. But might I suggest that the bowl is a tad too small?" The young monk chuckled heartily and promptly filled another bowl to the brim with vegetarian rice. This time, he handled it with utmost care, wary of a tremor that might spill the contents. Lin Yin took another bite. If he had found the first bowl delectable due to his own hunger, then, in that moment, Lin Yin truly savored the exquisite and elegant flavors of the second bowl of vegetarian rice. It was merely the most ordinary combination of vegetables and rice. However, the chef had skillfully prepared these seemingly ubiquitous ingredients to perfection in terms of both timing and pairing. The vegetables retained their delightful crispness while ensuring the rice was plump and satisfying. As Lin Yin chewed, he could even perceive a subtle fragrance of the vegetables lingering on his palate. It was delectable. After finishing the second bowl of vegetarian rice, Lin Yin felt quite satiated. He lifted his gaze to the long-haired monk, who had set down his large spoon, his eyes filled with curiosity. "Lin Benefactor, was it not delicious?" The young monk had somehow approached him, rubbing against his leg with an air of pride, as if he had prepared the dish himself. He pointed towards the long-haired monk, who was tidying up the stove, and exclaimed, "Brother Lai Dan used to work in logistics for the underworld. Let me tell you a secret. Lin Benefactor, not only is he an exceptional cook, but his martial prowess is formidable." With that, the young monk discreetly gave Lin Yin a thumbs up. Lin Yin glanced at the long-haired monk, who had finished cleaning the stove and pot, and before he could utter a word, the monk turned to face him. To Lin Yin's astonishment, he performed a backflip right there, his deep voice resonating with righteousness. Lin Benefactor, I am glad you enjoyed it." He then exited, leaving only the young monk and Lin Yin behind. "Isn't it interesting how Brother Lai Dan is?" The young monk lowered his voice as if sharing a secret. "Master says Brother Lai Dan resembles a true monk more than anyone else in our generation. Aside from his hair, he meets every standard." Listening to the young monk, Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback. Although the boy spoke in Chinese, the combination of his words left Lin Yin momentarily perplexed. Just as he was about to respond, the door swung open abruptly, and in walked the monk he had seen earlier, who bore a world-weary expression. He performed a respectful gesture towards Lin Yin while effortlessly grasping the young monk by the nape of his neck. "Lin Benefactor, my young disciple speaks without restraint. Saying this, he dragged the young monk towards the door. Before long, they vanished from Lin Yan's sight, leaving him in the room, still somewhat bewildered. "Lin brother." At some point, Fang Fei had approached Lin Yan, placing a hand on his shoulder, his tone surprisingly tinged with anticipation. "Isn't Liang Temple intriguing?" Lin Yan nodded in agreement. In the midst of their conversation, an unintentional nuance of lingering sentiment emerged, one that even he himself had failed to notice. "What a delightful little temple. It feels as though everyone is." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yin found himself at a loss for a more fitting descriptor and could only manage an awkward chuckle, saying, "It's rather unique." To his surprise, Fang Fei, upon hearing this exceedingly straightforward description, nodded in enthusiastic agreement, exclaiming, "I knew you would appreciate this place, Brother Lin." With that, Fang Fei led Lin Yin outside. The temple was not particularly large. After wandering for approximately 10 minutes, the two had explored the entirety of the temple grounds, encountering several monks engaged in their own pursuits. When the monks noticed the two leisurely strolling, some greeted them warmly with raised hands, while others pretended not to see and continued with their tasks. "Brother Lin, I believe we've seen enough for today. We can head back now," Fang Fei suggested after their leisurely exploration. Lin Yin nodded in affirmation, surveying the surroundings of the temple. He contemplated that if he ever found himself devoid of interest and desire in life, he would certainly return to this sanctuary for a while. "Are you leaving, Benefactor Lin? Please come back to play with me next time." The little monk had stealthily appeared once again, casting a furtive glance at Lin Yin. "My master is still napping." Lin Yin chuckled softly. "Aren't you taking a nap?" The little monk shook his head, saying, "Whenever I wake up from my nap, my head feels heavy, and my master told me that it's due to my excessive attachment." Lin Yin, puzzled, inquired, "What should you do then?" The little monk replied proudly, My master advised me to stop taking naps altogether. Chapter 115. How can one be conquered by other delicacies? Task Publishing. Oh. Gazing at the self-satisfied young monk before him, Lin Yin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It was Fang Yi, who rarely exhibited any intense emotional fluctuations. That broke the silence. Haha. It was as if he had just heard an exceptionally amusing joke. Fang Yi was laughing so heartily that he could hardly contain himself. Only regaining his composure after a considerable interval, he reached out and gently patted the young monk's bald head, saying, "Go Dan. You ought to heed your master's words more often. He is truly a person of great wisdom." Turning to Lin Yin, Fang Yi inquired, "What do you think?" "Lin brother, how does it feel?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yin nodded in agreement, offering no excessive praise, merely uttering two soft words, "Very good." This was the highest commendation he could muster. The ambience of the temple, along with the warm-hearted monks, provided Lin Yin with an exquisite experience. Despite the monks exhibiting some peculiar characteristics distinct from those in the Shaolin temple outside, Lin Yin felt no adverse sentiments towards this place. Instead, he found himself harboring a subtle intrigue. Moreover, having savored a remarkably delightful vegetarian meal during his most ravenous moments here, Lin Yin felt he could bestow a commendable evaluation upon the temple based solely on that. Just enjoy it. Fang Yi had by now regained his composure, reverting to his previous calm and indifferent demeanor, as if the person who had just laughed uproariously were an entirely different individual. He did not bid farewell to the young monk but, like before, strode directly out of the temple and took his place at the steering wheel of the sports car parked by the temple entrance. Lin Yin glanced awkwardly at Fang Yi, who was now in the driver's seat, starting the engine, and then at the young monk left behind. He noticed that the monk appeared utterly accustomed to this scene. There was no hint of discomfort on his face, and his gaze following Fang Yi's departure was remarkably clear. As the young monk departed, Lin Yin ultimately found himself unable to emulate Fang Yi's nonchalance and instead waved goodbye to the monk, even though he still hadn't spoken the monk's name. Godan? The mere thought of that name nearly made it difficult for him to suppress a smile. "Take care, Lin Benefactor," the young monk replied cheerfully, waving his arm with a beaming smile. "Next time, please don't call me Little Monk. I have a name, call me Godan." Upon hearing this, Lin Yin, who had already taken his seat in the passenger side and was preparing to close the car door, paused momentarily, his features contorting in surprise. However, before he could utter a word, Fang Fei, who had already grasped the steering wheel, interjected, "Brother Lin, do you not fancy this name?" Lin Yin fell silent for a moment. "It's not that I dislike it. It merely feels a tad peculiar." Fang Fei nodded, pressing the accelerator while sharply turning the steering wheel. A sudden rush of acceleration overwhelmed Lin Yin, leaving him on the brink of regurgitating the vegetarian meal he had consumed earlier. The luxurious sports car executed a near-flawless drift, simultaneously altering its direction. It was not until 3 seconds after the drift concluded that Lin Yin emerged from his momentary shock. He turned to observe the impassive visage of Fang Fei, internally critiquing. "Show off. I never knew musicians possessed such driving prowess." As if attuned to Lin Yin's inner thoughts, Fang Fei's subsequent acceleration was much more gentle, allowing Lin Yin, who had begun to acclimate to the rhythm of the sports car, to feel less disoriented. On the road, Fang Fei resumed the previous topic of conversation. "Godan was retrieved by my master from a gutter. When naming it, he remarked that even when found in a drain, it could still emit the brilliance of a precious pearl." Lin Yin nodded thoughtfully, wishing to articulate a response, yet ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. He turned back, intending to gaze once more at the hidden Liang temple nestled within the secluded path, only to discover that the once tranquil road was now inundated with throngs of visitors heading to the Shaolin temple, obscuring any trace of it. Meanwhile, on the internet, a report had begun to gain traction among the citizens of Mint City, its mere headline igniting widespread curiosity, shock. A 20-something street vendor surprisingly did this to a renowned band's lead singer. Is this a manifestation of the degradation of humanity or a decline in morality? It must be said that while such sensational headlines may seem outdated, their classic allure endures. The recent Mint City Music Festival had indeed generated considerable buzz, prompting many to click on the article. The opening image of the report showcased Wang Hu squatting beside Lin Yin, steam visibly rising from the bowl of snail noodles in his hands. The article, a lengthy exposition penned by the esteemed journalist Miao Ku, was richly illustrated with photographs. In a few thousand words, it meticulously chronicled Lin Yin's experiences, weaving an engaging narrative that, combined with Miao Ku's skillful technique, rendered this piece, though not conventionally journalistic, somewhat trending. even appearing in various marketing short videos. Initially, the comments section was rife with skepticism regarding the flavor of the snail noodles, with many netizens questioning the quality of food sold at the music festival's food stalls, asserting that no matter how delicious, it can only be considered a case of selection among the less fortunate. Moreover, the fact that Lin Yan is selling the highly controversial dish of snail noodles has led many to speculate that this might be mere publicity. This was until Lin Yan's patrons made their presence felt. The comment section experienced a dramatic reversal, with two factions clashing. On one side were those who had never tasted Lin Yan's offerings, and on the other, those who had indulged in his snacks. Just as the two groups were at an impasse, a verified account appeared in the comment section. Wang Hu, a rock never dies, ladies and gentlemen. This is neither an advertisement nor a publicity stunt. Boss Lin's snail noodles are truly exquisite. If I utter one falsehood, I shall withdraw from the rock scene forever. With just this one statement, the previous doubts in the comment section vanished entirely. Most netizens who ventured into the discussion had a keen interest in the rock scene, which drew them to such an enticing title and cover image. They were well aware of Wang Hu's reputation as a venerable figure in the rock community. Coupled with his already well-established forthright personality, it was inconceivable that he would fabricate a lie on behalf of a young entrepreneur. Thus, the truth was evident. Boss Lin's snail noodles were indeed an unparalleled delight. Lin Yan perused the comments and soon spotted the highly praised, pinned statement from Wang Hu. A subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He opened his keyboard, contemplated for a moment, but ultimately closed the article, tucking his phone into his pocket as he raised his head, rolling up his sleeves. Before him lay the second bowl of vegetarian rice that Lai Dan had just served him for lunch, adding to the meal he had enjoyed yesterday. This marked Lin Yan's second visit to Liang Temple for a complimentary meal. After finishing the second bowl, Lin Yan contentedly caressed his well-defined abs, rising to express his gratitude to the cook, only to be interrupted by the system in his mind. As the pinnacle of culinary arts, how could the host be conquered by other delicacies? Publishing next week's stall task. Chapter 116. This punch, 20 years of mastery. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. However, having already undergone several street vendor tasks in the preceding weeks, he was now considerably more composed in the face of this situation. No longer was he astonished by the formidable power of the system. He merely sat in silence, not uttering a single word. It was only when Godan approached and waved his hand before Lin Yan's eyes that he snapped back to reality. Lin benefactor? Lin Yan returned the smile, though his face bore no trace of joy. Instead, it was marked by a noticeable awkwardness. He had never anticipated that this week's task would involve competing for business with the kitchen of Liang Temple. Fortunately, the income was designated as a donation to the temple, serving as incense money. Otherwise, even Lin Yan himself could not be certain he could escape if the monks were to retaliate. Once he had considered this matter, Lin Yan's thoughts shifted to the reward. A whole Bugatti. Although he did not comprehend the lengthy string of English letters that followed the name Bugatti, his understanding of the system led him to surmise that this vehicle, while perhaps not priceless, certainly ranked amongst the elite in the realm of luxury automobiles. Lin benefactor? Seeing that Lin Yan had once again drifted into a reverie, even sporting a foolish grin previously unseen, Godan felt a twinge of concern. He quickly summoned the most formidable individual in Liang Temple, Lian Dan. Lian Dan, do you think Lin benefactor is losing his mind? Can you bring him back? Lian Dan hesitated for a moment. He slowly raised his fist, gesturing a few times towards Lin Yan, who was still lost in dreams of luxury cars. Turning to Godan with a serious expression, he said, "Little Go. Godan, this punch embodies 20 years of my mastery. I will give it a try." Godan, adopting a solemn demeanor, glanced at the still blissfully smiling Lin Yan and then at the fully prepared Lian Dan, nodding in encouragement. "Go ahead, Lian Dan." With a mighty roar, Lian Dan unleashed his clenched fist like a rocket, aiming for an intimate encounter with Lin Yan's face. However, his loud shout inadvertently roused Lin Yan from his stupor. Just as Lin Yan refocused his gaze, he found a fist hurtling towards him with the force of a tempest. Instinctively, he extended his palm. Amid the astonished gazes of Leiden and Godan, Lin Yan's palm unexpectedly intercepted Leiden's fist at a terrifying speed. Alas, this reaction stemmed solely from Lin Yan's formidable physique, yet in the haste of the moment, he still failed to withstand the might of Leiden's 20 years of training. Lin Yan, who had been seated, was abruptly thrust backward, chair and all, crashing to the ground. Lin. Godan's first instinct was not to console Lin Yan, but to cover his mouth with a hand. Leiden, standing behind him, remained silent, his face betraying a palpable anxiety and concern. "Do not speak, Lin. Shoo." After a considerable pause, Godin finally removed his hand from Lin Yan's mouth and gestured for silence before his own lips. Lin Yan, bewildered, regarded Godin with confusion. The young monk first scrutinized Lin Yan's condition, then lifted his eyelid, and even crouched down for a closer inspection. He turned back, nodding with certainty towards Lydon. "Lin is fine. He has a shadow." Godin clasped his hands in prayer, murmuring, Amitabha." Lin Yan, exasperated, asked, "Well, Godin, why did you cover my mouth?" As he shook his palm, which still throbbed with pain, he stood up, intending to express his annoyance, but found no anger could surface in the presence of the little monk. "Oh." Godin sheepishly scratched his bald head, offering an awkward smile. "I was afraid you might cry out and attract my master, which would lead to my punishment." Lin Yan chuckled, though his laughter was tinged with a sense of bemusement. After a brief exchange, Lin Yan prepared to leave, gathering ingredients for tomorrow's market stall. A hint of worry lingered in his eyes, for he was apprehensive about setting up in someone else's territory and feared disrupting the lives of the locals. Just as he was about to return home to ponder how to explain the situation, Godin called out to him, "Lin." Turning around, Lin Yan noticed that, unbeknownst to him, a figure had appeared beside Godin, his master, who wore an expression of perpetual disdain. The monk's lifeless eyes scrutinized Lin Yan, leaving him feeling exposed and vulnerable. He feigned composure. The monk seemed to attempt to smile, but no matter how he contorted his mouth, it appeared somewhat peculiar, and he ultimately abandoned the effort. He spoke. "I have heard from Fong that your culinary skills are remarkable. Might I have the privilege of witnessing them?" Lin Yan was taken aback. He had just received a task from the system, and the monk's words eerily echoed its content. Could it be that a true master exists before me? The monk with a world-weary expression seemed to transform in an instant. His once faded robes appeared imbued with an air of mystery. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the light streaming through the temple windows enveloped the monk, causing Lin Yan to squint slightly, feeling increasingly perplexed by the enigma of this humble temple. "If Master Lin is willing, let it be tomorrow," the monk spoke, seemingly unconcerned as Lin Yan stood in a daze. Just as Lin Yan was about to voice his thoughts, the monk continued, "If any patrons seek us out, it is of no consequence. Liang Temple has remained too quiet for too long, and a little commotion would be welcome." Upon hearing the monk's words, Lin Yan fell silent. After a prolonged moment, he nodded and quietly turned to leave, leaving behind the monk and the two disciples, Godin and Lai Dan, in the kitchen. "Master," Godin remarked, scratching his head in confusion as he looked up at his teacher, "what prompted your sudden desire for a meal prepared by Master Lin?" The monk lowered his gaze, retrieving his phone to sift through a collection of dance videos, selecting the one video that seemed somewhat out of place. With trembling fingers, he opened it to reveal a man preparing snail noodles. "Godin, does this not resemble Master Lin?" the monk remarked, licking his lips. "Good heavens, it looks delectable." Chapter 117. Perhaps I should change my career to street vending? Due to Fong Fei's unexpected departure today, Lin Yan took a taxi back to the entrance of his residential community alone. As he stepped out of the vehicle, the grand entrance of the community slowly opened before him. Several security guards stationed at the gate greeted Lin Yan with warm and welcoming smiles. The guards held a favorable impression of this enigmatic resident of Unit 1, who had a penchant for street vending. After all, within the affluent circles, individuals like Lin Yan, who embraced such down-to-earth hobbies, were exceedingly rare, if not entirely non-existent. Thus, whenever these guards saw Lin Yan, they could not help but feel a sense of camaraderie, as if, despite their differing social strata, they were still good colleagues. "Welcome back, Mr. Lin," the head of the security team exclaimed, nearly shouting his sincere welcome. Upon hearing their leader's enthusiastic voice, the rest of the security team joined in with equal fervor, their collective cheers resonating through the air, directed towards Lin Yan. At that moment, Yunwen, who had been taking a stroll through the community, heard the commotion from afar and couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. Feeling a twinge of envy, she thought to herself that she had never received such a warm reception upon her returns. Curiosity piqued. She turned her head and caught sight of Lin Yan. Understanding flickered in her eyes as she nodded in recognition. "Ah, it's Mr. Lin. He is indeed deserving of respect." After passing through an artificial lake and a modest rock garden, Lin Yan quickly arrived at his home. He adeptly entered the code at the entrance and verified his fingerprint. The gate of Unit 1 emitted a faint electronic sound, and a somewhat unfamiliar yet friendly mechanical female voice announced, "Welcome home, Mr. Lin." The gate began to swing open slowly. However, unlike his usual routine, Lin Yin paused in his tracks. To his astonishment, the usually empty courtyard was now graced by the presence of a stunning supercar that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. System. Is this Lin? Yin ventured cautiously, but before he could complete his thought, the system's voice interjected, considering that the host has not had transportation to Liang Temple this week. The system has preemptively issued a reward. The trial period for the reward will be from Monday to Friday this week. Should the host ultimately fail to complete the street vending task, the system will retract the reward. Regardless of what the system had to say, Lin Yin was utterly unconcerned. He stepped forward, approached the Bugatti, and cautiously extended his hand to caress the powerful and aesthetically pleasing body of the car, his eyes brimming with uncontainable joy and excitement. In every man's dreams, there exists that one coveted sports car, and now, this very automobile stands before Lin Yin, with its keys nonchalantly resting on a nearby stone table. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yin opened the door and settled into the seat. However, after a brief examination of the vehicle, he found himself perplexed by how to start it, leading to a somewhat embarrassed exit from the car. Upon reaching the entrance of courtyard number 8, he rang the doorbell, which echoed for several seconds before a pale face appeared before him. "Lin, my brother," Fang Fei said, his voice faint, the remnants of sleep evident in his bleary eyes. Despite it still being early evening. Well, Lin Yin scratched his head awkwardly, forcing a smile in a bid to alleviate his embarrassment. "Can you drive a Bugatti?" Fang Fei paused, a fleeting spark of excitement illuminating his previously placid face. "Lin, my brother, did you buy a car?" 10 minutes later, Fang Fei had circled the sports car in courtyard number 1 numerous times, to the point where Lin Yin's gaze began to blur from watching him. Finally, Fang Fei came to a halt, turning to Lin Yin, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "Lin, my brother," he exclaimed, giving Lin Yin a thumbs up. "You've got the means." After uttering this praise, Fang Fei bent closer, scrutinizing the magnificent vehicle before him. After a considerable time, he extended his trembling hands, seemingly yearning to caress the still, darkly painted beast, its ebony finish glistening under the setting sun. "Lin, my brother," he turned to Lin Yin, excitement flickering in his eyes. "May I get in and try it?" Lin Yin found himself amused and bewildered. He had never witnessed Fang Fei in such a state. As if the carefree gentleman he had encountered in the bamboo grove was a distant memory. "Is it all right, Lin, my brother?" Fang Fei reiterated his inquiry. Lin Yin nodded, suppressing the smile that threatened to escape his lips. Little did he expect that his inaugural encounter with the allure of luxury cars would be inspired by a quintessentially artistic and affluent young man. "Of course," Lin Yin replied, handing over the keys. "Didn't I invite you to teach me how to operate this vehicle?" Fang Fei nodded eagerly, cautiously opening the car door and settling into the driver's seat. He marveled at the sleek, lightweight design, the touch-sensitive LCD dashboard, and the responsive AI interaction system within the luxurious interior. The overwhelming sense of technological sophistication left Fang Fei momentarily uncertain about where to place his hands. This top-tier heir found himself experiencing embarrassment for the very first time. At that moment, Lin Yin had already settled into the passenger seat. Reaching out to pat Fang Fei on the shoulder, "Brother Fang, shall we begin?" Fang Fei nodded in response. He spoke no further, merely inserting the titanium alloy key and gesturing for Lin Yin to place his fingers on the recognition interface on the carbon fiber panel. In an instant, Lin Yin felt the mechanical beast beneath him awaken with fervor. What had once appeared as a mere exquisite toy now transformed entirely. Lin Yin could distinctly sense its heartbeat. It growled softly, contemplating its existence. Even Lin Yin, who had mentally prepared himself, was momentarily taken aback, while Fang Fei, unfazed, pressed down on the accelerator. The beast seemed to break free from its constraints, surging forth from the open entrance of the courtyard. By the time Lin Yin regained his composure, the beast had returned to tranquility, perfectly parked by Fang Fei at the original spot. "Brother Lin, did you comprehend it?" Fang Fei licked his lips, a hint of lingering excitement in his gaze as he turned to the still-dazed Lin Yin. After a considerable pause, Lin Yin nodded. "Ah, I understand." Subsequently, both remained silent, sharing a tacit understanding within the vehicle. Lin Yin was still savoring the exhilarating experience, while Fang Fei admired the interior, now akin to a work of art. Finally, Fang Fei turned to Lin Yin, his tone contemplative. "Brother Lin." Lin Yin's voice hesitated. Fang Fei gently caressed the steering wheel before him, a wistful expression crossing his face. "Do you think if I were to start a food stall, I could afford a Bugatti like this?" Chapter 118. Even with a Bugatti, the passenger seat must accommodate a food container in response to Fang Fei's inquiry. Lin Yin surprisingly bowed his head and contemplated for a moment. However, after a brief calculation, he was unable to arrive at a definitive conclusion and could only quietly ask in his mind, "System. Present. Host. How much is this Bugatti worth?" Although one of Lin Yan's childhood dreams was to possess a luxury car of his own, he was genuinely unaware of the precise cost of this seemingly extravagant Bugatti. $180 million. Oh. Lin Yan nodded thoughtfully. He then stood frozen in place, while Fang Fei, noticing Lin Yan's daze, remained silent, lost in admiration of the car's interior, his eyes shimmering with delight. After a considerable pause, Lin Yan finally regained his composure and lifted his head. It seems I can't afford to set up a stall." Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Fang Fei was momentarily taken aback, then silently nodded, reaching out to gently caress the steering wheel before a subtle expression of disappointment and melancholy graced his face. Observing Fang Fei's expression, even Lin Yan was momentarily stunned, now questioning whether this affluent heir truly entertained the idea of setting up a stall. After leisurely cruising around the neighborhood in Lin Yan's supercar for a couple of laps, Fang Fei reluctantly disembarked and bid farewell to Lin Yan before disappearing into the unknown. Lin Yan had long since grown accustomed to Fang Fei's elusive nature. He too exited the vehicle and returned to his residence in Courtyard 1. After taking 2 deep breaths, Lin Yan gradually extended his hands and pushed open the kitchen door. Upon seeing the ingredients inside, he could not help but exhale in relief. The situation was far from the chaotic kitchen he had envisioned. This week's quantity and complexity of ingredients were significantly below his expectations. It appeared that this week would be a breeze. Lin Yan felt a slight sense of ease in his heart. Once one's mood is uplifted, the motions of the hands become remarkably fluid. In the lavishly decorated kitchen, equipped with top-tier appliances, Lin Yan deftly navigated his surroundings, moving with great speed yet exuding an air of confidence. Each time he reached for an ingredient, he did so with precision, embodying the demeanor of a master who had everything under control. Before long, Lin Yan had prepared all the ingredients for the following day. He surveyed the meticulously categorized and stored items in the thermal preservation box, nodding in satisfaction, feeling an unprecedented lightness and a profound sense of accomplishment welling up from within. Another night passed without dreams. When Lin Yan opened his eyes, it was already around 10 o'clock in the morning. He rose from his slumber with a hint of languor, meticulously attending to his morning rituals before directly retrieving his culinary box and placing it in the passenger seat of his vehicle. As he recalled the adept driving maneuvers of Fang Fei from the previous day, he pressed the accelerator for the first time, only to be met with a brilliant surge of momentum. It was at that moment that Lin Yan truly experienced the sensation of commanding an ancient beast, an exhilaration unattainable from the confines of the passenger seat. Though his speed was moderate, he could still feel the latent energy and ferocity of the creature beneath him. He sensed that he was not merely driving. He was gradually attempting to tame a mechanical Tyrannosaurus clad in diamond armor. At the security booth, a rather youthful guard was on duty, seated at the entrance and engaging in idle chatter with his colleague. "Hey, I hear a car approaching," his coworker remarked, lifting his head and momentarily lost in thought as he processed the distant rumble. After a brief recollection, he spoke again. "That sound doesn't resemble any vehicle from our community." "Really? You can tell?" The younger guard looked at his partner with skepticism. "Of course," came the prompt reply, as the initial guard's drowsiness dissipated, replaced by an unmistakable pride. "Whether it's the Ferraris and Lamborghinis from Building 8 or the G-Wagons and BMWs from Building 4, I can identify every resident vehicle by sound alone." With that he stood, a newfound seriousness gracing his features. "This car, however, I've never heard before. I must see which resident has acquired a new vehicle." Seeing his partner rise, the younger guard followed suit. As security personnel in such a prestigious neighborhood, their salaries were 2 to 3 times higher than those of typical guards, a reflection of the vigilance and enthusiasm required in their duties. It was imperative to maintain an amiable demeanor while ensuring the safety of every corner of the community to be deemed a competent guard. Suddenly, the other guard exclaimed in surprise, taking a few excited steps toward the entrance of the community. The younger guard, momentarily obstructed from viewing the approaching vehicle, leaned in with curiosity and patted his partner on the shoulder. "What is up, buddy? Isn't it normal to see luxury cars around here?" "Goodness!" they both exclaimed in unison. Amid their astonished gazes, a Bugatti, gleaming with a radiant black sheen, slowly advanced until it came to a stop before them. The window descended. Lin Yan's chiseled visage revealed a request. "Excuse me, could you kindly open the gate?" At that moment, the 2 security guards finally regained their composure. Suddenly realizing their lapse in duty, they hurriedly jogged to assist Lin Yin in opening the entrance to the community. "Our apologies, Mr. Lin. The electronic gate takes a few seconds to activate," they said, leaving Lin Yin momentarily stranded. As they expressed their contrition, their eyes remained fixated on Lin Yan's Bugatti, brimming with envy and admiration. Though unspoken, their longing and desire were palpable to anyone who observed them. "Keep at it. One day, you'll drive one too," Lin Yin remarked with a smile as the gate swung open. In the midst of the guard's astonished gazes, he pressed the accelerator, and the Bugatti roared to life like a wild beast, surging forth in an instant and swiftly vanishing from their sight. "Mr. Lin, truly remarkable," one guard finally murmured, his gaze lingering on the direction Lin Yin had departed. "Indeed," the other guard replied, still gaping, drool escaping his lips. "I always thought Mr. Lin couldn't possibly have started from mere street vending. This outing must be for something significant." The first guard paused, a memory surfacing of the moment Lin Yin had lowered the window, inadvertently catching a glimpse of the interior. After a moment's hesitation, he added, "But I could have sworn I saw the box of ingredients he uses for his street vending in the passenger seat." Chapter 119. Cooking, I am serious. At the Liang Temple, Godan sat at the entrance, seemingly awaiting something. Typically brimming with vitality, he now appeared utterly bored. Little dog egg." A voice resonated behind Godan. Without turning around, he could already surmise who was speaking. His voice was low and somewhat irritated. "You should refrain from speaking, Brother Lai Dan. And by the way, my name is Godan, not Dog Egg." Oh, understood, little dog egg," Lai Dan replied, as he settled down beside Godan, both gazing towards the front of the temple. Silence enveloped them until it was unexpectedly shattered by the rumble of Godan's stomach. Godan, slightly embarrassed, lifted his gaze towards the silent Lai Dan and, in a crisp, youthful tone, inquired, "Brother Lai Dan, when will we have our meal today?" A considerable amount of time passed without a response from Lai Dan. Even after Godan waved his hand vigorously in front of him, there was no reaction. Eventually, Godan stood up, his petite frame aligning perfectly with the seated Lai Dan. At that moment, Lai Dan had his eyes closed, his eyelids drooping lazily, occasionally shifting slightly, the corners of his mouth hinting at a delightful dream. Godan smirked. In the brief moment when Lai Dan had failed to respond, countless possibilities raced through Godan's mind, including the notion that Lai Dan might have ascended. But never did he imagine that Lai Dan could simply fall asleep while sitting beside him. "Brother Lai Dan." Godan leaned closer, suddenly shouting into his ear. Lai Dan's eyes flew open, and he sprang to his feet, his legs positioned wide apart, catching even Godan off guard. The entire sequence, from the moment he opened his eyes to adopting a defensive posture, was completed in less than a second. Godan regarded his brother, who now appeared as if facing a formidable opponent, and cautiously tugged at his clothing. "Ah, little dog egg. What's the matter?" Only then did Lai Dan realize he must have dozed off, feeling a bit sheepish as he scratched his long, beautiful hair that cascaded over his shoulder. "Brother." Godan sighed, displaying wisdom beyond his years. He then patted his stomach and reiterated his earlier question, "When will we have our meal today?" Lai Dan lowered his head. Pondering for a moment, he looked at Godan with utmost seriousness. Master said today, we do not." Before Lai Dan could complete his sentence, a tremendous roar echoed through the air. Upon sensing the sound, Godan turned around. Before them, a sleek, dazzling supercar, akin to a dark night elf, sped along the path, its arrival causing both of their eyes to sparkle with excitement. It came to a smooth halt right in front of them. Godan and Lai Dan seemed to feel the earth beneath their feet trembling ever so slightly. Young Godan, Lin Yin stepped out of the car and reached out to gently pat the smooth little head of Godan, a smile instinctively blossoming at the corners of his mouth. This endearing little monk always evoked an irresistible urge in him to ruffle his hair whenever they met. "Lin benefactor, you've come." Godan did not shy away from Lin Yin's gentle touch. The boredom that had clouded his face vanished, replaced by his usual vibrant demeanor. While continuing to caress the remarkably smooth scalp in his palm, Lin Yin turned to the side where Lai Dan was stammering, attempting to articulate something. He directly addressed him. "Master Lai Dan." Upon hearing this title, Lai Dan waved his hands, his stuttering tongue unable to form coherent words. Lin Yin chuckled, finally steering the conversation towards the main topic. "Is little Godan hungry? Would you like to try my culinary skills for lunch today?" Godan paused momentarily, as images of the video his master had shown him the previous day flashed through his mind. The Lin benefactor in that video bore no resemblance to the gentle figure before him now. Standing at the stove, he resembled a master in the zenith of his craft. Though he was merely assembling the simplest components of snail noodles, Lin Yan's movements were as graceful as a work of art. Godin had never seen an oil painting, but in his imagination, it must be as exquisite as Lin Yan's culinary gestures. Little Godin. Were you lost in thought? Lin Yan chuckled again, giving Godin's head another affectionate pat before making his way to the passenger seat of the Bugatti. Opening the door to reveal 3 boxes brimming with ingredients before the trio. Just as he was about to lift a box, he was astonished to find that the boxes, which an ordinary person could scarcely budge, had risen effortlessly into the air without him even touching them. With a hint of confusion, Lin Yan turned his head. Lai Dan's head peeked out from behind the 3 ingredient boxes, offering Lin Yan a hearty smile, his pearly whites glistening in the midday sun. It was only after helping Lin Yan transport all the boxes into the kitchen that Lai Dan finally caught his breath. He looked at Lin Yan, who was already donned in an apron, and cautiously began, Lin benefactor, may I, before Lai Dan could finish his sentence. Lin Yan waved his hand dismissively while sorting through the dried shiitake mushrooms he had partially unpacked. No need to help. I can manage it myself. Despite the considerable workload and the fatigue that accompanied it, Lin Yan was resolute in not allowing himself any leniency during the cooking process. When it came to creating culinary delights, he was utterly serious. Once Lai Dan exited the kitchen, Lin Yan found himself alone in the expansive space, surveying his surroundings. It must be said that although the kitchen of Liang Temple appears to bear the marks of age, it is equipped with an array of culinary tools, some of which captured Lin Yan's attention at first glance, inciting a sense of fondness within him. As the saying goes, some utensils, like fine wine, become more exquisite with time. In the absence of external distractions, Lin Yan quickly immersed himself in his own atmosphere, his movements becoming increasingly swift and efficient. He diligently rehydrated dried shiitake mushrooms and king oyster mushrooms, sliced carrots and potatoes, and blanched green peas. All these seemingly intricate steps unfolded seamlessly in his hands. Devoid of any hint of chaos, rather, Lin Yan glided through the tasks with an air of ease. Amidst the subtle fragrance of the kitchen, the more he engaged in his culinary endeavors, the more he felt his body and mind enveloped in comfort. As Lin Yan ignited the flames and commenced the sought ing of mushrooms, an enticing aroma began to waft through the cracks of the kitchen door. At the entrance, 3 figures stealthily inhaled the scent. The largest among them was Lai Dan, who remained silent, closing his eyes, tears silently streaming down his cheeks. After decades in the logistics department, he now felt his once proud culinary skills being overshadowed. The figure in the middle was the master of both Lai Dan and Godin, who, at this moment, no longer wore an expression of disdain for the world. Instead, he seemed entranced by the fragrance seeping through the door. Bowing his head, he instinctively patted the bald head of Godin, exclaiming, "How delightful!" Chapter 120, a fortuitous encounter as the sizzling ginger slices danced in the hot oil. Lin Yan skillfully sauteed the mushrooms until they turned a golden brown, releasing their enchanting aroma. If there were a second pair of eyes in the kitchen to observe Lin Yan's demeanor and movements, they would note that despite the complexity of his actions, not a trace of urgency or seriousness marred his expression. Instead, he radiated an air of tranquility and composure, as if what would be deemed a hellish challenge of flipping and stir-frying by others was merely a novice's trial to him. Thanks to the muscle memory imparted by the system, Lin Yan could effortlessly toss the mushrooms in the pan, even with his eyes closed, conjuring the soul-stirring fragrance that would serve as the pièce d'arrestance of today's culinary endeavor. Observing that the mushrooms had fully released their savory essence, he seized the opportune moment. His left hand, prepared well in advance, appeared above the pan as if by magic. In an instant, the diced potatoes and carrots cascaded into the pan like snowflakes drifting through the air. The addition of soy sauce, salt, and pepper elevated the already tantalizing aroma in the kitchen to new heights. Outside, the 3 individuals lurking by the door had fallen silent. Initially believing that the mushroom's divine scent had reached its pinnacle, they were now struck with the realization that this was merely the prelude to Lin Yan's culinary symphony. Even Master Godin, who had long considered himself well acquainted with Lin Yan's prowess, wore a visage frozen in shock. The videos showcasing the snail noodles seemed delectable indeed. Yet he never anticipated that the reality of Lin Yan's culinary creations would far exceed his expectations, even eclipsing the heights he had envisioned. As the base ingredients became thoroughly fragrant, Lin Yan retrieved the pre-washed rice that had been prepared by the fiery concoction. While blending the rice with the sauteed ingredients, he introduced the mushroom water, initially intended to rehydrate the dried shiitake. With everything in readiness, Lin Yan covered the pot to steam the rice. The stove at Liang Temple resembled the primitive wood-burning stoves found in villages, and while the rice produced here was undeniably more aromatic than that from an electric rice cooker, the risk of undercooked or overcooked rice loomed large if the cook mismanaged the heat. However, for Lin Yin, this challenge was but a trifling task. He gradually crouched down, and upon seeing the flames, his mind and body instinctively unlocked the accompanying muscle memory and techniques. All the nuances of heat control played out in his mind like a cinematic reel, allowing him to grasp every subsequent step he needed to undertake in an instant. Master, what is that delightful aroma? Godin suddenly twitched his nose, lifting his head with a flicker of curiosity dancing across his face. He inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma wafting through the crevice of the kitchen door, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity that eluded his grasp. After a moment of contemplation, the monk with a world-weary visage finally spoke. Master Lin must be preparing the rice for us now. Godin nodded thoughtfully in response. He then twitched his nose, leaning closer to the gap in the door, greedily drawing in a breath before realizing with a start. Ah, it is the fragrance of rice. No wonder it feels so familiar. Upon hearing his master's words, Lai Dan's reaction was starkly different. He was now restless. As the primary, and indeed, the sole culinary provider for the group, he understood well the challenges of managing the fire. If handled skillfully, it could enhance the meal, but if not, a flicker of anxiety crossed Lai Dan's face. He held a favorable impression of Lin Yin, who, despite his modest demeanor, possessed considerable skill. After all, he was the first person in a long time capable of effortlessly absorbing one of Lai Dan's punches. Master, I must go assist. Lai Dan began to push open the kitchen door, only to find the world-weary monk extending his right hand to block his path. Lai Dan, do not rush. Taken aback, Lai Dan turned to his master with a puzzled expression. The fire is difficult to manage. It should be noted that even the self-proclaimed culinary expert, Lai Dan, had struggled during his first cooking attempt at Liang Temple due to the fire, leaving the monks to eat undercooked rice that day. I understand, the monk replied, attempting to stroke Lai Dan's long hair, only to realize that he was too much taller to reach. Ultimately, he settled for patting Godin's bald head instead. Master Lin has surely prepared well before arriving. There is no need for interference. With that, Lai Dan quieted down. Although his slightly unreliable master sometimes seemed whimsical, there was undeniable wisdom in his words, which Lai Dan found oddly comforting. Thus, as the three awaited in anticipation, Lin Yin was completing the final steps in the kitchen. He lifted the lid of the pot, and an unparalleled fragrance of rice erupted forth, even causing Lin Yin himself to momentarily lose composure. But this was not the end. With a flourish, he scattered a handful of green peas atop the rice, imbuing the entire pot with a vivacious vitality. After allowing it to simmer for another 3 minutes, Lin Yin boldly swung open the kitchen door, confronting the three outside, who were still in a state of bewilderment. After a moment, Lin Yin finally uttered a word in astonishment. Ha ha, Master Lin. The world-weary monk was the first to react. With his palms pressed together in a gesture of reverence, he slightly lowered his head. Yet his eyes remained fixed intently on the large pot of rice in the kitchen. What a fortunate coincidence that we happened to pass by. It signifies our fateful connection, he remarked with a hint of mirth. Lin Yin couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. He had an inexplicable feeling that among the three of them, this master was the most irreverent. Nonetheless, Lin Yin refrained from voicing his internal musings, managing instead to muster a faint smile. That is indeed quite fortuitous, he replied. As he spoke, he gestured towards the rice, which was already cooked and being kept warm. Lunch is ready. Let us call everyone to partake. Upon hearing this, the monk's lips shimmered with a hint of moisture, yet his countenance remained serene. I am Han Shan. I shall have my disciple inform the others. It was at this moment that Lin Yin finally discerned that the monk before him, bearing a visage steeped in world-weariness and exuding an aura of mystique, was indeed named Han Shan. Driven by the allure of food, within mere minutes, all the monks of Liang Temple had set aside their tasks and gathered around the dining table, their eyes glistening with anticipation, akin to young beasts awaiting nourishment. Thank you, Lin Benefactor, Han Shan expressed, his hands clasped together in gratitude. Within Liang Temple, there were a few peers of Han Shan's lineage. Yet it was clear that he was the most adept at engaging with strangers. The remaining monks soon became engrossed in the delectable mushroom and monk's rice before them. Even Lin Yin himself served himself a bowl. After receiving his portion of the fragrant rice, Lai Dan scrutinized it carefully, inwardly comparing it to his own specialty of vegetable rice. He felt utterly defeated. Sighing softly, he picked up his utensils and scooped a mouthful of rice into his mouth. In the next instant, he tilted his head back, his mouth agape as if about to unleash a roar. Chapter 121. Lin's approach to matters. Naturally, with his own reasoning delicious, truly exquisite, the faint doubts that had lingered in Lai Dan's heart were entirely dispelled at this moment. The only desire he harbored was to indulge in the bowl of braised rice before him. With the first mouthful, Lai Dan was almost compelled to howl at the heavens. Yet he refrained, fearing the loss of precious dining time, and ultimately subdued his instincts, bowing his head to continue feasting. With the second and third bites, Lai Dan savored the rice meticulously. Although he was well aware that Lin Yin had personally washed the rice used for the braise, and was thoroughly familiar with the quality of the rice from Liang Temple, he had always believed he had grasped the upper limits of its culinary potential. It was only after tasting the braised rice crafted by Lin Yan's hands that he realized his own skills were still lacking. Lai Dan could perceive that each grain of rice in his mouth was plump, perfectly absorbing the fragrant essence of the mushrooms. Due to Lin Yan's prior stir-frying of the mushrooms, the rice was imbued with a rich oiliness, complemented by the charred mushroom slices and tender potato cubes. Each bite made Lai Dan feel as though he had ascended to another realm. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual in his mouth and looked up in surprise. Having been wholly absorbed in his meal, he had not even glanced at the contents of his bowl. Only now did he recall that what he had just tasted was the green peas that Lin Yan had sprinkled in at the end. Lai Dan gazed at Lin Yan, who was also savoring the braised rice, with disbelief sparkling in his eyes. If the earlier bites had already been considered top-tier delicacies, this mouthful with the green peas transcended the pinnacle, stepping into the divine realm of flavor. Lai Dan scooped another spoonful of rice, this time with the green peas, and sent it to his mouth once more. The crisp sweetness of the peas perfectly balanced the savory essence of the rice. Upon closer tasting, Lai Dan's palate even detected a hint of delicate white pepper spiciness. Unbeknownst to him, his once full bowl of braised rice now contained merely a handful of grains, easily countable by sight. As he prepared to rise for another serving, a figure suddenly appeared before him, as if descending from the heavens. Lai Dan, typically direct and unyielding, was poised to react, but as he recognized the familiar silhouette, he turned to find a somewhat cheeky expression on the face of the person blocking his way. Lai Dan. The master is getting old and cannot go hungry. Let me eat first. It was none other than the monk Han Han. Lai Dan restrained his impulse to give his rather cheap master a good thrashing and ultimately obediently fell in line behind Han Shan. Fortunately, Lin Yin had prepared an ample amount of braised rice this time. Even if every monk in Liang Temple were to consume 10 bowls each, there would still be plenty to spare. In the end, nearly all the monks within the temple partook of at least 2 bowls. Even the eldest, who had recently resolved to adopt a light diet for health, could not resist devouring 3 bowls. Master, Godan gazed at the bowl before him, now devoid of even a grain of rice due to his enthusiastic licking, casting an admiring glance at Lin Yan, who also wore a contented expression. Han Shan rubbed his noticeably swollen belly and, feeling both satisfied yet restrained, glanced at the half-full pot of rice. With a sigh, he lamented his meager appetite, wishing he could consume the remaining rice. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly devoured the rest of the more than half pot of braised rice. Why would Lin, with such remarkable culinary skills, choose to cook for us at Liang Temple? Godan scratched his head. Although he had previously heard Han Shan speak of Lin Yan's exceptional cooking, he had never witnessed it firsthand, leaving him with a sense of curiosity and skepticism. However, just this one bowl of braised rice was enough to fill him with profound admiration for Lin Yan. After a moment of contemplation, Han Shan turned to his youngest disciple. Perhaps it is merely Lin's hobby. Godan, with his large, watery eyes, looked at Han Shan, his expression unusually filled with confusion. Really, master? I feel that someone as handsome as Lin might simply be indifferent to fame and fortune. As he spoke, Godan continued to gaze at Lin Yan, his eyes brimming with admiration and reverence. The void in his heart, once reserved for an idol, now had a figure emerging within it, none other than Lin Yan, who was currently smiling faintly while listening to the abbot speak. Why do you think so? With his belly full, Han Shan exhibited an unprecedented lack of his usual world-weary demeanor. Instead, he lowered his head, intriguingly observing his little disciple. Godan stroked his chin, pondering for quite a while before finally voicing his answer. Master, because I think being indifferent to fame and fortune is really cool. Han Shan chuckled softly, rising to pat the little monk's bald head. You're just well fed. After uttering this, Han Shan tossed his bowl directly in front of the little monk, then departed with an air of nonchalance. Go wash the dishes. Listening to his master's words, Godan contemplated for a while before turning to glance at Lai Dan, who was sighing and greedily eyeing the rice pot. He wished to say something but ultimately held his tongue. Instead, he reached out to touch his indeed round belly, murmuring to himself, "I really am quite full." The sound of rushing water gradually ceased. Godin wiped the fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead and, with a contented expression, stepped out of the kitchen. To his surprise, he discovered a makeshift stall that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere in the empty space before the temple. Seated in a rocking chair behind the stall was none other than Lin Yan, the very person who had prepared his lunch that day. Godin hurried over to Lin Yan's side, his eyes drifting to the stall before him. The table was sparsely adorned, containing little beyond some disposable utensils, and, most notably, a half-full bucket of leftover braised rice from their midday meal. "Little Godin," Lin Yan remarked, regarding the charming young monk with a smile, and playfully ruffled his bald head. "Have you finished washing the dishes?" Godin nodded enthusiastically. After circling the stall several times, curiosity overtook him, and he inquired, "Lin, what are you doing?" Lin Yan lifted his somewhat drooping eyelids, a hint of fatigue lacing his voice. "I'm setting up a stall." Though Godin struggled to comprehend Lin Yan's words, he ultimately chose not to press further, merely nodding in feigned understanding. After a brief period of playful banter, his curiosity resurfaced, prompting him to approach Lai Dan, who was currently practicing his stances. "Brother Lai Dan, why do you think Lin is setting up a stall in our temple? Will he attract any customers?" Lai Dan slowly opened his eyes, which had naturally closed as he entered a meditative state, and gazed in Lin Yan's direction. A glimmer of admiration sparkled in his pupils. Lin has his reasons for doing things, and they are undoubtedly wise. Chapter 122. The Deceitful Map Navigation, at your service. Hey, you didn't come to the music festival when I called you before, so why are you seeking me out now? A young man, donning a baseball cap, spoke with a teasing tone outside the Shaolin temple. Opposite him stood another young man, who, despite appearing youthful, was clad in a suit that signified his entry into the adult world. "I'm working, buddy. If it weren't for your incessant invitations, I wouldn't have taken the trouble to request a day off just to hang out with you," he replied, adjusting his suit with a look of exasperation. Leaning closer to his friend, he pointed at an unexpected pimple that had erupted on his face. "The workload has been overwhelming lately. Look at all these breakouts." The cap-wearing young man let out a wry smile. The thought of possibly becoming a corporate drone like his friend after graduation extinguished his playful demeanor. "All right then," he said, patting his friend's shoulder. He gestured toward the Shaolin temple. "This is the largest temple in Min City. Let us explore it, and then I'll take you out for some delicious food." Only upon hearing his friend's words did the suited young man reveal a relaxed smile. He draped his arm around his buddy's shoulder, reminiscent of their school days. "Let us go in and wish for some good fortune." Before long, the two had entered the temple, and after paying the entrance fee, they exchanged their tickets for 2 pieces of prayer paper. Although both were aware that such tokens were likely a tourist trap, their faces radiated joy and satisfaction. They quickly inscribed their names on the prayer papers, Yitao and Deng Ji. Yitao wished for academic success, while Deng Ji hoped for a prosperous career. Despite their differing aspirations, when they turned to face each other after writing, a tacit understanding brought forth simultaneous smiles. The Shaolin temple appeared grand. Yet Deng Ji felt it was rather unremarkable. He tugged at his increasingly stifling suit as he exited the temple alongside Yitao. Glancing back one final time at the temple's architecture, he acknowledged its magnificence, yet it evoked a sense of monotony, akin to his work and life. "Let us grab a bite to eat," Yitao suggested, smiling as he pulled Deng Ji toward the exit. As Deng Ji kept pace with his friend, he inquired, "I came across that food stall from the last music festival online. I recall you attended. Was that just hype, or was the food genuinely good?" Self-proclaimed as a seasoned foodie and having spent his school years in Min City, Deng Ji had a keen interest in culinary matters. Moreover, the recent surge in popularity of the enigmatic street food vendor, Boss Lin Yan, on the internet in Min City has undoubtedly sparked considerable curiosity in Deng Ji's heart. He has perused that article several times, and the video of Lin Yan personally crafting snail noodles at the music festival has captivated him no less than 10 times. Each time he watches the video, Deng Ji feels as though that bowl of snail noodles is placed right before him, even though he cannot taste or smell it. Yet, he can vividly imagine the exquisite flavor in his mind. However, due to the overwhelming buzz surrounding this phenomenon, which seems to be on the verge of transcending the boundaries of Min City, Deng Ji cannot help but harbor a degree of skepticism. Upon hearing his friend's doubts, Yitao paused. As an ardent rock music enthusiast, Yitao had eagerly secured a full ticket to the music festival well in advance. He was entirely familiar with the street food stall that Deng Ji mentioned. At that moment, The image of a steaming bowl of snail noodles surfaced in Itao's mind. And he could almost taste the delightful tanginess, each strand of rice noodle a rare treasure, although he had only queued for it twice. The flavor was one he was certain would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. Hey, why are you suddenly lost in thought? Deng Ji waved his hand in front of Itao. Itao snapped back to reality, exclaiming, delicious. Truly delicious. His excited and sudden tone startled even Deng Ji. As Itao's close friend, Deng Ji knew him well, despite his seemingly easygoing demeanor. Itao never compromised when it came to food and was unwilling to deprive himself of culinary pleasures. Therefore, if he could express such enthusiasm about a dish, it must indeed be a gastronomic delight. Sighing, Deng Ji felt a pang of regret for having declined the invitation to attend the music festival with Itao, as he had been embroiled in a particularly demanding project at that time. If only I had known, I would have gone with you, he lamented. Itao shook his head and patted his friend's back, his voice imbued with understanding. It's all right. I know you were busy then. Besides, today is Monday. Who knows? We might just be fortunate enough to encounter Boss Lin. Deng Ji nodded but chose not to respond. Although his decision to visit on a Monday had a part of that reasoning, he was acutely aware of his own misfortune in being able to pinpoint a street food vendor amidst the vastness of the city. How about I check the map and navigate to that rice dish place we used to frequent during school? Noticing his friend's somewhat dejected expression, Itao stepped closer, peering at the map in his hand, and enveloped his friend in a warm embrace. We're out to have fun, so cheer up, he said, continuing to speak. Itao suddenly paused, his curiosity piqued as he gazed at the map displayed on his phone. After a moment, he presented the navigation on his screen to Deng Ji, pointing to a particular location. Look here, Deng Ji, there's even a small path. Deng Ji leaned in, momentarily taken aback. The spot Itao indicated was one they had just passed, yet they had completely overlooked the presence of this path. Their eyes met, revealing a shared curiosity. Since childhood, they had relished exploring uncharted or thrilling locales together. Shall we go? Absolutely. In just 4 short words. Their figures swiftly followed the map's guidance to the entrance of the small path. Indeed, it exists, Deng Ji exclaimed. Having removed his suit jacket and tied it around his waist, complemented by a slightly fitted white shirt that accentuated his appearance, they exchanged glances, their smiles mirroring each other as they faced the mysterious path ahead. After meandering for a while, they turned back, now oblivious to the bustling noise of the city behind them. The secluded path was not particularly long, and they soon arrived at its end, where an aged structure stood, weathered yet full of character. Young Temple, Deng Ji read aloud the 2 slightly chipped gilded characters on the plaque. Beside him, Itao sniffed the air, saying, what a delightful aroma. Just as they hesitated on whether to venture further into the temple, a crisp voice rang out before them. Amitabha, young monks. Welcome to you both. Chapter 123. Do you want to experience the joy of being a boy, dog egg? Itao immediately reacted, his lips curving upwards like an uncontrollable firearm. Meanwhile, Deng Ji, who had been navigating the professional world for some time, stifled his laughter, bowing his head to gaze at the adorable young monk before him. He chuckled. Godan, is this also Shaolin Temple? Upon hearing Deng Ji's words, Godan remained silent, clearly rolling his eyes in their shared gaze, his previously enthusiastic tone now tinged with irritation. This is Liang Temple. Deng Ji realized he had misspoken and quickly attempted to rectify his error. I thought, how could the ambience here resemble that of Shaolin Temple? Although his words were somewhat disordered and lacked coherence, Godan grasped the intended meaning, and his previously displeased expression blossomed into a warm smile. Wow, Deng Ji. Itao's voice suddenly echoed. Following the sound, Deng Ji turned, his mouth opening as if to speak, but he was utterly taken aback by what lay before him. In a corner he had overlooked, a magnificent supercar stood silently, its sleek black body exuding an undeniable aura of power. This was a peerless supercar. How stunning. Deng Ji and Itao could no longer resist approaching, their hands reaching out to caress the car's exterior, though they hesitated, fearing they might damage the seemingly priceless vehicle. Ultimately, they refrained. How impressive, Deng Ji. When did you ascend to the position of boss? Buy one for me too, Itao remarked, admiring the supercar while circling it. Mirroring Deng Ji's enthusiasm, Deng Ji lightly tapped Itao's head. The likelihood of him usurping the current company's leadership was nearly non-existent. And even if he were to attain such a position, he could hardly afford this supercar. Just as the two prepared to capture a photo of their dream vehicle, the beastly machine unexpectedly roared to life. They spun around, their phones still in camera mode, caught in a moment of sheer awkwardness, unsure of where to place their hands. Turning back, they found a somewhat familiar young man standing before them, holding the unmistakable key to the supercar. Just admiring it? Would you like to take a seat? Lin Yin said with a faint smile. As the inaugural day of this week's market stall, coupled with the rather secluded location chosen by Lin Yin, it has been a rather uneventful afternoon, with not a single patron gracing his stall since noon. Instead, a few monks, feeling their previous meals of braised rice settling, have returned for seconds. In this tranquil atmosphere, devoid of the usual bustling customers, Lin Yin finds a certain contentment in the solitude. Upon hearing from Ting Shudan that two individuals are circling around his supercar, Lin Yin decides to step out and see the commotion. Yi Tao gazes in surprise at Lin Yin, who seems to be of a similar age, his tone laced with disbelief. Is it really possible? Beside him, Ding Ji remains silent, but his eyes shimmer with intrigue as he observes Lin Yin in the supercar. The allure of riding in an extraordinary supercar is a temptation that no young man could easily resist. With a smile, Lin Yin casually tosses the keys into Yi Tao's hands. He perceives that despite one of the boys donning a work suit, they both retain the innocence of youth, as evidenced by the naive yet clear-eyed expressions characteristic of university students. "Thank you, big brother," Yi Tao exclaims, promptly pulling Deng Ji alongside him as they cautiously approach the supercar. "Do you have a driver's license?" Lin Yin inquires, glancing at the two boys, whose faces are alight with astonishment and envy. Yes, I do," Deng Ji responds, as if anticipating Lin Yan's question, rummaging through his suit pocket before triumphantly producing a slightly wrinkled driver's license. "Seriously, buddy?" Yi Tao stares in disbelief at his friend's display. "Why did you bring your license to hang out with me?" Deng Ji grins with pride. "Just in case." Lin Yin nods approvingly, then reaches through the window to unlock the vehicle using his fingerprint, saying, "If you wish to drive, feel free to give it a try." Exchanging a glance, Deng Ji and Yi Tao can see the flames of excitement mirrored in each other's eyes. Yet, confronted with the reality of driving a supercar that they may never afford, Deng Ji, the only one with a license, feels his hands tremble uncontrollably. Even as they rest on the steering wheel, fear grips him. "It's all right." Lin Yan's soothing voice reassures them once more. "If you scrape it, it's all on me." With a slight drift, the sleek black Bugatti Veyron comes to a steady stop before Lin Yan. The door swings open. The two individuals, their faces alight with exhilaration, gracefully descended from the vehicle, gingerly handing the keys to Lin Yan, their praises still resonating from the thrill of the recent experience. This was the true essence of joy that belonged to young men. "Brother, you are truly a remarkable person." Deng Ji extended the keys to Lin Yan, struggling to articulate some flattering words he had long pondered, yet unable to recall the polished phrases he had learned in his professional life. Ultimately, he could only offer Lin Yan a feeble compliment of being a good person. Meanwhile, Yi Tao remained silent, scrutinizing Lin Yan from head to toe. Suddenly, with an exclamation of surprise, Yi Tao pointed at Lin Yan, his speech becoming stammered. You are that. Lin Yan smiled, choosing not to reply, as he had already surmised that this young man had likely been one of his patrons, albeit infrequently enough that he had not recognized him immediately. There was indeed a hint of familiarity, but who could it be? Deng Ji observed his friend, who was flailing his hands in a frenzied attempt to articulate a complete thought, his face mirroring a similar anxiety. Go Dan glanced at Yi Tao, contemplating whether to introduce the alchemist, hoping the two might find a connection. After 10 minutes, Yi Tao finally exhaled a sigh of relief and uttered the name that had eluded him. You are Lin, the boss. Chapter 124. What? No support for QR code payments? Boss Lin? Beside him, Deng Ji, somewhat perplexed, repeated the name, and his mind, still reeling from the adrenaline of a recent high-speed drive, began to recall this appellation. He took out his phone and watched the video he had already viewed countless times. Raising his gaze to Lin Yin before him, he could not help but acknowledge that Lin Yin appeared far more dashing in person than on screen. Whether it was the gentle aura that radiated from him, evoking an immediate sense of warmth, or the shared age and humble demeanor, Deng Ji felt an instant fondness for Lin Yin. Yi Tao, in particular, was overwhelmed with surprise and excitement. Ever since he had tasted the river snail rice noodles that Lin Yin had personally prepared, Lin Yin had transformed in Yi Tao's eyes into an idol, tantalizingly out of reach. He never imagined that the Lin Yin he had once waited 2 hours in vain to meet would now stand before him, engaging in conversation and even lending him his supercar for a joyride. Such an experience was truly exhilarating. Yi Tao reminisced about the numerous loyal patrons who claimed to be fans of Boss Lin, yet none had ever received such treatment from him. Regret washed over him for not joining the Boss Lin fan group, for now, he could have basked in the glory of boasting, eliciting envy from those proud regulars. Lin Yin observed the two young men before him, who stood dumbfounded, mouths agape yet speechless, and felt a secret thrill within. Though he still had a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the pinnacle of his life, he could not deny that he was beginning to savor the sweet taste of admiration. Deng Ji, having never encountered Lin Yin in person, shook himself from his reverie. He had only seen Lin Yin through videos, and while he yearned to experience his culinary prowess, he had yet to personally taste the legendary dishes crafted by the acclaimed boss Lin. Subconsciously, a hint of skepticism lingered. Now that he stood face to face with him, he was determined to indulge his curiosity. Lin Yin spoke, a faint smile gracing his lips. Deng Ji first nudged Yi Tao, who was lost in thought, to bring him back to reality. Then, addressing Lin Yin with newfound politeness, he inquired, "Boss Lin, aren't you setting up your stall this week?" Lin Yin did not respond immediately. Instead, he slightly turned with his companion, Xiao Godan, revealing the grand entrance of Liang Temple that had been obscured behind him. Through the open gates, Deng Ji and Yi Tao could easily see a modest stall set up in the courtyard beyond, exuding an aura of simplicity. "This week, I set up a stall." It was only when both individuals had caught sight of their small booth that Lin Yin leisurely spoke. He then led Xiao Godan into Liang Temple, positioning himself behind his stall, and picked up two disposable bowls. Addressing the two still standing outside in a daze, he inquired, "This week, we are offering vegetarian rice. Today's dish is mushroom monk rice. Would you care to try some?" Once Lin Yin's voice resonated in their ears, the two appeared to awaken from a trance, nodding in response. Following the path Lin Yin had just traversed, they entered Liang Temple. As they stood before Lin Yan's stall, Yi Tao twitched his nose, a look of realization dawning on his face. He finally comprehended the source of the enticing aroma he had been perceiving. It emanated from the pot of rice Lin Yin had prepared. Though the wooden barrel used to contain the rice was adept at retaining heat, the exquisite fragrance was simply too potent, seeping through the cracks and tantalizing the senses. "Boss Lin, I'll take 2 bowls." Yi Tao was the first to speak. Deng Ji, holding his phone, stepped forward and, without allowing Yi Tao to finish, directly asked, "Boss Lin, how do we pay?" Lin Yin, bowing his head as he served the rice, had yet to respond. Meanwhile, Xiao Godan, already aware of Lin Yin's plans, stumbled over with the temple's merit box in his arms. Although the box was quite large, it was mostly empty, allowing even Xiao Godan to manage lifting it. "Dear patrons, you may place your contributions directly inside," Xiao Godan said, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, his face radiating enthusiasm and joy. Assisting Lin Yin brought him genuine happiness. Lin Benefactor previously stated that 1 bowl is 20 yuan, and 2 bowls are 40. Deng Ji nodded. Although he found Lin Yin's pricing peculiar, he had seen numerous commendations for this boss Lin in the comments section of videos. He understood Lin Yin's enigmatic and unpredictable style. Thus, the desire to donate his earnings to Liang Temple as incense money seemed less perplexing. However, as he opened his phone and circled the merit box, he found no QR code affixed to the weathered box. A puzzled expression crossed Deng Ji's face. "Little monk, can't we pay via QR code?" Xiao Godan scratched his head, having never considered that question. While many monks in the temple owned phones, the lack of visitors meant that the merit box had not been updated with a payment code. "Then let us use cash, gentlemen," Lin Yin interjected, with a faint smile. He spoke while handing over 2 steaming bowls of braised rice to Deng Ji and Yi Tao before him. Deng Ji awkwardly accepted the warm bowl, chuckling slightly. I don't have." Before he could finish his sentence, a hand extended towards him, belonging to Yi Tao, who revealed 2 20-yuan bills nestled in his palm. Deng Ji turned in surprise to his friend, whose face was adorned with a triumphant grin. "Wait, where did you get that cash?" Yi Tao remained silent, merely displaying a mysterious smile. He certainly wouldn't divulge to Deng Ji that even he was unaware of the origin of the 2 20-yuan notes, only knowing they had resided in his trousers pocket for quite some time. The two opted not to pursue the matter further. After settling the payment, Deng Ji cradled the bowl of braised rice and examined it, noting only a peculiar fragrance that set it apart from ordinary fare. With a hint of skepticism, he cautiously scooped a spoonful of rice and placed it in his mouth. As the plump, oily grains danced upon his tongue, Deng Ji felt an explosion of flavors awaken his taste buds, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Delicious." He looked up at Lin Yin, who was smiling at the two of them, his demeanor enigmatic in Deng Ji's eyes. The young proprietor of the snack stall, who also possessed a remarkable sports car, seemed to shroud himself in mystery. Although he had watched videos describing Lin Yan's culinary artistry countless times, It was only upon tasting the dishes crafted by Lin Yin that Deng Ji realized how superficial his previous understanding had been. No amount of text or video could adequately convey the profound impact this man's creations had on the senses. Eat it while it's hot. It will cool down soon, Lin Yin remarked, observing the astonished expression of the suited Deng Ji, smiling knowingly. He had encountered such awe many times before. Deng Ji nodded, diving back into his meal, each bite of the rice intermingling with the rich flavors of mushrooms and assorted ingredients, layers of taste unfolding and intensifying. The savory blend of mushrooms and rice, coupled with the balanced flavors of peas and diced potatoes, sent him into an exhilarating culinary ecstasy. No. This was a climax not merely in the mind, but in the mouth. After finishing one bowl, despite feeling only mildly hungry before, Deng Ji found himself yearning for another. Glancing at Yi Tao, who was cradling an empty bowl with an expression of longing, Deng Ji patted Yi Tao's shoulder. Do you have any cash left? Yi Tao rummaged through his pockets, ultimately revealing a forlorn expression. I really don't have any more. Chapter 125. Stealthily fishing in places unseen by diners. Where do you think Boss Lin will be this week? In a university dormitory. Wang Chang cast a puzzled glance at Yu Kunjin, who sat deep in thought, his head bowed in silence. Though it was merely Monday, the first day of Lin Yan's stall, the influx of visitors from the previous week's music festival, coupled with Miaoka's promotional efforts for Lin Yan, had significantly expanded their team in search of the elusive Boss Lin. Despite this, the group chat remained devoid of any clues regarding his whereabouts. After a prolonged silence, Yu Kunjin finally lifted his head and uttered a single, feeble word, "Don't know." As the two wrestled with their frustration, the chat buzzed with fervent discussions. After all, Yu Kunjin had promised that the first person to find Lin Yan each week would receive a reward of 1,000 yuan. While this sum might be trivial for him, it represented a considerable windfall for the group members still engaged in their studies or jobs. Even without the incentive, the determination among the members to locate Lin Yan showed no signs of waning. Throughout the day, the group pooled their collective ingenuity, exhausting nearly every possible avenue of inquiry. Some even went so far as to broadcast the quest on their social media, enlisting friends to assist in the search. Yet, as the sun began to set, not a single person had succeeded in uncovering Lin Yan's location. Meanwhile, as the others busied themselves with their search, Lin Yan was tidying up his modest stall, having enjoyed a tranquil day free from the disturbances of diners. It must be said, the absence of customers had rendered Lin Yan's day remarkably pleasant. In such an atmosphere, he found himself dozing off occasionally, engaging in casual conversation with the monks nearby, feeling a profound sense of leisure enveloping him. He began to comprehend why ancient recluses favored solitary existence in the mountains. It was undeniably delightful. Boss Lin, will you be back tomorrow? Yi Tao and Deng Ji gazed at Lin Yan with eager eyes as he covered the remaining half-barrel of braised rice, preparing to close up for the day. Their voices tinged with a hint of reluctance. Yes, I will, Lin Yan nodded, glancing at the two patrons who had spent the entire afternoon in his company. These diners had become captivated by his culinary offerings, exchanging substantial sums of cash for his delectable dishes. Each time they felt a modicum of space in their stomachs, they would promptly request another bowl of braised rice. It was almost comical, as even with their visibly distended bellies, they were unwilling to leave without packing 10 portions each to take home for supper. Considering the quantity of braised rice prepared by Lin Yan, it is evident that despite the formidable purchasing power of these two individuals, along with all the monks in Liang Temple, they have scarcely managed to deplete much of the braised rice. Currently, there remains a substantial half-barrel in the storage. After Lei Dang assisted Lin Yan in transferring the remaining half-barrel of braised rice to the passenger seat of the Bugatti, Lin Yan took his place behind the wheel. He inserted the key and, before pressing the accelerator, lowered his window. Outside, Godan, Yi Tao, and others stood by, their gazes filled with a mixture of reluctance and anticipation. The reluctance stemmed from their earlier conversation with Lin Yan, wherein they learned that tomorrow's culinary delight would feature a new variety, signifying that they would no longer have the opportunity to savor today's braised rice. The anticipation, on the other hand, arose from their unwavering faith in Lin Yan's culinary skills, confident that the new offering would equally tantalize their taste buds. As he departed, Lin Yan extended his hand out of the window and waved to the crowd before the roar of the engine resonated beneath his feet. The sleek, black Bugatti transformed into a streak of darkness amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, vanishing from sight in an instant. Lin Yan's culinary prowess is truly exceptional, Godan remarked, watching the direction in which Lin Yan had left. Even though there was nothing left in sight, his gaze remained fixed. He licked his lips, savoring the lingering flavor of the exquisite braised rice they had enjoyed that day. Lin Yin, a good person. Lei Dang nodded in agreement, raising his thumb to express his admiration and reverence for Lin Yin. Meanwhile, the young monks Yi Tao and Dang Ji regained their composure and playfully patted Go Dan's uniquely smooth head, grinning as they lifted their two oversized plastic bags. See you tomorrow. Go Dan and Lei Dang joined their hands in a gesture of respect towards the two benefactors who had contributed significantly to the temple today, uttering, Amit Ba. Do you dare to block him? One of the security guards in the Heavenly Palace's security room remarked. Mr. Lin drove that supercar out today to set up a stall. Impossible. Have you ever seen anyone use a supercar for that purpose? Do not constrain Mr. Lin's actions with your limited perspective. At that moment, two guards were engrossed in a heated debate regarding Lin Yan's departure in the Bugatti from the community. Suddenly, the door to the security room swung open unnoticed by them. Ouch, that hurts. Almost simultaneously, the two young guards who had been bickering jumped up, clutching their heads. Turning around, they were met with the sight of their assailant, and their expressions shifted from anger to cautious trepidation. Standing behind them was none other than Captain Zhu Zhongwen of the Heavenly Palace security team, accompanied by a full contingent of patrolling security personnel. Captain Zhu, what brings you here? The two young security guards gazed at the stern-faced Captain Zhu, their hands nervously rubbing together, their expressions replete with obsequiousness. Humph. Captain Zhu let out a cold snort, a fierce anger igniting within him at the sight of their behavior. It is crucial to remember that Tiangong is the most prestigious residential complex in Min City, second to none. Should its reputation suffer due to negligence on the part of the security staff, it would not only mean the end for these two guards, but likely a complete overhaul of the entire security team at Tiangong. If I hadn't come to inspect, would you have continued to slack off until something went awry? His words were laden with gravity, and his face bore an intensity that the two guards dared not meet with their eyes. Apologies, Captain Zhu. Upon hearing his admonition, the two young men realized the gravity of their missteps, their heads bowed in genuine remorse. Sigh. Captain Zhu exhaled deeply, having once been young himself, and noting that no incident had yet occurred, he refrained from further harsh words. Instead, he extended his hands, patting the shoulders of the two before him with a sense of disappointment. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated through the air, drawing everyone's attention to the source of the sound, the entrance of Tiangong. The young guards' eyes lit up as they recognized the sleek Bugatti belonging to Mr. Lin, the very person they had been discussing. In less than a second of their astonishment, they were met once more with a sharp reprimand. Captain Zhu. They turned back, their expressions filled with confusion as they faced the now firm Captain Zhu once again. Still dawdling, his tone was serious. I expect to see a proper attitude when welcoming our residents. Amidst the astonished gazes of the two security guards, Lin Yin glanced at the time on his phone and inquired. This time, the young guard exhibited a remarkable quickness in his response, shaking his head vigorously like a rattled drum. Not yet. We should be dining in the staff canteen with the security team shortly. Lin Yin nodded thoughtfully, surprised to discover that the Tiangong community had a canteen for its staff. He pointed to the Bugatti parked behind him, saying, I didn't finish selling today. If you don't mind. Before Lin Yin could finish his sentence, the two young guards nodded enthusiastically, their heads bobbing faster than chicks pecking at grain. Of course we don't mind, Mr. Lin. It would be our honor to enjoy your culinary creations. Their enthusiastic words left Lin Yin momentarily speechless. For a moment, he was at a loss for words, only able to chuckle and nod at the two lively characters before him, saying, It's in my passenger seat. Just a moment. As Lin Yin made his way to the passenger side to retrieve the bucket, the two guards followed closely behind and unceremoniously lifted the wooden bucket from the seat. What on earth is happening with you two today? Just as the two guards, beaming with delight and imagining the delectable food within the bucket, were caught up in their reverie, a thunderous voice rang out. It was Zhu Zhongwen, marching towards them with a resolute demeanor, leading a contingent of security personnel. Although he hadn't overheard the conversation between the guards and Lin Yin, he had clearly observed their delay in attending to the homeowners. His previously simmering irritation flared back to life upon witnessing this scene, and it burned even more fiercely than before. Zhu team leader, the two guards, still holding the bucket aloft, felt their joyous expressions freeze in place upon seeing the unfriendly approach of Zhu Zhongwen. Fear crept into one of their voices for Zhu Zhongwen, as the captain of the security team, possessed the authority to dismiss them outright. Just as Zhu Zhongwen was about to reprimand the two, An unexpected figure stepped in front of the trio, blocking his path. Zhu team leader? Zhu Zhangwen's pupils narrowed as he focused on the figure standing before him. It was Lin Yin, the resident of Unit 1 in the Tiangong community. This enigmatic man, who epitomized status within the prestigious residence, was someone whose background remained a mystery even to Zhu, the captain of the security team. The remaining residents of Tiangong also reportedly knew little about this young man, save for the fact that Mr. Lin enjoyed selling his homemade snacks at stalls. The security personnel were uncertain about the origins of the rumors they had heard, which proclaimed that Mr. Lin's culinary creations were a true delicacy. It can be said that every member of the security team eagerly anticipated and longed for the exquisite dishes crafted by the enigmatic Mr. Lin. However, each time Lin Yin returned, the food cart, once brimming with ingredients, would ultimately be left with nothing but an empty shell. Coupled with the disparity in status between the security guards and the property owners, although the guards harbored expectations, none had truly tasted the delightful cuisine prepared by Lin Yin until now. Mr. Lin, you may call me Xiaozhu, said Zhu Zhangwen, maintaining a humble demeanor despite addressing someone who appeared to be several years his junior. He understood the decorum required in conversing with a property owner. Not a problem, Lin Yin replied, waving his hand dismissively. He had never been overly concerned with professional titles, as he had once been a mere wage earner who referred to everyone as brother. He pointed to the two security guards who had just placed the wooden barrel on the ground, then gestured towards the barrel itself. I still have about half a barrel of braised rice left from my stall today. If you don't mind, please share it. Otherwise, I want to be able to finish it all by myself. Zhu Zhangwen scratched his head, feigning hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, he looked up and flashed a standard smile at Lin Yin. Thank you, Mr. Lin. As his words fell, the entire patrol team behind him, consisting of dozens of individuals, echoed in unison, Thank you, Mr. Lin. Chapter 127, Another bowl? Zhu, the captain, reflected on the passage of nearly half a day from noon to evening. The wooden barrel, a humble insulated container provided by Liang Si, had proven effective, yet it was not without its limitations in retaining heat. As Lin Yin lifted the lid, he could distinctly sense that the rice inside had cooled somewhat. Nevertheless, the moment he uncovered the barrel, the enticing aroma of the steamed rice erupted forth, momentarily captivating everyone present. Even Zhu Zhangwen, known for his stern demeanor, turned his head, his eyes revealing a rare astonishment. As a man in his 40s, Zhu had certainly dabbled in cooking and believed that only the meticulous could excel in this task. Yet, upon merely inhaling the delightful fragrance of Lin Yan's dish, he came to a profound realization. In addition to diligence and attention to detail, sometimes, innate talent is equally paramount. No matter how careful he might be, he could never replicate the exquisite aroma wafting from the barrel before him. Realizing the rice had cooled, Lin Yin observed its condition, scratching his nose in mild embarrassment. After all, he had suggested treating everyone to a meal, but the rice he presented did not embody its peak perfection. A sense of guilt began to stir within him. Yet before he could utter an apology, the security personnel had already encircled him, their expressions brimming with joy and excitement, seemingly unconcerned about the temperature of the rice. In fact, each face sparkled with happiness, their gazes toward Lin Yin infused with deep gratitude, some even glistening with unshed tears. Mr. Lin, one of the guards finally spoke, unable to contain himself, his eyes already brimming with moisture. Mr. Lin, this is the first time in all our years here that a resident has brought us something. Though they had yet to taste the food Lin Yin had prepared, the happiness radiating from their faces rivaled that of those who had already savored his culinary creations. Lin Yin stood in stunned silence for a moment before regaining his composure. He looked at the guards, and unbeknownst to himself, his tone had taken on an impassioned note. While there's still a hint of warmth, let us eat. Upon hearing Lin Yan's urging, the guards set aside their reservations and prepared to partake. As everyone received the disposable utensils and small bowls handed over by Lin Yan, they lined up in front of the wooden barrel to serve themselves rice. Zhu Zhangwen stood at the end of the line, despite accepting Lin Yan's goodwill. As the captain of the security team, he remained vigilant, meticulously observing his surroundings to ensure that nothing was amiss. The atmosphere was calm and serene, just as it always was. After Zhu Zhangwen had served himself a portion of rice, the community continued to exude its usual tranquility. Upon tasting the rice, Zhu Zhangwen was momentarily stunned. The security guards around him were equally astonished by the exquisite flavor of the dish. Incredible. Mr. Lin's culinary skills were truly exceptional. Eat quickly, for there may not be another opportunity. This is absolutely delectable. After a brief silence, the security team, gathered in small groups, erupted in enthusiastic praise, all extolling this dish that could only be described as an unparalleled delicacy. Then, in perfect unison, they ceased their chatter, lowering their heads to savor their meals. Lin Yin, observing the group of security guards before him, who seemed as though they had been starved for 3 days and nights, could not help but smile, radiating happiness. At that moment, Zhu Zhangwen was completely immersed in the bowl of rice before him. From the time he could remember, whether it was the irreplaceable comfort of childhood memories or the upscale restaurants he had ventured to as an adult, nothing could compare to this seemingly ordinary bowl of rice. It was only when he reluctantly lifted his head from the bowl that he realized he had emptied it completely. Rising to serve himself another bowl, he noticed that a considerable line had formed in front of the wooden barrel, comprising members of his own security team. Upon hearing Zhu Zhangwen's movement, they turned to look at their usually stern captain, their faces breaking into smiles. "Captain Zhu, would you like another bowl?" Zhu Zhangwen, who typically wore a serious expression, approached and playfully tapped the head of the guard who had just teased him. Then, for the first time, he revealed a rare smile. "You ask knowingly." It must be said, whether in terms of appetite or sheer numbers, this patrol team of security guards had completely outperformed Yi Tao and Deng Ji today. Even Lin Yin, upon witnessing their remarkable capacity for food, was left momentarily speechless. Each of them had devoured at least 4 bowls of rice. To put it into perspective, even Lin Yin, as a fully grown man, could manage only 2.5 bowls before feeling as if he might burst. Yet here were these dozens of security guards, continuing to feast. Until the last morsel of the stewed rice in the wooden barrel was completely consumed, they still appeared somewhat unsatisfied. Mr. Lin, along with Zhu Zhangwen and others, after finishing the stewed rice, helped Lin Yin scrub the barrel until it gleamed as if it had just left the factory, and then carefully placed it back into Lin Yan's vehicle. They stood in a row, gazing at Lin Yan, and in unison, offered him a perfectly executed salute, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Lin." Lin Yan smiled, waved his hand, and then drove away, returning to his residence in courtyard number 1. Reclining on his bed, he reflected on the day's experiences, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment. Although this outing did not require the same intensity of labor as previous ones, and today's patrons were fewer in number, Lin Yin was enveloped by a deep sense of satisfaction. Contemplating this, he rose, feeling invigorated, and briskly made his way to the kitchen. As he swung open the kitchen door, the array of ingredients piled within came into view, and the familiar synthetic electronic voice of the system resonated in Lin Yan's mind as if electrified, distributing Tuesday's random recipe. Published, Curry Coconut Brown Rice and Grain Dish. Chapter 128. Being a monk is exhausting. Let us renounce the world upon receiving the skills transmitted by the system. Lin Yin felt a shiver run through his entire body. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, his pupils gradually focusing on the ingredients piled in the kitchen before him. He paused momentarily, realizing that all the culinary techniques and nuances had transformed into muscle memory, and every understanding had been deeply ingrained in his mind. He could begin cooking at any moment. Rubbing the back of his head, a flicker of confusion crossed his gaze. Could curry rice also be considered vegetarian fare? Just as this thought emerged in his mind, the system seemed to capture Lin Yan's perplexity, and a voice resonated. "May I inquire, host, does this dish contain any elements of meat?" Lin Yan pondered for a moment. All the ingredients and methods for this curry rice flashed through his mind like a film reel, and then he shook his head. Indeed, there were no elements of meat. Then it is vegetarian fare. Lin Yan ceased further conversation, unable to suppress a bemused expression on his face. He had overestimated himself in engaging in a debate with the system. The next day, Tuesday, amidst the roar of a supercar, Go Dan and Lai Dan's heads curiously emerged from the gates of Liang Temple, their faces gleaming with anticipation. When they recognized the sleek, all-black Bugatti that approached, they exchanged glances, each reflecting joy in the other's eyes. Lin Benefactor. As Lin Yin pushed open the car door and stepped out, a radiant little figure leapt into his embrace. It was the eagerly awaiting Go Dan, whose shining bald head reflected the sunlight. "Little Go Dan," Lin Yin chuckled, affectionately ruffling the boy's shiny head. Together with Lai Dan, he began to unload the freshly cleaned wooden barrels from the passenger seat. Go Dan looked up at Lin Yin, who had already started moving ingredients into the kitchen alongside Lai Dan, then glanced at the weathered bell on the temple wall. Curiously, he asked, "Lin Benefactor, why are you here so early? There's still over 2 hours until we have lunch." Lin Yin smiled, placing down the last box of ingredients and gently patting little Go Dan's head. He chose not to explain, as the intricacies of a chef's duties were somewhat complex. "Ba. Lin Benefactor, you have arrived." Lin Yin turned to find the voice, tinged with a hint of melancholy, belonged to Master Hans Han, the teacher of Go Dan and Lai Dan. Master Hans Han. Lin Yin mimicked the monk's gesture, bringing his hands together and bowing slightly in respect. Although Lin Yin does not adhere to Buddhism, he recognizes the necessity of conforming to local customs in such an environment, and he finds no aversion to this behavior. What shall Master Lin do today? Han Shan inquired, his previously dull eyes now glimmering with a faint light. Lin Yin opened his mouth, intending to divulge the answer, but ultimately refrained from disclosing it to the monk before him. Instead, he merely smiled and replied, a surprise. Han Shan nodded in understanding. Indeed, one must not reveal the secrets of heaven. As Lin Yin proceeded to the kitchen to commence his tasks, the young Go Dan lifted his head, his face adorned with a look of profound curiosity. Master, what were you just saying about the secrets of heaven? It seems like Master Lin simply does not wish to tell you, yet your words sound so profound. Upon hearing his disciple's words, Han Shan stumbled slightly, steadying himself as he extended his hand to deliver a sharp flick on Go Dan's bald head. In an instant, a red mark appeared on the boy's scalp. Ouch! Wicked master! Go Dan cried, clutching his forehead in distress, tears welling in his eyes. Being a monk is so exhausting. I want to renounce my vows. Such an unreasonable and absurd demand. Han Shan smirked, squatting down to gaze at Go Dan with what he believed to be the utmost patience. Go Dan, come. Recite a passage of scripture for me. With tearful eyes, Go Dan looked up at Han Shan, who seemed to him utterly unfeeling. And for the first time in his young life, he experienced the essence of speechlessness. Han Shan's lips curled slightly. If you continue, I shall have you transcribe it. Then, in the presence of Go Dan and Lai Dan's watchful gazes, Han Shan strode away, leaving only the soft melody of an unremarkable tune humming from his lips. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Lin Yin had begun his work for the day. In a large basin beside him, brown rice and quinoa were soaking in a 2-to-1 ratio, a process that required a full 2 hours. This was precisely why Lin Yin had arrived at Liang Temple 2 hours early. He vividly recalled the time he had forgotten to prepare the ingredients in advance during his first outing, resulting in a scene of stewing meat that still haunted him. Such accidents, Lin Yin vowed, would not befall him a second time. As the lengthy wait dragged on, Lin Yin nearly dozed off in the kitchen's reclining chair when his phone unexpectedly rang, signaling the 2-hour alarm he had set. So soon? Lin Yin arose, stretching his stiff body from lying too long, the delightful crackling of his joints echoing through the air. Master Lin should commence now. Go Dan, who had been eavesdropping outside, lifted his head to gaze at Lai Dan, who was perched directly above him, and spoke in a hushed tone. Lai Dan nodded in response. Though he did not utter a word, the anticipation and joy evident on his face unmistakably conveyed that he had been eagerly awaiting this meal for quite some time. In the kitchen, Lin Yin was meticulously layering the ingredients in the pot. At the bottom lay a mixture of brown rice and quinoa, while the middle layer consisted of freshly diced pumpkin and sweet potato. The topmost layer was graced with the soul of the dish, curry, and coconut milk. Having acquired a profound understanding of the ingredients through the system, Lin Yin felt a jolt of excitement upon seeing the curry. The curry supplied by the system was an exquisite Indian variety that was unattainable in the domestic market of Huaxia. This particular blend, founded on turmeric, cinnamon, and cloves, bore secrets of preparation so intricate that even Lin Yin felt daunted at the prospect of attempting it himself. As he arranged the ingredients, Lin Yin unconsciously licked his lips, his anticipation for the curry rice intensifying. After adding water until it reached 80% of the ingredient height, he promptly covered the pot and lowered his head. With deft movements, he ignited the fire, though this time he carefully regulated it to a gentle flame. Once this was accomplished, Lin Yin stretched his limbs and prepared to do nothing but wait. Approaching the kitchen door, he intended to push it open to inhale the fresh air outside and take a brief respite. At that moment, 2 figures, a small bald boy and a long-haired man, burst into his line of sight as he opened the door. The two exchanged glances with Lin Yin for a moment. Lin Yin paused for a moment, a half-smile playing on his lips. What a coincidence, passing by again, are we? Chapter 129, The Unyielding Justice of the Iron Mask. Upon hearing Lin Yin's words, Go Dan shyly scratched his bald head with a hint of embarrassment. Beside him, Lai Dan had already lowered his head, displaying a demeanor of guilt as if he had been caught in the act of some misdeed by Lin Yin. Master Lin. We were merely curious, Go Dan said as he lifted his gaze towards Lin Yin, his watery eyes imbued with a touch of playful affection. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Lin Yin's mouth. He chose not to pursue the matter further, instead reaching out to touzle Go Dan's head. He then turned his attention to the silent Lai Dan and said, It will be ready in approximately 40 minutes. Please be patient a little longer. Upon hearing Lin Yan's tone, which lacked any reproach, Li Dan raised his head, his eyes filled with anticipation for the meal. Ellen Master, thank you. Lin Yan chuckled softly. Though Li Dan often stuttered, his gratitude resonated with sincerity and earnestness. Perhaps this was a unique gift of his. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yan returned to the kitchen to await the meal's completion. 40 minutes can pass swiftly, almost as if in the blink of an eye. Soon, the alarm set on Lin Yan's phone echoed through the kitchen. Master Lin, Go Dan, who had been idly waiting at the door, sprang to life upon hearing the alarm. Rushing to Lin Yan's side. Is the food ready? As Lin Yan lifted the pot lid, he replied, We are almost there. Just one final step. At that moment, as the lid was raised, an intense, sweet aroma burst forth, enveloping the air. The impact was greatest on Go Dan, who was closest to the pot. His nostrils filled with the rich fragrance almost instantaneously. Go Dan savored the scent, his face lighting up with delight. It smells amazing, Master Lin, and it feels sweet. In response to Go Dan's praise, Lin Yan remained silent, focusing solely on completing the final stage of the cooking process. With practiced ease, he reached for the toasted coconut and chopped cilantro, sprinkling them into the pot. He then took a large spoon and lemon juice, pouring the juice into the mixture while stirring the rice thoroughly. It must be noted that the quantity of this dish was quite substantial. Even Lin Yan, with his current physique, felt a strain while stirring. The wooden spoon began to bend ever so slightly in his grasp. Finally, he set down the large spoon. Taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, Lin Yan observed the rice in the pot, which had been stirred to perfection. This was the curry coconut brown rice and grain dish he intended to prepare today. Lowering his gaze, he noticed Go Dan, who had his eyes closed, greedily inhaling the delightful aromas wafting through the kitchen. Amused yet exasperated, he called out, Go Dan, gather everyone for dinner. At this moment, Go Dan, finally aware of the meal's completion, opened his eyes, and an explosion of uncontained joy lit up his face, his excitement nearly propelling him off the ground. Yay, I'm on my way. Before his words had fully escaped, he had already vanished from the kitchen like a sprightly little mouse. Lin Yan wiped the fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead and shook his head, muttering to himself, cooking truly is a labor-intensive endeavor. Having learned from yesterday's experience with the mushroom rice, Lin Yan's influence within Liang Temple had grown so significant that it surpassed even that of the abbot himself. In less than 5 minutes after Go Dan's departure, nearly all the monks in the temple had gathered at the kitchen door, eagerly craning their necks to peek inside. Their anticipation reminiscent of hungry little creatures awaiting nourishment. At that moment, Lin Yan was their provider. Take your time, everyone, he said, stepping out of the kitchen with a myriad of disposable utensils. Seeing the long line that had formed, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Faced with this eager assembly of monks, Lin Yan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, finally settling on, form an orderly line, one at a time. There is enough for everyone. The rice is definitely plentiful. Of course, the monks understood Lin Yan's reasoning. After all, even when they had indulged themselves yesterday, they had barely finished half a pot of rice during both lunch and dinner. Yet, inexplicably, whenever they faced Lin Yan's culinary creations, their hearts would stir with an insatiable desire. Normally indifferent, they now found themselves yearning to relish Lin Yan's dishes. Everyone, come on. Li Dan, who was assisting Lin Yan by transporting the wooden tub to a clear area outside the temple, had set it down and took on the role of an impromptu server. Not only did he help ladle out the rice, but he also dutifully maintained order, resembling a vigilant guardian. His keen oversight made it difficult for Lin Yan to suppress a smile. However, it must be acknowledged that Li Dan was indeed competent, even when his master, Han Shan, attempted to cut in line. Li Dan remained steadfast, effortlessly pulling Han Shan to the end of the queue, until all the monks had filled their bowls. Li Dan finally approached the rice bucket to serve himself a portion. Amenba, he murmured, bringing his hands together in reverence before bowing deeply to Lin Yan and the others who were already indulging in their meals. Only then did he grasp his spoon and chopsticks, scooping up a spoonful to deliver to his mouth. He had not even begun to savor it. The instant the rice touched his palate, his eyes widened in astonishment, his pupils involuntarily dilating. In the hours leading up to this moment, Li Dan had pondered endlessly, unable to conceive of a flavor more exquisite than the braised rice he had first tasted. Yet, upon swallowing this morsel, he realized how superficial his understanding of culinary delights had been, so superficial that he had naively lumped countless varieties of cuisine into a single category for comparison. As he savored the taste and finally swallowed, he lowered his gaze to the bowl of coconut curry rice in his hands. Emotions of shock and enlightenment dancing in his eyes. This was a new flavor, one that was starkly different from the braised rice of yesterday. Chapter 130. The Liang of Liashan is the Liang of Liang Temple. Lian Dan savored the dish meticulously. The brown rice and quinoa offered a delightful chewiness, while the coconut-infused milkiness dazzled the senses, not to mention the pumpkin and sweet potato, which had been stewed to tenderness. Their sweet and soft texture transporting Lian Dan to a realm akin to the Western paradise. Suddenly, he felt a fleeting spiciness, a sharpness that tingled his palate. After a brief taste, his eyes gleamed once more, revealing the curry zest, though this heat was ephemeral, swiftly balanced by the coconut aroma. The piece de resistance was the lemon juice that Lin Yin had added at the end, usually excessively sour, in this bowl of rice. The lemon transformed into a divine touch that brightened the overall flavor profile. The exquisite pairing had indeed crafted an extraordinary delight that surprised and delighted. As Lian Dan chewed the grains, he gently squinted his eyes. At that moment, he began to understand the descriptions he had encountered in books about Buddha jumping over the wall. No wonder the monks couldn't resist scaling walls upon catching a whiff of such culinary delights. If he were in their place, he too would be utterly unable to resist. Lost in thought, Lian Dan immersed himself in the curry rice before him, and in what felt like an instant, his bowl was left empty, not a single grain remaining. Another bowl, he murmured, rising to his feet. Upon lifting his gaze, he was surprised to find two unfamiliar figures by the wooden barrel. It was only when they turned, satisfied and cradling two bowls of rice, that he recognized them, Yi Tao and Deng Ji, the patrons from the previous day's visit to Lin Yan's stall. "You're the long-haired monk from yesterday," Yi Tao exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable as he approached Lian Dan, embracing him like an old friend. This sudden display left Lian Dan somewhat flustered. Benefactor," Yi Tao, noticing Lian Dan's momentary speechlessness, beamed with warmth. "Buddy, you truly have style." He even gave a thumbs up to Lian Dan, exclaiming, "You're really handsome." After this compliment, Yi Tao returned to Deng Ji's side, ready to indulge in the curry rice. Unbeknownst to them, the tall, burly, long-haired monk now bore an inexplicable blush upon his cheeks. Deng Ji, however, remained detached from the previous conversation, meticulously examining his bowl of curry rice, his head bowed, torn between the desire to eat and an unwillingness to ruin what felt like a masterpiece. He inhaled deeply. The fragrant and sweet aroma had already permeated his mind. As a novice in the corporate world, Deng Ji, due to convenience, had stocked his refrigerator with an abundance of instant curry. It could be said that he had grown utterly weary of curry to the point where the mere scent could evoke its somewhat nauseating taste in his imagination. However, today was entirely different. Deng Ji could distinctly perceive the curry's fragrance wafting from the rice, yet inexplicably, he felt no discomfort whatsoever from the curry's flavor. Instead, his mouth involuntarily began to salivate. At last, he could no longer resist the temptation of the curry rice before him, carefully scooping a spoonful into his mouth. The familiar sensation was one of an explosion of flavors on his palate. However, unlike the taste experienced by the monks in Yi Tao, Deng Ji's perception transcended mere combinations of flavors and textures. It was simply the exquisite delight of the curry itself. This was undoubtedly top-tier curry, incomparable to the instant varieties he typically kept in his fridge. The spiciness did not overshadow the fragrance, nor did the sweetness suppress the freshness. Even after swallowing that mouthful of curry rice, the lingering aftertaste continued to tantalize his senses. "How is it?" Yi Tao, glancing at his friend, wore an expression brimming with anticipation. Although he had already savored a bite and experienced its extraordinary flavor, he still yearned for validation of this dish from his close companion. "Wow," Deng Ji exclaimed, lifting his head, his face a canvas of disbelief and astonishment. "Delicious. It is unbelievably exquisite." He approached Lin Yan, holding the bowl from which he had just taken a bite, his enthusiasm spilling forth uncontrollably, akin to that of a fervent fan. Lin Yan, still immersed in the perfection of his culinary craft, belatedly noticed an unfamiliar figure suddenly appear before him. Upon raising his gaze, he discovered Deng Ji standing closely beside him, adorned with a fervent yet somewhat peculiar smile. "Boss Lin." Deng Ji's tone turned suddenly serious as he raised his bowl high. Instantly, all the monks present, including the usually indifferent Master Hans Han, were drawn to this inexplicable figure in a suit. "You are my deity," Deng Ji shouted towards the heavens. Beside him, Yi Tao observed his friend's bizarre behavior with a sense of embarrassment, feeling as though his toes were about to dig a hole in the ground. As Deng Ji approached, Yi Tao gradually lowered his head, reluctant to acknowledge his association with this seemingly eccentric man in a suit. "Hey," Why are you ignoring me? As Dingji swallowed the curry rice in his mouth, he reached out to Patty Tao, who was keeping his head down and avoiding eye contact. With a tone laced with curiosity, only then did Tao lift his head. A hint of an awkward smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Stop with the lame jokes. Just as the atmosphere in Liang Temple was filled with warmth and camaraderie, a somewhat stooped figure entered unnoticed by everyone. It was not until this figure approached the makeshift stall of Lin Yan that the monk Han Shan finally noticed the sudden arrival of the elderly man. He hurriedly rose and took 2 steps to reach the elder's side, still clutching his bowl of rice. "Elder, what brings you here today?" Han Shan inquired. Upon hearing this, the remaining monks turned their heads and began to engage in casual conversation with the elder. "Who is this?" Lin Yin, noticing the elder appeared quite familiar with the monks, curiously asked the obedient Godan seated beside him. Without hesitation, Godan replied, "I've heard my master mention that this elder's ancestors were sworn brothers with our founder." Lin Yin raised an eyebrow, giving the elder a closer look before asking with growing curiosity, "And who is your founder?" Godan's tone grew increasingly proud as he stood up from his small stool, puffed out his somewhat emaciated chest, and exclaimed, "During the famine, our founder was forced to take refuge in the mountains and declared himself the mountain chief." Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback, never having anticipated such a turn of events. Nevertheless, he braced himself to listen to Godan's impassioned recounting. As the tumultuous times passed, their founder, seeking a transformation, established a temple here, declaring his intention to abandon the sword and attain Buddhahood. At some point, Lai Dan had also gathered nearby. Although he was well acquainted with the founder's story, he couldn't help but feel excitement each time he heard this inspiring tale. "The founder, our founder, so impressive," Lai Dan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Having once roamed the underworld, Lai Dan held great admiration for those who possessed genuine talent and the ability to take decisive action. Lin Yan's lips twitched slightly. He had begun to surmise the origin of the name Liang Temple. Sure enough, Godan continued, "Our founder believed he was forced onto the path of banditry. And though he has since become a monk, he cannot forget his original intentions. Thus, he named our temple Liang Temple." As she spoke, Xiao Godan extended her hand and pointed to the elderly gentleman who had just arrived at Lin Yan's humble stall. With a smile, she remarked, "According to my master, this venerable man's ancestors were once sworn brothers who banded together with our revered founder in their pursuit of a life of rebellion. Alas, he departed this world before achieving enlightenment." Lin Yan nodded, unable to suppress his nostalgia for the illustrious past of Liang Temple. The elderly man patiently waited for Xiao Godan to finish her discourse before he slowly began to speak. He gazed at Lin Yan with a kind demeanor and inquired gently, "Young man, do you sell food here?" Before Lin Yan could respond, the old man continued, his expression tinged with melancholy, "My little grandson has been incessantly muttering about some group, lamenting that he cannot eat anything at all. In my desperation, I have come to Liang Temple to seek the wisdom of esteemed monks like yourselves, hoping for a stroke of good fortune." Chapter 131. You need only to do one thing. Trust. Upon hearing the conversation among the crowd, the eyes of the monks, including Godan, suddenly gleamed with a spark of hope. They simultaneously turned to gaze at Lin Yan, who was still cradling his bowl of rice. Observing the monk's attention directed towards Lin Yan, the elderly man instinctively approached Lin Yan's stall, his voice quivering with anticipation. "Young man, do you possess a solution?" Before Lin Yan could respond, Tao, who had been listening with a curious disposition ever since the old man entered Liang Temple, interjected. He had been absorbing Godan's narrative while keenly observing the elderly man's demeanor. It did not take long for him to discern a crucial point from the old man's words. "Group? What sort of group did your grandson mention?" Tao's tone bore a hint of perplexity. The old man shook his head, but, after a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke again. He didn't specify. "But I have a vague recollection that he intended to go out with some friends to catch a certain boss." As he spoke, a shadow of concern crept across the old man's face, and he pounded his thigh with his fist, his expression rife with anxious disappointment towards his grandson. "I do not know who this boss is, but he certainly does not sound like a good person." At this juncture, the old man's eyes were noticeably reddened, tears brimming as he extended his hands to grasp Tao's shoulders. Clearly moved by his emotions, "If only my grandson could be like you, so amiable and plump." At this point, not only had Tao, who had initially sensed something amiss, come to a realization, but even Lin Yan, standing behind the stall, had discerned the identity of the individual the old man referred to. Was it not himself? Yet, it seemed the elderly gentleman had a rather unfavorable impression of him. Lin Yan awkwardly smiled, attempting to soothe the old man. "Do not worry, sir." As soon as the words left his lips, The elderly man, who had seemed on the verge of tears just a moment prior, lifted his head, and the glistening tears in his eyes had vanished. He looked at Lin Yin with fervor. "Young man, is what you say truly the case?" As he asked, he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze imploring the monks standing nearby for affirmation. It was then that the first to break the silence, which had grown somewhat awkward, was the monk Han, who had been standing aside, obsessively showcasing his meal. He stepped forward, clasping the elderly man's hands tightly, the weariness on his face completely replaced by a serene demeanor, reminiscent of a venerable monk guiding his devoted disciple. Regarding the words of benefactor Lin, "You need only to do one thing." The elderly man gazed at the venerable monk Han Shan before him, a mixture of reverence and confusion evident in his expression. "What is it?" Han Shan pondered for a moment, then raised his head, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "It is trust." Observing the current demeanor of Han Shan, Lin Yin could not help but turn to his side, glancing at Go Dan and Lai Dan, who had completely succumbed to a state of stupor. With a tone tinged with disbelief, he remarked, "Your master seems to have transformed into an entirely different person." Lai Dan stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. His face flushed, yet ultimately failing to convey any coherent reasoning. However, Go Dan lifted his head, casting a look of resigned exasperation towards Lin Yin, his voice laced with a hint of self-deprecation. "I asked our master the same question before." "Oh, and what did he respond?" Lin Yin inquired, his curiosity piqued. It dawned upon him that he was increasingly unable to decipher the seemingly unreliable Han Shan. Go Dan scratched his bald head and, after some hesitation, recited the vague phrase he had heard countless times. Master's original words were, "Nature is sufficient. Art is humanity's unwillingness." Lin Yin remained silent, nodding thoughtfully. Although he still did not grasp the essence of what Han Shan intended to convey through those words, he ultimately chose not to voice his confusion, silently reflecting, truly profound. While the group engaged in their conversation, the elderly man approached Lin Yin with unsteady steps. He circled around Lin Yin's modest stall, raising his gaze to scrutinize him with his somewhat murky eyes. Suddenly, he grasped Lin Yan's wrist with both hands, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. "Young man, I believe that if you lend your hand, my grandson will be able to eat." Lin Yin displayed a polite smile, nodding gently, while inwardly he scoffed, "Of course. That unscrupulous boss in your grandson's mouth is none other than me." In less than a minute, the elderly man had produced a plastic bag, which contained 3 generous servings of curry rice freshly scooped from the pot. For the elderly man, offering monetary offerings was an effortless task. While he might not be adept at scanning payment codes, he undoubtedly had sufficient cash on hand. "Young man, I shall order from you again next time," he said hurriedly as he departed, eager to tend to his grandson. Soon, only the monks and Lin Yin remained in the temple. Lin benefactor. Go Dan noticed the silence enveloping the group. Looking up at Lin Yin, he awkwardly chuckled, slightly embarrassed, and said, "I'm feeling a bit hungry again." In the alleys of the northern part of the city, there is no trace of Boss Lin. "I live in the north, and I've wandered through all the alleys here, yet I saw nothing." The elderly man slowly closed the door to his home. Inside, the voice of his grandson echoed. Seemingly engaged in a phone call, his tone somewhat agitated. With a sigh, he approached and knocked on his grandson's door. After a short while, the door creaked open, revealing a youthful face, appearing to be merely 17 or 18 years of age. "Grandpa, I really have no appetite," the boy sighed, hesitating momentarily before stepping out of the room. Ever since he had failed to gain admission to college, the boy abandoned his studies and dedicated himself to managing his online store, achieving modest success in sales. However, the constant worry of his grandfather troubled him. He disliked witnessing his grandfather express bewildering sentiments due to their generational gap and wished to spare the man who had raised him from childhood any sorrow. Torn by this conflict, the boy ultimately chose to seclude himself in his room, only venturing out to fulfill orders. It was not until he fortuitously tasted Lin Yin's braised pork rice that he began to emerge more frequently. "You rascal." The elder gazed at his grandson with a mix of disappointment and concern, tapping his forehead lightly, yet he ultimately sighed, "But you mustn't eat nothing at all." As he spoke, he extended his hand, holding a plastic bag. "I obtained this from the temple." "Grandpa." The boy's voice suddenly rose in pitch. "You're speaking of that Liang temple, right? There are no good people there. I went to see last time. Where are there any long-haired monks these days?" As his words fell, the boy noticed the elderly man momentarily stunned and, feeling a pang of compassion, said, "I understand, Grandpa. I will visit there less often." He reached out and took the plastic bag from the elder's hand, carrying it into the dining room. Though after tasting Lin Yin's delicacies, the boy had lost interest in ordinary food, he still needed to fill his stomach. "Boss Lin, where on earth are you?" he pondered, absent-mindedly untying the plastic bag in his hands. Suddenly, a waft of fragrance penetrated the bag and its contents, filling his nostrils, causing his nose to twitch. The previously vacant gaze in his eyes flickered momentarily. Chapter 132. Discovering Boss Lin, Coordinates of Liangxi. The boy remained silent, methodically extracting the 3 meticulously packaged portions of rice from the plastic bag before him, arranging them neatly on the table. "Eat slowly." Observing his grandson exhibit such an eager desire for food after so many days, the elderly man's expression brightened considerably, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His heart swelled with fondness for the young man he had never encountered in Liangxi before. "I understand, Grandpa," the boy replied, waving his hand dismissively. He opened the first portion of rice, and the moment the lid was lifted, the fragrant aroma of coconut milk wafted through the air, mingled with the rich herbal notes of curry and lemon juice, captivating his senses. Although the boy had no prior recollection of Boss Lin preparing such culinary delights, the instant he inhaled the alluring scent of the coconut curry rice, a firm resolve blossomed within him. Only the dishes crafted by Boss Lin himself could rival the exquisite flavors he had previously savored. In this regard, the patrons of Lin Yin shared a unanimous understanding. Their reverence for the culinary genius, Boss Lin, was anchored in 2 simple characters: trust. This trust extended beyond mere faith in Lin Yan's exceptional culinary skills. It was also a profound confidence in their own palates. The boy gazed, somewhat dazed, at the bowl of fragrant curry rice before him, lost in contemplation. In that moment, he felt as though a long-lost lover had returned to his side, an inexplicable sense of longing washing over him, as if everything unfolding was merely an unrealistic dream. "What are you staring at?" A sharp reprimand jolted the boy back to reality. His grandfather stood before him, pointing at the curry rice on the table, his expression a complex blend of helplessness and concern. "Come on, eat up, my dear grandson." The boy nodded, reaching up to touch his forehead, which throbbed slightly. Realizing that he was indeed anchored in reality, and the steaming curry rice before him was undeniably tangible, still somewhat dazed, he extended his hands, cradling the bowl of curry rice. The warmth radiating from the rice served as a constant reminder that this moment was precious and hard-earned. He scooped a spoonful of rice, accompanied by the coconut milk and curry, and brought it to his mouth. With that first bite, the boy blissfully closed his eyes, completely assured that this bowl of curry rice was undoubtedly the creation of Boss Lin. No one else could compare. It was difficult for him to fathom who else in this world could create such exquisite and homely delicacies. As he savored each bite, warm steam enveloped his mouth, carrying the subtle spiciness of the curry and the woody aroma of unknown spices, which even wafted up to his nostrils. With just this single mouthful, he felt himself enveloped in a comforting warmth, as if he were lying on an extraordinarily soft and cozy cloud, simply relishing the tranquility of the moment. The boy swallowed that divine first bite of rice, the lingering flavors of the curry spiciness, the gentle sweetness of coconut milk, and the chewy texture of mixed grains remained in his mouth, the prolonged aftertaste almost making him cry out in delight. "Slow down, grandson. Take your time." The elder watched as his grandson transformed into a voracious warrior after that first bite, a flicker of anxiety and concern crossing his face. He was no longer fearful of his grandson refusing to eat. Instead, he worried that the boy might choke in his haste. Hearing his grandfather's anxious tone, the boy looked up, his mouth full of rice, rendering him unable to articulate anything but vague sounds. Ultimately, he abandoned the attempt to speak and merely pointed with his chin at the remaining 2 bowls of rice, signaling his grandfather to try some. The elder paused momentarily, the memory of that bowl of curry rice vivid in his mind. Due to his advanced age, he had lost interest in many foods, and even the routine of 3 meals a day had become somewhat tasteless. Yet, as he watched Lin Yin lift the lid of the rice pot and inhaled the aromatic scent of the curry, he unexpectedly felt a stir of desire in his heart, a longing for food, a yearning for culinary delights. However, his concern for his grandson kept him from expressing this newfound craving for the unknown flavor of the curry rice. "Grandson, if it's delicious, just enjoy it yourself." The elder hesitated, ultimately refraining from lifting the rice bowl from the table, instead reaching out to stroke the boy, his face awash with affection and contentment. "Hm?" The boy swallowed the mouthful of curry rice and looked up. "Eat. It's delicious." He set aside his nearly finished bowl and, without hesitation, grabbed an unopened bowl, placing it directly into the elder's embrace. The elder's eyes brimmed with tears. This time, the normally loquacious man remained silent, quietly using his trembling hands, a result of aging, to open the bowl of curry rice. Bite after bite, tears streamed down his face. The boy looked up at his grandfather, unable to suppress a smile. "I told you it was delicious." As he spoke, the boy suddenly found the sight of his grandfather weeping somewhat amusing, and after stifling his laughter for a while, he eventually burst into laughter. Yet, as the laughter echoed, inexplicably, glistening tears began to form on his cheeks. Was that a rather youthful-looking boss? 3 empty bowls lay on the table as the boy, brimming with anticipation, inquired of the elder before him. Although he had already savored the delectable dishes prepared by Boss Lin himself, the boy, out of caution, still chose to ask. The elder pondered briefly and nodded. "Indeed. He appears quite youthful, likely not much older than yourself, a rather handsome young man." The boy took out his phone, revealing a snapshot of Lin Yin taken by friends without notice. In the photograph, Lin Yin was slightly bowed, busying himself with grilled chicken wings. The scene warm and imbued with the essence of life. Upon seeing the image displayed by his grandson, the elder's somewhat clouded eyes brightened. "That's him. That young man." In the next moment, the elder felt a flicker before his eyes, and when he regained his composure, all he could hear was the sound of the door closing and a distant call from his grandson. "Grandpa, I need to step out for a moment. I'll be back shortly." The boy felt as though he had summoned every ounce of speed in his being to reach the nearly forgotten small temple, Liang Temple. He peered inside, and indeed, Lin Yan's familiar visage came into view. Click. With the sound of the shutter, a photograph of Lin Yan appeared in the Lin Boss fan group. Following the image was the boy's message. AAA Silicone Doll Shop, Shaochun. Spotted Boss Lin, location, Liang Temple. Just as the boy, Shaochun, stared at his phone screen, now ablaze with activity, he remained blissfully unaware of the figure of a long-haired man who had approached silently behind him, exuding an unmistakable aura of cold menace. Chapter 133. Our temple cannot harbor secret funds in the next moment, just as Shaochun was still basking in the joy of the moment. He suddenly felt a powerful grip seize the nape of his neck. His vision blurred, and he realized, to his astonishment, that his feet had left the ground entirely. Ah! A cry of despair escaped him involuntarily. Yet, in that instant, he felt utterly helpless, akin to a grasshopper ensnared. Unable to even turn his head to ascertain the identity of his assailant. Thud. Shaochun was unceremoniously tossed to the ground, not allowed to dangle in midair for long. Sitting on the ground, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. With a hint of confusion, he lifted his head to survey his surroundings. After a considerable pause, he discovered that the environment had shifted dramatically. He had evidently entered the inner sanctum of the Liang Temple. Before him stood Boss Lin. Looking down with a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment, Shaochun rose to his feet, his voice brimming with excitement as if the previous events had never transpired. "Boss Lin, how did I suddenly teleport in here?" Lin Yin remained silent, merely observing the seemingly daft young man before him. After a prolonged silence, he turned his gaze toward Lai Dan, who stood behind Shaochun, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of uncertainty. Lin, benefactor." Though Lai Dan stuttered, he grasped the meaning behind Lin Yan's questioning gaze. In an effort to prevent Lin Yan from feeling aversion toward his abrupt action of bringing someone in, Lai Dan hurriedly began to explain, though his slow speech rendered the situation increasingly frustrating. His cheeks flushed red with urgency. "Lai Dan." Lin Yan extended his hands, gently pressing down towards Lai Dan, his tone softening considerably. "Take your time, there's no rush." Sensing that Lin Yan's demeanor was not turning hostile, Lai Dan quickly regained his composure and stammered, This person, bad. Spying." As he spoke, his voice grew more animated, pointing at the phone still clutched in Shaochun's hand. "Oh?" Upon hearing Lai Dan's explanation, Lin Yin raised an eyebrow, directing his attention toward the now increasingly embarrassed Shaochun, whose expression had shifted from excitement to mortification. Boss Lin." Shaochun scratched his head, his face a canvas of awkwardness and guilt. At that moment, he regretted his actions of surreptitiously taking photos. Had he known, he would have approached Lin Yin straightforwardly to seek his opinion. However, before he could articulate his explanation and apology, Lin Yin interjected, "You were notifying my loyal patrons, weren't you?" Shaochun was momentarily taken aback. He quickly nodded, his speed so swift that it was almost ethereal, surpassing even the pecking of a chick. Lin Yin sighed deeply. After tidying up the rather simple and haphazardly arranged stall table, he turned to the still serious Lai Dan, managing a somewhat helpless smile. "It's all right. Lai Dan, he is not a bad person." Lai Dan nodded thoughtfully. Although he was unaware of this person's background, he trusted Lin Yan's words. However, despite the absence of malice in his words and actions towards Shaochun, the gaze he cast upon him still harbored a hint of hostility. Lin Yan observed this individual, who could be considered the first true patron to recognize him, and let out a deep sigh. He could almost foresee the ensuing situation. The image of a long queue began to play automatically in his mind. "Lin, why do you look so glum?" Xiao Godan, noticing Lin Yan's sigh, inquired with a puzzled expression. Lin Yan lowered his head, his smile strained and resigned. He reached out to pat Xiao Godan's bald head. Speaking slowly as if he had resigned himself to fate, "Xiao Godan, your Liang temple is about to become lively." Xiao Godan tilted his head, still somewhat perplexed by Lin Yan's words. However, he noticed Xiao Chun standing in front of Lin Yan's stall, looking flustered and unsure of where to place his hands. It seemed that the matter Lin Yan mentioned was related to this man. Boss Lin Xiao Chun pondered for a moment, gathering his courage, his voice tinged with profound remorse. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have it's fine." Lin Yan raised his hand to halt Xiao Chen's self-reproach. He bowed his head for a moment before lifting it again. Xiao Chen found himself astonished by the transformation in Lin Yan, who seemed like a different person from just 2 seconds prior. If the previous Lin Yan had been in a state of relaxed seclusion, the current Lin Yan had fully entered into a work mode. His smile was somewhat formulaic. Yet it did not evoke any aversion in those who beheld it. Instead, it inspired an impulse to engage him in conversation. His words had taken on the format of his work persona. "It's all right. I set up this stall to serve you patrons." Feeling the familiar warmth and enthusiasm emanating from Lin Yan once more, along with the understanding conveyed in his words, Xiao Chen felt tears welling in his eyes. He recalled how, at times, people in their group would criticize Lin Yan for frequently changing his stall's location. But now, it was evident that such criticisms were unfounded. This Lin Yan was truly remarkable. "Boss Lin." Xiao Chen's voice quivered with emotion, already tinged with the beginnings of tears. If it were not for the makeshift stall standing between him and Lin Yan at that moment, he would have almost leapt into Lin Yan's embrace, yearning to shed tears of release for all the grievances and hardships he had endured. "All right." Lin Yan waved his hand. "A man should not shed tears." Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Xiao Chen managed to suppress the tears that were threatening to spill over, nodding vigorously. Seeing that he had finally calmed the loyal customer before him, Lin Yan breathed a sigh of relief and pointed to the insulated rice container in front of him. "Today, we have only curry coconut brown rice. Would you like a bowl?" As he spoke, Lin Yan lifted the pot lid, allowing Xiao Chen, who had already indulged in 2 bowls at home, to once again experience the overwhelming aroma, despite having felt a distinct fullness just a moment ago. Upon inhaling the enticing scent, Xiao Chen felt his stomach stir slightly, and his mouth began to salivate profusely. Xiao Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I'll have a portion." Lin Yan nodded, swiftly serving up a bowl of curry rice in mere seconds, and announced, "That will be 20 yuan." As Xiao Chen wandered around the stall, searching for a payment code, Lin Yan pointed to the large donation box beside the stall. "Just drop the money in there." To which, Godan added, "Cash only, mind you." Xiao Chen froze for a moment. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket, only to discover it was empty except for his phone. After a while, he awkwardly raised his head, his expression one of defeat. "I'm sorry, Boss Lin, but I don't have any cash." For a moment, even Lin Yan was at a loss for words. It was at this point that Godan suddenly slapped his forehead, as if recalling something. He scurried off, and after a brief moment, returned, accompanied by a monk named Han Shan, who wore a distinctly weary expression. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, even Han Shan seemed perplexed. Godan gestured toward Xiao Chen. "Master, this gentleman wishes to buy Lin's curry rice, but he has no cash. Perhaps you could lend him some?" Han Shan paused for a moment, looking down at his eager young disciple. With a sardonic smile that barely concealed his irritation, he replied, "Then why come to me? Our temple does not allow for personal funds." Although there was no explicit prohibition in the regulations of Liang Temple, this had long been an unspoken rule passed down since the time of the founding patriarch. To this day, although the monks possessed their own modest treasure troves, they typically refrained from displaying them in public. It is said that the revered patriarch once felt such actions were bound by worldly possessions, which contradicts the essence of Buddhist teachings. Upon hearing the monk Han Shan's response, Xiao Godan did not reply immediately. Instead, he blinked his eyes, retrieved a Buddhist scripture from his bosom, and inquired with curiosity, "Master, what is contained within this?" Just a moment prior, Hanzan had a fleeting sense of familiarity with the scripture. In the next instant, he realized, "Isn't this my own scripture?" Just as he reached out to reclaim it, he witnessed Xiao Godan brazenly flipping to the first page, revealing 2 red bills in plain sight. Chapter 134. This is the true Great Buddha. A true Great Buddha hidden in a small temple. As he beheld the $200 bills, Han Shan's face flushed a deep crimson, as if ignited by an internal flame. Just as he reached out to reclaim the hard-earned notes he had saved, A voice imbued with an air of authority resonated behind him. Han Shan. His movements froze, and he turned slightly, his body trembling ever so slightly. Behind him stood a figure, whose presence was none other than the abbot of Liang Temple, the highest authority within its sacred walls. Ha. Abbot, Han Shan managed a forced laugh, parting his lips as if to speak, yet ultimately uttered nothing. Han Shan. The abbot's tone shifted, revealing an unexpected frustration, as if lamenting Han Shan's foolishness. He pointed a finger at the $200 bills in Godan's possession, his expression grave. What do you intend to do with these $200? Han Shan chuckled nervously. Ha. I intended to donate this to the temple. Coincidentally, this benefactor lacked cash, so I decided to offer it as a gift. As he spoke, Han Shan cautiously extended his trembling hands, shakily retrieving the bills from Godan's grasp. With a face contorted in frustration, he solemnly placed the notes into the hands of the bewildered Xiao Chun. Benefactor, you have a need. Please accept this. Xiao Chun lowered his gaze to the unexpected currency now in his hands, then looked up at Lin Yan, who was equally perplexed, and at Han Shan, who was still making strange gestures. His expression was one of sheer astonishment. He had visited other temples before, but this was the first time a temple had offered him money. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Xiao Chun. Although he did not fully grasp the exchange between Han Shan and the abbot, nor the unspoken rules of Liang Temple, he understood that he indeed had a pressing need for cash, just as Han Shan had indicated. Clarity washed over him, and he realized that the monks in this temple were genuine practitioners of the faith, not the charlatans who merely sought to accumulate wealth. It was no wonder that his grandfather held such deep affection for this obscure temple, hidden in a remote locale. Xiao Chun surveyed his surroundings, taking in the Liang Temple. Marked by the passage of time, though small, it radiated a profound sense of spirit and warmth. He felt an overwhelming sense of awe welling up from within. This was the true essence of Buddhism. This was the steadfast belief he had long sought. Having comprehended everything, the young Chen stood before the squinting monk Hans Han, directly stuffing the 200 yuan into his pocket. He then extended his hands, his eyes brimming with tears, and fervently clasped the hands of the monk, who was on the verge of tears himself. Thank you. You are indeed a true master. The monk Hans Han was taken aback, as was the abbot. Even Lin Yan, who had already been somewhat dazed, fell into a deeper perplexity upon witnessing this scene. In the open space, only the little Godan blinked his large eyes after hearing those words, then scratched his bald head as if he had come to a realization. In a flash, he vanished from sight. After a while, the abbot and others regained their composure. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of foreboding suddenly arose within the abbot, prompting him to glance around anxiously. Where's Godan? Having just lost 200 yuan, the monk Hans Han seemed to anticipate something, as the sorrow on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by an involuntary smile. Master, a crisp, youthful voice accompanied by the sound of footsteps approached rapidly. The abbot, the monk Hans Han, and the others turned simultaneously to see a small figure sprinting towards them, proudly waving something in his hand as if to boast. When Godan reached the group, they discovered that he was holding a seemingly ordinary hat, the kind every monk possessed. Unbeknownst to everyone, the abbot's expression had darkened significantly amidst the crowd. Godan, what is this? The monk Hans Han, having already guessed the unfolding events, pretended to cough lightly, attempting to conceal the smile he could no longer suppress. Godan scratched the back of his head, beaming as he looked up at the abbot. Grandpa Abbot, didn't you say you wanted to become a true master every day? As he spoke, Godan flipped his hands, revealing 200 yuan bills that shone glaringly in the sunlight as they emerged from the hat, perhaps due to the backlight. The innocent Godan noticed that the abbot's face appeared somewhat darkened. Nevertheless, he continued, I found this while playing in the temple, right in your hat. If my master can become a master with this, you surely can too. Thank you. Godan, the abbot gritted his teeth as he uttered these words, then extended his hand, forcefully stuffing the 200 yuan into Chen's embrace. Chen was left momentarily stunned. The tone of his voice became somewhat hesitant as he spoke. Master, 200 yuan is sufficient. The abbot turned to Xiao Chen, his smile somewhat strained. Benefactor, please accept it. There will be others in need of assistance. The tears that Xiao Chen had yet to dry now surged forth once again. In that moment, he felt a profound appreciation for both the abbot before him and the monk with a world-weary expression. Even the long-haired monk who had initially brought him into the temple appeared much more agreeable now. Perhaps it was the filter of his heart or the resplendent sunlight that bathed the scene, but as Xiao Chen gazed upon the assembly of monks, he perceived them radiating a celestial glow. It was a gentle light, instilling reverence akin to the radiance of the Buddha. At that moment, Xiaochen also comprehended the abbot's words directed at him. Such esteemed monks must have foreseen the influx of patrons following Boss Lin, yet they too, like himself, likely lacked cash. This 400 yuan was not merely for his own use, it was intended for the countless diners who would follow. Although 400 yuan may not be a substantial sum, judging by the reactions of the monks, it seemed to be the utmost they could contribute. Xiaochen clasped his hands together in a gesture of reverence. Thank you, esteemed monks. Unbound by material possessions, this humble temple harbors a true great Buddha. Both the abbot and the monk Han were momentarily taken aback. After a considerable pause, as they recalled the inexplicably lost 200 yuan of their personal funds, they found their hearts surprisingly less burdened. Xiaochen approached Lin Yin and handed him the entire sum of 400 yuan, his face illuminated by a newfound clarity. Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback. A bowl cost only 20 yuan. Xiaochen nodded. I am aware. He reached for the bowl of curry rice that belonged to him. Savoring a mouthful before looking up at Lin Yin, his eyes shimmering with a radiant light, the remaining funds are for the upcoming diners. Chapter 135, Our Liang Temple Shall Prosper. Where exactly is the Liang Temple? At this moment, this question had been incessantly echoed in the Boss Lin fan club chat. In the dormitory, after Yu Kunjin had just transferred 1,000 yuan to Xiao Chun, he lifted his gaze towards his roommate Wang Chong. His eyes filled with confusion. Liang Temple? As he spoke, Yu Kunjin rose, unable to bear the thought of a day devoid of Boss Lin's presence. After a brief contemplation, he ventured a guess. Is it perhaps an alias for Shaolin Temple? Wang Chong shook his head. As a local from Min City, he had never heard of Liang Temple being a nickname for Shaolin, nor did he have any knowledge of a temple by that name. The chat was filled with many locals from Min City, yet none had any recollection or impression of Liang Temple. Most notably, even the infamous maps yielded no trace of this temple. In no time, the chorus of skepticism grew within the group, with many members unable to contain their impatience, questioning whether this individual was attempting to defraud them. Numerous messages tagging Xiaochen began to flood the chat. Yet, Xiaochen appeared as if he had vanished into thin air, offering no response whatsoever. While the group anxiously searched for the elusive Liang Temple, Xiaochen was blissfully indulging in his third bowl of curry rice. Only after the third bowl was reduced to an empty dish did he finally lift his head, grandly wiping his mouth with his sleeve. Is it delicious? Xiao Godan inquired, standing nearby with his large, watery eyes. His question stemmed not from a lack of curry rice, but rather from his own state of fullness, feeling as though he could eat no more. A casual belch had him fearing that the curry might soon make an unwelcome reappearance. Yet, he harbored no aversion to the flavor. In fact, hearing Xiao Chun describe the taste of the curry rice was a peculiar delight. Delicious, Xiao Chun exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Following a detailed account of his thoughts and descriptions of the curry rice to Xiao Godan, he comfortably retrieved his phone from his pocket. The moment he activated the screen, signals returned, and an avalanche of messages and friend requests bombarded his display, filling it to the brim. Oh no. As he surveyed the influx of messages, Xiaochen realized he had completely overlooked the fact that Liang Temple was quite remote. So much so that it was absent from mainstream navigation maps. He hastily sent an apology in the group chat, clarifying why he had missed the earlier messages. Subsequently, the location was directly sent to the group. After Xiaoqin's position appeared in the chat, the previously fervent conversation momentarily fell silent. Even the most animated group members vanished. A short while later, several of them posted pictures of themselves already on their way, accompanied by messages announcing their departure. The chat erupted once more into a flurry of excitement. Old Wang. Damn it, the boss won't approve my leave. I'm skipping work. I can't take it anymore. Your strength has arrived. Old Wang, that's the spirit. Kiki. I'm already on the road. We'll be there shortly. Elementary student. What about me still stuck in school? Your strength has arrived. Just focus on your studies, by the way. How do you even have a phone? Though the messages poured in incessantly, it must be acknowledged that the speed and efficiency of these friends were truly remarkable. In just a matter of minutes, a commotion could be heard faintly from the entrance of Liang Temple. Lin Yin slightly raised his head, sensing the tremors of the earth beneath him. Master Lin, Li Dan, a martial artist, remarked, his perception heightened beyond that of ordinary individuals. Sensing a large group approaching, a grave expression crossed his face as memories of his past in the underworld resurfaced. I am here to protect you. Li Dan stammered, yet his gaze was resolute. He took a step beside Lin Yin, his demeanor serious, legs planted firmly, ready to spring into action at any moment. Seeing Li Dan prepared for confrontation, Lin Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Li Dan, There's no need for that. They are likely just my patrons. No sooner had he spoken than a shout erupted from the entrance of Liang Temple. Wow. Whose ride is this? It looks amazing. Lin Yin gently rubbed his forehead, realizing he had been seated in the temple for too long and had forgotten about this detail. Before he could rise, another voice rang out. Need I say more? It must belong to Boss Lin. Lin Yin truly was a man of mystery. Hey, do you think if I set up a stall, I could become as wealthy as Boss Lin? You? Ha. Amidst the clamor, many people surged to the entrance of Liang Temple, spotting Lin Yin seated in the center of the open space, flanked by two monks, one tall and one small. However, what was peculiar was that the monk next to Lin Yin was glaring at the crowd with a fierce expression, sporting long, glossy black hair. Boss Lin. The crowd's confusion lasted but a moment. Upon catching sight of Lin Yin, all doubts were swiftly cast aside into the heavens. After all, given the well-known temperament of Lin Yin, one could hardly expect the monks to grow their hair, even if he were to engage in the most peculiar of antics. The collective response would merely be, is it the doing of Boss Lin? Such is the nature of humanity. Soon, all the monks within Liang Temple were drawn outside. Captivated by the nearly overflowing crowd before them, they gazed in astonishment at the scene, some even rubbing their eyes vigorously as though to awaken from a dream. The abbot of Hanshan gazed upon the lively spectacle, tears of joy streaming down his face. He placed a hand on the shoulder of the monk standing beside him. With the assistance of Benefactor Lin, our Liang Temple shall flourish. Although Hanshan had anticipated such a turn of events, the sheer number of visitors was unprecedented in the history of Liang Temple. Even he found himself momentarily speechless. It is worth noting that the last time so many had gathered was during the legendary reign of his own ancestral master, and it was said that those visitors had come to besiege the mountain. Chapter 136. Strictly speaking, one could consider him a chef. Although the scene was momentarily chaotic and noisy, it must be acknowledged that each individual fortunate enough to be a guest of Lin Yin possessed a commendable character. After a brief immersion in delight, they soon formed an orderly queue. The monks present had just begun to contemplate restoring order when they noticed the group of visitors had already lined up. Their expressions a mixture of surprise and curiosity as they cautiously turned their heads towards Lin Yin, who had entered into full operational mode. They couldn't help but murmur. Master Lin, truly a grand master indeed. Not far from Liang Temple, at the entrance of Shaolin Temple, situated in the heart of the scenic area in Min City, a monk clad in a remarkably pristine robe pressed his palms together. He bowed to two young men hurrying towards him, saying, Amitabha, what brings you here, benefactors? After this inquiry, the monk waited in vain for a response, and lifting his gaze in confusion, he observed that the two young men were engrossed in their mobile phones. Pointing at the map displayed on the screen, their discussion leaving him somewhat bewildered. You shall. Is this the place? Wang Chang glanced awkwardly at the monk, who still maintained his gesture of reverence, ultimately remaining silent as he lowered his head to consult with Yu Kunjin. As for the monk's words, Yu Kunjin chose to disregard them entirely. He scrutinized the navigation on his phone for a considerable time before discerning the key detail. In the presence of the Shaolin monk, Yu Kunjin extended his finger towards a small path adjacent to the temple. Wang Chang was taken aback. He finally understood why everyone had struggled to locate Liang Temple. The location was indeed exceedingly obscure. Even the notoriously sensitive navigation system merely indicated the existence of a small path, without clarifying its destination. Were it not for Wang Chang's eager desire to savor the culinary delights crafted by Lin Yin, he might have felt inclined to express his frustrations directly to Lin Yin. Boss Lin, if you continue this way, you will surely lose our. Having pinpointed the exact location, Yu Kunjin promptly shut off the navigation app and stepped towards the small path. Wang Chang followed closely behind. Wait, benefactors. Just as they were about to depart, the Shaolin monk could no longer contain his impatience and called out. Yu Kunjin hesitated for a moment, then turned to face the somewhat perplexed monk, his expression betraying a cool indifference that spoke volumes. Is there something you need? The monk was momentarily taken aback. Although he was reluctant to engage in conversation with the rather formidable figure before him, he had encountered many similar individuals prior to meeting Yu Kunjin. Regardless of the cordial greetings he offered, they remained utterly silent, merely quickening their pace towards the narrow path. Some, appearing in a slightly better mood, would occasionally exchange a few words with the monk, yet these were entirely incomprehensible to him, phrases akin to "We are here to apprehend Boss Lin. He is among the wanted." After a moment of contemplation, the monk finally voiced his inner curiosity. Benefactor, I am aware of a temple on the brink of ruin within. What is your intention in entering? Whatever that small temple can offer, our grand Shaolin temple is equally capable of providing. upon hearing the monk's words. Yukuin Jun's brow furrowed slightly. He then refrained from uttering another word, turning instead towards the path ahead. He had no desire to engage with those who began to criticize without understanding the underlying reasons. Wang Chong initially intended to emulate Yukuin Jun's nonchalance and depart gracefully. Yet ultimately, his compassion prevailed, and he turned back. "My friend, your Shaolin temple does not possess a Boss Lin." The monk paused, perplexed. Who is Boss Lin? Having grown up in the Shaolin temple, he possessed a knowledge of the neighboring small temple, as an annual Buddhist exchange conference was held there. Though modest in size, this small temple sent monks to engage in debates yearly. Despite being in Shaolin, he could not deny that the small temple indeed had its merits, as the participants sent for debate were invariably formidable. As he reminisced, images of last year's debates flooded his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. However, he had never heard of anyone named Lin from that small temple, let alone someone referred to as boss. What a peculiar title. Observing the monk's eager thirst for knowledge, Wang Chang glanced back at Yukuin Jun, whose figure had already vanished down the path, and hurriedly spoke, quickening his pace. "Boss Lin is the deity among all our diners." "Diners?" The monk nodded thoughtfully. "Is this Boss Lin a cook, then?" Wang Chang pondered for a moment. While he felt the term cook was somewhat inadequate to describe Lin Yan, time was of the essence, so he nodded in agreement. "You could say that. I must take my leave now." With that, Wang Chang accelerated, sprinting towards the path. After a brief while, he finally caught up with Yukuin Jun, who had been walking ahead. Yukuin Jun glanced back ever so slightly. As I glanced at Wang Chang, who had hurriedly caught up beside me, still panting heavily, I subtly tugged at the corner of my mouth and spoke in a tone of indifference. "Such a person. Do not engage with him next time." Wang Chang paused for a moment, then promptly replied, "Understood, young master Yu." Meanwhile, within the sacred confines of Shaolin Temple, at the rear of the main hall, the monk who had previously exuded a fervent thirst for knowledge now wore an expression of bewilderment and confusion. The esteemed Lin. Simply a cook? The abbot, with a serious demeanor, had long since grown accustomed to the bustling presence of visitors within the temple and could no longer tolerate the sight of guests being turned away. Upon receiving such a report, an inexplicable anxiety began to take root in his heart. Indeed, according to the information provided by the benefactor, the esteemed Lin within the temple was merely a cook. After a moment of contemplation, the abbot lifted his head once more, his eyes glimmering with a spark of wisdom. "I have conceived a plan. Please, do share, abbot." The monk's face betrayed a hint of flattery. The abbot instinctively extended his right hand, stroking his chin as he spoke. Summoned Dao Kong. Did he not claim that any dish he had tasted could be replicated flawlessly? Perhaps we should allow him to assess the capabilities of this Lin, the cook. Before long, a monk, still bearing traces of oil upon his robes, stood before the abbot. "Dao Kong, the ability of our temple to attract more benefactors and incense offerings lies in your hands." Dao Kong responded with utmost seriousness. "Abbot, I am inherently a devotee of both culinary delights and Buddhism. Such a trivial matter is but a mere trifle." Chapter 137. Has your tongue gone deaf? Delicious, simply exquisite. Wang Chang cradled the curry rice in his hands, his face aglow with happiness. He glanced at Yukunjin, who was equally enraptured, and could not help but express his delight. It was only when indulging in the culinary creations of Boss Lin that Yukunjin revealed such a disarming expression, one that contradicted his usual aloof demeanor. After a considerable while, Yukunjin finally set down the limited portion of curry rice, leaving not a single grain behind, even meticulously scraping the sauce with a disposable spoon to savor every last morsel. Delicious. Yukunjin lifted his gaze to Lin Yan, who was busily working behind the makeshift stall, his eyes brimming with incredulity. Despite being one of Lin Yan's oldest patrons, each encounter with his culinary artistry evoked a sense of wonder akin to that of his very first experience. As he pondered, Yukunjin squinted, attempting to peer into the enigmatic nature of Lin Yan. The more he strived to unravel the mystery shrouding this man, the more elusive Lin Yan appeared, akin to a black hole that defied comprehension. "I have finished as well." Wang Chang placed his bowl down, a look of utter satisfaction on his face. In stark contrast to Yukunjin's restrained demeanor, Wang Chang had completely abandoned any pretense in the face of Lin Yan's culinary delights. He even extended his tongue, licking the remnants of curry from his bowl, justifying it as a means to avoid waste. As moments passed, the line before Lin Yan showed no signs of diminishing. In fact, it continued to grow longer, eventually stretching to the vicinity of the Shaolin Temple by evening. Many visitors to the temple, intrigued by this seemingly spontaneous queue, began to inquire about its purpose. Some, After learning the details, eagerly joined the line, eager to sample the renowned curry rice, reputed to be an exquisite delicacy. At that moment, Dao Kong stood amidst the throng, observing the ever-lengthening line behind him. After surveying his surroundings, a subtle hint of disdain flickered across his face, albeit imperceptibly to others. In matters of gastronomy, Dao Kong had never considered himself inferior to anyone, even those bearing the title of master. He believed in his exceptional talent and his culinary skills. In the past, many renowned chefs had sought him out, initially driven by curiosity and skepticism, only to ultimately gaze upon him with a sense of reverence. Regarding the proprietor Lin, who has been invited to the Liang Temple, Dao Kong believes he may indeed possess some remarkable talents. However, in comparison to himself, with this thought, a subtle smile graced the corners of Dao Kong's lips. This Lin lacks the qualifications. To be frank, had it not been for the abbot's desire for him to conduct an investigation, Dao Kong would hardly have paid any attention to this Lin at all. "Hey, buddy." A voice suddenly broke the silence beside Dao Kong. Through the gaps in the wig he wore, he turned to see a middle-aged man, whose attire was the epitome of a corporate worker. Dao Kong was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that merely standing in line would prompt someone to engage him in conversation. He instinctively adjusted his wig and mask, ensuring everything was in place. After all, he was on unfamiliar territory at Liang Temple and preferred that his true identity remained concealed from the monks within, especially that long-haired Li Dan. However, after locking eyes with the man for a moment, aside from a vague familiarity that Dao Kong felt towards him, nothing unexpected occurred. "Ah," Dao Kong finally spoke. "What is the matter?" The man, who had faced numerous rejections in his attempts to converse with others, felt a flicker of joy at receiving a response from the thoroughly masked individual before him. "Brother," the man said, as if they were old acquaintances. Casually placing his arm around Dao Kong's shoulder, "Would it be possible for me to purchase your spot in line? I am somewhat in a hurry." As he spoke, he glanced at his wristwatch, his expression tinged with urgency. As a dedicated corporate employee, his time budget for this visit to Liang Temple was quite limited. And with the evening's voluntary overtime looming, the line ahead seemed interminable. In desperation, he resorted to the idea of buying a place in line. Listening to the man's earnest and sincere words, Dao Kong was once again taken aback. Today had indeed brought forth many peculiar occurrences. Firstly, there was the much-talked-about proprietor Lin, who had attracted such a crowd to the temple. Now, to his astonishment, there were individuals willing to pay for a faster entry, all merely to savor the culinary delights offered by this Lin. Dao Kong furrowed his brow slightly, noticing that Dao Kong remained silent despite having finally received a response. The man hurriedly continued, "Brother, if it comes to it, just name your price. My company is quite anxious." Unable to contain his curiosity, Dao Kong finally spoke up, though not in response to the man's request. "Is the food prepared by this Lin truly that exceptional?" Upon hearing Dao Kong's question, a flicker of astonishment crossed the man's face. However, in the blink of an eye, the man instantly realized that the individual before him, Dao Kong, was a new patron who had never before tasted the dishes of Boss Lin. To the seasoned diners, this new patron was merely 3 words, easily deceived and unsatisfactory. The man's voice suddenly rose in pitch, his face adorned with a facade of exaggerated acting, seemingly attempting to convey the veracity of his claims to Dao Kong. In a misguided attempt to relinquish his place in line, "It truly isn't palatable, my brother. We are both men. Would I deceive you?" he proclaimed, all the while wearing a forced smile. Dao Kong, typically indifferent to his surroundings, was not a fool. The man's performance was riddled with inconsistencies in his eyes. This sparked within him a newfound intrigue and curiosity towards Boss Lin. "Brother." Noticing that Dao Kong remained unmoved, the man realized that his flawed act had been uncovered. His voice now quivered with a hint of desperation. "If all else fails, allow me to recommend another establishment that serves delectable fare." Dao Kong turned his head, his tone unembellished. "Speak." The man feigned an air of mystery. "Are you aware of the Shaolin Temple outside? There's a monk in there. I believe his name is Kong. I've dined there before, and the flavor is quite similar." As he spoke, he inadvertently raised his thumb in approval. A slight smile graced Dao Kong's lips, and the man's face began to materialize in his memory. It was no wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. He had indeed served this patron in the past. "Good sir, is your tongue deaf to utter such words?" Just as a smile of appreciation began to bloom on Dao Kong's face due to the compliment, a voice filled with indignation unexpectedly cut through the air. It was a diner standing behind Dao Kong. Casting a discontented glance at the man, "I have also dined on the dishes prepared by that monk Dao Kong at Shaolin Temple." With that, The diner emphatically pointed his thumb downward, the opposite direction of the man's gesture. You may deceive new patrons, but to belittle Boss Lin's culinary skills is utterly disrespectful. He then placed a hand on Dao Kong's shoulder, adding, "Brother, do not be swayed by him. While that monk's skills are commendable, they pale in comparison to those of Boss Lin." Chapter 138, Submission. I wished to take him as my master. Dao Kong's lips, which had just curved into a smile, instantly froze. He slowly turned his head, striving to keep his gaze from falling upon the customer who had just spoken. At this moment, Dao Kong's mind was consumed by a singular thought. He longed to discern the true nature of this so-called Boss Lin. The man beside him remained relentless, his face etched with anxiety. Dao Kong could hear the incessant noise emanating from the man beside him and turned to look at him, noting the mask that obscured his features. Yet, the impatience and distaste in his eyes were unmistakable. "Ask someone else." Upon hearing Dao Kong's response, a flicker of regret and sorrow crossed the man's face. Ultimately, he relinquished his thoughts and quietly fell to the back of the queue, torn between the allure of overtime and the culinary delights of Boss Lin. As night fell and the man reflected on the day's events, he remained perplexed by the irritation exuded by the heavily masked newcomer. It seemed as though the rebuke he received from the customer behind him was directed not at Dao Kong, but rather at himself. "Hello." Lin Yin raised his head, his tone marked by a formulaic politeness and his smile impeccable, leaving no room for critique regarding service. Even though the customer before him sported a conspicuous and hefty wig, along with a mask that concealed most of his face, Lin Yin exhibited no signs of confusion or curiosity. Dao Kong nodded slightly. This was his first close encounter with the legendary Boss Lin, and he felt a ripple of emotion within. So youthful. Dao Kong momentarily lost his composure, rendered speechless. It was worth noting that at Lin Yan's age, he had barely honed his culinary skills and was still merely an apprentice. In terms of age alone, he felt defeated. However, in the next moment, Dao Kong composed himself, still harboring the weight of the day's events in his heart. Whether it was the praise or disdain from the customers or the myriad compliments he had overheard about Boss Lin during his wait, they fueled an almost insatiable sense of defiance within him. Dao Kong even believed that if he could not truly experience Boss Lin's culinary prowess and uncover his true self, it would become an insurmountable mental barrier in his journey of culinary mastery and enlightenment. "Hello?" Confronted by the enigmatic figure before him, Dao Kong momentarily fell silent, prompting Lin Yin to reiterate his greeting. Beside them, Lai Dan, ostensibly tasked with maintaining order, but secretly seizing the opportunity for a few clandestine bites, scratched his head and regarded the peculiar patron with a narrowed gaze. "How strange, those eyes. So familiar," he murmured. Upon hearing Lai Dan's words, Dao Kong finally regained his composure, a flicker of unease flashing in his eyes. "You are the owner, Lin?" he inquired, to which Lin Yin nodded, his mind already comprehending that this seemingly well-armed guest was not one of his regulars, but rather a newcomer drawn by curiosity. Softening his tone, he added, "Today, we have curry coconut brown rice mixed grain meal available, limited to 1 portion per person. Would you care to try it?" Dao Kong nodded, his gaze shifting from Lin Yan's face to the conspicuous wooden barrel prominently displayed at the stand. Though the lid remained closed, he could already faintly detect the alluring aroma wafting through the seams. "I'll have one," he managed, suppressing his voice to avoid revealing his identity to Lai Dan. Lai Dan, scrutinizing the odd yet strangely familiar customer, furrowed his brow for a considerable time before ultimately abandoning his thoughts and gesturing towards the donation box. "Kind patron, just place the payment for your meal in here," he instructed. Passing by, Go Dan, unable to endure Lai Dan's stammering, addressed Dao Kong directly. "My senior brother speaks slowly. Please bear with him. The curry meal is 20 yuan. If you lack cash, you can scan this code." As he spoke, he pointed to the freshly affixed payment code on the donation box, recognizing that not all patrons carried cash. After a brief meeting, the abbot and Hans Han had established an account under Liang Temple's name, placing the payment code on the donation box for convenience. "Very well," Dao Kong acknowledged with a nod. The price seemed quite reasonable. Unlike other customers, he reached into the pocket of his somewhat antiquated coat, producing 20 yuan in cash and depositing it into the box. Meanwhile, Lin Yin had already lifted the lid of the barrel. Instantly, the captivating sweetness enveloped Dao Kong, rendering him momentarily motionless, as if he had transformed into a stone statue devoid of any agency. "Here you go," Lin Yin announced, placing a steaming bowl of curry rice before him, accompanied by a complete set of disposable utensils. "Thank you." Dao Kong finally managed to respond, staring at Lin Yin and the curry rice for a considerable time. His typically impassive expression seemed to undergo a subtle shift. The arrogance that had long defined him was utterly shattered the moment he caught a whiff of the curry rice. As a chef confident in his own abilities, Dao Kong, despite being a mere monk, possessed profound insights into the culinary arts that far surpassed those of the average person. Thus, when he inhaled the fragrance of the curry, he realized that not only had he lost to Lin Yan, but he lacked even the qualifications to compare himself. With a heart heavy with despair, Dao Kong lifted his bowl, scooping a spoonful of rice into his mouth. The exquisite flavor blossomed on his palate, akin to summer fireworks. Reminiscent of a dream realized. He raised his gaze towards Lin Yan, yet gone was the previous curiosity, disrespect, and disdain. His eyes now sparkled with fervor. Soon, he lowered his head and, in mere moments, devoured the curry rice in his bowl. Dao Kong licked his lips, savoring the lingering taste, and intended to approach Lin Yan. However, upon observing Lin Yan's apparent busyness, he hesitated for a moment before ultimately turning away, heading towards the entrance of Liang Temple. Resolute in his decision, I wished to become his disciple. At that moment, Lin Yan was still immersed in his stall duties. Only the nearby Lai Dan suddenly looked up. Glancing at the faint silhouette remaining at the entrance of Liang Temple, he pursed his lips and frowned, unaware of the sudden surge of intense apprehension that had arisen within him. Chapter 139. The Buddha speaks of generosity and kindness. Apologies, but it appears I have run out. Gazing at the seemingly endless line before him, Lin Yan felt a twinge of guilt as he faced the eager diner who had finally reached his turn. He waved his hand dismissively. The man, observing Lin Yan's gesture, opened his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately fell silent, a veil of moisture clouding his eyes. With a lingering sense of hope, he lowered his gaze to the enormous wooden barrel before Lin Yan, only to despairingly discover that it was now completely empty, devoid of even a single grain of rice. Boss Lin. The corners of the man's mouth twisted downward in a display of grievance. Had Dao Kong been present, he would have easily recognized this man, the very patron who had wished to purchase his place in line, now informed that all was sold out. I truly regret this, Lin Yan reiterated, observing the man who looked as though he might burst into tears. The man stifled his emotions, pulling out his phone to check the barrage of unanswered messages from his supervisor, ultimately nodding through the pain. It's all right, Boss Lin. As he turned away, he could no longer suppress his sobs, his shoulders shaking in quiet despair. Even Lin Yan, who had witnessed many patrons lamenting their missed culinary opportunities, felt a pang of compassion stir within him. At that moment, a voice called out from behind the man. Turning around, he beheld the long-haired monk who had been by Lin Yan's side throughout the day. He uttered, the single syllable imbued with a tone of sorrow. Lian Dan remained silent, raising a finger to signal for silence before stepping into the kitchen, leaving the man curious. Shortly, Lian Dan returned, cradling his slightly rounded belly as though concealing something within. Approaching the man, he slowly crouched down and carefully lifted his garment to reveal a neatly packaged bowl of curry rice, extending it toward the man. Is this for me? The man asked in astonishment, momentarily hesitating to accept the offering, despite his mouth watering at the sight of the dish. Yes, Lian Dan affirmed with a nod, pushing the curry further forward. The Buddha teaches us to be generous and kind. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke, taking nearly 10 seconds to articulate those few words, yet his tone remained resolute. His gaze was as pure as a lake, transparent to the depths. Thank you. The man accepted the curry rice that Leiden had handed him, intending to express his gratitude with a few heartfelt words, yet ultimately, he could not bring himself to articulate anything. Instead, he merely repeated 2 words, thank you, thank you. Behind him, Lin Yan, who was tidying up the stall, happened to witness this scene. Earlier in the afternoon, noticing the influx of diners, he had thoughtfully prepared a portion of curry rice for each person, in accordance with the number of monks residing within Liang Temple, ensuring they each had a meal for the evening. This meant that if Leiden bestowed this bowl of curry rice upon the man, he would miss out on his own dinner. Observing Leiden's hunched figure, Lin Yan was inexplicably reminded of Leiden's good-natured face, causing a slight smile to curve his lips. Nearby, Godan and the monk Han Tan also witnessed the moment. Leiden's seemingly discreet actions had not gone unnoticed by several monks in the temple. They simply exchanged silent glances, sharing a knowing smile. Everyone understood that despite Leiden's long hair and unassuming demeanor, which might suggest a lack of intelligence, it was precisely he who could radiate genuine Buddhist light at certain moments. After concluding a day's work at the stall, Lin Yan returned home not feeling his usual weariness, but rather invigorated. He opened the kitchen door, gazing at the array of ingredients piled within, and surprisingly felt no lingering resistance. but rather a faint sense of anticipation. This was indeed the kind of stall duty he had yearned for, he murmured. Each movement he made was filled with ease and delight. For Lin Yin, endowed with a physique far exceeding the average, serving rice for an afternoon, or even a whole day, would not induce significant fatigue. All he needed to do was steam a pot of rice beforehand and serve it up. This task was, for him, exceedingly simple. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yin briskly entered the kitchen, weaving through the various ingredients, stepping lightly to the rhythm of a lively tune. With a gentle stretch, a turn, and a pause, his movements flowed seamlessly. In no time at all, the kitchen was meticulously organized, with all ingredients neatly placed in their respective boxes. Until the next day, Wednesday at noon, Lin Yin still wore a light smile. Gripping the steering wheel, he commanded the black beast beneath him, which roared along the road, attracting countless envious gazes. The vehicles beside him instinctively maintained their distance from the extraordinary Bugatti. Speeding along, Lin Yin soon arrived at the entrance of Liang Temple. Boss Lin has arrived. Before Lin Yan's Bugatti had even come to a halt, a voice had already penetrated through the crevice of the car window, reaching his ears. Gazing upon the throngs of people before him, a veritable sea of dark figures, he noticed that each pair of eyes fixated on him shimmered with an unsettling crimson fervor. In their eyes, Lin Yin was no longer merely the humble proprietor of a food stall, but rather the prey they had eagerly awaited. Even after successfully parking his vehicle, Lin Yin remained in a daze, staring at the dense crowd before him. The corners of his mouth, once curved with anticipation, now drooped slowly after becoming rigid. An expression of silent despair etched upon his face. Chapter 140. At the moment when Lin Yin found himself in utter confusion, a voice suddenly resonated, akin to thunder striking from a clear sky, evoking an overwhelming sense of shock even within Lin Yin, who remained seated in the car. Lin Benefactor, I have come to assist you. There was no stammering, no bewildering pauses, just 7 succinct words, accompanied by the appearance of a figure bursting forth from the gates of Liang Temple. The long-haired Lin Dan materialized before everyone's eyes. Isn't he the monk with the long hair from yesterday? Wasn't he stuttering? How is he speaking so fluently now? The patrons murmured amongst themselves. Many of them, upon witnessing the once closed gates of Liang Temple swing open, felt an urge to enter. The prepared Han Shan, accompanied by his small disciple, Go Dan, stood resolutely at the entrance, blocking the way. With hands clasped together, Han Shan greeted the assembly with a gentle bow, his tone soothing. Amitabha. Esteemed benefactors, please remain patient. Before Han Shan could finish his sentence, some impatient diners interrupted him. I recall that the gates of Liang Temple were open all day yesterday. Why are they still closed today? How much longer must we wait? Faced with such an aggressive tone, even little Go Dan couldn't help but display a hint of anger. Yet, Han Shan appeared completely unfazed by the words, maintaining a serene demeanor, his elegant features resembling that of a true Buddha. We shall wait for Lin Benefactor. Such a simple utterance compelled all the diners present to involuntarily silence themselves. As patrons of Lin Yin, they inherently understood the implication of his words. Their earlier rudeness had merely stemmed from a desire to vent their impatience. They had not anticipated that the figure before them, resembling a venerable monk, would so succinctly articulate their thoughts. As tranquility returned to the crowd, Lin Yin, under the protection of Lin Dan, entered the kitchen of Liang Temple with the ingredients in tow. At the kitchen entrance, 3 figures remained steadfast, akin to guardians. Master, how did you know that mentioning Lin Benefactor's name would prevent those patrons from becoming angry? Go Dan inquired. Curiosity etched across his face as he looked up at Han Shan. Han Shan lowered his gaze to his young disciple, his expression returning to its familiar air of world weariness. After a prolonged silence, he merely smirked and replied, Human nature is such. People dare to curse God, slander the Buddha, and attack the government. Yet they shy away from cursing their upstairs neighbors. Go Dan pondered this thoughtfully, nodding in understanding. This time, the words of my somewhat inexpensive master seem to hold a semblance of truth, even though he is still quite young. And his little mind struggles to grasp the meaning behind those words. In the kitchen at this moment, Lin Yin has already prepared everything. The ingredients lie quietly on the cutting board before him, awaiting the commencement of his culinary artistry. Among these is a whole liu taro, a crucial protagonist in the vegetarian dish he is about to create. Next to Lin Yin, a large crate is brimming with liu taro, which is no ordinary variety but rather the renowned liu taro, celebrated throughout the ages in Huaxia as a premier type of taro. It is set to dominate the palates of all diners. Setting aside the distractions within his mind, Lin Yan's pupils transform into a pristine clarity within the blink of an eye, and an elusive aura emanates from his entire being. Should some masters of their respective crafts be present to witness the state he has entered, they would undoubtedly be astonished. This state, akin to a flow state, is achievable only through absolute immersion, rendering him impervious to external influences. In Lin Yan's world, only the glimmering blade and the Liu Taro before him exist. With this enhanced state, not only does his speed increase significantly, but the fatigue he once felt dissipates almost entirely. Time flies swiftly. The once full crate of Liu Taro has now been transformed into uniformly sized pieces under Lin Yan's deft knife and has been neatly placed into the steamer. Meanwhile, Lin Yan does not remain idle. He meticulously splits open another crate of chestnuts in half. The quantity of chestnuts is not as abundant as that of the taro. So by the time the taro is steamed to a perfect half-cooked state, the chestnuts are nearly all cut. Next comes the rice. Lin Yan replaces half of the cooking water with coconut water, allowing the aromatic essence of coconut to permeate the rice more effectively. He then shreds the coconut flesh and incorporates it into the cooking rice. After preparing a pot of rice, Lin Yan retrieves the half-cooked taro and chestnuts, arranging them atop the rice. This not only enhances the flavor of the rice, but also effectively prevents the taro and chestnuts from sinking and becoming mushy by the time the dish is complete. Suddenly, at the doorway, Lai Dan's body stiffens slightly, and his nose twitches perceptibly. As a former logistics personnel of the underworld, now the head chef of Liangxi vegetarian cuisine, Lai Dan possesses a heightened sensitivity to flavors, certainly more so than his companions, the monk Han Shan and the bewildered Xiao Go Dan, who have yet to catch any scent. "What's the matter, brother?" Xiao Go Dan inquires. Still oblivious to any aroma, Lai Dan remains silent, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath before slowly reopening them once more. He quietly savored the fragrant currents of air for a moment before finally speaking, his tone now imbued with a newfound certainty. "Lin. Benefactor Lin. It has begun." Although he still stammered, his eyes sparkled with excitement. As a chef, he could already detect the delicate aroma of taro, if prepared skillfully. This ingredient could truly be a culinary marvel. He had unwavering faith in Lin Yan's culinary prowess, much like he trusted his own nose and skills. Upon hearing Lai Dan's words, Guidan and Han Shan closed their eyes, somewhat skeptical, and took a moment to attune themselves to the air. To their astonishment, they turned to Lai Dan with wide eyes. "Wow, it's real. Dude, you truly possess a gift." Lai Dan smiled sheepishly, brushing back his already perfectly arranged bangs to reveal his smooth forehead, feeling a tad bashful. Hey, I have a good nose." As time passed, the sweet scents of rice and taro intensified, wafting not only through the kitchen door but also beyond the gates of Liang Temple. Easing the restless impatience of the diners waiting outside, they exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that Chef Lin was nearing the moment of service, each face alight with blissful anticipation. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a bald figure had appeared in the crowd, his expression one of earnest devotion. Chapter 141. Can even taro emit such fragrance? In the kitchen, Lin Yan was leisurely scrolling through videos on his phone when the preset alarm unexpectedly blared. Startled, he sprang to his feet, his gaze shifting towards the pot where rice was still steaming. In an instant, his demeanor transformed from relaxed to one of focused diligence. Within less than a second, Lin Yan transitioned from a state of leisure to one of industriousness. He stepped forward, lifting the pot lid, and in a fluid motion, the golden brown sugar he had prepared cascaded like a waterfall onto the rice. Even in this simplest act of sprinkling sugar, his movements were so practiced they seemed to have been honed through countless repetitions. The tiny granules of sugar, in Lin Yan's capable hands, resembled the finest silk, delicately blanketing the rice. The precision of his application and the angle at which he scattered the sugar were nothing short of perfection. The just right amount of sugar, under Lin Yan's expert technique, was evenly distributed atop the rice, forming a delicate sugar crust. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With a flick of his right hand, he grasped the torch he had prepared earlier. Every action flowed seamlessly, each operation executed with astonishing finesse. As the scorching flames erupted from the torch, the layer of sugar atop the rice melted almost instantaneously. Under Lin Yan's masterful manipulation, the fire did not affect even the slightest grain of rice, allowing the thin layer of sugar to attain a perfectly amber-hued crisp shell. Following this, a sprinkle of cardamom powder was added to the rice. The dish Lin Yan set out to create today, a coconut-infused rice with taro and chestnuts, was nearly complete. Gazing at the pot before him, now fragrant and exuding its own allure, Lin Yan momentarily stood still, silently admiring the creation of his own hands. His face radiated satisfaction and pride. Truly, the rice crafted by his own hand was exceptional, both in appearance and aroma. As for the taste, Lin Yan cautiously scooped a spoonful into his mouth. His eyes brightened instantly. After savoring the delightful flavor, he took a deep breath, ultimately resisting the urge for another bite, and slowly moved toward the kitchen door. With a sudden pull of both hands, 3 familiar faces appeared before him. Ahaha, Lin Benefactor. Godin scratched his head, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. However, Lin Yan, seemingly aware of the scene unfolding, swiftly covered Godin's mouth with his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I understand. I comprehend it all. Before long, all the monks of the temple had received their own bowl of taro rice. Although the monks could not indulge in boundless feasting as they had in previous days due to the presence of patrons, their faces still radiated satisfaction. Outside Liang Temple, discerning diners had already caught a whiff of the exquisite aroma, a signature of Lin Yan's unparalleled culinary prowess that could leave one entranced. As the clamor within the temple grew louder, the patrons began to chatter animatedly. Lin Boss must be ready. Indeed, I can already smell the fragrance. Can you? It's truly delightful. I'm practically salivating. What marvel has Lin Boss concocted today? I can hardly wait. As the diners conjectured about the elusive scent wafting through the air, a soft voice broke through the din. Taro. It is Taro. The crowd turned in surprise to discover a monk, serene and with hands clasped, had appeared among them, having spoken the words. The diners opened their mouths to respond, but momentarily found themselves at a loss for words, gazing at the unexpected monk with astonishment. Dao Kong, feeling the curious stares of the onlookers, remained unfazed within. His sole yearning was for the renowned Lin Boss, the only individual since he embarked on this culinary journey who had completely captivated him with a single dish. At last, one curious patron approached Dao Kong directly, exclaiming, "You're quite impressive, aren't you? You know your stuff." As he spoke, he gave Dao Kong a thumbs up. Dao Kong merely shook his head, remaining silent. Yet, none in the crowd noticed the fierce flames of guilt and reverence flickering deep within his tranquil gaze. Though a seasoned chef with a profound understanding of ingredients, Dao Kong could discern from the aroma alone that Lin Yan's creation involved taro. However, the ability to elevate taro to such exquisite heights made it abundantly clear to Dao Kong that the chasm between himself and Lin Yan was not merely a formidable mountain to surmount, but rather an endless river or an unfathomable expanse of stars. This singular fragrance had once again shaken the very foundations of Dao Kong's comprehension of culinary artistry. Taro. Could it truly yield such flavor? Lin Boss, what a remarkable talent you are. Just as Dao Kong pondered these thoughts, the gates of Liang Temple swung open. The patrons paused for a moment, then surged forward like sprinters, flooding into the temple. In the clearing directly before the entrance, a simple stall had been set up. Behind the stall, a young man of striking appearance wore a subtle smile on his face as he gazed at his patrons. His tone was unassuming yet courteous. "Welcome, my esteemed guests." Chapter 142. The Simple Folk of Liang Temple. Boss Lin. I have missed you dearly. Enough with the banter. Quickly form a line, or you may miss out. As the patrons began to queue, none noticed the seemingly out-of-place bald figure approaching with an extraordinary grace. In mere moments, he had positioned himself right at the forefront of the crowd. Impressed gasps filled the minds of the stunned diners. Remarkable was the shared thought among them. Observing the bald man now standing at the front of the line, they silently wondered, "Are you skilled in martial arts?" Lin Yan furrowed his brow slightly. It had only been a few seconds since Liang Temple opened, and already an interminable line had formed before his stall. The enthusiasm of the diners remained as formidable as ever, he mused. He lifted his gaze to the monk who seemed to glide forward, feeling a mix of astonishment yet refraining from inquiring further. Instead, he initiated the customary greeting. "Hello." Dao Kong nodded subtly. His demeanor transformed from neutrality to one of fervent admiration. The intensity of his emotions surged like a blazing fire, palpable even to Lin Yan, who stood across the stall. "Teacher Lin." Lin Yan was taken aback. When had he become a teacher? He quickly extended his hand, gesturing towards the pot of rice on his stall. His expression a blend of embarrassment and awkwardness. "Today, we have sweet potato and chestnut coconut rice. Would you like a portion?" Though Lin Yan found Dao Kong's response somewhat disconnected, it did not diminish the monk's eagerness to become his disciple. He glanced back at the throng behind him, then turned to Lin Yan with utmost respect. "I would like a portion, teacher. Please, do not let me interrupt your business." The title teacher only heightened Lin Yan's discomfort, feeling as if he might carve a Barbie castle into the ground of Liang Temple. Nevertheless, adhering to his professional ethics, he refrained from such antics and quietly served the seemingly eccentric monk a bowl of rice. His usual polite tone was now infused with urgency. "That will be 20 yuan." "Thank you." Nearby, Li Dan scratched his head, his gaze towards Dao Kong filled with peculiar intrigue and confusion. He murmured that walking style seems so familiar. As he spoke, countless faces from his memories flickered in his mind until Dao Kong finally received his meal. Lai Dan, filled with a sudden surge of excitement, extended his hand and pointed towards Dao Kong, who was walking away with a bowl of rice. His voice was tinged with astonishment. This step, this gait. You are from Shaolin Temple. After a moment of contemplation, Lai Dan still could not recall Dao Kong's name, and his outstretched hand trembled as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Dao Kong looked up, somewhat speechless, at the still pointing Lai Dan, and calmly stated, Dao Kong. Those simple two syllables instantaneously rekindled within Liadan's mind all the previously hazy memories, bringing to light everything that had transpired before. He remembered. Everything came rushing back. His hand, still pointing at Dao Kong, began to tremble uncontrollably, and an inexplicable aura of ferocity emanated from him. Dao Kong, you dare to return. Although he spoke with indignation, Lai Dan ultimately restrained the impulse to confront him, instead sulkily lifting his own bowl of rice and defiantly bringing it to his lips. Fortunately, Lin Yan's culinary skills were truly exceptional. That single mouthful of rice was sufficient to soothe Liadan's simmering anger. Lin Yan observed the unfolding scene with a raised eyebrow, a flicker of curiosity shimmering in his eyes. Though he felt reluctant to inquire directly, it did not diminish his desire to indulge in the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Go Dan, upon hearing Dao Kong's name, nodded in sudden realization. He looked up to see Lin Yan's inquisitive expression and quickly fetched a small stool. Climbing atop it to lean closer to Lin Yan's ear, whispering, This Dao Kong monk is from Shaolin Temple. It is said that his culinary prowess is astounding, even surpassing that of senior brother Lai Dan. Lin Yan glanced at Dao Kong, who wore a smirk, and then at Lai Dan, who was lost in the delights of his meal. His curiosity piqued. He had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable monk possessed such remarkable culinary skills. Go Dan continued. But senior brother Liadan's animosity towards him does not stem from his cooking. Rather, it originated from the Buddhist doctrine competition 2 years ago when our temple sent a master and senior brother Lai Dan to participate. Lin Yan was taken aback, astonished that the usually inarticulate Lai Dan had participated in such a significant event. As if sensing Lin Yan's bewilderment, Go Dan continued, It is said that during that competition, senior brother Lai Dan single-handedly toppled the most skilled monk from Shaolin Temple, and not a single monk dared to contradict the master's words, lest they too be knocked down by senior brother Lai Dan. And thus, we emerged victorious. Lin Yan's eyes widened in awe as he regarded Lai Dan, who was fervently relishing his meal, filled with a newfound respect. Such a formidable individual. Even the speed at which he served rice to the patrons before him had quickened in response to his astonishment. As the conversation unfolded, Go Dan's already cautious voice was lowered once more. Then, Dao Kong emerged, joining all the monks present to accuse their master of securing victory in the grand competition through improper means. The reason cited was that senior brother Lai Dan had long hair, disqualifying him from participating as a monk. Lin Yan found himself momentarily speechless. Although there was truth in this assertion, he couldn't shake the feeling that the emphasis was somewhat misplaced. Was it truly permissible to resort to physical altercations during a Buddhist competition? Go Dan sighed to himself, lamenting that senior brother Lai Dan, unable to withstand public scrutiny, had promptly shaved his head. Had it not been for this incident, Lai Dan's hair could have been even longer by now. After recounting this lengthy tale, Go Dan felt parched and took a generous sip of water, casting a glance at Lin Yan, eager for his response and evaluation. However, a prolonged silence ensued, breaking only with the deafening sound of Lin Yan's stillness. It was not that he was unwilling to speak. Rather, the story had rendered him utterly speechless, leaving him with a sense of mental flatness. After being scrutinized by Go Dan for what felt like an eternity, Lin Yan finally managed to tug at the corners of his mouth in a dry smile, giving a thumbs up. Your Liang Temple truly embodies the essence of its origins. Despite Go Dan's belief that he had moderated his tone, it appeared that his excitement had drawn a crowd. With diners gathering around to enjoy both their meals and the unfolding story, their faces alight with joy. This Liang Temple indeed possessed a certain charm. Dao Kong was among them, quietly absorbing the slightly embellished narrative before allowing a smile to grace his lips, further solidifying his resolve to seek out the enigmatic Lin Yan as his mentor, determined to do so before Lai Dan could. In the final second before indulging in his meal, he glanced at Lai Dan, who was still fervently showcasing his culinary skills. As a fellow chef monk, he could easily discern the admiration and fervor in Lai Dan's gaze directed at Lin Yan. With that thought, he lifted his spoon, scooping up the first mouthful of rice for the day. The moment his tongue met the rice, Dao Kong realized he had once again succumbed to Lin Yan's culinary allure. The upper layer's caramelized crust shattered with a satisfying crunch. The taro was as creamy as sand. The chestnuts were dense and sweet, and the shredded coconut added a delightful texture. Each bite delivered a distinct sensation and experience, and as the tropical aroma of coconut mingled with the spicy notes of nutmeg, his taste buds reached a euphoric climax. Exhilarating. Utterly exhilarating. Dao Kong reverently lifted his gaze, reveling in the harmonious balance of sweet and savory flavors in his mouth. Casting an adoring glance toward Lin Yan. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared before me. Lin, benefactor, I wish to. Chapter 143, Master Lin, please accept me as your disciple. Dao Kong was momentarily taken aback. In that fleeting instant, he felt as though the very blood coursing through his veins had ceased to flow. He had presumed that his actions were swift enough. Yet he had not anticipated that the thick-headed Lai Dan would outpace him in seeking to apprentice himself to Master Lin. Thus, Dao Kong watched, wide-eyed, as the imposing figure before him moved his lips, uttering a few stammered words. Lin, Master Lin, I wish. Lin Yin tilted his head, earnestly listening to the long-haired monk who had voluntarily served as his personal bodyguard for 3 days, suppressing a smile that threatened to break free. Lai Dan, with a serious expression, fixed his fervent gaze upon the bowl of rice before Lin Yin, his eyes burning with sincerity. May I have another bowl? As the words hung in the air, Dao Kong, who had just taken a bite of taro rice, fell silent. Wasn't he supposed to be his comrade? The astonishment washed over him as he beheld Lai Dan's figure. What he had expected to be a straightforward request for apprenticeship had morphed into a mere desire for another bowl of rice. Unexpectedly, Dao Kong felt his mind go blank. After a prolonged moment, he lowered his gaze to his fragrant bowl of rice, scooping another spoonful to his lips, sending a delightful shiver coursing through his body. Well, Dao Kong suddenly found himself in agreement with Lai Dan's request. Were he in the same position, he too might crave another helping. Meanwhile, Lin Yin, who stood behind the makeshift stall, remained silent. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and looked apologetically at Lai Dan, scratching his head with a hint of remorse in his tone. Lai Dan, this is rather unfair to the patrons who have patiently queued. As he spoke, Lin Yin cast a guilty glance at the long line of customers still waiting, a sense of unease evident in his expression. Although Lai Dan had indeed been a tremendous help during his week of vending, openly bending the queue and purchase rules for this reason would likely incite discontent among the patrons. Moreover, prior to setting up his stall, Lin Yin had ensured that all the monks at Liang Temple were provided with 2 bowls of rice each, inclusive of lunch and dinner. The fact that Lai Dan now sought more could only imply that his appetite was insatiable, having consumed both servings in such a short span of time. Pondering this, Lin Yin began to deliberate whether he ought to prepare an extra bowl of rice for Lai Dan the following day. Upon hearing Lin Yin's words, a flicker of regret crossed Lai Dan's eyes. He nodded thoughtfully, and when he raised his gaze to meet Lin Yan's, his eyes regained their former clarity. I understand, Master Lin. With that, Lai Dan cradled his empty bowl and made his way to the end of the queue. Just as he took a step forward, a figure, unfamiliar yet striking, emerged from the crowd, standing before Leiden. Startled, Leiden beheld the girl with a sweet smile and twin ponytails, momentarily rendered speechless and unsure of how to respond. After a brief hesitation, he awkwardly scratched his nose. Long-haired monk, I shall relinquish my spot to you. The girl chimed, her voice ringing like a silver bell. Even Lin Yin, who was serving food to the patrons, couldn't help but peek curiously at the girl, a smile inexplicably gracing his lips. This girl was none other than Miao Ku, a familiar and cherished regular. Benefactor, Leiden stammered, quickly grasping Miao Ku's intention to offer him her place. Feeling shy, he tugged at his clothing, just as he was about to decline her gesture. However, Miao Ku stepped forward, interrupting his faltering words. Long-haired monk, this position is not offered without reason. Once Lin Boss closes up, I wish to conduct a report on Liang Temple. As she spoke, she surveyed the surroundings, taking in the charming yet vibrant atmosphere and the monks, each possessing their own unique characteristics, filled with curiosity and anticipation. She couldn't help but admire Lin Yan's choice of location for this outing, so cleverly selected and full of meaning. If she could eloquently capture the essence of Liang Temple and the extraordinary feelings it evoked, it might not only elevate the temple's status but also bring acclaim to her newspaper. After surveying the area, Miaoka's gaze returned to Leiden, and she boldly extended her hand toward him. You must cooperate with me when the time comes. Consider it a reward for this spot. Leiden stood frozen for a moment, finally responding with a hesitant, all right. Although he verbally agreed, he felt a mix of confusion and anxiety at Meowka's outstretched hand. Caught in a moment of indecision, like an ant on a hot pan, fidgeting helplessly. The onlooking patrons shared knowing smiles, playfully urging him, "What are you afraid of?" "Young monk?" She asked, "Just a girl, not a demon that would devour you." Unfazed, Meowka withdrew her hand, leaving behind a radiant smile as she declared. Then it settled, long-haired monk. Thus, Leiden found himself back at the front of the line, and before long, he was served a generous bowl of taro rice, ladled by Lin Yen himself, bringing him immense satisfaction. It must be said, Lin Yen, on this occasion, served an ample portion of taro rice to Lai Dan, exerting nearly all his strength as he scooped the rice. His sole intent was to compress the rice further within the limited bowl, enabling Lai Dan to indulge a little more. Once Lai Dan finished the bowl, he stood there, utterly dazed, feeling as though not only his stomach but even his throat was filled with taro rice. Lai Dan squinted his eyes, overwhelmed with happiness. As the sun set in the west, the dinner time for the monks of Liang Temple concluded, marking the end of Lin Yan's stall operation for the day. The massive pot of rice had been entirely sold out. Many satisfied patrons departed, leaving only a handful of customers lingering. Just as Lin Yan finished tidying up his modest stall and prepared to leave, he noticed a figure gradually approaching him against the light. Before long, the figure stood directly before him. Lin Yan was taken aback. It was the unexpected monk from earlier, Dao Kong from Shaolin Temple. Beside him, Lai Dan, who had been assisting Lin Yan, immediately assumed a defensive stance, his previously relaxed expression transforming into one of fierce hostility, even baring his teeth. "Lai Dan, I am not here to fight you," Dao Kong remarked, observing Lai Dan's combative demeanor with a calm wave of his hand. He then turned to Lin Yan, his eyes brimming with sincerity. To Lin Yan's astonishment, Dao Kong suddenly knelt before him, proclaiming, "Boss Lin, please accept me as your disciple." Chapter 144, What should I call you, Master Lin? Lin Yan was taken aback. Lai Dan was stunned. All the monks and diners in the Liang Temple stood frozen in place. They gazed at the monk, clad in his robes, who was now kneeling before Lin Yan, unsure of how to react. Fortunately, Lin Yan was quick to regain his composure. Among the dazed crowd, he was the first to snap back to reality. Swiftly stepping forward to stand before Dao Kong, gently but firmly pulling him up from the floor. "What do you think you are doing?" Lin Yan asked, his tone unusually grave as he regarded the still-dazed Dao Kong. Although he could discern Dao Kong's passion for culinary delights, the monk's abrupt gesture of kneeling to request mentorship struck Lin Yan as troublesome and even slightly displeasing. Dao Kong, facing Lin Yan's mildly irate expression, momentarily failed to grasp that he had already risen. The events had unfolded too rapidly for him to fully comprehend. He merely felt a sudden, powerful tug on his arm. And before he knew it, his perspective shifted dramatically as he stood upright, the entire sequence of actions flowing seamlessly, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through his Lai Dan. Unable to contain himself upon sensing Lin Yan's anger, made a bold move. The thick-headed Lai Dan had initially assumed that Dao Kong had come merely to sample Lin Yan's culinary skills. He never anticipated that the monk intended to vie for his mentorship. After all, even Lai Dan, who had been serving Lin Yan for several days, had yet to request any instruction. "Are you trying to snatch a wolf with empty hands?" Under the gaze of all present, the still-dazed Dao Kong was sent flying backward nearly 2 meters by Lai Dan's punch, landing with a resounding thud. "Are you out of your mind, Lai Dan?" Dao Kong, having finally regained his footing, directed a flurry of words at Lai Dan. However, before he could finish his sentence, all the monks in the temple had rushed forward, standing resolutely beside Lai Dan, their expressions protective. With a sigh, Dao Kong chose not to say more. As a disciple of the Shaolin Temple, he could sense that although Lai Dan's punch had been impressive, it had been executed with at least 90% of its strength curtailed. Dao Kong cast his gaze forward, walking silently towards Lin Yan. He feigned another attempt to kneel, only to be swiftly supported by Lin Yan. Undeterred, Dao Kong maintained a tone of respectful earnestness. "Boss Lin, please accept me as your disciple." "Huh? Oh no, I misspoke. Boss Lin, please take me as your student." Gazing at the rather peculiar monk before him, Lin Yan let out a sigh. Under the watchful eyes of the monks at Liang Temple, he turned and strode directly into the kitchen, from which a somewhat muffled voice emerged. "Come in." Originally on the verge of losing hope, Dao Kong's eyes suddenly sparkled upon hearing Lin Yan's words. Just as he was about to rise, Lin Yan leaned out again, his gaze falling upon the reluctant Lai Dan, whom he beckoned with a wave. "Lai Dan, you should join us as well." The expression on Lai Dan's face instantly transformed into one of sheer joy as he hurriedly dashed to Dao Kong's side. Grinning from ear to ear, Lin benefactor, you still like me? Dao Kong cast a disapproving glance at the foolishly grinning giant beside him, curling his lips in disdain as he placed a hand on his still aching chest. Simpleton. In the kitchen, Lin Yin had already taken his position at the stove. Unlike the midday scene filled with ingredients, the countertop now bore only a jar of rice from Liang Temple. Lin benefactor. Lai Dan scratched his head in confusion as he looked at the utensils before him. What are we supposed to do? Dao Kong remained silent, his eyes still brimming with fervor and reverence. In the presence of this man, who appeared relatively young, Dao Kong felt as though he were gazing up at a sky he could never hope to reach, powerful and enigmatic. You may wish to learn from me, and I shall teach you, but do not kneel. Lin Yan's tone was sharp. Lai Dan and Dao Kong exchanged surprised glances. They had witnessed Lin Yan's gentle demeanor with patrons over the past few days, but this commanding presence was a novel experience for them. Understood, Master, Dao Kong replied, and Lin Yan no longer resisted the title, although he still felt a bit uneasy. He pretended not to hear it and continued with his discourse. I have only 2 days left here. How much you learn depends entirely on your own efforts. Without waiting for their response, Lin Yan crouched down before them. The flames of the burning firewood were merely a few dozen centimeters from his face. Although the flames were not particularly fierce, the intense heat was palpable. Though both of you possess some foundation, it is still insufficient. Lin Yan's voice was calm yet filled with undeniable authority. Let us begin with how to control the temperature of the firewood to enhance the rice's texture. By the time Lin Yan returned home, he felt utterly exhausted, as if his entire body were on the verge of collapse, even though he verbally advocated for self-study. When confronted with the culinary arts, Lin Yan invariably displayed an unparalleled focus and unwavering dedication. This rendered his teaching session tonight exceedingly taxing on both his physical stamina and mental fortitude. Sighing deeply, Lin Yan collapsed onto his plush bed, exhaling a breath of relief, feeling an overwhelming desire to remain motionless and indulge in a restful slumber. Unbeknownst to him, his eyelids grew heavy, and before he had even disrobed, he succumbed to a profound sleep. Meanwhile, within the confines of Liang Temple, a tumultuous dispute erupted in the kitchen, filling the air with an intoxicating aroma of rice. The monk Hanzhan rubbed his drowsy eyes and cautiously approached the kitchen door, intending to knock and restore some semblance of quietude. However, he soon realized that even the sound of his own knocking was drowned out by the fervent arguments within. You are mistaken, Lin Shi. The master instructed us to do it this way first. You've got the steps wrong, you fool. And from now on, do not refer to him as Lin Shi. He is our master. Oh, I understand now. Chapter 145. A hands-on demonstration, mapo tofu and vegetarian meat rice. Master. Good morning, Master. The next morning, at the entrance of Liang Temple, Lian Dan and Dao Kong had been waiting eagerly. It was now 10 o'clock, and they finally awaited Lin Yan's arrival. As Lin Yan slowly opened the car door and stepped out, he found himself awkwardly gazing at the 2 earnest monks standing before him. Sensing an inexplicable oddity in the air, he couldn't quite articulate why he felt this way and inwardly regretted agreeing to take these 2 monks as his disciples the previous day. Just as Lin Yan raised a hand to his forehead in contemplation, Lian Dan and Dao Kong approached him. One supported Lin Yan's arm while the other opened the passenger door, assisting him in unloading the day's ingredients. Master, are these the ingredients we will be using today? Lian Dan, who was somewhat inarticulate, focused solely on transporting the items. It was Dao Kong, who was still supporting Lin Yan, that inquired with a face full of concern. Master, are you feeling unwell? Lin Yan shook his hand, brushing Dao Kong away with an awkward smile. You can just call me Lin Shiju from now on. Please refrain from calling me Master. After a moment of surprise, Dao Kong and Lian Dan exchanged glances. Their expressions tinged with reluctance, yet they ultimately acquiesced to Lin Yan's wishes and nodded in unison. Understood, Master. All right, Shiju. Lin Yan sighed once more. And with the brief interlude concluded, the trio swiftly returned to the kitchen of Liang Temple. Due to the need for a detailed demonstration today, Lin Yan had come 2 hours early, successfully evading the frenzied pursuit of the diners. As Lin Yan entered, he was immediately enveloped by the rich aroma of firewood. Turning incredulously to the 2 obedient monks beside him, he asked, "What is going on? Did you keep the fire burning all night?" After exchanging glances, Lian Dan and Dao Kong nodded obediently, admitting, "Master, we were afraid of slowing down your teaching progress." This statement left Lin Yan momentarily speechless, unsure whether to commend or scold them. Ultimately, he opted for a relaxed demeanor. Indeed, whether conversing with patrons or engaging with his newly appointed disciples, it was undeniably a strenuous social endeavor. Sighing softly to himself, Lin Yin approached the neatly arranged box of ingredients prepared that morning, methodically extracting the items needed for the day's culinary endeavor. Lian Dan and Dao Kong, having heard Lin Yan's audible sigh, exchanged concerned glances. The expressions of trepidation instantly manifested on the faces of the two individuals, fearing that Lin Yin might be dissatisfied with their performance. At that moment, when they observed Lin Yin silently preparing the ingredients without uttering a word, they stood transfixed, hesitant to utter even a single phrase. They merely watched in silence, keenly observing every movement of Lin Yan's hands. Before long, Lin Yin had gathered all the ingredients required for the day's meal, arranging them conveniently within his reach. Faced with the array of ingredients before him, Lin Yin had internalized every aspect, possessing an intimate familiarity with the quality, preparation, and purpose of each component, a knowledge etched into his very soul as if it were muscle memory. Indeed, even if a sudden calamity were to erase his memories, he would undoubtedly retain his culinary prowess. Contentment washed over Lin Yin as he surveyed the splendid assortment of ingredients on the table, feeling a sense of ease. Truly, they were far more appealing than his two less experienced apprentices. As he turned around, he discovered Dao Kong and Lai Dan standing at the kitchen entrance, seemingly avoiding him, casting glances filled with a hint of grievance. In that moment, Lin Yin felt he would never forget the sight, a muscular man with long hair alongside a monk dressed in robes, whose ordinary appearance was imbued with an aura of vitality. The two exchanged looks of innocent discontent, as if they were on the verge of pouting. "Damn it," Lin Yin muttered under his breath. "What do you expect to see from so far away?" Upon hearing Lin Yan's mildly irritated remarks, the two monks, still in a state of apprehension, finally snapped back to reality and hurried towards him. The kitchen was not particularly spacious. The presence of 3 individuals at the stove was just enough, not too sparse, yet not overly crowded, allowing Lin Yin to fully showcase his culinary skills. After meticulously reviewing the ingredients once more, Lin Yin finally spoke with a sense of tranquility. "Today, we shall prepare mapo tofu with a vegetarian meat sauce over rice." At his words, a flicker of joy crossed the faces of the two monks. It was worth noting that one had taken up the monastic path midway through life, while the other had been raised in the Shaolin Temple, both of whom held their own reverence for meat. Although the vegetarian meat Lin Yin spoke of was still plant-based, they believed that, thanks to Lin Yan's culinary artistry, they would finally experience the flavors they had long yearned for. After introducing the ingredients on the table, Lin Yin immediately set about his work. He cut the firm tofu into cubes and blanched them, adding salt and rice vinegar, then dunking them in ice water to enhance their texture. The soy protein was rehydrated with black tea. In his leisure time, Lin Yin meticulously crafted his unique chili powder using a mysterious blend of Erjingxiao and Chaotian peppers. After finally chopping the Pixian de Banjiang, he sauteed at it over low heat until it released a rich, red oil, then incorporated freshly ground Sichuan peppercorn powder and his homemade chili flakes. Although this was merely a preparatory step, each of Lin Yan's movements exuded an enchanting grace and aesthetic beauty, captivating the attention of both Lai Dan and Dao Kong, who found themselves entirely absorbed in his actions. They even forgot to blink until their eyes grew uncomfortably dry, prompting them to blink vigorously. Yet they remained apprehensive about missing even the slightest detail. With a slight exhalation, Lin Yin concluded all the preparatory tasks and turned to face the two, still in a daze, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As one of the paramount chefs on this planet, Lin Yin, though usually reserved, could not entirely suppress a hint of pride within. Still dazed, his feigned authoritative tone jolted the pair from their reverie. Though the moment was brief, both had some innate talent for culinary arts. Sharing a glance that conveyed mutual understanding and joy, each had gleaned something valuable. Lin Yin, noticing the delight on their faces, strove to suppress his own urge to smile. He understood that to truly impart knowledge to them, he needed to slow down his cooking pace and, at times, subtly guide their attention to crucial steps and details. Cooking is not inherently difficult. The challenge lies in creating truly delectable dishes. The essence of deliciousness resides in those captivating yet easily overlooked details. "I'm about to start cooking," Lin Yin announced, and after squeezing the moisture from the plant-based meat, he shredded it with force and tossed it into the pan to begin saut ing. Chapter 146. The delight of vegetarian meat. Vegetarian meat is truly remarkable. Who says it does not qualify as meat? Spicy, numbing, fresh, and fragrant, These were the only words that occupied the minds of Lai Dan and Dao Kong as they observed Lin Yin preparing the risotto. Beyond these descriptors, their thoughts were rendered blank. It was not that they were reluctant to contemplate other matters. Rather, Lin Yan's culinary skills and the artistry of his dishes were so mesmerizing that anyone with an appreciation for gastronomy would be instantly captivated upon merely glimpsing his exquisite techniques. Dao Kong felt utterly entranced by Lin Yan's prowess. Although he had never questioned Lin Yan's abilities nor entertained the notion that he could surpass him in culinary arts, he now recognized that his previous assessments of Lin Yan's talents had been woefully inadequate. His perspective had proven to be all too superficial. Lai Dan was devoid of any thoughts. He watched Lin Yin, diligently mastering the art of thickening the sauce, transforming such a seemingly simple task into an epitome of elegance. Lai Dan could sense that Lin Yin radiated an alluring brilliance, one that he both yearned for and found elusive. The two felt as though they had been transported to a Western paradise, where all their desires and aspirations lay tantalizingly within reach. At last, Lin Yin ceased his work. Due to the intermediate grinding of chili powder and other meticulous steps, this particular risotto was undoubtedly the most labor-intensive dish he had crafted that week. Yet, gazing upon the splendid risotto before him, Lin Yin felt a swell of genuine pride within his heart. Master! Master! Upon witnessing Lin Yin conclude his actions, Lai Dan and Dao Kong hurriedly approached, their clean towels at the ready, eager to assist him in wiping away sweat. Their movements were almost synchronous, though Lai Dan, due to his stutter, was slightly delayed in his speech. All right. Lin Yin chuckled at their eager attempts to attend to him, raising a hand to gently usher his overzealous disciples aside. He then turned to face the two monks, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. What do you think of today's risotto? In response to Lin Yan's inquiry, both Lai Dan and Dao Kong opened their mouths. Yet neither the eloquent Dao Kong nor the somewhat stuttering Lai Dan could muster even a single word of praise. Their minds were flooded with vivid memories of Lin Yan's every movement, expression, and the state of creation throughout the cooking process. They could only encapsulate their experience with two words: peak excellence. As connoisseurs in their own right, they were profoundly moved. The two individuals naturally comprehended the immense difficulty of maintaining one's peak condition throughout the entire production process. Yet, Lin Yin not only achieved this, but also appeared remarkably unfatigued after its conclusion, as if this endeavor were merely a fundamental skill to him. Unconsciously, they tightened their grip on the towel they had just used to wipe Lin Yan's sweat. The pristine towel bore not a single drop of his perspiration. All right, Lin Yin remarked, approaching Lai Dan and Dao Kong, patting them on the shoulder. If you can glean even the slightest hint of my culinary skills, it would be a gain. Though this statement might have sounded somewhat harsh from the perspectives of Dao Kong and Lai Dan, it conveyed no hint of mockery from Lin Yin. Instead, it resonated as encouragement. Indeed, if they could master even a fraction of Lin Yan's culinary prowess, they would undoubtedly be considered masters themselves. It's time to eat, Lin Yin declared, striding confidently towards the kitchen door. The clock struck 12 precisely. Upon opening the kitchen door, he was taken aback to find not the expected Godan and Hanshan monk, but rather the entire assembly of monks from Liang Temple standing at the entrance, seemingly having awaited his arrival for quite some time. Lin Benefactor, Amitabha. The abbot of Liang Temple stepped forward, his countenance betraying a hint of subtle embarrassment, yet he had deftly suppressed this emotion. Abbot, Lin Yin reciprocated with a respectful bow. The abbot nodded, a tremor underlying his otherwise calm tone. What have you prepared today, Lin Benefactor? I seem to detect a hint of meat. At the moment the words left his lips, Lin Yin could distinctly perceive the flicker of anticipation and longing igniting in the eyes of the monks behind the abbot, which had previously appeared somewhat dim. He scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed that Liang Temple, true to its original intent, still harbored a desire for meat. After regaining his composure, Lin Yin smiled politely. Abbot, you need not worry. Today I have prepared mapo tofu with vegetarian meat and rice, containing only plant-based ingredients. The abbot nodded, visibly relieved. Vegetarian meat is splendid. Splendid indeed. As it is not truly flesh, haha. Despite his words, even Lai Dan and Dao Kong, still present in the room, could not help but notice the abbot's fervent gaze sweeping eagerly across the interior. With the exquisite flavor of the vegetarian meals Lin Yin had prepared over the past 3 days serving as a prelude, coupled with today's allure of vegetarian meat, the monks almost spontaneously advanced to assist in transporting the large pot outside, without requiring Lai Dan to maintain order. Before the assembly of monks, Lin Yin slowly lifted the lid of the pot containing today's rice dish. The abbot's pupils dilated. a reflection mirrored in the eyes of all the monks at Liang Temple. Even the patrons anxiously awaiting at the temple's entrance ceased their activities, lifting their heads as if to pierce through the gaps of the grand doors. A palpable restlessness began to ripple among the diners. Despite being within the temple, the clear calls from outside resonated distinctly. "Boss Lin, open the door. I miss you, Boss Lin." "Oh, Boss Lin, if you continue to tease us like this, you shall regret it." In that fleeting moment, an exquisite symphony of aromas erupted from the rice bucket, akin to a crescendo in a grand orchestra. Red oil, Sichuan pepper, and vegetarian meat. The intoxicating fragrance, once inhaled, ensnared all who were present in an olfactory bombardment, a striking manifestation of violent aesthetics. The monks, closest to this fragrant explosion, stood stunned for several seconds before gradually approaching the queue to claim their portions of the savory rice dish. The abbot, cradling his bowl of rice, gazed into it, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the strip of vegetarian meat. Though merely a plant-based delicacy, who could assert that it lacked the essence of meat? Unable to contain himself any longer, the abbot surrendered to his cravings, casting aside all semblance of restraint and decorum. He eagerly scooped a generous helping of rice, mingled with the vegetarian meat, and took a hearty bite. Chapter 147. Why not Q? Is it a dislike for eating? In that fleeting moment, the abbot felt as though a colossal bomb had detonated within his mouth, causing even his taste buds to explode in ecstasy. Delicious. It was simply exquisite. The abbot tightly closed his eyes, savoring each morsel of rice, reluctant to swallow it down hastily, instead opting to relish the flavors longer. The tofu's exterior was slightly resilient while the interior was tender. With just the slightest bite, one could discern the top-tier flavors that had permeated through, not to mention the vegetarian meat that the abbot had longed for. Under Lin Yan's masterful stir-frying and meticulous preparation, it exuded a rich, smoky aroma. And with the vibrant red oil, the chewiness was palpable. As the first mouthful of rice was swallowed, the abbot found that the lingering fragrance within his mouth was a sensation that refused to dissipate. After a moment of stupor, he regained his senses and scooped another spoonful of rice into his mouth. By now, the rice had completely absorbed the glossy sauce. A bold wave of numbing spiciness surged upon his tongue, a taste so intense that it nearly struck his very being, prompting an involuntary, heartfelt roar within. Following closely was the rich fermentation of the broad bean paste and the tingling sensation of Sichuan pepper. Unbeknownst to him, the bowl that had once brimmed with rice was now empty. Even the last remnants of red oil had been savored. Even if it was merely the oil, it had surpassed nearly all the food he had previously tasted in his heart. The abbot, still yearning, gazed at the empty bowl in his hands, then turned to observe Lin Yan, who was now bustling about, attending to the diners. Without realizing it, he extended his tongue and licked his lips, disregarding all decorum. Bowing his head, he relished the aftertaste that lingered in his mouth. An inexplicable sense of loss washed over him, and in a tone barely audible to himself, he murmured, "If only I could have another bowl." As he spoke, a hint of sorrow emerged on his face, a sadness he hadn't even noticed himself. Just a single bowl of rice had stirred such profound emotions within him. It was worth noting that even during his first participation in the debate competition years ago, he had never experienced such a tumultuous wave of feelings. Just as the abbot was about to return to his quarters, he suddenly spotted a somewhat familiar silhouette among the queue of diners. Almost in disbelief, he stepped forward briskly, scrutinizing the two bald heads before him, one large and one small. After a considerable pause, he spoke with a quivering voice, uttering the names, Han Shan, Go Dan. At that moment, Go Dan stood before the monk Han Shan, eagerly awaiting Lin Yan, who was still some distance away. And as for Han Shan, he needed no introduction. The bowl of rice in his hand was not yet fully consumed, as he found himself in a peculiar state of simultaneously queuing and dining. It was only after the abbot called out to the two for the second time that Han Shan finally realized the situation, casting an awkward glance at the abbot, who appeared astonished beside him. At that moment, Han Shan was at a loss for words, unable to articulate his thoughts. He merely scratched his head and swallowed the rice he was savoring, asking, "What's the matter?" The abbot extended his hand, trembling slightly as he pointed at Hans Han and then at the little Go Dan, his face contorted in disbelief and anger, as if he felt betrayed. "How can you still be in line?" Before Hans Han could respond, little Go Dan raised her small head, her face reflecting confusion. "Grandpa Abbot, why can't we queue?" she asked innocently. As she spoke, she lifted her hands, indicating several spots in front and behind her in the line, her expression radiating childlike sincerity. "Look, everyone is queuing, aren't they?" The abbot stood in stunned silence for a while before slowly turning his head to observe the positions little Godin had pointed out. Indeed, he noticed that an unexpected number of bald heads had appeared in the line, all of them belonging to the monks of Liang Temple. Ha, the abbot chuckled, amused by his own foolishness. It seemed that Lin, the benefactor, had never stated that the monks of Liang Temple were prohibited from queuing. He opened his mouth to speak, yet no words emerged. He could only glare helplessly at little Godin, his stern gaze persisting until the line advanced significantly. Even then, the abbot could not conceive what he ought to say. Grandpa Abbot, little Godin observed his perplexed state and inquired, "Aren't you going to queue? If the line gets longer, we want to make it." After a brief pause, she added, "Do you not like the food that Benefactor Lin has prepared today?" The abbot was momentarily taken aback. Ultimately, he relinquished his intention to assert his authority and obediently took his place at the end of the queue. The subsequent diners, upon noticing the abbot of Liang Temple joining the line, were filled with surprise. "You are the abbot of Liang Temple. I saw you a couple of days ago." Indeed. Even esteemed monks could be completely captivated by the culinary delights of Benefactor Lin. "Mother, come quickly. We're queuing alongside a monk of high stature." Listening to the chatter of the diners around him, the abbot, usually eloquent, could only manage an awkward yet polite smile, mechanically nodding like a robot programmed to respond. Regardless of what those around him said, only those familiar with the abbot can discern the truth. The abbot, who appears to be smiling and nodding among the crowd, has, in reality, long since departed unceremoniously. At this moment, within the depths of the Shaolin Temple, in a secluded room not intended for visitors, the air is infused with the fragrance of sandalwood. Seated within are several senior monks of the temple. Sighing, the foremost monk, the abbot, is the first to speak. In recent days, the number of visitors to Liang Temple has nearly surpassed ours. Has Dao Kong not yet returned? Upon the conclusion of his words, the remaining monks begin to chatter among themselves. Not yet. Dao Kong must still be on his mission. I never anticipated it would take this long. It seems that the proprietor of Liang Temple, this Mr. Lin, is indeed a formidable character. As the monks engage in discussion, a voice, seemingly from nowhere, drifts into the air. Could it be that Dao Kong has been captivated by Mr. Lin, preventing his return? Instantly, an awkward silence envelopes the room. After a lengthy pause, the abbot's authoritative voice breaks the stillness. Who just spoke? How can one harbor such doubts about a fellow disciple? The monks exchange glances. Yet no one steps forward to claim the words, and they all lower their heads, avoiding the abbot's now fiery gaze. Enough, the abbot sighs after a while, displaying a hint of exasperation. Dao Yuan, go and ascertain the status of Dao Kong's mission, and uncover the true nature of this Mr. Lin. The sooner you learn, the sooner you may return. With that, a monk rises from the assembly, hands clasped together in prayer. Amitabha. Chapter 148. The young monk, can you endure this? 2 hours later, the sandalwood fragrance in the room had yet to dissipate, lingering gently in the air. The atmosphere enveloping the chamber resembled that of an ethereal paradise. However, the monk seated within had begun to exhibit signs of restlessness. Has Dao Yuan not returned yet? The abbot's voice, tinged with irritation, echoed through the air. No one dared to respond. Indeed, while gathering information may require some time, it had already been 2 hours since Dao Yuan departed from Shaolin Temple. Even if his inquiries had proven unsuccessful, he should have returned to report by now. Sighing, the abbot glanced around the room. He observed that all the monks, shrouded in the mist of sandalwood, had their heads bowed low, none daring to utter a word in reply, their expressions a mixture of helplessness and embarrassment. For reasons unknown, the abbot's mind wandered back to the earlier incident at Liang Temple, where the abbot had demanded an explanation after Dao Kong caused Lai Dan to shave his head. Although Liang Temple was not large, it seemed to possess a more familial warmth than Shaolin Temple. A flicker of envy appeared in his eyes. Yet within the dimly lit room, no monk noticed this subtle change in the abbot's gaze. The monks remained silent, seated without a word, each afraid to speak. Enough with the silence. Cease pretending to be mute, the abbot said, rising slowly. Even he, who had cultivated his composure over many years, found it increasingly intolerable to be surrounded by individuals who seemed to know nothing beyond reciting scriptures. Standing amidst the swirling sandalwood smoke, he slightly bowed his head. The monks around him continued to keep their gazes lowered, fearful that raising their heads would lead to eye contact with the abbot, each one remaining silent. The stillness was so profound that it felt as if the room contained only the abbot. I shall go myself. If I have not returned in 2 hours, you may set out to find me. Upon hearing his words, the monks finally lifted their heads, responding in unison. Yes, abbot. Understood. If you have not returned in 2 hours, we shall brave any peril to retrieve you from Liang Temple. The abbot regarded the fervent assembly of monks, whose words brimmed with righteousness, yet he remained silent, merely offering a faint smile before stepping out of the room. Although it was a Thursday, a regular workday, Shaolin Temple still welcomed numerous visitors. As they looked up, they beheld an elderly monk clad in a robe, gradually emerging from the inner sanctum, making his way directly toward the temple's main entrance. Is that the abbot of Shaolin Temple? Where is he headed? I have visited Shaolin Temple many times, but have never seen the abbot appear in such a place. Neither have I. This is indeed the first time I have encountered a living abbot so closely. The tourists around were abuzz with chatter, although their voices were far from muted. The abbot seemed oblivious, steadily making his way toward the entrance. The curious onlookers could not help but follow closely behind him. Upon exiting the gates of Shaolin Temple, the abbot slightly lifted his gaze to the secluded path leading to Liang Temple. The once inconspicuous trail now stood out prominently, primarily due to the long queue that had formed along it, capturing everyone's attention. This rare sight, never before witnessed, left the abbot momentarily stunned, and the tourists trailing behind him wore expressions of sheer astonishment. They began to whisper among themselves. I saw someone heading this way when I arrived. What is this queue for? Can we collect eggs inside? I suppose I must join in as well. While they conversed, they failed to notice that the abbot, clad in his resplendent, red-gold-bordered robe, had decisively stepped forward, placing himself at the end of the line without further ado. Standing behind him, with a disgruntled expression, was none other than He Junjin, who had been following Lin Yin for quite some time, accompanied by his increasingly impatient girlfriend from Chuan City. Darling, don't be upset. If we wait a little longer, we can enjoy it too, He Junjin reassured, oblivious to the monk who had appeared behind him. Just as his words lingered in the air, his girlfriend turned to face him, pinching his cheeks with both hands. Her irritation evident even as He Junjin felt a pang of pain, melting at her adorableness. My girlfriend is so cute. Just as He Junjin was lost in admiration for her charming features, the next moment, his girlfriend erupted with frustration. Did you sleep through the dragon's roar? How did we end up at the back of the line? He Junjin, aware of his fault, could muster no retort, allowing his girlfriend to tighten her grip until his cheeks flushed red. After a considerable moment, she finally released her hold, her gaze flickering with a hint of guilt as she regarded his slightly swollen face. Yet her tone remained sharp. Does your face still hurt? Hearing her words, He Junjin felt a surge of joy. Indeed, she was the one who cared for him most, even when he had erred. With this thought, a chuckle escaped him, only to be met with a jolt of pain as he inadvertently tugged at his cheek, grimacing in discomfort once more. His girlfriend, witnessing his comical expression, could not help but react. Unable to suppress a laugh, she gently reached out to caress He Junjin's cheek, her previously irate dialect shifting back to Mandarin. All right. Do pay attention to the time next time, otherwise, I might not wait for you. I understand, dear. Just as the two were engaged in their playful banter, an unfamiliar hand, unnoticed by He Junjin, had already settled upon his shoulder, giving it a gentle yet firm pat. Startled, He Junjin turned around abruptly, only to discover a venerable monk, clad in a resplendent red and gold robe, standing silently behind him. Huh, what? In that moment, He Junjin found himself at a loss for words, his mouth opening and closing without uttering a complete sentence. The abbot, observing the youthful couple before him, smiled gently and then brought his hands together in a gesture of reverence. Amitabha, my child, do you know where the path ahead leads? Chapter 149. Goodness, the old monk. He Junjin was momentarily taken aback. Staring at the abbot before him, he was clearly caught off guard, standing there in a daze, unsure of what to say. It felt as though he were encountering a living monk for the very first time. Goodness. His girlfriend, unable to endure He Junjin's foolish expression any longer, playfully slapped the back of his head. Turning to the abbot, she managed a smile that conveyed both apology and embarrassment. I'm sorry. My boyfriend isn't the sharpest tool in the shed. As she spoke, the girl pointed at He Junjin's head, her face filled with exasperation. Not a problem. The abbot replied with a gentle smile, gesturing towards the distant, indiscernible end of the line, reiterating his earlier inquiry. Only at that moment did He Junjin finally regain his senses, jolted back by the previous slap. Upon hearing the abbot's question, he answered without hesitation. Ahead of us is a small temple, known as Liang Temple. Seeing He Junjin lost in thought once more, the abbot's smile widened as he completed the name for him. He Junjin seemed to have an epiphany, nodding vigorously. Yes, it's Liang Temple. Suddenly, As if struck by curiosity, he turned to the abbot with a puzzled expression. But if you already know it's Liang Temple, why did you ask? With that, Junjin scrutinized the distinguished old monk before him, his tone laced with skepticism. You aren't a monk from Liang Temple, are you? The abbot shook his head, his serene smile unwavering. I am from Shaolin Temple. Junjin's mouth fell open, and after a moment of realization, he turned to his girlfriend, his face lighting up with excitement as if he had just uncovered a grand secret. Lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, he leaned towards her. No wonder, Boss Lin. Who would have thought even the monks from Shaolin come to queue for his meals? After uttering this, Junjin couldn't help but wear a proud grin. Darling, look how close Shaolin Temple is to Liang Temple. Since the monk arrived so late, it means I can't be that late either. His girlfriend remained silent, merely delivering a playful punch to Junjin, effectively silencing him for the moment. The abbot, listening to Junjin's words, narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing at the girl who was now looking at him with a face full of regret. He smiled. So, dear benefactors, is everyone queuing up to purchase the vegetarian meal prepared by that esteemed Boss Lin? The girl nodded, her embarrassment still lingering. Yes. After responding to the abbot's inquiry, a flicker of curious gossip crossed the girl's face as she slightly parted her crimson lips and cautiously inquired, So, master, you have also come to partake in Boss Lin's vegetarian meal? The abbot remained silent, merely lifting his gaze towards the direction in which the procession advanced. After a considerable pause, he subtly nodded, his expression remaining placid, concealing the thoughts that swirled within his mind. Time flowed steadily, and the line continued to progress, although many awaited their turn. The efficiency of the meal preparations by Lin Yin ensured that the service was significantly swifter than in previous weeks. Almost without delay, the abbot found himself at the entrance of Liang Temple. Yet, the tranquility he once exhibited had vanished, replaced by a restless inclination to glance ahead, mentally estimating how much longer the wait would be. The reason was simple. Patrons who had already received their meals kept rejoining the back of the line. The tantalizing aroma wafted around him, transforming into an irresistible enchantment that lingered in his nostrils, refusing to dissipate. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, the abbot turned to observe a diner behind him, who was simultaneously savoring their meal while waiting. Upon catching sight of the delectable, fragrant rice dish, the abbot began to understand why Dao Kong and Dao Yuan had yet to return to Shaolin Temple after such a lengthy absence. Indeed, as he stepped forward with the advancing line into Liang Temple, two familiar figures abruptly appeared in his line of sight, Dao Kong and Dao Yuan. At that moment, the pair seemed oblivious to the abbot's arrival, each relishing their own bowl of rice, their faces alight with delight and satisfaction. These two monks were akin to children whom the abbot had watched grow up within the walls of Shaolin Temple. For the first time in many years, he beheld such radiant smiles upon their faces. While the abbot pondered these thoughts, Dao Kong suddenly sensed a faint shift in the atmosphere around him. Though subtle, this change compelled him to instinctively raise his gaze. What's wrong, brother? Are we going to queue again after finishing this bowl? This is already our third, Dao Yuan remarked, noticing Dao Kong's abrupt movement, his expression laced with confusion. His mouth was still stuffed with rice, remnants of red oil smudged around his lips. Nothing. I just feel something is amiss, Dao Kong replied after a moment of contemplation. Come on, Dao Yuan laughed, playfully patting Dao Kong's shoulder with the hand that held his spoon, splattering red oil as he spoke. This is Liang Temple. What could possibly be wrong? Is it possible that the old-fashioned abbot would actually show up? For a long while, Dao Yuan awaited a response from Dao Kong, but none came. He suddenly became aware that the atmosphere around him had grown unexpectedly tense. Lifting his head, Dao Yuan hastily swallowed the mouthful of stew he had been chewing, following the solemn gaze of Dao Kong. In less than a second, Dao Yuan's eyes met a sea of indifferent stares. Goodness, the abbot. Dao Yuan quickly covered his mouth, disregarding the greasy residue that lingered on his lips. The abbot regarded Dao Yuan and Dao Kong with a smile, inquiring, Is it delicious? Neither Dao Yuan nor Dao Kong responded. They merely bowed their heads in silence. At that moment, both regretted having spoken those extra words earlier instead of savoring their meal. Now, in the presence of the abbot, they dared not continue their indulgence. Sighing, the abbot resumed his forward march, accompanied by the group. Dao Kong and Dao Yuan kept their heads bowed, bracing themselves for the abbot's reprimand. Having grown up in the Shaolin Temple, they understood that although the abbot was typically reticent, his words could wield considerable power when he chose to admonish. Even their articulate senior brother would find himself utterly speechless amidst the abbot's tempestuous lectures. However, an extended silence ensued, and the two awaited the abbot's next words, which never came. With unspoken agreement, they cautiously raised their heads to survey their surroundings, only to discover that the abbot had vanished from right before them. Upon closer inspection, Dao Kong and Dao Yuan were taken aback. They found that the abbot had, at some point, positioned himself before Lin Yan. Gazing eagerly at the bowl of stew in front of him, his tone had lost its usual severity. "Boss Lin, may I have a bowl?" Chapter 150. The little thief of Liang Temple dares to plot against the abbot. Dao Kong and Dao Yuan stood before the unfolding scene, feeling as though all their strength and means had evaporated, leaving them in a state of stunned immobility. They had even forgotten to consume the half-bowl of stew rice that remained in their hands. It was only when the abbot approached them, proudly carrying his own bowl of stew rice, that they finally regained their senses. An awkward smile crept onto their faces as they greeted him. "Ah, greetings, abbot. What brings you here?" The abbot glanced at the two monks before lowering his gaze to savor the aroma of the stew rice in his hands. When he looked up again, a hint of playful reproach colored his tone. "You too, with such delicious food, why didn't you come to share the news?" Dao Kong and Dao Yuan exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless by the stark contrast between the abbot before them and the one they had known at Shaolin Temple. The abbot, however, remained unconcerned, chuckling to himself. He then turned his attention to the visibly anxious Dao Kong. "Especially you, Dao Kong." Dao Kong blinked in surprise. "Ah, what is it, abbot?" Though the abbot feigned reproach, his tone lacked any trace of actual scolding. "Everyone in the temple has been saying that you've been completely won over by this boss Lin. I couldn't help but come to see for myself." As he spoke, the abbot seemed oblivious to the embarrassment that had crept onto Dao Kong's face. He chuckled again, reminiscing, "It has been ages since I've tasted such fragrant vegetarian rice." At that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation and joy, even finding the sight of the two monks before him much more agreeable than usual. With that, the abbot lowered his head, scooping up a spoonful of stew rice and bringing it to his mouth. Dao Kong and Dao Yuan watched nervously as he took his first bite. Despite their confidence in Lin Yan's culinary skills, they were acutely aware that this was the abbot who often chastised them. Naturally, anxiety filled their hearts, fearing that Lin Yan's cooking might not satisfy the abbot's discerning palate. However, reality soon proved their worries unfounded. As the abbot swallowed the first mouthful, he lifted his head with a look of profound satisfaction, the wrinkles on his face seeming to smoothen. His once murky and dull eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance. "Is it delicious?" Dao Kong, unable to contain his curiosity and intrigue, cautiously asked, already knowing the answer. The abbot, now seemingly unbothered by Dao Kong's prying, responded with fervor and enthusiasm. "Delicious. Truly delicious." After declaring this, the abbot resumed his meal, diving into a frenzied enjoyment of the food before him. As he ate, even he felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment and delight. Although he had mentally prepared himself for the exquisite taste of the risotto before receiving the bowl, upon finally grasping it and inhaling its intoxicating aroma, the abbot realized his anticipation had been gravely misplaced. The dish, which appeared utterly captivating and tantalizing, was far more complex than it seemed. An unparalleled delight, an extraordinary texture, each mouthful evoked memories of his youth before taking vows, a time tinged with bittersweet nostalgia. As he savored the dish, the abbot instinctively closed his eyes, the scorching, succulent essence of the tofu enveloping his palate, while the spicy flavors ignited his taste buds. The crispy, charred vegetarian meat teased his senses with a texture reminiscent of real meat. After indulging in this remarkable risotto, he felt as if he could soar through the skies alongside the rising steam. Once he had finished his bowl, he finally lifted his gaze to his companions, Dao Kong and Dao Yuan, who were staring at him in astonishment. Rather than feeling irritated, he simply smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to eat?" With that, he reached out to snatch the remaining half bowl of risotto from their hands, only to be deftly evaded by them. "Abbot, if you wish to eat more, we can queue together," they suggested. He nodded, regretting not having followed the example of the other diners who had eaten while waiting in line, wasting precious time in the process. Without a moment's hesitation, and under the astonished gazes of Dao Kong and Dao Yuan, the abbot resolutely made his way to the end of the line. The two were left in a daze for a while, until Dao Yuan slowly regained his composure. Turning to the still surprised Dao Kong, he patted his shoulder and remarked, "Is it just me, or has this old monk truly become addicted to eating?" Dao Kong, still in disbelief, nodded slowly, finally uttering a resigned, "Indeed, no one can resist the abbot's cooking." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the three resembled three unkempt ascetics huddled in a corner of Liang Temple, savoring their risotto. This marked the fifth bowl for Dao Kong and Dao Yuan, and the third for the abbot. They could all feel their stomachs nearing the brink of bursting, the grains of risotto almost reaching their throats. Yet, the dish was simply too delightful to resist. As they continued to eat, they squatted up and down, attempting to hasten their digestion through movement. But it was evident that their efforts were in vain. Ultimately, the trio surrendered, an elder and two youths, lying on the ground of Liang Temple, each carefully placing their nearly finished bowls of rice beside them. Lin Yin and the monks of Liang Temple couldn't help but smile with a hint of pride upon witnessing this scene. Although they too were on the verge of being unable to move from their fullness, everyone could proudly declare, "This is Liang Temple." Just as Lin Yin began to tidy up his makeshift stall, the temple gates were suddenly kicked open with great force. All the patrons still within Liang Temple, along with the monks, instinctively lifted their heads, gazing curiously at the entrance. Even the three Shaolin monks lying on the ground were involuntarily drawn to the sound. Straining to turn their heads, at the entrance stood a large group of individuals, all with shaved heads. The leader, holding a long staff, bore an expression of grave solemnity. While everyone stared at this bewildering assembly, the monk at the forefront, upon turning his head, immediately spotted the three monks lying on the ground. The look of solemnity on his face swiftly transformed into one of fury as he charged forward, nearly shouting, "Liang Temple rascals! Dare you to ambush our Shaolin disciples and abbot?" Chapter 151. I remember you. You were the one I subdued before. Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback. Even with 5 years of impeccable fitness experience, he found himself frozen in place when confronted by the imposing swing of the staff. For a fleeting moment, his mind went blank. After all, it was his first encounter with someone possessing genuine martial prowess in a civilized society. No. Wait, senior brother. Aren't we friends? Has this monk lost his mind? Protect Boss Lin. At the instant the staff was swung, everyone present froze, their eyes drawn to the monk charging towards Lin Yin, collectively gasping in shock. Even Dao Kong and Dao Yuan involuntarily extended their hands, attempting to halt the impending strike. Yet, their distance rendered their efforts futile. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, just as the staff was about to land on the small table in front of Lin Yin, a large hand suddenly reached out, moving with such swiftness that the assailant had yet to react. Huh? Only when the monk realized that his staff could advance no further did he come to his senses. Looking down at the long staff firmly grasped in another's hand. With disbelief, he lifted his gaze, only to find a figure with flowing hair standing before him, facing away, yet firmly halting his powerful strike with a steady grip. You are. The monk recognized the distinctive figure before him, momentarily stunned, his hands trembling slightly around the staff. Lin Dan paid him no mind, instead focusing on the still-dazed Lin Yin, his voice imbued with concern. Master, are you all right? Lin Yin regained his composure, staring at Lin Dan, who no longer stuttered and waved his hands repeatedly. I'm fine. I'm fine. Beside him, Go Dan climbed onto a small stool, leaning in to whisper in Lin Yan's ear. I heard Master say that Lin Dan doesn't stutter when he speaks during a fight. Lin Yan nodded, only to realize that Lin Dan had turned to face the group of bald men led by the monk with the long staff. Dalong? I remember you. You were the one I subdued during the martial arts tournament. Lin Dan grinned at the monk still holding the staff. However, this smile appeared devilish to Dao Long. Even during the previous martial arts tournament, Dao Long had never witnessed such a smile on Lin Dan's face. And now seeing it sent chills down his spine, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his pores standing on end. The pinnacle of martial prowess within this Liang Temple, an entity that even they, the Shaolin monks, could only aspire to, seemed genuinely angered. Subsequently, under Dao Long's fearful gaze, Lai Dan merely exerted a slight force, and in an instant, the muscles in his forearm surged dramatically. Dao Long felt a sharp pain in his thumb. And when he looked down, he discovered that the long staff in his hand had somehow appeared in Li Dan's grasp. It felt weightless and trivial. Lai Dan gave the staff a couple of casual shakes and curled his lips in disdain. With his veins bulging, a crisp crack resonated through the air as the staff, nearly as thick as a wrist, was effortlessly snapped in two by Lai Dan. Wow, that's impressive, exclaimed Dao Kong and Dao Yuan, who had risen from their previous position, unable to contain their astonishment at Li Dan's display. Just as their words left their lips, both of their bald heads received a sharp thump. It was the Shaolin Temple's abbot, who had returned to his earlier demeanor of solemnity and authority. His voice was calm, yet one could sense the suppressed anger beneath. You too will face penalties for copying texts. After uttering these words, the abbot paid no further heed to their reactions and directly approached Lai Dan, raising his tone slightly. Lai Dan, today, the fault lies with our Shaolin Temple, and I apologize. You, before he could finish, the abbot felt a blur before his eyes. In a mere heartbeat, Lai Dan, who had been about a meter away from Dao Long, propelled himself forward with a forceful push of his feet. Even the seasoned warrior monk was caught off guard. In an instant, Lai Dan was before Dao Long. "Wait, you," Dao Long stammered, his heart racing at the sight of the long-haired figure suddenly closing in on him. Fear gripped him, and he instinctively waved his hands, stumbling backward. Lai Dan paid no attention to his pleas. With a muffled grunt, Dao Long was sent hurtling backward. Fortunate enough that a group of monks from the Shaolin Temple were there to catch him, preventing further injury. Who else? Lai Dan glared at the monks around him, all of whom wore expressions of anger yet hesitated to advance. His face bore a look of disdain. "Enough, Lai Dan," a calm voice interjected. Lai Dan paused. And before the eyes of the gathered crowd, this formidable long-haired monk reverted to his previous unassuming demeanor. "I understand, Master," he murmured, taking a few steps back. The speaker stepped forward, taking the place where Lai Dan had stood, revealing the serene face of the monk Han. His eyelids lifted slightly as he regarded Dao Long, who was still being supported and groaning. With a scoff, he remarked, "If your Shaolin Temple intends to exploit its numbers to bully the few, then I, Han, am not without my own skill in the sword." Upon hearing this, Lin Yin was taken aback, lowering his head to lean closer to Xiao Dan's ear, whispering, "Does your master also know how to wield a sword?" Dan shook his head, wearing a serious expression. What a pretense. Just like that. The standoff between the two parties had not lasted long before the monks from Shaolin Temple were the first to sense something amiss. Previously, they had observed Dao Kong and the other two lying motionless on the ground. How is it that they were now lively and mingling within their ranks? Everyone. There seems to be a misunderstanding. Indeed, the food from Boss Lin is exceedingly delicious. All of you are welcome to try it tomorrow. Dao Kong and Dao Yuan glanced at the tense atmosphere between the two sides and could not help but offer their remaining half-bowl of braised rice to the monks of Shaolin Temple for a taste. It must be said, this gesture was truly commendable. The monks from Shaolin Temple, upon witnessing this, were momentarily dazzled. They praised the high emotional intelligence displayed by the two as they pretended to sample the now somewhat cold leftovers. The next moment, goodness. No, it is genuinely delicious. The monks widened their eyes in astonishment, gazing at Dao Kong and Dao Yuan, who still held their bowls. Their expressions filled with disbelief and indignation. Had you mentioned that the food was truly delightful, why would we have come to attack Liang Temple? The most helpless of all was, of course, Dao Long. After understanding the entire situation, he managed a faint, resigned smile, breaking free from the monk who had supported him. He extended his finger toward Dao Kong and Dao Yuan, opening his mouth as if to speak. Yet, after a long pause, Dao Long ultimately said nothing. His body swayed slightly before he fainted entirely. Chapter 152. The Final Day, a Grand Feast of Vegetarian Delights. Today, Lin Yin departed amidst a chorus of jubilant cheers. Upon uncovering the truth of the events that transpired and savoring the exquisite flavors of the rice dish expertly crafted by Lin Yin. Even the remnants of the once chilled dish in Dao Kong's hands were sufficient to evoke a remarkable fondness for Lin Yin among the monks of Shaolin Temple. "Master Lin, you must return tomorrow. We shall all be waiting for you." The monks of Shaolin, watching Lin Yan's Bugatti roar away in a flash, were filled with a poignant sense of longing, their hands reluctantly raised in farewell. "Enough," intoned the abbot, his voice resonating through the air, prompting the monks to turn away, their glances lingering with reluctance. This was indeed a rare moment in history, where the Liang Temple and Shaolin Temple met in such harmonious accord. The previously tense atmosphere had dissipated, giving rise to newfound friendships among the monks of both temples. It dawned upon the Shaolin monks that within this once despised small temple resided many formidable talents. "Bro, how did you achieve such speed? That punch was incredible. Could you demonstrate it once more?" Young and spirited, the martial monks of Shaolin had encircled the fiery Dan, whose long hair had transformed in their eyes from a sign of eccentricity to a unique charm. The seed of desire to grow their hair began to blossom in some of their hearts. Amidst the throng, the fiery Dan stood awkwardly, his previous fierce demeanor dissipated, replaced by an air of embarrassment. He scratched his forehead and fidgeted with his nose, stammering in no. "It's nothing special, just practice. That's all." Despite his halting speech, the Shaolin monks regarded him with unwavering patience, their gazes imbued with admiration rather than impatience. From the moment he revealed his prowess, all the traits that had previously drawn criticism had transformed into a distinctive allure in their eyes. After engaging in pleasantries for a while, as night fell, everyone returned to their respective abodes. The grounds of Liang Temple were left with only the abbot of Shaolin, Dao Kong, and a few others. "Abbot." Dao Kong finally turned to him, his voice tinged with hesitation as he sensed the absence of others. "Enough, The abbot, as if anticipating Dao Kong's words, chuckled heartily and affectionately ruffled Dao Kong's hair, his eyes gleaming with pride. Dao Kong, you have grown considerably. Dao Kong lowered his head slightly, remaining silent. The abbot remained silent, merely continuing to stroke Dao Kong's head. Speak. What troubles you? After a moment of hesitation, Dao Kong finally mustered the courage to respond. Abbot, I have taken Lin as my master. Upon uttering these words, Dao Kong lowered his head even further. Convinced that the traditionally stern abbot would erupt in fury upon learning of his allegiance to a monk from another temple. However, to his surprise, after a prolonged silence, he felt no indication of distress. Tentatively, he lifted his gaze, only to find the abbot's face adorned with a gentle smile, devoid of the anger he had anticipated. Abbot? Dao Kong ventured softly. Yet, unexpectedly, the abbot simply smiled appreciatively and spoke in a calm yet firm tone. What is there to be concerned about? I have heard that Master Lin changes his market location weekly. If you truly learn something, even if he departs, we will still have you in our temple. As he spoke, the abbot extended his hand, giving Dao Kong's shoulder a brotherly pat. Study well. We are counting on you for a good meal. Dao Kong remained silent, though he felt an inexplicable itch in his eyes, as if sand had found its way in, prompting a desire to weep. Upon returning home, despite having worked nearly the entire day, longer than any previous market stint, Lin Yin felt hardly fatigued. In fact, having just witnessed a monumental reconciliation, his spirits were still elevated. Fueled by this robust energy, Lin Yin approached the kitchen door, which was typically closed, and gently pushed it open. The ingredients within came into view. What? Lin Yin was taken aback. The ingredients before him bore a resemblance to those from before, yet were simultaneously entirely different. If the previous quantities could be likened to mere hills, then now they loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain range, stretching endlessly. Is there truly this much, system? Lin Yin questioned in despair. His legs, once brimming with vigor, now felt utterly weakened. After taking a deep breath, he gingerly stepped into the kitchen, where even moving his feet became a challenge amidst the abundance of ingredients. As he surveyed the assortment before him, memories of the dishes he had prepared that week flooded his mind. Monday's mushroom monk rice, Tuesday's curry coconut brown rice, Wednesday's taro and chestnut coconut rice, and today's mapo tofu with vegetarian meat over rice. System, must I replicate all of these tomorrow? Lin Yin lamented internally. The system's voice responded coldly. Lin Yin found himself at a loss for words, silently gazing at the ingredients before him, which seemed to require the strength of several individuals to lift. He fell into a contemplative silence, suddenly reminiscing about Lian Dan, who would actively assist him in transporting the ingredients. Chapter 153. You truly are a genius. On a Friday morning, two figures, one large and one small, stood at the entrance of Liang Temple. They were Go Dan and Lai Dan, senior brother. Why are we waiting for Lin so early today? Go Dan rubbed his still drowsy eyes. Normally, at this hour, even though he had been roused from slumber by Han Shan, he would typically find a cozy corner to secretly doze off. Today, however, he had been summoned by Lai Dan to wait for Lin Yin. Although the young monk harbored no ill feelings, a flicker of confusion lingered in his heart. You don't know, do you? Lai Dan lowered his head and flashed a guileless smile at Go Dan, speaking earnestly. It is said that our master changes locations every week, and today is the last day. As he spoke, Lai Dan smiled at Go Dan, though his words were somewhat halting. It did not imply a lack of understanding regarding the matter at hand. Self-proclaimed as the eldest disciple, Lai Dan was quite clear about Lin Yan's little tidbits of information. Go Dan gazed at his older brother, who was still grinning foolishly, for a moment before opening his mouth to say something, only to fall silent again. Internally, he could not help but think, please don't let my senior brother play the fool. It's far too convincing. Just as the two believed that the ensuing wait would be dreadfully mundane, Go Dan even managed to produce an old-looking set of Ludo from somewhere. They were about to commence an exciting game when a series of puffing sounds emerged from the path before them. Both Lai Dan and Go Dan raised their heads in confusion. Before long, a familiar silhouette appeared in their line of sight, though today this figure seemed somewhat out of sorts. Lin, Master, the two exclaimed in unison, rising to their feet as they stared at Lin Yin, who was making his way toward them, looking rather travel-worn. Lin, where is your grand vehicle? Go Dan inquired, glancing at Lin Yan's face, which appeared somewhat weathered, and then at the electric tricycle he was riding, which was making a whirring noise. His mind was suddenly filled with enormous question marks. Lai Dan, though silent, wore an expression of perplexity as he looked at Lin Yin. Ah, you mean this? Lin Yin chuckled, pointing to the electric tricycle beneath him. He bore no trace of the hardship the two had anticipated. Instead, his face was adorned with a relaxed smile. I can't fit too many ingredients in my car. With that, Lin Yin twisted the throttle, and the tricycle emitted a low electric hum as it headed toward Liang Temple. As Lin Yin rode the electric tricycle, he savored the refreshing breeze that caressed his face, filling him with a profound sense of comfort. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude for the selfless dedication of the heavenly guardians, who had provided him with this tricycle, seemingly unearthed from some hidden corner, and remarkably fully charged. Under the astonished gazes of Lai Dan and Go Dan, Lin Yin turned back with a smile. You know, this vehicle is far more exhilarating than a sports car. As the tricycle came to a halt at the entrance of Liang Temple, Lai Dan and Go Dan finally noticed the astonishing number of ingredient boxes stacked in the cargo area, 4 times more than usual. Upon witnessing the sheer quantity of provisions, they comprehended why Lin Yin had opted not to drive his sports car today. Enough staring, Lin Yin instructed as he disembarked and approached Lai Dan. He placed a hand on Lai Dan's robust arm, nodding in satisfaction, truly a testament to the prowess of his short-term apprentice. Master. Upon feeling Lin Yan's touch, Lai Dan was suddenly overwhelmed with goosebumps, instinctively taking a step back, his eyes reflecting an unexpected shyness. I told you to stop looking. Lin Yin observed Lai Dan, who resembled a startled bird, and couldn't help but smirk at the situation. Come over and help me carry the ingredients to the kitchen. It was at this moment that Lai Dan realized he had misinterpreted Lin Yan's intentions, a faint blush rising on his usually expressionless face. Time flowed steadily. As Lin Yin and Lai Dan placed the final box of ingredients in the kitchen, they exchanged a smile, filled with contentment. This was the only thought that occupied Lin Yan's mind at that moment. Despite having Lai Dan's assistance today at Liang Temple, Lin Yin had personally loaded each item onto the tricycle before leaving home. No one, perhaps, understood their weight better than he did. Gazing at Lai Dan, who, despite sweating profusely, wore a sincere smile, Lin Yin found himself feeling a flicker of admiration. Aside from his undeniably strong physique and flowing hair, it seemed that, as little Go Dan had previously remarked, Lai Dan was indeed the monk most likely to achieve enlightenment within Liang Temple. All right. Lin Yin recalled his wandering thoughts and focused his gaze, a smile gracing his lips. I am ready to begin. You can just watch, Lai Dan. How much you learn depends on you. With that, Lin Yin adeptly crouched down, preparing to ignite the firewood. Yet unexpectedly, a figure suddenly appeared before him. With the same adeptness, it lowered itself, revealing itself to be Lai Dan. To Lin Yin's astonishment, in barely any time at all, Lai Dan had skillfully managed to regulate the firewood to an optimal temperature, perfectly aligning with Lin Yin's culinary rhythm. How did you know? Lin Yin gazed at Lai Dan, who appeared somewhat disheveled from tending to the fire, his eyes filled with astonishment. Although he too could control the fire to such an extent, perhaps even better and with greater ease, there was an undeniable factor at play. He had a system. Conversely, Lai Dan had none. He had only received guidance from Lin Yin a mere day prior. Had he truly achieved this level of proficiency in such a brief span? Lai Dan, you rascal. Lin Yin's gaze was entirely imbued with wonder, halting his preparations as he fixated on Lai Dan, as if gazing upon a rare prodigy. He not really, Lai Dan, sensing his master's fervent gaze, bashfully scratched his head and lowered it slightly, though the corners of his mouth betrayed his excitement, curving upward like an unstoppable force. I haven't slept for 2 nights, though he had yet to complete his sentence. Lin Yin grasped the essence of what Lai Dan was attempting to convey. Hard work can indeed make up for a lack of talent. Moreover, Lai Dan was far from inept. He was a genius, a singular marvel of intellect. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yin's eyes shone brightly as he regarded Lai Dan. Lai Dan, would you be willing to join me in setting up a stall in the future? Chapter 154, Master, for this is my home. Upon hearing Lin Yin's words, Lai Dan was momentarily taken aback. He slowly lifted his bowed head, his gaze meeting Lin Yin's with an unprecedented seriousness. Master, do you truly mean it? Lin Yin, observing Lai Dan's earnest expression, solemnly nodded in affirmation. This time, although he had accepted not only Lai Dan, but also Dao Kong from the Shaolin Temple as his temporary disciples, if he were to choose between the two, he would unhesitatingly select Lai Dan. The reasons were manifold. It was not solely due to Lai Dan's considerable strength and remarkable talent, which allowed him to keep pace with Lin Yin and assist in transporting ingredients. Most importantly, it was the unwavering clarity in Lai Dan's eyes and the sincerity of his heart. Only such individuals could achieve commendable results in their learning endeavors. Thus, Lin Yin regarded Lai Dan without haste, given that he needed to prepare 4 distinct types of vegetarian dishes today. He had arrived at Liang Temple several hours earlier than usual. The sun outside had only recently begun its ascent. After a while, Liden blinked, a trace of inexplicable guilt flickering across his previously serious countenance. "I'm sorry, master." Lin Yin was taken aback. While he had anticipated the rejection, hearing Lai Dan articulate those words still stirred a sense of melancholy within him. In that fleeting moment, he could not help but recall his own first rejection of the wealthy patron Yukunjin, pondering whether Yukunjin had felt a similar sorrow. Despite the subtle turmoil within, Lin Yin maintained a calm facade, wearing a serene smile as though everything were firmly within his grasp. Lai Dan. He reached out, gently stroking Lai Dan's long hair, for he had grown quite fond of this disciple over the past week. "Could you share with me your reasons?" Lai Dan scratched his head, hesitating for a moment before shyly responding. "This is my home." These mere 4 words struck Lin Yin like a thunderclap. "This is my home." Reflecting on this phrase, he experienced a profound shock that he had never encountered since acquiring his system. Unbeknownst to him, Lai Dan, standing before him, was also lost in reverie, conjuring images in his mind of the various figures he had encountered, be it the world-weary yet seemingly unreliable monk Han Shan, who represented Liang Temple, or the devoted disciple Go Dan who always trailed behind him, and even the stern abbot who was known for his strict teachings. Every monk's visage within the Liang Temple flickered through Leiden's mind like a film reel, albeit each frame was but a fleeting moment. Yet, when woven together, they formed an indelible tapestry of emotion in Leiden's heart. After a considerable pause, Leiden finally emerged from the reverie of his thoughts. The towering figure of a man, for reasons unknown, would invariably feel the sting of tears when reminiscing about these memories. He glanced at Lin Yin, who appeared momentarily dazed, and once again expressed his apologies. I'm sorry, master." Only then did Lin Yin snap back to reality. He regarded Leiden with a complex expression, feeling as if he stood diminutively before a giant. Noticing Lin Yin's silence, Leiden's demeanor shifted abruptly, tinged with guilt and reluctance. As he laid down the pristine towel he had prepared to wipe Lin Yin's sweat, he cautiously retreated towards the door. "Master," his voice was tentative, akin to that of a frightened kitten. "If you do not wish to teach me, I will leave." Just as Leiden's foot was poised at the threshold, mere moments away from exiting the kitchen, Lin Yan's voice resonated, calm yet assertive. Leiden raised an eyebrow, recognizing the familiar tone. "Who said I wouldn't teach you?" Observing the joy blossoming on Leiden's face, Lin Yan's lips curled into a slight smile, though he feigned annoyance. "If you don't follow me, you'll have only today to learn. There will be no further questioning. Pay attention and learn well." Leiden's elation was nearly overwhelming, threatening to erupt into a triumphant shout. Yet, he managed to temper his excitement, swiftly returning to Lin Yan's side in mere moments. He picked up the neatly folded towel from the table again, clutching it in his hands without uttering a word. He silently observed as Lin Yin initiated the process of heating oil, his gaze filled with earnestness, seemingly intent on etching every detail into his memory. Unbeknownst to the two in the kitchen, nearly all the monks of Liang Temple were gathered at the doorway, eavesdropping on their exchange. The emotions of the onlookers oscillated in tandem with the dialogue. When they heard Leiden refuse Lin Yin and prepare to leave the kitchen, a palpable gloom descended upon their faces. However, the moment Lin Yin's voice rang out once more, every monk outside sprang to life, their faces beaming with joy. Buoyed by Lin Yin's generosity and Leiden's unwavering dedication, as well as the sense of familial warmth that enveloped them all. Had it not been for the fear of being detected by the two within the kitchen, the monks of Liang Temple outside the door were nearly bursting with excitement, almost ready to let out their ecstatic screams. "What is happening?" At that moment, the tardy Dakong gazed at the group of silently dancing bald heads at the kitchen door, his face a canvas of bewilderment. Chapter 155, Sweeping Away Sorrow, Returning to Oneself. As Lin Yin busily tended to his 2 temporary apprentices in the kitchen, a vast crowd had gathered outside the Liang Temple. In that moment, no one lowered their gaze to check their phones or occupied themselves with trivial matters. Instead, they silently stared at the still-closed gates of the temple, their eyes reflecting a profound anticipation mingled with an inescapable sorrow. The throng was substantial, yet an eerie silence enveloped the scene. As no one dared to break the stillness with conversation, each person stood quietly, devoid of the desire to speak, creating an atmosphere that felt both solemn and uncanny. Finally, Wang Chong could no longer endure the oppressive silence. His restlessness was palpable. He reached out and gently tapped Yukunjin, who appeared lost in thought beside him. "You. What's wrong?" Wang Chong inquired, his voice breaking the stillness. Yukunjin turned slightly, the abruptness of Wang Chong's tone drawing the attention of countless patrons waiting at the temple's entrance. Observing the carefree smile on Wang Chong's face, Yukunjin's brow furrowed ever so slightly. What is going on? Wang Chang shook his head, scanning the crowd, his gaze falling upon the sorrow etched on the faces of the patrons. Suddenly, he raised his voice. Why is everyone so downcast? His unexpected question left Yu Kunjin momentarily perplexed. The patrons exchanged glances, their expressions revealing disbelief. After all, the answer to Wang Chang's inquiry was evident to all present. As the crowd looked toward Wang Chang, a subtle confusion lingered in their eyes. At such a moment, why did this young man, one of Lin's longtime customers, feign ignorance? Wang Chang remained silent, merely observing the crowd, awaiting a response. At last, one of the patrons spoke, and it was none other than Miaoku. It's Friday, she stated succinctly. In an instant, her words caused everyone to lower their heads in unison. Indeed, it was Friday, the day Lin would conclude his weekly market presence. This realization, steeped in melancholy, weighed heavily on the hearts of the patrons. Yet Wang Chang's face bore no trace of sorrow. He maintained his smile and said, I once shared the same sentiment as all of you. As he spoke, he placed a hand on Yu Kunjin's shoulder while embracing his beloved girlfriend, Xia Lin. However, I later came to a realization, our gathering here, our waiting for Lin, is precisely because his food brings us joy. If we come seeking happiness, why should we choose to wallow in sadness during such joyful moments? All present were involuntarily compelled to lift their heads. Some individuals exhibited a noticeable flicker in their pupils, as if Wang Chang's words had resonated deep within their hearts. A small faction, however, opened their mouths, seemingly poised to counter Wang Chang's fallacious reasoning, yet not a word escaped their lips for an extended duration. Wang Chang's assertion echoed in the air. A deep voice emerged, startling the crowd as they turned their gaze toward the speaker, none other than Yu Kunjin, who was currently being affectionately draped by Wang Chang's arm. As he spoke, he carefully pushed away the arm resting on his shoulder, his face displaying clear disdain. Although Boss Lin's stall location and timings are utterly erratic, have we not managed to find him every week? Upon utterance of this statement, even the remaining few skeptics instinctively raised their heads, their previous doubts evaporating. Yu Kunjin, typically reticent, was well known among the patrons waiting in line, as he belonged to the ranks of Boss Lin's esteemed regulars. After all, it was he who had proposed a bounty in the group chat, offering a reward of 1,000 yuan to the first customer who located Boss Lin each week. Thus, despite Yu Kunjin's sparse words, he wielded considerable authority and credibility among the diners. Indeed, there is merit in what young Master Yu states, echoed a voice. If worst comes to worst, we can always search for Boss Lin together next week. Exactly. If we can find him in such a place, even if Boss Lin were buried underground next week, we would unearth him. The crowd chimed in, the previously serene atmosphere at the entrance of Liang Temple gradually reanimating, smiles adorning every face, which had been absent moments before. Suddenly, as they reveled in this joyous ambience, the grand doors of Liang Temple swung open without warning. Liang Temple is open. It was unclear who first noticed this development, but an uncontrollable shout of excitement erupted, akin to receiving an astonishing piece of news. Instantly, everyone turned their heads, their pace quickening. Slow down, everyone. Please, slow down. Li Dan and Dao Kong, maintaining order amidst the excitement, urged the crowd with serious expressions. After all, this was Lin Yan's final day of business here, and their hearts brimmed with profound reluctance, especially upon witnessing such fervor among the patrons. The sorrow within them threatened to overflow. This was their master. Although he had taught them for merely a few days and had been operating his stall for only a week, he had already inspired such fervor among countless customers. Before long, a seemingly endless line had formed in front of Lin Yan's modest stall. Among the throngs of diners and eager tourists, there were also a number of bald-headed monks, each adorned in distinct monk robes. Yet, on every countenance, a serene smile was present, casting a warm and inviting aura upon all who beheld it. Greetings, everyone, Lin Yan announced into the great loudspeaker, gazing at the faces filled with anticipation and excitement before him. Despite having operated his stall for over a month, the sight of such enthusiasm never failed to ignite a fervor within him, one that was devoid of any rational explanation. This very passion propelled Lin Yan to present the pinnacle of culinary delights to all his patrons. While there were no new vegetarian dishes today, the offerings from the past 4 days were available, with a limit of 2 portions per person. As the announcement concluded, the crowd erupted in jubilation. Boss Lin, we adore you. Only 2 portions per person? Today is indeed a feast, exclaimed one diner. I came on Tuesday, and I've been yearning to savor that delectable Luohan braised rice from Monday. The pictures in the group chat looked utterly mouth-watering. Chapter 156, The Surge of Liang Temple. Lighten is compelled to operate. Time flows swiftly, the sun descends in the west. The day seems to have passed in the blink of an eye. Boss Lin, Master Lin. The patrons and monks, however, did not depart as they typically would, but instead turned their gazes towards Lin Yin, hesitant to speak. Although they had been rallied by Wang Chong and Yu Kunjin and had mentally prepared themselves when the moment arrived, it was not only the patrons who felt a pang of reluctance. Even Wang Chong, who had earlier sought to comfort everyone, and the monks, usually composed and devoid of emotional fluctuations, now regarded Lin Yin with eyes brimming with nostalgia. Just like every preceding Friday, this day seemed to fly by for all the diners, almost in the blink of an eye, and it was soon evening. The time for Lin Yin to close up shop. It must be noted that, despite Lin Yin preparing a quantity of food that surpassed the total of the previous 4 days, the patron's demand still exceeded his expectations. At this moment, the 4 large rice bins before him were utterly devoid of even a single grain, yet there remained many patrons expressing their anguish, lamenting that they had not eaten their fill or had missed out entirely. In response, even Lin Yin could only muster a helpless smile. He had truly exhausted himself. Whether it was preparing 4 different vegetarian dishes in succession or tirelessly serving rice to all the patrons throughout the afternoon, the workload had far surpassed that of the prior 4 days combined. His hands trembled slightly from fatigue, as the simple stall and rice bins were provided by Liang Temple. Lin Yin had little to pack away. Soon after, he found himself seated on his tricycle, the carriage behind him now containing only a few empty thermal boxes, their lightness causing him to feel a disorienting sense of unfamiliarity. Boss Lin, are you leaving just like this? The patrons' performances had become so ingrained that anyone glancing at them would feel their hearts soften. Faced with such a heartfelt crowd, Lin Yin's choice was evident. He chose not to look. He twisted the throttle of the electric tricycle, which responded obediently with a hum. And as the tricycle began to move forward, he felt the pull of the moment. Master! Suddenly, a voice rang out like thunder, causing every patron present to freeze momentarily. And those closest to the source instinctively covered their ears in discomfort, feeling their eardrums throb. Lin Yin paused, halting his tricycle, and turned around to find his most promising disciple, Liden, standing behind him, calling out, Master! Upon seeing Lin Yin turn, Liden was so overcome with excitement that he even forgot his stutter. As he spoke, his fluency had noticeably improved. I still have many things I don't understand, and I would like to ask you. Lin Yin gazed at Lai Dan, and a gentle breeze swept through, lifting Lai Dan's long hair, rendering the scene imbued with poetic beauty. After a prolonged moment, the onlookers observed Lin Yin slowly turning his body, once more twisting the throttle of the electric tricycle. With the sound of the engine resonating, Lin Yin's figure began to recede into the distance. Just when everyone presumed that Boss Lin would depart without further ado, a keen-eyed diner seemed to notice something and pointed at the now faint silhouette of Lin Yin. It seems Boss Lin has spoken. The crowd strained their eyes to catch a glimpse. Lai Dan and Dao Kong advanced a few steps before halting, rising on their toes. Indeed, in the distance, Lin Yin was waving goodbye, his back turned to them, and a faint voice carried by the wind intermittently reached their ears. Lai Dan and Dao Kong. We shall meet again. Everyone, see you next week. In what felt like the blink of an eye. Whether due to the continuation of Boss Lin's reports published by the Miaoku News Agency or the sudden popularity of the small Liang Temple, the citizens of Min City were ensnared by an insatiable curiosity for this enigmatic temple. In an instant, throngs of people flocked to Liang Temple. The abbot, with hands clasped in prayer, stood amidst the surge of visitors, his eyes brimming with uncontainable astonishment. He could not help but turn to the seemingly nonchalant Han Shan beside him and remarked, I truly must extend my gratitude to Lin Benefactor. Our Liang Temple is on the rise. Han Shan, who had somehow procured a folding fan adorned with picturesque landscapes, leisurely unfurled it, gently fanning himself twice by his ear. He remained silent, his gaze fixed on the flourishing incense offerings within the temple, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Concurrently, the 2 monks, Lai Dan and Go Dan, affectionately dubbed the mascots of Liang Temple by netizens, found themselves encircled by countless visitors. Naturally, the exuberant Go Dan, with his youthful exuberance, beamed with delight amidst the throng. The small, bald head of the little monk endeared him to many, and as people passed by, they could not resist the urge to reach out and pat his head, savoring the delightful and miraculous sensation. In stark contrast to Go Dan's social vivacity, the long-haired Lai Dan, now surrounded by admirers, bore an expression of awkwardness, his hands fidgeting as he grappled with what to do next. He stood mechanically beside the visitors, attempting to mimic Lin Yan's demeanor from his memory, while a sheepish smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. This profound sense of bewilderment only prompted many netizens to humorously liken him to their own reluctant selves at work. Not bad, that Lie-Dan fellow. At that moment, Lin Yin lay on his bed, perusing reports about Liang Temple on his phone. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The temple's sudden rise to fame had led him to encounter numerous videos about it, whether detailing the temple's origins or showcasing its connection to Godan and Lie-Dan. Each video captivated Lin Yin, compelling him to watch them in their entirety. It seemed that Liang Temple possessed an innate, enchanting allure. Despite its obscurity, once discovered, it irresistibly attracted countless admirers, even inspiring love for this small, somewhat weathered locale. Setting aside his phone, Lin Yin stretched languidly, relaxing his neck before rising from his bed. He glanced out the window. It was a splendid Saturday morning, bathed in golden sunlight and delightful weather. With a sigh of contentment, he changed into a fresh outfit and opened the gate of the first courtyard. The crisp air rushed into his nostrils, bringing with it a long-forgotten sense of ease. He stepped forward, his legs carrying him outside, as the melodious sound of a flute wafted through the air. Chapter 157. What words? What did you just say? On a Monday at the luxurious buffet restaurant of the five-star Cloud Hotel in Min City, a few staff members were engaging in casual chatter, their voices laced with a hint of boredom. Among them was a relatively young man, his face marked by the scars of his youthful acne, who expressed a tinge of envy. Had I known when Wang Go asked me to buy drinks, I would have gone along. I truly regret it. A middle-aged man in a suit nearby sighed, reaching up to touch his thinning hair, a faint smile gracing his lips, though it lacked warmth. It's all right. Who would have thought that he would win a week-long trip to Sanya? With those words, it was as though a floodgate had opened, and a fervent discussion erupted among the staff. One could not deny that while Xiao Wang might typically be somewhat indolent, his luck was undeniably remarkable. Not only did he enjoy a leisurely job, but he had also won such a prize, which, as rumored, had exceedingly low odds of winning. If Xiao Wang hadn't truly won, I would have thought such prizes were merely a ruse, they chattered animatedly. As time passed, a muffled cough suddenly silenced the room, prompting the staff to instinctively close their mouths and rise to attention. They turned to observe a portly man in a suit striding through the restaurant entrance. Despite his gentle smile, he exuded an invisible aura of authority that commanded respect. Are you all still idle? The man approached the staff, offering a smile that, while mild, sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. No, Mr. Chen, spoke the balding man, who stood at the forefront of the group, clearly the supervisor. He quickly affixed his name badge onto his suit, the three gilded characters reading, managerly. Demonstrating his experience, he promptly dismissed all the staff before Mr. Chen, instructing them to return to their respective posts. Once he observed the buffet restaurant gradually resuming its operations, managerly turned to Mr. Chen. His previously authoritative tone now laced with a hint of sycophancy. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen surveyed the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction upon finding no apparent issues. Though his demeanor remained serious, good, maintain the standard. We must ensure that every guest residing in our hotel genuinely enjoys five-star service. Managerly nodded, his peripheral gaze discreetly sweeping across a dimly lit corner. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Director Chen, as you know, that young Wang who prepares the fried noodles has taken a week off. Anyway, there is hardly anyone who orders from that stall. Before he could finish his sentence, Director Chen's tone sharpened abruptly. What did you just say? It was as if a realization struck him. He pulled out his phone and swiftly retrieved a photograph of a somewhat youthful-looking man. Director Chen extended his hand, pointing at the figure in the image. This is the young man who will be temporarily filling in for Wang at the fried noodle stall this week. I've heard he possesses quite the culinary skills. He should be arriving shortly. After uttering this, Director Chen patted Manager Li's shoulder. You must understand. Although fried noodles are rarely requested in a buffet of our caliber, what if a guest suddenly desires them? We must be thoroughly prepared. With that, Director Chen turned and left, as Manager Li nodded vigorously in agreement. As he walked toward the exit, Director Chen rubbed his forehead and massaged his temples, his brow furrowed, murmuring to himself, age is catching up. My memory seems to be failing. I can't recall how that young man was recruited. Once Director Chen departed, Manager Li began to inspect the various restaurant stations, which were preparing ingredients or conducting pre-preparation tasks, before returning to his original spot with satisfaction. He raised his wrist to check the time on his watch. It was 9:50 in the morning. With just 10 minutes left until the buffet opened, Manager Li's brow began to furrow slightly. Just then, a hand reached out and gently patted his shoulder. Instinctively, Manager Li looked up to find an unexpectedly familiar youthful figure before him. Upon reflection, he recognized this as the temporary worker that Director Chen had shown him. filling in for Wong at the fried noodle stall. Hello, hello. Manager Lee, always filled with enthusiasm for idealistic young individuals, felt as though he were gazing upon his younger self. He extended his hands, a welcoming smile gracing his face. You must be the chef working part-time at the fried noodle stall this week. I realize I don't know your name yet, but you certainly possess a handsome appearance. The young man before him, who bore a hint of modesty, hesitated briefly before reciprocating with a handshake, quickly retracting his hand afterward. His lips moved slightly, as if to utter something. The voice, though not loud, was sufficiently clear to reach Manager Lee's ears. My name is Lin Yin. Shortly thereafter, following Manager Lee's swift introduction, Lin Yin donned a well-tailored chef's uniform and positioned himself in front of the iron griddle at the noodle station. Beside him lay an array of ingredients and tools meticulously prepared by the restaurant. Even behind him, a thoughtfully placed semi-reclining chair awaited, offering a comfortable respite during moments of lull. After familiarizing himself with his surroundings, Lin Yin exhaled a sigh of relief. The tasks for the week instilled a genuine sense of ease within him. The task panel the system had presented to him the previous day lingered vividly in his mind. Distribution of next week's random recipe, fried noodles, various. Distribution of this week's random stall location, high-end buffet restaurant within the Cloud 5-star hotel. Distribution of this week's random stall hours, 10 a.m. to 8 o'clock p.m. Distribution of this week's requirements. Daily recipes may be innovatively adapted by the host. Reward, top-tier hand speed and reaction time, already granted for a week-long experience. It must be said that Lin Yin was undeniably captivated by this reward. Previously, he had struggled with his limited hand speed, which hindered his ability to keep pace with the increasing queue. The thought of possessing extraordinary hand speed now promised a swifter completion of his daily tasks, allowing him to clock out and return home earlier. Furthermore, the three key phrases mentioned by the system, high-end buffet restaurant, 5-star hotel, and fried noodles, filled Lin Yin with delight. Each element appeared to belong to distinct realms, yet their convergence hinted at a remarkably manageable workload for the week. Aside from his clientele, Lin Yin could scarcely envision anyone indulging in fried noodles at a high-end buffet. Even now, as someone with a modest degree of affluence, merely glancing at the fried noodle station within such an upscale establishment felt like an affront to his wallet. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yin silently cheered within himself and settled back into the somewhat worn, yet extraordinarily comfortable reclining chair. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a similarly youthful voice emerged beside him. Hey there, newcomer. A word of advice, from now until 2 in the afternoon. It's best if you avoid lying down. Chapter 158. Not bad. I really like this restaurant. Hearing the sudden kind words beside him, Lin Yin turned his head in confusion and stood up. To his surprise, the speaker was a youthful young man seated at the adjacent window, his face marked by remnants of acne scars, appearing to be of similar age to Lin Yin. Is he a new colleague? The young man, with a face full of scars, chuckled as he observed Lin Yin's bewilderment, seemingly recognizing a reflection of his own past when he first entered this restaurant. He continued speaking. During this period, the peak dining hours are from 5 to 8 in the evening, when most customers arrive. Manager Lee will often come around to check on things. Pausing briefly, the boy lowered his voice, adopting a somewhat mischievous demeanor. However, outside of those hours, it doesn't really matter. After all, our 2 windows are generally quite idle. Standing here a little longer can be counted as a workout. Listening intently, Lin Yin nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning quite sensible. He then leaned forward to glance at the young man's station, which, like his own, was a fried rice window. No wonder he could calculate his leisure time so accurately. It appeared he was already a seasoned expert at slacking off. With this realization, Lin Yin's gaze towards the boy brightened with a hint of delight. Only those who were passionate about and skilled at idling deserved to be his good colleagues. Seeing that Lin Yin seemed to appreciate him, the boy couldn't help but smile wider, disregarding the fact that Lin Yin had yet to utter a word since their encounter. He continued with familiarity, Bro. My name is Kai Liang, but everyone calls me Kai Zai. Lin Yin nodded in acknowledgement. Faced with someone as easygoing as Kai Zai, his initial social anxiety began to dissipate. He smiled and replied, I'm Lin Yin. Just call me Shaolin. Kai Zai nodded in response, though he studied Lin Yin with a hint of curiosity, feeling as if he had heard that name somewhere before. After a while, unable to recall its origin, he waved his hand dismissively. We're about the same age, so no need for formalities. The restaurant is about to open. We can chat later. As soon as Kai Zai finished speaking, the enthusiastic announcement welcoming customers at the restaurant's entrance resonated, accompanied by the soothing melodies of soft music within the buffet. Although Lin Yin had not previously encountered this gentle piano piece, His proficiency with musical instruments allowed him to appreciate its essence, even if he was not particularly adept with this style. After savoring the music for a while, Lin Yin had to concede. This truly lives up to its self-proclaimed status as an upscale buffet. Whether it be the selection of music, its style, or the volume, everything is perfectly balanced. It does not overwhelm the diners, instead creating an atmosphere that is both delightful and appetizing. Listening to the soothing melodies while enjoying the restaurant's optimal temperature, Lin Yin slightly squints his eyes. Though he remains standing, he feels an unprecedented sense of relaxation and comfort that he had never experienced while operating his stall. Were it not for the chef's uniform he currently donned, he might almost feel like a patron himself. Of course, several diners pass by the window shared by Lin Yin and Kaiju during this time. Yet, each individual's actions fell entirely within Lin Yin's expectations. Not only did no one approach for a plate of fried noodles, but there were also no signs of anyone even glancing in their direction. While the two men idled, Manager Li's figure quietly appeared before them. Lin Yin remained silent, but the ever-enthusiastic Kaiju was the first to speak. "Manager Li, you're here. You seem even more handsome today. That tie complements your complexion remarkably. What a splendid match." In response to Kaiju's habitual flattery, Manager Li, seemingly accustomed to it, waved his hand dismissively, though he could not suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Enough with the banter. He then turned to Lin Yin, who was merely standing there in a daze. "Shaolin, how has your first day on the job been?" Despite being just a temporary worker, Manager Li's professional ethics compelled him to acknowledge every employee. "Ah, it's quite good. I really like the restaurant," Lin Yin replied, nodding. He did not embellish his words. The ambience and style of the restaurant indeed suited his tastes, although no one had yet come to sample his fried noodles. The ingredients beside him were undeniably fresh. The top-notch quality truly lived up to the five-star hotel reputation, not to mention the complete array of utensils at his disposal, which he had just been testing: comfortable, practical, and evidently high-end. Hearing Lin Yan's response, Manager Li nodded appreciatively, though lacking the flamboyant praise of Kaiju. It was precisely Lin Yan's simple yet sincere affirmation that provided a deeper sense of satisfaction for Manager Li. Very good, he said cheerfully. "Keep up the good work." After this remark, Manager Li promptly departed from their window. After all, the stalls for fried rice and fried noodles typically attracted few diners, and Manager Li was merely passing through on his rounds. His true focus lay with the upscale sashimi and seafood, as well as the finest cuts of meat, the areas most frequented by patrons. As Manager Li traversed each station, subtle shifts in his expression mirrored the myriad memories of the restaurant that flickered through his mind. Every corner of the establishment magnified in his gaze, revealing intricate details that often went unnoticed. Even in silent contemplation, his thoughts relentlessly churned with strategies to elevate the dining experience to new heights of excellence. This upscale buffet, nestled within the confines of the five-star hotel, could be regarded as the fruit of Manager Li's unwavering dedication, with his influence woven into every detail. The restaurant held a pivotal position within the hotel, catering not only to its residents but also welcoming external patrons. As one of the primary means of attracting guests and enhancing the hotel's reputation in the locality, the weight of responsibility upon Manager Li was considerable. As mealtime swiftly passed, Lin Yin was preparing to lie down and unwind when two youthful figures cautiously entered the restaurant. Approaching the front desk, they were met by an elegantly attired receptionist. With a hint of trepidation, they retrieved their mobile phones to display a QR code, their voices tinged with uncertainty. May I use this voucher I purchased through a group buy?" Chapter 159. I must recoup my investment. Song Yin and Zhu Wen quickly settled into their seats. "Well, Brother Yin, this buffet in a five-star hotel looks exceptionally upscale," Zhu Wen exclaimed, glancing around in awe. Having only dined in their school cafeteria, the two felt as if they were like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Particularly Song Yin, whose expression, while equally shocked, also bore a hint of pride. "Thanks to me, Wonner." Upon hearing Song Yan's remark, Zhu Wen eagerly nodded. After all, if it weren't for Song Yin snagging a 99 yuan coupon during a group purchase on a certain app, they wouldn't even be here enjoying a meal. Merely catching a glimpse of this place would have seemed a luxury. Although this establishment is essentially a buffet, the quality of its ingredients is reputed to surpass that of 99 of the high-end restaurants in Min City. Furthermore, both the dining environment and atmosphere have been lauded by numerous food bloggers. Naturally, the restaurant's prices are quite steep. To dine here at full price, one would need to pay an entrance fee of 599 yuan. Such an expense is certainly considerable for two ordinary college students. As the two remained in a state of daze, surveying their surroundings, an elegantly dressed server approached them. With a gentle smile that could easily captivate anyone, she greeted them warmly. Hello, hello. Having never encountered such a scene, the two were momentarily taken aback, until Song Yin broke the awkward silence. The server, having discerned their inexperience as novice university students, chuckled softly. There's no need to be nervous. We are merely a humble restaurant, and we shall provide you with the best service today. After this reassurance, the server guided them away from their seats, introducing them to the various sections of the buffet. By the end of the tour, their initial excitement had transitioned into a sense of numbness. This restaurant is vast. Moreover, every corner is adorned with opulent designs, allowing one to sense the designer's grand vision with just a glance. If you need anything, just ring the bell, and I will be right over, the server advised before leisurely turning away, leaving the two with their own space to dine. Wonder, we must not squander this opportunity, Song Yin declared, looking earnestly at Zhu Wan, his face resolute as if he were making a noble sacrifice. Although it was merely a 99 yuan coupon after their tour, they fully comprehended the true value of this establishment. Whether it be the exquisite Wagyu beef, the regal king crab, the tender blue lobster, or the delectable Haagen-Dazs ice cream, everything here is available for unlimited indulgence. Not to mention, the sashimi and fresh seafood that some buffet restaurants tout as their main attraction seem merely to be the most basic offerings in this establishment. I am determined to make the most of this experience. Zhu Wen gazed resolutely at Song Yin, who, as a close friend, understood his penchant well. No matter where they ventured, Zhu Wan, a self-proclaimed lover of carbohydrates, could never resist a bowl of rice or noodles, even in the buffets they frequented in the past. However, today, Song Yin was resolute in preventing such indulgence. He pointed decisively at Zhu Wen, his tone serious and unyielding. Regardless of how you wish to enjoy your staple foods in the future, I shall not interfere. Yet this time, you absolutely must refrain from consuming any staples. It would be too much of a loss. Although Zhu Wen had a profound love for staple foods, he understood that indulging in them at such a high-caliber restaurant would be unwise. He nodded in agreement. Understood. With that, the two parted ways. In no time at all, a grand table before them was laden with their bounty. The impeccably fresh slices of Wagyu, the lingering flavors of king crab, and the iron plate foie gras adorned with caviar. Just the aroma alone was enough to make one salivate. They exchanged glances, a mutual appreciation reflected in their eyes for the culinary treasures they had procured. Without uttering a word, they instinctively lowered their heads and began to feast heartily on the sumptuous fare. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. It must be said that university students, still in their growth phase, consume their meals with a speed that is nothing short of astonishing. In what felt like mere moments, the once towering pile of food before them had been entirely devoured, with only the greasy remnants on their empty plates bearing witness to their recent indulgence. Even the attentive waitstaff, who had been monitoring the two patrons, were taken aback. This was the first time since her employment at the restaurant that she had witnessed such rapid consumption and voracious appetites. With a sigh of satisfaction, Zhu Wen cast his hands wide open, tossing the last lobster he had just shelled into his mouth. As he chewed, he reclined back, nearly sinking into the plush sofa behind him. Ah, Yen Ge, can we possibly acquire more of these vouchers in the future? As Zhu Wen spoke, he absent-mindedly caressed his slightly protruding abdomen, already aware of a distinct sense of satiety. Nevertheless, he ultimately rose to his feet, grasping the seemingly exhausted Song Yin, and declared, Brother Yin, we cannot falter in the first wave. Upon hearing Zhu Wen's resolute words, Song Yan's eyes, which had dimmed with boredom, suddenly sparkled with renewed vigor. He nodded, as though affirming his purpose. Charge. The two then parted ways once more, embarking on their quest for the next round of sustenance. In the staple food area, Lin Yin slowly stood up, stretching his stiff back from having lain down for a while, letting out a low, contented groan. At that moment, Kai Zai's voice chimed in. Shaolin, fishing like this is enjoyable, yet it can be rather dull. Lin Yin remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. During his time working at this upscale buffet restaurant, all employees were required to surrender their mobile phones, so Lin Yin truly felt the tedium Kai Zai had mentioned. He glanced at the ingredients beside him, though not plentiful. They were sufficient for his needs. In an instant, Lin Yan's curiosity about the flavor of the fried noodles began to blossom within him, particularly since it was a skill bestowed upon him by the system. Even when crafted by his own hands, it would undoubtedly tantalize his palate. Without further ado, he decided to act. With a gentle grip of his right hand, the egg that had just been on the table appeared in Lin Yan's grasp in the blink of an eye, much to Kai Zai's astonishment. One could hardly deny that the enhancement of his extreme speed rendered Lin Yan exceptionally adept in the culinary arts. Everything around him seemed to unfold in slow motion, making the task at hand remarkably simple. Well, Kaizai's mind briefly short-circuited as he sprang to his feet, gazing at Lin Yan as if he were some sort of prodigy. Wait, my friend, do you also perform magic? Chapter 160, My Eyes Are the Measure. Listening to the astonishment in Kaizai's tone, Lin Yan chose not to respond, merely lifting the corners of his mouth in a subtle smile. After all, his almost superhuman speed of hand was something that defied explanation. No amount of words could truly convey it. Thus, silence became his preferred response. Noticing Lin Yan's reticence, Kaizai refrained from pressing further. Instead, he turned his head, silently observing as Lin Yan began to operate the stove before him. His curiosity intensifying. Was this fellow preparing to stir-fry noodles? Having worked in this self-service restaurant for some time, Kaizai was well aware of a fundamental rule: always provide the freshest food to patrons. This was especially true for those of them engaged in cooked dishes, where transparency in the kitchen was paramount. Diners should not only feel secure about what they consumed, but also witness the ingredients being employed by the chef, fostering a deeper sense of trust towards the establishment. This was not merely Kaizai's personal belief, but a principle frequently emphasized by Manager Li in countless meetings. Shaolin, Kaizai remarked as he observed Lin Yan heating oil in the pan. Manager Li has instructed that we should only commence cooking when customers place their orders. Pre-cooked dishes cannot be served. Upon hearing Kaizai's well-meaning, albeit slightly anxious, words, Lin Yan finally reacted. He turned his head to face Kaizai, a smile gracing his features. I'm just preparing a little for myself to taste my own skills. Would you care to join? After a moment of contemplation, Kaizai grasped Lin Yan's intention. Just as he was about to decline the invitation, a memory of Xiao Wang, who had previously worked at the stir-fry station, flashed through his mind. It wouldn't be fair to say Xiao Wang's culinary skills were subpar. They were merely on par with Kaizai's, adequate but hardly delectable. However, considering the lack of customers frequenting their two stations, the restaurant had not invested in hiring more proficient chefs for the fried rice and noodle counters. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, a flicker of anticipation, one that even he was unaware of, sparked in Kaizai's gaze. Perhaps this newcomer, Shaolin, possessed genuine talent? Shall we try a little? Lin Yan inquired again, glancing at the pan as it reached the desired temperature, noticing that Kaizai had momentarily drifted away in thought. Snapping back to reality, Kaizai eagerly nodded. Yes, let us try a bit. Lin Yan remained silent, meticulously examining all the utensils before him, his expression serious as if he were a general preparing for an impending battle. It must be said, the restaurant not only provided Lin Yan with an array of exquisite kitchenware, but even the iron plate before him, used for stir-frying noodles, could undoubtedly be deemed a masterpiece. The cast iron material excels in heat retention, enabling the creation of the much-coveted wok hei that everyone speaks of. At last, under the eager gaze of Kaizai, Lin Yan's hands began to move. His speed was so swift that it was almost beyond perception, yet, for reasons unknown, each of his movements exuded an indescribable charm, transcending Kaizai's very definition of elegance. In a moment of reverie, Kaizai perceived an enigmatic aura in Lin Yan's preparation of the ingredients, akin to the profound mysteries of the Bagua. This individual was indeed remarkable. Kaizai's gaze towards Lin Yan had completely transformed, having previously regarded them as equals. He now recognized the absurdity of his earlier thoughts. With scarcely a moment's hesitation, Lin Yan seized the fresh, alkaline noodles that the restaurant had thoughtfully prepared for him. While these noodles bore no extraordinary qualities, the restaurant had clearly done its homework, as the low moisture content of alkaline noodles proved to be an exceptional match for stir-frying. He placed them into the pot to begin cooking. Even during this process, Lin Yan displayed no signs of complacency, diligently observing the noodles while sprinkling salt to ensure their chewy texture. As time passed, the brief interval from when Lin Yan submerged the noodles to when he retrieved them felt like a century to Kaizai, who was entirely absorbed in Lin Yan's culinary choreography. The noodles emerged, perfectly cooked to an 8/10 doneness. A drizzle of sesame oil was added to prevent sticking, and they were set aside for later use. Next came the soul of this stir-fried noodle dish, the seemingly simple yet essential technique of egg cracking. With a single hand, Lin Yan held an egg, and in Kaizai's view, he had barely registered where Lin Yan struck the shell before a perfectly sized crack appeared. With a gentle pressure from his fingers, the crack widened, and the egg liquid obediently slipped out as if responding to Lin Yan's silent command. Each motion flowed seamlessly, so smoothly that Kaizai, already in awe, found himself momentarily agape, his mind racing with uncountable thoughts. As Lin Yin attentively monitored the oil temperature in the pan, he continued to crack the egg with one hand, deftly incorporating a spoonful of water to aerate the egg mixture, a crucial detail that would render the scrambled eggs fluffy. The seemingly intricate motions and steps performed by Lin Yin appeared remarkably effortless, as he not only completed his tasks but also executed a few flamboyant techniques. The oil reached a perfect temperature, and without the aid of any thermometer or tools, Lin Yin confidently proclaimed, "My eyes are my measure." Without a moment's hesitation, he expertly poured the egg mixture from the bowl onto the sizzling iron plate, releasing an unparalleled aroma the instant the eggs met the surface. In no time, the half-cooked eggs were swiftly scooped up, and two spatulas in Lin Yan's hands moved with the grace of a conductor leading an orchestra. His fluid motions exhibited no pause. Garlic slices were tossed into the residual oil, releasing their fragrance, and with a burst of high heat, noodles were introduced. The spatula in Lin Yan's hand had seamlessly transformed into a pair of colossal chopsticks, vigorously tossing the noodles on the iron plate to maintain their integrity and prevent any breakage during the cooking process. Soon, Lin Yan casually reached for a premium soy sauce, the enticing aroma wafting through the air even without removing the lid. Surprised by its quality, he drizzled the soy sauce along the edges to enhance the noodles' rich flavor, followed by a sprinkle of white pepper to elevate the dish's spiciness. As the eggs rejoined the mix, Lin Yan grasped a handful of chopped green onions, releasing them with a flourish, like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. The residual heat from the iron plate infused the dish with the delightful fragrance of the onions in mere moments. After completing the delectable stir-fried noodles, Lin Yan's expression bore no trace of fatigue. It seemed that the entire process had been nothing more than a leisurely endeavor for him. The portions were just right. And as he held one plate in hand, he turned to the still-dazed Kaiju. With a smile, he asked, "Kaiju, would you care to try?" Upon hearing Lin Yan's call, Kaiju blinked as if awakening from a dream. His gaze towards Lin Yan transformed entirely. He accepted the plate of stir-fried noodles with trepidation, his mind racing with thoughts about the identity of this culinary master. Not fond of stir-fried noodles? Observing Kaiju's cautious demeanor, Lin Yan paused momentarily, understanding the underlying sentiment. As a chef accustomed to preparing fried rice daily, he had developed a certain weariness towards such dishes. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the fear on Kaiju's face turned rigid as he rapidly shook his head, the speed nearly leaving an afterimage. "No, little Lin. No, brother Lin. You are truly a master of stir-fried noodles." After uttering these words, Kaiju, as if seeking to validate something, swiftly lifted a generous mouthful of noodles with his chopsticks and brought it to his lips, only to be met with an intense wave of heat that enveloped his tongue. How scorching!